Our main character suddenly wakes up in a totally unfamiliar place. He has absolutely no idea if he just dropped into heaven or hell. However, it feels weirdly familiar. And yep, you and I are looking at a classic Isekai situation. He literally just transmigrated inside his own game. Currently, he is playing as the character Baek Yunsung. Our story actually begins with a game called Mythic World. It released 10 years ago as a simple dating simulator, specifically aimed at female players, but ironically enough, it ended up getting a massive, completely unexpected surge of hardcore male gamers instead. The game gives players a huge roster to choose from. You have your standard easy characters that sweep through the early stages all the way down to insanely difficult picks that are completely useless. And sitting right in the middle of that massive roster is one absolute trash character, ridiculously hard to level up with terrible base stats. But of course, one crazy gamer actually mastered this garbage unit, grinding Baek Yunsung for 10 straight years. Right now, we see him cracking his knuckles, getting ready to play. He is the absolute madman who actually chose to main that exact trash character. It was supposed to be a beautiful day, golden sunlight pouring in absolutely perfect weather outside. Our guy was just sipping on some warm tea, his eyes totally glued to the computer monitor like a magnet. He was busy scrolling through the game forums. New posts were popping up everywhere, hinting at some massive incoming drama. The second he clicked on one specific thread, the angry comments instantly flooded his screen. Players were raging about some ridiculous dragon that suddenly spawned out of nowhere and completely wiped out all their saved game data. Like, what the heck, the black magic dragon? The system just said their characters died and locked them out completely. What in the world was going on here? Characters getting instantly deleted. Reading through the panic, our main character felt genuinely confused. A boss monster in a simple dating simulator was actually this overpowered. He always figured the game would just hand over a sweet romantic ending once the two main leads finally got together. But as he scrolled down, another crazy forum post completely caught the attention of the entire gaming community. It read, "Guys, listen to me, this boss is literally impossible to beat. This absolute garbage black magic dragon has an insane passive skill granting it 99% magic resistance, 0 cooldowns. It totally destroys players with its magic absorption ability while simultaneously blasting out some kind of crazy lethal attack. How are we supposed to kill this thing? It has to be a bug." Our main character suddenly realized who wrote the post. It was actually uploaded by one of the top-ranked players in the game. He slowly put down his teacup, his eyes completely lighting up. A final boss. Now that sounds interesting. Resting his chin on his hand, he carefully read through another detailed analysis on the forum. It felt weird. Was there really a monster? Totally immune to magic inside a pure magic world? That made zero sense. Was it actually a broken patch? Players everywhere were crying that their accounts were just getting wiped out without a single trace. Well, there it was. Right at that exact second, a giant red system warning flashed across his monitor. The black magic dragon, 13th moon of the Dark Knight, had spawned. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he quickly clicked over to check the main lore. Basically, inside Mythic World, there was this crazy fanatic cult known as the Dark Magicians. Their ultimate goal was to aggressively invade multiple outer dimensions, using something called the Persona Gates to become the ultimate rulers of the universe. Once that condition was met, the black dragon would awaken. And, just like that, 90% of the continent was swallowed whole by the gates. Reading this, his jaw practically dropped to the floor. Wait a minute. He had only ever cared about player versus player combat, totally ignoring the actual lore. This was pure chaos. He felt a little nervous, but then a crazy thought hit him. Wait, wasn't he literally playing right now? Maybe it was time to risk it all. Let's do this. He moved his mouse right over the system prompt. Do you want to challenge the black magic dragon? Please select yes or no. Without even a single second of hesitation, he clicked yes. Time to show the entire server the crazy skills he had been sharpening for 10 straight years. Talk about confidence. Let's quickly talk about his character, Baek Yunsung. This guy is an absolute anomaly in the game. Literally the only class that cannot use standard attacks. Even though every single player in this world can throw flashy magic around all day, even the most hardcore veterans completely ignore this garbage character. Honestly speaking, this unit is even weaker and more useless than your average background character. But he does have one tiny trace of magic, literally just one single active skill. Now getting back to the actual boss fight. The black dragon was charging up, gathering a massive, absolutely terrifying fireball right inside its jaws. And without giving anyone a chance to breathe it, snapped its jaws wide open and fired that devastating blast. The sphere of raw energy rocketed straight toward Baek Yunsung at absolute lightning speed. But even facing this total life or death moment, our guy stayed completely chilled out. He just stood there and dropped a totally arrogant smirk, looking at the boss like, Are you kidding me right now? He instantly vanished, triggering his master-level teleportation skill to rush forward and slash directly at the dragon's neck. Again and again, just chaining those flashes together. This specific teleport skill allows his character to jump anywhere between 3 and 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. But here is the massive catch. The drop location is completely randomized, so if you miscalculate even slightly, you are instantly dead on arrival, because the momentum and crash impact are totally lethal. On top of that, the cooldown penalty and the heavy mana cost make it painfully unplayable, especially since it leaves you completely frozen for 2 whole seconds after every use. That is exactly why nobody in their right mind ever actually equips it. However, Baek Yunsung is just built entirely different. He fully mastered this garbage teleportation trick, and here is where you and I realize he's a genius. He actually learned to fully control the direction and distance. Absolute peak gameplay. Even better, he figured out exactly how to cancel the freeze penalty. This crazy move doesn't drain a single drop of mana. And let's be real, his garbage character doesn't even have a mana pool anyway. Unlike standard magic spells, this teleportation is actually... Alright, you and I are diving into something wild today. It was just a basic movement skill, but our guy became completely obsessed with this character's leveling potential. Because of that, for the past 10 years, he only ever played this one single character, a guy who literally could not use any magic in combat. And here we go. Baek Yunsung charges straight ahead, carving a massive brutal slash right across the Dark Demon King's ugly face. But wait, he is not done. He follows up with a savage strike cleanly, slicing the Demon Lord perfectly in half. Oh, he is absolutely built different. Right after that crazy display, he stands there looking like a literal god of war. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, final boss 13th month defeated. Back in the real world, our guy is completely losing his mind. He screams out, what the heck, wait, what did I seriously just kill? The ultimate final boss. I know I geared this dude out with rare artifacts from head to toe, but he's still supposed to be a total trash character. This is absolutely insane. Whatever, a win is a win. I have to go flex on the internet right now and show everyone I just took down the Black Demon Dragon. But before he can even post about it, his screen is swarmed by a chaotic mess of glowing red system errors. He hit a glitch ending. 90% of the Mythic World is destroyed. But wait, another message says he is incredibly close to the true ending. Reading this, his jaw hits the floor. He yells out in pure shock what is happening. Before his brain can even process the madness, another pop-up flashes on screen. Please reach the true ending. Our boy is absolutely freaking out now, screaming at his monitor. What does that mean? And then suddenly, he literally vanishes into thin air right out of his bedroom. Gone. When he finally opens his eyes again, he is staring straight at a completely unfamiliar, bizarre-looking world. Our guy is currently face-planted flat on the dirt. He slowly forces himself to sit up, his head spinning in absolute circles. Grabbing his throbbing head, he groans, trying to figure out what just happened. Suddenly, his entire body starts violently shivering as he anxiously looks around the area. He mutters out loud, where in the world am I? Then completely out of nowhere, a blindingly bright flash of light catches his attention. Right after he realizes it is just a mirror, he steps closer, pressing his face right up to the glass. And then, what the heck? His reflection staring back at him is literally unbelievable. It is a super familiar face he has stared at for over 10 years straight. No way. It is his gaming character, Baek Yunsung's son. Before his brain can even process this madness, a floating system window pops up right in his face. Episode 1, Escape the Pursuit. Our hero suddenly connects the dots. Wait a minute, is not this the literal beginner quest for Baek Yunsung? He refuses to believe what is actually going down right now. Is this all just some crazy twisted dream? Searching for clues, he reaches into his pocket and grabs something solid. And the thing he pulls out leaves him totally paralyzed for 5 whole seconds. It is an official admission certificate for Stella Academy. Even if he really does not want to accept it, Baek Yunsung automatically knows exactly where he is right now. He is actually stuck inside the mythic game world. Does this mean from today onward he is officially Baek Yunsung's son? Realizing his fate, he just grabs his face internally, crying without shedding a tear. But wait, he needs to think logically here. That weird voice told him to unlock the true ending. But based on all his veteran knowledge, this stupid game never even had a true ending. It only had countless alternate, branching paths. Suddenly, sheer panic flashes in his eyes. He thinks, hold up, is it actually possible that literally nobody managed to unlock the true ending during the past 10 years? Oh, this is bad. But he literally has zero time to stress over it now, if his gamer memory serves him right. Right after Baek Yunsung wakes up in the story, the dark magic cultists are supposed to track him down and rush the house. With that terrifying thought, he sprints straight over to the window to peek outside. And there they are, a sketchy group of guys wearing matching black outfits. Through the heavy freezing, Snow. They are aggressively searching the area, yelling, "Where did that little brat run off to?" Seeing this terrifying squad, our guy is absolutely shaking in, his boots immediately pressing his back hard against the wooden door. He sneaks one more terrified peek outside. This is really bad. They actually found him. Meanwhile, out in the cold, one of the cultists with freaky white eyes suddenly spots something. He points a finger up toward the distant hill, screaming, "Hey, there is an old cabin up ahead. Let us go raid it right now." Now you and I know this is a massive problem. Realizing this, he desperately needs to figure out a survival plan immediately, but his mind goes totally blank from the sheer panic. Then he frantically remembers a tiny detail. There's a strict time limit on how long he has to survive evading them, but going completely solo against a mob, zero chance he wins. While he is awkwardly pacing around, sweating bullets and having no clue what to do, a shiny system window suddenly pops up. You can currently use the blink skill. Seeing this random hint, our hero is totally stunned. Wait, I can actually use blink right now, since he was born with mana leakage syndrome. Baek Yunsung is someone who literally cannot gather a single drop of mana, so his only hope for survival relies entirely on this one specific technique he spent his entire life mastering in the game. Jumping back to reality, the heavy snow outside is relentlessly burying the dark forest in white. Back inside this creepy old cabin, Baek Yunsung is desperately overthinking the system's simple suggestion. But here's the major problem right now: his blink skill is still sitting at a pathetic level 0, meaning his max jump distance is only 9 meters. He starts intensely stressing out. Is this stupid game system seriously expecting him to just casually use blink in real life? He is not sitting safely behind a keyboard and mouse anymore, so how in the world is he supposed to activate it? Outside, those crazy members of the dark magic cult are sprinting full speed toward his hiding spot. The heavy crunching footsteps are getting louder, making him panic. Oh man, they are right outside. Stick with me here, guys, because he has to make a move right now. There is officially zero time left to hesitate. Screw it, he is just going to risk his life and fight back. Meanwhile, the cultists finally reach the door and spot. He realizes something, his eyes burning with pure rage. One of them screams out, "Boss, I found that little bastard. Hurry up and chase him down, take him alive." And just like that, the mob goes absolutely insane. They sprint after him, screaming at the top of their lungs, "Stop right there, don't let him escape, catch." Meanwhile, our main character is sprinting for his absolute life right now. You and I are officially watching the very first challenge of this insane game tutorial. The goal: use the blink skill to shake off these pursuers. Running frantically, he realizes a huge problem. These guys are wearing magic shoes, so they move way faster than him. Because of that, his only real chance to escape is using blink. He tells himself to just stay calm. He has already used this skill countless times, so naturally he knows exactly how to time it perfectly. But right at this moment, the enemy mob is already breathing down his neck. The gap is closing fast. They even shout out, "You little brat, are you going to stop or what?" Glancing back over his shoulder, he suddenly realizes the grim reality of this situation. Holy crap, they caught up already. But here is the brutal truth about the blink skill. It has one major weakness. If the user messes up the jumping distance, they will crash straight into an obstacle and instantly die. However, he is fully confident. Since it is him doing the move, things will be very different. Baek Yunsung thinks to himself as he keeps running for his life. At that exact same moment, the ruthless leader of the dark magic cult has completely closed the gap. He is right behind him. The villain raises his sword and roars, "Let me send you straight down to hell. Die, you little rat." Right at that terrifying split second, dangling right on the very edge of life and death, our guy finally triggers his blink skill to escape the fatal strike. He just smiles to himself. Awesome. It actually worked perfectly. He leaves the entire dark magic group standing there with their jaws completely dropped in pure shock. Wait, what the heck was that? Did he just blink? Is that little brat actually a mage? Seeing all of his foolish subordinates totally losing their minds in a panic, the boss quickly turns around to calm them down. Do not panic. The blink skill has one major flaw. The user is completely paralyzed for exactly 2 full seconds. So right now is our perfect chance to strike. But as he turns his head back to look at Baek Yunsung, he gets the absolute shock of his life. He simply cannot believe his own eyes. What the hell? Wait a minute, how is that kid still moving? Meanwhile, Baek Yunsung is still sprinting as fast as possible. While running, he keeps hyping himself up. Careful, I need to be way more careful right now. Come on, I just have to take full advantage of this rough, uneven terrain to escape. Listen, if any player fails to learn how to properly use blink right at this exact moment, there is only one single outcome: dying right here. In reality, a massive 99% of players who choose Baek Yunsung simply cannot complete this brutal tutorial phase. And as for that remaining 1%, even though they survive the tutorial, they completely fail to master distance control. They just cannot figure out how to properly chain multiple, continuous blinks together. Thinking about this, he wildly spams his blink skill. Over and over again, he rapidly teleports from one crazy position to another without stopping. This absolute insane display leaves the dark magic cult completely speechless. Well, wait, he actually dares to use blink on this kind of jagged terrain. Is this little kid totally out of his mind? Then the boss turns back to his henchmen and shouts, "Hey, anyone who can cast magic, step up to the front, we will attack that rat from a distance." Right away, 3 cultists volunteer and step forward. Their faces are absolutely filled with pure, murderous intent. Noticing that they have stopped chasing him directly, our main character quickly glances back over his shoulder. Suddenly, a brand new wave of panic hits his mind. Oh no, are they seriously planning to use magic right now? Well, listen up, guys. The second phase of this brutal tutorial involves using blink to dodge magic arrows. Damn. When playing the actual game, he could easily use his computer monitor to see everything coming from behind. Dodging those attacks was a piece of cake. But suddenly, a system window pops up right in front of him. The passive skill Mana Leak Syndrome has officially been activated. This specific syndrome completely disables his sixth sense ability while massively boosting his real-time perception. The very second he reads that notification, Baek Yunsung suddenly feels a sharp shift in the air. He can literally feel the magical energy blades rocketing straight towards his back. And get this, he does not even need to turn his head to look. Just like that, he casually dodges every single one of those lethal energy blades. But right at that same moment, a massive blast of dark magic violently hurtles straight toward him. Baek Yunsung instantly realizes this is the exact moment to trigger his blink skill. And thankfully, he just barely manages to completely dodge that insanely devastating strike. A deafening explosion instantly shatters the air. Boom, boom, boom. Seriously, it looks exactly like a massive meteor just crashed straight into the earth. The sheer shockwave from that blast is so overwhelmingly powerful that Baek Yunsung loses his footing entirely. He drops to the ground frantically, throwing his hands up to protect himself. Thick smoke and dust from the massive explosion slowly clear up. But what is left behind is a gigantic, terrifying crater in the dirt. Only now does Baek Yunsung finally get a moment to catch his breath. He thinks to himself, holy crap, I was literally 1 inch away from dying just now. But this is definitely not the time to take a break. So once again, he puts his head down and frantically runs for his life. But suddenly, pure terror fills his eyes. Right in front of him is a bottomless abyss. If he makes one single wrong step, he is going straight to the afterlife. And you guessed it, this right here is the brutal third challenge of the tutorial sequence. The goal, use blink to cross this massive gap. He quickly calculates that his only chance of reaching the other side is to perfectly chain the exact jumping distance for every single blink. After crossing, he should bump into some passing mages and finally escape safely. That event officially triggers the end of this entire crazy tutorial phase. But to survive this obstacle, he has to perfectly cancel his blink skill, which activates in exactly 0.1 seconds, messing up even a single time. That means absolute instant death. There are roughly 20 rocks floating out there. Doing all this in 0.1 seconds. Yeah, that is way easier said than actually done. Seriously, he has no clue which sadistic developer designed this twisted tutorial level. It is purely evil game design at its absolute finest. However, pulling this off is actually not impossible. But the real problem you and I are about to find out. Suddenly, the shouting voices of the dark magic cult, there he is, right in front of us, they yell. Just like that, the whole mob catches up to him. Baek Yunsung freezes in his tracks. He glances back and we can see his pursuers are way closer than expected. The gap between them, just a flat 100 meters. The problem is his blink skill has a 3-second cooldown. He doesn't have enough time to make it across safely. So that leaves him with exactly one option. He has to kill them all. Baek Yunsung ducks down, hiding behind a massive tree root to quickly strategize his next move. It's complete madness, honestly. How can he even think about pulling this off and surviving when he literally just finished another exhausting, brutal fight? If this were just a game, the system wouldn't allow these creeps to trail him like this. But this is reality, and out here, there are no rules saying he has to blindly follow game logic. Killing these guys, he won't lose any sleep over it. And it's not, because there's parents' enemies like in the original plot. It's survival. Finally, they arrive. Baek Yunsung grips his sword tight, ready for absolute bloodshed. He shifts into a defensive stance, eyes blazing with pure determination. Bring it on, he can take them all. Just a few seconds later, the mob zeroes in on Baek Yunsung's exact position. Their leader looks absolutely furious, his face turning bright red as he screams at the top of his lungs. That's him, it's that little brat. Grab him right now. Hearing the order, the entire group lets out a battle cry and blindly charges forward. Every single one of them looks absolutely unhinged. But Baek Yunsung, he stays completely calm. Not a single flinch from him. Seeing his fearless stance, one of the dark mages actually scoffs at the kid's guts. He smirks thinking, "You really dare to fight all of us completely by yourself? Pure stupidity. You are completely dead, kid." Meanwhile, our hero ignores the trash talk, keeping his absolute focus on observing their exact movements. He needs to make the perfect judgment. He calculates the distance exactly 8.7 meters from his target, and without wasting a single second, he triggers his blink skill, teleporting straight toward the enemy at blinding speed. The guy in black doesn't even process what's happening before his fate is completely sealed. The leader standing right next to him goes wide-eyed in absolute shock, but Baek Yunsung's face shows zero mercy right now. He is dead set on survival, no holding back. The strike is so insanely fast and lethal that the man in black violently coughs up blood. It splatters directly onto Baek Yunsung. He watches the fresh crimson blood slowly drip from his fingertips. But honestly, right here in this brutal moment, Baek Yunsung feels absolutely zero guilt. It's kill or be killed. If these scumbags don't die today, he will. It's really that simple. He has to eliminate every single one of them to survive. With that thought, he delivers a devastating slash, following it up with an absolutely vicious, enraged kick. Just to release his frustration, it might look like a casual hit, but the force sends the guy flying straight back into the mob of dark mages. Obviously, this makes the entire cult insanely furious. Meanwhile, having dropped one of their guys, Baek Yunsung doesn't stick around. He immediately bolts. It's probably because his blink skill is still on cooldown. He absolutely cannot afford to risk a head-on clash right now. As for the dark mages, they suddenly realize he's making a run for it, and they absolutely lose their minds. "Damn it, he's running. Do not let him get away." Baek Yunsung sprints forward, his mind racing. He took down one guy, but the next wave definitely won't be this easy. How is he going to handle this? Wait. Holy crap, why is it suddenly so dead quiet behind him? Did they actually stop chasing? Just as that thought crosses his mind, the cultists are looming right in front of him. How did they get there? There's absolutely zero time left for him to escape. He suddenly realizes it. They use magic to cut him off. Those bastards, he curses, realizing dodging is out of the question. Right across from him, the leader opens his mouth, barking a ruthless order to his lackeys. The moment the command drops, a terrifying, bizarre magic circle manifests. Instantly, it locks straight onto Baek Yunsung's exact position. A massive blazing beam of fire shoots aggressively toward him. Baek Yunsung breaks into a cold sweat, nerves pushed to the absolute limit. But wait, it's not just one blast. A whole barrage of flaming arrows comes raining down at him. Facing this nightmare scenario, he has no clue how he's going to dodge this. He can only grit his teeth, cursing internally in pure rage. Damn it, what a completely broken spell. Wait, he's got an idea. Right in front of him, a sturdy tree branch juts out from a rocky crevice. In this life-or-death split-second moment, he triggers his blink skill, once again flashing desperately toward that exact branch. A massive, deafening explosion rocks the entire area right behind him. Boom. The blast carves a massive crater into the earth, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust and debris. Watching the destruction, one of the dark mages smirks, looking completely smug. "Serves that little rat right," he sneers. But that arrogant celebration gets cut brutally short when he notices something wrong about the smoking crater in front of them. There's no body anywhere. Completely shocked, he mutters, "Where did he go?" And while he's busy being confused, Baek Yunsung is making his move. Not only did he perfectly dodge their magic, but he's already chained another blink skill to close the gap. He rockets straight toward the smug mage. By the time the guy even processes the danger of Baek Yunsung is already in his face. Dead on eye contact. The blink skill perfectly maintains user momentum before and after the teleportation. Wasting absolutely no time, Baek Yunsung weaponizes that insane speed and delivers a devastating lightning-fast slash straight through him. The only sound left in the forest is the mage's desperate, agonizing scream, echoing endlessly into the distance. Witnessing this absolute massacre leaves the rest of the dark mages completely paralyzed with shock. What the hell is even happening? But Baek Yunsung isn't done. He brutally drives his blade even deeper, piercing cleanly through the guy's body. The mage coughs up blood, dying on the spot. The rest of the cult is just standing there utterly terrified. Honestly, we can't blame them. They cannot comprehend where this kid got such insane, cold-blooded power so fast. Alright, let's dive into the aftermath. After taking down 2 enemies, our guy is completely exhausted. Covered in blood, he calculates his next move. They are down, but he has to move fast before they bounce back. Suddenly, the scar-faced leader speaks up. He realizes Baek Yunsung is a total freak of nature. His reaction speed is just way too insane for a standard mage. "Who the hell are you?" he yells. Hearing this, Baek Yunsung realizes his stats are completely broken. His reflexes have to be miles above every other player out there. But right now, this isn't just a video game anymore. He knows the harsh truth. He cannot keep dodging their attacks forever, especially not at this close range. He needs to wipe them out and fast. Making up his mind, he moves. He risks it all and charges straight in for the kill. The Scarface guy watching closely suddenly grins. I got your movement pattern figured out. He realizes this kid relies entirely on teleportation and a dagger. All he has to do is guard his face and neck. The kid won't even land a scratch. So he locks his sword into a tight defensive stance, smirking like a total maniac. Come on, little rat, bring it on. And then he makes his move. He unleashes a massive ice attack. Meanwhile, Baek Yunsung is just showing off, flashing around with his insane teleportation skills. But the enemy leader isn't holding back at all. The guy blasts a terrifying wave of raw energy straight at our hero. He is way too confident in his own raw power, grinning from ear to ear. He thinks he finally caught him. He wants to watch Baek Yunsung writhe in absolute agony. But man, his smug little smile does not last long at all. The guy is completely mind-blown. Baek Yunsung is totally fine. Instead of taking the hit, he dashes right past the attack, aiming straight for the leader's weak little lackey. One clean slash and the lackey is logged out of life. Seeing this, the Scarface leader gets goosebumps all over. He is literally trembling as he curses. You used to hide like a pathetic little rat, and now you dare fight back. Our main character, completely dripping with fresh blood, just stares him down. He coldly replies, yeah, that was the old me. But honestly, I really need to thank you guys for helping me get to this point. You forced me to grow stronger. Hearing this, the boss loses his mind. You dead meat, that is only because we went easy on you, he screams back. Give me your life. But Baek Yunsung just takes a heavy, powerful step forward. His face right now is completely deadpan, radiating pure, terrifying, murderous intent. He looks absolutely demonic. Without wasting a second, Baek Yunsung hurls a massive spear right at him. Watching the weapon flying at his face, the boss calculates. He thinks the kid is just trying to force a block. He expects Baek Yunsung to teleport to his blind spot while he is busy deflecting the incoming spear. He expects a sneak attack from behind. Dream on you, little punk. The spear reaches right in front of his face. The boss thinks he has this all figured out. He easily swings his sword and slices the spear clean in half. He smirks, feeling super confident. Now all he has to do is turn around and block. One counterattack and it is game over. But wait, his prediction is completely wrong. Suddenly, the boss just freezes in place, his face turning pale as he drops his guard. He lets out a weak gasp. Gritting his teeth, his expression twists into absolute agony. You see, Baek Yunsung didn't go for a flashy teleport behind his back. But here is where you and I get surprised. He charges straight in, using all his terrifying strength to plunge his weapon right through the guy's dark heart. The Scarface boss is completely stunned. Refusing to accept reality, he weakly coughs up blood. Damn it, he planned a frontal assault the whole time. And just like that, Chapter 1 of his brutal escape is officially complete. After taking out the entire hit squad, the glowing blue system screen pops up right in front of him. Experience gained. Hongbyonis rewards acquired from the Constellation Project for crafting a unique narrative. Meanwhile, our hero is barely holding on after that wild fight. He looks totally drained. He just collapses onto the dirt, gasping for air as his lungs burn. Panting heavily, he slowly lowers his tired eyes down to his hands. His hands are completely drenched in blood. He looks around the brutal aftermath. Just like every other Isekai protagonist, he initially thought this was all just a wild dream. But nope, reality check. Everything around him is terrifyingly real. This is absolutely not a dream. Our guy remembers every single visceral moment of the deadly battle. He had to fight tooth and nail just to survive this mess. That was his very first teleportation in this messed up world. It was his first real fight, and honestly, it was his very first time taking a human life. The heavy truth finally sinks in. He literally just murdered people so he could keep breathing. Absolute madness. A moment later, he forces himself back onto his feet. Brushing the thick layer of dirt off his clothes, he stares down the long, lonely path ahead of him. He mutters to himself. Since he got dragged into this twisted world, he needs to get out of this danger zone immediately. But then a very practical thought pops up. He turns his head back, staring right at the dead bodies he just dropped. For a second, he actually hesitates, a flicker of sadness showing in his tired eyes. Yeah, he feels a tiny bit guilty, but survival comes first. He crouches down, patting their pockets and searching their gear. It might seem a little bit shady, but hey, you have to be realistic in a role-playing game. Right now, our guy is completely broke without a single coin. So he commits to the full loot grind. After rummaging through their stuff for a while, jackpot, he pulls out a heavy pouch full of shiny gold coins. He celebrates quietly in his head, absolutely thrilled. He estimates it is worth about 2 million. Hey, every silver lining helps, right? But of course, his little moment of joy gets cut painfully short. Now he has a brand new problem to worry about. He turns to the path ahead and just sighs. Right in front of him is a massively steep, bottomless ravine. If he takes one wrong step and slips off the edge, boom, instant death. Standing right on the terrifying border between life and a very long drop, he panics. How in the world is he supposed to cross this giant gap? Suddenly, out of nowhere, a super loud voice echoes from the opposite side of the cliff. Hey, is anybody over there? He snaps his head up. Seeing our guy just standing there completely frozen, the group across the gap starts frantically waving their arms. Hey, over here, we are right here. He squints and finally recognizes them. It is the exact same party of mages he saw back during the tutorial phase. Wasting zero time, he starts screaming back. I am here, but stick with me here because a mage replies, there is absolutely no bridge. What happens next? Can you even make it across that gap? Yeah, I am on my way right now, our main character replies, catching his confidence signal. The girl turns back to tell everyone else. All right, let us wait for him for a bit. He says he can actually cross over. The blue-haired guy beside her speaks up clearly, doubting it. I mean, crossing this massive cliff is absolutely no joke at all. You would need to be at least a third-tier knight to pull that off. Can this young guy really do it? She replies, well, honestly, I am not entirely sure. But right as she says that, her eyes suddenly bulge in absolute pure shock. He is literally jumping from one floating rock to another with insanely smooth skill. The whole group just drops their jaws, watching nervously. Everyone is sweating bullets watching this. Meanwhile, our boy Baek Yunsung is totally focused, conquering this deadly gap one section at a time. Fast as an absolute lightning bolt, he clears half the distance in seconds. The group standing there cannot even believe their own eyes. Someone actually yells out, what kind of crazy move is that? Is it some sort of jumping magic? Another voice immediately answers back, that is the blink skill. The voice belongs to a super cute blue-haired girl standing right behind them. The purple-haired girl turns. She looks at the cute girl, then back at our main character, totally baffled. Wait, that is blink, but blink cannot easily be controlled. Controlling direction and distance like that is supposed to be absolutely impossible. He makes it look so incredibly easy, but here is the truth. While outsiders think he is just showing off, our main character is actually struggling hard. Suddenly, the girl spots something and completely panics. Her eyes go wide as she stutters. Who are those two people? Are they with him? Over on the far side of the cliff, two creepy dudes in black robes are walking right up to the edge. You and I know this spells trouble. While everyone is confused, one of the robed guys raises his magic staff, charging up this massive glowing orange aura all around his body. Then he thrusts forward. A completely terrifying magic circle forms and it shoots a deadly blast straight at our main character. Somebody violently screams, hey, watch your back. Right at that split second, our boy senses this terrifying, monstrous energy rushing straight at his spine. He mentally curses, oh, you gotta be kidding. The absolute second it gets close, he spams his blink magic to teleport away, barely dodging a totally fatal hit. A massive explosion erupts. Boom! A crazy blast shakes everything right behind him. He whips his head around to see exactly which coward is trying to snipe him. As the thick dust finally clears up, the shapes of those two robed guys appear. He realizes it is those dark mercenaries from earlier. They actually revive themselves. This is way too dangerous. And his blink cooldown still has 3 seconds left. Dodging another magic blast, completely impossible. He frantically looks around for another floating rock to stand on. But right as he thinks that, pure panic hits his eyes. What the heck is that? Turns out the dark mages were not holding back and instantly fired another wicked spell right at his face. Luckily, Baek Yunsung reacts fast. He manages to tilt his body just enough to let that deadly energy beam graze past him. But man, life in a system manga is brutal. Right after dodging, the floating rock under his boots makes a sickening cracking sound, splitting right in two. He tries desperately to keep his balance, but it is no use. Our boy falls flat backward, dropping straight into the endless void. Yet his survival instincts absolutely refuse to quit. He is violently thrashing around in the air, dangling right between life and death. He tells himself he has to live. He must survive this. But reality hits hard. Those floating rocks are so far out of reach, almost mocking his fall. He prays for just one tiny miracle rock. Just landing on one piece of debris would be enough to save him. And suddenly, as if the universe itself actually answers his desperate prayers, his eyes light up big time. He spots a floating rock right nearby. It seems his story is not over yet. The heavens are literally smiling. Without wasting a single millisecond, he pops his blink skill, launching his body like a rocket straight at the rock. His wild gamble actually pays off. Both his hands latch onto the rocky edge like iron clamps, squeezing his only hope for life. Glancing back, he weakly whispers, did I actually survive? But nah, joy never lasts long here. Before he can even take a breath, a monstrous orange energy beam comes absolutely roaring up from behind. Just looking at this massive attack screams pure danger. A dark, desperate thought hits his brain. He might actually die right here on this stupid rock. Stick with me here because this is where it gets crazy. Just as our boy accepts his game over, scream, wait, what is that light? Out of absolutely nowhere, this majestic emerald green magic shoots in like a literal savior. Instantly, these two insane powers violently slam right into each other. Boom! A monstrous explosion detonates. The shockwave is so insanely heavy it feels like space itself is tearing apart. He flexes every muscle just to hang on. Then classic anime logic kicks in, the smoke finally clears out, and our main character is perfectly fine. Plot armor at its absolute finest, right? I mean, there is no way the main character bites the dust this early. Still completely dizzy, he mutters to himself, what was that spell just now? Was that an ice spear literally wrapped in lightning magic? Seriously, who is overpowered enough to fuse two totally different elements into one god-tier attack? And the accuracy, flawless. Not a single millimeter off, which legendary expert just casually dropped a perfectly calculated ultimate skill like that to save his life. Looking off into the distance, the surviving dark mages are completely frozen. They are all staring at this slender blue-haired figure standing right in the spotlight. Our gorgeous, mysterious girl has a face cold as pure ice, showing zero emotion. But let me tell you, every single enemy who just witnessed that flex, they are absolutely terrified. Their faces are completely pale, drained of every single drop of blood after seeing her monstrous display of power. One guy stammers, totally in shock. How did she just pull that off? The two mercenaries holding the front line. You and I both know those bad guys were outmatched. They take one look at this impossible fight, realize they are totally doomed, and quietly vanish. Our boy, watching those cowards run for the hills, lets out a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness he actually survived this mess. After some struggling, our guy finally makes it to the safe side. Everyone is cheering, giving him a warm welcome. Well, everyone except the blue-haired girl. She acts totally cool, turning away without giving him a single glance. Spotting his savior, leaving our MC, quickly scrambles to catch up. He calls out, thanking her for stepping in and saving his life back there. The female warrior just shoots him a quick ice-cold glare. She flat out tells him she didn't do it to get any gratitude, so he really doesn't need to bother thanking her at all. And with those words, she coldly turns her back again. Our MC just stands there frozen for 5 seconds before muttering, "Oh, all right then." Watching her proud silhouette, he falls deep into thought. This girl is actually super interesting. Honestly, he had never heard a voice quite like hers before in his life. So incredibly lovely. Even though she seems totally impossible to approach, he brushes it off. The important thing is that those ruthless bandits terrorizing and robbing the innocent villagers finally paid the ultimate price. The truth is, the dark magic cult was secretly behind most of these brutal raids. Luckily, this terrifying nightmare has finally come to an end right here. That was an absolute near-death experience, but now that they made it past this massive cliff, they have officially stepped into mage territory. Even if those dark magic cult goons sprouted wings, they would have a seriously hard time tracking them here. Thinking about that, our MC lets out a relieved sigh, secretly mocking them. Those fools do not even know who he really is yet. But suddenly, ding, the system pops up with a brand new notification. Chapter 2. Admission to Stella Academy. Staring at this completely new quest screen, he is completely stunned by the glowing text. This is Chapter 2. Well, that actually does not sound too bad at all, right? But hold on. How is he supposed to go back to school at his age? Whatever. The whole group quickly packs into the carriage, heading straight toward the academy, Stella Academy. As night falls, the road they travel becomes strangely quiet and totally desolate. The only sound left is the rhythmic clacking of carriage wheels, rolling along slowly, lulling everyone to sleep. Inside the carriage, completely drained from a wild day of near-death battles, our MC is already sleeping like a rock. Suddenly, a few soft, troubled mumbles slip from his mouth as he dreams. His mind slowly drifts far away, falling deep into the hidden realm of his past memories. Pieces of his forgotten past start rushing back. Right before his eyes, a chubby little boy tugs desperately at his mother's shirt, his tiny voice calling out for her. His mother smiles back so gently, telling her sweet little boy that when he grows up, he will become an incredible mage. She believes in him completely. As he dreams, he remembers flipping through his mother's old, worn-out diary pages, finally realizing just how incredibly hard his parents worked to raise him right. Back then, that sweet little boy made a serious promise to himself. He would study relentlessly and become a genius just to make his parents proud of him. After those endlessly long nights of studying, he would just pass out on his books. But his mother was always there, gently wrapping him in a warm blanket. Suddenly, a much darker memory rushes back in. It flashes to the exact day his mother got terrible news from the doctor, completely panicked and losing her mind. She cries out, asking the doctor if her little boy really has the dreaded mana leak syndrome. Hearing that brutal diagnosis, the poor kid completely fell apart inside. He just could not accept such a cruel reality. No way, it is impossible. Tears streamed down his little face. But wait a second, are these actually the memories of the original character or just broken pieces of his very own past? You and I are about to find out. Suddenly, his endless thoughts are cut off. Our MC jolts awake, absolutely startled. His head is spinning wildly, and he instinctively grabs his forehead. Glancing out the carriage window, he quickly notices that the glowing dawn has finally arrived, with warm sunlight starting to peek through the glass. Noticing that our hero is finally wide awake, one of his travel companions speaks up. Ah, you are awake now. It really looked like you were having a terrible nightmare. You kept mumbling crazy things in your sleep that I could not even understand. I was seriously about to shake you awake. Right at that exact moment, a loud voice from the driver echoes into the carriage. We are approaching our destination. We have arrived at LaJoycha, the famous satellite city of Acanium. The carriage slowly rolls to a halt and another voice calls out. Let's stop and take a quick break here, guys. The whole group quickly hops out of the cramped carriage to finally breathe in some fresh, crisp morning air. Feeling super stiff and exhausted, our MC does a massive, refreshing stretch. But suddenly, he stops in his tracks, his eyes going wide with pure surprise. He looks over and spots the blue-haired girl. Coincidentally, she is staring right at him, not even blinking. Catching her gaze, he immediately gets ready to raise his hand and say a polite hello, but before he can even make a sound, she coldly turns her head away. That cold rejection leaves him feeling just a bit awkward. He just forces a dry laugh, secretly thinking this girl is dangerously cool. Still, everything is honestly going pretty well for him, especially compared to his early panic and constant worries. He is secretly thrilled that this specific timeline feels way closer to a modern era rather than some ancient primitive fantasy world. Magic absolutely dominates this wild fantasy world, no doubt about it. But inside these massive, heavily protected safe zones, things are totally different. You have high-speed trains, massive airships, and sky roads built perfectly. And to make this insanely long journey a little more relaxing, the whole group is taking an ultra-modern airship directly to LaJoycha. This futuristic city is a major stop right on the route to Acanium. And in Acanium, famously known as the absolute capital of magic, everything is finally about to begin. We are talking towering, mysterious magic skyscrapers and the most intense mage factions. Stick with me, guys, because Acanium holds 5 elite academies loaded with the absolute strongest mages this world has ever seen. Alright, you and I are looking at Stella Academy. It is the absolute peak, a gathering place for countless geniuses and wealthy nobles from all over the world. But our main character just cannot wrap his head around one thing. Why did Hong Bi-yeon, the guy he just possessed, somehow get accepted into this super prestigious school? Oh, wait a second. He almost forgot the most basic rule. He has not checked his skills yet. Realizing this, he quickly opens up the system window. Instantly, his status screen pops up in plain sight. It reveals something called mana leakage syndrome. Level 1. Strength up 3%, speed up 5%, agility up 10%. Then there is Sixth Sense, which drains his mental energy, just to activate it. It detects mana within a 12-meter radius. Staring at his stats, he actually feels pretty grateful for the unique abilities that Hong Bi-yeon possesses. Sixth Sense and Acceleration Wave. That is huge. Without these two specific skills, our guy probably would have been wiped out by now. In this game world, a cursed individual absolutely cannot gather or hold mana inside their body. This exact condition, known as mana leakage syndrome, is the horrible curse that Hong Bi-yeon is forced to carry. However, every dark cloud has a silver lining, right? This massive flaw actually allows him to physically feel the surrounding mana using his sixth sense. It also helps him detect any sneaky attacks aiming right at him, even if he cannot see them coming. As for Acceleration Wave, that power basically lets him perceive everything around him like it is moving in total slow motion. If there is a sudden threat or ambush, he can react way faster than any normal person could ever hope to process. That is an absolute must-have survival skill for Hong Bi-yeon simply because he cannot use regular mana. But hey, everything in this world comes with a heavy price. Keeping Sixth Sense active for too long drains a massive amount of mental energy. If he overuses it, he could face some seriously unpredictable consequences later down the line. After reading all of that, our main character scrolls right over to Hong Bi-yeon's base stat numbers. Strength, 1 star, 59%. Agility, 1 star, 97%. Speed sits at 81%. Endurance is currently stuck at 1 star, 51%. Durability, 0. Mental power, 1 star, 43%. Remaining mana, 0. Flash, step level 0. Unique trait, mana leakage syndrome, level 1. After analyzing the data, he realizes these starting stats are actually not that terrible. The original version of Hong Bi-yeon had incredibly low agility, but now that he is pulling the strings, things will change. He absolutely has to push this stat up. Listen closely, in this game world, there is not just one overall level. Each individual stat gets its own separate level to grind. Combat skills are always shown as standard levels, while base stats are ranked by stars. The absolute max cap for a stat is 9 stars, but reaching that godly tier is almost literally impossible. He grinded this exact game for over 10 years, and his personal best was only 8 stars in both raw endurance and overall agility. But right now, he needs to dump all his effort entirely into agility. That will perfectly buff his sixth sense and his reaction speed. He can easily boost his endurance and flexibility later using a bunch of different methods. That is the general game plan anyway. But the biggest roadblock right now is that annoying mana leakage syndrome. Stick with me here, if he does not train this fast, he will not last long. He must level it up quickly to unlock his true potential. And Stella Academy is the ultimate key to keeping that syndrome fully under control. He has absolutely no other choice if he wants to flip the game's tragic ending and finally cure his chronic illness forever. Thinking about all this pressure, our guy just lets out a heavy sigh. Honestly, he really does not want to go to this crazy school. Someone please rescue him from this absolute nightmare scenario. But suddenly, the system starts blaring loudly. Warning, you have missed several crucial notifications. Startled, he nearly jumps and cries out. Wait a second, I have never seen this message before. But before he can even process it, a loud voice urges them forward. Hey kids, let's get moving right now. Left with no choice, he temporarily ignores the system alerts to see what is happening. That blue-haired girl is still staring at him pretty intensely, keeping a totally cold expression without saying a single word. Right in front of them floats a massive, incredibly futuristic airship hovering in midair. It looks absolutely sick. Up on the deck, everyone looks super hyped and ready for the journey. Suddenly, a loud broadcast echoes from the speakers. Attention passengers, we are arriving at Arcanium shortly. Please remain seated. Right at that moment, some random guy spots something, looks completely shocked. Immediately after, he switches to his super mocking tone and starts loudly running his mouth. Hey, everyone, get a load of this. Look at that loser over there, staring around like some clueless country bumpkin who just moved to the big city. I bet he has never even seen an airship before, haha. Following their nasty glares, the target of their cruel joke is obviously none other than Hong Bion. Right now, he is just looking around completely dazed since everything here is completely foreign to him. The snobs keep gossiping loudly. That guy is totally from the middle of nowhere, right? He looks so completely lost, it is pathetic. Man, I seriously do not understand why Stella Academy lets trash like him enroll here. At this point, our main character finally hears all the trash talk aimed straight at him. He simply lifts his head up, locking eyes with them. But they do not stop, just keeping up the pure disrespect. If rumors about this get out, it will be so embarrassing. Just a few losers like him are enough to completely stain this academy's reputation. He just stares at them calmly. Instead of getting mad over the childish insults, he just sighs deeply and turns his face away. That completely unfazed reaction makes the loudmouth stumble awkwardly. Hong Biyan just thinks to himself, what a bunch of immature kids. I am an adult, I will not stoop to their level. But that completely dismissive attitude instantly makes the rich kid snap in anger. Hey, you little rat, how dare you look at us like that? Do you have a death wish or something? The guy ground his teeth, glaring. You little brat, stay right there. But suddenly, a soft voice echoed out. Hey, what are you all making a fuss about? The thug jumped, snapping his head toward the sound. Instantly, his eyes went wide. Absolute shock took over his face. He stared off into the distance where a girl with flowing, elegant hair stepped into view. Trembling, the guy muttered, Princess Hong Biayon. Now you and I know that name. Hearing this, our hero turned around thinking, wait, what? Hong Biayon. Following his gaze, everyone saw a princess with absolute world-class beauty. Her aura, completely cold and completely untouchable. She was the absolute peak of arrogance. This was the princess of the Adelibic kingdom, Hong Biayon. Without saying a single word, she coldly glided right past the group. Seeing her approach his spot, the thug quickly slapped on a fake flattering smile. He placed a hand on his chest, bowing politely. Greetings, princess. But before he could even finish his sentence, she just shot him a glare as sharp as a knife and walked right past him. The guy was left completely humiliated, his mouth hanging open in stunned silence. She just coldly kept walking inside, leaving the whole group standing there, looking dumbfounded and completely embarrassed. Over on this side, she brushed right past our hero. And right then, he realized she was the absolute worst enemy in this entire world. According to the original script, she is a major character in the game. She and the female lead always clash constantly, but in the end, the princess is the one who dies. No matter the route, she gets wiped out. Tragically, in almost every ending, or is forced to end things after the academy boycotts her. She had to go through the absolute worst humiliation publicly, almost like the developers had a massive grudge and wanted her to truly suffer. Watching her right now, he fell into deep thought. He remembered hearing how popular she was with male gamers, and honestly, her beauty was definitely top tier. But she was so freezing cold, looking like she would send him to the afterlife just for speaking up. Suddenly, his stomach started growling incredibly loudly. He rubbed his empty belly, realizing that his most urgent problem right now was just filling that empty void first. As soon as he stepped up to the second floor, a random stall displayed tons of colorful sparkling pastries right in front of him. He randomly picked one, but grabbing it, his face turned completely pale as he panicked, thinking, "Good grief, why is this thing so incredibly expensive?" Still, he just had to close his eyes and eat to fill his stomach, for now. After eating, our hero walked out looking completely lost like a wandering deer. He grumbled, "Damn it, does every meal in Acanium always hurt my wallet this badly? I am so broke." Right then, the loud intercom announcement echoed out. "Attention, attention. Urgent notice for all of our passengers. We will be arriving at Acanium in exactly 10 minutes. Could everyone please gather down on the ground floor? I repeat, we will reach Acanium in exactly 10 minutes. Please make your way to the ground floor. Thank you so much for your cooperation." Hearing this, our main character smiled, thinking finally it is really go time. Well, this is my actual reality now anyway. Thinking that, he cheerfully cheered out loud, "Let's get this party started." Shortly after, the entire group finally set foot inside Stella Academy. Looking at all the unfamiliar faces around here, he felt completely out of place. He took a very deep breath. At least I handled the immediate problem. That crazy demonic cult crowd cannot track me down anymore. But can I actually survive in this crazy isolated place? No, surviving in this entire world is going to be incredibly tough. I just wish I had some kind of magic item to save me. Right then, he suddenly remembered the system notifications he had completely ignored earlier. He immediately opened the system up to check. The message read, "The Star Project wants to gift you a special reward. Option 1, the weapon you used in the game but downgraded. Option 2, a skill you unlocked in the game also with reduced power. Option 3, experience points. Now pay attention here." Staring at the screen, our guy fell into deep thought. Oh, looks like this system actually has some common sense. But let's see, what should I lock in right now? The reflector or maybe the brow lightning? And this system, seemingly reading his mind like an open book, instantly fired back a direct answer without missing a single beat. Based on search results, the tier of those items is too high, so they will be heavily nerfed. What about the hyperspace? Blink. According to the results, this skill is an upgraded version of Blink and cannot be acquired right now. However, you can use this reward to enhance the base Blink skill. Reading that, he completely froze for 5 seconds, silently cursing this overly cheap system. Damn it, do I really have to take a downgrade? Seeing him complain to the heavens, the system quickly explained, "Due to a lack of narrative energy, we cannot fully materialize these items." Wait a minute, what the heck is that? The thing affecting the progression of the story is called narrative energy. If you continue to uncover the hidden plots of this specific world, it will slowly accumulate. So basically, in the short term, you cannot let me own overpowered items just because I am a total newbie right now. He nervously waited for the system's reply, but seeing absolutely zero reaction, he just went ahead and asked, "What about the crested glasses? Based on system results, we conclude that this item can be provided." "Awesome, and I will definitely." He takes it. Instantly, the system drops the so-called crested glasses into his hands. He holds the quirky item up, inspecting it closely. He groans internally. Never in a million years did he think he would actually have to wear something this ridiculous. But here is the kicker. These crested glasses are a core storage item. They hold every single piece of information a player gathers while grinding through the game. In this mythical world, perfectly recalling monster stats or keeping track of every single thing you have learned is basically impossible for anyone. So players created their own unique storage items to keep their knowledge safe. And of course, our main character is no exception to this rule. He uses these glasses as his personal hard drive. Excited, he slips them on for a test run. Suddenly, the lenses start to glow. A mystical blue light radiates outward. Right on cue, a system notification pops up. Crested glasses, unrated tier. Cannot even remember last night's dinner. But no problem. These glasses record every single detail you have ever seen and learned. It is like having a perfect photographic memory cheat. Special feature unlock sealed crest folder. Pushing his mental energy into it, our guy immediately opens another locked directory. See inside. The system flashes another notification. It lists everything. Alchemy ingredients, prime hunting grounds, hidden dungeons, and detailed logs on every single character. Seeing this, he smiles. He is pretty satisfied. Since this world feels exactly like reality, he was honestly drawing a blank on how to proceed. He did not know what his system could actually pull off. But with these glasses, he can recover about half of the total power he used. Suddenly, whispers echo from behind him. "Hey, wait a minute, isn't that Isel Moon?" "Oh, you mean the eldest daughter of that complete traitor Monducci? Seriously, how does she even have the nerve to show her face here?" "Shush, keep your voice down, she's going to hear you." Overhearing the familiar name, our main character gets a little curious. Speaking of Isel Moon, this is actually the perfect time to test something out. One of the absolute best perks of these crested glasses, they let him register and check the hidden stats of any character in the story. Time to scan her and see what pops up. Instantly, an info panel appears. Isel Moon. Status: fake heroine. Ice and lightning magic user. Weird Quirk loves cucumber water before eating pizza. She is the eldest daughter of Monducci. Her father's tragic death sent her family into a total downward spiral. They basically lost everything. Reading through her tragic backstory, our guy thinks to himself, wow, so she really is just a total knockoff heroine. Now you and I need to talk about Isel Moon. Being a fake heroine brings up a massive plot hole, even though he is currently surviving. Inside a mythical game world, the crazy truth is that this exact universe was actually inspired by a popular romance web novel called Don't Love, the Princess. And that original novel, completely centered around the heroine Isel Moon, it told the story of how she lost absolutely all her loved ones. She grew up surrounded by endless suffering, constantly fighting back against the wicked schemes of the ultimate villain Hong Bi-yeon, and her intended ending, a happy ever after with the male lead. But in the final chapters, her grand revenge plan basically went up in a puff of smoke. The other male characters had to step up and heroically protect her. It resulted in a bitterly disappointing ending that received a massive wave of severe backlash from angry readers. But the real headache here, even though this game world is heavily based on that exact same romance novel universe, the storyline is wildly different. In this game version, a brand new character named Flame was completely added in, and she immediately stole the spotlight from the original heroine. What is even crazier, this character Flame comes with her own completely unique backstory that breaks all the rules. She used to be just an ordinary everyday woman living in the modern world. She was absolutely obsessed with reading that exact same novel. Don't love the princess until she unwillingly reincarnated right into this world, so drastically straying from the original plot of the book. Isel Moon was demoted to a fake heroine in the game while Flame took the throne as the real deal, and no matter how hard gamers tried to cheat or manipulate the system, Isel Moon could never clear any route. This is the brutal consequence of her getting completely kicked out of the true heroine spot. But honestly, what does that have to do with our guy? Still, it is strange. He stares at her, completely puzzled. Is he just imagining things? He gets this weird lingering feeling that he has definitely met her somewhere before, but he shakes his head, assuming he is just overthinking it. Right now, he has to face this harsh reality. Stick with me, it gets wild. After a long, chaotic day, a brand new morning finally dawns. Bright sunlight shines down across the massive Stella Academy. Inside, the students are all suited up in their sharp uniforms, standing in neat rows to listen to the opening speech. Up at the podium, the principal clears his throat and begins. As you know, the dark mages are corrupted sorcerers. They are the ones who absorb power from other dimensions and brutally transform themselves into terrifying monsters. Even now, these dark mages continue their vicious invasion plots, constantly tearing open the persona gates to spread their total chaos. They want to unleash the ancient dungeons and completely devour our magical world. And our ultimate mission as proud mages of this academy, we must act as the shield protecting the world from these evil forces. Hearing these quiet whispers and complaints start rippling through the bored crowd. Starting a new semester with a speech this incredibly dry, yeah, completely boring. Meanwhile, the principal ignores the chatter and keeps his voice booming loudly. And now we will proceed with the oath ceremony for the top 4 highest scoring students who will officially represent the incoming freshman class this year. Will those students please step forward to the stage? Right after that announcement, the brightest talents of the academy start making their way up. They step into the spotlight one by one. These are the absolute elite, gorgeous girls and handsome guys, all wearing expressions of pure confidence. Alright, you and I are diving into something crazy. Our guy looks at the crowd, realizing these top-tier talents shine as bright as the morning sun. It honestly feels like they are the actual main characters here. But who is the absolute brightest star in this entire room? No question about it. It is him. The principal's voice suddenly echoes across the massive hall, calling up the freshman representative to speak for the entire new class. Ma Yusong, please come up to the stage. The fan crowd below instantly goes wild, their hearts completely melting in pure admiration. Oh my absolute goodness. Is he really the guy with the highest entrance score? How can someone be an absolute academic genius and ridiculously handsome at the same time? Baek Yunsung watches him and just has to nod in total agreement. So this is the legendary Ma Yusong everyone talks about. Just for some context here, Ma Yusong is the living definition of an unrivaled god. Rocking a massive 9-star mana stat, his potential is honestly completely off the charts. His power literally rivals the gods themselves. This guy is a genius among geniuses, someone who can freely manipulate every single element in the world. Baek knows that even if he cannot reach the true ending, he absolutely has to avoid a catastrophic bad ending by bringing Ma Yusong over to the righteous side. Meanwhile, he spots a cute short-haired girl over there. That definitely has to be Flame. Our main character starts racking his brain, figuring he has to adapt depending on what kind of moves she makes from now on. Because as it turns out, she is also a transmigrator who crossed over into this game world just like him. Teaming up with her might actually be a pretty solid idea. But What if things get overly complicated? What if she decides he is her mortal enemy and just completely tosses him to the side? However, he holds a massive home field advantage with his future knowledge, so he definitely should not act recklessly and ruin everything. You see, Flame is a huge fan of romantic fantasy novels, while our boy Baek is a hardcore veteran of this exact fantasy game. He swears to himself that he will play it completely safe, even though his actual influence on the main storyline right now is basically lower than a third-rate background villain. Plus, there's another huge problem. The heroine has a special power that lets her purify dark mages, but ironically, she comes with a completely terrible passive trait. She actually brings massive bad luck to anyone who gets too close to her. Hanging around her would definitely drag him right into a complete disaster zone. His designated role is to support the main cast from a safe distance and totally avoid getting tangled in their drama. Just as he finishes thinking, the school idol wraps up his big speech. Down below, the entire crowd erupts into thunderous applause. The principal's voice chimes back in, wrapping things up. With that, I officially declare today's entrance ceremony completely closed. Now, right as the opening ceremony finally comes to an end, Baek Yunsung gets a brand new system notification right in his face. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the core mission of joining Stella Academy. With the opening event officially over, the massive wave of fresh students all gather together inside one of the massive main lecture halls. Everyone freely scrambles to find their favorite seats. Meanwhile, our main character looks a bit depressed and completely out of place, sitting there totally alone. He realizes he graduated college a lifetime ago, and now out of nowhere he's a high schooler again. The feeling is just completely bizarre. Totally unbelievable. But hey, there is one seriously awesome perk about this place. He grabs the sleek watch on his wrist, realizing this right here is a massive win. Having this bad boy makes everything better. This is the Stella watch. It officially proves you belong to the legendary Stella Academy. If you actually own one of these, you get access to insane privileges and services way better than any regular mage out there. Thinking about this, he happily tucks the fancy watch right into his pocket. Oh yeah, he absolutely has to milk this golden opportunity. Suddenly, someone swings the door, wide open. A man with an absolutely stone-cold expression marches straight and stepping right up to the podium. He speaks with zero hesitation. I need everyone in this classroom completely silent right now. We are starting your first test immediately, so, unless it is a writing tool, you need to put all other items away. And if anyone here is wearing glasses, I must inspect them first. The students are completely shocked. Now watch this. The ceremony just ended and they are already testing them. Insane. The Stella Academy curriculum is famously more brutal than most top universities. Students are literally forced to take a massive exam on their very first day. This nightmare is known as the placement test. Basically, this one brutal test evaluates your worth and throws you into your designated class rank. After handing out the thick test papers to everyone, the strict teacher steps back to the podium and shouts loudly, "Listen up, everyone, you have exactly 45 minutes to finish this entire placement exam. Your time starts now, please focus and begin writing." Meanwhile, as a guy who went through this whole academic grind a very long time ago, Baek has literally forgotten everything he ever learned. Our main character looks at this massive test paper and is completely sick to his stomach. His face is totally dripping with sweat as he panics. Oh my god, I cannot even understand a single word, how am I supposed to pass? This placement exam has absolutely zero connection to the entrance test. It is legendary for having an earth-shattering, soul-crushing level of difficulty. The exhausted students are ranked from Class F all the way up to Class A and S based on their scores. And obviously, almost all the major characters end up right in Class S, but ironically, Baek is ranked dead last among over 1,000 students. He stares blankly at the test paper, hesitating like crazy. Should he just submit a blank paper and get it over with? He has already admitted anyway, so it is probably not going to get him kicked out. He will just treat this as volunteering for Class F. He quickly scans the entire room, noticing that right now, everyone else is sweating bullets and working hard. Yet there is one major exception. Ma Yu-sung is just chilling in his seat, completely relaxed and doing absolutely nothing. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. Resting his chin on his hand, our main character zones out, feeling totally disappointed. Wait, did he already finish everything? Did he seriously solve all those problems? No wonder, he looks completely bored out of his mind. In this game, the character Ma Yu-sung has the most boring personality ever. But he was born into the absolute strongest family on the entire continent. He possesses a genius brain and absolute top-tier talent. Literally everything is a piece of cake for this guy. So depending entirely on the female lead's moves, Ma Yu-sung will either turn good or fall completely into the path of evil. All the villains in the demonic cult who want to destroy humanity are extremely interested in him. And right from the very start, the biggest headache is his family. But honestly, watching a true genius just makes our guy look back at his own pathetic skills. Then he suddenly realizes something. Wait a minute, why is he being so clueless? He can just use the Baek Yunsung bun glasses. He previously used them to gather up skills that he learned from the library. Maybe right now they could actually be incredibly useful to him. Honestly, what does he have to lose? Thinking this, he reaches right into his breast pocket and pulls out the glasses. But just as he is about to put them on, the proctor gets suspicious. He steps closer and calls out, "Wait right there, is there a problem with your glasses? I clearly told everyone that you plan to use glasses. I have to check them first. Hand them over." Our main character finally remembers the rule and mentally panics. Oh crap, he totally forgot about that rule. He nervously hands the glasses over to the teacher, who immediately starts inspecting them very closely. The proctor scrutinizes every detail. Meanwhile, our guy turns completely pale. Sweat drops down his forehead. He is absolutely cooked. What is he going to do? If the teacher realizes these are magic glasses, it is game over. He looks up at the ceiling, silently begging the heavens to save his life. Just let him survive this crisis. But then the system pops up with a terrible notification. It has detected a missing part of the Baek Yunsung bun glasses. Do you want to summon it? This prompt nearly makes our guy wet his pants in pure terror. No, absolutely not, please. Just stay quiet, system. Meanwhile, the proctor is still using his own magic to thoroughly inspect the suspicious glasses. After what feels like forever, he finds absolutely nothing unusual. He hands them back to our main character and says, "I do not sense any trace of mana inside these. But next time, remember to ask for permission first." Our guy lets out a massive sigh of relief. A huge weight lifts off him. "Yes, sir, I will definitely remember that." Deep down, he is cheering like he just won the lottery. Talk about crazy luck. If the original feature was active, he would be completely ruined. Then he slides the glasses onto his face. Instantly, he looks way smarter and ready for action. Right after that, the perfect answers to every single question pop up clearly in his mind. He starts writing frantically, feeling super smug. He totally hit the absolute jackpot. Who knows, maybe he will even grab first place. With this momentum, he is definitely escaping F rank. He might even shoot straight up to A rank. But while he is completely in the zone, copying answers, the teacher calls out, "Exam time is officially over. Everyone, put down your pens and submit your papers." Instantly, the proctor uses his magic to scoop up all the test sheets. At this point, nobody can squeeze in even one more word. Watching the papers fly rapidly through the air toward the front desk, our main character makes a totally placid, distorted face. Wait a second, he only managed to finish 3 questions. Now the teacher is holding a massive stack of completed exams in his hands. He casually glances over the test sheets, but suddenly you and I see his eyes go wide open in pure, absolute shock. Meanwhile, Baek Yunsung is sitting there feeling max-level disappointment. He genuinely thought he had finally escaped his terrible F-rank fate. This exam was definitely way too much for this guy to handle. Defeated, he reaches up and pulls the glasses off. But suddenly, the teacher notices something extremely unusual. He whips around, stares right at our guy, and loudly shouts, "Hey, you student back there, hand over your glasses immediately." Right now, hearing this, a massive chill runs straight down his spine. He stammers out a yes. The teacher grabs the glasses, lost in deep thought. This is incredibly strange. It should be impossible. He turns back to our guy and says, "Go fetch Dr. Grayan for me, right now." He quickly replies, "Yes, sir." But internally, his brain is in full panic mode. What is wrong with the teacher? He even made sure to write down his answers carefully so nobody would suspect him of cheating. Oh no, it is completely over. Has his secret system been exposed? A little while later, inside the doctor's office, the teacher's extremely anxious voice breaks the silence. "Dr. Grayan, what do you think about this?" The person currently inspecting the glasses is the magic tech professor himself, Dr. Grayan. He calmly replies, "The fact that this kid managed to perfectly solve this specific question really is a massive issue." The teacher quickly asks him, "So did he cheat on the exam?" The doctor immediately replies, "Cheating? No, this kid is completely clean. I do not feel even a single drop of magic energy coming from these glasses or any other item here. He absolutely used his own raw talent to solve this problem." Our main character seizes the moment, putting on the most incredibly fake, innocent face. He acts perfectly like a victim who was completely wronged. The doctor just laughs with pure amusement. He pats our guy on the shoulder and says, "Haha, fascinating. I never expected to see a genius like this in my lifetime. Anyway, Professor Lee Han-gu, make sure you properly apologize and guide this student." The teacher suddenly looks extremely awkward and embarrassed. "Ah yes, sir, understood." He then slowly turns his head around to look directly at our guy. He says, "I completely misunderstood you. Please accept my absolute sincere apology." Hearing this, our guy smiles so hard his eyes practically disappear. He thought to himself, "Honestly, Professor, I totally cheated. But if the actual system feature kicked in, I'd be completely doomed. Out loud, he just replied, "Oh, it's absolutely nothing, Professor." Fast forward a bit, we are now inside Professor Lee Hangu's office where all the academy instructors have gathered to grade the latest exams. But when Hangu gets to one specific test paper, he completely freezes up. He just holds it there, staring at it. He glares at the page for a painfully long time. The guy literally cannot believe his own eyes when he sees this kid's answers. Suddenly, someone calls out to him, "Well now, Professor Lee Hangu, are those the exam papers for the new first-year students?" Hangu quickly replies, "Yes, they are." The woman gives a cheerful little smile and adds, "I heard the incoming class this year is packed with absolute prodigies. Now, who is this lady?" She is none other than Elder Council member of the Stella Academy Professor Identimen. Hangu nods right back and says, "That is absolutely correct. We have some seriously elite students this year. Take the most prestigious fire magic family out there. We just got Princess Han Bion, straight out of the Adalibet Fire Nation. Then there is the Skivan Empire's successor, who claimed the throne at 12 thanks to insane magic talent, Jeremy Skivan, the ruthless prince who completely crushed every single one of his older brothers in the war for the crown. Plus, coming from the greatest magic tower in the entire world, the Full Moon Tower. The successor of Master Hang actually enrolled in our academy this year too." Hearing all this hype, Professor Identimen looks incredibly satisfied. "Oh well, I heard making a test for these top-tier elites was a nightmare. Coming from those famous families, I bet they expect a real challenge. You must have packed it with trick questions." Hangu replies, "If you are satisfied, then I have done my job." But Identimen reminds him that this year's exam rolls with a brand new format. Those first 3 test questions, brutal. They are practically impossible if you only have average textbook skills. All 3 are nasty trick questions packed with super hidden meanings. They test mental speed. If a kid hits a brick wall, do they stubbornly panic or smartly skip to the next section? And the second goal, seeing how they handle a wild problem that is not anywhere in the textbooks. Because let us be real, rote learning dusty magic theory is completely outdated. It is over. We are in the era of live combat now. You need lightning-fast reflexes and crazy creative thinking to survive. But here is the thing. Those questions did not even have an actual answer. Over 1,000 out of 1,100 students handed in blank sheets. The rest fought like crazy for any kind of solution. And yet almost nobody got it right. Out of the entire incoming class, only 3 people managed to nail it perfectly. First was Ma Yusong, the absolute genius of the century. He literally showed up out of nowhere like a meteor, and nobody even knows what family he belongs to. Second was Flame. The principal personally brought her into the academy. She might be a commoner, but her magic skills are widely recognized as top tier. She is basically just a tiny step below Yusong. And then finally we have Baek Yunsung, a total nobody, just a completely random guy. Yuseong and Flame being geniuses makes sense, but this kid Baek Yunsung, his entrance exam scores were literally rock bottom. Yet somehow, unbelievably, he completely crushed all 3 of those impossible trick questions. And the craziest part, he left every single other question entirely blank. Did not even bother to glance at them. The senior professor standing nearby notices Han-gu totally zoning out in deep thought, and she asks, "Hey, what is up with you? Getting a little too obsessed with the kid's test scores?" Han-gu scratches his head. Well, I just cannot wrap my head around some of these weird results." She just shrugs it off. "Oh, do not sweat it. It is pretty simple. Those basic textbook formulas are practically useless in real combat anyway. If the kids stumble, you can handle it." Han-gu frowns. "But do you honestly think this kid might actually be a hidden genius?" The senior professor just laughs it off. "Honestly, it was probably just incredibly lucky guesswork and nothing more." Dropping that logic, she turns around and walks right out, leaving Han-gu just standing there stunned. Completely baffled, he lets out a massive sigh and pulls up the kid's academy admission file to check. Slapped right on top is a special enrollment note praising his wildly high control over the blink magic skill. Staring right at this professor, Han-gu finally just accepts the harsh reality of the situation, thinking to himself, so he was personally handpicked by the principal himself. Makes sense. But wait, a combat magic student who only spams the blink skill. Now that is extremely interesting. Well, we are going to find out real soon if this was all just a fluke, because these 2 kids might just be truly special. Anyway, you and I know what happens next. Once the test scores are finally locked and the academy sorts everyone into their specific ranked classes. Right now, the entire student body is hyped up, running over to check their placements. You can hear the nervous chatter everywhere. "Hey, the official class rankings are finally up on the bulletin board. I am seriously freaking out. My mom told me if I miss Class A, do not even bother coming home." Meanwhile, our main character is just dragging his feet in the back. He thinks to himself, "This is so annoying. I actually have to walk over there just to check my class rank. Back in my old life, checking stats just took a single mouse click. Shaking his head, he strolls over to the massive notice board. Suddenly, some random kid in a blue jacket starts staring completely holes into him, looking at him like he just grew a second head or something. And then the loud whispering starts right behind his back. Wait, is that Baek Yunsung, dude? I heard he got a flat 0 on the practical magic part of his entrance exam. Are you serious? That is actually insane. How does a complete loser like him even get accepted into Stella? Seriously, what are the Academy's admission standards right now? Our boy totally ignores the trash talk flying around him. He could not care less. The only thing he actually cares about right now. He figured his name was just shoved in some random corner. Nothing else really mattered to him anyway. Our main character steps closer to the massive bulletin board. He scans the notice board. Wait a second, he looks totally lost. Where exactly is his name? Pure panic sets in. His mind immediately jumps to the worst scenario. Did he actually fail just because he only answered 3 questions? Oh man, this cannot be happening. He thinks it is game over for sure. While he drowns in absolute despair, you and I get to hear the wild gossip spreading around. Wait, Baek Yunsung. How did a guy like him pull this off? There has to be some massive mistake here. It makes 0 sense. Even An-Ah from the Marquis family only ranked 29th to get into Class A. Even the guy who got a perfect score in theory placed 17th in Class A. So why him? Hearing his own name tossed around, our hero gets pretty curious. Total confusion is written completely all over his face. What on earth are they whispering about? Should he actually go over and check it out? He figures he failed anyway, so whatever. Pushing his doubts aside, he finally decides to walk over to the noisy crowd and see what is up. Suddenly, his eyes go wide with absolute shock as his own name slaps him right in the face. Hold up, why is his name sitting all the way up there? Is there some kind of crazy clerical error? What in the world is happening? It is the absolute peak of prestige that every single student dreams of reaching. None other than S-Class, the gathering place for the absolute brightest elites in the famous Stella Magic Academy. It is completely different from the normal general classes where skill levels are all over the place. S-Class strictly selects a grand total of 41 students, and every single one of them operates on an entirely different level. He absent-mindedly scratches his head, drowning in pure disbelief. He actually got placed into S-Class. There definitely has to be some sort of mistake. This is totally insane. Does this mean he has to interact with the main characters of this game world way more often now? And getting tangled up with the main cast will absolutely destroy his lifespan. He cannot even change his outcome. Well, for now, he just has to keep a low profile and survive. Things will somehow work themselves out. Outside the academy, everything seems totally peaceful and normal. But hidden away in a dark corner, a woman is completely exploding with rage. She ruthlessly slaps Princess Hong Bi-yeon right across the face. The impact hits like an absolute truck. She scowls and screams, "You answered all 3 questions wrong." Even that pathetic Princess Iseul-moon of the Falling Moon family somehow managed to get 2 answers right. This furious woman is none other than Hong Jie, the renowned fire element professor of the academy. She is also Princess Hong Bi-yeon's own mother. She relentlessly continues her verbal beatdown, saying her daughter could not even answer simple questions. Questions that even absolute insects could get right. She tells her that makes her even lower than dirt and that she needs to seriously rethink her entire existence. "Do you understand me?" The fragile girl quietly responds, "Yes, mother." But the mother's burning anger has not faded at all. Her piercing eyes glare directly into her daughter's soul. Then she lets out a heavy sigh, her voice actually cracking. "Listen to me, Bai-yeon, you absolutely cannot end up like me. Someone chased out of the kingdom, stuck playing the role of some foolish professor. You absolutely cannot become the kingdom's greatest disgrace." Saying this, she suddenly bends down. She gently places her hands on her precious little daughter's cheeks, her harsh tones softening just a bit. "You have to become a greater existence than your older sister." Then she actually smiles. A warm, gentle smile, looking deeply at her child. Just like any ordinary loving mother. "You understand what I mean, right?" Bai-yeon's cheeks are now completely flush red. She quietly thinks for a second before answering her mother. "Yes, of course, I understand, mother." But deep down inside her heart, she is completely lying to herself right now. Those words were just tossed out to hide the cold reality that she understands absolutely nothing. She only knows how to blindly follow instructions, solving everything like a programmed machine. But this time, the problems actually involve complex magic, pure spells, and entirely new magical formulas. Concepts she has never been taught before. So what is she supposed to do? Thinking about it, pure frustration boils over and she breaks down. Tears simply will not stop falling. Why? Why does she have to torture me like this? Meanwhile, back in the prestigious S-Class room, the elite students have all completely gathered. Our main character sits totally alone at the top desk. He buries his face, thinking he is absolutely doomed here. Of course, he got transferred to a room full of absolute freaks like this, and it is not like he is actively trying to make friends with these people anyway. Suddenly, loud whispering echoes through the room. Why is that guy even in here? That is exactly what I am saying, I just cannot wrap my head around it. Did you know our families actually protested? They demanded to know why he was placed in S class, but the principal simply said, Baek Yunsung has the required skills to actually be in S class. Seriously, that is incredibly weird, right? Even though that crowd keeps muttering back and forth, our main character hears absolutely every single word of that conversation. Feeling completely out of place, he figures he is just the outcast here. But honestly, it makes sense. These guys have been grinding and training non-stop since they were kids, so of course they would be absolutely furious seeing some random guy like him sitting right beside them. In this academy, your class tier completely changes based on your actual academic grades, so this kind of drama is totally normal. And obviously, even S-class is no exception to the rule. Getting demoted to a lower tier is a totally real possibility. On the flip side, there are definitely students who will eventually promote from Class A up to S-class later on. Whatever, he will just try talking to them when that time comes. Right now, our guy looks around the room. These are all perfectly familiar faces from the original game. And yet, by some absolute miracle, he actually ended up becoming classmates with every single one of them. He cannot help but think how incredibly surreal this whole situation is. These legendary game characters are quite literally standing right in front of him. You and I know that in just a few years, almost everyone in this class will become absolute legends. Alright, you and I are diving into a wild one today. 5 guys could easily betray the Magic Council, and Ma Yu-song is absolutely one of them. If only this disaster could be stopped early. Suddenly, Professor Li Han strides right in. He announces, Welcome, students. Find your seats quickly. Hearing that oddly familiar voice, our main character snaps his head straight toward the front podium. The incredibly powerful professor scans the room. It is a genuine honor to meet you all. I am absolutely sure some of you have seen my face before, but I will introduce myself anyway. I am the official professor for Class S, Li Han. Hearing this, the entire classroom immediately erupts into frantic whispers. One student gasps, Oh, so that is the legendary Professor Li Han. The guy beside him shudders. The number of dark mages he has hunted down is actually hitting the 4-digit mark. Pure brutality. They even call him a 7th-tier magic warrior. He is truly operating on a completely different level. Seeing the sheer shock on their faces, Professor Li calms them down. All right, settle down, everyone. This year, it definitely looks like we have many talented rookies here, plus one special admission student. As you already know, this magical academy is literally the place where we raise elite combat mages, also known as magic warriors. All of you are going to experience a brutally strict training environment for 3 solid years. I expect every single one of you to keep up. I want to see you push your ultimate limits and show me the best absolute abilities during your time at this prestigious school. So does anyone here have any questions at all? Met with dead silence from the entire class, the professor just smiles and continues. Good then, let us officially begin the class. But right at that moment, the unmistakable figure of Princess Hong Baiyun steps through the door. Seeing a massive purple bruise on her cheek, everyone is completely stunned. And our main character, he is absolutely bewildered. Hong Baiyun follows the rules strictly better than anyone, so how is she late? What in the world actually happened to her? She slowly approaches the professor, mutters a quiet apology, and whispers something else. Her face screams pure exhaustion, bitter disappointment. Now you and I know our guy is curious, so he equips his special monocle to check her stats. Immediately, an info panel pops up. Hong Baiyun, villainous fire mage, loves red ginseng candy, sometimes hates herself and strictly drinks pure espresso perfectly brewed in the classic Akalia style. She has a truly evil mother and is fated to die. Reading this, he realizes nothing has really changed here. Her tragic destiny is set in stone. If Isel Moon gets killed by flame, then Hong Baiyun dies too. You could just call it the absolutely unavoidable fate of a doomed villainess. I would save her if I could, but right now I am in no position to play the hero for anyone. Thinking about this harsh reality, he feels a pang of sadness and removes the glasses. After hearing her excuse, the professor finally nods and says, You should just find an empty seat. Over on his side, our main character is still sighing heavily, thinking I honestly feel terrible, but keeping my distance is the only safe play. He just zones out, completely lost in his own chaotic thoughts. Suddenly, Hong Baiyun walks right over to his desk. Her intense eyes are practically overflowing with deep resentment and sorrow as she stares, and he is just totally clueless about what is even happening. Without another word, she drops into the empty seat directly beside him. Our confused guy actually shivers, thinking, what is this about? Why does this feel so heavy? Could the original storyline already be twisting apart? Right from the very beginning, after the class finally settles down again, the professor raises his voice. All right then, before we actually start the core lecture, we are holding a grand inheritance ceremony to distribute your wands. Class S and Class A are going to host this joint ceremony together. I will give you the exact details later. Baek hears this and instantly panics a little. An inheritance ceremony? That sounds insanely troublesome, does it not? But then a confident smirk appears on his face, secretly hyped for the big event. Over at Stella Academy, there are two massive milestones, the familiar pact and the famous inheritance ceremony. For an elite top-tier academy like this one, the inheritance ceremony is basically sacred. Fast forward a bit, and the students of both elite classes gather in a seriously mystical hidden location. Professor Lee steps up. Is everyone here? Listen up. We have gathered tons of magic staffs ranging from the lowest tier straight to the middle, ranks right here. Your only job is to walk up to the magic staff that draws you in and claim it. But the process to swap staffs later is an absolute nightmare, so I strongly suggest you choose very carefully. Hearing this rule, our guy chuckles internally, because even though the professor claims we get to choose, the staffs are actually the ones doing the picking. In the world of Aether, these magical tools only react to the specific host they deem worthy, creating a powerful resonance. That means you absolutely cannot just randomly wield a high-tier staff just because it looks cool. Keeping this in mind, he walks straight toward the massive pile of magic staffs currently floating magically in midair. He looks left and right, completely torn on what to do. He genuinely has no idea which specific weapon he should even try to grab. He just stands there frozen. Normally, he would just snatch up a trash F-rank staff and be done. But hey, he is in Class S now. He cannot pick garbage and let these snobs mock him forever. Suddenly, something catches his eye. A suspiciously simple-looking wand. Let us break it down. In this world, magic tools are split into two main categories: wands and staffs. Wands? Alright, you and I both know standard magic is usually the go-to for magic knights who prioritize fast casting speeds. On the flip side, heavy magic staffs are totally favored by the bishops. They focus purely on massive destructive power, which obviously takes way longer to cast. Suddenly, right behind our main character, there is some serious whispering going on. Hey, which magic staff do you think he is actually going to pick? Another student quickly chimes in, well, considering he is currently studying in S class, I bet he will not have any problem resonating with a weapon, right? At this exact moment, our main character starts to realize that they are definitely gossiping about him. But honestly, he completely ignores them and just thinks to himself, you brats can say whatever the heck you want. I seriously do not care enough to waste my energy on this. Out of nowhere, someone behind him shouts, hey you. Our main character is completely confused. He turns around wondering who the heck is calling him, only to see a totally unfamiliar face. He just flatly asks, what is it and who are you? This arrogant-looking kid smirks and replies, me, I am Muso Dordan. Even after hearing the name, Buso still has zero clue who this guy is. He thinks to himself, probably just some random background character. This is literally my first time hearing that name. Whatever, I will just give him an answer and get this over with. So he casually replies, oh really, good to know. Muso Dordan crosses his arms and arrogantly presses on, which staff are you planning to pick? Our guy calmly answers, I am just gonna pick a random one. Hearing this, the bully flashes a mocking smirk. You really should. Just choose a staff that actually fits your lowly commoner status. Do not aim too high or you will crash hard. And when you do, you're just gonna cause trouble for Professor Lee. Honestly, this is completely ridiculous. Our guy's face just screams, do I look like I care? He does not give a single rip. He simply turns away casually, throwing back a sarcastic jab. Oh, alright then. Just make sure you do not cause trouble either. Seeing our main character's entirely dismissive attitude, this guy gets unbelievably triggered. The blood rushes straight to his brain and his face turns beet red. Almost instantly, he snaps, screaming like a lunatic. Damn it, you absolute bastard. Do you want to fight? Seriously, annoying. Our guy already tried to ignore him, but this annoying little punk just keeps on provoking him. Letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh, our guy reaches into his pocket and pulls out his smart glasses. He slides them on, and immediately the kid's entire profile pops up right in front of his eyes. Name Muso Dordan. He is the son of Marquis Spyland, a total lackey for Prince Jeremy. Bullying level grade 3. After reading that, our guy takes the glasses off, feeling a bit disappointed. He thinks, seriously, that is all the information on him. Looking back up at the kid, he just sighs in pure exhaustion, quietly wondering if there is anything actually special about this loudmouth. Right after that, Muso Dordan aggressively points his finger straight toward a specific magic staff and acts totally superior. Anyway, I am planning to pick that one, so you better watch closely. Following his dramatic point, our guy sees exactly what staff he means. It is not just any magic staff, it is actually the item at Mir. Without a doubt, it is the absolute highest ranked item in this entire room. A genuine, high-tier intermediate staff. Normally, a weapon of this specific caliber is only ever wielded by actual fully professional mages out in the field. On the other hand, no matter how talented you are, a low-tier intermediate staff is pretty much the absolute ceiling for a regular academy student. And frankly, even professional mages rarely ever settle for using a low-tier intermediate staff. The only high-tier intermediate staff sitting around. Here is the item Etmer, and there is literally nothing else like it. It is mostly here for show because everybody already knows full well that absolutely none of the students here can actually claim it. Right then the professor speaks up again. Alright everyone, you should now go stand in front of the magic staff that you wish to choose. Hearing the cue, the students start stepping up to their desired weapons one by one. It looks like everyone has already figured out their personal picks. Right after that, brilliant blue lights start glowing all over the room. The people standing in the back gasp in pure awe. Wow, isn't the staff He Gujiang picked the hat and Amma Cotton? That is a legitimate mid-tier magic staff right there. Prince Jeremy Skeven also managed to claim a mid-tier magic staff. Taking in the crazy scene unfolding around them, Buso also speaks up. Princess Hong Biyan just chose the Kovet La Havan, and that is a mid-tier staff too. Seriously, just how many people here can actually manage to claim a mid-tier staff? This year's class is completely insane. Moso Dorden is even more enraged now, gritting his teeth in sheer anger. Damn it all. This is ridiculous. Just wait and see, I can totally do this too. With those words, he hardens his resolve and marches straight toward the imposing magic staff in front of him. He steps up while everyone around him watches in pure shock. Gasps of disbelief echo through the room. Wait, isn't that Moso Dorden? Can he actually resonate with a high-tier intermediate staff? Meanwhile, the overly confident student they are all whispering about is still completely blinded by his own pride. Now watch this closely with me. He slowly reaches his hand out, getting closer to that ridiculously powerful weapon. He flashes this super arrogant grin, basically thinking, I'm gonna blow your minds. Watch closely and witness what a true S-class talent really looks like. Then he tightly grips the staff and instantly tiny sparks of electricity start crackling all around it. But right after that, an absolutely massive explosion goes off. Boom. The overwhelming pressure radiating from the weapon is so intense it practically blinds everyone in the room. And honestly, this outcome does not surprise our main character at all. He just casually squints and thinks, exactly as I predicted. He failed miserably. Right at that moment, the kid is violently blasted backward by the sheer power erupting from the staff. He ends up flat on the ground, angrily grinding his teeth in total frustration. The students standing nearby witness this entire disaster and start panicking immediately. Oh no, it looks like he actually got seriously hurt. Hey, somebody quickly. Go call the professor right now. Claiming a high-tier intermediate staff was always impossible. Why the heck was this kid so reckless anyway? Honestly, our MC just sighs. Whoever tries to climb that high is gonna crash hard, kid. He really thinks the guy should have just given up on this idea entirely. Because right as he thinks that, you and I see another student casually strolling straight toward that magic staff. He honestly looks totally cool and collected. He is practically whistling as he walks with absolute confidence. Turns out the true master of that staff has already been decided. And this ridiculously self-assured guy, it is none other than Ma Yuseon. He stands there staring at the magic staff in front of him pretty intently before flashing a massive triumphant smirk. Yep, he looks extremely satisfied with his choice right now. But seeing him actually go for it, the crowd of students around him goes absolutely crazy. They are completely shocked. Wait, is he seriously trying to take that staff? There is no way he can actually resonate with something that powerful. Totally ignoring all the loud whispers and gossip, Ma Yusong coldly reaches his hand out and touches it. He grips it tight and then boom. A blinding burst of light violently explodes outward in every direction. But he just stands there perfectly still, completely unaffected by the insane energy wave. The pressure is so intense that everyone else has to literally cover their eyes. Exactly as expected, Ma Yusong actually managed to resonate with it. Holding the magic staff firmly in his hand, he breaks into the brightest smile. The guy is practically glowing right now, looking like an absolute legend. The surrounding students still cannot believe their own eyes. They gasp in pure shock. This is unbelievable. No way. How is this even happening? How on earth did a first-year male student manage to claim a high-tier staff like that? Oh my god, is this actually real life? Our MC is not too surprised though. He sighs knowing he completely predicted this outcome. From now on, way more people will realize just how talented Yusong is. Suddenly, Ma Yusong glances right over at him. This completely catches the MC off guard. He is panicking a bit, having no clue what the guy is looking at. Then Yusong gives him this super friendly eye-crinkling smile. The MC instantly gets chills down his spine. His hair is literally standing on end right now. What the heck? Is this dude insane? Why is he smiling at me like that? But then the MC suddenly remembers the actual plot of this game. Right, Flame is supposed to claim the other high-tier staff, Teravon. But this right here is exactly where their paths are meant to diverge. If Flame successfully grabs Teravon, Yusong will take an interest in her talent, opening up his true route. That is the canon storyline playing out perfectly. But if she chooses some random staff instead, Yusong goes down a completely different path. He realizes he has to use Flame to properly rope in Yusong. With that in mind, our MC finally spots Flame in the crowd. She is currently stepping toward a certain magic staff, looking pretty deep in thought. She seems totally hesitant, still weighing her options, but the MC instantly recognizes that weapon. It is Teravon. He nervously locks his eyes right on it. He watches closely as Flame slowly inches closer and closer to the Teravon staff. Staring hard at her back, the MC practically cheers her on internally. That is right, just take it. Do it. Then Ma Yu-song gets curious about her, and we get the perfect happy ending. He is practically begging the universe. But plot twist. Just as she gets right up to Teravon, she randomly turns around and walks away. The MC is so shocked, he almost coughs up blood. What the heck? Seriously, what is going on? Does she actually not like Teravon? Is she clueless? Or maybe she just does not have enough information yet. Now this is where you and I realize things are going off script. Since Flame is the main character, she can resonate with literally any staff here. But what if she accidentally picks some totally weird, useless staff? Then he loses his absolute best option. Nope, sitting around is not an option anymore. He has to take action right now. He needs to push Teravon straight into Flame's hands. Making his choice, he focuses hard on her exact position. He triggers his dash skill instantly, blasting across the room straight toward her. Quick as lightning, he appears right behind her before she can even blink. Suddenly, Flame feels someone standing directly behind her. She whips her head around, totally startled. What the heck? Since when was this guy standing right there? Our boy Baek Yunsung just awkwardly raises a hand and flashes a friendly smile. Hey there, hello, hi, just dropping by to say a quick hello. I was just a little curious about which staff you were planning to pick. Flame looks at him totally confused. Why would you even want to know? What does that have to do with you? The MC awkwardly rubs his neck. Well, I just wanted to offer some advice since you look a bit lost. Hearing his completely lame excuse, Flame glares at him coldly. That is really none of your business. If you do not have anything else to say, I am leaving. And with that, she literally turns her back and walks off. Seeing this, he tries to stop her, but wait, he suddenly realizes something is incredibly wrong here. Wait a minute. Is Flame not supposed to be super friendly with everyone? She is literally the sociable, nice main character. Why is she acting so totally cold? But he cannot just give up here. His entire life depends on making this happen. Gathering every ounce of courage he has left, he desperately calls out. Hey wait, I really just want to help you out, I promise. But this only annoys Flame even more. She snaps back at him without missing a beat. You talk too much. Worry about yourself first. You have not even picked your own staff yet, so stop trying to meddle in everybody else's business. But our MC is definitely not backing down that easily. He quickly adds, wait, but I honestly feel like there is one specific staff absolutely perfect for you. Hearing this, Flame furiously yells back at him. Are you trying to lecture me right now? What the heck do you even know about magic staffs anyway? Faced with her intense attitude, the MC flinches, totally sweating now. What the heck? Did I do something wrong? Or does she just ignore lowly side characters like me? He stammers out his reply. Oh well. I have actually heard a lot about you. Do you seriously not think you could claim that specific staff over there? Flame looks totally caught off guard. Wait, Teravon. Seeing her finally calm down a bit, the MC smiles, his eyes crinkling in relief as he nods. Exactly, that is the one. But suddenly, a strange noise interrupts them completely, wiping the smile off the MC's face. The sound keeps getting louder and louder. The heavy aura radiating around him is intense. It scares the absolute life out of him. His eyes widen in pure shock, and then suddenly, a magic staff flies right into his hand. Blinking in confusion, he stammers, what the heck is this? He takes a real close look at the staff. And right after that, his face goes completely pale. Why is it in his hand? Flame was supposed to be the one to get it, damn it. Now our male lead is totally speechless. He has absolutely no idea how to explain this, looking super awkward. Meanwhile, Flame just stands there completely dumbfounded for a hot second. But then she smiles brightly, eyes closed, and playfully asks, well, he just stares at her weird attitude, totally getting goosebumps. He awkwardly trembles and mutters, nothing. But deep down, he's already stressing about his future. He thinks to himself, yep, it is over. I am completely doomed. So much for trying to live a quiet, low-key life. Just like that, the inheritance ceremony finally wraps up, but now you and I know the crazy aftermath is definitely still lingering. Cut to the school courtyard where Flame is casually strolling behind some random group of students. Completely by accident, she overhears the two guys chatting right in front of her. One of them says, hey, did you catch the big news this year? We actually had 2 students score high-tier magic staffs. The other guy looks super surprised and replies, wait for real. Up until now, only 5 people in history have ever pulled that off. And now 2 more did. Yep, exactly. But honestly, it is super weird. One of those 2 only used a basic teleport spell during the practical magic test. Oh wow, but teleportation is literally just entry-level magic. How is that even possible? My folks always told me that teleporting is an incredibly rare skill. This whole thing is just bizarre. That little conversation definitely gets Flame thinking hard. Even she has no clue how it happened. A little while later, Flame finally arrives right outside the self-study room. The peaceful atmosphere here instantly makes her feel relaxed. She lets out a deep breath and says, ah, finally, some actual peace and quiet. Literally everywhere she went today, people were just gossiping nonstop about the same exact thing. The massive news about 2 random students scoring. Those high-tier staffs has completely spread across the entire campus. But honestly, she still cannot figure out who that guy even is or how he managed to grab the Terrival staff. She actually read the original novel 3 full times before being transported into this world. But this random character literally never showed up in the story. They say nobody can claim the Terrible staff, yet he resonated with the thing so incredibly easily. Wait, no, he was definitely just trying to show off in front of her. But whatever, she decides to drop it. Thinking about it now is totally pointless anyway. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out her name. Hey Flame, are you planning to self-study too? Hearing someone call out, she quickly turns around, giving a bright smile and cheerfully answers, you kids are so weird. Did you guys honestly think I was some massive bookworm? The blonde girl instantly fires back, no way. You always claim you have nothing to do, but then you just sit and study anyway. Flame awkwardly replies, oh come on, that is completely false. Another girl standing nearby looks totally confused and asks, but wait Flame, why do you keep calling us kids? Aren't we all literally the exact same age? Flame scrambles to make up a random excuse to brush it off. Oh, it's just a weird habit of mine, I guess. Back where I used to live, everyone totally treated me like an old lady. Hey. But the real truth, she knows full well. She is literally living inside a fantasy novel, so acting like a kid feels impossible. Then another sweet voice suddenly chimes in. So are you planning to just study all by yourself today? Looking over, Flame spots an incredibly cute girl rocking bright red hair. She immediately thinks to herself, wait, could this girl actually be the famous Jackie? Why is her fashion taste so perfectly similar to mine? Even with those thoughts, she just cheerfully replies, ah no, there is actually a club meeting starting soon, so I am heading there. Anyway, I gotta run. Okay, let's grab a drink next time then. After saying her goodbyes, Flame hurriedly turns around to leave. She definitely makes sure to wave her hand and shout, bye-bye guys. But get this, a second ago, she was super cheerful and friendly, but now she instantly snaps right back to her default cold attitude. She sighs, thinking, man, being a grown adult trying to act like a high school student is seriously exhausting. Because she is so caught up in her own random thoughts, she completely ignores what is in front of her. Bam! She slams right into someone's chest. She immediately grabs her head, groaning, ouch, that really hurts. Suddenly, the person she just crashed into speaks up, Flame. Hearing that super familiar, warm voice, she blinks in surprise and quickly looks up. Wait, hey Gujung, is that you? The handsome guy immediately asks her, hey, are you okay down there? What were you even thinking about to be walking so carelessly? Flame rubs her head and mutters, ah yeah, I am fine. He looks at Flame for a hot second before asking, honestly, your face looks pretty pale. Is something bothering you? Hearing those genuinely warm and caring words from him, Flame's eyes instantly start sparkling. She happily thinks, oh, he is actually worried about me. She shyly blushes and replies, ah, no, I am fine. Hearing that, he just nods and shifts the topic. Well, I am glad you are okay. Heading to self-study. Yep, exactly. Wait, are you off to that special training room made strictly for S-rank students? He chuckles. Daily training is mandatory. I cannot afford to get lazy. Flame smiles. You're way too dedicated, you know that. Hey, you probably should not be the one saying that. Oh really? And just like that, you and I get to witness a cute little cat and dog bickering session kick off. Right after that, the handsome guy stops talking and just stares at Flame with absolute affection. He flashes a warm smile, then gently waves his hand right in front of her face. Anyway, I gotta run. I will see you around, okay? And just like that, he walks off, leaving Flame standing there totally confused. She was literally just imagining some perfect romance novel scenario, but nope, none of that actually happened. Feeling a little bit disappointed, Flame pouts, turns around to leave, and grumbles to herself, oh, what an absolute buzzkill. But suddenly, her eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock. Slowly stepping out from behind a nearby door, her blonde-haired friend, that purple-haired girl, was still peeking at her from the corner. Noticing this, Flame casually waved her hand, but the mysterious girl just turned and walked away in absolute silence. Flame felt a little confused by the sudden cold shoulder, but honestly, it was getting late and there was simply zero time to chase after her right now. A little while later, she finally arrived at the designated self-study room. Standing right in front of the heavy door, she thought to herself, a special makeup class. According to her memory of the original novel, both Isel and Hong Bi-yeon would attend this exact meeting. She was incredibly curious to see how the female lead and the main villainess of this entire story would actually face off against each other. Right after that thought, she pushed the heavy door open and confidently stepped inside. Just as she predicted, every single important character had already shown up. She slowly scanned the crowded room, and the very first thing that caught her eye was the host of this whole thing, A-Rank Kai. He looked genuinely shocked by the absolute heavyweights who actually decided to show up for today's little study session. Flame quickly secured a seat high up in the back of the classroom. That way, she could easily keep a close eye on everything going down without being noticed. As she sat down, she realized this was a makeup session specifically for students trying to rank up. No wonder it looked like the entire room was totally packed out, with all these famous S-rank students joining in. Suddenly, Flame spotted Ma Yu-sung and Baek Yunsung. The two of them were actually chatting it up with each other, looking like they were having a really fun conversation. This completely caught Flame off guard. In this specific world, how could a major player like Ma Yu-sung actually show interest in a literal nobody like Baek Yunsung? Flame knew this could not just be some random coincidence. And honestly, the fact that Baek Yunsung somehow failed every single question except those 3 hellish problems made absolutely zero sense. Maybe from the very beginning he already knew that if he managed to crack those specific questions, he would automatically be placed into the S-rank tier. And if he actually knew the future before it even happened, then his perfectly calculated actions back then were honestly pretty terrifying to think about. Meanwhile, you and I can see Baek Yunsung sighing hard, secretly wishing somebody would just grab this annoying guy and throw him away, so he would never have to see him again. Ma Yu-sung, on the other hand, was all smiles. He beamed right at him and asked, "Oh hey Baek Yunsung, why did you decide to come sit down here? With your crazy skill level, you definitely do not need to attend this kind of basic class. Or is there some secret reason?" Our main character just forced a super awkward smile and replied, "Haha, there is really no reason at all. I just felt like checking it out today." But in absolute reality, he was completely lying to himself since he was literally forced to join this boring class. That is what happens when you get terrible grades. He stared blankly at the energetic guy, standing right in front of him, totally confused about why this dude was paying so much attention to him. Right at that exact moment, someone's loud voice rang out through the room. "All right, let us settle down, everyone. I think we have done enough chatting for one day. Today, we are going to be tackling the major problems from the recent ranking test that we all took. As you guys already know, the difficulty level of this specific placement exam was absolutely insane. It was so brutally hard that even the upperclassmen completely gave up on it, naming them the 3 hellish questions. So today, I am going to slowly break down and explain these exact problems for all of you guys to understand." Sure, he sounded completely confident saying that out loud, but inside, Kai was actually sweating bullets. He seriously had no idea why all these highly famous students were suddenly sitting in his class. His only real goal today was to boost his own personal reputation by acting super smart and helping out all the hopeless students in this basic room. But then a brilliant idea suddenly flashed right through Kai's mind. He smoothly shifted his eyes straight toward the direction of Baek Yunsung and thought, "Wait a second, this might actually be my perfect chance." I heard rumors that Baek Yunsung literally scored dead last in the big entrance placement exam, so all I really need to do is humiliate him and prove how much better I am. Thinking about this flawless plan, Kai puffed up his chest with total confidence and continued, "Please pay close attention, everyone. I will now walk you through exactly how to solve the first question." Then Kai started writing out his brilliant solution right on the big blackboard. This specific problem is actually a massive trick question. It is actively trying to lead all of you into a complete dead end. So the first step we need to take is exactly this. Down below, the entire crowd of students listened super closely while they were diligently taking down all their notes. Ma Yu-sung casually glanced over at Baek Yunsung, noticing he looked deep and thought about something. So he went ahead and asked, "What is your take on this? Do you think his method up there is actually correct?" Completely dumbfounded by this random question, Baek Yunsung snapped out of it and looked right over at the guy sitting next to him. Ma Yu-sung was smiling from ear to ear, eagerly waiting for his answer. Seeing this absolutely bizarre attitude, our hero turned pale and thought, "What the heck is wrong with this guy? He seriously wants to know if I think that guy is right. Bro, I honestly do not even have a clue what that guy up there is even lecturing about. What 3 hellish questions? But you know what they say, honesty is always the best policy." Thinking about that, Baek Yunsung flatly replied, "Ah, no, I really do not know either." The moment he said that, the nosy students sitting nearby instantly started gossiping. mishearing almost everything as they turned to each other and whispered, "Wait, what did Baek Yunsung just say?" "He just said Kai is totally wrong. It looks like these two are intentionally trying to completely humiliate Kai, since everyone in the room knows Baek Yunsung got the absolute worst score on the exam." Meanwhile, our arrogant friend Kai, who was still busy writing away on the blackboard, clearly overheard all those whispers and immediately stopped. You can almost see the rage as he angrily gritted his teeth in complete frustration. Now, here is where you and I realize something has gone terribly wrong. Our hero nervously peeked to the left, then to the right, totally confused. What in the world is happening right now? Why on earth is everyone staring directly at me? As for Kai up at the front, he dropped his chalk and completely stopped writing. Snapping his chalk in half, he dramatically confessed, "That is right, I made a mistake." Hearing this out of nowhere, Baek Yunsung was absolutely stunned. What the heck is even happening right now? But right after that, Kai suddenly flashed this incredibly smug villain's smile and continued, "Well then, Baek Yunsung, why do you not come down here and help everyone solve this exact problem?" Hearing that challenge, Baek Yunsung felt his hair stand straight up in sheer panic. What in the world is this crazy guy even talking about? Alright, watch this. What is going on here? Our guy catches Ma Yuseung staring right at him, which is surprising. That dude is smiling brightly, looking completely confident. His face basically says, "You got this, keep going." But at this point, our main character totally figures it out. This guy and the others are obviously doing this on purpose. They are setting up this ridiculous little trap. Realizing this, he slowly steps down toward the podium. As he walks, he just sighs and thinks, "Alright, fine." He thinks, "If you all want to humiliate me, you are making a massive mistake. I am going to make your jaws drop until you completely admit defeat." Right now, absolutely everyone in the room has their eyes locked on him. As soon as he hits the podium, he pulls something out of his pocket. He pulls it out and quickly scans through the guy's solution. Turns out the item he grabbed is just a pair of reading glasses. He suddenly realizes something. 3 questions from hell. Honestly, it looks more like cheap wordplay. The question goes a little bit like this. A powerful mage chants a specific magic spell. The spell says, "O Mother Earth, please shed your tears and let the dust multiply to double its original size." The tricky question they're asking is this. Why exactly does this happen? The answer to this puzzle is actually super simple. Is the dirt literally crying? No, they are just in a separated state. It is just a state of separation. Our main character frustratingly scratches his head, muttering curses at whoever had enough free time to invent this. Whoever threw this mind-bending question at him is insane. It is basically a complete joke. Yet, in this academy, it is somehow a massive deal to all these people. But thinking about it again, the way Kai solved this problem is completely bizarre. It is literally like returning ashes to ashes and dust to dust. Absolutely ridiculous. His completely absurd method is completely wrong, yet somehow it magically leads right to the exact correct answer. Talk about crazy luck saving his skin. The universe definitely blessed him there. If he faced any similar question, he would be instantly destroyed. And from this moment on, the main stage belongs to our guy. Pay attention, everyone. Thinking this, our main character suddenly turns to Kai and drops a brutal truth bomb. "I honestly cannot show you how to solve this. I cannot show you how to fix this exact question, but I will tell you exactly where you went wrong." Kai violently flinches and starts desperately stuttering. "What are you talking about?" The main character calmly continues talking. "The issue is about the Earth Foundation, but what if it was water or wind instead? What would happen then? Do you really think your method could solve those? If so, I am going to use a completely different and much simpler method. But if you do that, you will need a ton of different methods just to solve the same type of question. Therefore, you just got incredibly lucky today. You only got the right answer through pure luck. This absolutely does not mean your answer matches the actual intention of the person who created this test question." Hearing this, Kai stands there with his mouth wide open in shock. He tries to argue back, but his throat chokes up, barely stuttering out 2 useless words. He just has to swallow his bitter pride. Our guy is absolutely right. Seeing Kai looking completely defeated, our main character feels a little bit guilty about it. "Guess I was a bit too harsh and crushed his mood." He continues speaking, saying, "Anyway, the real way to solve this is actually going to be like this." Kai furiously starts taking rapid notes. The entire crowd of students below also starts eagerly writing everything down. Witnessing this insane scene, our guy is completely caught off guard. Let us pause here for a second. Why is suddenly everyone paying such close attention to his words? Isel Moon and Hong Bi-yeon should be jumping into combat right now. They should be trying to fight him. Yet now both of them are deeply engrossed in analyzing his solution. Seriously, what in the world is happening right now? It is honestly too much to handle. By this time, evening has finally fallen, painting the entire sky a deep shade of purple. Over on the other side, Ma Yuseung waves goodbye to him, saying, "See you tomorrow, buddy." The guy flashes a super bright smile and just walks away. Our MC awkwardly raises his hand. He forces a stiff wave back, saying goodbye. Once Ma Yusong is out of sight, he grabs his face in total despair, thinking he is completely doomed now. Hanging around this Ma Yusong guy is going to get him killed one day. He does not even want it tomorrow, nor does he ever want to see him again. Thinking this, he slowly lowers his arms, stares at his long fingers, and suddenly gets an idea. It has to be because of that stupid cell phone. Even trying to use it is super frustrating. But that is exactly why Ma Yusong noticed him. Damn it, why does he constantly have to bump into that crazy guy? It is so weird because until now, no one besides Flame has ever used it. While aimlessly wandering around, he suddenly spots Hong Bayon standing right over there. She is just standing there, hesitating, her face looking a little bit sad. He thinks to himself, what is wrong with this girl? Her expression looks totally gloomy. Whatever, it has nothing to do with him, no need to waste energy caring. Then he just casually walks right past her. But suddenly, the girl speaks up. Hey you. He is still standing there, completely confused, wondering if he heard her wrong when she continues talking. I actually have something I need to ask you. The main character is visibly shocked. He never expected a totally perfect person like her to ever ask him anything. He replies, Hong Bayon, what is going on? What is it? She does not beat around the bush at all and goes straight to the point. Why didn't you explain your answer back there just now? Hearing this, our main character freezes up for a few seconds, internally thinking, wait, I definitely did explain it. But honestly, he has no clue how to respond. How is he supposed to explain it anymore? If the question literally has no answer, how can he explain it? This girl must be having a massive misunderstanding. He awkwardly scratches his head and ears. Well, I didn't really need to explain it anyway. Hong Bayon hears this and immediately cuts him off. I understand now. You just did not want to reveal it out there, right? This statement makes him even more confused, thinking to himself that is not it. Then she speaks. Well then, I will compensate you for it. Our main character hears this and almost falls over. What are you talking about? Bayon loudly and clearly declares her intention. I said I will compensate you fairly, so whatever is inside your head, just explain it so I can understand. On this side, our guy is completely shocked. His mouth is left hanging wide open. A little while later, the two of them sneak over to Professor Lee's office, struggling for a bit before finally arriving. Baek Yunsung finally tracks down his exam paper. He glances over at Hong Bayon's test and asks, I seriously do not get why you're paying me just to solve 3 measly questions on a placement test. Hong Bayon shrugs. I have my reasons. I'd rather not say. Just tell me the answers. All right, whatever you say, princess. Baek Yunsung dutifully checks her paper. But wait, you and I need to see this. She literally only got those 3 specific questions wrong. Meanwhile, he bombed the entire rest of the test. And you're coming to me for help. Aren't you embarrassed? Hong Bayon just looks at him totally deadpan. No. The only thing I'm ashamed of is that I still cannot figure out those answers. If someone can actually explain this to me, I'll do literally anything. Baek Yunsung just stares at her completely stunned. Wait a second, he thinks to himself. Aren't you supposed to be the model student here? He asks her straight up. But why come to me? You're literally a princess. You have plenty of smart friends to ask, right? Hong Bayon stammers for a second. Well, out of 1,141 freshmen, only 3 people actually answered these 3 absolute nightmare questions correctly. And you're one of them. Baek Yunsung's jaw practically hits the floor. Wait, what? Come again? She looks a little dejected as she admits those questions literally had no real answers. Yet somehow, Ma Yusong and he both cracked them. And honestly, that is exactly why I feel so utterly humiliated. Baek Yunsung is losing his mind right now. His hands start shaking. No, hold on a second. He jumps right up and yells. So these 3 questions were just a massive trick. Nobody was actually supposed to solve them. Hong Bayon nods. Didn't you realize that when you answered them? Baek Yunsung swallows his frustration and collapses back into his chair. His mind is spinning. This is absolutely insane. Now it makes sense why he got thrown into Class S and why Flame tried stopping him. He literally knows absolutely 0 things about the actual game lore in this world. He had no idea those were trick questions, but Flame, she definitely knew, because she actually read the entire original novel. Even if she doesn't know the game's exact plot, she definitely knows the world-building rules. Like for instance, those 3 ridiculous trick questions. But since an unwritten side character suddenly popped up, Flame had no choice but to acknowledge the existence of this Baek Yunsung guy. Damn it, no wonder she was acting so incredibly sketchy. Hong Bayon notices him totally freaking out and just looks completely bewildered. Are you okay? Baek Yunsung instantly plays it cool. Oh, I'm fine, don't worry about it. Just do not forget your promise to do me a massive favor once I explain these answers. Hong Bayon nods. Yeah, of course. Baek Yunsung smiles. I just have one tiny little request, and that is to reforge my staff into a magic sword. With your kingdom's elite blacksmiths, you can easily make that happen, right? Hearing this, Han Bi-yeon's eyes go wide in total shock, but only cheap low-tier mercenaries use those kinds of weapons. Why would a future mage like you even want one? Baek Yunsung quickly cuts her off. Ah, it just suits my personal style. Obviously, he can't exactly admit it's for his own weakness. He gives her a super expectant look. So what do you say? Can you actually pull it off or not? Han Bi-yeon pauses, thinking it over for a second, before confidently replying, well, naturally. Something like that is ridiculously easy for me. And boom, that is exactly what he wanted to hear. Our guy is visibly hyped, his face totally lighting up as he thinks jackpot. With the deal sealed, he finally starts to explain. All right, I'll show you exactly how to crack this question first. He points straight at the exam paper and declares, the secret is changing your entire perspective. Han Bi-yeon just stares at him completely lost. Change my perspective. See, Baek Yunsung already knows exactly what her biggest flaw is. Now, here's where you and I need to pay attention. Han Bi-yeon's magic is way too rigid, entirely trapped by textbook rules. Normally, she only figures this out during her second year, right after getting crushed by flame. He doubts he can fully fix it today, but hopefully he can at least point her in the right direction. So time to drop some wisdom. He looks at her and asks, do you actually understand what a trick question even is? Caught off guard, Han Bi-yeon blinks. A trick question? I mean, I think I've heard the term before. Baek Yunsung nods. Okay, let me give you a quick example then. Tell me what sits right between a knee and a knee. She immediately rests her chin, racking her absolute genius brain and guesses. The inner joint of the kneecap. Baek Yunsung stays totally deadpan. Nope, you're completely wrong. The answer is literally the word and. Han Bi-yeon still doesn't get it at all. Wait, why? He emphasizes the riddle again. I was asking you what word is literally standing between the word knee and the other word knee. You get what I mean now, right? Realizing she just got completely trolled by a simple pun, Han Bi-yeon looks ready to explode. Seeing her practically catching fire, Baek Yunsung backs up a little. Whoa, hey now, chill out, don't get all mad at me over a little joke. Just calm down and look at the actual exam question again. It has its own unique rules and hidden tricks you just haven't learned yet. And that is my whole point. When facing a ridiculous problem, you have to solve it creatively. But honestly, do you think you can actually do that, relying purely on your own current imagination? Hearing this hard truth, Han Bi-yeon's proud expression immediately crumbles. Looking totally embarrassed, she quietly admits, no, that's impossible for me right now. Baek Yunsung finally breathes a huge sigh of relief. He smiles. Obviously, look, even though memorizing 1,000 different spells and their applications is super important for a true mage, the absolute most crucial thing is how you perceive the world itself. Through your own unique perspective, magic can become infinitely unpredictable even if it starts with the tiniest little shift. But right now, you only ever think about what you have physically seen and memorized from textbooks. And those are just dry, unpractical theories. Magic isn't just a basic math formula where you memorize and cast. You are someone who has. You might beat me in analysis, but you are totally missing the single most crucial trait for a mage, and that is creativity. After RMC's ridiculously long lecture, Han Bi-yeon actually stays silent, soaking in every single word he just said. It hits her hard, so hard, that she cannot even deny it or hide her emotions. Her hands are literally trembling non-stop right now. She is sinking deep into absolute despair. RMC sees her deadly serious face and starts sweating buckets. He awkwardly rubs the back of his head. So, you totally understand exactly what I just said, right? Even if it sounded a tiny bit complicated and super abstract. Han Bi-yeon immediately puffs up with total confidence, replying, of course, I understand it. Our MC forces a totally awkward smile. In his head, he is panicking, thinking even he doesn't know what he just said. Getting serious again, he tells her, I am really glad you grasped my profound words. All right, we are about to see something wild. Let's start. Let me ask you, what does a man say to his horse when taking it to bed? Hearing this nonsense, she gets totally confused and rests her chin, thinking hard. What in the world does a man say to his horse at bedtime? Her brain completely short-circuits. Unable to figure it out, she replies, sadly, I honestly have no idea. Our guy instantly gives the punchline. The answer is super simple. It is bedtime. And without skipping a beat, he fires off a whole barrage of weird questions. Why don't they work harder? I don't know, probably because they are always lying down when they work. Okay, so what happens when rock, paper, and scissors all enter a foot race together? I don't know. Well, my genius answer is that the rock is just going to roll while the paper and scissors stay stuck. Their physical shapes literally don't let them move an inch. He turns to check on Han Bi-yeon and instantly shuts his mouth tight. Her entire body is practically vibrating right now. This is looking really bad. She is completely tormenting herself over these dumb jokes. She is frowning so hard and grinding her teeth loudly. It is incredibly uncomfortable to watch. Before this murderous attitude, our MC starts sweating for real. He thinks, oh my god, she looks like she's absolutely about to snap. Gathering up his last shred of courage, he drops one more riddle. So what does the cloud say to the sea? Wait, scratch that. What does it say when it rains? She focuses with intense brain power, cheering herself on internally. Come on, you got this. Just calm down and think outside the box. After an epic internal struggle, she finally stammers out, I am falling into the sea. Hearing this, our guy is completely caught off guard. He cheers loudly. Oh wow, you actually got it right. Finally, she nailed one of his ridiculous riddles and gets his total approval. In her heart, an overwhelming joy bubbles up. You can literally see the pure happiness glowing on her face right now. Hong Bai-Yun bursts into an incredibly bright, radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with pure excitement. And honestly, this adorable reaction takes our MC completely by surprise. Because this is actually the very first time he has ever seen her smile in the game or in reality. He cannot help but smile back, feeling pretty smug. Just like a proper princess, her creativity really is on a whole different level now. Realizing she is getting way too much praise, her face flushes bright red as she tries keeping it cool. Alright, whatever, skip that part. Just hit me with the next question. The MC flashes a super cheeky grin right back at her. Good, that is the spirit. So my next riddle is... And just like that, the two of them keep chatting away happily until the sun completely sets. Outside the academy, a few groups of students are still hanging around, laughing and joking. Meanwhile, our MC is quietly heading home all by himself. He looks totally drained, rocking some massive dark circles under his eyes. He sighs heavily, thinking he seriously just wasted 3 whole hours of his life, spitting absolute nonsense riddles at Hong Bi-Yeon. And honestly, he doubts she will even remember half the things he said. But speaking of her, in the future, she is guaranteed to become an incredibly badass witch with a genius-level brain. But her biggest flaw? Her thinking is way too rigid and completely textbook. And even if he wanted to exploit that flaw, just to tease her, she might be a villain, but our MC still feels terribly guilty about it. However, he urgently needs to forge Teravon into a proper magic sword, so he has to push even harder. Honestly, this is so completely unlike his usual self. Back in the day, he handled everything perfectly on his own. Whatever overthinking just causes headaches. Our guy needs to go hunt down some books for his upcoming classes. A short while later, our MC arrives in a rather shady alley. He peeks around desperately, searching for something, muttering, this is not right, it should be right. Around here somewhere, right? My memory cannot be failing me now. Then his eyes suddenly light up as he whispers, found it. This is totally the place. Right in front of him stands this old, totally rundown building, completely covered in thick dust and creepy cobwebs. Stepping inside and checking out the completely desolate state of this room, he thinks, wow, this place is basically a ruin. Glancing at the shop owner, a memory hits him. Our MC knows a secret about this weird boss running this bookstore. The old man has a creepy habit of faking sleep to spy on customers. If the MC's game knowledge is right, inside this completely nameless little shop lies the legendary notebook of Mela. Stick with me here, this changes everything. That guy was the absolute top student at Stella Academy 10 years ago. Back then, it only took him one simple mouse click to view those stats. But inside this crazy reality, he actually needs physical books to learn magic, plus whatever text he studies affects how his character levels up. At first, he bought guides from famous shops, but soon he realized the truly overpowered items are always hidden inside these random, no-name, dirty alley stores. With that in mind, he heads deeper into the shop and starts digging. He is practically bouncing with excitement, thinking taking the magic engineering class while holding Mela's personal notes. That is absolutely broken. A perfect score is guaranteed. Although now that our guy really thinks about it, just wearing those ridiculous crested glasses would probably secure him a decent grade anyway. But hey, what if he stumbles upon some insane secret magic formula hidden inside? Suddenly, a bright flash of color catches his eye. A dusty green book tucked away in the back corner of the cabinet. He gasped out loud, the exact item I need. Found it. He reaches out to grab the book, but another hand suddenly shoots out at the exact same time. Now they are just standing there staring awkwardly. He blinks in surprise. Isel Moon. She looks totally confused and asks, wait, how do you know my name of? Course I do, you're practically famous. Our guy replies smoothly. Recognition finally dawns on her face as she says, oh, right, you were in the supplementary group. Your name is Baek Yunsung, isn't it? He sighs clearly, a bit disappointed inside. He thinks to himself, come on, you seriously don't remember us meeting before the academy? She completely misses it and continues, I really enjoyed that debate back then, but it's a shame you couldn't explain the full answer. At that exact moment, he suddenly remembers something crucial. Isel Moon was actually the one who couldn't solve those questions either. She brushes it off, saying it was nice meeting him anyway. Then she just coldly turns around and walks away. Seeing that frosty attitude, he stands there looking a little shocked. But honestly, the only thing that matters right now is that nobody snagged the book. He quickly snatches it up and glances back over at Moon. He wonders what she is even doing here. Meanwhile, she is already busy, looking for more books, but she seems super hesitant to actually buy anything. You can literally see her anxiously checking the price tag on every single copy. She lets out a heavy defeated sigh and quietly puts the book back. Baek Yunsung watches this entire scene play out. He already knows exactly why she is even here. This shop only sells second-hand books, so the customers are usually completely broke students just like him. Someone coming from a totally ruined family like Moon, having lost absolutely everything, really has no other option. Her father was probably murdered by dark mages. He suddenly feels so bad for her. It is tragic. A literal princess forced to buy cheap used books, constantly stressing over every price tag because she is so broke. Plus, her ending in the original novel is absolutely brutal. She actually dies before Flame even does. And now, as the main character of this world, he knows she is basically the unluckiest person in the entire game. Pushing those thoughts away, he finally finishes picking out a few good books for himself. They look incredibly thick and heavy. He drops the huge stack right in front of the owner. "I'll take these." At that exact moment, Moon walks up to the counter too. Seeing the massive pile he chose, she just stands there staring with pure envy. She really did not expect him to buy so many heavy textbooks. Even the shop owner looks completely stunned. "You want all of these?" "All right then." Baek Yunsung just gives a slight nod and glances over at Moon. She looks kind of miserable standing there, so he quickly asks her, "Hey, you okay?" She shrugs it off and says, "Seems you are pretty. I mean, you picked out some really great books." Baek Yunsung hears this and instantly gets suspicious. Was she just about to insult him? He plays along. "Oh yeah, which ones?" Moon points. "All of those, but why? Are you reading about advanced ceiling theory? That is an ancient art that requires physical items to work. Honestly, these days, since alchemists and magic engineers are so insanely advanced, basically nobody uses that ancient skill anymore." Baek Yunsung just smiles and says, "Oh, this specific book. Yeah, you are totally right, it really isn't all that useful." Moon stares at him like he has completely lost his mind. Then she coldly crosses her arms and says, "So, you actually already knew that?" He just shrugs casually. "Obviously, that is exactly why I am buying it." Hearing his confident answer, Moon is so stunned that her jaw practically hits the floor. Wait, what? Baek Yunsung grabs his huge stack of books with a sly grin. "Since everyone thinks exactly like you, it makes scoring high in this class super easy. Anyway, I gotta run. See ya." He walks away feeling incredibly smug, just like Moon said. Absolutely, nobody wants to take the ceiling theory class. But because of that, he will spend way less time studying while easily grabbing way better grades than in any other class. With these specific textbooks, this semester is going to be a total breeze. He disappears down the street, leaving Moon standing there, completely speechless. She is so confused and definitely wants to ask more, but her massive ego keeps her quiet. Now you and I jump to the very next day at Stella Academy. Moon is pacing nervously down the main hallway. This is officially her first ever lesson for the Void Theory class and her first real class since enrolling. She tries to reassure herself. This subject is an easy pass, right? It probably won't be too terrible. She takes a deep breath and finally steps inside. The room is actually packed with students already. She quickly spots an empty seat, but she instantly overhears a worried conversation from the group right next to her. "Hey, are you taking Void Theory too?" "Yeah, but honestly, I think I am totally doomed. I only registered because everyone said this class was an easy pass." The rumor definitely spread too far because all the top-tier pros enrolled here. It is literally game over for us average kids. Moon hears their panic and just lets out a tired sigh. She guesses she will just have to try her absolute hardest in all of her other classes to make up for it. Soon enough, the brutal lesson finally ends. The students drag themselves out of the room looking completely drained. Everyone is complaining nonstop. "My legs are completely numb from sitting. I am starving. What is for lunch today? Let's just check the cafeteria." Moon trudges quietly behind the crowd, feeling totally defeated. She sighs heavily, panicking inside. What is she going to do? With so many elite students in her class, getting that scholarship is going to be almost impossible. Right on cue, her stomach starts growling incredibly loud. Clutching her incredibly thin wallet, she hesitates. Maybe she should just go grab some food first. Let's see here. For this entire semester, she only has 60 meal tickets left in her budget, so it looks like plain bread for lunch today. But suddenly, her eyes widen in pure shock at what she sees. On her depressing walk over to the cafeteria, she just so happens to pass by a random classroom. And right there, sitting near the back, is Baek Yunsung. At first, She is super confused about what he is actually doing in there, but watching the professor teach it suddenly clicks. This has to be the exact same class he was bragging about registering for, but honestly, it's super weird. There are barely any students and they all look like total slackers. This professor is definitely about to. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. She realizes taking this class means scoring easy high grades without wasting any time. That way, she could save her energy for other subjects to secure a scholarship. But wait, how did this guy know this class was a total breeze? Seriously, did he actually calculate exactly which subjects to pick for an easy ride? No way. What in the world is she even thinking right now? She brushes it off as pure coincidence and just walks away. Cut to the very next morning, the bright sun already shining high in the sky. Over in a corner of the classroom, students are totally focused on the lecture. The teacher starts off, you all definitely know by now what the true root of magic actually is. The creator mage white robes spread magic across the entire world. Both humans and all the other magical races finally learn how to use it. And the professor giving this lecture, that is Professor Lilin, an absolute expert on the divine moons. He continues. That legendary mage taught the elf race nature magic, taught the dwarves material magic, and finally gave humans the power of pure elemental magic. After that, he ascended to heaven, blah blah blah. What follows is just a super abstract, completely mind-numbing lore dump. Our main character sits there completely clueless. He sighs hard, thinking, man, at this rate, I am going to be totally useless in 3 years. In the game, I could skip all this boring lore with a single click, but this class actually matters. Who knows, maybe it hides some clue to what the true ending really is. But hey, that is just my own guess. Suddenly, he stops and notices something completely unexpected. The person sitting right next to him looks awfully familiar. Turning his head, he thinks in shock, wait, you are taking this class too? I don't remember any main character signing up for this one. Whatever it is, none of my business. Up front, the professor is still aggressively lecturing. Humanity's curiosity did not just stop at basic elemental magic. Mages actually traveled the entire world to secretly steal the magic of all the other races. Even then, they still were not satisfied, but there was nothing left to learn. The creator mage left behind 12 divine moons and vanished, without a single trace. Does anyone here know about the 12 divine moons? Right then, a super clear, confident voice rings out across the room. People say they are the absolute guardians protecting the balance of power across the entire continent. And guess who is speaking? None other than the brilliant Isel Moon herself. She adds, I also heard they are scattered everywhere, carrying out that sacred mission until 1,000 years ago. The teacher is genuinely impressed by her flawless answer. He nods and says, oh, spot on. That is absolutely correct. They hold a very special power to protect our continent. Take the summer moon, for example. The 6th moon is red summer, and it carries a blazing red flame. Legend says that fire will never burn out. If you dive to the bottom of the Alamanca Sea, you will still see that red fire burning. Anyone curious can go check it out. Our guy shudders, thinking, is this teacher out of his mind? A joke. If any living thing steps into Sea King Alamanca's territory, they get instantly wiped out of existence. Back at the podium, the professor keeps going. This right here is the Levian Coast, a massive ocean whirlpool completely frozen solid by the 12th moon known as Blue Winter. Every single divine moon has its own unique power. But the real miracle, that only happens if you can somehow combine all of them. A student in the back raises a hand and asks, teacher, what exactly is that miracle? The professor's voice suddenly drops deep and serious. Nobody actually knows that. They have been fast asleep for 1,000 years. Our guy realizes the teacher is right. At the very least, he only encountered a few divine moons while playing the game, and even then he only saw 5 during super rare limited time events. Now stick with me here. He already gathered all the info from other players, and no gamer ever found more moons than him. If my guess is right, those 12 divine moons are directly tied to the true ending, because literally nobody unlocked the real ending in 10 years of gaming. The answer has to be hidden in content no one has seen. I only managed to find 5 moons after risking my life countless times. But if I want to witness that true ending for real, so be it. I will just have to start completely over. Meanwhile, an outdoor training field, a massive ball of fire is screaming toward a practice dummy. A fierce woman in a stunning red dress stands confidently and shouts, raw power is not everything. No matter how devastating your attack is, if you completely miss the enemy, then it is totally useless. This is Professor Hong Jae, the fire class instructor. She paces back and forth, sharply observing her students as they practice. Suddenly, she feels the heavy shift of energy in the air. A split second later, a violently massive burst of fire magic rockets forward, slamming right into the dummy. Boom, boom, a massive explosion shakes the ground. The professor watches this insane raw power, looking pretty satisfied at first, but then her eyes widen in absolute shock. As the heavy smoke finally clears from the massive blast, the training dummy is not even burnt to a crisp. It is standing there completely unharmed. The professor groans in heavy disappointment. That is just terrible, Hong Bayon. Hearing this harsh scolding, the poor girl shakes like a leaf. Hong Bayon sadly retreats to a bench, her eyes heavy with crushing disappointment. She realizes she just failed her mother yet again. Mother is going to be so furious with me. Suddenly, a sweet voice calls out, "Princess." She slowly looks up to see a cute girl with red pigtails looking absolutely adorable. The girl flashes a massive smile and gently asks her, "Hey, are you holding up okay?" She sits down right next to Hong Bayon and softly says, "Please do not be sad, princess. You looked absolutely amazing out there." But Hong Bayon just stares back indifferently. "What do you mean by that? You use the exact same magic, but yours was way stronger. At least yours is useful." "Wait, what? I didn't even land my shot, but your magic is seriously incredible. Honestly, watching it in action looks absolutely awesome. Honestly, I have known all about you since I was just a little kid." Hearing that, Hong Bayon instantly realizes this girl standing right here is actually a fire mage, exactly like her. Her name is Jackie, and honestly, Hong Bayon feels like she has heard that name floating around somewhere before. Rumor has it that a new genius fire mage just appeared. But honestly, even with that title, it does not even come close to her own magical power. Thinking that Hong Bayon casually praises her, saying her high accuracy is already pretty impressive. Hearing the compliment, the girl gets totally flustered and shyly replies, "But if you practice more, I could never compare to you." Hong Bayon suddenly stands right up and firmly tells her, "Yeah, but that only works on the weak anyway. Honestly, though, talking to you just made me feel a whole lot better. See you later." And with that, Hong Bayon just walks away, leaving the twin-braided girl sitting there completely speechless. We cut straight over to a massive castle looking perfectly clean and organized. Wait, Hong Bayon is actually here too, but she is looking absolutely exhausted today. Right then, a sharp voice suddenly calls out to her, "Princess." A very intense, serious-looking woman steps up right behind her. She gives a formal bow and says, "Welcome back, my lady." And this woman is Hong Bayon's personal bodyguard, Eterin. "My lady, I have already prepared some warm tea and sweets for you." Hong Bayon simply nods and says, "Thanks a lot for that." Eterin then brings up the mission to redesign that magic staff Hong Bayon handed over earlier. Since the quality of the staff is so incredibly high, experts said they could actually forge a high-tier magic sword from it. Hong Bayon munches on her snacks, looking slightly skeptical. "Really? Are you sure about that?" Eterin speaks up again. However, there is one major concern. Hong Bayon looks totally surprised. A concern? Eterin hesitates nervously. "I heard a rumor that the weapon constantly drains mana straight from its owner." Hearing that, Hong Bayon completely freaks out, jumps to her feet and spins around. She looks absolutely panicked. "Wait, what? Doesn't that just make it a cursed dark artifact?" Eterin lowers her voice slightly. "Well, not exactly, my lady, because it actually resonates perfectly with the energy of nature." Hong Bayon is totally baffled by this and mutters, "There is absolutely no way a weapon that drains its master's mana can somehow resonate with the raw power of nature. But wait, if that is true, why is that staff only a mid-tier item?" "Mid-tier," Eterin quickly replies, "that is exactly why it sits at that specific rank. Think about how this actually works. You see, the original baseline ability is supposed to massively amplify the user's mana, pushing their magic to become significantly stronger or even high tier. But here is the major catch. Because it forcefully drains mana without ever releasing it properly, the system automatically downgraded it to mid-tier." Hearing this, Hong Bayon completely loses her cool right there. She jumps up and screams, "Wait, what? A high-tier weapon? How on earth is a normal student supposed to use that?" Even Eterin looks visibly shocked by the whole situation. Meanwhile, Hong Bayon is having a total meltdown. She has zero clue how to even make sense of this, grabbing her head in panic. "I knew that staff would never resonate with just anyone right from the start, but I honestly never expected someone to actually try using it, even if they managed to get their hands on it. Unless they have a monstrous amount of mana or literally none at all, I just do not understand this, I swear. Literally, any normal person should know better." Ranting like that completely dries out her throat, so she quickly takes a tiny sip of her warm tea to soothe her voice before adding, "But whatever the case, that guy is definitely someone special." All right, you and I are skipping ahead to a few days later. The brand new semester has officially kicked off. In one of the main classrooms, an intense professor is enthusiastically lecturing his students about how attack magic actually requires way more fundamental understanding than literally any other type of magic out there. And look, our main character is sitting right there, heavily focused, and listening to every single word in class. This bald instructor is actually Professor Callum, the expert on mana channeling. He points out to the class that is exactly why taking this mana channeling course is strictly mandatory. From this moment on, during all of your combat duels, you students are going to learn how to properly channel your energy, focusing purely on magic release and precision targeting. Also taking this specific class is Isel Moon. She looks like she is paying incredibly close attention to the lecture. Up on the podium, the professor just keeps rambling on with full energy. Releasing your magic basically means firing a spell directly from the caster's own body. Meanwhile, precision targeting means casting magic onto a completely stationary object. After explaining the absolute basics, he moves on to trajectory formulas. Listen closely. From a distance of 760 meters north, a Chosu beast is currently moving at a speed of 12.6 meters per second straight south. So what exact trajectory and predicted distance does Longji need to successfully cast a water attribute magic spell? The moment the professor asks this insane question, the entire room goes dead silent. Down in the back rows, two students are quietly whispering, totally ruining the strict, serious vibe of the classroom. One of them whispers, sounding super curious, "Wait, out of all the magic elements, why water?" For this specific formula, his buddy immediately tries to shut him up, whispering back nervously, "Look, if you are not an absolute expert with the water attribute, it is seriously best to just keep your mouth shut." But honestly, isn't the professor just trying to make us suffer? Meanwhile, extreme sleepiness hits Baek Yunsung like a truck. You and I know he is completely bored out of his mind. He sits there thinking, man, why does this stupid class feel like it drags on even longer than a typical high school class back in Korea? Suddenly, the shiny-headed professor barks out a command, his voice shattering the lazy atmosphere in the room completely. "Student Baek Yunsung, stand up right now and answer this calculation." With a totally exhausted look on his face, our guy quietly mutters, "Yes, sir." But on the inside, he is absolutely screaming, "Are you kidding me? Why is it always me?" After agonizing over the insane math problem for a moment, Baek Yunsung somehow figures it out. He casually stands straight up and confidently announces, "All right, professor, I have the final answer. I am finished." Watching Baek Yuseol's presentation, you and I can see the professor's absolute shock as he blurts out, "Incredible. To think you actually managed to solve it this easily. Is your primary attribute water?" Baek Yuseol quickly waves his hands, giving a perfectly humble reply to the stunned teacher. "No, sir, it is not." The professor beams. "Oh, that is truly fantastic. Let's move on to the next question." But that exact casual attitude makes Isel look at him in a completely different light. Shortly after the lecture finally wraps up and everyone starts packing their bags to head out, suddenly a crystal-clear voice calls out from right behind him. "Excuse me." Acting on pure reflex, he turns around and asks, "Yeah, are you talking to me?" Standing right there is none other than Isel. She steps closer. "That is right. I have a question for you." A sudden thought flashes through Isel's mind. She had been observing Baek Yuseol closely, wondering about something extremely specific. And no, it is absolutely not related to his official academy ranking. It is the fact that he is insanely smart, rivaling even the top-tier prodigies. He solved that brutal problem from the professor with terrifying speed and perfect accuracy. It is honestly just unbelievable to witness. The difficulty level of that specific question was so ridiculously high that only a university-level expert or a full professor could crack it. Even here at Stella Academy, a place literally packed with genius students, just what is Baek Yuseol's real identity? At first, she doubted it completely, but now she is absolutely certain. This guy is hiding something huge. He definitely has some secret strategy for picking his classes. Getting straight to the point, Isel asks, "I want to know what your next class is." Caught completely off guard by this weird question, Baek Yuseol cannot hide his surprise. Trying to play it cool, he asks, "Why do you want to know? Do you have a crush on me or something?" Isel instantly looks super annoyed. "What the heck, Grandpa? Do you think I am some creep? Gross." Baek Yuseol's face turns purple with sheer annoyance. "I am the one who finds this gross. Am I wrong?" But right after that, our boy suddenly realizes he is supposed to be the mature adult here. What on earth is he saying? Scratching his head awkwardly, he tries again. "Anyway, why did you ask me that?" Isel's expression turns dead serious. "I have been analyzing the classes you take. It seems like you are specifically picking the courses where you can easily score high grades. I am not going to beat around the bush. I want to ask you directly right now. Where did you learn that strategy? Because this is extremely important to me." Hearing her confession, you and I know exactly what our boy is thinking. Ah, so that is it. He was wondering what she wanted, and now it makes perfect sense. He immediately waves his hands, laughing it off loudly. "Ha, what do you mean? My classes. It is probably just a massive coincidence, that is all. If that is everything, I am out of here," saying that he just turns around and walks off. Faced with his completely indifferent attitude, Isel gasps in utter disbelief. Watching his back fade into the distance, she simply cannot let him go and calls out, "Wait a second," but he does not care at all. Gathering all her courage, the girl chases after him to grab his attention. Please wait up. Our main character finally stops walking. Panting heavily from the run, she begs him, seriously, please just wait a minute. Baek Yunsung replies, what now? Why are you following me like this? Go learn that trick from someone else. There are plenty of smart people around here. Or just copy what I do. You said you already analyzed my schedule. Hearing his cold response, Izel stammers a quick explanation. But anyone who takes the theology class gets an A+ anyway, so it does not matter much. But if I register for the exact same classes as you, it might actually negatively impact your own grades. Saying this, her eyes suddenly fill with sadness and a deep wave of genuine guilt creeps right into her heart. If he loses his scholarship because of me, that would be terrible. Even in this desperate situation, she is still actively worrying about someone else's grades. Our boy looks at her pitiful expression and cannot help but think, even though she is honestly being a huge pain right now, the female lead is always going to be the female lead. Suddenly, she puts on an adorable, innocent face. But still, could you please just suggest one single class for me? Something where it is super easy to score high grades, she practically begs him. Our main character bluntly shoots back. Do you seriously think those puppy dog eyes will work on me? She touches her cheek, acting totally helpless. Huh, that is weird. Usually when people see my pretty face, all their worries just melt away. This outrageously overconfident expression makes our guy want to throw up right then and there. He completely deadpans, are you being serious right now? Isel's face instantly turns bright red as she laughs. Haha, I am just joking, I knew you would react exactly like that. That is why I prepared something super interesting as compensation for you. Hearing this, our main character shudders in pure dread. Compensation. His brain completely short-circuits as he thinks, holy crap, why do all these academy kids love giving compensation so much? Every single time they open their mouths, it is always about compensation. Suddenly, Isel drops a massive lore bomb. Do you know about the 7th magic? Hearing that, our boy violently flinches. Yes, I know it. Isel leans in closer. Really? Not many people know about that because it is an abandoned magic tower that completely vanished out of nowhere, leaving behind countless barriers to stop anyone from getting near its original location, but hidden inside. Right as she passionately explains the lore, she abruptly stops talking. Seeing Baek Yunsung's incredibly weird facial expression, she asks in panic, wait a minute, what is wrong with you? Are you okay? Meanwhile, our guy's brain is spinning out of control. I am losing my mind. This is insanely critical information. With this, Flame could dramatically increase her influence over the original main character. Plus, Flame knew about this hidden tower in the original storyline, and it turns out Isel also knows about this crazy secret. And Isel was only supposed to tell this vital info to the original protagonist, not an extra like him. Thinking about this massive plot deviation, he does not want to hear another word. You and I know he is dodging plot armor. He waves her off. That sounds terrifying. I do not want to hear it. Interesting at all. And just like that, he walks away. Ao is totally bewildered. She hurries after him, explaining, it's really not that scary. Wait, are you afraid of ghosts? At your age, Yunsung reluctantly sighs. All right, fine. I'll tell you. She immediately puts her hands on her hips, putting on a little act. You just pretended you weren't going to tell me. Why the sudden change of heart? Yunsung just shrugs it off. Yeah, I just felt like it. He keeps it brief. Honestly, knowing Io wanted to give him something in return was enough for him. With that in mind, he finally speaks up. Look, this has absolutely nothing to do with your grades. But trust me, it's going to be extremely useful for you. You need to register for meditation and emptiness as your culture class. Io just stares at him, completely stunned. Meditation. You want me to take that as a culture class? Moon, God, and meditation take priority. What do you like, cultivation or something? Not exactly, Yunsung replies. But honestly, even he isn't quite sure how to explain it. He quickly makes up a totally fake excuse. Ah well, my master is a bishop just like you. And through meditation, people can actually level up their magic. Io's eyes go wide with pure shock. Wait, seriously? Just by doing some simple meditation, drawing on his 10 long years of hardcore late-night gaming experience, he calmly explains, in reality, this specific method actually hasn't been fully discovered yet. But for bishops holding massive large-scale destruction magic, consistent meditation is absolutely critical if you want to cast it accurately using magical formulas. But above all else, your mind is what actually controls your mana. Look, I haven't told anyone else about this, but you were the exception, mostly because you're kind of cute. She blushes, totally unsure if she should even believe a single word he just said. Hey, earlier you completely called me ugly, but clearly that sudden little compliment hits the exact right spot for her. She flashes a super bright smile. Well, anyway, thank you for the tip. Even if it isn't exactly a subject that will instantly boost my grades, I will definitely register for it. Yunsung just shrugs. Hey, that is entirely up to you. Whatever you want to do." Having gotten her answer, she happily walks away. Watching her leave, Yunsung can't help but feel a sharp pang of worry. Honestly, he has absolutely no idea if what he just did was right or completely wrong. He lets out a heavy sigh. "I basically just told her everything. It actually scares me thinking about how the timeline might completely change, moving forward. But if I just ignore her, Io is doomed to face the same tragic fate in this world. If basic meditation can somehow help her survive, then that is a massive win." Right at that moment, it suddenly clicks in his head. Wait a second, he is literally a mage too. Why hasn't he even bothered practicing his own skills yet? Back in the original game, Baek Yunsung trained like an absolute madman. He awakened his delayed mana trait and leveled up insanely fast. If this were still just a game, he could easily grind out experience points just by clicking a button. But now he actually has to do the hard work himself. It's getting pretty late and there are 0 hunting quests available, so grabbing extra experience points is totally off the table. Honestly, he really should be thanking Io for the reminder. Just a moment later, let's follow Baek Yunsung as he heads back to his dorm. Here at Stella Academy, every single student lives on campus. This housing system was originally just a neat little side feature in the game for customizing your room. But for Baek Yunsung right now, this dorm is literally his only home. Since his entire home village was burned to the ground, the dorms here are strictly separated by class rank. Sure, the room sizes are exactly the same, but the number of roommates you get completely depends on your tier. And obviously, the elite S-class students get to claim all the luxurious upper floors. Standing totally alone in his room, Yunsung definitely feels a little bit isolated. But hey, looking on the bright side, at least now he finally has the perfect quiet space to take advantage of. He takes a long, deep breath. All right, it is finally time to get to work. Yunsung drops into a deep meditation, focusing every ounce of his energy on training. Raw stats aren't everything anymore. Since this is his actual reality now, he desperately needs to master his physical body. Back in the game, Baek Yunsung was an absolute genius. He could literally control sword aura by constantly circulating an endless flow of mana in and out of his system. Nobody ever paid attention to him, so no one actually knew his secret. But make no mistake, Baek Yunsung is a complete sword prodigy. He had reached the absolute peak of swordsmanship, and now he has to walk that exact same path all over again. His breathing is the one thing that controls the flow of mana inside him. If he can just slowly increase the amount of energy he draws in with every single breath, he'll be able to pull enough mana in a single motion. Look, skills don't just magically level up by passively soaking experience points anymore. You actually have to spam them over and over to rank them up. Translation: a whole lot of painful, boring practice. And just like that, he grinds his cultivation through the entire night. The clock strikes exactly 4 in the morning. A brand new day. Inside his dark dorm, Yunsung is still completely lost in his deep cultivation. His entire body glows with this brilliant golden aura. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. He raises his hands, physically feeling that fresh, surging energy rushing through his veins. He sits there completely amazed. This has to be the exact same insane feeling the original Baek Yunsung experienced, even though he's someone who suffered from a crippling mana leak syndrome since childhood. He can finally feel his power. It's faint, sure, but it is definitely there. Right on cue, the system screen flashes a beautiful notification. The mana leak syndrome skill has leveled up, the blink skill has also ranked up. Our guy stares at his status window, absolutely thrilled. Perfect. He just took one massive step closer to reaching his ultimate goal. He's going to unlock the true ending no matter what it takes. Now stick with me here, the scene completely shifts to a new location where the air feels fresh, looking out over a lush green meadow stretching endlessly into the horizon. Out of nowhere, a mysterious silhouette appears. Turns out this is. Let's dive right into the stunning Stella Academy. Flame is totally soaking in the magical vibe, realizing that even though the beautiful grass and artificial wind are completely fake, everything feels incredibly real and super relaxing. Just to give you guys some quick context on how this works, the dorms at Stella are actually a massive pocket dimension built right into the Academy campus. This crazy magic lets literally anyone completely change the surrounding environment and its properties however they want. Every single major sports event, student academy activity, deadly dungeon simulation, teleportation, portal, and intense monster training session happens right inside here. So snapping back to present reality, all the top-tier students have already gathered up completely. Flame stands quietly at the back, scanning the crowd. She quickly calculates exactly 141 people total, 50 from classes A1 and A2, and the remaining 40 belong strictly to Class S. If this follows the original novel, Class S only has 39. She figured she would be the 40th, but to her absolute surprise, there is actually one extra person. Seriously, where did Yunsung even come from? In the original story, the first-year roster had exactly 1,140 students plus Flame herself, making it 1,141. Basically, Yunsung is a total wild card to the original plot. Either way, she decides she will figure this crazy mystery out later. She pumps herself up. After all, she is literally the only person in this entire world who actually knows the true plot of this novel. Class is starting soon. Suddenly, the crowd of students standing right in front of Flame starts whispering excitedly. Someone speaks up loudly. Prince Jeremy, did you finish your class registration yet? That handsome blonde guy standing dead center is obviously the royal everyone is, completely obsessed with looking incredibly smug. Of course I did. They mentioned registering for the soft magic research class specifically because they heard that the absolute prince was taking it too. Jeremy flashes a bright grin. Really? Then let us all help each other out. Meanwhile, Flame stares daggers at his back, fully aware of exactly who Prince Jeremy is. In the original novel, he actually chased after both her and Io, but he ended up getting totally rejected. After that brutal rejection, his entire personality flipped and he eventually morphed into a massive villain. Sure, right now he looks like a super gentle guy, but every single move he makes is totally calculated. Flame knows she needs to watch him closely and avoid his dramatic mess at all costs. Suddenly, Prince Jeremy locks eyes right with Flame. Playing the friendly royal, he raises a hand to wave and flashes her this incredibly dazzling smile. Flame awkwardly waves back, secretly admitting to herself that the guy is genuinely good-looking. Honestly, she finally understands exactly why he always has so many absolute suck-ups hovering around him all day. You have to admit his little squad is packed with the most famous elites in the entire academy. Thinking about this, she quickly turns away mentally, resolving that she needs to recruit these elites herself. Because from this moment forward, this crazy novel world is her actual reality and she must prepare for the dark future. But unfortunately, her dismissive little turn has completely caught the charming prince's absolute attention. He chuckles to himself, recognizing her as Flame. Right on cue, the professor's booming voice echoes out. Attention everyone, we are starting your basic training. Before we officially kick off today's lesson, I need to gauge your actual combat abilities so I can properly instruct you without getting anyone totally killed. I will be personally managing your training right now. If you hate that idea, keep your mouth shut. As you all should already know, we professors hold absolute power to add or deduct your points. So burn this into your brains, you will be immediately expelled if you drop below the required point threshold. Now you and I are about to see things get wild. The professor announces they are doing a live practice run inside a dungeon simulation. He will use scenarios pulled straight from real deadly dungeons, including brutal traps and vicious monsters to push all of you to the limit. Now you will earn 4 points for taking down a level 1 monster, 8 points for crushing a level 2 monster, and a massive 20 points if you manage to grab this specific point staff. The top 5 scoring students will receive a sweet little reward along with exclusive campus shopping privileges. Any students who score 0 will face severe point deductions. If you are terrified of failing or just too scared to walk alone, you are totally free to form parties. But remember, your total points will be split equally among all your team members. Now here is the twist: if you actually eliminate another student, you get to fully steal all their points for yourself. And with that brutal mic drop, the professor vanishes completely, leaving only an echoing voice. That is everything, good luck surviving. Instantly, the ground starts shaking violently. The entire crowd of students panics and starts screaming in pure terror. What is this? What is happening? The floor is totally tearing apart. Suddenly, the earth rips wide open and an absolutely massive tree slowly erupts upward. Even Flame is completely shocked, her jaw basically dropping to the floor as this gigantic tree materializes. In seconds, the entire surrounding environment drastically shifts. Flame quickly calculates and guesses that this crazy setup is actually the legendary Jack and the Beanstalk dungeon map. The scenery instantly transforms into an overgrown dense jungle. The terrified students immediately start picking their own desperate survival routes. Some cocky kids go solo, while others quickly huddle into protective groups. Off in the distance, our girl, Flame, confidently walks completely alone, tightly gripping her magic staff. She smirks to herself, thinking it is officially time to jump into this brutal survival game. But suddenly, someone shouts out to her from right behind. Hey Flame, she glances back and spots a red-haired girl who quickly asks, are you really planning to run this crazy exam completely solo? Flame pauses secretly, thinking to herself, sure, teaming up inside a live dungeon gives you a massive tactical advantage, but running solo is infinitely better if you want to hoard all the find points. So with a total poker face, she coldly replies, sorry, but I really want to test my own limits today, so I am going in alone. The Red-haired girl hears this and lets out a sarcastic sneer. Yeah, I figured. You just refuse to share your precious points with anyone else. Flame simply replies, yeah, exactly. But deep down, her mind is racing. Is she just massively overthinking this entire interaction, or is this girl genuinely trying to mock her right now? Whatever, brush it off. Flame waves goodbye and walks away. The redhead stays completely silent and turns around. Stick with me, this dungeon run is about to get wild. She walked right off. Watching her back, Flame felt pretty annoyed. You and I know that feeling, why did she keep getting this weird feeling that he was copying her? Anyway, back to reality, things would change. 1 hour after the dungeon opened, a faint blue light flickered in the corner. Looks like Flame just survived a brutal fight and right now she was totally exhausted. Seriously, when was this crazy training session finally going to end? But then suddenly she sensed something completely off. A massive vine whipped right at Flame. Quick as lightning, she threw up her magic staff to block it. From the staff, a burst of blue energy blasted out, striking the massive vine dead on. Moments later, the monster collapsed, slowly shrinking down. Looking around, she realized something crazy. It was not just the monsters here. Even the actual plants were out for blood. This was definitely Stella Academy, where even basic training was totally lethal. She had only racked up 18 points so far, which honestly was not too terrible. But one more point bar was all she needed to catch up. She had to keep moving. Just like that, she pushed deeper into the dungeon. Suddenly, her eyes went wide. In the distance, a blurry figure appeared, but the blinding sunlight made it impossible to see clearly. Was it a monster? No, wait, that was definitely a human. But how on earth could a student master stealth at this insane level? Whatever. She was already using natural camouflage to hide herself anyway, and with her special abilities, mind control, heavy defense, and healing magic, an ambush actually sounded like the perfect play right about now. So she crept forward, staying completely silent as she closed in on the mysterious shadow. But as she got closer, she realized it was Baek Yunsung. Wait, he was completely alone. Did not half the class want to team up with him earlier? Did he seriously reject everyone? He was such a weirdo, she literally could never figure him out. But the craziest part was actually the point bar right there in his hand. Suddenly, a reckless idea sparked in her mind. This was the absolute perfect chance to test his real strength. Meanwhile, Yu Sol was totally clueless, just casually strolling forward. Back over here, Flame channeled her magic staff, charging up a massive orb of pure light. From exactly 15 meters away, she was dead certain he would never be able to dodge this. Suddenly, an intricate magic circle flared to life. Her entire body surged with a fiercely intense orange aura, locking her eyes right onto Baek Yunsung. She shouted her spell, Light Bullet. Instantly, a blinding flash ripped forward. Right as it was about to obliterate him, Yu Sol finally noticed the ambush. He immediately triggered his blink magic and vanished. As the dust cleared, Flame just stood there completely frozen. What just happened? Wait, where the heck did Yu Sol just go? Her hands were literally shaking with anger. Seriously, what a joke. How did he dodge a tier 2 spell from that close? Damn it, that made zero sense. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, let us take a look at Yu Sol. He was spamming his blink skill like crazy, just to get behind his attacker. Finally safe, he let out a massive sigh. Was this chick actually trying to murder him? Who just drops a light bullet out of nowhere? Thank God, his mana leak syndrome leveled up or he would be totally toast. His blink skill finally hit level 1, maxing out at 12 meters. He still had 2 more charges left, so if he used the terrain right, he could totally take her down. But honestly, running away was way smarter. With that in mind, he kept blinking to put some serious distance between them. Glancing back, he figured he was finally safe. His real goal was only 5th place, so why risk his life? 5th place rewarded the Ezeric route, a major boost to stamina and physical strength. Plus, the top 4 spots were basically locked in by the main characters anyway. They only needed 3 more point bars. But then out of nowhere, a super annoying mocking voice echoed out. Hey guys, look who it is. A bunch of smug students blocked his path. One of the punks smirked. Well. If it is not Class S' very own Baek Yunsung. Yu Sol instantly recognized the loudmouth as Raiden, a guy getting way too famous around the academy lately. Glancing at his pathetic lackeys, Yu Sol just sighed. They even brought along some total weaklings from Jeremy's squad, just a bunch of absolute trash. But then Yu Sol noticed something that caught him totally off guard. These losers somehow had 3 whole point bars. For such weak extras, how the heck did they manage to collect that many? Another guy chimed in, I heard this loser actually had to cheat his way into Class S. Hearing that, the blonde leader just burst out laughing. Getting into Class S just by answering 3 stupid questions, Stella Academy definitely got scammed. But you and I know, Yu Sol was so incredibly bored. Damn it, were they seriously still milking that same old rumor? Meanwhile, seeing Yu Sol stay completely silent made these idiots even more smug. Hey, since we ran into each other, hand over your point staff right now. Yusol just coldly shot back. Not gonna happen. The blonde guy seemed to actually enjoy that. Oh, so you want to play the tough guy, flashing a totally sinister grin he mocked. You really think you can take all of us alone? Haha, what you gonna wave that cheap magic staff around? What a total joke. You cannot even cast magic, let alone use a staff. Even with all this trash talk, our guy still was not sure what to do. With just his low-level blink, taking on Raiden was a serious problem. The guy's coming from a famous family, doesn't matter. With 3 blinks left, Baek Yunsung still has one trick up his sleeve using the point stick in his hand. Plus, they are inside a dungeon, a massive tactical advantage for him. Without hesitation, Baek Yunsung holds the glowing point stick right out in front. Here you go, take it. The blonde guy smirks, fully convinced our main character is finally surrendering. Not bad, kiddo. You actually know your place. That is exactly what I wanted. But hold on, never celebrate too early. Karma hits fast. Seeing the arrogant jerk completely drop his magical guard, Baek Yunsung dashes forward like pure lightning. He aggressively snatches the guy's point stick with a devilish smirk. And then he uses that exact weapon to smash right into the enemy's magic circle. The formation instantly shatters into glowing pieces, leaving the blonde jerk grinding his teeth in absolute rage. You filthy little commoner, he curses. But before he can even blink, the blast throws Raiden flying backward, slamming him brutally against a massive tree. Raiden is absolutely furious, screaming, "You are a dead man." But the entire squad just freezes in pure shock, because our guy completely vanished. Poof, gone. Before they can even process the impossible speed, a familiar voice echoes out. Over here, losers. Raiden violently whips his head around. And there is Baek Yunsung standing high up with a massive cheeky grin. That was close, but thanks for the loot. Now our hero officially holds 2 captured point sticks. Raiden is losing his absolute mind, screaming, "You absolute bastard, give those back right now." It is the ultimate humiliation. Baek Yunsung simply mocks him. Nope, finders keepers buddy. Right now, our main character is perfectly satisfied with how this genius trap is playing out. These useless point sticks, surprisingly effective. You and I know he discovered this secret trick from his past gaming years. Most people think these glowing point sticks are completely broken, worthless trash items. Total garbage, right? Wrong. Because of their ridiculously absurd durability, these things are literally indestructible. Not even high-tier academy magic can put a dent in them. In fact, they pack the heavy physical power of premium magic tools. Normally, mages use them just to cast standard spells from a very safe distance. But for Baek Yunsung, a pure physical attacker, a weapon with maxed-out attack stats is 100% lethal in his hands. Meanwhile, on the ground, Raiden violently grinds his teeth, fuming. That little rat, how dare he steal my magic stick? Thoroughly humiliated, he whips around and screams at his frozen squad. Are you idiots blind? What are you waiting for? Attack him right now. But just as they prepare to cast, the entire dungeon aggressively starts shaking again. A massive tremor. Seeing the walls violently shift, Raiden begins totally panicking. Are you kidding me? Why is the dungeon environment changing at this exact moment? It is the absolute worst timing possible. Desperate, he wildly roars at his teammates. Everyone group up tightly right now. Get your magic attacks fully charged and ready. We absolutely cannot let that slippery rat escape, but they are too slow. This chaotic earthquake is the perfect window of opportunity for Baek Yunsung to make his move. Without hesitating, our guy immediately sprints away. But suddenly, one of the enemy mages catches a glimpse of his blurry movement through the dust. The mage screams out loud. Look over there, Baek Yunsung is making a run for it. The second those words drop, the entire squad points, their staffs charging up a terrifying blast of raw power. A huge blue energy beam locks onto Baek Yunsung. They scream like absolute maniacs. There is nowhere left to hide. The incoming magical pressure is genuinely horrifying. The lethal beam rips through the air toward him. Baek Yunsung barely has a second to think. Wow, these losers actually pack a punch, but they are still too slow. Total amateurs. Just as the massive explosion is about to completely vaporize him into dust, flash, he instantly uses his blink skill and vanishes into thin air again. Raiden's entire team is boiling with absolute rage, completely helpless against his insane mobility. God damn it, that little roach just teleported away again. He is too freaking fast. I completely lost track of him. While the angry squad desperately scans the smoke directly in front of them, Baek Yunsung has already made his absolute master move. Moving like a literal ghost, he flanks right behind their entire formation. With 10 whole years of gaming experience, playing these guys is just ridiculously easy for him. Using terrain for a tactical advantage is a total piece of cake. Meanwhile, Raiden is frothing at the mouth with blind fury. Damn it all. We just need to land one single hit. But suddenly, right on cue, the entire dungeon aggressively starts rumbling and shaking like crazy once again. Seeing pure panic on his team's faces, Raiden desperately tries to take charge. Calm down everyone, that little rat is definitely still hiding around here somewhere. Just hold your ground until the shaking stops. The second you spot him, we blast him together. But listen up, if our magical formation fails now, the magical backlash will completely wipe us out instead. We have to play this carefully. Saying this, he nervously spins around to check their blind spots. Boom, he instantly locks eyes with Baek Yunsung, and our boy is casually standing right in their personal space. Before the squad can even react or cast, Baek Yunsung moves a whole second faster. With a brutal swing, he violently smashes the point stick directly into the center of their charged magical formation. The sheer physical force completely overloads their magic circle. The giant glowing runes instantly begin shattering under the heavy pressure, and just like that, the unstable magical energy violently turns against them. Now here is where you and I get to see the ultimate backfire. Massive deafening explosions completely rock the entire dungeon. Their carefully planned formation detonates brilliantly. The concentrated magic blasts directly back into their faces, a literal textbook case of magical recoil taking out the trash. Meanwhile, our smart hero casually sprints safely away. Standing at a totally safe distance, he watches the arrogant squad get beautifully roasted by their own trap. Baek Yunsung smirks, thinking to himself, checkmate. It is finally over. As the thick black smoke finally clears from the heavy blast, a severely beaten Raiden weakly lifts his head. You freaking dog, Baek Yunsung, he aggressively coughs out. Baek Yunsung casually holds up 3 shiny captured point sticks. I will be taking these now, thanks, he taunts with a massive troll smile. Oh, and by the way, if I ever get a girlfriend, I am definitely gifting her one of these. Bye-bye, losers. Raiden's jaw fully drops in shock. When did you steal that? Give them right back. Watching their pathetic, defeated faces brings our guy absolute joy. He happily thinks, all right, that is enough fun for today. Stealing the very last stick would just be a headache. Waving goodbye, he happily shouts, well, that was super entertaining, but I am done playing for today. See ya. He teleports away instantly, leaving Raiden's crew literally trembling with rage. Raiden completely loses his mind and screams at the top of his lungs, you absolute bastard. And this whole crazy scene is accidentally witnessed by a certain female student from start to finish. Over here, Baek Yunsung has already sprinted far away from them. He grins and happily exclaims, hee hee, I got totally lucky. If I fought like normal, I'd get robbed for sure. But since this is a dungeon, the rules change. Classic veteran mindset right there. But wait a minute, why do I feel so weird right now? Something feels seriously off. By the time he finally puts the pieces together, it seems way too late. A massive blazing fireball is rushing straight toward him. Seeing this absolute nightmare, our main character is completely shell-shocked and yells, what the heck is going on? Where did this rain of fire come from? The flames just keep crashing down right where he's standing. One fireball after another literally raining from the sky. Wherever they hit, a terrifying explosion wipes out the entire area. As for our guy, he can't even fight back against this. He just spams teleportation magic to dodge. He's running for his absolute life right now. Stick with me here, this gets crazy. His face loses all calm. What kind of terrifying magic is this? Looking back at the forest, burned to pure ash, he hasn't even recovered his senses. That was almost a fatal disaster. But what is up with this magic? Who actually wants to kill him? From behind the thick curtain of smoke, a figure slowly approaches. She stands right in front of him, shouting, hey you commoner, why didn't you take another magic wand from those guys? And this girl wielding this explosive fire magic is none other than Princess Hong Bae-yeon. Our guy is completely stunned, wondering to himself, why is she even in a place like this? Thinking about it, he awkwardly scratches his head and says, are you a bit mistaken here? It's not like I can just take whatever I want. Plus, what does me taking those wands have to do with you anyway? Hearing this, the princess actually feels a little bit awkward herself. She feels like she's acting pretty unreasonable. But Yoon suddenly catches on to the plan. Wait, do you mean? Exactly, you want me to rob them, so you can rob me instead. What kind of crazy plan is that? Don't forget, I literally just taught you. Hong puts a hand to her chest and explains, I am royalty. But since you've already figured out my intention, let's just fight. As a member of the royal family, stealing things straight from a commoner is something I absolutely do not want to do. But in this exam, I really have no other choice. I will take you down and grab exactly what I want. Our main guy is practically scared out of his mind. He quickly replies, hey, what are you trying to pull? Why bully someone weaker than you? You, the weak one, Hong continues. I literally just saw you fighting and completely toying with those other guys a minute ago. You even used magic and defeated them, right? Saying this, even though she really doesn't want to admit it, the princess suddenly thinks she needs to wrap this up fast. If she doesn't want her mom scolding her, she has to secure a massive score. Suddenly, Hong senses loud footsteps approaching fast. It turns out Raiden's entire squad has already chased our guy all the way here. One guy screams, Baek Yunsung, where did he go? Dang it, that tricky bastard is just way too slippery to catch. And the princess seems to have recognized this specific group too. Over here, Baek Yunsung has already started making a run for it. The girl is hesitating, unsure how to handle this. You and I both know she's powerful, but should she attack them right now? There's just no way she can take on 6 people at once. Right, she needs to wait for their magic to drain out. Then she'll have the perfect chance to strike. Meanwhile, Baek Yunsung obviously isn't just going to stand there and accept defeat. He's already launching a sneak attack right behind Raiden's back. Then he blasts his magic straight into their formation. Hong is watching from a distance, completely caught off guard. She never expected this commoner to use other magic besides teleportation. Sure, those guys might be weaker than her in raw power, but they all actually have real combat experience. Compared to that total country bumpkin, they should definitely be way more skilled, right? Facing this situation, the young girl bites her lip, her eyes flashing with pure determination. Almost instantly, in a flash of light, a mystical magic circle appears. Surging intense fire energy completely wraps around her body. It is finally time to unleash her ultimate fire magic, she thinks. Cutting off her thoughts, an unbelievably powerful magic strike blasts forward from her, heading straight toward the target. On the opposite side, Yoon feels this terrifying magic energy too. Quick as lightning, he uses his teleportation skill and pops up in a completely different spot. He suddenly realizes the pressure from that magic is closing in, wilder and more aggressive than ever. Honestly, a massive giant flame is roaring right at him, another teleport, then another one. He's vanishing and reappearing in a flash, sometimes soaring high into the air, sometimes landing lightly on the ground. Meanwhile, Hong remains highly focused, her eyes locked onto the movement of the flames. And then boom, 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 an earth-shattering explosion rings out, shaking the entire space. Right now, our main character finally dares to breathe. He thinks to himself, this girl's magic is seriously terrifying. Thank goodness for his sharp sixth sense. Otherwise, he would be completely toast right now. But he has already burned through 2 teleports. How is he supposed to deal with her now? Hong Bi-yeon suddenly speaks up. Why haven't you pulled out your magic wand? Let's see how he escapes this. Yun looks dumbfounded. You're already holding my wand, right? Hong Bi-yeon presses him. So where's the gift you got at enrollment? Alright guys, our boy Baek Yunsung just acts completely clueless here. Oh right, I completely forgot about that. Seeing his totally fake act, Hong Bi-yeon is already fed up. She snaps, how long are you going to hide your real skills? And right then, her gaze turns absolutely lethal. Her eyes shift into a terrifying glowing crimson red. She locks her deadly stare straight onto Baek Yunsung. She is furious. In her mind, she is taking this battle incredibly seriously. Yet this random commoner treats the whole fight like some kind of joke. Thinking about it makes her blood boil. Fine, she snaps. If you refuse to fight me for real, I will just have to bury you right here. Hearing the heavy threat, Baek Yunsung feels a sudden chill run down his spine. Massive goosebumps everywhere. He thinks, holy crap, I am actually taking this seriously. I am fighting for real. I am not messing around at all. Meanwhile, Hong Bi-yeon is still rambling on and on. If you refuse to get serious then. And right at that exact moment, a massive blazing sea of fire erupts right behind her. Her face is shining with absolute pure determination. She promises herself she will definitely make him pay today. Without another thought, she commands those massive roaring flames to charge directly toward our main character. Baek Yunsung cannot keep his cool anymore. It is pure panic mode now. He frantically dodges for his life, twisting his body to the left and right. He dodges wildly. After struggling for what feels like forever, he is totally stunned by the fiery destruction all around him. He just slumps down. His mind goes completely blank. He has zero idea what to do next. But wait, this is definitely no time to take a break. He jumps straight up. He stares at the massive flames in front of him. He curses, thinking, crap, even if I use my blink skills to dodge her attack range, is way too huge. What do I do? Suddenly, he hears a strange noise. He quickly turns around to check his blind spot. At this exact moment, a completely reckless idea flashes through his mind. Without hesitation, he shows off his top-tier speed and insane blinking skills. Like a total blur, fast as lightning, he leaps up to a higher spot where the flames have not reached yet. Looking back down, he sees the raging fire getting bigger, deadlier, and spreading faster. Baek Yunsung is super lucky to escape death by hiding behind a massive rock. He looks down at the blazing chaos, deeply thinking. He thinks I got insanely lucky dodging that, but it was rough. Even if I somehow manage to get close to Hong Bi-yeon, the blazing flames surrounding her will automatically flare up to protect her. I know this perfectly because I have battled so many fire mages back in the game. But honestly, her power level is way higher than I expected. If we were fighting on flat ground, I would have lost in an instant. Actually, I might not have even gotten a chance to strike back. Baek Yunsung stands there watching the deadly sparks flying wildly everywhere. Suddenly, a crazy idea pops into his head. Is he seriously going to use the power of these magic wands to fight back? His eyes are completely focused now. His gaze turns incredibly sharp. The battle is definitely not over yet. Shaking off his doubts, he bravely dashes straight into the roaring sea of fire. The flames are burning fiercely. Countless deadly sparks rush toward him. And right then, his unique mana leak syndrome fully activates. He now has access to an enhanced sixth sense and his perception speed skyrockets. To him, time feels like it completely stops. Everything moves in slow motion, letting him easily slash right through Hong Baiyon's magic. Seeing her most powerful fire attacks getting completely destroyed by a mere commoner, the proud mage is totally stunned. Hong Baiyon cannot believe her own eyes. She gasps in shock. This is impossible. How can he use physical weapons to counter my fire magic? How could this even happen? Meanwhile, our guy Baek Yunsung is still heavily struggling in this brutal fight. He can actually feel every single passing second. The longer this goes on, the clearer it becomes. This is not some computer game controlled by a keyboard and mouse. He is literally directly using his real body to fight a powerful mage. The magical energy surrounding him is clearly growing stronger by the second. His sixth sense is now just as sharp as his sight and hearing. Over there, Hong Baiyon is still completely bewildered. How is this even happening? She thinks to herself. In this mountain terrain, my fire magic should definitely have the absolute advantage. Fmof. If that is the case, my only option is to boost my magic power. No hesitation here. She channels every ounce of her strength into her magic wand. Baek Yunsung is still desperately, crazily fighting for his life, slashing away those incoming magical blasts. He is literally fighting just to stay alive right now. He quickly ducks behind a large rock to catch his breath and recover some stamina. Then it hits him. I cannot just stay on the defensive forever. That is right. I have to completely shatter her magical shield using this exact wand. Making his choice, he forcefully launches himself straight through the raging sea of fire, charging directly toward Hong Baiyon. His rapid footsteps echo louder as he closes the gap. When he is just a few feet away from her, he immediately triggers his blink skill to warp right into her personal space. This bold move leaves Hong Baiyon absolutely stunned. She furiously grits her teeth together in deep frustration and whips around. But Baek Yunsung has already stepped directly into her magical fire zone. And right there, the two of them instantly lock their eyes, intense sparks literally flying between them. Baek Yunsung is rapidly calculating his next move. When you get this close to fire mages, their explosive magic shield will automatically blast enemies back within a 2-meter radius. Realizing this, he smirks. Listen up, guys, to normal fighters, this move would be absolute torture. But for a veteran with 10 whole years of gaming experience like him, it is a piece of cake. He has survived this exact same scenario countless times before. Instantly, her defensive magic violently blasts him backward through the air. She is standing there with her jaw completely dropped. But without showing an ounce of fear, he effortlessly regains his balance and charges back in. He fiercely strikes her magical protective barrier with his wands instantly, creating massive glowing cracks all over the shield. Hong Baiyon watches in pure disbelief, completely baffled. How on earth is he doing this, she wonders. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. Baek Yunsung refuses to stop. He unleashes a crazy, relentless barrage. That magical shield cannot hold anymore. It shatters completely. The massive impact sends Hong Baiyon flying backward, heavily injured. She whimpers in pain, crying out softly. But our main guy, Baek Yunsung, just steps closer. Flashing a bright, confident smile, he kneels right down and casually says, "Looks like I win." Meanwhile, Hong Baiyon feels totally frustrated, humiliated. A royal princess losing this, pathetically. Absolutely brutal. Holding back tears, she grits her teeth and demands, "Who in the world are you really?" Baek Yunsung slowly stands up. "Oh me, I am just a perfectly ordinary student," he replies. Then dropping a heavy hint, he adds, "But the person hiding over there can come out now, right?" Realizing her cover is completely blown, Flame nervously steps out from the shadows. The jig is officially up. "Wait, you did not need to hide. And how exactly did you know I was watching?" Flame asks in total shock. Our main character honestly has no idea how to explain it. He forces an awkward laugh and says, just consider it a lucky hunch." But deep down in his mind, he knows the real reason is simple. It is his high-tier magic perception intuition kicking in. Still, there is no way Flame is going to buy that super lame excuse. Stunned, she says, "A hunch, really? Then how did you casually shatter a high-level magic shield with a basic wand?" Hearing this, our guy freezes up like a statue. Flame presses him again. "Come on, explain it, or are you going to say that was just another lucky hunch too?" Hearing her spot on logic, our main character suddenly realizes she makes way too much sense right now. He thinks stuff like this never happens in the original romance novel plotline. Flame being curious is totally normal here, but he absolutely cannot tell her the truth. Thinking fast, he quickly points at the point wand in his hand and cheerfully blurts out, "Oh well, the thing is, this wand is just really, really hard." Flame looks visibly annoyed at the dumb answer. That makes zero sense. Who cares if it is hard? Do you think just swinging a stick breaks magic shields? If that worked, knights would wipe us mages out completely. Baek Yunsung has to admit she has a point. He thinks to himself, yeah, she is absolutely right about that. His constant dodging of the question only makes Flame more suspicious. She blurts out, I have always felt something was strange about you but never had the chance to ask. Baek Yunsung, who are you really? Meanwhile, Hong Bi-yeon stands nearby like an invisible ghost, but eagerly listening to all this juicy gossip leaves her amazed. As for Baek Yunsung facing Flame's rapid-fire questions, his face is practically drenched in sweat. He scrambles for a way out. His head aches trying to find an excuse. Is it finally happening? Has his true identity really been exposed in less than a single month? Now here is where we hit a massive crossroads. Should he just reveal his real identity? No way. Flame barely even likes him right now. Doing that would be way too dangerous. Thinking fast, our main character looks at her and says, even if you suspect me right now, I am definitely not the bad guy that you think I am. Hearing this incredibly confusing answer, Flame stares at him in total bewilderment. Huh. What is that supposed to mean? Our main character forces an awkward smile. Ah, exactly what I said. I honestly just want to help you. This only confuses Flame even more. Help me? With what exactly? What in the world are you trying to say? His vague riddles are getting seriously annoying. But instead of explaining anything, our main character just turns around to leave. He raises a hand in a casual wave goodbye. Ah, I want to say more, but I am out of time. See ya, I am heading out. This leaves Flame so frustrated she is practically fuming. And honestly, his crazy actions today have completely changed how Hong Bi-yeon views him too. It seems like she is secretly plotting something totally insane. Our main character suddenly thinks looks fine to me. Let us just slip away. Hopefully these two girls just let me off the hook entirely. Suddenly someone throws several point wands right at his back. Smack, smack, smack. And the culprit is none other than the Princess Hong Bi-yeon herself. After throwing them, she just stands there totally stunned and confused. Wait, what? Meanwhile, our main guy, after taking that full combo to the head, painfully grabs his head and yells back. Damn it, if you have something to say, just say it. Why use such dirty tricks on me? Hong Bi-yeon speaks up. I thought you would catch them. You easily dodged all that magic and trap pressure, but you could not catch these. Baek Yunsung is absolutely speechless at this ridiculous logic. He thinks I am out of options here. That magic leak syndrome has its strict limits. How could I maintain that super intuition forever? Thinking this, he immediately fakes being in terrible pain. Ouch, that really hurts. The duration of my magic leak heavily depends on my mental strength. Since my mental energy is completely drained, my reflexes are gone and my head hurts. But then our main character asks in utter confusion, so why exactly did you throw these wands at me? Hong Bi-yeon replies without any hesitation. You won the battle, so take them. Even though these point wands seem pretty important, he secretly thinks to himself, is her pride just hurt? But if I actually go ahead and take all of these right now, my score will skyrocket way too high. Plus, these things offer absolutely zero benefit to me anyway. Thinking this through, our guy decides to just bend down, pick up a single point wand, and stand up with a cheerful smile. All right then, thank you, but I will only take this. You keep the rest of them. Well, I am out of here. With that said, he turns around to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Now as he walks away, he is totally delusional, smirking to himself. They are definitely sitting there, absolutely amazed by my epic actions right now. I mean, what? A perfectly kind guy. Someone who shows total mercy to the defeated. You and I know he thinks he looks incredibly cool. Right, let's hope they thought so too. But the harsh reality, they didn't think that at all. Flame just blurts out, what? Is that guy completely crazy? What an absolute psycho. Hong Bai clearly feels the exact same way, sighing in pure frustration. He must be a commoner, so his brain is definitely a little messed up. But deep down, she can't help wondering what exactly is the true identity of this guy, Baek Yunsung. Meanwhile, you and I are about to see something wild outside the dungeon where Professor Lee and the instructors are intensely watching every single move of the candidates. The magical projections are incredibly vivid and realistic. Watching all this unfold, one guy suddenly exclaims, oh ho ho. This year's S-Class first years are absolutely packed with incredibly rare talents. Following the sound of the voice, Professor Lee Hanggu also turns around to look. The old man strokes his beard and continues, I gotta say, watching all this is absolutely worth the price of admission. Wouldn't you agree? And this guy, that is Tess, an elder of the Magic Council. The woman standing right next to him completely agrees. With the seniors taken chimes in, that's right, it's actually super interesting. She's smiling brightly, completely satisfied. Deep down, she's probably secretly thinking, back in my prime, I was way better than this. Hey. And this woman, that is Zarina Aeon, a member of the Blue Tower Council. Their sudden appearance completely catches Professor Lee Hanggu off guard. He thinks to himself, the Magic Council and the Blue Tower. It's just an observation session for a bunch of first-year students, but it actually brought out so many legendary big shots. Then again, It makes sense if you want to recruit real talent, you gotta show up. Surely, most of the other professors are completely glued to this. Exam 2. Suddenly, the entire crowd starts gasping and yelling, "Look at that, look." Hearing the commotion, Professor Lee immediately turns back to look at the giant screen. Right in front of them, two crazy strong students look perfectly ready to throw down. In seconds, the entire crowd easily recognizes the true identities of these absolute beasts. They yell He Gujang and Ma Yusong are actually clashing. Right after that, the guy named He Gujang strikes first. He uses his magic staff to conjure an insanely powerful magical attack, blasting it straight toward his opponent. But Ma Yusong, he doesn't even flinch, standing completely perfectly still, just watching it come. And then right when the fatal attack gets close, he channels his energy and leaps high into the air. He actually jumps 3 consecutive times mid-air to completely dodge the enemy's massive magic power. And that insane stunt leaves absolutely everyone gasping in pure awe. Zarina Aeon speaks up, "Oh my god, I can't believe he actually managed to chain 3 tier 3 magic leaps in a row. That is completely unreal." Professor Tess is equally blown away by the move. "You've got to be kidding me. He's actually pulling off that kind of crazy technique at 17. Professor Lee's eyes are totally glued to the screen, thinking, normally, an average mage would have to be at least 25 to reach tier 3. Yet Ma Yusong is only 17 and he's already perfectly mastering tier 3 magic spells. That is just straight up unbelievable. Suddenly, another completely shocked voice yells out from the crowd, "Look at the screen, look at them. Both of these absolute monsters are perfectly using 3 different elemental attributes. Stick with me because this insane match is getting incredibly dramatic by the second between these two equally matched rivals." Watching this wild clash unfold, Professor Lee can't help but marvel. A completely normal mage can usually only control a single attribute, and it takes absolutely brutal training to even handle 2 of them. But looking at this, controlling 3 different elemental attributes is absolute proof of monstrous innate talent, a terrifying gift they were clearly just born with right from the start. Watching all this hype, Professor Lee's eyes suddenly go wide as he shouts in pure shock, "Damn, is that the final boss monster?" Right then, a massive, terrifying eagle suddenly appears, its glowing eyes radiating pure, deadly killing intent everywhere. This totally unexpected entrance instantly forces both Ma Yusong and He Gujang to freeze and stop fighting. But before they can even process anything, the giant bird suddenly opens its beak and screams in complete agony. Its absolutely tragic scream echoes through the entire dungeon, and a second later it crashes down. This crazy twist leaves both fighters completely terrified and totally speechless. They honestly have zero clue what the hell is actually happening right now. The giant bird drops right in front of them, lying completely flattened on the ground. And then a totally casual, sweet voice rings out, "Oh my god, were you two right in the middle of fighting?" That's the girl Isel Moon standing high above them. She awkwardly rubs her head and continues, "I am so sorry for interrupting your battle." Watching this absolutely crazy moment unfold, Professor Lee gets serious. "Wait, is that girl Isel Moon? That hidden boss monster only spawns when incredibly specific conditions are perfectly met. It's super hard to find and nearly impossible to kill. Are you telling me she actually hunted that entire thing all by herself?" But despite her insane achievement, the professors standing behind don't seem super thrilled about it. Instead, they honestly look a little bit full of regret for this poor girl. One guy mutters, the eldest daughter of that traitor Monducci. It's really such a massive shame. If only her father hadn't committed such a completely unforgivable crime, her incredible talent would have honestly blossomed so much further by now." But suddenly his eyes go completely, absolutely wide. "Wait, what is this? Is that really the princess of the Idan Levis kingdom over there? But who in the world is she actually fighting? That kid's face is totally unfamiliar." Right then, Professor Lee completely loses his cool and screams at the screen, "What the heck is that magic actually? Is that actually Blink?" Now listen to me, for hundreds of years, countless brilliant scholars have desperately tried to completely master Blink, but unfortunately, almost all of them ended up completely dead or permanently crippled and had to give up. It's a terrifying magic that absolutely cannot be easily controlled. Yet somehow this random kid is flawlessly controlling Blink like it's just an extension of his own body. Even the elder of the Magic Council is. The magic official thought to himself, just as completely stunned as Professor Lee, suddenly slicing right through the heavy silence. Someone couldn't hold back their burning question. "Who exactly is that kid?" Taking a breath, Professor Lee quickly answered them. "The name of that student is Baek Yunsung. He is a truly special kid who actually uses Blink as his absolute signature magic." Hearing this crazy reveal, every single person in the room was completely mind-blown. Someone else practically shouted, "Holy crap, Blink as his signature magic. Is that even possible?" This is on a totally different level from the natural talents of Ma Yusong and He Gujang. The Magic Council elder looked seriously confused as he spoke. Oh really, but why is he just messing around instead of using any other elemental spells? If he just used real magic, this whole duel would be over in seconds. I honestly cannot understand this at all. Right then, new guy walked straight into the room and dropped a bomb. No, he is fighting for real. Hearing that, the entire crowd instantly spun around to see who said it. And let me tell you, this guy's sudden entrance left them absolutely paralyzed with shock. Someone stuttered, "You are Elman Elwin." The newcomer just smiled and added, "He has been going all out from the very start. You guys totally missed it, right? How fascinating. I mean, watching that kid fight actually reminds me of the ancient path of the night from a long-forgotten era." Hearing those exact words, dude practically lost his mind and yelled out, "Wait, you said the path of the night? Oh, how is that even possible? This is completely unbelievable." And Professor Lee was no exception. His jaw dropped as he sputtered out, "You mean the exact same nightly path that vanished entirely along with cold weapons ages ago?" Just a quick note for you guys, cold weapons mean anything that does not use gunpowder or crazy explosions to deal damage. But how could a young student like him possibly pull that off? It is absolute madness. Meanwhile, Professor Lee was still glued to the monitor, and finally the pieces clicked into place for him. He thought to himself, well, so that is it. The nightly path is pretty awesome. The nightly path refers to the ultimate fighting spirit of true sword users in this world of magic. We are talking about legendary heroes who fought back against ultimate evil, protecting the entire world in ancient times. True knights always face down pure evil with nothing but a single blade. Magic literally exists here, yet he fights with a sword. Everyone thought that was completely impossible. But right now, this insane kid is genuinely swinging his magic wand like a real heavy sword. Plus, if this theory is coming straight from the great Elman Elwin, then that boy is without a doubt a once-in-a-lifetime talent. Elwin is the principal of Stella Academy, literally known as the greatest magic school in the free entire world. Elman Elwin is also an incredibly high-ranking master mage. On top of all that, he is one of the 10 great sages on the first supporting continent. If the great sage himself confirmed it, there is no denying it. Meanwhile, the very first dungeon training had just wrapped up. Right now, on the exclusive training ground meant only for S-rank students, one guy was pushing himself to the absolute limit. He was aggressively using his magic wand to blast raw mana into the training dummy right in front of him. After grinding for a while, he was totally wiped out, panting heavily. But suddenly, he realized his wand's mana core was practically running on empty. Yet, it was super obvious he was completely unsatisfied with his own power level, thinking to himself, "Damn it, this is nowhere near good enough. I am still too weak." Remember, out of the 141 students who joined this dungeon raid, 39 of them failed the test and got kicked out entirely. Moon was the absolute beast who destroyed the final boss, casually taking the Contiverse #1 spot while he ended up in second place. Ma Yusong took 6th, but he still felt like a total loser anyway. He thought back to that crazy fight inside the dungeon. Right when the final boss spawned, if Moon had not rushed in, he probably would have finally seen the true terrifying power of Ma Yusong. Thinking about that missed chance, He Gujang gritted his teeth in pure frustration. Honestly, it seemed like from the very first day they met, he absolutely hated Ma Yusong's guts. That guy did everything so effortlessly, and no matter what the challenge was, Ma Yusong always delivered results that completely shattered everyone's expectations. During this brutal training test, He Gujang had secretly set up magic traps everywhere and perfectly calculated every single movement. But despite all that flawless planning, Ma Yusong casually blocked his attacks and completely shut him down. No matter how hard he tried, he just could not defeat that infuriating guy. Was Ma Yusong's natural talent really just a massive, completely unbeatable brick wall blocking his path? No snap out of it. He had zero time for self-pity right now. He just had to train even harder. Meanwhile, Hong Bion had just casually strolled into this exact same training room. The very first thing she saw was a male student aggressively using his magic wand to summon a massive, violently spinning tornado of pure power. Squinting her eyes, she was actually pretty surprised. Wait, is that He Gujang? That guy is normally totally chill, so why on earth is he training like an absolute maniac today? Honestly, he looked completely possessed, but even though this was none of her business, she decided to jump in. Instantly, she activated her own raw magic to summon a fierce fire array. Suddenly, her entire body erupted with blindingly bright burning orange light. Without a second thought, she locked onto the target straight ahead and blasted a massive surge of fire directly at it. Boom! A massive deafening explosion ripped through the entire room. Yeah, it was pretty obvious that she was also having a seriously terrible day. Was she completely furious about something from the dungeon test, driving her into this crazy training frenzy? The massive flames from her attack were still raging out of control, and that booming explosion instantly grabbed He Gujang's attention. He completely stopped his spell casting and spun around to see exactly who could possibly unleash such a devastating wave of magic. Meanwhile, standing over there, Hong Bion was still fuming with burning anger, thinking to herself, I literally cannot believe. All right, let's see what's happening. Hong Bion secured third place with bonus points, but if our princess didn't regain her absolute top form, punishment awaited. She cursed under her breath. A mere commoner, acting so arrogant, absolute garbage luck. Snapping out of her bitter thoughts, she unleashed a massive, devastating strike. A blinding flash of light completely swallowed the explosion in front of her, but the attack left Hong Bion totally exhausted. She stood there gasping for air. He Gujang watched from the sidelines, jaw practically hitting the floor. His mind was racing with endless questions. Insane. What got into the princess today? Was she just in a terrible mood? Because honestly, her magic felt entirely different. It was suddenly way more precise than before. Who would have thought Princess Hong Biyon's flame magic packed this kind of absurd, earth-shattering destructive power? And she managed to master controlling it in such a short amount of time. Was this huge leap in power just a total coincidence? Hong Bion herself was completely shocked by the result. Damn it, she thought. She really didn't want to admit it, but that special lecture from Baek Yun actually worked. By applying those weird word puzzles he taught her, her magical output had skyrocketed to a whole new level. Sure, the guy was just a lowly commoner. His grades were trash and his personality was even worse, but honestly, Baek Yun was probably the only person who actually knew how to fix her magical flaws. But why the hell was she still so insanely frustrated about it? Ugh, seriously. It was driving her crazy. Suddenly, a voice called out to Her Highness. Hong Bi-yeon quickly looked up and recognized her. Itrin, what's going on? The young woman bowed respectfully. The Terrivo staff you asked us to fix, it's finally fully repaired. Should we inform Baek Yun right now? Staring at the polished weapon right in front of her, Hong Bi-yeon nodded. Yeah, this looks way better. Hearing the approval, Eterin quickly replied, Understood, Your Highness. I will take my leave now. Itrin turned around to exit, but a sudden thought crossed the princess's mind. She quickly tapped Eterin's shoulder. Wait a minute, Eterin blinked, totally confused. Is something wrong, Your Highness? A little while later at the second main tower, Hong Bi-yeon stood there awkwardly clutching Baek Yun's restored staff. She hesitated, thinking to herself, I only came because I heard he was here. But this was the second tower. It was strictly for Professor Research Labs. What the hell was a failing commoner doing in a place like this? Was he actually meeting with the professors? Suddenly, Hong Bi-yeon flinched, her eyes widening in pure realization. Feeling utterly ridiculous, she immediately spun around and started walking away. Wait a second, she thought. Why did I personally come here? I could have just tossed this to him at the training grounds. Right. Doing this made it look like she actively wanted to see that commoner. No way. Absolutely not. She definitely needed to head back right now. As she was deep in her own head, a familiar voice suddenly called out, Oh my, what is our princess doing in a place like this? Hong Bi-yeon jumped, stammering as she looked up. Teacher Heron, hello, it's been a while. Ah, I mean Professor Heron. The elegant woman smiled gently. Teaching you basic magic feels like it happened just yesterday. Yet here you are all grown up, time flies. But wait a minute, did you actually need something specific in this tower? Hong Bi-yeon scrambled for an excuse, feeling super awkward. Ah, I did have some business, but suddenly, an urgent matter came up, I'll come back later. Seeing the princess act so flustered, Professor Heron casually smiled and continued speaking. Good idea. It's actually a total mess inside right now, so coming back later is definitely best. Hong Bi-yeon blinked, completely caught off guard. She was absolutely speechless. Huh, Heron sighed. Yeah, because of that, student Baek Yun high-ranking magic officials are flooding the building right now. Wait, what? This news just made Hong Bi-yeon even more confused. You and I both know she desperately needed to find out why. But why on earth are they looking for that commoner? Professor Heron looked at her. You already know he refuses to use magic, right? Hong Bi-yeon timidly looked down. Yes. Deep inside, she felt a sudden wave of heavy shame. Obviously, a professor had watched their duel. Why did she have to show such a pathetic, miserable performance in front of the teacher she respected the most? So unbelievably embarrassing. Heron quickly noticed the princess's face dropping. She smiled warmly to console her. Princess, you really shouldn't be so hard on yourself. After all, your opponent was truly going all out too. Hong Bi-yeon bit her lip and softly mumbled, but he didn't even use a single spell. Professor Heron chuckled softly at her frustration. Haha, it's not about looking down on magic. It's actually because of his personal faith. His faith, Hong Bi-yeon asked, completely bewildered. Exactly. After watching the training duel, the principal concluded that this particular student is actively trying to revive the ancient lost art of chivalry. Professor Heron explained calmly. But hearing this crazy theory, made Hong Bi-yoon's brain short-circuit. "Professor, what are you even saying? Baek Yoon and the path of the night, how is that even remotely possible?" As she spoke, she completely froze. Memories of Baek Yoon's ridiculous fighting style flashed through her mind. No way. It was absolutely insane, but Baek Yoon really had wielded that magic staff exactly like a sword. The guy literally used a blunt wooden stick and still managed to completely shatter her absolute defensive shield, not to mention his handling of magical blades. Thinking about it now, she felt deeply bitter. She hesitated before speaking up, but refusing to use magic at a magic academy means he'll face an incredibly harsh punishment, right? Massive penalty points during practical exams and probably much worse. Heron's tone suddenly grew very quiet as she replied, "Exactly. He knows the extreme risks perfectly well, yet he still chooses to walk that brutal path. Honestly, it's pretty incredible, right? Even after achieving such amazing results, he still pushes himself this hard. And honestly, we have to admit that is totally unbelievable. That faith is actually real." With that, the professor bids his farewell and walks off, leaving Hong Bai-yeon standing there completely lost in thought. She wrestles with some wild thoughts alone. In this day and age, if anyone actually claimed they wanted to pursue true chivalry, they'd obviously get laughed at. It sounds like a total joke in this modern era. Just absolutely ridiculous. And yet Baek Yunsung wasn't just messing around when he said it right. Did he genuinely want to pursue the path of a true knight? She even remembers snapping at him to stop joking around earlier. But then suddenly, Baek Yunsung shows up out of nowhere, totally shattering her train of thought. He asks what she's doing here. Not only that, but he's casually chewing on the fifth-place prize, the Edwise jelly. Hong Bi-yeon suddenly gets super flustered, her cheeks burning bright red. But then she quickly regains her cool and snaps that she definitely wasn't looking for him. She completely exposes herself before he even asks, making Baek Yunsung chuckle and say he never claimed she was. Faced with his teasing little attitude, Hong Bi-yeon shoots him a deadly glare with eyes sharp as a knife that instantly shuts our main character up. He doesn't dare say another word. Then Hong Bi-yeon shoves a box right into his chest, coldly telling him to just take it. The second he spots that box, Baek Yunsung looks like he just struck pure gold. His eyes absolutely light up with gratitude. He eagerly thanks her for the Terivo sword. Opening the lid to check inside, he is so amazed that his eyes nearly bulge out of his head. Staring at the sparkling, gorgeous weapon, he thinks to himself how this invisible sword proves Adonis's craftsmanship is truly top tier. Helping out the princess was definitely a genius move. There is absolutely no way he could ever afford this, with his current broke status. With that in mind, he asks if he can keep the fancy box too, but his greedy little intentions are written all over his face. That thing would sell for a fortune. Hong Bi-yeon just sighs and tells him to do whatever. Hearing that, Baek Yunsung is absolutely thrilled. Oh yeah, he is about to be rich again. What a massive steal. Seeing him get this pumped up, Hong Bi-yeon can only shake her head in pure disbelief. Typical commoner, only thinking about quick cash. But deep down, there is still one confusing thing she doesn't quite dare to ask him directly. After hesitating, the princess finally gathers her courage and calls his name. Our guy looks back, totally confused, and asks, "What's up?" Hong Bi-yeon stammers a bit, asking if he really does not use any other kind of magic. Faced with this totally sudden question, Baek Yunsung freezes up completely out of words. Meanwhile, Hong Bi-yeon immediately feels like she overstepped bounds. She gets so incredibly embarrassed that her cheeks turn bright red. Completely flustered, she turns on her heel and speed walks away, claiming it was nothing. Baek Yunsung just stands there in a daze watching her figure fade into the distance before turning to leave. As he walks, he wonders other magic, but thinking back on it even, Professor Lee Han-gu said something super similar earlier. Even though the old man spoke like he totally understood and respected his personal choices, Baek Yunsung honestly has no clue what's going on. What is the big deal anyway? As long as he has this magic sword in his hand, he can finally feel secure. Thinking about it, he suddenly gasps. Since he has it, he might as well test out just how insanely strong this sword actually is. A short while later, he arrives at the exclusive training ground reserved for Class S. Holding the brand new weapon in his hands, he mutters to himself. He just needs to pump some mana into it right. Instantly, a brilliant fiery light bursts out all around his hand. A split second later, a razor-sharp blade materializes. Staring at the glowing weapon, he lets out an amazed gasp. Wow, it's gorgeous. It is way cooler than he even imagined, but then a heavy thought hits him. If Flame were holding this, it would probably look 100 times more vibrant. Now you and I know Flame is a totally special existence in this world. Though she is human, she actually has the crazy ability to use goblin, dwarf, and even high elf magic. Her personal wand alone is something no regular person could ever dare use, because it constantly drains the user's mana dry. But Flame, she just absorbs natural energy to recover her mana, instantly allowing her to use that wand like it's an ultimate cheat skill. But what about Baek Yunsung? He basically has zero usable mana. Even though he has been constantly trying to absorb mana, his magic leak condition ruins everything. The mana just refuses to accumulate and violently pushes out of his body. In other words, the pure mana concentration in his breath becomes the actual power source for Terivo. Suddenly, he realizes it's been a minute since he last checked on his annoying little system. He quickly pulls up the glowing system interface, muttering that he really needs to check his current stats. Instantly, a massive stat panel pops up exposing Baek Yunsung's exact power levels. His 1-star muscle stat is sitting at 77%. Senses are at 2 stars, but humbly stuck at 29%. However, his 1-star agility is actually super impressive at 87%, while his stamina is resting at 55%. His 0-star endurance is nearly flawless at 97%. Mental strength is a weak 43%. And as for magic and experience, both are just big fat zeros. His blink skill finally leveled up to level 1, carrying that annoying delay trait thanks to his massive mana leak at level 2. This trait actually gives some wild buffs though. Muscles up 5%, agility up 8%, and senses boosted by 15%. Then there's the sixth sense. It's a special ability triggered by draining his mental strength, and it allows him to perfectly track down mana targets within an 18-meter radius, drastically boosting his overall perception speed. Even better, this lifesaver actually auto-activates whenever he is facing serious danger, running on a 1% blood flow rate. Staring at his status board, Baek Yunsung is absolutely thrilled. This is just awesome. He ate that 5th place prize elixir, giving his muscles a solid little boost. Stick with me, guys, because now that he has a proper weapon, alright, you and I are jumping right in. He decides farming experience directly is faster, needing brand new sword skills. He's going to be incredibly busy. The scene shifts to the Magic Academy the very next morning. Inside a classroom, a stern mage speaks up. From today on, everyone is going to start practical magic training. Let the grind begin. Spread out and raise your magic wands to prepare. The man running the class is none other than our favorite defense magic Professor Baron. After a super boring lecture, he strolls down to keep a close eye on his students. Everyone looks completely focused, chanting Magic Shield over and over again. The professor casually glances around the entire practice room. He looks incredibly satisfied. He grins, thinking to himself about how talented this year's batch of magic students actually is. Ranking them by tier was clearly the right move. But suddenly he completely freezes in total shock. While everyone else trains super hard, Baek Yunsung is just standing there doing absolutely nothing. The professor immediately frowns, totally confused by the kid. What is going on? Isn't that kid supposed to be the legendary S-class student, an S-class commoner background? With just a totally basic wand, he somehow ranked 5th in the recent dungeon training. It is completely unbelievable, honestly. It is honestly super annoying. Professor Baron walks right up, forcing a seriously fake smile. Hey, you over there, wait. You are Baek Yunsung, right? Why aren't you practicing at all? Our main character is totally caught off guard by him. He awkwardly explains that he is already learning a totally different defense method, so basic magic is not needed today. Hearing his wild excuse, the professor acts super curious. Oh really? Well, I am suddenly very interested to see this. Show me your unique defense method. But deep down, he is raging. What an arrogant little brat. If Princess Hong Bi-yeom was using inherited Adolevit magic, sure. But what does a lowly commoner know about dismissing my official magic class? Pretty bold move, kid. But rumors say this Baek Yunsung guy only really knows how to use blink and absolutely nothing else. Heh. Well, I have a fun little game plan for you then. The professor flashes another super fake smile. Oh, why don't you demonstrate your amazing defense skills for everyone? Let the whole class see exactly how it works. Time to broaden our horizons. Your opponent will be... He pauses for dramatic effect, glancing toward the back row now. Your opponent is Moso from Class B. How about that? He locks eyes with a student standing far away who suddenly looks incredibly excited. Moso just stands there arrogantly smirking. While waiting for Baek Yunsung to reply, the professor secretly schemes. As a magic instructor, personal networking is super critical if I actually want to keep my job at this academy. Moso Dordan belongs to the powerful Scanvan Empire. If he performs well, my reputation goes way up. What could be better than him showing off insane magic against an S-class student? Meanwhile, after hesitating for just a brief second, Baek Yunsung simply nods. Sure thing. If you want it, I will do it. The teacher lights up immediately. Let's go. Step up to the arena, both immediately walk onto the stage. While Moso arrogantly smirks, Baek Yunsung just looks completely bored. He does not care about this match. Moso's friends start screaming from the sidelines. Crush that kid and completely humiliate him. We believe in you, Moso confidently shouts back with extreme arrogance. Obviously, just sit back and watch me work. All that annoying shouting finally grabs Baek Yunsung's attention. He instantly recognizes the rowdy crowd and just sighs heavily in disappointment. What is this? Oh, it is us and Raiden's awful gang. Now here is where you and I pay attention. Since this is a totally mandatory class and I cannot even use basic magic right now, I have zero choices. If they really want a show, I will give them one. Thinking about it, Professor Barron's terrible reputation is completely famous among all the first years. It is ridiculous. Suddenly, Baek Yunsung flashes a hidden smile. Might as well test my recent training progress while I am up here. The professor formally announces that this match will strictly be a classic attack and defense battle. No other magic is allowed. Moso immediately drops into a low defensive stance, completely ready for absolute war. The other students in the crowd start violently whispering, "Hey, Moso is totally going to win the attack. Defense is just defense. I heard he actually learned an earth attack spell, so breaking his guard is practically impossible." Despite all that hype, Prince Jeremy Skeven looks completely calm while watching closely. The professor's loud voice violently echoes out, "Get ready to begin. Show me your absolute best skills." Immediately, Moso aggressively swings his wand, instantly creating a huge magic circle directly in front of him. A massive boulder suddenly appears. Witnessing this sheer power, the students are completely terrified. Oh my gosh, that is definitely tier 2 magic. In basic practical magic, the unwritten rule is that you only use tier 1 spells. We are about to find out if Baek Yunsung survives this. Meanwhile, Baek Yunsung stays incredibly calm, not flinching at all. He just watches his opponent. Moso is absolutely boiling with rage, violently thinking, "You dead kid. Arrogant S-class, take this." Mos yells, "Dordan ice boulder." Instantly, UNIC. The boulder blast forward. Its sheer power radiating off is unbelievable. Baek Yunsung reacts fast, refusing to yield. He pours mana into his magic staff and suddenly a sword materializes. He swings the blade forward. It looks like a light slash, but the destructive power, absolutely insane. Mosa's giant boulder gets slashed to dust. Even the professor is stunned for 5 seconds, completely speechless. Prince Jeremy Skeven looks totally unfazed while Mos shakes like a leaf, stuttering in pure shock. "Impossible, my magic just vanished." Brutal reality check. Baek Yunsung literally erased it from existence. Ha. The crowd of students completely loses their minds. Did he just slice magic with a sword? Others panic. Did the spell really disappear? That makes zero sense, but the guy hurting the most is definitely the professor. Agonizing. No way a simple slash just casually erases a spell like that. Did Baek Yunsung actually counter Moses' magic? Every spell contains mana traces. Separate the mana and the spell breaks. Is that what Baek Yunsung did? Meanwhile, our guy calmly inspects his sword, smiling in pure satisfaction. Better than expected. Erasing tier 3 magic after just a few days of training. Incredible. Absolutely glorious results. Totally worth testing this out. Now this is my kind of playground. Meanwhile, Mos grinds his teeth in pure rage. A commoner blocked my spell. The professor starts scheming. If Mos loses right here, I am screwed. I cannot just stand by. So he calls out Baek Yunsung. "I admit your defensive technique is somewhat impressive there, but it only stops one spell at a time. What happens against a massive barrage?" Those words are basically cheat codes fed straight to Mos. Catching the hint, he flashes a wicked smile. Baek Yunsung sighs. This old dude talks too much. Suddenly, his eyes shoot wide open. Across the field, Mos summons even more massive boulders. What a menace. Instantly, he launches every single rock straight at Baek Yunsung. An absolutely terrifying magic surge erupts. Seeing this, you and I know things are getting real. The crowd screams, "Someone stop this." Mos smirks, thinking, "You are finished, loser. My heavy leaf boulders crush him." The tension hits absolute maximum. Baek Yunsung stares wide-eyed as massive stones of every size hurtle toward him. Our main guy calculates fast. 11 boulders total. If I cannot flash step away, I have to block them all. The deadly rocks reach him, but he does not even flinch. He effortlessly swings his blade to parry the incoming barrage. With crazy precision, he shatters the boulders into tiny pieces. Watching his high-tier magic get destroyed so easily, Mos flips from shocked to absolutely furious. He grits his teeth. What he growls in his head. My strongest spell block that simply how? What kind of crazy power lets a filthy commoner pull this off? Damn it, this makes me sick. Meanwhile, another guy is sweating bullets. Professor Barron curses internally. Damn it, what is happening? What the heck is Mos doing out there? This is bad. If he loses, I am completely ruined. What do I do? Back on the field, Baek Yunsung is actually surprised. I just copied what I saw in the game, but it works flawlessly. This technique, called panning Teravan, has a massive flaw. The mental focus needed to maintain its shape drains your stamina insanely fast. Plus, the defense drops hard when blocking just one single object, making it super tricky to use. Good thing this is only a sparring match. Down below, the students are losing it. Wow, I have never seen that. Looks like a magic shield. A spell like that actually exists. Insane Mos is definitely losing today. At that moment, Mos looks miserable. His face goes blank, then he angrily screams out, "Damn it, am I really getting humiliated by some trash commoner I refuse to accept?" This, fueled by rage, he channels massive mana into his staff. Seeing this reckless move, the students immediately start whispering behind the teacher's back. "Wait, look, he's using magic again." I thought Moso's attack phase was already over. Meanwhile, the professor is absolutely locked in on the intense match playing out. He doesn't even care about the whispers echoing all around him. He smirks, thinking to himself, "That's exactly right. Keep pushing forward. Annihilate that annoying little commoner kid once and for all." Moso screams out, "Just die already, Baek Yunsung. I won't let you off this time. I absolutely refuse to suffer this kind of humiliation." Suddenly, a voice cuts through the noise. "Professor." The teacher, still grinning like a maniac, instantly freezes and whips his head around. He's completely caught off guard. "Huh, what is it?" "It's Jeremy." Prince Jeremy Skeven flashes a sharp smile, narrowing his eyes. "Why exactly haven't you given Baek Yunsung his turn to attack?" Caught red-handed, the professor completely freezes for 5 long seconds before nervously chuckling. He stammers over his words. And right on cue, the entire class starts turning on him. "Wait a second, isn't this supposed to be a basic first-year match? One wrong move and he could be seriously hurt. Shouldn't this be over?" The students realize this professor is completely irresponsible. Does someone this careless even deserve to be our teacher? He has zero business running a classroom. Professor Baron is officially getting backed into a corner. The whole class is turning against him. He panics, thinking, "Damn it, I was so laser-focused on the fight that I completely ignored the students' reactions. How could I be so ridiculously careless? What do I do now?" Seeing the panicked professor completely speechless, Prince Jeremy steps right back in. "Professor, you are going to give Baek Yunsung his proper turn to strike, right?" The professor stutters, his voice shaking. Magic. A magic attack." At this point, absolutely everyone in the room is staring daggers at the professor, totally forgetting the brutal fight happening right behind them. Meanwhile, Baek Yunsung has already completely flipped the script. He's got his blade pressed right up against Moso's neck. At this point, the final result is totally undeniable. Baek Yunsung wins. This humiliating defeat absolutely shatters Moso's pride into a million little pieces. After all that trash talk, he lost. He has no choice but to swallow the bitter truth of his defeat. The crowd of students watching from below is absolutely blown away by this. Wow, Baek Yunsung actually pulled it off. He's way stronger than anyone thought, and just like that, our underdog has officially caught the attention of Prince Jeremy Skeven himself. The prince flashes an incredibly mysterious smile. You and I both know that kind of smile means serious trouble is brewing. Cut straight to the royal palace. This place is dripping in absolute luxury and power, but the vibe inside is anything but peaceful right now. Blood-curdling screams echo through the halls. "Ah, please, just spare my life." And right there in the middle of the room stands a very familiar face. Yep, it's Moso. After getting completely humiliated by a commoner like Baek Yunsung, he's currently getting beaten into an absolute pulp. Blood is flying everywhere. And the guy casually dishing out this brutal beatdown, none other than Prince Jeremy Skeven. After finishing up his little torture session for the day, the prince leisurely wipes the fresh blood off his hands. He barely breaks a sweat as he turns to address the quiet girl standing right nearby. "Verizin," he calls out. The girl bows her head respectfully. "Yes, your highness, whatever you need." Jeremy glances down at Moso, who's barely breathing. He smirks. "Our dear classmate here took quite a beating. Did you forget to properly look after him? Because honestly, if anything bad were to happen, it would just break my heart." It's a straight-up threat. He's basically saying, you better keep him alive, or else things are going to get much worse. Verizin feels the chilling pressure and quickly responds, "Yes, I understand completely. Please rest assured." Prince Jeremy looks pleased with her obedient answer. He adds, his voice terrifyingly calm, "Excellent. I'm leaving this to you." Watching Prince Jeremy slowly walk away, Verizin just can't shake off this feeling of deep dread. She thinks to herself, not calling him a loyal subject but a classmate, that's so twisted. Because here, in the ruthless Sinvan Empire, magic is absolute power. And Crown Prince Jeremy Skeven, he crushed every single one of his royal brothers just to claim the throne at age 12. A total prodigy. So when he says Moso isn't a loyal subject, does that mean the powerful Dordan family has officially been kicked out of politics? Are they permanently exiled from the political elite? This game of power is absolutely brutal. But honestly, it's not just Moso who caught the prince's eye. The prince is definitely watching Baek Yunsung now. Stick with me here because you and I both know this poor commoner's life is about to get wildly complicated. Peace and quiet, yeah, that's officially over. The next day rolls around at Stella Academy. The campus vibe is perfectly normal with students just hanging out. No rush, no crazy panic, just a regular day. Down in one of the academy's main magic classrooms, a hands-on alchemy experiment is getting started. Potions bubbling, students whispering. But they aren't talking about the lesson. The hype from yesterday's epic duel is still completely taking over the rumor mill. The drama surrounding Baek Yunsung is all anyone cares about. Hey, did you hear Class S Baek Yunsung is actually training to be a knight? Wait a night, why the hell is he studying at a magic academy then? Is he just trying to show off and get completely famous? Well, I heard he completely wrecked that guy from the Dordan family. He's actually got some serious skills. Really, the Dordan family, aren't they basically untouchable in the Sinvan Empire? Oh, this is getting spicy. Meanwhile, Flame accidentally overhears all this gossip. She instantly scowls, thinking to herself in extreme annoyance. So annoying. Literally everywhere I go, it's just Baek Yunsung, this Baek Yunsung, that. She doesn't even care, but hearing his name constantly is just infuriating. Who does this kid even think he is? Suddenly, the professor's booming, strict voice cuts right through the noisy classroom. All right, listen up, everyone. Settle down. Eyes up front. What is with all this ridiculous chattering today? With that, the professor holds up a glowing vial of strange liquid, locking their attention. True alchemy demands absolute precision. Perfect measurements, perfect timing, and flawless temperature control. And let me tell you, this elite professor right here is no joke. That is Alchemy Professor Main Tyran. She continued speaking, her voice echoing with absolute authority. Today we will practice crafting. The Tyran Fatigue Recovery Potion, my own personal creation. Focus up and execute. Meanwhile, Flame was working on her potion, feeling completely frustrated. She was getting seriously annoyed. Just one tiny mistake could completely ruin the entire process. Honestly, the whole art of alchemy is so ridiculously complex that she wanted to avoid it like the plague. Suddenly, the professor's panicked voice cut through the room. Isel, what you are doing is extremely dangerous. How do you ever expect to become an alchemist acting like that? The blonde girl quietly replied, her voice full of pure guilt. I am so sorry. Watching from a distance, Flame thought about how Professor Man claimed she would become a dark horse, supposedly even better than this. She figured she needed to gather more ingredients. To pull that off, she had absolutely no choice but to listen closely in class. She totally believed in herself. But suddenly, a crazy smug laugh echoed through the room, grabbing the attention of Flame. Baek Yunsung had clearly pulled something off, standing there, cracking up like a maniac. It was an absolute success. This was exactly what he wanted. Flame just looked exhausted, her face completely dark. Baek Yunsung again. Is he actually insane, laughing like some villain? At first, she assumed he only took this class to get closer to Isel, but looking at him now, he was clearly just a total weirdo. Creep. What in the world was she even watching? Letting out a heavy sigh, she decided it had absolutely nothing to do with. Time to find more ingredients. A little while later, perfect experimental results started popping up across the room. Flame was completely drained from the insane tension. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she let out a breath. Finally finished. She was incredibly lucky that her top-tier grades helped her breeze through the task so fast. But wait, how was Isel holding up? Looking over and seeing Isel still struggling with her practice, Flame felt this wave of relief. Thank goodness, she was doing okay. But hold on a second. Doing okay normally. If her memory served her right, the original storyline had Isel accidentally discovering the hidden magic notebook belonging to Mela. So wasn't this exact class supposed to recreate something just like the Tyran Fatigue Recovery Potion? Then why in the world did she just end up brewing a perfectly normal potion? Right in the middle of her thoughts, the professor suddenly completely lost it, screaming out loudly, Baek Yunsung, who gave you the right to just change the experiment ingredients? He calmly fired right back. Yes, but if I do it this way, the results are way better. The professor actually flinched at that, her confusion totally showing as her voice trembled just slightly. The problem here is the final product. This is completely different from the fatigue recovery potion I told you to make. And when she saw the potion, Flame absolutely could not believe her eyes. We're about to uncover something crazy. Staring in shock, she thought, wait, that high-grade potion was supposed to be crafted by Isel, right? How did Baek Yunsung manage to brew something this incredible? Meanwhile, the poor professor was struggling hard to keep her cool before she totally snapped. Pressing a hand to her forehead, she muttered in defeat, no, you absolutely cannot do this. Your attitude is completely unacceptable. This is exactly why they say a commoner could never possibly amount to anything at all. Hearing that harsh insult, Flame immediately remembered the original plotline. That specific dialogue was supposed to be about her family getting completely wiped out. Man, those exact words became a massive trauma for Isel, dragging up the deep pain of losing her entire family. Right until the very end of the story, that ghost always haunted her. If Baek Yunsung actually knew about this dark truth beforehand, then Was he drawing all of Professor Main's anger just to protect Isel? Because Professor Main actually holds some serious power inside the Stella Academy. If she targets him, his grades are going to take a massive hit. This is absolute madness. Why in the world would that guy go to such crazy lengths just for Isel? Risking everything for a girl is insane. Meanwhile, Professor Mayan had completely lost her mind, screaming in pure rage. Baek Yunsung, what is with this utterly disrespectful attitude of yours? Did your parents teach you absolutely nothing? I want your parents brought here right this instant. Finally, our guy realized the massive disaster he had just triggered. Staring blankly, he thought to himself, his face dropping completely. Oh, I totally forgot about that part. I got so caught up in the alchemy I completely missed this massive problem. Why did I have to act so completely reckless? Then he nervously spoke up, his voice barely a whisper. I don't have any parents, and I don't have any family left at all. Hearing that, Mayan's blood boiled even harder. Her face turned bright red as she screamed, you doing things your own way means you have no respect for me whatsoever. Are you trying to show me up? Baek Yunsung just casually thought, well, I'm already getting yelled at, so what else can I do? Tomorrow I will definitely test out a fusion between the kimchi potion and the cola potion. The final results are guaranteed to be even more epic than what I made today. Well, you and I are skipping ahead a few weeks since that exact day. The intense verbal battles between the professor and Baek Yunsung haven't shown a single sign of slowing down. Professor Main growled, exactly how many times do I have to tell you? Stop using ingredients that I haven't even taught you yet. Are you actually deaf? Baek Yunsung casually fired back. Yeah, but honestly, after slightly tweaking your original method, the final results ended up being so much better. Hearing that the poor professor was literally fuming with rage at her incredibly stubborn student, screaming out loudly, what? You've got some serious nerve. Right on cue, Baek Yunsung activated his magic monocle, instantly scanning and analyzing the furious professor. The system window immediately popped up. Main Tyrann. Dark magic corruption level at 21%. Core emotions, crippling inferiority, and pure jealousy. Dark magic. The system confirms it. The episode 8 boss, our alchemy professor, is fully corrupted by dark magic. Reading this, Baek just stares at the furious professor, perfectly calm. She is literally shaking with rage. Meanwhile, our guy just smirks, a completely mysterious vibe. Everything is playing out exactly how he planned. This boss, Professor Main, gets possessed by a dark entity. You and I know these classic villains always get consumed by their own toxic emotions. Once that darkness takes over 90% of her mind, it is game over. She transforms into a full-blown dark demon with absolutely no turning back. But here is the catch. Below 50% standard magic cannot detect the corruption at all. Right now, Professor Main's dark magic corruption level is sitting at 21%. Since he cannot report her yet, Baek only has one crazy option left. He has to deliberately push her corruption level past that 50% mark. Once she crosses the line, he can finally call in the execution squad. Now, if this were just a normal possession, she could still be saved and cured. But Main is different. She is a willing contractor. She actually chose to make a deal with the dark demons using her own free will. The seed of darkness is already sprouting inside her, meaning she is too far gone. We are not even close to the main storyline's 4th phase yet, but Baek has to step up right now to handle this overpowered boss. If he fails, the other students at the academy might end up corrupted too. This puts all of Stella Academy at risk. The professor glares at him, voice dripping with pure malice. Change your attitude or fail my class permanently. Baek just sighs heavily. Honestly, failing her alchemy class might actually be a blessing. The last thing he wants right now is to draw unnecessary attention anyway. Laying low keeps him totally safe. Maybe he should just use this assignment time to do some physical training instead. He realizes the perfect strategy to use. Oh yeah, he just needs to make this crazy lady as angry as humanly possible. Moments later, Professor Main starts splitting the entire class into small groups. Staring at his newly assigned team, Baek just facepalms in pure disbelief. A group project for the practical exam. This is an absolute nightmare. Seriously, group work is the worst. And honestly, the kids shoved into Baek's group look absolutely miserable about it. Every single one of them looks deeply depressed. Their faces are completely sunken with dread. Isel is standing right there too, and you can practically feel the massive wave of disappointment radiating off her. The tension here is thick enough to cut with a knife. Baek rubs the back of his neck, thinking, wow, this vibe is totally suffocating right now. Why is everyone acting like they are walking to their execution? Trying to fix this disaster, he flashes them a really awkward smile to break the ice. He finally speaks up, shattering the dead silence. Hey guys, I am Baek Yunsung. Hearing his introduction, the rest of the traumatized squad slowly chimes in. I am Kasahun. I am Marwan. And I am Isel. The moment the introductions end, Marwan literally buries her face in her hands and starts aggressively sobbing. We are so doomed. Why did I get stuck in this cursed group? Professor Main always targets students she hates, giving them absolute garbage grades no matter what. Even if they perform flawlessly, she will still fail them. Seeing her cry, Baek just stands there completely speechless, feeling a massive wave of guilt wash over him. This entire disaster is completely his fault and his poor teammates are paying the price. But then Isel suddenly steps up, her voice surprisingly full of fierce determination. Pull yourselves together. We cannot just give up without a fight. Kasahan stammers out a weak protest, but before he can even finish his sentence, Isel cuts in. Listen closely. During the practical evaluation, there will be at least 3 professional alchemists judging our work and grading our actual compatibility scores. Because of those guest judges, Professor Main literally cannot rig our final scores. Hearing this spark of logic, Kasahan and Mariwan instantly perk up. You can actually see the life returning to their faces. Their eyes start sparkling with hope and they both break into wide relieved smiles together. A tiny glimmer of hope finally pierces through all their overwhelming despair. Someone practically shouts out, well, then we just have to give this absolutely everything we have. Thank goodness. Now I actually want to see what we can pull off here. Baek turns his head to look at Isel, his eyes full of pure admiration. She is literally the savior of his entire academic career. Isel catches him, staring, looks totally caught off guard, and immediately snaps her head away in embarrassment. She completely ignores him. Clearing her throat, Isel speaks up with total confidence. Honestly, brewing the vitality potion is not that crazy of a challenge for us. We just need to apply what we already studied. But there is a catch, we need high-tier ingredients. So who is brave enough to step up first? We need the tail of a frilled lizard. It is the absolute core ingredient for this potion. Without hesitating, Baek shoots his hand straight up. Leave it to me, I will hunt down that lizard tail. Everyone in class knows monster parts make or break a solid alchemy project. You have to score the absolute freshest monster drops to guarantee a perfect grade, and obviously the rest of the team completely agrees with this basic logic. Naturally, Isel nods and immediately takes charge again. Perfect, then it is settled. Our classmate, Baek Yunsung, will handle the monster hunting portion of the assignment. Secretly, Isel thinks to herself, seeing him act this confident actually makes me feel like we can trust him. Meanwhile, our guy is already hatching a plan. Baek flashes a really smug smile. A lizard tail. Time for a little mountain expedition to hunt one down myself. The scene shifts straight to the professor's office. We are back with the crazy alchemy professor. A nervous student steps into her dark office and bows respectfully. Professor Main, did you call for me? Immediately, the wicked professor holds up a single sheet of paper. She smiles coldly. Take this notice and distribute it to all the first-year alchemy students. Make sure every single group gets a copy of this, except Group 12. Leave them out completely. The student nods, anxiously promising to handle it right away. You and I know the practical exam is judged by top-tier professional alchemists. She knows exactly how to sabotage them. What if Baek looks like an amateur? His entire future career as an alchemist will be permanently ruined. Baek Yunsung, you just wait. I am going to make you suffer for disrespecting me. You are about to learn exactly what happens when you cross a professor. Meanwhile, the scene cuts straight back over to the class's private outdoor training facility. Flame is right there grinding out her magic training. Suddenly, she hears someone calling out her name, so she turns around. A guy walks right up, handing her a folded note. He says, they told me to pass this notice to you. It is for the alchemy class, go ahead and take it. Flame grabs the paper, nodding. Ah, thank you so much. But the guy does not forget to add a strict warning. And one more thing, absolutely do not tell the other students. You know exactly what I mean, right? Watching him walk away, Flame just sighs, thinking to herself, other students. He obviously means do not tell Baek Yunsung and his class 12. Like I do not know that already. Are they scared of me? Unfolding the paper, Flame is totally blindsided by what she reads. The note actually says the practical exam is officially changing from the Vitality Potion to Tier 4. Please be advised. Suddenly it hits her. Her eyes go completely wide with pure shock as she thinks, hold on a second. If Baek Yunsung actually knows the original plot, he can totally counter this, right? Instead of grabbing lizard tails for the Vitality Potion, he is going to need Atara's spider shells for Tier 4. That is exactly right. This is the perfect chance to test that kid out. A few days pass. Now you and I know he needs core ingredients for his practical, so Baek Yunsung heads straight for the Grand Colosseum. He arrives in a flash. But the second our main character steps out, he clutches his head, his face completely twisting in pain. He groans out loud. Portals are super convenient, and all but this motion sickness is absolutely brutal. Oh, my aching head hurts. Then a totally unfamiliar voice chimes in. Welcome, Mage Baek Yunsung. It is an absolute honor to have you here at Dear Bay. That was a super warm greeting from the local staff. Baek Yunsung replies, looking a bit awkward. Hey, I am not exactly an official mage just yet. I am just a student. The staff girl smiles brightly, saying Stella Academy students get to enjoy the exact same elite privileges as fully certified mages here. Hearing the famous Stella Academy name drop, the surrounding crowd immediately starts whispering and pointing right at him. Hey, look at that. Is that actually a Stella student? First time seeing that uniform in person. I am so jealous right now. But he is definitely pretty handsome too. The staff member speaks up again. How is everything, sir? If you need absolutely any assistance whatsoever, just let me know. Baek Yunsung replies, sounding genuinely grateful for the help. Oh, thank you so much. Right after that little exchange, he heads straight inside. Walking in, he thinks to himself, just having a Stella pass and pocket watch gets you treated like absolute royalty, literally anywhere you go. Stella Academy is truly incredible. Plus, you actually get to use these teleportation portals completely free of charge. Normally, that kind of trip costs 100,000 credits. I am so incredibly lucky. Because of this, every single weekend I can just teleport around and explore all the nearby cities. And as a result, everything I know perfectly matches up with the lore of this crazy game world. Thinking about this, he pushes way deeper into the dense forest. Scanning his surroundings like a hawk, he mutters, "Looks like this is the exact spot. Today's target, Tier 2 fire lizards. While their raw strength and base physical stats are only slightly above normal wild beasts, they boast insanely high magic resistance and crazy agility. You definitely cannot take them lightly at all. You absolutely need Tier 2 magic or higher just to take them down. I already tried hunting Tier 1 monsters a while back and found it was actually a breeze. So Tier 2 shouldn't be a huge problem either." Very quickly, our main character starts to sense the heavy breathing of those monsters lurking around the area. Without a second thought, he channels his mana, transforming his magic wand into a razor-sharp sword. Our MC smirks, a totally confident smile forming right on his face. Here they come. Just like that. He stands tall alone in the wilderness, laser-focused, tracking every single tiny movement, hiding in the shadows around him. Right over here, a pair of blood-red eyes locks onto him. That vicious gaze practically wants to devour its prey alive. Then it lunges, straight for Baek Yunsung like a missile. But our guy is not some weak pushover. Relying entirely on his razor-sharp combat instincts, Baek Yunsung instantly detects the creatures charging right at him. Without a single wasted movement, he strikes back with absolute deadly precision. Baek Yunsung pivots smoothly, delivering a lethal stab that instantly ends the fire lizard right on the spot. Death came so incredibly fast and unexpected that the monster spits blood and drops dead before even processing what happened. You really never know what is coming right. Our MC shoots a totally cold glare at his own handiwork lying on the ground. Honestly, that was not too shabby at all. Just like that one monster taken down cleanly in the blink of an eye, he stands proudly radiating absolute confidence. One down. Now, who else wants a piece of this action? Come on out. I can take you all on myself. But suddenly he gets slightly caught off guard by the absolute madness unfolding right in front of him. Suddenly, a massive swarm of fire lizards is crawling out of the woodwork. Every single one of them looks absolutely primed and ready to be harvested for loot. Hey, our MC just stands there, smirking, looking totally hyped up. All right, time to start farming some serious materials. With that, he charges fiercely straight into the danger zone to attack. Now you and I can probably guess exactly how this turns out. Let's just say the loot drop went way beyond his wildest expectations. Finally, the big day of the practical exam arrives. Yeon's eyes widen in absolute shock, totally stunned as she loudly exclaims to everyone, "All right, you and I are back, looking fresh." Baek Yusil replies casually, completely full of himself. "Of course, who do you think I am?" Heh. Then Isel speaks up, her voice sounding a little fed up. "All right, that is ridiculous enough. At least you actually know how to pick the right ingredients." Our main character answers bluntly, "If you know, then keep quiet." Isel's face instantly lights up with pure excitement. "Great, now we just need to combine them. And then we are done. Let's do this." At this exact moment, everyone in the group has eyes sparkling with wild anticipation for their final, upcoming team result. But right then, the alchemy professor, Mayan, suddenly raises her voice, completely shattering the quiet atmosphere. "Is everyone finally gathered here this afternoon?" Standing right beside her are three other alchemy professors. And guess what? They're also the strict judges who will be grading the students today. Professor Mayan continues, speaking, her tone completely strict and authoritative. "Today, exactly as announced, this practical exam will take place under the very watchful eyes of master alchemists from the official Alchemy Association. If all of you manage to actually perform perfectly in front of them, your future path in alchemy will open up massively. So what are we waiting for? Let's begin right now." Today's exam topic is crafting the Grade B Tyrant Supplement. Hearing this sudden news, Baek Yusil's entire team is so shocked, their faces turn completely pale, eyes literally bulging out. What the heck, is she trying to play a dirty trick on us? Professor Mayan still keeps her cold expression and continues. Has everyone prepared all their ingredients? Isel immediately speaks up in absolute panic, her voice trembling with pure confusion. Excuse me, Professor. We thought the topic was the stamina enhancement potion, right in the middle of this wildly tense classroom atmosphere that feels ready to explode. Professor Mayan just subtly smirks with deep malice and says, yes, that was the case. But I already announced the topic change, right? The assignment was changed to the Tyrant supplement. Isn't that correct, everyone? And yes, get this, you guys, the news was actually whispered everywhere. Only Baek Yunsung's team was left totally in the dark, absolutely clueless. Talk about terrible luck. The horrible feeling of being completely thrown under the bus is clearly written across all their faces. They are so incredibly mad they cannot even hide it. Inside his calculating head, a razor-sharp thought flashes through Baek Yunsung's mind. She is playing really dirty. I would be totally fine, but if the others fail this exam, it is a huge disaster. Our guy furiously racks his brain, searching his memories to see if the original story had this ridiculously stupid plot twist. At the exact same time, Flame's eyes casually sweep across the room, stopping right on Baek Yunsung's team, and then like she got shocked, she freezes. Feeling a tiny prick of a guilty conscience, the girl quickly turns her face away. That painfully obvious, awkward attitude from Flame makes Baek Yunsung's brain twist into even tighter knots. Meanwhile, Flame is quietly questioning her own morals. Wait, what in the world is happening? Right now, is it possible that Baek Yunsung is actually completely and utterly clueless about this massive earth-shattering change in the original plotline? And if he knew, why didn't he step up and stop this whole mess? Right in the middle of this chaotic situation, Professor Mayan decides to throw more gas on the fire, her tone dripping with pure mockery. Student Isel, did you perhaps prepare the wrong ingredients? The poor girl, hearing this, gets so anxious, she is literally tongue-tied, completely unsure how to answer and survive this trap. That is. Meanwhile, Professor Mayan looks even more incredibly annoyed and continues with a tone clearly picking a fight. An alchemist, a true seeker of truth, confusing their basic ingredients and completely losing sight of their goal. That is utterly unacceptable. Finishing her sentence, she flashes a truly wicked evil smile and delivers a brutal, chilling verdict. It seems there is no other way. Team 12 will be disqualified. Hearing this absolute nonsense, Baek Yunsung refuses to sit still immediately, raising his hand and firing back with total confidence. Hold on a second. Making the Tyrant supplement is not hard at all. This bold, fearless declaration makes Professor Mayan completely freeze for 5 whole seconds, totally stuttering. What did you just say? Meanwhile, Baek Yunsung maintains his incredibly badass composure, confirming it like absolute solid fact. I will create it, with completely different ingredients. In fact, the effects will be way better than yours, Professor. Just my usual style. This insane level of confidence mixed with Baek Yunsung's signature arrogance acts like pure gasoline on Professor Mayan's burning rage, making her blood absolutely boil, but she is completely helpless. Yep, totally cornered. She wants to scream but cannot. Wants to punish him, even more impossible. She can only grind her teeth in pure frustration. Honestly, it looks pathetic. Inside her head, she starts calculating the odds. The main ingredient for the Tyrant supplement is the Atlas shell. The Atlas shell contains massive amounts of vital nutrients, and the Tyrant supplement is literally the specific potion designed to be crafted from that exact ingredient. Yet, this kid plans to use a fire lizard tail to make that exact same supplement. That is pure insanity, but honestly, even better for me. I will use this perfect chance to completely end his alchemy career right in front of everybody. Just you wait and see, you arrogant little brat. Thinking this, Professor Mayan loudly declares, acting like she is granting some huge favor. Fine then. You have exactly 1 hour. Finish the Tyrant supplement within the strict time limit. The second they look at that fire lizard tail, one of the team members turns completely pale and panics. Hey Baek Yunsung, are you out of your freaking mind? What the heck are we supposed to do with that thing? Baek Yunsung just laughs it off and replies totally unfazed. Since things have already come to this, our only choice is to risk it. Just trust me and follow my lead. Honestly, trying is way better than getting eliminated. Who knows, maybe insane luck will actually smile on us. Hearing those fired-up words, the whole team instantly gets a massive morale boost, their faces lighting up with renewed hope. All right, I will do it. I want to try too. It is time to prove them wrong. Without missing a beat, the whole squad rolls up their sleeves. Boo steps up, assigning tasks with absolute confidence. All right, stick with me here. When it comes to the art of alchemy, you have to understand that during his past life grinding this game, Bu was completely obsessed with this specific field. He had literally memorized every single formula, making absolutely sure not to miss even the tiniest microscopic detail. And obviously, the highly guarded formula for the Type B Treno supplement could never ever escape his legendary cheat sheet. Now, at first, our main character actually had zero intention of ever using this specific recipe. Why? Because this was exactly what Professor Tiran would spend years researching and inventing. But desperate times call for desperate measures. Our guy confidently explains the plan to the crew. The whole reason why the Atlas shell packs so many nutrients is for its reproduction cycle. Guess what? A fire lizard tail has the exact same biological organs. Pointing right at a specific spot on the severed lizard tail, he drops some heavy knowledge. See this blood vessel right here? Do you guys see this line? The Alaco tribe down in the southern desert actually uses these exact fire lizard blood vessels to massively boost the health of their tribal chiefs. Those guys live for a ridiculously long time, so this specific vessel can definitely replace the Atlas shell entirely. Hearing this genius logic, Juan instantly raises his hand. Hey, I actually know a little bit about the Alaco tribe material processing techniques. How about I handle this part? Boo flashes a massive smile and nods. Yeah, that works perfectly. This is going great. Now this mistletoe needs to be dried using a highly specific desert method. Does anyone here know how to pull that off? Kasahan jumps right on the opportunity. You mean the solar thermal drying method, right? I actually learned that back when I traveled with my dad. With this amount, I can easily dry it out in just 5 minutes flat. Okay, what about processing the rest? Before Boo can even finish asking, Isol violently shoots her hand up. I got this. Our guy smiles softly. Awesome, I will leave it to you then. And just like that, the whole crew goes into maximum overdrive. Everyone is dead serious, entirely focused on their assigned roles. They are giving it absolutely everything they have. Because right now, their only shot at surviving this class rests entirely on the results of this one crazy practical exam. Nobody dares to slack off or even blink. Watching his team grind this hard, Bu cracks a small smile. He thinks to himself, wow, everyone is actually doing incredibly well right now. This is way past my expectations. Clapping his hands, he speaks with pure authority. All right, team, we are going to start the final mixing phase exactly as I showed you. Let us get this done. Fast forward a bit, and Professor Tiran is staring completely blankly at their station. She is so utterly shocked she cannot even blink her eyes. The insane creation that currently has her too stunned to even speak is none other than Team Boo's newly finished potion. Boo stands there oozing confidence. Professor, I present to you the Type B Terran supplement. We invite all the professors to examine it. The other alchemy instructors lingering in the back are literally dropping their jaws in pure disbelief frantically, whispering among themselves. Is it actually possible these random kids pulled this off? Meanwhile, even without officially testing the final product just yet, Professor Tiran's face is already turning purple with rage. She angrily thinks to herself, this is ridiculous. Even I had to spend years researching to successfully create the Terran supplement. And these brats just toss it together in one afternoon. There is absolutely no way they finished it this easily. But right then, another professor steps up, totally burning with curiosity. Allow me to test this first. Without hesitating, she holds her hand right over the vial, slowly absorbing its raw nutrients directly into her system. In a flash, her eyes widen as she feels a massive surge of pure energy exploding from the liquid. It completely blows her mind. She has lived a long time, but she has definitely never witnessed anything quite like this kind of alchemical miracle before. Seeing her freeze up, another instructor asks in confusion, what exactly are you doing? The tester quickly snaps back to reality and delivers her verdict. While the technique was slightly flawed and ingredients were definitely wasted, the actual output is honestly way more potent than my own Tyran supplement. The moment she says that, the entire team loses their minds. Their eyes light up with pure hype. It really looks like this insane gamble paid off even bigger than they could have ever dreamed. Lady Luck is smiling down on our squad today. An absolute miracle has finally happened. One by one, the other professors test out the crazy potion, unable to stop praising the results. Absolutely brilliant. You young students are packed with some incredibly unique knowledge. But wait, you and I both know someone is not happy about this. Over in the corner, a certain someone is literally shaking with absolute rage. Professor Tiran is seething right now, completely powerless to stop the praise. She refuses to accept this harsh slap to her pride. Unable to take it anymore, Tiran loudly growls at them. Hand that over to me right now, I need to verify it myself. Snatching the vial, she roughly takes hold of Team Boo's final product. But the very second she touches it, she completely freezes. Her eyes roll back and her jaw drops open in pure disbelief. Deep down inside Tiran's massive ego physically cannot process this impossible reality, even with the proof sitting right in her hands. She frantically thinks to herself, trying to find a flaw. No, this cannot be real. This potion uses the exact nutrient conversion method that I spent years developing, turning monster essence into human energy. This is quite literally the absolute perfect Tyrian supplement. No, this is just impossible. How could a bunch of totally amateur students outdo my own masterpiece in just one single afternoon? There is absolutely zero way this absurd logic makes any sense. But wait a second, I am the one grading them. Ha, you little brats really thought you had one, huh? I am just going to fail them for wasting raw materials and crush their dreams right here. Smirking evilly to herself, the shady alchemy professor, Professor May and Tyrion spoke up ready to end this. The test was over, but life is never that simple. Everything went completely against her clever little calculations. Suddenly, the alchemy professor, standing right behind her, spoke up to interrupt the moment. It seems Group 12 scoring an A is way too low, right? Professor May and Tyrion, what do you think? Hearing this, May and Tyrion gritted her teeth in absolute fury, secretly cursing damn these annoying old fools for being here. Left with zero options, she swallowed her massive pride, bit back her anger, accepted the reality, and finally made the official announcement. Group 12 passed completely. Baek Yunsung and his entire team exploded with absolute joy. They went from pure nervous tension waiting for results to bursting with pure happiness when, knowing they cleared the trial. Oh man, they actually pulled it off. Just like that, Baek Yunsung's squad flawlessly passed. You and I love to see it. Cleared this insanely difficult practical exam. But as for a certain someone else, they are probably on the verge of a literal heart attack from rage. Her face right now is twisted in pure misery. Professor May and Tyrion looks absolutely pathetic. You almost feel bad for her, but not really. Haha, I will deal with you later. Baek Yunsung, just you wait. Meanwhile, Professor May and Tyrion's dark energy corruption rate is spiking higher and higher by the second, signaling a massive disaster is completely about to hit us. A few days later at the elite training grounds strictly reserved for S-class students, the prodigies are training hard. After intensely pushing her absolute limits, Flame is completely exhausted, completely out of breath. Sigh, it is finally over. Training like crazy, yet she still has to attend classes. Exhausting. Suddenly, Flame completely freezes when she spots a specific scene happening right in the distance, catching voices echoing over to her. It is okay, Jackie, you did really great. That is right, you are still way better than the actual princess right now, so please stop crying. Following Flame's sharp gaze, a group of friends gathers around to console Jackie, the striking red-haired girl standing out entirely among the huge crowd. Flame thinks to herself, her mind spinning. That girl was supposedly labeled the ultimate genius of fire magic, but honestly, her progression speed is absolutely terrifying. I have trained for years, yet the princess. Sooner or later, she knows the princess is guaranteed to completely surpass her own limits of magical control. Eavesdropping on all of this, Flame is absolutely stunned, her mind reeling. The magical control ability of Bayan is not supposed to fully develop until year 2. Why in the world can they already do this in year 1? Could this all somehow be because of Baek Yunsung? Pausing a second to process everything, Flame suddenly realizes that the recent alchemy practical exam also had something completely wrong about it. The formula for the Type B Tyrian supplement was originally invented by Isel Moon from the future, only to be stolen by Main Tyrion and shamelessly revamped for herself. Yet somehow Baek Yunsung actually knew this secret formula, a highly guarded formula that absolutely does not exist anywhere in the original storyline. Seriously, the original plot definitely did not have this broken hack. Wait a minute, he knows all this future information, but does not seem to know the core original story. Could it be that you did not transmigrate into this world but actually regressed instead? If that is true, everything perfectly makes sense. If Baek Yunsung literally came back from the future, he would only possess knowledge of future events, but he definitely could not possibly remember every single tiny event that happened to Isel Moon. Actually, in the original story timeline, Ma Yusong was also once given a chance to regress. The legendary 11th month Grace is the absolute only existence in this entire world, possessing the insane power to control time. If this is truly that being's godlike power, then things are getting genuinely terrifying. While Flame's mind is a completely tangled mess, a very familiar voice suddenly speaks up, shattering her train of thought. What is wrong, He Gujang? The moment she spots her friend, Flame instantly lights up like she just struck pure gold. She totally rushes over to him. Perfect timing. You know Baek Yunsung, right? Did he happen to leave any sort of special impression on you? He Gujang just blinks, completely bewildered by her frantic energy. What do you mean by that? Honestly, I just thought he was a slightly unusual student, that is all. Flame totally refuses to let it go immediately, pressing him. Nothing else. You seriously did not sense anything else about him? He Gujang maintains a completely blank expression and gives a simple reply. No. Flame looks incredibly disappointed, rubbing her temples with a heavy sigh. Sigh. Is that really it? He Gujang finds this completely strange. so he cautiously probes. Hey Flame, do you possibly have some feelings for Baek Yunsung? Flame does not even hesitate for a second, bluntly admitting it. Well, yeah, I guess I do. In her mind, another crazy thought starts brewing. After all, Baek Yunsung is exactly like her. They both somehow know the future plot of the original storyline. Thinking about this, Flame unconsciously mumbles to herself, no way, this is definitely not okay. If I just stay stuck right here, doing nothing. Haegujang gets even more confused by her muttering quickly, asking again, what do you mean? Oh, I just meant that sitting around doing absolutely nothing really does not suit my personality at all. Since they are already talking about Baek Yunsung, should I just go straight up to him right now and completely confess my feelings? Confess? Haegujang freezes up entirely. He simply cannot comprehend what in the world Flame is rambling about right now. This completely ridiculous situation leaves Haegujang absolutely stunned. Stick with me here because he has zero clue how to react. Right after dropping that bomb, Flame just completely vanishes. Before darting off, she does not forget to wave a quick goodbye, her tone packed with serious hidden meaning. Thanks so much for listening. I am out of here, leaving our romantic guy Haegujang behind with an absolute mess of questions spinning in his head, his hazy eyes showing a tiny hint of sadness. Just quietly watching Flame's fading silhouette disappear into the distance. Haegujang slowly lets his hand drop down. Those incredibly confusing words of hers just keep endlessly swirling and echoing deep inside his mind. He honestly cannot figure out what the heck Flame meant by a confession. Confess what exactly? To who could it seriously be that? She is genuinely confessing her love. Does Flame really have special feelings for Baek Yunsung now? Oh man, it is so over. Just like that, another incredibly long day finally wraps up with our cast in pure emotional chaos. You and I are jumping straight to the next morning. Right now, Baek Yunsung is sitting all by himself. Baek Yunsung sits there, sipping bitter coffee with the heavy, serious face of an old man. He lets out a massive sigh, wondering what on earth to do next. Right now, Mantiran's dark corruption rate has already hit 37%. And you know what that means. They have less than 3 months left before disaster strikes. The big event is coming. This dark corruption will randomly infect one student. It could literally be anyone, maybe Flame's friend or even that girl, Jackie. It might be Bian Ang's subordinate. Or worse, the heir to the Shadow legacy, Haegujang. If someone like Haegujang actually gets corrupted, that would be an absolute disaster. The chances are super low, but if Haegujang turns dark, it basically triggers the worst possible ending imaginable. So Baek Yunsung has to be incredibly careful. While he's lost deep in thought about who might turn bad, something totally unexpected snaps him back to reality. Baek Yunsung's eyes go wide in pure shock, because standing right there looming over him is none other than Flame herself. And honestly, she looks absolutely annoyed right now. Before Baek Yunsung can even process what is happening, Flame speaks up first, totally interrogating him. What exactly are you doing? She asks. Baek Yunsung just stammers, completely clueless. What do you mean, what am I doing? But Flame is not letting this go. She pushes harder. Last time you never actually gave me a straight answer about your true identity. Hearing that Baek Yunsung finally realizes her angle, he suddenly understands why she's been so obsessed with figuring him out. But his inner thoughts are just screaming, oh, great, it is this exact question again. She is making things super awkward. How is he supposed to explain his identity to her? It is a ridiculously long and complicated story to tell. Should he just tell Flame the truth? Maybe sharing intel could actually help them reach a better ending. Alright, all or nothing, let's just try it. Making up his mind, Baek Yunsung opens his mouth to confess. I am. But come on, you and I know nothing is ever that easy. Before he can even finish his sentence, a massive wall of red system alerts pops up. Frantic warnings flash everywhere. Warning: story, power level insufficient. Warning: do not reveal Transmigration identity to this character. Warning: you are strictly forbidden from sharing your future knowledge with her. And the crazy restrictions just keep going. This sudden avalanche of aggressive system warnings is enough to make Baek Yunsung flinch hard. His heart is pounding out of his chest. Baek Yunsung curses silently, completely exhausted. This system is going to drive him insane. What even is this? Out of options, he quickly changes the subject. How about this? Everyone has their own secrets, right? Let's just share half the truth. What do you say? Hearing his compromise, Flame actually nods in agreement. Fine, I accept. Our main guy hears that deal and instantly relaxes. A huge wave of relief hits him. Thank God, Flame agreed, because if she kept interrogating him, he had absolutely no clue how to escape that trap. But Flame instantly seizes the opportunity to strike first. All right, let me ask my question. You already know what happens in the future, don't you? Before Baek Yunsung can even celebrate his dodge, his face scrunches up like he just ate a lemon. He is internally panicking all over again. Oh my God. They agreed to only tell half the truth, so why is she asking something so dangerously direct? Trying to survive, he counters. If you are asking that, it means you know too right. What is your actual goal at this academy? Flame doesn't even hesitate. She answers him bluntly. To stop the world from being completely destroyed, obviously. This entire world is in grave danger. Hearing this, Baek Yunsung lets out a quiet sigh of relief. He isn't sure if she's telling the truth, but hey, he also wants to save the world. He definitely doesn't want an apocalypse either. But Flame keeps the pressure on. My turn again. Why exactly have you been acting the way you do? Baek Yunsung's brain is spinning in circles. What does she mean by acting the way he does? He has no clue what she is implying here. He decides to just bluff his way through it. Spouting absolute nonsense, he says, no special reason. I just do what I think is right. He thinks that smooth answer should be enough to satisfy her. But suddenly Flame absolutely loses her temper. Stop lying to me, she yells. Why would anyone be that kind for no reason? You definitely have a hidden motive. There is something you want to achieve, isn't there? Baek Yunsung stammers, awkwardly rushing to explain himself. No, I swear it's not what you think at all. Something I want to achieve. Honestly, I am not even sure myself. But that vague answer just makes Flame even more frustrated. She glares at him, growling. What did you just say? Not sure. Baek Yunsung keeps his expression totally deadpan and replies, yeah, I just want to survive, that is all. Hearing this brutally honest truth, Flame is completely stunned, freezing in place for a few seconds. Just survive. She suddenly realizes she was way too aggressive about such a sensitive topic. Now she is the one stammering, suddenly feeling guilty. Her voice drops to a mumble. I guess so. I am sorry I spoke completely out of line. Meanwhile, our MC is standing there like a deer in headlights, totally lost. What just happened? Is this intense interrogation actually over now? Unexpectedly, Flame's eyes well up with tears. She quickly turns her face away and mutters, I am leaving now. I will see you later. Baek Yunsung is utterly bewildered. He didn't even get the chance to ask his follow-up questions. Wait a second, what on earth is going on here? Is she actually crying? He hasn't even done anything wrong. But right then, a voice dripping with murderous intent echoes from behind him. Baek Yunsung hears that spine-chilling voice and instantly knows things are about to go horribly wrong. His survival instincts are screaming at maximum volume. And just as expected, Haegujang is glaring at Baek Yunsung like he wants him dead. The terrifying aura radiating off this guy is practically suffocating. Haegujang doesn't bother beating around the bush. He snarls directly at our MC, you bastard, answer me right now. Why was Flame crying? If you lie, I will absolutely destroy you. Now you and I have to wonder, how is Baek Yunsung going to survive this psycho? Yuseong panics. Getting glared at by the strongest character's rival sends a total chill down his spine, and then it suddenly hits him like a truck. Agang actually has a massive unrequited crush on Flame. Yuseong thinks he is completely dead meat now. But wait a second, he hasn't even done anything wrong. Seriously, a misunderstanding right now would be a massive headache. He needs to clear the air instantly. Without wasting a single second, Yuseong frantically starts explaining himself. He swears there is absolutely nothing sketchy going on between him and Flame. Agang just frowns at him, her voice dripping with intense suspicion. Why ask that? Do you honestly expect me to believe that Yuseong practically begs her to trust him? Whatever crazy romance she is imagining is definitely not happening at all. Our main character forces an awkward smile, desperately praying his defense actually worked. He really hopes she finally gets the message that he and Flame are strictly friends. Agang stares at him for a long moment, falling completely silent. Then, unexpectedly, she lowers her head and mutters in a surprisingly tiny voice, is that actually true? I should not have asked. Sorry. But this bizarre out-of-character apology just terrifies Yuseong even more. He turns pale white and starts stammering out a response, completely shocked. No problem, I will just be going now. With that, Agang abruptly spins around and marches away, leaving Yuseong standing there with a totally chaotic mind. Yuseong lets out a huge sigh of relief, but he is still super confused. What in the world was that? That did not match her usual personality at all. Agang is always so cold and perfectly logical. Why is she suddenly acting so emotionally unstable? Honestly, our hero is starting to feel incredibly anxious about all this. Alright, you and I are switching scenes. As evening falls, Isol quietly closes her book. Looking absolutely exhausted, she lets out a heavy, tired sigh in the dim room. Why can she not focus on a single thing today? Without warning, her mind keeps drifting right back to that intense conversation she had with Yuseong in the practice room. She had confronted him with a direct question. Did he really just invent that complex magical formula right there on the spot? It seemed completely impossible to believe. After thinking for a second, Yuseong casually agreed. But honestly, hearing that casual answer absolutely blew Isol's mind. She had always prided herself on being the ultimate genius. She genuinely believed her natural talent was enough to defeat absolutely anyone in her path. But watching him effortlessly perform, she realizes how wrong she actually was. Isol suddenly snaps back to reality. What the heck is she even thinking right now? If she stays this week, how is she ever going to get revenge? She has to avenge her father. Those corrupt villains framed him as a traitor and pushed him right to his death. The disgustingly vile Adon Levitt family did this. They are pure scum. She cannot exact vengeance with just this pathetic level of power. It is making her insanely frustrated, honestly driving her completely crazy right now. But she quickly pulls herself together. She absolutely cannot give up here. She just needs to push herself harder, grinding until she reaches the very top level. Someday, she will definitely make them pay. The next morning, warm rays of sunlight peek through the window, shining brightly right onto the bed where Flame is sleeping. Flame is already awake, but her legendary laziness kicks in hard. She does not even want to move a single muscle, just lying there absolutely motionless. Flame groans with massive regret. She only chose a 4-person dorm because she loved the noisy, chaotic energy. If she had known it would turn out like this, she should have just taken the luxury single room meant for S-class students. She thought the shared room would be an absolute blast full of epic parties, perfect for making friends. But now she is regretting that choice big time. Her thoughts quickly shift to Yuzeon, remembering what he said earlier about his final goal. When he claimed he did not know his own purpose, that is the ultimate proof. Without a single doubt, our guy Yuseeing is definitely a regressor from the future. Now you and I need to pay attention to this lore. In the original story, the grace of the 11th month offered Ma Yusong a massive choice like this. I can grant you one chance to reverse time. But the absolute cost of this miracle, you will lose almost every single memory from the original future timeline. Everything you experience will just vanish from your mind. And even worse, once you finally complete your world-saving mission, you will be completely erased from existence entirely. Absolutely gone. Nobody will ever remember that you saved the world. Even your closest friends and the loyal people who fought right beside you will forget you completely. The ones you love will wipe you from their memory. Are you truly willing to sacrifice absolutely everything just to turn back the clock and start completely over? Back then, Ma Yusong heroically replied, "If this is my ultimate destiny, then I will bravely accept the heavy burden of saving this entire world one more time." But the person who desperately stopped him was actually Isol. She rushed over in an absolute panic, practically crying as she begged him, "Wait, please do not do this. I would rather watch this world burn to ashes than live in a future without you. Let us face the end together." Talk about an absolute emotional punch. Her tearful plea magically managed to melt his freezing heart. That powerful emotional moment actually convinced the main character to completely abandon his insane plan to regress. The world ended up destroyed anyway, and the original story closed on a totally tragic note. Remembering all this dark lore, Flame slowly sits right up in bed. Her heart feels super heavy right now. If this timeline is changing and Yusang actually did regress using the god-tier power of the 11th month, then the moment he completes his epic mission, he is going to instantly vanish from existence. Erased completely from this world without leaving a single trace behind. Nobody will ever know he even lived, but despite losing his memories and only having a pure sense of duty left, Yusong still claimed he just wanted to survive. As a regressor, it takes insanely massive courage to face total erasure and still keep fighting. Normal people would be completely terrified of disappearing forever like that. That bravery is the only thing pushing him forward, stopping him from panicking about his tragic fate. Honestly, any normal person would have simply run away screaming. He should have fled. But with the heavy weight of the world on his shoulders, Yusong returned to save everyone. And yet he still clearly stated he wants to live. Even knowing that absolute death is waiting for him at the finish line, he pushes past his own fear and boldly accepts the brutal challenge anyway. If he is really carrying that kind of epic burden, she definitely should not doubt him anymore. It looks like the two of them share the exact same goal now. So what do you and I take from this? She is going to step up and help him save the world, but suddenly heavy footsteps echo through the room. A frantic, urgent pounding echoes right outside the door. Jackie bursts into the room, completely panicking and totally out of breath. "Flame Wong is looking for you," she gasps. "He said he'll be waiting down on the first floor of the dorms." Hearing that, Flame immediately collapses right onto her bed. Playing sick, she groans. "Just tell him to go away. Tell him I am not here." Jackie just stands there stuttering awkwardly. But before she can even finish her sentence, Flame gets visibly annoyed and cuts her off. "Whatever, just tell him that. I need to sleep, so stop bothering me." Hearing this, Jackie just gives up, totally at a loss for what to do next. But deep down, a massive wave of jealousy toward Flame washes over her. Some people just get absolutely everything handed to them without trying. Sighing, she quickly heads down to the first floor. Outside the dorms, Huang is just standing there looking completely lost, his face looking totally blank and devastated. He has those classic sad eyes of a guy trapped in unrequited love. Jackie hurries over to him and calls out, "Hey Huang." Hearing someone call his name, Huang gets secretly excited for a second, but the moment he turns around to look, oh man, his face instantly drops. The girl he has been dreaming about is nowhere to be seen, and standing there instead is just some totally average-looking girl. Huang gives her a look so incredibly cold that Jackie immediately feels awkward and super embarrassed. Even so, Jackie cannot hide her massive fangirl energy. Her eyes are literally sparkling as a little one-sided crush starts blooming in her heart. But then bam, Huang delivers an absolutely ruthless line that instantly crushes all her hopes. "Who are you?" Those freezing cold words hit Jackie like a bucket of ice water straight to the face, dragging her right back to harsh reality. Her poor teenage heart completely shatters into a million pieces. Seeing her standing there totally speechless, Huang just casually asks, "So where is Flame anyway?" Jackie quietly mutters, she said she was tired and went to sleep." Hearing that, Huang immediately sinks deep into his own thoughts. Maybe her confession to that absolute loser actually failed, so she is just in a bad mood. Seriously, what does that guy have over him? Thinking about this, Huang finally speaks up, his voice totally completely emotionless. "Understood. I will just come back later." With that said, he just turns and walks away, leaving Jackie standing there all alone, staring at his back in pure disappointment. Feeling totally crushed, she mutters, her voice heavy with resentment. Why? Why is it always like this? I love him so much, but he does not even remember my name. It is always like this. No matter where we go, everyone only ever pays attention to Flame. Unbelievable talent, all the attention. Flame always gets absolutely everything. She walks around bathed in the spotlight, loved by everyone like she is the main character of reality. She is so beautiful that people actually treat her like a literal angel sent from above. And now even the romantic feelings of Huang are entirely focused on her without him ever sparing a single glance at a total nobody like me. Seriously, why is the world so unfair? I feel completely hollowed out right now, just standing here alone. Thinking about it, a massive wave of jealousy erupts like a volcano, deep inside Jackie. Clenching her fists tight, she bitterly mutters, "Damn it, this makes me so mad." Moving on to the very next morning at Stella Academy's main tower, number 1. You and I can already feel the heavy tension here. Inside a quiet room, a man starts speaking, sounding incredibly unhappy. "I heard Professor Mayan Tiran was heavily humiliated by a mere student recently." Hearing this, Mayan Tiran turns completely pale. Biting her lip, she answers with a deeply apologetic voice, "I am sorry, I was truly useless. I have absolutely no excuses for what happened." The man turns his back, his tone sharp and full of blame. "You do realize I placed incredibly high expectations on you, right? And this intimidating guy, he is none other than Stella Academy's Vice Principal Aki Haiden. By the way, how is our little secret project coming along? That spatial random exchange calculation research you are currently working on with the professors over at Gunyang Academy. Is it progressing well?" Professor Maintaran quickly flashes a super fake confident smile and replies, "Of course it is going perfectly. I would never let you down." Hearing this, Aki Haiden steps closer, gently pats her on the shoulder, and whispers with a dark hidden meaning, "Good. I am placing all my trust in you. Yes, please leave everything to me. I will excuse myself now." With those words, Professor Main Tiran instantly vanishes right out of the room, and the second she is gone, Vice Principal Aki Haiden immediately drops the act, revealing a look of pure disgust. He mutters, "What a pathetic, smooth-brained fool. She does not even realize that she is just a pawn being used right now. And honestly, she probably would not even care if she found out. The only thing that woman truly craves is status and glory, completely blinding her to the truth. It is absolutely hilarious that a mage supposed to be fighting against dark magic is actually doing research for the dark mages instead. Truly despicable. Ha ha ha, I cannot wait for the day that dark magic alchemy is finally completed." Now let's switch gears. We jump to some mysterious new location, and the first thing you see is a towering mountain of documents, looking absolutely massive. But actually, it is just a super frail girl struggling to carry a mountain of paperwork, her entire body literally shaking from the heavy weight. Meanwhile, everyone else around her just ignores it completely. Not a single person steps up to help this poor girl out. But then, almost like a miracle, a genuinely kind guy finally steps up to help her carry the load. And that hero is none other than our incredibly handsome main character himself, Sion. Flashing a warm smile, he happily speaks up. With a warm smile, he asked, "Assistant, are you okay? Let me carry that." Thanks to Baek Yunsung's perfectly timed rescue mission, the massive stack of documents quickly found its way safely into Professor Mayan Tiran's office. Setting the heavy mountain of papers down on the desk, the teaching assistant finally let out a huge sigh of relief. "Thank you so much," she gasped. "If you weren't here, Professor Mayan Tiran would have completely chewed me out again." Baek Yunsung just played it cool, totally modest. "No problem at all. It was nothing." But taking full advantage of this golden opportunity, our guy immediately scanned the room. Papers were scattered everywhere like a tornado hit. He thought to himself, "Wow, this place is an absolute disaster zone. Total chaos." Just then his eyes lit up, locking onto a mysterious whiteboard. Baek Yunsung couldn't hide his curiosity. "Oh hey, what exactly is that over there?" The assistant blinked and explained. "Ah, that thing, that is the complex formula. Professor Mantirin is currently researching alongside the other top-tier doctors. I think they call it the random spatial exchange formula." Hearing those exact words, Baek Yunsung literally flinched, his heart suddenly dropping into his stomach. It was pounding out of his chest. He questioned everything he knew in shock. Was this really it? The legendary random spatial exchange formula, the very first fundamental equation of magic alchemy engineering. According to the original corrupted timeline of Professor Mantirin, this was a massive deal. The Dark Mages ended up completing this exact formula alongside Main. The massive technological gap that followed caused absolute unimaginable devastation across the entire world. It was literally enough to drown the world in a sea of fire. But wait, a flower of hope can still bloom in this barren wasteland. And her name is Antarisa. If she took control instead, she could completely flip the script. What if she stepped up and decoded this insane formula? Before the Dark Mages ever got their hands on it, she was truly the lone ray of hope in the darkness. She possessed an absolute genius brain, along with the most brilliant outside-the-box ideas. Later on, she created countless magical items that even the most elite Dark Mages wouldn't dare dream of inventing. Thinking about this, a wildly bold idea suddenly sparked inside Baek Yunsung's mind. He didn't hesitate for a second, calling out, "Hey, teaching assistant, Antarisa." She jumped slightly, turning around to reply, do you want some coffee?" Baek Yunsung frantically waved his hands quickly, explaining, No, that's not what I meant at all. "Professor Mantirin has been giving you a really hard time, hasn't he?" She frowned. "Why are you suddenly asking me that? If there was a way to get some incredibly satisfying revenge, what would you do? Do you want to try it?" Antarisa looked totally flustered. Her voice was super timid. I'm just a lowly little assistant. What could I possibly do about getting revenge? Honestly, if I'm not careful, I could get fired and thrown right out onto the street. Do you want me to become homeless or something? But our guy Baek Yunsung was not giving up, pushing his agenda. "So what, don't you already have some ideas locked away in there? You could easily rise up and become an alchemist far more brilliant than Professor Mantirin ever was." Hearing the main character paint this grand future, Antarisa was more than a little stunned. She literally gasped. "What did you say?" Not missing a beat, Baek Yunsung doubled down. "No one would ever dare look down on you again." Those inspiring words from Baek Yunsung acted like fuel to a fire for Antarisa. A tiny fragile spark of genuine hope started flickering to life. Deep down inside, she thought about it. Secretly thrilled, she muttered, "If that actually happened, it would be amazing." It was playing out perfectly, just as Baek Yunsung had calculated. After all, Antarisa was already completely sick and tired of her current dead-end job. She absolutely refused to just quietly accept being Madame Main's caretaker while rotting away in this dusty, depressing room forever. Antarisa had always secretly harbored this burning dream of rising up to become a true alchemist and creating legendary inventions. More than anyone else, she actually possessed the raw, undeniable talent to make it all a reality. Seriously, because in the future, she is destined to become a great alchemist. With that genius brain and those wonderfully bizarre, out-of-the-box ideas of hers, she totally deserves nothing but the absolute best. But right now, you and I can easily see that Antarisa has completely shelved those big dreams, because reality hit her hard. But our main character is determined to help her achieve them fast. Once the very first preliminary exams at Stella Academy finally wrapped up, Baek Yunsung kept diligently visiting Antarisa. He only had to drop a few subtle hints and her brilliant mind instantly cracked the code. She happily exclaimed, "Oh wow, you were thinking the exact same thing. I also thought about adding a totally new color-changing feature directly into the magic pen using a button and even attaching an eraser. That's right, just like a mechanical pencil, which would honestly be a massive upgrade." Baek Yunsung watched from a distance, looking incredibly pleased with himself. He thought, this is awesome. Antarisa's personal inventions are coming along extremely well right now. But wait, the official formula is still missing. He knew he had to guide her to uncover the real solution before Main ever could. It really wasn't going to be an easy task. Lost in these heavy thoughts, Baek Yunsung slowly headed back. But suddenly, out of nowhere, an incredibly sarcastic, ear-piercing voice rang out. "Hey old man, watch where you're going. Spacing out like that, you're going to crash right into somebody." Turns out Flame had just strutted past him. Baek Yunsung stood there with his arms crossed, an absolutely baffled look on his face, quickly firing back. "What old man? Who are you calling old man?" Flame wasn't letting him off the hook, roasting him relentlessly. "Besides you great-grandpa, who else could it be? Do you actually not understand, or are you just playing dumb?" Hearing that, Baek Yunsung was left speechless, helplessly thinking to himself, damn, this is exhausting. Seriously. But then again, did he ever actually tell anyone his real age? Regardless, she was definitely talking to him a lot more than before. At that thought, our main character flipped the switch, suddenly turning super serious. Anyway, your timing is perfect. I actually have something incredibly important to discuss with you. Do you happen to remember your old roommate, that really eccentric girl? And honestly, the moment Flame heard him mention that specific name. Alright, watch closely. That annoying third wheel's face twisted up, suddenly exploding in a fit of rage. Flame instinctively turned her face away, muttering under her breath, "That's totally illegal." Baek Yunsung was so completely terrified that the hair on his neck stood up. He frantically jumped back, stammering out, what exactly are you thinking? I haven't even said a single word yet." Meanwhile, Baek Yunsung continued to give his instructions. "Make sure you take good care of her, alright, because right now, her condition isn't looking too great." Inside his head, our main character was anxiously calculating. If he actually let her get corrupted by the dark magic's influence, she would be thrown into a dangerously unstable state. "What a total pain," Flame replied in a completely casual tone. "Well, I really don't know all the details, but we already planned a hunting trip for this weekend, so I'll check on her situation then. Yeah, I'm counting on you for this." Baek Yunsung gave a nod, but deep down he was secretly plotting his next move. The hunting season was approaching and his target was an absolute no-brainer. It was the starting point of Chapter 4, Matavis Cemetery, that absolutely desolate middle-of-nowhere place. He clearly remembered that this specific location involved major characters like Ma, Yusong, Isel, and Flame, all absolute heavy hitters in this world. Even an earth-shattering, absolutely insane battle against a massive level 5 necromancer was scheduled to take place right here. He told himself he wouldn't mess with the original story, but if he could, somehow, snag the hidden rewards here, it would be extremely useful for signing a contract with a familia. A few hours later, exactly as expected, Baek Yunsung had arrived at Professor Lee's office to get permission to travel outside the academy walls. Professor Lee Han-gu grabbed Baek Yunsung's permission slip, read it over, and delivered his verdict. "Training, yeah right. You probably won't be able to learn swordsmanship or chivalry here at Stella Academy. Keep dreaming, kid." Hearing that harsh reality, our main character completely froze, having absolutely no idea how to respond and look cool. But suddenly, something on the desk totally caught his eye. More accurately, it was an exit application signed by Ma Yusong. It looked like everything was going exactly according to his calculations. The heavy hitters had already started their hunting trip, just like he remembered from the original game. Seeing this golden opportunity, Baek Yunsung immediately pleaded with Professor Lee. "Professor, recently so many students are heading out to hunt. Please let me go too." Lee Han-gu simply replied, "It seems like everyone is heading over to Matavis Cemetery for their club activities. They're probably trying to track down hidden treasures, definitely not going on some casual picnic." "That's exactly right, Professor. Ma Yuseung and Hong Bi-young are both super hardworking, unlike the lazy students." Professor Lee quickly corrected him. "No, actually, Ma Yuseung just mentioned that he was heading back to his family estate, and Hong Bi-young is currently traveling with Flame." Hearing the professor drop this massive bomb, Baek Yunsung violently flinched, thinking to himself in pure panic, "Wait, what? If Ma Yusong isn't there, there's zero chance they can stop the necromancer's attack. We are completely screwed." What in the world made Ma Yusong suddenly want to run home? Does he miss his mom's cooking? But the brutal reality was, with their current team lineup, they couldn't possibly defeat a level 5 necromancer. They were way too weak. What could he even do? He absolutely couldn't request backup forces without any solid evidence. And because he knew the original storyline, he couldn't just give away all his restricted information either. This was a total nightmare. Talk about a complete disaster. But I can't just stand back and let everything fall apart like this. I absolutely cannot let a wipeout happen. I'll just have to handle this myself. Who do you think I am? A few days later, stick with me here. At the insanely creepy Matavis Cemetery, a male student had just brutally taken down a massive monster fish. The terrifying beast was now just helplessly gasping for air on the dirt, looking absolutely pathetic. It was a total victory. And this arrogant guy, he was the second-year student Dako Junhwan, a name that definitely demanded some serious respect around here. He excitedly pumped his fist, cheering, "Oh yeah, is this really a level 2 danger zone? These pred fish are actually pretty tough, right? Definitely, no joke." But out of nowhere, an incredibly annoying voice nagged at him from behind, sounding like a grumpy merchant. "Hey, you absolute moron, what are you doing? Don't go messing everything up like that. Did you even listen to the captain's strict orders, or are those ears just for decoration?" Now let's introduce this loudmouth. The guy doing all the yelling was the second-year student Kashif Derek, a young guy who definitely thought he looked pretty stylish. Meanwhile, Dako Junhwan just scratched his head, laughing it off with a goofy grin. "Hee hee, yeah, my bad, I just got a little too excited." Derek angrily snapped back, face burning red. "You absolute idiot. How can you still be smiling right now? Have you got zero shame?" Suddenly, another girl, standing a few feet away, spoke up, her voice gentle. "Just drop it already. Honestly, arguing with him is just a massive waste of energy. You'll only tire yourself out. And this beautiful girl breaking up the fight. That was the second-year student Bandigan, an absolute beauty with stunning flowing long hair. Turning her attention away, Bandigan looked over at Isol with a ridiculously sweet voice. You really don't need to pay any attention to those guys. Just completely ignore them, they're all acting crazy. Isol nodded, replying with a super quiet, almost mouse-like voice. Yes, I understand. Hearing this, Kashif Derek immediately spun around. He called out with an incredibly challenging tone, Hey, I heard every single word, don't think I'm deaf over here. Bandigan didn't hold back for a second, replying with ice-cold indifference. So what, is there a problem? You want to fight? Kashif Derek completely lost it. Sounding like he was practically about to cry, he yelled, You're all way too loud. Watch your mouths in front of the freshmen. Seriously, do not make me angry. If I actually get mad, no one here can stop me. Isol just stood there watching the upperclassmen bicker like absolute children. She quietly thought to herself, I only tagged along because I heard there was an open spot in this club. Otherwise, no way. But luckily she realized they weren't bad people, just a bunch of incredibly immature students. While she was lost in thought, Captain Bandigan's voice snapped her back to reality. Sounding as sweet as sugar, she called out, Isol, come on, let's get moving. We've definitely soaked up enough useless drama around here. Yes, Senior Bandigan. But suddenly, a massive earth-shattering explosion ripped through the air. Boom. The shockwave echoed from the distance, making the entire group violently flinch like they'd been struck by lightning. They stared blankly toward the terrifying sound, nervously muttering to themselves. Why is everyone looking so pale? What was that noise anyway? A fight nearby? Or maybe fireworks? Bandigan turns his head, throws out a pretty bold suggestion. Hey, if our hunting zones are overlapping, shouldn't we go say hi? What do you think, Captain? Should we go check out the drama? Cassie Dick is still standing there, completely dazed like a lost deer staring blankly before muttering. Oh. Yeah, sure, let's go. The moment he agrees, the whole squad confidently marches straight toward the sound of that massive explosion. They are stepping with total swagger, looking like they are marching into war, but suddenly, Aeon's eyes go wide in absolute shock. What did she just spot? She quickly notices two familiar figures way off in the distance. It is La Hong, Beyond, and Flame. Plus, there is a super mysterious group shadowing Flame, whose identities are totally unknown. What in the world are these two doing here? Talk about an epic clash. Both of them are basically evenly matched. And honestly, they both have absolute top-tier skills. Neither of them is someone you want to mess with. Echoing from afar, you can hear some serious arguing. Sounds like they are about to throw hands. I clearly took down that giant piranha first. Are you stealing my kill? Nonsense, it was in our team's hunting zone, so the loot belongs to us. Back off. Wait, what? Right in front of Isol Moon's eyes lies a literal giant fish dead on the ground baring its teeth. It looks incredibly gross. She freezes in total shock, thinking, is that the giant piranha? I heard that thing is a tier 3 monster and super rare too. Basically a limited edition drop. No wonder they are fighting over this. Crazy loot right now. Talk about greedy. But honestly, getting tangled up in this drama is just going to bring unwanted trouble. Plus, she really does not want to face the sister of the guy who killed her father. Just thinking about it makes her sick. Nope. It is best to get out of here immediately. Time to run. But suddenly, somebody speaks up. It is Cliff Dirk, walking over with a huge, annoying grin on his face. Hey, now juniors, tell your senior what is going on here. The atmosphere is so nice right now. Let's not ruin the mood. Hearing that garbage, both La Hong Beyond and Flame instantly snap. They yell back at him, voices loud as thunder. Shut up and get lost, you nosy creep. Cassie Dick steps up, looking totally offended and annoyed. How dare you speak to your senior like that? Show some respect. La Hong Beyond just glares back, absolutely dripping with contempt. If you are the senior, then act like one instead of making a total fool of yourself. That instantly shatters the captain's fake confidence. He starts panicking and stuttering hard. Wait, what did you say? Why would you say that? But then boom. A massive rumbling sound echoes through the area. The ground starts violently shaking, like a literal earthquake, and a terrifying, mysterious energy washes over everyone. A bone-chilling cold shoots straight down their spines. Flame's face goes completely pale as she thinks to herself, this energy. I have a really bad feeling about this. All right, you and I are about to see something insane. A skeletal hand bursts right out of the dirt like a straight-up horror movie. Everyone freezes in absolute shock. None of them could have possibly predicted this nightmare was coming. It is completely unbelievable. Their eyes are bugging out of their heads, staring in sheer terror. They are all absolutely mind-blown by what is happening. Flame is shaking as she gasps out loud. No way. What the hell is this? The undead skeletons have officially arrived and they look absolutely horrifying. Right in front of them, an entire army of dry corpses comes charging forward. They unhinge their jaws, letting out these blood-curdling screams that would terrify anyone. They look ready to eat them alive. Meanwhile, at the exact same time, over in another part of the graveyard, right by a super creepy warning sign that says "Do not enter alone or else," the system updates chiming in with that classic detached robotic voice of its. Skill experience increased. Stat experience increased. A very familiar figure steps out. It is Boo, and he lets out a heavy, tired sigh of frustration. Man, if I could just use magic, that would be so incredibly overpowered. But no, I only get teleportation. This is so annoying. Now the truth is our main character has already slaughtered a massive pile of those giant fish. He is definitely no rookie. Their lifeless corpses are scattered all over the ground, making the place look like an absolute war zone. Suddenly, he casually scans his surroundings and mutters to himself in a very calm, detached tone. Well, I guess it is finally time. No point in waiting around. Off in the distance, a bunch of creepy, shadowy graves start coming into view. Boo instantly zeroes in on the exact target he was searching for. His voice lights up with excitement. Ah, found it. Talk about good luck. But then his expression drops a bit, probably hit by a harsh reality check. I really do not have some overpowered magic skill to wipe out this entire skeleton army like Ma Yu-sung Song does. I don't have overwhelming strength either. There is literally only one way to survive here. Such a pain. I have to battle it out using purely gamer skills instead of just hoping to get lucky. Here we go. Welcome to Chapter 4. The Necromancer's assault officially begins. Oh, you and I know this is about to be epic. The ground violently shakes again, almost like some massive monster is crawling around right underneath them. Instantly, something massive starts shooting up through the dirt, rising so incredibly fast it looks like a nightmare, exploding from the earth. The skeleton general, the literal commander of the skeleton army, is here. Its glowing red eyes flare up with absolute murderous rage. It literally looks like a demon straight out of hell. Baring its hideous rotten teeth, it locks onto Bu. Yeah, it definitely wants him dead. Our guy tenses up, realizing the danger. So, this is the skeleton general, a mini-boss tier monster that only drops in 3 times during this entire chapter. Talk about a crazy rare spawn. But with my current stats, if I take this thing head-on, I am dead meat. 0 chance of winning. But, obviously, he is not planning to play fair. Who would just rush into death? Without missing a beat, our main character literally grabs the boss's skull and throws a massive punch. Get back in there, monster, he shouts with absolute authority. Look, you and I know the unspoken rule of all manga is when someone transforms or summons something insane, you just stand there and watch. No sudden moves. But standing still doesn't mean you just let yourself get caught. You gotta improvise. The spy magic staff is finally complete, and it looks incredible. Now total command over the giant skeleton army generals has fallen completely into his hands. Overpowered much, so what's he waiting for? The whole world basically belongs to him now. Let's get this party started. Meanwhile, on the other side, skeletons are popping up everywhere like weeds after a storm. In a flash, they rush in, completely surrounding the entire group. This freezing, bone-chilling aura radiates off them. It's enough to make anyone shiver. Flame thinks to himself, his face turning totally pale. He completely dropped his guard, way too overconfident. This is a full-blown necromancer. Wait, hold up, something doesn't feel right here. It seems like the plot is completely off. If he remembers correctly, Ma Wu-sung was supposed to be the one handling this chapter. So why is he stuck here? And why is Aizen hanging out with this crew? Did she get completely lost? Where the heck is Ma Wu-sung hiding? Don't tell him he actually has to face off against a level 5 necromancer with just this squad. Talk about absolute garbage luck. Seeing Flame starting to lose his cool, looking completely dazed, Prince Hanang speaks up to calm him down, his voice smooth as the wind. I already sent an SOS signal straight to the academy. Stella, using my pocket watch. Don't worry, we just need to hold the line until they arrive. Stay strong. The red-haired Dako Chun Guang, a second year student, chimes right in with absolute pure confidence. He's right. Just hold out a little longer. The Stella professors will be here soon and they'll handle everything. Even if they can't actually beat this wild necromancer, they can at least make a run for it. Retreating is definitely the smart play here. Suddenly, Baek speaks up too, her voice dead serious. Now is really not the time for empty comfort. It's totally useless right now. Because this place is literally a massive graveyard. The longer we stall, the more skeletons are going to spawn. I'm not joking around here. We seriously need to hurry up and fall back to the base or we're all dead meat. Jackie is absolutely terrified watching these freaky skeletons creeping closer and closer. She just keeps stumbling backward, muttering with her voice shaking like crazy. Don't come any closer, I'm so scared. Then one opens its jaws wide, looking like it wants to devour its prey whole. It lets out a terrifying roar, absolutely brutal. But out of nowhere, a massive surge of raw power blasts the skeleton straight from behind. The strike stops it dead in its tracks before it can even lunge. Talk about dodging death by a literal inch. Looks like she actually managed to survive this massive disaster. That was way too close. And the one who saved her, none other than Aizen, stepping up like a true hero. She immediately calls out, her voice packed with genuine concern. "Are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere?" Jackie is still shaking in her boots, totally stammering as she answers, sounding like she's about to burst into tears. "Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you so much." Dako Chun Guang actually drops a compliment, his voice totally impressed. "Whoa, for a first year, you're honestly pretty good. You're definitely not just some average rookie." Aizen follows up her tone, shifting to full tactical analysis. "It looks like this rogue necromancer prepared really carefully for this. He's no amateur. There's a massive chance he actually crafted a mana reservoir. Talk about serious dedication. An energy reservoir is an advanced technique that necromancers use to stockpile massive amounts of their own mana. It's a seriously broken trick. Because even for a high-level necromancer, their mana pool definitely has limits. It's not infinite. If they were just summoning these skeletons the normal way, a level 3 or 4 necromancer could only ever summon about 15 of them, max, definitely no more than that. Yet somehow this crazy guy is perfectly controlling this massively huge area. He's clearly not average, this guy is a master. Now you and I need to watch closely." Dako Chun Guang chimes in, his voice laced with heavy panic. The sheer number of skeletons rushing this spot is insane. They're swarming like angry ants. It looks like this whole ambush was perfectly planned out from the very start, not just some random encounter. They totally want to murder us just to craft rare mage skeletons. What a twisted, sick plot. Cassidy lets out a really awkward, stiff laugh. He thinks to himself, his face locked in pure determination. "As the team captain, I've got to show my skills here. I absolutely cannot lose face. Right now. I'll just wipe them all out with one massively overpowered magic spell and teach them a brutal lesson." But hey, life isn't a fantasy, and reality is always way harsher than you imagine. It's totally ruthless. Out of nowhere, a rogue skeleton lunges in and violently grips onto Cassidy's leg, completely catching him totally off guard. His face turns completely pale with terror and he screams his lungs out. "Oh man, I am so completely done for. Somebody help me." But before he can even blink, Dako is already a step ahead. He violently lunges forward, attacking that grabby skeleton with pure absolute power. Honestly, what a genuinely amazing friend. As he smashes it, he confidently roars out, his voice practically radiating hype. "Hell no, you aren't getting away from me. You are super dead." But then boom, a creepy, decaying hand reaches right out into the captain's face. It looks absolutely horrifying. And in just a split second, he has zero chance to fight back. He's totally helpless. Dako Chun Guang instantly spots that something is horribly wrong. His mind races, his face completely switching to high alert mode. Damn it, are these things actually chanting a spell right now? What are they doing? Incoming counterattack, this is insanely dangerous. Get your heads down right now, or we're dead. An absolutely monstrous surge of raw power is rapidly building up right in front of them. The crushing pressure radiating off it is unbelievably intense. It feels wildly unstable. This thing could violently detonate at any given second. This is literally no joke. Every single person flinches in sheer terror, their eyes completely wide with panic, their faces totally drained of color. Han Biyan screams in absolute genuine horror, her voice cracking with total desperation. "No, if that thing goes off, we're all gonna die." But before she can even finish that sentence, boom, an absolute earth-shattering explosion rips right through the air. A massive blinding blast erupts violently, shaking the entire graveyard. Honestly, it hits like a literal nuclear bomb just dropped. And when the smoke finally clears, just a massive, hopelessly deep crater left behind. A lot of people were badly hurt and bleeding out, but luckily Flame didn't have a single scratch on her. Talk about insane luck. But right then, the undead horde was still pushing forward, completely fearless, throwing themselves into the chaos like moths to a flame. Flame panicked, her face instantly turning pale as a ghost. She was hitting her absolute limit. She just couldn't push any further. Things were looking terrible. Her mana reserves were completely empty, with zero time to catch her breath. They were literally hanging by a single thread here, and the absolute worst part was the sheer number of enemies swarming like bugs. Those skeletons were creeping closer, jaws snapping wide open, looking exactly like a pack of starving monsters. Honestly, anyone with a weak stomach would pass out just looking at this absolute nightmare. Flame gripped the weapon in her hands, tight, desperate to assess the battlefield and somehow keep her cool. Her mind raced with pure dread. Was she really going to meet her end right here? No way. But out of nowhere, the rushing skeletons suddenly froze in their tracks like someone had literally pulled their strings. It was completely bizarre. She honestly could not believe what she was seeing right now. Her eyes went incredibly wide, totally paralyzed by the shock of it all. She had to be stunned. Flame gasped out loud, completely lost for words. Wait, what? Did the skeletons just stop moving entirely, or were they just? What in the world was actually happening here? It made absolutely zero sense. Then out in the distance, a highly mysterious figure slowly emerged, walking right toward them. All right, you and I know exactly who that is. It's Baek Yunsung, our main character, dropping in like a literal god to save everyone. Talk about a clutch hero moment. Even Flame was totally caught off guard by Yu's soul showing up right in the nick of time. His timing was so flawless, it honestly felt completely scripted. Pulling herself together, she finally asked him, sounding super curious, why exactly was he even standing out here? Did he take a wrong turn? That is when she finally noticed the massive creepy skull Yu's soul was casually holding in his hand. It took a second, but Flame suddenly recognized it. Her face dropped into deep thought. Wait a minute, wasn't that the actual skeleton general? That thing is an incredibly dangerous boss. The general is way stronger than normal undead, and it always travels with a whole squad of elite guards. It never fights completely solo. So wait, did this guy just solo a skeleton general and literally rip its head off all by himself? That is absolutely mind-blowing. The guy is just way too overpowered. But hey, this meant they actually had a real shot at surviving this mess. A minute later, the rest of the squad started waking up from the initial shock. Senior Dako Junhuang immediately spoke up, sounding incredibly grateful. Thank you so much. We literally only survived because of you. You are an absolute lifesaver. Our MC simply shrugged it off with a humble reply. Don't sweat it, it was no big deal. But then Isen chimed in, practically dying of curiosity. Wait, how exactly did you grab that skeleton general's head anyway? Did you use some kind of secret technique? The MC just grinned with total confidence and dropped the most unserious joke possible. Oh, this. I just fished it out of a boiling bone broth pot. Super tasty. Meanwhile, he was secretly thinking to himself, totally calculating his next move. Yeah, there is no need to tell them. I specifically spawned camped the boss right at the summoning circle. Gotta keep the mystery alive. But Yusol's little joke left Isen totally speechless. He honestly had zero idea how to respond to that madness. The guy was just way too casual about this whole nightmare. Anyway, Baek Yunsung quickly shifted his tone to dead serious. Look, we need to map out a solid plan right this second. We can't waste any time. If that necromancer ignores the dead general and starts directly controlling the skeleton mob himself, we are going to be in massive trouble. This isn't a joke. Hearing the warning, Dako Jun Hawang leaned in curious. All right, Junior, what is the play here? Do you have a genius strategy? Our MC answered with absolute confidence. When I was coming over here, I noticed the necromancer's forces have already locked down the entire base perimeter. There is zero chance we are breaking out of this tight circle. It is a total death trap, so realistically we only have one option left. We need to charge straight at the main boss and take out his physical body. Running away just isn't going to cut it anymore. Hearing that insane idea, every single person completely panicked at his reckless confidence. The kid seriously wasn't afraid of death at all. Suddenly, someone yelled out, shaking like a wet leaf. Hold on a second, are you out of your mind? Did the shock scramble your brain? Soul totally brushed off the panic. Didn't they literally teach us this in class? This is day one combat knowledge. Sure, the necromancer has an insane ability to control massive hordes of powerful skeletons, but his actual physical body is absolutely pathetic, weaker than a snail. Vandy immediately fired back, sounding completely stressed out by this. But the guy is definitely surrounded by a heavy royal guard unit. He isn't just standing out there all alone. Our MC sharply cut him off. Listen, the necromancer's control radius is simply way too large now. You cannot outrun it. If we do not directly eliminate his main body, we are finished. It is either fight or die. Pausing for a second, Yusol silently mapped out the odds in his head. Right now, the enemy's personal bodyguard unit only has one skeleton general, 6 elite skeleton guards, and about 50 standard footmen swarming the area. That number is just going to keep going up. This is literally our only window to strike. We cannot let this opportunity slip by. But how am I supposed to convince everyone to risk their lives? It was a seriously tough crowd. Right in the middle of his plotting, someone unexpectedly chimed in with complete trust. He actually might be right. Sure, he acts a little crazy, but when it comes to raw combat and tactics, he has way more practical experience than the rest of us combined. We cannot underestimate him. Hong Biyon firmly backed him up, nodding in agreement. I am with him on this. Honestly, looking at how bad things are, there is zero chance we are breaking out of this cage. We have to risk it all. Besides, the necromancer would never expect us to launch a counterattack right at his main body. Now that is one massive surprise attack. The two upperclassmen just looked at each other in total shock. because honestly, you and I both know this was their absolute only shot at making it out alive. They had zero other options left. They had no idea why he was so confident, but splitting up was not an option. So, they decided to risk it all and back him up. All right, let's do this. Time to go all out. Bandigon cheered, his voice totally filled with hope. If we hit him before that necromancer even notices, we actually have a solid chance. They had to take it. Meanwhile, deep inside another part of this incredibly creepy graveyard, a dark figure suddenly stepped right out of the shadows. He smirked, his voice dripping with pure arrogance. Finding these clueless little Stella Academy kids out here. Oh, my luck is just absolutely perfect today. If I turn them all into skeleton mages, the entire Dark Magic Alliance will finally have to respect me. I am going to become an absolute legend. Yep, this guy is Sabahyuk, a wild level 5 necromancer from the Dark Magic Tower. Even his name just screams bad news. 7 whole years I have been saving up my power, so do not underestimate me. Plus, there were over 700 skeletons sleeping right under his feet. A massive army just waiting. No one can look down on me now. I am completely invincible. Ha ha ha, but then he suddenly froze. He stared completely stunned and utterly confused. Wait, what is happening? I cannot feel anything at all. Am I paralyzed? Do not tell me. Was my general actually defeated? No way. Then, right on cue, a horrifying cracking sound echoed through the air. Things were getting real. An insane wave of raw power slammed directly into the magic shield right behind him, looking like it wanted to crush absolutely everything. The guy was completely paralyzed with shock. He had zero clue what was even happening right now. Even the massive pile of bones stacked up behind him started shaking violently, like the whole thing was about to cave in. His face went totally pale in absolute terror. My level 4 magic shield is actually cracking. Impossible. How in the world is this even happening right now? This is just way too crazy. Furious, he screamed at the top of his lungs. You little rat, I am not letting you get away. You are totally dead. But then, it all happened in a literal flash. He did not even have time to blink, just staring straight ahead with wide, horrified eyes. Boom, a massive explosion absolutely ripped through the area, hitting like a heavy bomb. All those dry bones stacked high up on top of each other, completely vaporized, turned straight into dust. That intense blast of fire was the combined attack from Baek Yunsung's entire squad. You really just cannot ignore their insane teamwork. Talk about perfect coordination. A few seconds later, the blast finally cleared out, leaving nothing behind but a super thick cloud of dust. The necromancer was just frozen right in his tracks. He could not even lift a single foot. The guy was just completely shell-shocked. Pure bitterness washed over him. He was literally fuming with rage, his face twisted in absolute anger. Damn it, I got way too cocky. Such a rookie mistake. I cannot believe they actually had the guts to strike my main body directly. What a bunch of absolute maniacs. They might be rookies, but Stella Academy students are built totally different. I cannot underestimate them anymore. I hated the idea of doing this, but playing around right now is just way too risky. This is not a joke anymore. I have to summon my elite skeleton guards right now. There is literally no other choice. With that thought, he shoved his thumb into his mouth and bit down hard until it bled. Super creepy stuff. He threw both his arms wide open and roared with insane power. You doomed souls, listen to my command. I am your one true master. The ground literally ripped apart beneath them. It felt exactly like a massive earthquake as these horrifying skeleton warriors clawed their way out. And man, they were all grinning like absolute demons. In a matter of seconds, an entire legion of skeletons formed up right around the dark mage. Such a massive, overwhelming force. But hey, insane power always comes with a heavy price. The guy suddenly coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. His body was taking some seriously heavy damage from pushing his limits like that. Sabahyuk just wiped the blood right off his chin, clearly feeling the sting. His face was twisted with pure rage. Yeah, summoning these guards definitely hurt me, but you know what? This is more than enough to crush them. I do not need anything else. Stop them right in their tracks, kill them all. Do not leave a single survivor. Hearing their master, the skeletons screeched and charged forward exactly like starving beasts. Meanwhile, he just stood back watching from a distance with this ridiculously smug grin. Perfect, tear them apart, keep that pressure up, he cheered. He really thought he was completely safe now. But you and I know how these recap stories go. He was dead wrong. Baek Yunsung instantly popped his teleportation skill, an insanely broken move, and in literally a split second, he closed the gap completely. He appeared right behind the dark mage faster than a lightning strike. The necromancer instantly felt someone breathing down his neck and whipped around in absolute terror. He screamed out, his voice completely shaking with pure fear. Damn it, who even are you? How did you get here? Meanwhile, Baek Yunsung just smirked and totally ignored the question. Talk about being disrespectful. The necromancer's mind was racing, his face completely pale. He was supposed to know the exact location of all 12 Stella Academy students by seeing directly through his skeleton army. His radar was supposed to be completely flawless. So wait, how the heck did this kid manage to sneak up on me like this? This makes zero sense. But then as he looked closer, his eyes widened in absolute pure shock. He simply could not believe what he was looking at. When he saw what Baek Yunsung was holding in his hand, he started completely panicking. His voice was trembling uncontrollably. No way is that my skeleton general. How is that even possible? Why is it here, you little brat? Why are you holding that right now? What did you do? But in response, Baek Yunsung just casually let go of it. All right, you and I are jumping right in. The skull hits the dirt with a massive deafening crunch, tumbling endlessly. Then our hero slashes down hard, completely crushing it to dust. Because his skeleton general just got wiped out, the dark necromancer Sebayuk feels the brutal backlash, ripping through his body like wild magic. He violently coughs up mouthfuls of fresh blood, his face turning pale as an absolute ghost. Clutching his wounded chest, he sees with pure rage. Damn it, I underestimated them way too much, he groans. This is a massive mistake. Is this the true terrifying power of a Stella Academy student? Unbelievable. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, our boy Baek Yunsung is sweating bullets, honestly feeling a little panicked right now. Hold on, Dako, Juan, and Bandigon were totally supposed to smash the skeleton general and back me up here. But those elite skeleton guards got them completely pinned down. Talk about rotten luck. Do I seriously have to fight this freak all by myself? Solo carry the team. I am literally the weakest one here. Why am I the carry? Should I just run away? Running is definitely the smartest play. Yusio feels like everything is going wrong right now. But suddenly, the dark necromancer starts hacking up dark blood, looking absolutely pathetic. That quickly snaps Baek Yunsung right out of his panicked inner thoughts. Looking a bit closer, he realizes the guy is in terrible shape. So he is actually heavily wounded right now, not just faking it. He's definitely not invincible, after all I see. Summoning all those elite skeletons caused massive internal blowback. Talk about digging your own grave. Wait a minute, does this mean I can actually pull this off? My golden opportunity. Thinking this, a confident, slightly arrogant smirk naturally spreads across his face. He looks incredibly cool right now. Meanwhile, back with the others, Hong Bi-yeon's fierce flames erupt, roaring wildly like they want to burn down the entire world. The team unleashes a massive finishing strike, totally obliterating one of the elite skeletons. Their flawless teamwork is seriously paying off in a huge way, thanks to that they successfully wipe out 3 elite skeletons sent by the necromancer to hunt them down. A truly epic victory for the squad. But sadly, 4 elite skeletons are still swarming them like angry ants. Princess Hong Bi-yeon is rapidly draining her stamina, gasping for breath as she constantly deflects the remaining elite monster attacks. She is struggling hard, exhausted and panting. Her face is filled with pure dread as she thinks, this is bad. Everyone is totally drained. Things are getting incredibly dangerous and we cannot afford to mess up. Because of the necromancer's sudden massive power boost, all I can do right now is hold the line and desperately survive for as long as humanly possible. We definitely can't counterattack yet, but I need to smash these guys fast and back up Yuzio. I absolutely cannot leave him out there all by himself. Suddenly, Jackie sprints over, completely panicking and frantic. Princess, it is an absolute disaster, she screams breathlessly. The dark necromancer is actually fighting Baek Yunsung in a totally brutal one-on-one deathmatch. Hong Bi-yeon violently flinches, her voice trembling in absolute shock. Wait, what? That is literally impossible. She desperately looks ahead to where Baek Yunsung and the necromancer are clashing. What she sees is a wildly dramatic spectacle. Massive shockwaves of raw power violently explode outward, looking ready to rip the entire area apart. The battle is raging at an absolute fever pitch, with neither side backing down. Bi-yeon mutters to herself, her face pale with dread. We are screwed. This completely ruins our original game plan. Who could have ever predicted this madness? For some insane reason, Yuseo is the only one left standing face to face against the necromancer, carrying the entire team on his back. Right now, the Stella Academy students are scattered everywhere across the brutal battlefield. They are probably forcing the necromancer to divide his forces, taking out the enemies one by one. It is honestly a pretty solid and brilliant tactical strategy. But can Yuseo actually hold him off until we arrive, or is he going to get himself killed? If that idiot dies, I swear I will never forgive him. Hang in there, Yuseo, do not you dare give up. Meanwhile, back with our brave main character, he is still constantly spamming his blink skill, dodging with the insane agility of a squirrel. His eyes are wide open, sharply analyzing the chaos to figure out the perfect counterattack strategy. Swinging blindly will just get him killed. His razor-sharp judgment and rapid blink skill have temporarily saved him from the enemy's fatal strikes. Pure luck right there. But knowing he cannot dodge forever, Baek Yunsung decides to bust out his crazy high-risk, high-reward gaming strategy. Time to go all in. He suddenly blinks right into the necromancer's face, pulling off an insanely reckless and bold move. The Level 5 necromancer sees Baek Yunsung playing so aggressively and absolutely loses it, grinding his teeth in pure seething fury. He loudly threatens him. You think you can take me down that easily? Keep dreaming, you pathetic little brat. Keep dreaming. I am going to make you pay dearly. Instantly, a massive cage made of tough bones wraps around him like an impenetrable fortress. Baek Yunsung just flashes a cold incredibly smug smirk, utterly mocking him. Is that seriously all you got? Pathetic. Good thing I always plan ahead for moments exactly like this. I brought out the ultimate skeleton counter item, good old cola. Talk about being perfectly prepared for a boss fight. Haha, this playground is officially mine now. Time to go crazy. With that wild thought, Yunsung violently chucks 2 bottles of cola directly at his terrified face. A totally flawless pitch. Instantly, the mighty bone shield violently corrodes, rapidly melting down into a puddle of useless liquid. The dark necromancer's eyes bulge out. He literally cannot believe what he is seeing right now. His ultimate prideful defensive magic is completely dissolving, fading away like fragile ice on a hot summer day. Realizing how hard he just bragged, his face turns glowing red from pure embarrassment. What a massive, humiliating fail. Furious, he screams at the top of his lungs, "You worthless rat, how dare you destroy my legendary bone shield? Alright, watch this. You want to die, wipe him out." Instantly, dozens of razor-sharp bones shoot toward Yunsung like deadly arrows. But yeah, right? He already teleported behind the necromancer, moving quick as lightning. Sword gripped tight, his face shows total confidence. This is the golden opportunity. He thinks it is a guaranteed one-hit kill. But nope, the villain turns around, flashing a genuinely terrifying, creepy smile. Hook, line, and sinker. This guy predicted everything completely, sensing our hero stepping up right from behind. What a sly fox. Yunsung finally realizes it, looking totally shocked. Damn, he is the one being played here. Absolutely rotten luck. Suddenly, a jagged bone spike erupts from the earth, violently piercing right through the main character's leg. Blood splatters wildly everywhere in a seriously gruesome scene. Yunsung grimaces in pure agony, thinking, man, a direct hit that hurts like crazy. Fighting through the intense pain, he tries stepping backward, trying to stay perfectly calm. Sabahai Wooklas with absolute glee. Haha, you little punk, keep struggling and getting what you deserve. Keep acting tough, let us see how long you last. Feeling the burning pain radiating from his leg, our guy pants heavily. He realizes he was way too cocky. Major mistake. Even if injured, this villain is a legitimate tier 5 mage. Cannot underestimate him, but Yunsung refuses to just die here. He has too much left to accomplish. Plus, the enemy is definitely exhausted too. Spamming magic constantly has left the villain's body incredibly weak. Honestly, he is running completely on fumes. Right now, tier 5 or not, he is beatable. So what is the play here? Gotta think fast. But one solid strike will end this entirely. The winning window is open. However, the blinding pain stops him from focusing completely. Even his sixth sense skill refuses to trigger. His head is absolutely pounding like crazy. Pulling off another teleport right now feels basically impossible. The situation is looking super grim. What next? Suddenly, a genius idea flashes through his mind. A brilliant light at the tunnel's end. That is it. He found a strategy. While our hero looks down, plotting, the necromancer marches right up to his face, striking distance. The villain readies a lethal attack, looking ridiculously smug, preparing to finish this. Die, absolute trash. Yunsung immediately snaps to reality. No time to hesitate. Without wasting a single word, he bolts forward like a completely cornered animal. But thanks to that leg wound, he trips, face planting hard into the dirt. It looks pathetic. Seeing our hero fall, the villain absolutely loses it, cackling like a total maniac. Haha, look at you desperately crawling, truly miserable, acting exactly like a beaten little dog. But Yunsung completely ignores the massive disrespect. That takes real guts. Deep down, he hypes himself up, eyes locked in with fierce determination. Just a little further, he forces his mangled leg forward, dragging himself painfully. The arrogant mage keeps running his mouth. Haha, struggling will not change your fate at all. You are done. I am ending you right here, no escape. But Yunsung strongly disagrees with that. Stick with me, here is the wild part. He smirks. I won, you lost. The distance between them is exactly 13 meters, the absolutely perfect range, meaning he does not need to cancel the teleport animation at all. Boom! While the bad guy stands there utterly confused by his words, panic suddenly strikes his wide eyes. He definitely saw it coming. In less than a second, Yunsung instantly teleports right into his personal space. Lightning fast, he bites down against the brutal leg pain, channeling absolutely all his remaining energy into the blade. Thrusts, he delivers a flawless critical strike straight through the enemy's heart, ending it instantly. Blood wildly erupts everywhere, looking super intense. Meanwhile, back over by our hero's terrified squad because the mage finally died, the entire attacking skeleton army just suddenly freezes. Everyone stands there completely stunned. Unbelievable. The undead legion crumbles and vanishes into thin air like they never existed. Watching this crazy miracle, Senior Doggo speaks up completely dumbfounded. Wait, did he really just defeat the necromancer all alone? No way. Like waking up from a total nightmare, Jackie collapses onto the dirt completely overwhelmed. Her wide eyes show pure disbelief. She mumbles, shaking terribly. It is impossible that he actually crushed a tier 5 mage. What an epic miracle. Her words break the silence like a signal flare. The whole crew feels like they just cheated death itself. The team erupts into massive cheers. We survive. We are actually alive. We are not dying today. How a rookie soloed a boss you and I might never know. The necromancer is down, and honestly nothing else matters right now. They survived. They are breathing. Their hearts are beating. That is the only truth that matters anymore. What an absolute rush. You can literally hear people cheering, crying pure tears of joy. Emotions are running high, but you and I need to check on Baek Yunsung, our main character. After annihilating that dark necromancer, he is completely drained, collapsing flat on the ground like a dead fish. A bit later, he finally wakes up, panting his face, showing pure exhaustion. He groans about wanting to go home and escape this mess. Soon after, the magic knights from Stella Academy fly right into the cemetery. They gather the intel and escort everyone back to campus. What an absolutely brutal field trip. The second they return, Professor Lee pulls our guy aside for a strict scolding. He straight up calls Baek Yunsung out, saying, "You claimed you were training somewhere with fresh mountain air, but you went to a graveyard. You totally lied." Lee sarcastically asks if the graveyard air was refreshing or if he just loved the smell of death. Baek Yunsung has absolutely zero excuses to offer against Professor Lee's sharp sarcasm, so he just bows his head. Sounding super guilty, he apologizes, claiming he only stepped off because he sensed something dangerous was about to go down. The professor nods, his voice finally softening up. "I understand your intent, but rules are rules. You are getting punished, no exceptions, so do not even try begging." However, Lee admits that jumping fearlessly into a deadly battle just to protect his friends is highly commendable. Even if he completely broke Stella Academy's strict rules, he acted exactly like a true student should. "You did great. The Academy is giving you a massive reward and bonus points to match your bravery. Look forward to it and do not forget." Baek Yunsung instantly brightens up, eagerly thanking his tough teacher. "You are the absolute best." With that settled, Professor Lee turns and walks away to handle other business. This leaves our guy standing there, sighing with a heavily thoughtful expression. "Guess I should get moving too. The doctor said my injured leg needs a few days to fully heal. Better go rest up before I get yelled at again." As he is slowly limping along and lost in thought, soft footsteps gently approach him like a passing breeze. Baek Yunsung turns his head, genuinely curious to see if someone is here to thank him or collect a debt. Turns out it is none other than Isel, the insanely talented and beautiful female lead. In the original storyline, Isel is the kind of girl who always wears a bright angelic smile. No matter how heavy her burdens get, she stands firm and pushes right through every single hardship. She is incredibly resilient, a completely fantastic character that everybody loves. Catching Baek Yunsung staring blankly at her, Isel finally breaks the silence, speaking in a soft, breezy tone. "I truly want to thank you for today. You really saved my life out there." Our guy gently replies, with a totally humorous vibe, "Just buy me a nice meal next time and we are completely even." But Isel's expression looks incredibly dark right now. Stick with me because this gets deep. She is quietly reflecting on a brutally tough lesson. She just learned a terribly harsh reality check. She finally realizes just how many insanely gifted people exist in this massive world. She feels like a tiny grain of sand. Until today, she truly believed she was an absolute unmatched genius. That soaring confidence had not changed at all. But stepping foot into Stella Academy completely shattered her perfect little bubble. The world is vastly bigger than she ever imagined, packed with truly extraordinary talents. Suddenly, she feels just like a clueless frog trapped at the bottom of a well. She came to Stella Academy wanting to be the absolute undisputed best. But claiming that top spot, it is brutally difficult. Breaking the heavy silence, Isel looks up, her voice filled with quiet curiosity. "Could I ever pull off something like that? If I push myself to the absolute limit, could I ever be like you?" Caught totally off guard, Baek Yunsung panics internally, his face dropping in concern. This is bad. The old Isel would never have asked something so insecure. He realizes there is a massive problem. Is she losing her edge because of him? Did he completely mess up? In the original storyline, Isel faced every single brutal trial a main character is supposed to endure, and by some absolute miracle, she conquered them all. She was completely extraordinary. This deadly raid by the Dark Necromancer was supposed to be just another epic test. Isel was meant to step up, invent a brilliant strategy, and fight tooth and nail to turn the tide. She is a tactical genius, but because Baek Yunsung heavily interfered and stole the spotlight, Isel only faced the suffering without ever getting her epic moment of overcoming the adversity. Talk about terrible luck. Right now, she is heavily relying on others instead of figuring things out herself. So no matter how many intense battles pass, Isel's mindset remains incredibly fragile like a delicate flower. Baek Yunsung completely freezes, struggling to find the right answer to her heavy question. Giving her some empty generic encouragement is just going to damage her even more. It would be totally useless. So Baek Yunsung decides to drop the act. You and I know he has to be honest. He looks at her saying, "You do not even need to ask me that. You have already achieved things everyone else thought were impossible. You are extraordinary. That right there is a total miracle. It's your success, so be confident." Hearing this, Isel is completely surprised, her voice full of curiosity. "How could you possibly know that? Do you have some kind of superpower?" Our main character replies super gently, his voice full of warmth. "Because I've always been watching you. I know exactly what kind of person you are." This answer makes her feel even more flustered, her mind probably spinning out of control. Both of her cheeks suddenly turn bright red from pure shyness. It's actually pretty cute. But seeing Isel react like this, our guy immediately panics. His face fills with panic as reality sets in. Wait a second, doesn't that make him sound exactly like a stalker? Oh man, what did he just say? Absolutely foolish move, super embarrassed, our hero awkwardly says his goodbyes and escapes out of there like a thief in the night. Alright, I'm heading out, see you. Only then does he finally dare to let out a huge sigh of relief. He really just dodged a massive bullet. Good grief, he was almost caught totally red-handed. That was way too close. Meanwhile, Isel is lost in deep thought about what Yusil just told her. Her mind is clearly racing a mile a minute. Did he really say he was always watching her, or was it just a joke? Nobody has ever cared about the child of a literal traitor before. She always felt completely abandoned. Even if people did pay attention to her, their only goal was to constantly judge and harshly criticize her every single mistake. Nobody ever gave her any genuine care. She was completely and utterly alone in this world. But now, this guy comes along. Has he actually been watching over her this whole time? Or did she just hear him wrong? Yusil's words straight up melt her frozen, guarded heart. Like a warm ray of sunshine, his voice flows right through Isel's veins. It etches itself into her memory, completely impossible for her to ever forget. She can literally feel her heart pounding in her chest. A spark is growing inside her, bringing out a strange but amazing new feeling. Her deep passion for magic and the life goals she thought she completely lost are suddenly waking up again. It feels like a total mental resurrection. Before she even fully realizes it, the sun is already rising over the horizon. A brand new day is starting in the massive, bustling city around her. It is a super vibrant and energetic place, exactly where the absolute best mages in the entire world gather together. Welcome to the legendary Magic Council. This is a place of absolute power. People here are so deeply obsessed with magic that they literally cannot stop themselves. They are total magic addicts. And you and I are about to witness a massive event going down here. It is something so huge that it grabs absolutely everyone's attention. Right now, the crowd is going crazy over a rumor. They say a Stella Academy student totally destroyed a level 5 necromancer. Absolutely shocking news. People think it is totally ridiculous. Like, what era are they even living in for a dark necromancer to just show up? Is someone playing a joke? Is it possible those evil dark mages never actually faded away into history? Could they really be plotting something huge behind the scenes right now? It sounds like crazy gossip, but here is the truth. A Stella Academy student actually wiping out a level 5 necromancer is a straight-up fact. There is zero chance it is fake. Listening to the wild crowd gossip about this, necromancer Yusil just thinks to himself, looking super confused. It is literally just a simple award ceremony. Having the magic ministry, reporters, and rich nobles show up is doing way too much. So extra. They are seriously overhyping this. Or is something shady going on? Wait a second, why does Princess Hong Bian look so hyped up right now? Did something really fun happen? She is smiling so bright she looks like she just won the lottery. Feeling Yusil staring right at her, Bian instantly snaps back to her classic cold expression. She glares at him with total annoyance. What are you looking at? Never seen a pretty girl before. Our guy awkwardly stammers back. It's nothing, I was just zoning out. Right after that, Professor Lee Hanjin glances out at the massive crowd. He stares down the entire audience and shouts with absolute authority. Everyone's silence right now. Instantly, a super heavy and serious atmosphere takes over. The hall goes totally quiet. Today, 13 ridiculously brave heroes are here, the very students who hard carried the fight against that evil dark mage. They are about to get called up for their rewards, and the hype is completely unreal because the legendary principal himself is handing them out. This shocking detail leaves all 13 rookies totally stunned, their jaws basically hitting the floor. Usiel is especially mind-blown. He literally never expected this. You and I know how crazy this is. The guy giving awards is Elman Elwin, a Tier 9 mage and humanity's ultimate final boss. His presence changes everything. Elman Elwin is a super familiar NPC from the game, practically a main character himself. He makes this ceremony absolutely legendary. Even though this guy is 300 years old, he looks like a fresh 18-year-old kid. Plus, he has this super warm, healing smile. But do not let that perfectly cute face fool you. Hidden right behind it is the completely overpowered strength of the world's absolute strongest mage. The guy has a scary nickname that makes enemies tremble, the Destructive Killer. While everyone is still processing this, Elman gracefully steps right up. He glides past every single student, giving them an encouraging pat on the shoulder. You all did amazing. Keep pushing forward and stay brave forever. And then the respected principal's highly intimidating footsteps slowly make their way straight over to Usiel. His eyes look as clear as crystal. Innocent, like a literal child. Can you actually believe it? This 300-year-old principal looks way younger than the students standing before him. Even so, standing face to face with him, our guy feels an absolutely crushing pressure. He instinctively gulps in pure fear. Just one single glance. How is the aura this heavy? He is silently panicking inside. So this is Tier 9 power, a level only 10 people in the world hold. He cannot afford to back down right now. The intense tension in the air feels like a guitar string about to completely snap. But then, the principal definitely notices him sweating bullets. He flashes a super bright smile and simply says, "Still working just as hard as always, right? Just as expected." With those parting words, he turned and walked away, leaving our main character staring after him with a giant question mark hovering over his head. Like, wait, what exactly did that mean? But before he could overthink it, the loudspeakers echoed through the academy, officially signaling the end of the awards ceremony. Back in the quiet of his dorm room, Baek Yunsung stared down at the check in his hands attached to an official certificate, completely speechless. His jaw practically hit the floor as he gasped. Whoa, 5 million credits, are you kidding me? This is absolutely insane. With this kind of money, I won't have to stress about going broke for a very, very long time. Honestly, even in his wildest daydreams, our boy never expected this. He never imagined the academy would actually flex this hard. Honestly, you and I both know this cash is pocket change to the elite rich kids. Spoiled heirs like Hong Bi-yeon probably wouldn't blink. But for struggling students like Yusol and Isol, this was a straight-up lifeline. It was honestly a massive game-changing reward. But wait, there's more. The ultimate grand prize for surviving that whole crazy incident. It was the Death Mage's mana vessel, basically the beating heart of a high-tier necromancer. He grinned to himself, whispering that even though things were a bit rough right now, he'd soon unlock a spatial inventory, making it super easy to carry wild loot like this around. That would definitely make life a breeze. But to pull that off, you first had to crack the complex interference formula for the magic chaos algorithms. Luckily, the other students had gladly passed on the opportunity, letting him breathe a massive sigh of relief. Now onto the system rewards. Chapter 4, The Necromancer's Raid, was finally complete. The system chimed, granting him a massive chunk of experience points purely because he pushed the storyline forward in such a unique way. He also unlocked bonus perks from the Constellation project. The options included 1. A catalog version of an in-game item, 2. A trial version of a powerful skill he previously collected, and 3. The classic option, straight-up experience points. Reading through the prompts, Yusol was absolutely mind-blown. He honestly couldn't believe rewards like this were even on the table. It wasn't that he was complaining, but he painfully realized his current power level was total trash. He desperately needed this massive boost to survive, so he had to be smart about this. After weighing his options, he knew skills were everything right now. He immediately decided to dump it into experience points for his blink skill. That last battle was a brutal wake-up call, showing him just how incredibly weak he actually was. If he just trained blindly like everyone else, he'd be useless. He had to exploit his meta-knowledge to stay ahead. The moment he locked in his choice, the system immediately flashed a new alert: reward distributed. The experience bar for Blink maxed out, triggering an instant skill upgrade. His signature Blink ability was now level 2, max range 12 meters. Max charges 3. Cooldown time exactly 3 seconds. Our boy could literally feel the upgrade rushing through his veins. The physical change was undeniable. Sure, the actual teleport distance hadn't increased at all, it was exactly the same, but right now, this was huge. Yusol clenched his fists in pure hype. Finally, his blink skill stacked up to 3 full charges. Now he could spam his teleports and zip around the battlefield way more freely. With some downtime to chill, his mind shifted to the next problem. Now, stick with me here. Isel's current mental state was completely shattered. Originally, Isel had grown up surviving insane hardships and trauma, but that terrifying necromancer incident clearly left her completely rattled. It was a massive reality check. From what he remembered of the game's original plot, her situation was actually way more pathetic back then. Honestly, not much better than right now. Anyway, his next target was Isel. He figured he'd give her a gentle push, helping awaken that brilliant god-tier magical talent she had no idea was hiding deep inside her. Cut to a pitch-black meditation class, and there's Isel sitting quietly. She looked like she was completely lost in the zone, drifting through a dreamy mental landscape, floating weightless. Honestly, it felt perfectly peaceful, but then a sudden icy chill swept past her and she felt like something heavy was lodged deep inside her core. She tried forcing it out over and over, but her body automatically resisted. Suddenly, she flinched, startled by someone calling out to the students. Isel quickly snapped, her eyes open, glancing around to see the rest of the class sitting perfectly still, meditating cross-legged just like she was. Wait, she thought, did I literally just fall asleep in the middle of class? Out of nowhere, a glowing transparent butterfly fluttered right past her ear, carrying the professor's voice directly to her. Isel, why are you using magic during a meditation session? Look up. Confused by the scolding, she immediately tilted her head, and her eyes went wide with absolute shock. Floating right there in the air just inches above her head was a perfectly formed pillar of solid ice. She had literally cast a spell without even realizing it. Isel was completely stunned. Hold up, she thought to herself, exactly. When did I conjure this thing? I didn't even run the mana calculations or chant a formula. Crazy enough, the other students hadn't even noticed it yet. Even if it was just a basic tier 1 spell, she still should have felt the mana flowing out of her. If this wild power spike was actually from the meditation technique Yusul had taught her, that was insane. He'd made her curious about it before, and while she was skeptical at first, the actual results were not just okay, they were ridiculously overpowered. Looking around, the other students meditating were totally losing focus, getting distracted by random thoughts or straight up nodding off to sleep. But whenever she cleared her mind and actually focused on this specific meditation, her concentration levels would absolutely skyrocket at lightning speed, and her spell casting speed just went off the charts. Wait, did Yusul actually plan this whole thing out? A little while later, as the meditation class finally wrapped up, the students flooded out into the halls to grab lunch. But instead of hitting the noisy cafeteria, Isel decided to treat herself to a red bean bun. Taking a bite, she smiled to herself. Thanks to that massive reward payout, she could actually afford to enjoy a cream-filled red bean bun for 1,500 credits. It was the perfect little happy ending. But suddenly, a familiar voice called out right beside her. Hey there, Isel. Let's jump right in. Right before her eyes stood Prince Jeremy Skeven. He even had this soft, gentle smile, looking completely at ease. It wasn't a fierce look. That bright, almost pure and adorable smile made her heart skip a whole beat. Then Jeremy Skeven smiled warmly and asked, have you joined any clubs yet? Isel Moon blinked in total surprise and replied, no, I actually haven't joined a single club at all. Jeremy leaned in and added, really? Then why not come and join our club instead? Of course, Isel Moon wasn't naive enough to just accept such a randomly sweet offer. She instantly knew there had to be something hidden behind all this generosity. She needed to check this deal first. Narrowing her eyes, she asked, what is the condition? Jeremy Skeven just chuckled. Condition, there is none. I simply just like you. But honestly, that smooth answer only made Isel Moon think even harder about his true motives, especially for someone like her. Isel Moon was an undeniably stunning girl. She was an absolute genius among geniuses, hitting tier 3 at just 17, and her visuals were absolutely top tier. But on the flip side, being labeled the child of a traitor stuck to her like literal glue. Nobody wanted her anywhere near them. But Prince Jeremy Skeven was completely different. He definitely had his own reasons for approaching her. Isel Moon thought to herself, what a snake. He is clearly just trying to turn me into his newest trophy. Seeing Isel Moon hesitate, Jeremy stepped even closer and added, oh wow, do you really not believe me? Listen, Isel Moon, I genuinely am not setting any hidden conditions here. All you have to do is join my club and stay by my side. Trust me, I will take care of everything for you. You know exactly who I am. Now Isel Moon was highly intelligent, so she understood his implied threat perfectly. The Scanban Empire was currently locked in a brutal war with the Adalibic Kingdom. If she backed Crown Prince Jeremy's authority, her current awful life could finally be over. She wouldn't have to scrape by on cheap snacks, and she would no longer have to constantly endure the daily humiliation of being called a traitor's daughter. She knew it was a trap, but tempted, she stuttered, I. But the exact second Isel Moon opened her mouth with those vacant eyes, Jeremy flashed a winning smile. He could feel it. His ultimate goal was practically right in the bag. But right at that exact moment, someone's hand shot up. Out of nowhere, Flame stepped right up and delivered an absolutely earth-shattering slap, straight across Moon's cheek. This insane sudden strike completely froze both the girl and the prince. They were utterly speechless, having zero clue what was even happening. You and I have to appreciate this pivot. Contrasting Moon's blank stare, Flame started spitting absolute venom. You piece of trash, her fierce eyes were absolutely burning with rage. Flame just unleashed a verbal flood right in her face. You said you wanted me, but now you're flirting with someone else. You literally just told me you liked me. Are you trying to ditch me now? Without even giving Moon a single second to process, Flame grabbed her wrist and dragged her away. Walk with me. We need a little chat. And just like that, Flame hauled Moon off, leaving the baffled prince standing there in total confusion. But honestly, he was also slightly amused by this ridiculously bold girl. A little while later, around the back of the school campus, Flame let out a huge sigh of relief. Phew, that was almost a total disaster. Moon, still deeply confused, replied, "What on earth are you talking about? What do you want to say?" Flame quickly fired back, "Look, you should be thanking me. If you rejected him without cause, that guy would literally harass you for the rest of your life. Sorry for slapping you. I'm out." With that, Flame just waved casually and walked away, leaving poor Moon standing there looking absolutely clueless, unable to process what just happened. Meanwhile, as Flame walked off, she started questioning herself. She definitely did the right thing, right? If Moon had caved and joined that club, Jeremy would have completely destroyed her. He would have dragged her through all sorts of horrific insults and utter humiliation, things that are way too shameful to even mention out loud as a decent person. Eventually, even the brilliant achievements Moon worked so hard to achieve would be completely ignored by everyone. After that, her depression would just spiral endlessly. Flame had originally tried to stay out of the original story's plot, but seeing poor Moon like that, she decided intervening really was not so bad. Honestly, even though Flame had temporary amnesia regarding future events, she was still trying her absolute best to change this blurry, messed-up timeline. Suddenly, she glanced back over her shoulder, a tiny bit worried. Would her dramatic little act actually get exposed? Now let's cut over to the private room of Jeremy Skeven himself. He was sitting there enjoying a premium cup of tea, lost in deep thought. He quietly muttered to himself, "Flame, was it cute? The way she desperately tried hiding her real emotions in front of me. Fascinating. Way better than Moon. I want her instead." You know where this is going. The twisted prince just shifted his crosshairs. Fast forward to the very next morning when the sun finally peaked and a fresh new day kicked off. Inside a bustling classroom, Professor Lee Hangon's voice echoed out. "Listen up. Starting from today, we are going to conduct a live monster combat simulation practice." He paced the room. "In this practical exam, your designated targets will absolutely no longer be those pathetic Tier 1 or Tier 2 fodder monsters you are used to. Instead, you are going to be facing off against mid-tier, Tier 3 beasts. These creatures are incredibly dangerous and infinitely harder to kill. I know that a normal student could not possibly solo monsters of this high caliber, so your real goal this time is forming a squad, discovering their weak points and taking them completely down, using your team's specific battle tactics. The exact rules have already been handed out. From this moment on, you are all free to move around and personally select a mid-tier monster as your main target. Plus, you will be given more than enough time to practice fighting against it. Head over to the Stella Dome. You've got a blazing valley up north, a frozen sea down south, and a total wasteland out west. Meanwhile, the east is just one massive overgrown swamp. So get out there, explore the area, and figure out exactly which terrain perfectly matches your team the best, and then hunt down a medium-tier monster. Pick a target that actually fits your specific combat style, and once you track it down, take it out. Class A and Class S are doing this field exercise together. The real evaluation drops in exactly 4 days. After that, you'll demonstrate your battle against the beast you've been practicing on. Form up into squads of 6 max and hand me your team rosters." Hearing this, Moon stands there, totally isolated. Not a single person wants to team up with her. Feeling pretty crushed, she realizes she absolutely hates group work. But this practical exam is a massive deal. If she completely tanks this test and gets a bad grade, her scholarship is as good as gone. Without that funding, she'll be forced to juggle her studies while grinding horrible part-time jobs every weekend, and straight through her holidays. Her training time would totally vanish, meaning getting that scholarship back later would become pretty much flat-out impossible. Her magic progression would just completely nosedive, leaving her stuck with a seriously dark future. She knows she needs to push herself way harder. Suddenly, a loud voice from up ahead totally snaps her out of it. Someone yells out, "Princess, are you going to join our squad for the exam?" Her thoughts completely derailed. Moon glances up only to see a massive swarm of students totally crowding around. The famous Princess Hong Bi-yeon. They are all desperately arguing over why their specific skills are way better than everyone else's. Honestly, it makes sense for royal blood. Students are basically begging for her attention, and Princess Hong Bi-yeon can easily handpick absolutely anyone she wants for her team. But in total contrast to that hype, Moon is standing completely alone. Nobody even wants to step near her. As she watches Hong Bi-yeon, a flash of pure envy hits her. She remembers how right before Edon Levis completely wiped out her family, she used to get that exact same royal treatment. You and I both know these two girls actually started out on a pretty even playing field, back when her Moor family ruled the ice element at the very peak, while the Adalavet royal bloodline completely dominated the fierce fire attribute. These two massive factions constantly clashed to control the magical world. They were locked in a brutal, never-ending struggle for ultimate power and influence, keeping each other totally in check. Neither side could gain the upper hand. Because of this intense rivalry, both Hong Bi-yeon and Moon were raised as absolute prodigies. While baby Moon was effortlessly forming needles out of pure ice, Hong Bi-yeon was already summoning a fierce flame directly from her tiny fingertips. This wasn't just a basic case of having maxed out skills early on. Being able to literally manifest pure magic the second you're born without a single lesson is a literal divine blessing. It meant they were basically guaranteed to eventually reach the ultimate heavenly realm. That is the legendary tier every single mage dreams about, the ultimate power level the entire world desperately hungers to finally achieve. That absolute unrivaled strength. Back then, everyone idolized Moon and Hong Bi-yeon. Both girls proudly accepted their fates, knowing full well they were the chosen ones, born into the most elite magical bloodlines, possessing the kind of raw legendary talent that normal mages would literally kill to have. Moon fully believed she was destined to become an unstoppable mage, at least right up until the Adam Levitt royal family came in, completely slaughtered her entire bloodline. Just thinking about it makes her clench her fists tight, but she forces herself to stay perfectly calm. Back then, she really thought she was invincible. But now, can she actually crush Adon Levitt and get payback? Lost in these heavy thoughts, Moon just stands there completely zoned out. But right as that dark seed of anxiety starts creeping its way back into her deeply scarred heart, a super familiar voice casually calls out from behind. Hey, are you out here all alone? And you guessed it, the guy stepping up is none other than our main guy, Baek Yunsung. You're gonna love this guy. Seeing his ridiculous face, Moon just sighs. What do you want? Hearing that Baek Yunsung knows his timing is absolutely flawless, Moon's spirit hasn't been completely crushed by the darkness just yet. So this is his perfect chance to pull her back up. He's going to make her shine like a total god right in front of every single mage in Stella Academy. Flashing an insanely bright smile, our hero casually points his thumb right at his own chest. Hey, just team up with me. Meanwhile, over in the crowd, Princess Hong Bi-yeon immediately notices Baek Yunsung's arrival. She feels a sudden sting, wondering why him. Why on earth would he choose Moon when literally anyone else would gladly join his squad in a heartbeat? Back over with Moon, she's completely stunned. She stares at him like he's crazy. Team up with you, Baek Yunsung just shrugs it off. Listen, there's absolutely no rule about a minimum team size, right? Just the two of us can form a duo squad and actually score massive underdog bonus points. Hearing this, Moon's jaw practically hits the floor. Are you insane? How are two people supposed to solo a tier 3 medium-sized monster? But even as the words leave her mouth, something shifts in her mind. A crazy little spark of hope flares up. Because honestly, for whatever ridiculous reason, if she's fighting right alongside Baek Yunsung, she actually believes they can pull it off. Seeing her hesitate, he flashes that trademark confident grin. So, are we locking this in, or what? Moon just freezes for 5 straight seconds. Her brain totally short-circuits before she finally gives a slow nod. Fine, I'm in. It's not like I have anyone else knocking down my door anyway. Baek Yunsung just laughs out loud. Ha, perfect, choice, zero regrets. Alright, wait right here while I go hand in our roster. And with Yusul turns and walks away, leaving her just staring at his back. But right then, the sound of approaching footsteps breaks the silence. Isel is completely caught off guard by this sudden arrival. It is Bi-yeon standing right in front of her, crossing her arms, looking totally annoyed. She snaps, hey. Startled, Isel replies, what do you want? Bi-yeon starts, if you are trying to compete with me, but then completely interrupts herself. She cuts in, what nonsense are you spouting? Just worry about yourself, you absolutely shameless hypocrite. Hearing these heavily contemptuous words thrown at her from Bi-yeon, Isel feels like salt is being rubbed right into her wounds. After dropping that bomb, Bi-yeon just turns around and walks away. Now, Isel finally realizes why Bi-yeon actually approached her. It wasn't because she was intimidated by her magical potential. No, it was simply because she had snatched Yu's soul away first. Realizing the harsh truth, Izel clenches her trembling fists and laughs bitterly. It turns out that to Bae-yeon, she is basically invisible. Bae-yeon just keeps walking, leaving Izel standing there with a genuinely gloomy expression, seriously questioning why. She got so worked up that she blurted out such foolish words. A real princess would literally never behave with such a lack of class. Bae-yeon thinks to herself, this is incredibly frustrating. Am I really going to lose to some absolute trash and a mere commoner, even though she could team up with literally anyone? She needs at least one top-tier knight to actually make it worth her time. She scans the area looking around, until her attention locks directly onto Ma Yu-sung. Without even a single second of hesitation, she marches right over to where he is standing. Yu-sung is currently torn between joining a team or just flying totally solo. Seeing the princess approach, he politely asks, "Hello there, princess. What brings you here?" Bae-yeon gets straight to the point. "Have you formed a team yet?" Caught off guard by the blunt question, Yu-sung replies, "Not yet, I am actually planning to go entirely alone." Alone, Bae-yeon is slightly shocked but quickly regains her composure and presses on. "Then you should just team up with me." Yu-sung smirks, slightly amused, and replies, Is that really necessary?" This is clearly a completely blunt rejection, but Bae-yeon never backs down that easily. She was absolutely determined from the start. Making her move, she says, "Yu-sol and Izel have already teamed up. You know perfectly well that fewer team members means way more bonus points, right?" Bae-yeon slowly shifts her gaze over toward Yu-sol's newly formed duo. Yu-sung follows her eyes, spotting the two of them chatting happily together. Meanwhile, Bae-yeon is not quite done talking. She continues, "I highly doubt they are aiming for ordinary medium targets. They are definitely hunting special medium and large class monsters, so I will ask you one more time. Team up with me." Yu-sung pauses to think. He knows she is provoking him, but this sudden challenge against Yu-sol's group completely wakes up his battle-hungry spirit. Finally, a grin spreads across his face as he says, "I see, that actually sounds like a pretty fun idea. I have been wanting to test my skills against Yu-sol anyway, so let us take them down together." Hearing this, Bae-yeon breathes a massive sigh of relief. "Perfect. I am counting on you then." She shoots a seriously sharp glare toward Izel and Yu-sol, telling herself, "Just you wait and see. This time, I am going to utterly crush both of you." Time flies by, and after 4 days of intense preparation, the simulated combat against the monsters is officially underway. Professor Lee's voice booms across the field. "All right, you and I are about to start the big evaluation for Class S and Class A. Each team gets to pick exactly which monster they want to face, ranging from super easy targets to absolutely brutal nightmare levels." While Flame is busy warming up, her magic non-stop chatter echoes all around the arena. People are whispering, "Team 16 really chose the Milka. That medium monster looks like an easy win." Flame steals her resolve, telling herself it does not matter. "I have trained relentlessly for this. Even though I cannot hunt the special monsters for extra attribute points or take down those massive special targets, just soloing this Tier 3 medium monster will be more than enough to secure the absolute maximum points today. Normally, it takes a whole squad of 5 Tier 1 mages just to handle a single Tier 1 medium monster. And if you actually manage to use elemental counters, rely on solid combat experience, and heavily exploit the surrounding environment, then taking down these higher tier monsters is basically a walk in the park. But I am using light attribute magic, which completely bypasses any elemental weaknesses, so I just have to deal with the raw difficulty." Flame officially decides to wave goodbye to the special or high-tier boss monsters, focusing entirely on racking up a solid score using her own raw abilities. While waiting for her turn, Flame suddenly locks eyes on Izel. She instantly remembers the original novel's plotline. Because of Princess Bae-yeon and her toxic faction constantly applying pressure, Izel couldn't even train properly, and she literally couldn't form a team with anyone. Izel ended up taking the exam totally solo, getting a miserable result, failing to even score enough points to secure her scholarship. After that, Izel was forced to work part-time just to eat, dealing with endless humiliation and severe bullying from the other academy students. That vicious cycle caused Izel's magical growth to completely hit a wall, and slowly her mental state began to completely crumble. But look at where we are now. Everything has changed. Flame and Yu-sol, two massive wildcards from the future, have entered the picture. The original storyline has completely flipped upside down. Yu-sol actively chose to team up with Izel, even though his incredibly foggy memory forgot pretty much everything about her past. But honestly, thanks to some genuine care and patience, Izel's future is already looking 100 times brighter. Then, right at that exact moment, a massive explosion shakes the arena, making Flame jump and spin around. Glancing toward the main stage, she sees the beast is already down for the count. Professor Lee announces that Team 16 has officially cleared their exam, praising their hard work. The crowd goes wild and Flame realizes her big moment is finally. All right, watch this. It was finally her turn. You could practically feel her heart pounding, a mix of total nerves and pure determination as she cheered. The instructor's voice echoed, calling Group 17 up for their exam. Hearing her cue, Flame did not hesitate at all. She shouted back, "Yes, I am coming." She quickly jogged toward the testing arena, heading straight toward where our main guys Big Q Sun and Isol Moon were standing together. She walked right past them, completely cold. But luck just was not on her side today. Right as she passed the duo, Flame accidentally stepped flat on her own shoelace. She completely lost her balance instantly, pitching forward for a face plant. But right at the absolute last second, an arm shot out from behind. Someone grabbed her straight by the collar, completely saving her from an incredibly painful wipeout. And honestly, the sight of this tiny, adorable girl just dangling there midair, it had the whole audience completely losing it. Laughter echoed through the entire stadium. People were shouting, "She is so tiny, she is even shorter than my little sister." And the guy actually holding her up, it was our main lead, Big U. Looking a little bit awkward, he asked, "Hey, are you okay?" Meanwhile, Flame was completely flustered. Getting picked up by your collar like a helpless toddler leaves you pretty speechless. Big U finally let go of her and Flame just awkwardly turned around. She muttered a quick thank you. Big U just pointed at her feet and said, "No sweat, but maybe tie your shoes." Looking down, Flame noticed it. One of her shoelaces was an absolute tangled mess. She specifically remembered Jackie tying them super tight earlier. Seeing Flame completely struggling with a massive knot, Big U stepped up. He actually offered to help tie it for her, but Flame quickly turned him down and fixed it herself. She thought to herself, "Thank goodness, someone caught me just in time. Otherwise, my test would have been completely ruined." After fixing her shoe, Flame marched right up to the testing arena and her vibe was just pure, unbreakable confidence. But when the crowd saw her standing there totally alone, the whispers started. Is she really by herself? Looks like it, but there's just no way she is actually going to solo a mid-level monster all alone. Some of the guys in the crowd started whispering, joking about the lonely students who just could not manage to form a party. You see, in this magical society, your connections and party members mean absolutely everything. But none of that mattered right now. Flame's exam was officially kicking off. Her opponent, a massive, heavily armored mid-tier monster that looked like an absolute tank. Standing right in front of this giant beast, Flame looked like a tiny little ant. The sheer difference in their power was suffocating, and the annoying chatter from the stands just kept going. That ugly monster does not even have a specific elemental weakness. She is completely doomed. But right at that moment, the instructor's voice blasted through the speakers, cutting off the noise. "All right then, Group 17, your test officially begins now." And the very second that signal dropped, the monstrous beast charged straight at Flame, closing the distance with absolutely terrifying speed. Seriously, it was like a flash of lightning. But Flame, she did not even flinch. She just stood perfectly still, focusing purely on her incantation, totally ignoring the panic yelling from the stands. Just look at her. She is panicking. There's no way she can handle that thing by herself. But right as she finished chanting her spell, those words of wind magic finally took shape. A brilliant golden magic circle violently ignited right beneath her feet. Flame stared down the charging beast, her eyes burning with pure, unshakable determination. She knew she had this. Suddenly, massive thick vines erupted straight out of the solid ground. They violently coiled around the monster's bulky body, locking down its limbs and trapping it completely in place. It could not move a single muscle. Then Flame dropped a material transformation spell, instantly hardening those green vines into solid rock. Now that is an insane combo right there. The crushing pressure started weakening the beast, leaving it thrashing and trembling in pure, frustrated rage. But Flame knew this simple trap was not nearly enough to finish the job. She quickly summoned 3 glowing magic halos right above her head, condensing massive amounts of energy for a guaranteed one-hit knockout. But the trapped beast was not done yet. Going completely berserk, the monster violently flexed its entire body. Those solid stone vines actually started cracking under the huge pressure. 1 second later, they completely shattered into pieces. The beast broke free from its rocky prison. With glowing blood-red eyes, it charged right at her again, throwing its massive jaws wide open, fully intending to swallow Flame whole. But Flame was ready. At that exact moment, her ultimate magic triggered. A colossal beam of pure blinding light blasted forward, tearing straight through the charging monster's armored body. The attack left an absolutely massive gaping hole right through the beast's chest. It was a fatal strike. Meanwhile, our girl Flame was totally gassed, panting heavily from the drain. She had burned through almost her entire mana pool. The giant monster was finally defeated, crashing to the arena floor with a deafening thud that literally made the ground shake. The impact sent tremors through the entire stadium. Watching from the bleachers, the crowd of students was left in pure shock. Even the elite instructors and the VIP guests were taking off their glasses completely, refusing to believe their own eyes. All those students who were trash-talking her earlier, dead silent. Wow, that was actually insane, someone finally muttered. My 5-person party could not even take down a mid-tier beast. Just who is this girl? Right then, instructor Lei Hangon officially announced that the exam for Group 17 was successfully completed, giving Flame some well-deserved praise. She gave a quick bow of thanks before walking off the stage, feeling an absolutely massive wave of relief inside. Phew, I actually survived that, she thought. But as Flame was heading back to her seat, someone unexpected suddenly caught her attention. Her eyes went completely wide in total shock. She honestly thought she was hallucinating for a second. Meanwhile, back in the main arena, the highly anticipated students for the very next exam were already making their dramatic entrance. They strutted straight up to the battlefield. The instructor's voice echoed out again. All right, everyone, we will now begin the combat exam for Group 31, and you and I are about to witness an incredibly tense showdown between two of the absolute strongest prodigies in this academy. It is on. Every single eye in the stadium was completely glued to them right now, especially the excited first-year students. Seriously, they were screaming their lungs out like they just spotted a massive pop idol in the flesh. Look, it is Princess Hong Bi-yeon, the actual royal princess of the prestigious Adalbit bloodline, one kid yelled. And her teammate standing right next to her is the top-ranked student with the highest entrance score in the entire server, Ma Yu-sung Sion. Wow, he is seriously so handsome. How is it even fair for one guy to look that good? And be a total combat genius too. This is guaranteed to be an absolute masterclass. You got this, princess. Let's go Appa Ma Yu-seon. Seon, show them what you can do. Leaning against the wall nearby, Flame quietly thought to herself. Princess Hong Bi-yeon was originally supposed to form a massive squad with 6 other elite members for this exam. Wait, her faction is actually teaming up with Yu-sung. In the original novel, these two characters had absolutely zero connection to each other. But now here they are working together in the exact same squad. The more Flame thought about it, the more her head hurt. What a weird combo. While Flame was still completely confused, Princess Bi-yeon's team successfully summoned their monster. Its massive body was totally covered in these slippery diamond-hard scales dripping with some kind of gross slime. And get this, it literally had 2 giant wings that looked exactly like fish fins, letting it fly straight up into the sky. It even had arms, legs, and a totally bizarre carp-like head, making its whole appearance look absolutely insane. The students watching from the stands couldn't help but gasp in pure shock. Wait a minute, you and I both know what this is. Unbelievable. The Phantom Fish. Oh my gosh, that is a super rare mid to large tier boss monster. Nobody expected them to actually push their limits and challenge an impossible beast with an opposing magic element. Are they out of their minds? A few professors and elite mages up in the stands had to quickly pull out their magic charts just to look up the elemental affinities for both Yu-sung and the princess. Plenty of other teams had already tried fighting these special mid-tier monsters, but every single one of them failed miserably. And don't forget, most of them only fought when they had a clear elemental advantage, but by Yeon's team, they were completely throwing away all of those natural perks. They were clearly gunning for those massive bonus points. Meanwhile, some of the crowd was just totally in awe. As expected from the royal princess of the mighty Adol Empire, she is absolute top tier. Just finding a phantom fish in the first place is a huge struggle, so nobody expected them to go this big. According to the original novel's lore, the main element that Princess Baek can actually use is fire, while Yu-sung can tap into 3 different ones: earth, lightning, and fire. However, those are just his secondary skills. His true elemental power is still kept completely hidden, and Yu-sung definitely cannot reveal that secret right now. Because of that, he had to stick to the magic he was most confident in. As for the Phantom Fish, that thing is a pure water-type monster, a terrifying mutation, protected by rock-hard scales. They used to completely rule the oceans thanks to their high intelligence and absolutely massive population numbers. But because of a brutal curse from centuries ago, they lost every single drop of their intelligence. Now they are basically just mindless, violent monsters driven by instinct. However, these beasts still carry the special ability of an apex predator class, and that is their insane ability to fly through the air. Because of this water-type beast is completely immune to all lightning magic, which is usually the ultimate weakness for flying creatures. Even worse, the monster perfectly counters the main elements that Yu-sung normally relies on in battle. These two aren't just targeting a special mid to large monster that everyone else completely failed to beat. They even threw away every single elemental advantage they had. It really looks like this crazy duo is aiming to grab a perfect score on this exact exam, but they will only get those massive points if they actually survive. While everyone in the crowd was still buzzing with nervous whispers, homeroom teacher Han Gon finally gave the starting signal. The second it dropped, the monster fish shot high into the air and let out a deafening roar. Its terrible breath washed over the entire stadium. Watching the phantom fish Get closer and closer, Baek Yunsung spoke up while aiming her magical staff straight ahead. Let's begin. We stick to the original plan. Right beside her, Yunsung just nodded and replied, "Understood, princess." With that said, he dramatically spun his wand around while stepping back. Watching from a safe distance, one confused student finally spoke up. What on earth are they trying to do? The student next to him was just as clueless. I thought they were going to attack, but why did the knight just retreat behind the mage? What kind of weird strategy is this? While the audience was totally hyper-focused on their strange setup, Yunsung suddenly activated his speed burst skill and just launched himself straight into the air, planning to clash head-on with the phantom fish. On the other side, Dako watched Yunsung's fiercely confident and super badass form. Stroking his chin, he said, "Oh wow, for a first-year student, his speed burst technique is actually pretty impressive, isn't it?" Ji-yeon nodded in agreement. True, this kid definitely had some serious skills, but with that current power level, there was absolutely no way he could even touch that beast. Plus, speed burst cannot be used mid-air. What on earth is going through his head right now? Facing the heavy doubt of everyone watching the match, Yunsung suddenly used his magic wand to summon a solid square stone platform right beneath his feet. Right after that, a blazing fireball cast by Baek Yunsung detonated with perfect accuracy right at Yunsung's exact location. After chaining his speed burst, the massive shockwave forcefully blasted his body forward for a second time. Yunsung looked exactly like a human missile. You and I have to admit, witnessing this insane tag team combo, the entire audience was completely blown away by the display. Their teamwork was so flawless, it was almost unbelievable. The very second he got into striking distance, Yunsung manifested a ridiculously massive stone fist right up there in the sky. Then he mercilessly slammed that giant godlike punch straight into the phantom fish's body, sending the terrified beast crashing back down into the ground with terrifying speed. Once the dust cloud finally cleared, the beast was lying completely motionless on the dirt. The extreme physical impact had totally shattered its diamond-hard armor. Refusing to let a single opening slip by Yunsung, immediately kept casting his magic. A brilliant blue magic circle instantly lit up. Boom. The ground shatters as countless massive rocks shoot up, completely pinning the monster in place. But here's the thing. Yunsung is not the kind of mage who just plays crowd control. His rock magic is instantly shattered when the phantom fish flexes its massive body. Seeing his spell broken that easily, Yunsung does not even flinch as he lands. He is not mad at all, because his real goal right here, he is just buying time. For Princess Baek Yunsung, her ultimate destructive magic is finally ready. And just like that, a gigantic fireball, literally looking like a miniature sun, slams straight down into the phantom fish's body. The beast screeches in absolute agony. What follows is a massive world-shaking explosion that completely engulfs the entire surrounding area in flames. Up in the stands, the academy students are losing their minds. They cannot believe their eyes. Cold sweat is literally dripping down their faces. Oh my god, that was only a tier 3 spell. How on earth did a simple fire magic attack make it scream out in that much pain? Absolutely insane. But wait, the phantom fish is still twitching. Seeing it survive, Yunsung instantly readies a lightning spell. The moment his casting finishes, a cocky little smirk crosses his face. It is over. Right on cue, a massive pillar of pure lightning crashes down directly onto the phantom fish. Sure, it is a water attribute beast, but against this kind of overwhelming absolute power, type advantage means absolutely nothing. After taking those two brutal hits, the phantom fish finally goes down for good. Its massive body slowly dissolves into thin air, leaving nothing but dust. Watching this absolute masterclass, the crowd in the stands completely erupts. You and I both know how hype this is. They are going wild, clapping endlessly and showering them with praise. The phantom fish got absolutely destroyed without even fighting back. Utter madness. This year's freshmen are on a whole different level, especially that first-year girl earlier. Taking down a mid-level monster all by herself, totally insane. Yeah, these rookies are seriously not playing around at all today. Honestly, their skill level is already rivaling the third-year seniors in S-Class. Wait, seriously? Yeah, no joke. Meanwhile, right down on the arena floor after that flashy performance wraps up, Baek Yunsung and Yunsung confidently strut back to their seats, soaking in all those jealous, starry-eyed stares from the crowd. Princess Baek Yunsung is feeling practically invincible right now, riding that massive high after such a glorious, overwhelming victory over the beast. Plus, throwing out a casual little power flex, it is more than enough to make our proud princess fully delusional. She totally thinks she is the main character of this entire academy exam right now. She shoots a side glance over at Busan and Isoi's team. A massive echoing question pops into her smug head. Can you actually beat me? No matter what kind of monster you and Isoi decide to pick, There is zero chance you guys pull off a performance, even half as spectacular as ours. Well, that is just the quiet, narcissistic rambling inside Princess Hong Bai-yeon's very fragile ego. Let's see what actually happens next. Because moments later, as Busan casually steps up to the arena stage, he drops a single line that makes the entire stadium freeze in pure shock. He says, completely deadpan, "Please go ahead and summon 5 monsters for us." Needless to say, the whole crowd is completely stunned. Jaws hit the absolute floor. Even Princess Hong Bai-yeon, her face is a perfect picture of pure, unadulterated disbelief. She looks like she's about to faint on the spot. Meanwhile, as our pretty princess tries to act cool, the rest of the audience starts whispering like crazy. Wait, what did I just hear? Did he just... Besides Princess Hong Bai-yeon and Flame's elite team, didn't every other group need a full squad of 5 just to barely scrape by and survive against a single mid-tier monster? And yet these 2 crazy kids are planning to fight 5 of them all at once. Oh my god. Are they totally insane? I know I have heard some wild rumors about Busan, but has he actually lost his mind? Right now, every single pair of eyes is locked right onto our main character. Suddenly, countless bright glowing blue magic circles erupt on the floor, completely surrounding our dynamic duo. The summoning sequence kicks off. Success. Just like that, an entire pack of terrifying mid-tier monsters materializes right on the arena floor. Honestly, they look pretty intimidating. Now our main guy and Isoi are completely boxed in by this monster horde trapped like prey. Standing right in the middle of these massive beasts, our 2 heroes look incredibly small and fragile. Meanwhile, watching from a balcony view, even the 2 Academy judges are completely taken aback by this massive beast lineup. Let me give you a quick rundown of these bad boys. According to monster lore, Busan's team just summoned a literal all-star beast roster. We are talking about a poison toad, a black sand bull, a Kaden bird, a giant slime, and one seriously aggressive-looking monster bat. Standing off to the side, Princess Hong Bai-yeon is looking incredibly curious. She leans over and whispers to her teammate, "Hey Ma Yu-song-seon, do you notice anything weird about this?" Caught slightly off guard by her question, Ma Yu-song-seon glances back at the princess and stares right down at the arena floor. A very knowing, mysterious little smirk slowly creeps onto his face. "Not exactly," he replies, "but I am definitely curious to see what Busan is secretly plotting down there. I am actually really looking forward to seeing this play out. It should be a great show." As the horde of monsters roars on the field, Teacher Lee, the guy running this exam, drops a very pointed question. "I just want to ask one thing, who exactly decided on this insane monster lineup?" Putting on his absolute best innocent face, our guy Busan calmly replies, "It was me, sir." Realizing the student handpicked this death trap himself, Teacher Lee presses harder. "Look, I know you are a capable knight who can easily score points in a crazy brawl like this. But for your partner, a bishop class, not a chance. Frankly, I think this reckless strategy is going to completely overwhelm your bishop." By now, the 5 roaring monsters have completely boxed the duo in. But totally ignoring all the doubts and every single suspicious glare from the audience, our main guy just flashes a blinding, wildly confident smile. "Not at all, sir. While it might seem a bit weird to everyone else, this wild strategy I picked out is actually custom designed specifically for my bishop." Hearing this, his partner Isoi, she is standing right there, looking completely shocked. And after hearing such an unshakable, confident answer, Teacher Lee's eyes widen. It looks like he finally realizes what is actually about to happen. He realizes something and nods. "All right then, let us begin." The second the starting signal sounds, a massive horde of monsters rushes in, completely surrounding them. The main character and Isol are trapped. Isol is looking pretty terrified right now. Busan gently speaks up, his voice full of pure reassurance. "You can do this, right?" She answers firmly, but then Busan says, "Of course, just put your trust in me." Hearing this, Isol immediately pouts. "How am I supposed to trust you?" That line is getting pretty old. To inject some much-needed morale into his teammate, Busan drops a line that makes Isol completely freeze for a few seconds. "I believe in you." Now that is a seriously high-quality mental buff from a teammate. Isol finally breathes a massive sigh of relief as a flood of thoughts rushes through her mind. "Busan, you really are such a hard guy to figure out." Later that night, Isol quietly walks behind our main character, her head full of giant question marks, until she finally decides to break the awkward silence. "Hey," Busan startles and turns around, looking at her with total confusion. Seizing this absolute golden opportunity while they are completely alone, Isol just straight up asks him, "Why me?" "Honestly speaking, you are an incredibly talented knight. Out of everyone here, could have easily picked anyone else to form a team." Faced with this super direct question from Isol, Busan just awkwardly scratches his head, looking completely helpless right now. After racking his brain trying to figure out the perfect thing to say, he finally speaks up. "It is true that there are so many ridiculously talented and outstanding people in our class, For example, when it comes to controlling fire magic, absolutely no one can even compare to Princess Han. And in terms of pure crowd control, Flame is just peerless. Then there's Ma Yu Wong, who is literally known as the strongest guy in the entire first year. Nobody can deny that fact. Ha Yu Jang and the others are also heavy single-target attackers who are perfectly suited to form a team with me. Busan really has the stats of the whole class memorized. Hearing this makes Isuel feel even more confused. Then why pick me? After that intense breakdown, Busan turns his back to Isuel, his voice perfectly steady. Honestly, I still feel like you are the most suitable person to be my teammate right now. That is it. Then he turns back around, giving her a totally radiant smile. All right then, let us keep moving forward. Just as expected, Isuel stares at his back, her cheeks flushing bright red. This is the very first time she has ever seen him so serious while still smiling. Since he was being that sincere, she feels her own sense of responsibility completely shooting through the roof. Cutting back to the current arena, Isuel tightly grips the dark staff in her hand. A massive wave of wild thoughts starts surging right through her mind. Even though she still cannot fully understand what he meant back then, she is absolutely sure that he had a real reason for picking her. All right, I will show you. Isuel immediately channels her power and raw magic energy starts, condensing heavily around her legs. The dark staff softly vibrates, floating right in front of her. Entering a state of pure focus, she begins releasing powerful streams of mana, her eyes tightly closed as she feels every single tiny shift in the air around her. Because inside of pure danger, there is always opportunity, and grasping it lets true talent explode to the max. Up in the stands, the other students are basically acting like living security cameras, and they immediately notice the massive shift in her energy. One of them quickly shouts out, "Wait a second, isn't that the supernatural resonance skill?" Another student sitting right next to him frantically jumps into the conversation. No way, that is completely impossible. That is a special ability that only triggers when mages level 6 and above enter a state of complete unconsciousness. But right now, this trick comes with a terribly massive risk. If the caster loses their focus for even a second, the flow of mana will immediately reverse itself. The backlash is so huge it could literally leave them permanently crippled. And right now, she is just a simple first-year student. While the whole crowd is busy panicking, Isuel is already fully wrapped in fiercely glowing streams of mana. A gorgeous magic flower is slowly blooming right in the middle of the arena, leaving absolutely everyone staring in pure shock. Busan directs his gaze toward Isuel, watching these miraculous changes unfold. A countless number of tactical evaluations quickly pop into his head. As expected, she truly is the #1 leading candidate for the title of Winter Queen. A highly mysterious smile creeps onto his lips. All right then, let us finally get this party started. You and I are about to witness the ultimate showdown between 2 rookies and 5 monsters. At this exact moment, the only thing they can rely on to survive is themselves. Without a single second of hesitation, Busan explodes forward, rushing straight toward the absolute front lines. His blink skill is instantly activated, the sword in his hand violently flashing as his true main character aura completely erupts outward. He unleashes a brutal slash, aiming directly for the belly of a nearby monster. His eyes lock onto the target, showing off his razor-sharp combat instincts. A ridiculously long, bloody gash violently rips open across the poison frog's belly. Feeling the bone-piercing agony, the massive poison frog starts screaming out in complete misery. Realizing that something is terribly wrong, our main character shoots a quick glance to the side. The first goal of taking out the poison frog is totally complete. The next target is the black sand bull. But suddenly, as he plans his move, giant bull snaps its head around to stare at the screaming frog. Its eyes instantly turn bloodshot, radiating pure rage. But this time around, its target is actually the frog, not our main character at all. The huge bull takes a deep breath, pulling its front legs back as it prepares to charge. Reading the monster's intentions perfectly, Busan cracks a sly smile, calculating every single variable. Very nice. Just as I predicted, the only way to handle 5 mid-tier monsters at the exact same time is to create chaos, making them turn completely against each other, turning into total enemies. Stick with me here because this battle keeps getting hotter and packed with wild tension. Seeing this bizarre scene, every single student in the stands is just sitting there with their jaws completely dropped. Right in front of their eyes is the unbelievable sight of 5 absolute monster beasts beating each other up. They start mumbling to themselves, "Oh my goodness, what in the world is happening? I just cannot believe my own eyes anymore. Are they seriously tearing each other apart right now?" Seeing his plan working out absolutely perfectly, Busan flashes a wicked winner's smile. Just as he predicted, his genius strategy to make them turn highly hostile and completely slaughter each other is a massive success. Or to put it elegantly, this is the classic borrow a knife to kill your enemy tactic. One of the in Fiverr, dirtiest yet most effective tricks in the book. You basically use another guy's brute strength to absolutely wipe out your opponents while you never even have to lift a single finger. Busen keeps explaining how pro gamers from that old game spent countless hours racking their brains trying to figure out how total rookies could handle a pack of massive beasts. After endless attempts and testing, they finally cracked the code by exploiting the unique traits and elements of these monsters. He begins breaking down his absolutely brilliant master plan for everyone. First off, when he attacks and injures the poison frog or Maradune, its forehead starts glowing with a bright red light. That light instantly triggers the crazy aggressive instincts of the black sand wild bull. After that, the massive bull starts spewing heavy sand everywhere while it charges around. Once that sand sticks to the Nami slime, it gets incredibly annoyed and generates a massive amount of water to keep its skin moisturized. Perfect. The strategy is running flawlessly. Thanks to the barrier on the simulation stage, the water level is rising super fast. Then, as if remembering something crucial, Busan glances at the Black Crow with a highly devious grin. Now it is your turn to shine. He reveals the next piece of the puzzle. One of the unique biological features of the cardon bird is that when it senses high humidity, it instantly unleashes an ear-piercing screech over 7 octaves. Once the water rises to a specific level, the cardon bird starts feeling completely miserable and blasts that deafening noise. And finally, this triggers the sensitive bat, a creature so incredibly reactive to any loud sound that it just goes totally insane and endlessly attacks its enemies. Right on cue, the ear-splitting screech makes the bat snap, diving straight in to pummel the bird with rapid strikes, punching, kicking, scratching, you name it. A lightning-fast kick literally deforms the bird's face and sends it flying backward. By some stroke of pure magical luck, the cardon bird's body crashes directly into the water beast, causing its blood to absolutely boil. Then our main guy ruthlessly splashes a whole bucket of water onto the cardon bird's face. You would totally expect the bird to counterattack, but instead it shoots the bat, a look filled with pure murderous intent. The bat is not messing around either, glaring right back as if saying, "Bring it on if you want a piece of me." The result: these two terrifying monsters clash, throwing down for hundreds of rounds with no clear winner. One by one, the other beasts start picking their own fights and attack each other, creating a scene of absolute chaos like nothing we have seen. Up in the stands, the scholars and professors cannot even hide their shock. One of them actually loses their cool and blurts out, "This is unbelievable. How does that student named Busan know every single specific trait and glaring weakness of those 5 beasts? Even I, a dedicated scholar majoring in monster biology, would have never even imagined putting together a wild plan like this. They are completely reckless and unhinged, but honestly is something worth learning from." Suddenly, a female professor chimes in with her thoughts. "I agree with you. They are genuinely reckless and totally crazy individuals, but the one thing that truly blows my mind right now is Isel's insane level of concentration. She is actually holding the mana flow perfectly steady while all those monsters are brutally fighting right next to her. That is just an extraordinary level of focus. I genuinely believe she has completely entrusted her entire heart and absolute faith into her designated knight." Back on the simulation stage, the monster mob is still throwing a massive party, blindly attacking each other without caring who gets hit. In the center of it all, sand is blindingly flying everywhere, the water keeps rising higher, and that crimson light is just getting brighter. Amidst this total chaos, Busan has flawlessly executed his knight role, performing at the absolute peak. Now you and I need to pay attention here. Living up to the knight title, these guys carry the heavy burden of blocking enemies and protecting their allies until the long-range mage finishes, casting. Every single time some clueless beast tries to take a swipe at Azel, Busan instantly uses his flash step to teleport right over there. He swings his razor-sharp sword right at their ankles, knocking them flat on their backs. And right when the cardon bird tries to clumsily crawl back up, it gets jumped by the other monsters so fast it cannot even process what is happening. Busan quickly realizes that the situation is getting super tense since his attacks seriously angered the whole pack. Our main guy rushes back to his spot, continuing his duty as a model knight. Suddenly, his sixth sense screams that a huge danger is lurking nearby. Busan's eyes go incredibly wide when he spots a gigantic boulder flying at crazy speeds right toward Isel. At this very moment, Isel is still locked in her mana resonance state, so she cannot move at all. Without a single second of hesitation, Busan burns his flash step and dives right in to shield her from the brutal impact. With insane godly skill, his sword slices the massive boulder cleanly in half. Watching this entire epic scene of Busan playing the heroic savior, Maung cannot hold back a laugh, turning and saying, "Hey, Princess Hong Bi-young, do you see this? We are watching a real hero. Like a perfect knight. Is he protecting his princess? Straight out of a fairy tale." Hearing this, Hong Bi-young's ruby eyes go wide. She literally cannot look away from Yusian. Out on the battlefield, Yusian moves like an absolute master. Flashes from his blade and the after images of his crazy speed keep everyone hooked. He vanishes east, reappears west. But let's be real, this isn't just a flashy performance. Yusian is actually guarding Isol from every single angle, exactly like a knight protecting his princess in a storybook. Under his absolute defense, Isol doesn't take a single scratch. The battle heats up. The monsters are exhausted, covered in brutal wounds. Suddenly, a mystic magic circle appears right over Isol. It glows like pure starlight or like morning dew falling perfectly through the dead silent air. Finally, Isol opens her sapphire eyes. She grips her staff tight and her voice echoes loudly. Crystal flower, boom. The pooled water on the ground instantly freezes into a massive ice blossom. Pure frost. It radiates this freezing, bone-chilling aura from its delicate petals. Seeing this insane magic, everyone in the stands is just frozen in awe. The ice blue flower is so blindingly beautiful that they completely forget this is just a test. They wonder, could any piece of art ever be crafted this perfectly? Nobody even cares about grading a student's magic anymore. Right now, they are bowing down to the power of a true mage. Isol's magic looks simple, but it is on a completely different level from normal students. No other mage could possibly pull off something this wild. Time passes quietly. The water level rises up to the monster's waist previously, frozen solid by Isol's magic. They are completely paralyzed, unable to move a single inch. Naturally, after taking that brutal beating, these 5 monsters are absolutely wrecked, too drained to break out. But wait, in just a second they might shatter the ice and attack. Before that happens, she has to finish them. Isol instantly casts a self-destruct spell. Get ready for shattering magic. Bang, 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 earth-shattering explosions ring out. That gorgeous masterpiece of an ice flower completely shatters. It turns into countless sharp blades raining down everywhere. Hundreds, thousands of icy spears falling like massive javelins piercing right through all 5 monsters. Their flesh rips apart, then instantly freezes over, causing agonizing, brutal frostbite. Every time they try to twitch, the wounds just hurt even worse, making them scream in pure despair. Watching this mind-blowing scene unfold, the crowd starts whispering again. What happened? Did they win? Wait, do you think those 2 actually beat 5 mid-tier monsters? Just the 2 of them. Suddenly, someone panics and yells out, "No way, look over there." Hearing rocks crumbling, everyone turns to look. The ice trapping the Kaden bird is slowly cracking. Its eyes snap wide open in pure rage. Steam starts rising right off its massive body. Here's the thing. Its hidden skill, extreme heat triggered by freezing cold and high humidity. Thanks to this, all 5 monsters break free together. They glare at Yusian's group with murderous intent for humiliating them. Seeing the monsters still standing, the teachers look totally disappointed, sighing heavily. They still failed in the end. The strategy was perfect, the fight was honestly beautiful too. Watch, but fate had other plans. They didn't calculate for that mid-tier monster's crazy hidden trait. So close. What a shame. Still, with that performance, Yusian's group should score really high anyway. Just as everyone is nodding along, boom. Someone throws an arm straight up into the air. A blazing golden sphere forged entirely of lightning magic materializes. The entire stadium is absolutely stunned. No way. That mana flow. Could it be? Without hesitating, Asol loudly declares Thunder God's descent. A fierce roar echoes from her and a terrifying bolt of lightning strikes straight down from the heavens. The thunder cracks so loud it feels like a hammer just shattered everyone's eardrums. The world drowns in golden light. And another flower blooms. But this isn't crystal or anything normal. This is a flower radiating pure brilliance. Up in the stands, they wonder, can raw destructive magic truly be called a pure masterpiece? If you and I have eyes, we cannot deny it. This right here is absolute perfection. Absolutely stunning. Right after thousands of electric currents explode out of nowhere, turning into countless lightning bolts that strike directly into the 5 monsters. They screech in absolute agony as raw, high-voltage electricity violently tears through their entire bodies. Witnessing this insane fusion of ice and lightning magic she created herself, Isol is completely stunned. You and I are witnessing a masterpiece unfold. Her eyes are wide with pure disbelief. She asks herself, is this really my own magic? It turns out I can actually pull this off. Just like he promised, suddenly memories rush back into her mind. She remembers the very first time Baek Yunsung pitched this insanely reckless plan. She was completely shocked, asking if he was out of his mind. She expected him to get annoyed, but nope. He just gave her this genuine smile, telling her, "You can do this, I completely trust you. So please trust me, the guy who fully believes in you." Hearing those deeply sincere words from Baek Yunsung, our girl Isol tightly clenches her fists. She reminds herself that while he was smiling, the extremely serious vibe radiating from his expression. and that confident tone felt so unbelievably genuine. She couldn't just brush it off as some random joke. Honestly, she felt this heavy invisible weight pressing down on her chest. Before all this, she truly had absolutely nothing, not even a single ounce, of faith in the path she chose, let alone a friend telling her she was doing the right thing. Her entire life was spent drowning in pure fear and crushing anxiety. She survived just by desperately clinging onto one tiny fragile thread of hope. But right as that tiny spark faded, Baek Yunsung showed up. He was literally the very first person to reach out and save Isol. She constantly questioned, can I actually achieve this? Even right up until now, she felt like she was endlessly drifting in a massive, endless ocean. Isol fought so hard against every storm, but she constantly hesitated, completely terrified she might be heading the wrong way. But honestly, that doubt doesn't matter anymore. Far off on the horizon, Baek Yunsung had charged ahead, leaving behind these brilliant, glowing footprints across that dark, lonely ocean. He was exactly like a bright constellation in the pitch-black sky, perfectly guiding the lost sailors. A literal lighthouse keeping ships completely safe from deadly rocks. Looking up, Isol could feel that warm, guiding light, whispering to her, just follow me, I'll lead the way. Suddenly, homeroom teacher Lee Han steps up and formally announces that Team 32's practical exam has officially ended. Huge congratulations on flawlessly crushing your team's test. Standing right there in the T center, Isol breaks into this massive, genuinely happy smile. Pure relief. All that deep-rooted insecurity and dark self-doubt instantly vanishes into thin air, leaving behind a completely confident, glowing Isol. Her expression is still lost in this deep, swirling ocean of thoughts, trying to process everything. Meanwhile, our main guy is literally just floating up there in mid-air, internally sweating, thinking, oh, thank God I almost got blasted. She seriously needs to give a heads up. Who just casually launches outrageously lethal magic attacks like that without saying a single word. Anyway, cut to the very next morning. The monster combat exam results are finally posted. First place goes to absolutely no one's surprise, Team 32 Baek Yunsung and Isol sitting pretty at 199 points. Second place, Mayusung and Hong Bai-yeon's team with 127. Then third, fourth, and so on. Alright, you and I should see their reactions, staring blankly at the class notice board. Mayusung looks completely devastated. With a horribly bitter voice, he admits we lost. Hearing this, Hong Bai-yeon keeps her eyes absolutely glued to the scores. She nods, sounding totally dazed. The score gap between our two teams is just too massive. Breaking past 100 points is already a completely mind-blowing achievement. Not to mention the two of us literally fought a special intermediate tier monster with a huge elemental disadvantage, something absolutely nobody has ever managed to pull off before. But staring right at Baek Yunsung's 199 points, we seriously have to swallow our pride and admit defeat. Mayusung is honestly stunned. He cannot believe this wildly arrogant icy princess is actually swallowing her pride and accepting a loss. Flashing a teasing smirk, he says, wow, I definitely didn't expect you to accept defeat so fast. Hong Bai-yeon dramatically lifts her chin, snapping back with pure sass. Humph, shut your mouth. Nobody asked for your commentary, Mayusung quickly replies, his voice laced with heavy regret. Look, as much as I hate admitting this, Baek Yunsung is simply a better Vanguard knight than me, and Isol is clearly a better long-range mage than you. Hearing this raw truth drop, Hong Bai-yeon actually silently agrees with his harsh assessment. But there's exactly one thing she absolutely refuses to accept. She is not inferior to Isol. Staring intensely at Mayusung's perfectly handsome, flawless face, Baek Yunsung's shadow aggressively crashes back into her mind. She furiously tries to comfort herself, thinking, if only he was my knight, things would be wildly different right now. During the whole exam, he was totally shielding Isol from start to finish. He wasn't just swinging a sword. He drafted the brilliant strategy, locked down the perfect sniping spots, and literally built an entire stage just for Isol to shine brightly. I know Mayusung is extremely talented, but honestly, Baek Yunsung is simply the very best knight at Stella Academy. She can't help wondering, what if he supported me instead? I could have easily unleashed magical power, just as devastating as Isol's. But seriously, why is that random commoner throwing his entire life on the line for her? If a flawless knight like him actually exists, he belongs to me. I'm the perfect queen, aren't I? The more she thinks about it, the crazier she gets. Accepting that such a perfect guy is caring for another girl, Hong Bai-yeon's face immediately turns dark. Terrifyingly dark, actually. A fierce storm rages inside her mind. Admitting defeat right now. Impossible. She just can't do it. She absolutely refuses to accept it. Something doesn't add up and she needs to investigate Yusun immediately. Making her decision, she quickly says goodbye. She turns on her heel and leaves Yusun behind. But on her way out, she stops dead in her tracks, completely shocked. She locks eyes with a jet black-haired woman. Her expression, absolute ice. Those eyes are perfectly clear, like absolutely nothing could ever taint them. She stands just about as tall as Baek, and right there on her uniformed chest, a shining third-year student name tag. Let me introduce you, this icy beauty is Celine Okan, a duke's heir. She also happens to be the absolute best friend of the current empress ruling the Adulbit Empire. Brushing past Celine, Baek immediately feels a wave of annoyance. Did this girl seriously just show up here because she heard about the loss to those commoners? What an incredibly annoying woman. Still wrapped up in her own bitter thoughts, Baek brushes right past the icy noble, her figure slowly disappearing down the hall. Celine just watches her go. A mocking smirk creeps across Celine's face, her voice dripping with pure disdain. Still, so green. Does this kid seriously not realize that every single little move she makes just looks completely pathetic? Meanwhile, the scene shifts over to the quiet academy library. Flame is sitting there, her pen flying across the pages as she updates her daily journal. And as she writes, her mind goes completely blank. She just cannot believe Azel managed to cast that crystal flower spell so incredibly fast. I mean, that specific magic is her literal trump card, a technique born from surviving absolute hell. Who would have ever thought she could actually perfect that insane spell and show it off to everyone? If this followed the original storyline, Azel should honestly be drowning in total despair right now. Traumatized from the monster mock battle, Azel was supposed to be completely trapped inside that cage set by Crown Prince Jeremy Kelvin, slowly fading away. But that dark, tragic future, completely rewritten. The script changed. It has to be Yusun's doing. He's the reason she pulled this off. Back in the original romance novel's plot, Yusun and Azel faced the actual apocalypse together. But wait, what if there was some hidden side story the author wrote? What if Yusun was originally just a random background character deeply in love with Azel his whole life but never ever getting her attention right up until the world ended? Is that theory just too crazy? Honestly, reading way too many romance novels is definitely messing with Flame's head. But then a wild idea flashes through her mind. What if he regressed to save his true love, rewinding time just to secure a world where she finally gets her happily ever after, even if the terrible cost meant everyone entirely forgetting he existed? Would he have any regrets in those final fading moments? Flame's heart literally tightens at the thought. This heavy, suffocating wave of emotion just starts rising up inside her chest. She can barely believe she might be witnessing such a tragically sad ending unfold right here in the real world, not on a screen, not in a book. A love so deep he'd literally sacrifice his entire existence to rewrite time. What does that even feel like? Alright, let's pivot back to Yusun's nice, cozy dorm room. Right now, our guy is staring blankly at his glowing system screen. Chapter 5. The brutal monster mock battle is officially over. The system congratulates him for successfully shifting the entire storyline, handing over a massive pile of experience points. Project Constellatio throws in a massive bonus reward too. Reading this, Yusun practically jumps. What on earth should he pick? He'd been mulling over his options for a while but never actually settled on a final choice. The blink skill was already upgraded last chapter, so prepping for what comes next is vital, but thinking about it just makes his head spin. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashes right through his mind. A huge satisfied smile spreads across his face. Bingo! How did I even forget? With zero hesitation, he immediately commands the system. He wants a very specific legendary item. Jeffel's Leaf Key. The system pings, scanning its host for eligibility. Just a brief pause. Ding, ding, ding. The evaluation is totally complete. Congratulations, host. Jeffel's Leaf Key acquired. Seeing this ridiculously rare high-tier key materialize in his hand, Yusun literally jumps for joy. Absolute perfection. It might not look like those insanely overpowered pieces of gear from his old maxed-out account, but this little beauty. It's a super rare item only the absolute highest-tier players ever managed to grab. This key lets you chat directly with a highly special spirit. But here's the catch, it literally only serves one purpose. It opens a hidden dungeon, only problem, he has to go outside to use it. And honestly, after that massive graveyard disaster, Stella Academy completely locked down all the campus exits. Seriously, this academy is a fortress now. What's the plan? While Yusun is violently pulling his hair out over this, he suddenly remembers a classic game exploit to sneak past security. Back then, the campus was locked down exactly like this. How did he bypass it again? After racking his brain. Bingo. A sudden realization hits him. Baek Yusun's eyes completely light up. That's right, a club. Our boy absolutely needs to join a club. Outside, the morning sun is already high in the sky, casting its warm rays. Yusun starts writing down his growth diary entries. His growth diary. It says that since he was little, his family was super poor. They rarely got to eat out like other kids. Whenever his mom went out to work, he could only cook instant noodles for himself. Then when he finally got totally sick of instant noodles, he begged for a delicious meal. His mom used her hard-earned savings just to buy him jjajangmyeon. He was incredibly happy. Even though she sat right there with him, somehow she barely touched it. She told him she just didn't like jjajangmyeon. After asking her a bunch, he finally understood. Finishing his writing, our MC stretches his arms forward, giving a big yawn. His eyes sting a little from staring at those notes for way too long. All right, I am basically done with this homework. A huge grin spreads across his face as a new thought pops into his head. Okay, now I should probably go find a club to join. And just like that, our main character marches straight over to the school bulletin board, the spot, totally covered in all kinds of club flyers. Looking around at the wild options, he rests his chin on his hand, looking seriously deep in thought. He mutters to himself, which club is actually the perfect fit? Here, these endless flyers are seriously making him dizzy. We have the creative writing club. Their goal is just getting into college. The chess club, literally the noble sport of mages. And a cooking club promising to train top-tier future chefs. Staring at this massive wall of information, his brain starts jumping to conclusions. There are definitely a ton of clubs here to choose from, but surprisingly few of them actually allow outside extracurricular activities. I really need to weigh my options carefully before I commit to anything. Right at that moment, almost like pure telepathy, he senses something totally unexpected and quickly glances over to his side. Wait, are you also trying to figure out which club to join? Turns out someone is standing uncomfortably close to him. Caught totally off guard by the question, Asui shoots him a heavy side eye, sounding completely annoyed. What if I am? Seeing that she really didn't like that question, our boy quickly pivots to a different angle, sounding a bit curious. Honestly, shouldn't you be getting heavily scouted by a bunch of clubs? Asui immediately snaps back, her tone super defensive. Do you seriously not know who I am? Hearing this highly awkward question, he replies completely unfazed. Yeah, I know. You are actually super famous lately. Not denying it at all, she responds, her voice suddenly dropping into a slightly embarrassed mumble. Ah well, I guess that is true. Seeing her unexpectedly sad expression, Yusun falls right back into his deep thoughts. Ever since that crazy practical exam, Asui's reputation has completely flipped upside down. He figures she must feel that drastic change just as much as he does in this school. While waiting for him to pick, Asui just closes her eyes. She is looking insanely cool, almost like a main character herself right now. Still picking. A club requires some serious thought. But suddenly, and here is where things get interesting, a shadow watches the two of them chatting from far away. And that mysterious person is none other than Ma Yu-song. The guy calmly strolls right up, lightly tapping our main character on the shoulder, a super friendly smile plastered on his face before speaking up. Yusun, is that you? This extremely sudden appearance and wildly out-of-character friendly expression totally catches Yusun off guard. A quick thought flashes through his head. Ma Yu-song, why is he here? Yusun immediately brushes the guy's hand away, sounding noticeably annoyed by the contact. Okay, get your hand off me first. But in response, Ma Yu-song just keeps that wildly bright smile shining on his face. You were absolutely amazing out there. I saw your exam results and I even heard you led the hunt against the necromancer. You are seriously incredible. Hearing Ma Yu-song glaze him up like this leaves Baek Yunsung feeling totally confused. Ah, it was really just pure luck. Unsurprisingly, Ma Yu-song doesn't care. He keeps his eyes glued to our male lead, continuing with total admiration. I knew it, you definitely have something special that sets you apart from everyone else. Ma Yu-sung's normally ice-cold resting face has completely done a 180, turning strangely warm and super approachable today. Yusun literally cannot hide his shock at this bizarre personality swap. Having absolutely no idea how to react, he audibly gulps in pure nervous tension, squeezing his eyes shut as he stammers out a response. Look, as you know, I am just a commoner, so I basically always have to figure out new ways to perform better than the privileged kids. Hearing this incredibly humble answer from Yusun, Ma Yu-song just goes right back to flashing that massive grin. He immediately replies, I see, you simply utilize your time way more efficiently than I ever did. Then out of nowhere, Yusun drops a completely random question. Hey, what are your plans for this weekend? Shocked that Yusun even asked, Ma Yu-song points to himself. Me. Then he hits them with one word that absolutely freezes both of our heroes. Studying. Totally thrown off by that painfully boring answer, Yusun's words come out incredibly awkward. I was only asking to be polite, man. Your answer was perfectly polite too. Thanks. Realizing his answer sounded way too stiff, Ma Yu-song frantically waves his hands to explain. No, seriously, I am actually studying, and then doing combat practice. Yusun asks, sounding pretty hesitant. You really do not usually do stuff like that, so why do you keep smiling? Ma Yu-sung follows up his voice, taking on a slightly embarrassed, awkward tone. Yeah, you are right. For some reason, I just really enjoy grinding like that lately. So now one guy is smiling like an absolute maniac, while the other is getting super suspicious. And honestly, this guy is already way too handsome, so could he please just act normal? Ma Yusung starting to train this hard is actually a major plot point for later. But what sparked it this time suddenly as Soy chimes right in. The dungeon practice run, right? You and I both know Ma Yusung needed an excuse to change the subject and he jumps right on it. Exactly. If you hadn't stepped in back then, I'd probably be in danger. Hearing that Azel's temper instantly flares up, she snaps a warning right away, making her boundaries clear. Don't call me lady. As those two start bickering, Baek Yunsung stands quietly off to the side, quickly analyzing the whole situation in his head. Right in the original storyline, Ma Yusung teamed up with Flame and completely destroyed Hei Wonryang. But this time, because Yuseol interfered, Flame was stuck with him instead. That meant Ma Yusung actually had to face Hei Wonryang completely solo. Could that be the real reason why Hei Wonryang became so unusually strong? Well, everything still worked out fine anyway. Thanks to that, both Hei Wonryang and Ma Yusung will just naturally grind and level themselves up even more. Unlike Yuseol, their personal growth will definitely bring a massive positive impact moving forward, toward achieving that happy ending. After beating around the bush for a while, Ma Yusung finally circles back to the main topic, dropping a question directly onto our main character. Hey Yuseol, have you really not joined any club yet? It's been quite a while since you enrolled here. Since he's feeling a bit annoyed, his response is pretty blunt. Because I've been busy lately. Flashing a bright, perfectly charming smile, Ma Yusung points right at himself, sounding super inviting. Then why don't you join a club with me? In response, he only gets a completely cold stare from our main guy. Let's see. If you can actually meet my specific conditions, I might consider it. Ma Yusung keeps pressing the issue. So what kind of club do you want? Hitting the jackpot, Baek Yunsung immediately unleashes an absolutely ridiculous over-the-top list of crazy demands. It must be quiet, have barely any people, strictly private, and include full health insurance coverage. Oh, and cheese pork cutlets for lunch. Total freedom for outside activities, absolute respect for personal space, and special off-campus passes. Hearing this wild laundry list, both of them just freeze in pure disbelief. Isel blurts out in total confusion. There's no way a club like that actually exists anywhere. RMC knows that perfectly well, but he still acts dead serious. Of course there isn't one. I was just joking around. But then suddenly, Ma Yusung's voice cuts in, sounding completely intrigued. That's pretty interesting. So if I actually create a club exactly like that for you, will you join it with me? Hearing that he actually intends to start this insane club, they both go wide-eyed, completely stunned for 5 seconds. Yuseol questions him, trying as hard as possible to keep his cool. Holy crap, can you seriously establish a club that actually grants us special off-campus privileges? Ma Yusung just flashes that radiant smile and replies with absolute confidence. Yeah, I can definitely make it happen. Hearing that, Baek Yuseol starts calculating internally. You and I both know Ma Yusung is insanely well connected. He's actually tied up with some serious high-level power factions inside Stella Academy. Sure, those deep underground connections are a little bit terrifying, but they're absolutely going to be useful in this exact scenario. Talk about a total dream life. Complete freedom for extracurriculars plus top-tier medical insurance coverage. Every single day he'd get to feast on premium Kobe beef without ever stressing over any annoying, ridiculous academy rules holding him back. Plus, honestly, having the ultimate golden boy Ma Yusung, the actual main protagonist of this whole story, sticking close by wouldn't be a bad idea either. But hey, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Right now, Yuseol and Ma Yusung are basically just total strangers walking on different paths. There's zero real intimacy or close friendship between them yet. Sure, thanks to his massive game knowledge, Yuseol has definitely shown off his skills like a genuine prodigy. But even with all that, is that really enough to make the guy willingly build a literal dream club just for him? Thinking it over, his face turns dead serious. He drops a harsh but fair question. It's a fantastic idea, sure. But if you make this club just for me, what do you actually get out of it? Hearing that, a deep spark of emotion suddenly flashes in Ma Yusung's eyes. He stares back intensely, almost like he's admiring a priceless gemstone, and whispers, I do. You are someone incredibly special. Suddenly figuring out exactly what's going on, our main character's expression completely shifts. He goes rigid, looking fierce. What exactly does this guy know? But then Yuseol's train of thought suddenly stops, everything finally clicking into place. Oh right, he remembers now. One of the absolute biggest struggles Ma Yusung constantly deals with is that he has to secretly endure extreme, overwhelming loneliness all by himself. Realizing this, Yuseol finally accepts the deal, nodding his head repeatedly. All right, fine, go ahead and establish the club. Ma Yusung's face lights up like he just won the lottery immediately, asking, really? Yeah, but you have to let her join us too. The MC casually drags Azel right into their new group. This sudden move leaves Azel completely bewildered and totally caught off guard. Wait, both of us. Seeing his master plan smoothly falling into place, UCL secretly gloats. Let's be real here, in this universe, these two are absolutely meant to be together. If it's Azel, she can absolutely heal Ma Yusong's broken soul. Because honestly, the guy is literally just like a fragile pufferfish. If you pull him out of his safe water, he automatically turns dark, completely shuts down, or worse, just straight up loses his mind. And Yusul definitely can't rely on Flame to help out since she's always way too busy flirting around with Hei Wonriang. Meanwhile, Ma Yusung is absolutely thrilled to have Yusul by his side, so he happily flexes his massive generosity, tossing Azel a golden ticket into their brand new squad. If the beautiful Lady Azel wants to join us, I'd absolutely welcome her. Hearing the title Lady attached to her name for a second time, her face instantly darkens as she snaps back. I said do not call me a lady. It's so annoying, watching this chaotic dog and cat bickering play out. Between these two, Yuseol sinks back into deep thought. He really can't tell if this decision was an absolute masterstroke of pure genius or just a massive mistake he'll regret later. Right at that exact moment, Ma Yusung turns back with a super curious look. So what should we name this club? Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. Isan, you actually prepared this? He casually replies, telling them to leave it to him. Suddenly, a glorious piece of paper appears right in front of everyone. It is an official club establishment application. The proposed name, the Food Exploration Club. President Essen with members Ma Yusong and Izel Moon. Their grand purpose, exploring world cuisine. But sensing something is definitely off here, Izel Moon hesitates for a second before speaking up. She asks if this is actually going to work. Because to get that special activity seal of approval, they need at least one official advising professor and a minimum of 5 total members. Hearing this rule, the corners of Ma Yusung's mouth slowly curl up into a super suspicious knowing smirk. He completely brushes off the concern. Smiling brightly like some kind of descending savior, he tells them he can handle the members and the stamp. Finding a professor, though, that part is going to be tricky. Isan hears this, shooting a razor-sharp glare straight at Ma Yusung, interrogating him. Wait, how exactly can you casually get a special off-campus permit anyway? Yusian shrugs casually, stating that every single professor in this academy is basically a massive jerk. Then that creepy smirk returns to his face. It is the kind of sinister smile that makes people instinctively back away. Since nobody has a clue what he's planning, that exact expression sends a literal chill down Isan's spine. He shivers awkwardly, muttering that it is nothing. Seeing that everything is ready to go, Ma Yu-seung grabs the application paper, holding it up like a trophy. He solemnly announces that he is heading out to get the official stamp for their brand new club. Isan sighs, telling him they are leaving everything in his hands. Watching Yuseon's back slowly fade into the distance, Isan completely sinks into his own thoughts. Getting an official stamp for special activities, that is definitely not something just anyone can casually ask for. But if someone actually stamps it for him, Isan is absolutely certain about one thing. Whoever does, it has to be one of their hidden insiders. Boom. You and I are shifting scenes over to main building, number 1, exactly where Vice Principal Stella resides. Right now, this guy is just chilling leisurely, admiring a super expensive antique porcelain vase in his office. But all of a sudden, the heavy doors swing wide open, totally shattering the quiet atmosphere. The Vice Principal's expression immediately twitches with clear annoyance. And then he sees exactly who it is. It is Ma Yu-sung casually strolling right up to the Vice Principal's desk. Looking at this ridiculously handsome, flawless prodigy stepping into his office, the Vice Principal instantly switches up. He flashes a massively respectful fake smile, his voice dripping with absolute honey. Oh my goodness, what lucky wind brought you here today. Welcome, young Master Yuseon. Catching on to this guy's insanely obvious bootlicking, Yuseon plays right along. He fires back with an equally friendly, completely fake smile of his own. Yeah, it has been a while. Without missing a single beat, Yuseon casually flops right down into the Vice Principal's personal luxury chair. He crosses his arms, leaning back with a wildly arrogant smirk on his face. Wow, your seat is actually way more comfortable than I expected. I really like this thing. Haha. Hearing this absolute disrespect, the Vice Principal just forces a painfully awkward laugh, hurriedly bowing his head to play along. He acts completely subservient. Thank goodness, it is an absolute honor that the young master likes it. I am so thrilled to see how much you have grown. Yuseon replies with pure indifference, acting like all this praise means absolutely nothing. Is that right? Well, my life here at the academy is going great. I have honestly met so many interesting friends already. This place is way better than being stuck at home. As he casually drops these words, the smile on his face is brighter than ever, literally radiating like pure sunshine. But in absolute contrast to that warm, friendly energy, the Vice Principal subtly furrows his brows. Inside his head, he is violently panicking. Why the hell is this actual psycho kid randomly showing up here? Trying desperately to pull his usual composed act together, the older man carefully asks, "So what exactly brings you to my office today?" Yusian does not bother rushing an answer. Instead, he gently slides a single piece of paper onto the desk, his lips curling right back up into that incredibly suspicious, meaningful smirk. It immediately puts the vice principal on edge. "This right here is an official club registration form. I need you to stamp it." Hearing this utterly random request, the vice principal completely freezes up. His face goes stiff as a statue and he stammers in shock. "Wait, what?" His eyes stay glued to the paper sitting on his desk. He cannot even begin to hide the massive wave of suspicion washing over him. A notorious weirdo like Ma Yu-sung actually wants to start a club. Trust me, if news of this reaches his family, their jaws are going straight to the floor. They will be absolutely speechless. Thinking about the sheer absurdity of it all, the man sinks back into silence, mentally calculating everything. After his brain finally reboots, the vice principal lets out a heavy sigh and reluctantly nods. "I see. A club establishment application form, huh? Well then first, let me quickly review this to see if it meets all the academy criteria. No matter who you are to form a club, the total number of members minimum has to be completely valid. That is the rule." But the exact millisecond he reaches his hand out to touch the document, Yusian moves like absolute lightning. He slams his palm down over the paper, blocking the vice principal completely. Instantly, the entire room sinks into an insanely suffocating heavy silence. The vice principal freezes mid-air, slowly looking up with a perfectly bewildered expression, and that bright sunny smile Yusian had just a second ago, it has completely vanished. Replaced instantly by a terrifying, bone-chilling coldness, his expression is completely deadpan and the look in his eyes darkens like an endless, bottomless abyss. It is enough to make anyone violently shudder in fear. Then his low, incredibly dangerous voice echoes out, carrying this massive invisible pressure that literally crushes the air in the room. "You do not need to check the contents. Your only job is to just shut up and stamp it." The vice principal's throat instantly goes totally dry. He can feel an overwhelming, incredibly terrifying aura radiating off the boy. A brutal, freezing, killing intent is hiding right there in the arrogant teenager's eyes. Without even realizing it, the older man gulps hard. A nervous gulp echoes out. In that exact moment, only one single thought flashes through his mind. Do not resist him. Or rather, he absolutely cannot. "All right, you and I are diving straight in." The vice principal has absolutely zero room to refuse. As long as this kid remains the legendary man's heir, he absolutely cannot reject a single demand. No matter how absurd it gets, cold sweat practically pours down the terrified vice principal's spine right now. Trembling like a leaf, the guy reaches under his desk and pulls out his precious official stamp. "Yes, of course, I will stamp this for you. But please keep this a secret," he nervously reminds Mayon while his shaking hands press the stamp onto the paperwork, acting as if he's performing some kind of grand sacred ritual. The second that final mark hits the paper, Mayon realizes his crazy goal has been completely secured. He instantly drops the cold intimidation act and goes back to his normal self. "Yeah, I got it, thanks for this. I am out of here." And just like that, our boy vanishes from the office fast as the wind. The heavy door swings shut. But the vice principal just stands there completely frozen for a long time, still reeling from the massive shock. Finally, much later, he slumps back into his chair. He breathes a massive sigh of relief like a 1,000-pound weight just vanished. "Damn it, a brat with only half-baked talent dares to act so arrogant in front of me. Like father, like son." He furiously grits his teeth, tightly clenching both fists as his eyes darken with pure, unadulterated rage. How in the world can he be so identical to that infuriating man anyway? But this absolute nonsense ends soon. Someday I will personally crush that arrogant brat's neck with my own hands. Cut to the very next morning. The loud bell rings out to signal the end of class, just like always. The professor standing up on the podium raises his voice to announce, "All right, class is dismissed for today. Make sure you all prepare your homework." After saying that, the guy just quickly bolts out of there, not bothering to stick around for a single second. The entire classroom instantly erupts into noisy chaos like a broken market. "Hey, did you catch what happened earlier? That professor is always nitpicking our presentations over the dumbest things." "Yeah, tell me about it." "Especially when it comes to us commoners, he goes extra hard. Now watch closely." After packing their textbooks, the students slowly file out, leaving only one person entirely alone. Jackie is still standing there completely frozen. She just stares blankly at the presentation paper in her hands, looking incredibly disappointed right now. Her mind is absolutely flooded with deep regret. She secretly curses, "Damn it, I really could have made a way better impression on everyone here, but my nerves got the best of me and ruined everything." Flame notices Jackie hasn't left yet. She already knows perfectly well her friend is beating herself up over that totally failed presentation, so she flashes a bright smile to comfort her. Jackie, honestly, you did so much better. Presenting today, seriously, do not even listen to the professor's toxic comments. You did a really great job. Hearing this fake pity, Jackie instantly just snaps and yells without holding back at all. Shut your mouth, I do not need your fake pathetic sympathy. Flame stands there totally stunned for a second, but then bites right back. Frustrated, she shouts, you ungrateful brat, I only came over here to comfort you because I was actually worried, and you clearly do not appreciate my effort at all. Suddenly, a random voice pops up from right behind them, completely interrupting this heated argument. Yeah, I gotta agree with that. Flame jumps out of her skin, screaming in pure panic. Can you seriously not show up so randomly? Like that. You scared the life out of me. Then she crosses her arms, frowning in sheer annoyance, and fires back. Do you actually need my help with something? Mon looks super awkward, scratching his head nervously as he replies, it is not a big deal, really. Are you close with any of the professors here? I am trying to start a club, so could you maybe help find an available professor to be our club advisor? Flame just raises an eyebrow, her face full of heavy suspicion, as she questions him. Why do you not just do that yourself? Mayon lets out this massive heavy sigh, sounding pretty depressed. About that, it really seems like all the professors absolutely hate my guts, so it is probably better if I do not ask them directly. Hearing this, Flame freezes for a solid second before suddenly bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Haha, well, that is just stating the obvious. With the terrible attitude you have shown lately, them feeling that exact way is perfectly normal. Arguing with teachers during lectures, sleeping through everything, and honestly even cheating right in the middle of class, too. You are incredibly lucky you haven't been expelled yet. Cough cough, no need to list everything out. Mon's face turns bright red from the embarrassment. He awkwardly coughs a few more times and quickly turns away, trying to hide from that harsh reality check. Flame closes her eyes, sinking deep into thought. Being an advisor for a student club sounds pretty cool on paper, but in reality, it is actually a pretty bothersome and time-consuming gig. So finding a professor willing to completely carry the team and actually help out is definitely not going to be easy, in the slightest. Suddenly, a specific name flashes through her mind like a beacon of hope in the dark. Come to think of it, aren't you super close with Professor Martin's assistant? I always see you dropping by her laboratory on a fairly regular basis anyway. Yeah, I am. Then why not ask her to help? He raises an eyebrow, looking completely stunned as if he just heard some massive earth-shattering news. An assistant can actually be an advisor too. Flame crosses her arms, glaring at him with pure unfiltered disdain, looking at him exactly like she's watching a total idiot drop right out of the sky. Are you stupid? This is Stella Academy, so of course they can. Our main guy's jaw just drops in pure shock, and here's where you and I gotta laugh. He cannot believe he ran around like crazy without noticing the easy mode path was right under his nose. Turns out a professor's assistant can also serve as a top-tier club advisor in this place. So, alright, you and I are jumping right in. Essen had been grinding the game's story so hard he completely missed a massive clue. He instantly waved goodbye to Flame and dashed straight toward the teaching assistant's office. The guy was running like an absolute tornado. Meanwhile, he was totally hyped thinking about that sweet offer. But right as our male lead approached the lab, he suddenly froze in his tracks. It was like an invisible wall just blocked his path. His eyes went wide with pure shock as he spotted Professor Martin. She casually walked right out of the lab holding a thick stack of blank white papers. Something about her vibe today was totally off, completely different from her usual self. A dark, twisted smile crept across her face, the kind that makes you shiver. Her sharp, piercing gaze seemed to be hiding something seriously huge. Was it some earth-shattering secret? Isen just narrowed his eyes, watching her back as she slowly disappeared down the hall. A heavy wave of suspicion hit him hard. Why on earth was she here at this exact hour? But before he could overthink it, he noticed the laboratory door was left slightly cracked open, practically inviting him inside. Without hesitating for a second, our main character pushed the door open. He stepped in with a massive grin, happily announcing his arrival. But then right in that exact moment, Esan froze. The huge smile on his face completely vanished, snuffed out like a candle in the wind. Right there, in the middle of the room, stood Ansa. She looked absolutely miserable, like a lost kid. She was rushing to quickly wipe away the heavy tears, still rolling down her cheeks, visibly flustered, her voice completely choked up as she asked if Isan had arrived. Seeing her like this, he couldn't hide his sudden panic. Isan gently stepped closer, his voice full of genuine concern as he asked her exactly what had just happened in there. Ansa sobbed, trying her hardest to force out an explanation, but her words were totally broken and panicked. Looking deep into her eyes, he watched her actively avoid his gaze. He knew instantly she was telling a really clumsy lie. His tone dropped, getting serious, and he cut straight to the chase. No beating around the bush. He asked where the major research projects she had been preparing for months actually went. Ansa just clenched her fists tight. Then she suddenly let out a laugh so insanely bitter it sounded like she was openly mocking her own stupidity. Looking completely defeated, she admitted she gave the research directly to Professor Martin. The massive upcoming seminar focused entirely on advanced alchemy was just around the corner. The professor claimed she would present the hard work on Ansa's behalf. For a brief second, Ansa's eyes actually flashed with a tiny fragile spark of hope. Like a tiny flame in freezing winter, she tried to say it was amazing, having her work shown to top-tier alchemists from across the globe. But right before she could even finish that desperate excuse, Isin couldn't hold his anger back anymore. He cut her off loudly. He told Ansa he understood the situation perfectly, but he asked point-blank, wouldn't her blatantly stolen research simply have someone else's name slapped on it? Hearing that harsh reality, Ansa physically flinched, looking as if he had directly stabbed her right in her most fatal weak spot. She hesitated for what felt like forever before forcing a completely miserable, pathetic laugh. She claimed she was fine with it, just chalking it up to a learning experience. That was simply how the dark alchemy world worked. Everyone eventually had their life's work ripped away at some point. It was an unspoken rule they all just accepted. Hearing her say that, Essen felt this massive wave of disgust. It felt like a heavy boulder crushing his chest. Was this seriously the quiet torture they had to swallow just to become top-tier alchemists? What an absolute joke. He knew for a fact Ansa was desperately trying to hide the darker half of the story's some crushing unspoken truth. But somehow, our MC Isen could practically read her mind anyway. It was like they shared a telepathic link to her deepest, darkest, hidden thoughts in that exact moment. Right now, the entire global circle of elite alchemists was incredibly tight-knit. Basically, it had shrunk down to a remarkably tiny group. There was a very real reason why everyone grinding in this brutal field always seemed to magically know each other. Now here is where you and I need to pay attention. If some clueless rookie accidentally offended a veteran alchemist, it was instantly game over. They could kiss their dream goodbye forever. Their path to becoming a legendary alchemist would just completely crash and burn. It was exactly like Ansa said. Every single person played by these rules. They all bowed down to the toxic hidden dark side of this notoriously brutal industry. Yet not a single one of those researchers actually swallowed this unfair system willingly. Deep down they hated. They were just forced to blend in, follow the terrified crowd, and strictly obey these absurd ancient laws that had somehow existed since the absolute dawn of time. Honestly, this massive upcoming seminar was the ultimate golden ticket. It was the single glorious moment Ansa had literally spent her entire life praying for. This was supposed to be the very first time her ultimate passion project, her core genius research, would finally hit the spotlight and be unveiled to the whole world. Just to reach that history-making milestone, she had gritted her teeth and patiently survived absolute torture, enduring ridiculous pressure from Professor Martin. And the result? That very same woman, the mentor Ansa, had respected so deeply, viciously crushed that tiny spark of hope into dust. In that brutal moment, Isen suddenly recalled a classic toxic catchphrase Martin loved to use. Every single time she hijacked Ansa's research, she'd say, "Just wait another year, you'll eventually get your chance, right?" And poor Ansa just quietly swallowed those sweet, poisonous lies. Why? Because this was simply the cold, harsh reality. She was trapped and completely powerless to fight back. Soon enough, Professor Martin was going to take full credit for cracking the whole code anyway. All right, you and I are about to witness something wild. He desperately wanted Ansa to finish that secret formula herself before absolute disaster struck. But watching her ultimate life's work getting shamelessly stolen right in front of them, yeah, he definitely couldn't just sit there and do nothing anymore. His blood was completely boiling. Taking back her stolen research, that was going to be an absolute walk in the park for our guy. His real goal here, he wanted to deliver an epic punch straight to Martin's smug face. With that brilliant plan in mind, he spoke up, his tone practically dripping with hidden meaning. "Hey, Assistant Ansa, what about that other secret research project you've been working on lately?" Ansa looked totally surprised, a clueless expression washing over her face. "Wait, the massive project we were trying to figure out together. You're asking me about the random number interference technique mixed with key arts, right?" She let out a massive exhausted sigh, sounding completely and utterly defeated. "That technique has been a totally unsolvable problem for 300 years. There is simply no way anyone alive today is cracking it. I honestly tried everything based on your unique idea, but it still didn't work." Isan just smiled with crazy confidence, a proud, arrogant spark flashing directly in his eyes. "If we actually solved that impossible problem, this whole research would have a major breakthrough. But honestly, I already went ahead and solved that exact part for you." Hearing this, Ansa's jaw basically hit the floor. Her eyes went completely wide, pupils shrinking in pure, unadulterated shock. She simply couldn't believe what she was hearing. "What did you just say? You actually solved it." Our main character nodded firmly, his voice completely steady and decisive. "Yeah, let me show you how it works. Though honestly, I don't really get the mechanics either." Without missing a single beat, Essen immediately grabbed a chalk and started furiously scribbling the ultimate enhancement formula right onto the blackboard. Meanwhile, Ansa watched him with intense focus locked in. She tracked every single line and number appearing before her, refusing to miss even one tiny detail. Suddenly, a wild spark lit up in her eyes. Flashing with countless images and complex memories of advanced alchemy formulas, she stood there completely stunned, her mouth hanging wide open in absolute awe, totally speechless. Once Essen finally finished drawing out his masterpiece, he looked directly at Ansa. His eyes were practically overflowing with pure confidence, as if quietly saying, "But if it's you, things will definitely be different." Ansa muttered to herself while slowly taking a few steps closer, her voice filled with total disbelief. "So that means if we just add the dispersion and reflection ratios to this formula and perfectly combine it with the flow added to the Gini coefficient." She was completely sucked into the massive maze of that formula, totally forgetting where she even was and completely ignoring the fact that Essen was standing right next to her. Seeing this insanely rare moment, he could only admire her in absolute silence, mentally tipping his hat to her godly focus. Now, we've all seen geniuses, but this is insane. Unlike him, a guy just acting like a human machine, copying, pasting, and memorizing pre-existing knowledge. A true genius's brain, like Ansa's, was clearly operating on a completely different level, calculating everything instantly, flashing with endless complex images, techniques, and mind-bending alchemy formulas. He knew right then and there that he definitely shouldn't interfere anymore. It was absolutely crucial that Ansa carried the team herself, stepping up to finish the remaining brutal parts of this epic research project alone. She had to become the rightful original creator, the one who genuinely built this lifetime achievement with her own two hands. She desperately needed to reclaim her shattered self-confidence and finally take back everything she had lost. And as for our main guy, he was just here to provide some serious moral support and cheer her on enthusiastically. He never had any crazy, unrealistic dreams of actually becoming a legendary alchemist himself anyway. He simply didn't have the skills or the grand ideals to chase after such a notoriously difficult and thorny path. He was basically just a total opportunist, relying entirely on the massive knowledge vaults stored in his brain, pretending to be a sudden genius by just recycling ancient information, saved from way back in the day. But Ansa, she was built differently. That boss lady was a true genius, someone who could legitimately change the entire world and rewrite the future of all humanity. No joke. With that thought, our guy quietly slipped right out of the room, carefully pulling the door shut behind him. He moved so silently, he didn't make a single sound, completely terrified of disturbing the beautiful senior's intense concentration. His role in this whole crazy setup was officially done and dusted. For the rest of it, he just had to put all his faith in her incredible talent and sit back to wait for the epic results. Sometime later, thanks to a huge stroke of luck and the massive help from assistant Ansa and his buddy Mao Song, our main character finally managed to successfully establish his completely legendary, highly anticipated culinary club. Now acting as the ultimate model club president, he actually managed to beg his way into getting a sweet off-campus pass and teleported straight here, using a seriously high-end teleportation gate, even though the whole border-crossing process left his bones aching and he had to endure old Professor Li Han fiercely grilling him with mind-bending questions until his brain practically melted. But hey, because he prepared so incredibly meticulously beforehand, he totally aced the strict test without a single hitch and easily secured his unlimited travel pass like it was absolutely nothing. As long as he didn't cause trouble or create any massive drama, everything was totally fine. Walking straight down the incredibly long, quiet dirt trail, he couldn't help but freeze for a few seconds, completely mesmerized by the breathtakingly poetic, absolutely stunning scenery right in front of him. A massive, gigantic tree, famously rumored among the locals as the gorgeous third world tree, towered majestically into the sky, reaching all the way up into the deep, blue clouds above. Hundreds of thousands of sprawling branches spread out, forming an impossibly huge canopy that completely covered the vast, endlessly expansive garden, resting peacefully underneath it. That signature, absolutely iconic emerald green aura radiating off the world tree, which everyone commonly referred to as its trademark glow. A gorgeous spiritual aura gently wraps around the entire world, making absolutely everything under its magical protection look so incredibly peaceful and happy. It is an absolutely chill vibe. The massive garden surrounding this magical place is literally called the Garden of Dreams. Sounds completely unreal, right? Well, anyone from everyday commoners to the highest-ranking nobles can just casually drop right into this map to forage and enjoy some seriously top-tier mouth-watering fruits. Looking down from way above, the whole landscape looks like it was ripped straight out of an old-school fairy tale. Naturally, this epic aesthetic makes the area a crazy popular vacation spot that literally everyone and their mother knows about. This ultimate photo op location is definitely considered an absolute must-visit spot in the game, especially if hardcore gamers out there are actively looking to score some insanely high-quality screenshots. Our main character cannot help but let out a massive gasp of pure awe. Wow, the game's original graphics are complete garbage compared to the majestic scenery right in front of him. Night and day right. Then an incredibly gorgeous elven girl with signature pointed ears and absolutely flawless snow-white skin gently steps right into his line of sight. Spotting the familiar Stella Academy emblem shining clearly on his school uniform, she immediately flashes an incredibly warm, sunny smile and speaks up in a super gentle voice. "Welcome, esteemed Mage Stella. We gladly welcome all human mages who officially step foot into our beautiful lands." Our guy quickly fires back with an effortlessly charming smile of his own. Sounding totally smooth, he says, "It is an absolute pleasure to meet you, beautiful lady." Another person walking by also acts super enthusiastic, calling out a very warm greeting. "May your sincerity reach Mother Earth." Our main character nods earnestly, quickly replying, with maximum respect, "Yes, and I also want to express my deepest gratitude to Mother Earth and the World Tree for generously granting us all such a breathtaking garden today." They are currently greeting him with a highly exclusive traditional elven cultural custom, something that he practically memorized from a secret tome of knowledge. He thinks to himself, rumor has it that a long time ago, the heroes Elmo and Elwyn actually saved the world. They rescued everyone from the second world tree that was burning like crazy and about to collapse completely. Honestly, that rumor is probably 100% true, because a ton of elves around here seem to easily recognize the trademark Stella Academy uniform, so their incredibly friendly attitude is super genuine with zero faking it. But in reality, it is ridiculously rare to find any mage alive in the world today who has actually mastered that brutal offensive magic. Plus, the promotion exam to become a magic warrior is basically impossible, just absolute unforgiving torture. Because of that, the total number of top talents holding that flashy title is incredibly low, like you could literally count them on one hand. By the way, it is super obvious to notice that among the elves there are literally countless individuals rocking straight-up breathtaking, jaw-dropping levels of beauty. They all look completely stunning. Our hero cannot help staring in absolute awe as they casually stroll down the street, practically glowing with elite aura. However, not every single elf is automatically a flawless, world-class supermodel right off the bat from the very first glance. Seriously. It is just that the percentage of top-tier individuals with flawless, zero-bad-angle looks in the elven race is just a bit higher compared to us humans, that is all. Naturally, there are still plenty of elves with completely average looks that do not really stand out at all. If you really want a solid comparison, just think of the distant country Uzbekistan on Earth. That place is absolutely a paradise for beauties. There are so many people with unforgettably striking features there, but nobody really possesses a look that completely breaks reality compared to everyday normal folks. Yet standing out among all these gorgeous, picture-perfect elves, there is one person whose appearance stands completely above the rest. Sticking out from the crowd, it is the elven monarch Queen Seren, a royal name that just oozes pure luxury. She carries this surreal, unbelievable beauty, looking exactly like a gorgeous goddess descended to Earth, who successfully stole the pounding hearts of literally countless hardcore gamers across this entire virtual world. In absolute reality, Queen Seren is a legendary character commanding the biggest, most insanely massive fanbase out of absolutely everyone in the entire gaming world. And naturally, she is one of those ultimate waifus, the kind of character our guy was hopelessly obsessed with. His top favorite easily. His massive preference for pure innocent ladies who are totally uncorrupted is practically a given. But fundamentally, now listen to this. Elves are actually born entirely genderless. A pretty shocking truth, honestly. It is only when they fall hard experiencing a dot of, say, deep, unforgettable true love that their gender finally transforms, physically changing specifically to perfectly match whoever completely won over their absolute heart. Elven Queen Seren was blessed with the breathtaking appearance of an undeniably gorgeous woman, but because she has been forever single, never feeling a romantic spark for anyone, the official game's lore explicitly states she actually possesses zero gender yet. A pretty messy complication. Later on, after being saved by the ultra-popular female lead Flame, she fell crazy hard for Flame and actually chose to become a man just to stand proudly beside her true love. Talk about a completely diabetes-inducing romance plot. Just absolute madness, honestly. Who knows what kind of crazy writer cooked up such an angsty and cringe-worthy storyline like this? No matter what the players try to do or which main route they aggressively follow, there is zero chance for the Elven Queen Seren to ever become turning into a girl anytime soon. That twisted little detail made countless male gamers scream in pure, unadulterated despair. Honestly, it is just one of those tragically hilarious situations. Our main guy could not help but wonder how on earth would Hua Saren look if she actually transformed into a man. Just thinking about it kills the mood. In the past, he even had a massive crush on her himself, but not because of her gorgeous looks. No, it was entirely because of her overwhelming charm, curse, a terrifying power that literally steals souls. The second anyone accidentally stares directly into those mesmerizing eyes, no matter their age or gender, they automatically fall deep into a ridiculously intense, blinding kind of love. It is pure madness. That wild infatuation is so ridiculously strong it feels like your soul gets snatched away, leaving victims to slowly die in agonizing lovesick misery. Talk about toxic romance. Lost in this endless stream of glorious past memories, he wandered casually around the distant outskirts of the legendary mystical world. Tree. Finally, our main guy bitch actually managed to track down the exact location of that completely hidden labyrinth, the deeply mysterious, strictly forbidden garden of the heavenly spirit Lino. Deep down, he was silently calculating every single variable, weighing his options carefully. Right now, his newly acquired skill had already been buffed up quite nicely by the system. He really needed to brace himself for the insane events about to trigger next. This is no joke. Thinking ahead, he quickly opened his inventory, dug around for a quick second, and pulled out Lino's leaf key, an absolutely priceless item. He smirked, realizing how crazy lucky it was that he could use this thing way earlier than expected. Total jackpot. Without hesitation, he jammed the key right into the lock, eagerly about to twist it when boom, a sudden system notification violently popped up, flashing glaringly right in front of his eyes. If you open the gate to this location, there is a high chance that other co-owners of this exact same key will instantly sense it. That warning actually made him jump, his heart pounding like a crazy war drum. This painfully familiar warning message was definitely something he had encountered before in the original game. He was absolutely sure of it. Back in the game, this divine key carried the exact same ominous warning message. But the funniest part, a huge amount of veteran players used to get completely, utterly disappointed, feeling entirely cheated because absolutely no special hidden event ever triggered for them anyway. It was basically a massive cosmic joke. Well, whatever to hell with it. Let whatever happens happen. At this point, what is the absolute worst that could even go down? Zero fear here, thinking that he firmly shoved the key right into the lock and gently twisted it with a sharp click. In a split second, the mystical gate leading to the garden of the heavenly spirit swung wide open, welcoming its guest. Meanwhile, far away at the sacred holy ground, the ancient cradle of the heavenly wood, where the great elf kingdom proudly rules. Not too far from there, right on the absolute highest peak of the majestic primeval mountain range, stood a deeply desolate yet breathtakingly magnificent castle that easily steals your heart. This ancient fortress, heavily stained by the relentless passage of time, even though partially ruined, somehow blended perfectly with the incredibly gorgeous and vast natural scenery surrounding it. Honestly, you and I are looking at a completely flawless masterpiece. At a quick glance, you could easily get it totally wrong, mistaking it for nothing but a single lonely tree standing amid a massive, endlessly green forest. Right at the very top of that imposing castle was a pitch-black bedroom, heavily drowned in an incredibly thick, suffocating layer of darkness. Just a tiny, insanely weak sliver of light barely managed to peek through a tiny window gap, just enough to highlight the creepy, gloomy vibe of this isolated room. It really makes you wonder, is the blazing sun up there actually completely powerless to shine any real light down into this deep, forgotten valley? Then, almost as if she was suddenly disturbed by that weirdly unexpected blinding flash of light from nowhere, a delicate woman with an incredibly slender, elegant figure softly pulled herself away from her warm, cozy bed. She started walking really slowly, taking it step by careful step right toward that deeply mysterious window frame. Her flowing, pure snow-white hair gently tumbled down her back, looking exactly like pristine snowflakes resting beautifully over the grand icy mountain ranges. Staring out at the completely stunning, breathtaking natural scenery laid out right in front of her, her eyes slowly widened, sparkling wildly as if they held an entire galaxy of stars inside. Those striking, brilliant golden eyes, arrogant and shimmering like pure gold, suddenly flared up brighter than ever before, literally illuminating the entire surrounding area. Seriously, if anyone accidentally locked eyes with her, they would automatically lose their minds, freeze dead in their tracks, and get completely sucked and hopelessly captivated by that surreal beauty. It is a level of gorgeousness that completely breaks imagination, way beyond the mental limits of literally any brain-having creature walking this earth. She was none other than the legendary elf fairy king Hua Saren, the undisputed queen of all flowers. This majestic girl constantly had to fight off totally brutal waves of extreme morning sleepiness, heavily combined with her ridiculously annoying low blood pressure issues. So even after finally forcing her eyes open, she could only sit there completely helplessly in pure silence by the tiny window, quietly watching the world outside. She watched the little birds happily flying totally free across the clear blue sky, and suddenly, deep inside her heart, a really frustrating, restless feeling started bubbling up. She wondered when she would ever be able to be exactly like them, freely spreading her wings across that massive, boundless sky. But right now, she was literally imprisoned, completely unable to leave this suffocatingly restricted, isolated place. She was insanely jealous of those happily free little birds. But then, out of nowhere, an indescribably weird sensation instantly shot straight through her chest, making Saren physically jolt, her heart suddenly pounding like crazy. She touched her head, frowning slightly, her face completely full of deep suspicion. Wait, did someone actually just break into her totally secret garden, her absolute forbidden zone? Because that very spot happens to be the resting place. Alright, you and I are looking at Lino's ancient sanctuary. Our legendary queen Saren just could not believe her own eyes right now. That place was an absolute forbidden zone. Nobody was supposed to even step foot near it. Yet, somehow, some crazy person actually dared to trespass. Talk about having zero fear. Putting aside the completely insane fact that this mysterious intruder actually somehow managed to get their hands on a holy key that vanished ages ago, she was honestly just way more curious to figure out exactly who had the guts to use it. Reckless move. She decided to go check it out herself. Even though she fully knew she could never step outside this suffocating room, but she still stubbornly grabbed the door handle, ready to push through, fully intending to throw it wide open, risking it all. But at that exact moment, her heart suddenly squeezed tightly, an unbearable agony. It felt like hundreds of sharp needles piercing right through her chest, making her completely freeze up in her tracks, totally paralyzed. She had endured for decades, hiding this incredibly beautiful face from the world, so she could not just act out on impulse like this. If that awful curse flared up again, making innocent people accidentally fall into total madness, it would ruin everything. Everyone would be doomed. Saren tightly clenched her fists, trying her best to suppress the chaotic emotions welling up deep inside. She just needed to wait a little longer. The Sacred World Tree anniversary was coming up soon. As the absolute, supreme queen, she had to show up before her people. No running away. And when that day finally arrived, she would investigate and expose whoever this crazy intruder was. After making up her mind, Saren turned her gaze back out the window to watch the world. The warm, gentle sunlight softly brushed against her elegant face, offering her a tiny bit of comfort. There were countless reasons why she had to stay locked up in this dark, isolated place. It was totally tragic, really. Whether she was fast asleep or just going about her daily life, she always lived in constant fear, terrified that someone might accidentally catch a glimpse of her unbelievably stunning face, which would just trigger a massive disaster. Now stick with me and let us check on our main guy, Ian. He just stepped into this gloomy dungeon when a super thick scent suddenly hit his nose. It was so strong he could not hold back and just kept sneezing. Absolutely miserable experience. Ian got super annoyed and cursed out loud. Man, this stupid pollen is seriously getting on my nerves. But thanks to all that noise, a monster hiding in the dark, basically a mutated root demon, quickly locked onto him and charged straight at him like a rocket. Ian knew things looked bad, so he instantly sprinted for his life, running incredibly fast. But you cannot outrun destiny forever. Running away was not going to cut it, so he stopped in his tracks, determined to fight this monster to the bitter end. Even after fighting his hardest and spamming all his skills, this wood-type demon was insanely tanky with ridiculous vitality. It was an absolute nightmare to deal with. He could not just one-shot the thing easily. Fine, let us go all out. He pulled out a premium explosive, a top-tier alchemy bomb. Because fire is the absolute worst nightmare and fatal weakness for all wood-type monsters. And honestly, that is exactly why he decided to invest his time and pick alchemy as his subclass. Sure, he could not mix gunpowder and magic perfectly like those high-level pro players out there, but just a single tier 1 firebomb was more than enough to completely wipe out this annoying demon. Without a second thought, Ian confidently hurled the firebomb straight into the root monster nest, aiming for a direct hit. Boom, 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 the bomb exploded violently, creating an earth-shattering shockwave across the room. The monster shrieked in pure agony, thrashing around on the verge of death. Seizing this golden opportunity, he drew his treasure, sword, and used his insanely fast blink skill to close the distance in a flash. Observing everything at lightning speed, he quickly spotted its fatal weak point, a guaranteed hit. Without hesitating for even a second, he launched a lethal strike right into the cursed root head. Smash! The monster collapsed and faded into absolute nothingness, not a trace left. The system chime rang out loudly, signaling his victory. Congratulations, you earned experience points and leveled up. Ian let out a long sigh of relief, looking super smug. Phew, at least these trash tier monsters still drop a decent chunk of experience points. Not bad at all. He looked ahead, pushing forward on his tough journey without stepping back, because his absolute main goal for this fateful trip was right in front of him. It was practically touching distance. He could not waste another single second here. Time is money, people. The system voice triggered once again with a very serious, heavy tone. You are now entering the final boss room. Brace yourself. The exact moment that mysterious voice finally faded, the massive wooden doors behind him slowly groaned shut with a heavy thud. Then a gentle breeze swept through the area, carrying a slight chill. The scenery unfolding before his eyes was suddenly breathtaking, just like a gorgeous painting straight out of a fairy tale. Right under this incredibly mysterious and hazy night sky, things were about to get wild. A perfect golden full moon shines like a massive mirror in the sky. Honestly, it is way more breathtaking than the one on Earth. Its light gently wraps around a vast, endless field of flowers. Above them, countless stars are sparkling exactly like scattered diamonds. They make the night sky feel completely magical. That silver moonlight brushes over every single fragile petal, making the entire field shimmer. It is like everything is coated in silver dust. Our main character takes a deep breath, trying to lock in that iron resolve. He tells himself not to tremble. Slowly, he takes very careful steps right toward the center of this absolute nightmare of a maze. His eyes shine with pure determination, but he is doubting himself. Is that praying woman on the ancient stone pillar actually Heavenly Spirit Lino, the final boss of this brutal maze? It is almost too crazy to believe. You and I know exactly why. According to our boy Yusen, the absolute most mysterious entity in this entire world is a divine spirit. Seed is basically a super pure soul that cultivated for centuries. Then it finally hits enlightenment and fully transforms into a brand new state of existence. Rumor says finding one of these is nearly impossible even in the higher tiers. But what he is staring at right now, it is definitely not a perfect divine spirit. That glowing being standing right in front of him is totally flawed. That woman lost her heart right before she could fully ascend. Now she is just permanently stuck in that incomplete state, forever trapped without an exit. Under that mystical moonlight and a breathtaking starry night, Yusung locks his eyes on the target, a lone figure leaning right against that towering center pillar. Suddenly, heavy anxiety starts creeping in, completely swallowing his mind. He takes a massive breath to calm his nerves. Step by step, our guy slowly forces his feet to move forward. Even though the enemy is just a spirit, that mana aura is absolutely terrifying. The pressure is literally trying to crush him flat. His body just crumples under the weight. He was warned to wear high-level protective gear for this exact reason, but right now, he has zero protection, not even some basic beginner armor. That horrifying pressure instantly forces him straight down onto his knees. His thoughts are racing wildly. This supernatural mana pressure is insane. Even after crossing over, a high-tier soul is no joke. Just look at the ridiculous pressure is radiating right now. But honestly, if he gave up here, he would be a terrible main character. He grinds his teeth hard. Channeling every single ounce of strength into his muscles, he slowly forces himself back up to his feet. This resistance is no joke, because his body cannot store mana. Normally, every single step he takes feels unbelievably heavy and painful. But guess what? Against all odds, he finally manages to stand up completely straight. Even though the majority of his body is still shaking violently from that mana deficiency issue. After dragging his feet for what feels like hours, he finally gets close. He reaches the spirit, completely gasping for air. Now you and I can finally get a clear look at her hands clasped tightly. She looks like she is deep in prayer. That magical blue glow makes the whole scene look completely breathtaking. But then, a massive surprise hits. The system screen suddenly flashes. Experience for his mana leak delay trait is actively increasing. He finally stops panting. Yuzin leans back just a little bit and lets out this heavy dramatic sigh of pure relief. Life is suddenly looking so much brighter. That system screen is still floating right there, and his stats are just climbing. He sinks right back into his deep thoughts. Yeah, this entire place is a natural training ground left behind by that spirit. It is one of those legendary hidden zones that mages across the entire world have been desperately hunting down. A true mana vein. Such a mystical spot. Just doing some basic training here gives you 100, maybe even 1,000 times more results. Plus, by absorbing that spirit energy, your natural compatibility shoots straight up. But then his expression suddenly goes totally blank. He just realized something. Finding a perfect training room like this is incredibly difficult to pull off. But right here, he can finally practice new techniques he could never attempt in normal training halls. However, before he can celebrate, boom, his attention instantly snaps back to the spirit statue, or more accurately, to a strange object resting right on top of it. Without wasting a single second, he reaches out and grabs it firmly. Right on cue, the system window pops up to identify it. You obtained the Branch of Hatred. A cocky smile spreads across his face as he strikes a ridiculously confident pose with it. The details for this sweet new loot pop up immediately. High-grade branch of hatred. Description reads: the hatred never fades over time. It only grows stronger. Special hatred function. Rule 1. Making initial contact with the target inflicts them with a hatred state. Rule 2. A second strike triggers an explosion of that hatred, causing massive damage. Rule 3. Stored hatred stacks damage over time, capping at 3 months. Rule 4. If the target has a threat level of 6 or higher, damage is halved. Single-use item. Looking at this overpowered little toy he just picked up, that cocky grin returns. He is ready to push his overpowered stats to a whole new level, because with this wild relic, he can totally solo the 8th clan final boss Mage Main 10. He has the legendary artifact right here, so why wait around? Alright, you and I know how this goes. Let's jump right in. Time flies, and just like that, a few weeks pass. Yu-sun opens his system panel again. He checks his stats. Delayed mana leak level 3. Strength is up 8%. Agility is up 12%. Senses are boosted by a massive 20%. This sixth sense drains his mental energy to activate, but it lets him faintly detect any kind of mana phenomena within a 24-meter radius and boosts his perception. Plus, it automatically triggers whenever he is in immediate danger. His overall blood mana circulation is at 2%. He breathes a sigh of relief, resting his chin on his hand. Looking at these stats, he figures he is already at a 2-star level. But then reality hits him. He still has a long way to go because the true main characters out there are probably rocking 4 stars or higher. So his relentless training continues without a single break. Where else in this crazy world can he find an absolute top-tier sword master? Nowhere. Therefore, he has to constantly repeat these basic stabbing and slashing attacks over and over again just so he can accurately target his enemy's weak points without a single mistake. His determination starts burning even more fiercely than it ever has before. He knows he has to push way harder. He swings the blade back, entirely ready to sacrifice his own flesh, blood, and bones just to survive this absolutely brutal training routine. He unleashes a series of quick slashes that he considers pretty basic moves, but then a heavy invisible pressure suddenly crashes right into his body. It honestly feels exactly like something just pierced completely straight through his chest. The sword instantly slips right out of his grip and hits the dirt. But actually, this looks like a massive stroke of luck rather than axe. Some kind of bad luck. Incredible. Yu-sun is completely out of breath, panting heavily while his hand constantly wipes away the endless streams of thick sweat dripping from his face. Right on cue, the game system pops up again, feeding him some brand new game-changing information. He just learned a fraction of a highly special magic breathing technique. The prompt confirms he acquired the Breath of the Divine Soul skill. But before Yu-sun can even celebrate this win, something feels horribly wrong. His vision starts completely blurring out, and the whole world around him begins heavily twisting in this deeply unnatural way. A crushing weight wraps around his entire body, and his heavy eyelids look like they are about to force shut from sheer exhaustion. Then his entire reality distorts into an extremely bizarre shape, but just a few moments later, he snaps fully awake. A storm of rapid-fire questions suddenly hits him out of nowhere. What in the world are you doing? Can you not hear my voice at all? Hello? Are you just ignoring me right now? I honestly really hope that is the case. Are you even listening to me? Hey, answer me quickly. I am waiting here. Answer me. Pure shock is totally frozen right across his face. He quickly grabs his own chest, acting like he just survived the most intense jump scare of his life. Seriously, how incredibly creepy. What the heck is going on here? Where is that weird voice even coming from? But then another random sound pops up, surprising him so much. He practically snaps his neck, looking back. Wait, can you actually hear my voice now? Yu-sun immediately checks to figure out the situation. Are you some kind of soul? He locks his eyes dead onto the spirit statue standing right there. And then a wild realization hits him. Is this the exact same soul that Life Fanel mentioned to him earlier? He covers his mouth in pure disbelief and instantly shouts out loud. What kind of absolute madness is this? That literal corpse over there is talking to me. A dead body is speaking. Naturally, his panic gets shut down by the voice right away. I am not dead. You are such an awful human being. I have actually been talking this entire time. You just could not hear me because you were basically deaf. Still trying to process this insane situation, Yu-sun fires back with another urgent question. Why can I suddenly hear your voice right now, when literally just a few seconds ago I could not hear absolutely anything at all? He picks his dropped sword back off the dirt, still completely confused. Wait, is it maybe because you and I are somehow similar? He freezes for a brief second, but then his face shifts into total shock as that mysterious voice echoes out loud once again. You literally just exhaled the exact same breath as me. The gears start rapidly turning in our hero's head. Wait, he remembers that there was a system notification that popped up earlier saying some brand new skill had been unlocked. He pulls up the detailed info panel right away. Breath of the Divine Soul, Level 1. By using this legendary breath, you can temporarily merge your own body directly with nature. Your blood mana circulation speeds up significantly, but here's the catch. It triggers a dangerous mythical beast erosion effect. Form 1 boosts strength 107%. Form 2 buffs agility 125%. Form 3 spikes senses 147%. Form 4 increases durability 101%. Max duration 15 seconds. Beast erosion rate 1%. Staring at the prompt, he sinks deep into some pretty heavy thoughts. The time limit is super short, but his raw physical abilities just skyrocket straight to a level 4 standard. Instantly, right? So he just speaks his mind right out loud. Oh, wait a minute, the actual penalty here is divine beast erosion, which totally means he could lose his actual human body forever. Mythical beasts can easily maintain their shape just by using their own raw mana. But here is the thing you have to understand. Thanks to his delayed mana leak condition, losing his physical human form literally just means one terrifying reality. It means certain death is knocking at his door. So basically, this is a cursed skill that drastically drains his lifespan the more he uses it. He glares dead ahead, his eyes locking onto the horizon. A completely brand new idea sparks right in his mind. No, he. All right, you and I are jumping straight in. Yusol knew he had to stay positive right now. After all, he had just bagged a seriously useful skill that he could actually use. In an absolute emergency. Right across from him, the massive soul statue stood deep in thought. After a heavy, tense silence, it finally spoke. Truly incredible, the ancient statue echoed loudly. This is only the second time a human has ever managed to breathe the breath of a divine soul. You are exactly like that legendary person. Your presence is incredibly faint. With absolutely zero mana inside your body, it is honestly almost as if you do not even exist in this world. Yusol did not grasp everything being said, but he caught the most crucial detail and immediately fired back. Wait, what? Who exactly is this person? The ancient soul statue answered smoothly. That individual also wielded a sword exactly like you. They could literally slice through any magic and soul. Yusol's face instantly froze in absolute pure shock. What? He quickly started piecing all the crazy clues together. His gamer mind raced wildly. The original game never even mentioned this hidden test. If someone could literally slash through a soul, would that not mean they were an insanely overpowered fighter? Burning with intense curiosity, our main character immediately asked the obvious question. Is there any way I can meet this person? The spirit bluntly shut him down. No, you absolutely cannot. They were killed by the 12 disciples of the Origin Mage. Hearing this brutal fact felt exactly like a lightning strike. Yusol frowned deeply. The Origin Mage. That meant this legendary sword master had died ages ago. But then the towering statue dropped an absolute bombshell on him. Should I teach you their techniques? I was deeply close to that person, so I flawlessly recorded every single active breath and physical movement they ever made. Yusol's eyes went wide in pure shock. Wait, seriously? But of course, the ancient spirit's voice was not done yet, quickly attaching a major annoying catch. But there is one strict condition. I am forever bound to this place. I cannot speak with any living soul out there. I am already completely dead, so please save my heart. Save me. Yusol froze for a solid few seconds, his expression instantly turning incredibly serious. This was exactly the crazy quest trigger he expected to hear. But then he completely flipped the script. Sorry, but that is literally impossible. With my current low-level abilities, there is simply no way I can save the heart of another soul. The massive divine spirit, Lifano, stopped talking completely. The heavy, lingering silence filling the room was painfully obvious. After quietly debating with itself for a moment, the old spirit finally spoke. It does not necessarily have to be a spirit's heart. It just needs to be the completely pure heart of a divine being. Yusol immediately narrowed, his eyes feeling highly suspicious. But if you use a divine being's heart, will you not end up losing the vast majority of your power? Hearing that, Lifenel's voice softened beautifully. It is entirely fine. Honestly, anything was better than being trapped in this lonely ruin forever. A heavy bitter sadness dripped from those ancient words. Yusol could not fully grasp that immortal loneliness, but he let out a long sigh and nodded. Yeah, I guess. That makes sense. All right, if it is just the heart of a standard divine being, I can probably pull that off without much of an issue. The spirit's voice instantly sparked with desperate hope. Wait, really? Meanwhile, some hidden clever thoughts were already forming in Yusol's mind. After all, he was only grinding in this place because of the upcoming spirit beast contract ceremony anyway. He would be meeting countless mystical creatures very soon. That was worth way more to him than just saving some spirit's broken heart. A confident, greedy smirk appeared on his lips, and he immediately said, I will bring it to you as much as I possibly can. The glowing soul right before him happily replied, "Thank you, I will be waiting. Oh, I have this for you too. Keep as a token of proof." Soul blinked immediately, growing highly suspicious again. Proof pointing toward another hidden item nearby. The ancient spirit's voice softly echoed out, "Look closely at the pillar standing right behind me." He walked over, staring at a strange item. "What is this?" The soul replied. "This is the ultimate proof that you are my friend." Soul carefully picked it up, and the game system immediately flashed a new notification to explain. Leafanel's flower necklace. Item description: absolute proof of becoming friends with the Great Spirit. Special abilities: absolutely zero. Classic game logic. More shocked thoughts suddenly rushed back to him. He had literally never heard of an item like this even back in the original game, and then he quickly moved to put it straight into his bag. Fine. If there is ever no fire around, I will just temporarily use it as firewood. But then he suddenly stopped, right in the middle of tossing the necklace away. No, wait a second, that is a sacred divine soul. And so he slowly brought it up, right in front of his face, staring at it with a growing smirk. A sign of our friendship. Maybe this was actually a super useful item after all. Fast forward to the late dawn, where soft morning light spilled through the windows of a certain messy room. We see someone's hand frantically scribbling complex equations on a chalkboard in the frame. This is not just any random place. Welcome to Stella Academy, specifically the chaotic personal laboratory of Altarisha. She abruptly froze, pausing her chalk in midair. Right there, perfectly written out before her very eyes, was the complete massive system of a certain theoretical formula. I actually did it. Standing proudly in her somewhat cramped room, Altarisha had successfully solved the entire impossible equation that Soul had casually given her earlier. Suddenly, a weird sound rang out in the background, but she honestly did not care at all. Right now is definitely not the time for any distractions. She quickly moved over to her cluttered notes desk and frantically started writing. Her pen hit the paper. After a wildly intense moment, she finally gave herself a wildly satisfied smile. Tomorrow, a brand new era of magic is going to begin. Would Soul be incredibly happy when he hears about this, right? You and I know he will be. Anyway, welcome to the Black Iron Empire, capital of the Dwarf Kingdom, a crazy prosperous place built upon two precious diamonds, which are gold and iron. This place basically looks like a wildly vivid cyberpunk painting packed with massive skyscrapers, reaching so high that the naked eye can hardly even see their towering peaks. It almost feels like they touch the absolute end of the universe. The sky, steel railways tangle everywhere, trains shuttle endlessly, creating a true spiderweb city. It has this serious, oppressive, dark vibe. Honestly, a little creepy. But get this, the dwarf citizens here bursting with life, totally unfazed. And right in the middle of this chaos, our dynamic duo Yusin and Teresa finally arrive. Yusin flashes the brightest smile you have ever seen and immediately speaks up. "We made it." Teresa, looking overwhelmed, quickly replies, "Yeah, we really did. All right, you and I need a quick lore drop here. Today is the massive academic conference. The actual venue rotates every single year. And this year, it landed somewhere incredibly special. The honor goes to Ghost Smith Academy. They train the absolute top-tier alchemists in the entire dwarf kingdom. And since dwarves are basically the founders of material magic, this year's event is hyped to be incredibly epic. Plus, there is a wild rumor going around that the Golden Alchemist, an absolute legend in the industry, will actually show up. Hearing this, our guy Yusin immediately hatches a brilliant sneaky plan. His lips curl into a cold, calculating smirk. This is the absolute perfect moment to present the groundbreaking new research findings that Teresa discovered. But then his eyes lock onto her. She speaks up, her voice totally shaking with worry. "But Yusin, is this really okay?" The fear on her face is obvious. This is literally what that professor researched for half their life. Seeing her so down makes Yusan stress out too, but strictly in his head. Wait, is she just too nice or completely naive? Her own hard work gets flat out stolen and she does nothing. How can she still say something so hopelessly kind right now? Realizing the mood is tanking fast, he quickly changes the subject. He has to clear this heavy, depressing air before they blow it. "Hey, do not worry." Teresa looks up and Yusan immediately follows up, his voice rock solid. "It is not that I copy Professor Maginarin. The truth is, the assistant is simply way better than the professor." Teresa just stands there totally stunned. She blinks, then quietly mutters, "Yeah, thank you." Just like that, walking together, they step forward. Yusin starts talking big again. "All right, let's head in. That red carpet is way too crowded. Let's take the back door to keep things low profile." Teresa, she nods along, completely agreeing without a fight. "Oh right, that is actually a great idea." And just like that, they smoothly sneak right into the massive hall. The host's booming formal voice suddenly echoes out instantly, cutting through the noisy crowd. "Welcome to all. the highly esteemed doctors, professors, and brilliant researchers here today. The 87th Golden Section Scientific Conference is now officially about to begin. First on the agenda, we are introducing a revolutionary new potion. Click-clack. The sharp sound of high heels echoes as someone strides up to the podium, and wouldn't you know it, it is Professor Maginarin. The host waits for her to settle, then continues. First up, we are extremely honored by the presence of Professor Maginarin from Stella Academy. Following that grand introduction, Professor Maginarin kicks off her presentation. The giant screen behind her lights up with dense data. She speaks with total confidence. Hello, everyone. I am Maginarin from Stella Academy, and today I will introduce the Alpha-type red potion. But first, please, take a close look at this. Flashing a brilliant fake smile, she launches into her massive drawn-out speech. Down below, the audience listens intently, even though honestly most of us have zero clue what she is saying. Finally, after forever, she wraps it up, and that concludes my presentation. The entire hall erupts. Yusun just stands in the corner, arms crossed, watching the crowd whisper and buzz with excitement. Wow, Professor Maginarin, what an absolute genius method to improve that complex red potion. Yusun glances over the cheering crowd, as a few icy thoughts drift through his mind. Wow, you are dangerously good at presenting Antaresa's stolen thesis as if it is actually your own. But watch closely, because there are plenty of ways to play this game. The real main dish. It starts right now. Suddenly, another figure quietly steps onto the stage. The host's voice booms through the speakers once again. Moving on, next up is a presentation from Assistant Antaresa, also representing Stella Academy. Antaresa steps up, standing exactly where the corrupt professor just stood. She takes a deep breath, steeling her nerves, and finally speaks. Her voice trembles just a bit. Hello, it is a great honor. I am Antaresa, an alchemist, hailing directly from Stella Academy. But honestly, almost nobody is paying any attention to her. Down in the seats, the loud, dismissive whispers start up again. Hey, is that the girl from the pharma company I mentioned? Man, I really love that professor's presentation on the cell extraction method earlier. Those natural regenerative cells she explained were absolute genius. Hey, what about that new potion coating you are developing? Up in the gallery, Yusun watches closely, listening to every single word Antaresa says. The topic I will be presenting today is a dark, knowing smirk flashes straight across Yusun's face, because Antaresa's very next sentence, it instantly makes the entire noisy hall drop dead silent. This is the flawless summary and absolute mastery of the ultimate cross-alchemy technique. Every single whisper vanishes. Complete silence. Not a single person dares to breathe. But then one guy cannot handle the crushing tension. He shoots out of his seat, shouting out a pure challenge. Do you realize exactly whose stage you are standing on right now? Antaresa freezes for a split second, but quickly fires back. Yes, absolutely. This is an incredible, highly respected platform for someone like me. But the guy refuses to back down. His tone gets increasingly aggressive. Then how exactly are we supposed to interpret what you just claimed? Antaresa starts to panic again, her hands unconsciously gripping her skirt. She clutched it tight against her chest. Suddenly, a wild thought flashed in her mind like a total lifesaver. Oh man, she definitely saw this coming. Wait, her hair was turning completely white. What was she supposed to do now? But right then, Yusun's voice broke through the panic. His encouraging words echoed straight into her mind. If handling this alone feels impossible, just call me. And just like that, her racing heart finally started calming down. Antaresa narrowed her eyes and decisively threw her hand up, her voice so much steadier now. She declared she needed some serious backup for this. She announced she was calling someone else to the stage. The entire lecture hall, tan golden included, just froze. Everyone was thinking the exact same thing. Who exactly was this guy? Antaresa didn't hesitate. With absolute confidence, she revealed she was actually the co-author here. Her trembling but totally determined finger pointed right through the crowd, straight at Yusun. She announced to everyone that student right there is B. Yusun. Boom. Talk about a mic drop. Obviously, Yusun's face drained of color. He literally blue screened for 5 whole seconds. His brain was just screaming, wait, I am the co-author here. Hearing Antaresa drop that massive bomb, Professor Maginarin immediately snapped his sharp gaze straight over. He just had to see this supposed partner. All right, you and I are about to see something hilarious. Not keeping them waiting, our guy dragged his feet, making a slow, dramatic walk right up, straight to the podium. Naturally, the whole room erupted into frantic whispers and totally condescending laughs. They were absolutely dragging him. A kid this young, no way. People muttered that this wouldn't change a single thing about the presentation. But check this out. While everyone else was busy mocking the duo, the golden alchemist Professor Baek Stone Fox was visibly hyped. He crossed his arms, fully ready to watch the drama unfold. He chuckled, murmuring that he was really looking forward to this mess. Meanwhile, our boy Yusun finally finished his painfully long walk of shame and landed right by the speaking podium. His eyes looked super deep, just staring at the floor like he was carrying some massive tragic burden. But that act dropped fast. He stepped right up into Professor Mayan Tyron's personal space. The sadness vanished. Yusun's intense gaze totally locked onto the furious professor without a single ounce of fear or hesitation. Then he just casually brushed past the old man, totally ignoring his authority. But the moment they crossed paths, bam, a weird burst of magical energy secretly flared out. The culprit, that strange cursed branch item, he was quietly gripping in his hand. And the exact target this dark spiritual energy locked onto was the professor's right arm. Ding. A massive blue system panel suddenly popped into his vision, dropping a real-time status update. The special grudge skill from his branch had just successfully activated. The target of this nasty curse was Mayan Tyron. And the crazy part, as Yusun smoothly walked by, the arrogant professor didn't even notice the invisible attack. He just glared sideways, totally annoyed, and grumbled about how ridiculously disrespectful the kid was. Seeing the old fool stay totally oblivious, Yusun let a sneaky smirk slip. His materialized thoughts confirmed it. The trap was perfectly set. Oh yeah, it definitely worked. After stepping into the perfect spot, he finally stopped and turned around, officially facing the entire crowd of doubting scholars. A heavy silence instantly blanketed the room. Wearing an absolutely deadpan expression, Yusun grabbed the mic and delivered his very first counterattack. He calmly stated he wanted to hear Professor Mayan Tyron's precious logic first. After all, seeing something with your own eyes beats hearing about it 100 times, so they were going to dissect this cross-training technique right here, right now. A confident smile hit his face, and immediately, the crowd started buzzing all over again. A direct debate between a high-ranking professor and some random assistant to figure this out. That sounded way too entertaining. You could literally see the crowd leaning and craving the drama. Meanwhile, Aunt Teresa was still super anxious, and she looked at him, stammering out his name. Spotting her panic, Yusun casually shifted his gaze over to her. But instead of just comforting her, he completely flipped the script. He softly asked, "Hey, assistant, do you not trust me?" Hearing that hit her hard, and she stood there, totally stunned. She quickly stuttered that she really did believe in him. Locking eyes with her, Yusun followed up with the ultimate reassurance. He reminded her he had been by her side this whole time. So don't panic. He believed in her raw talent more than anyone else. Staring at his warm, confident smile, Aunt Teresa couldn't stop her cheeks from burning up. Her mind was racing a mile a minute, wondering, could she actually pull this off? Her trembling hand reached up, gripping her collar tight. But then absolute focus finally kicked in, making her adjust her glasses with pure determination. The hesitation faded. She realized Yusun was totally right. She just needed to stop doubting herself. She had to trust all the insane research she had done. She smoothed her hair, looking totally fierce. Now stick with me, because over on this side, Professor Mayan Tyron was left completely bewildered again, totally losing control of the room's vibe. After giving herself a huge mental boost, Aunt Teresa stepped right up to face Mayan and boldly declared, "And let's begin." Thanks to Yusun's hype, she had unlocked absolute confidence. And just like that, an insane battle of wits officially kicked off with a massive flood of absolute brain-hacking information. The cross-variable alchemy method. 300 years ago, some legendary alchemist made a wild claim. He swore he had finally cracked a miraculous formula to solve this exact equation. He boasted that this magic array could solve the impossible anomaly, but then he suddenly had an emergency bathroom break and couldn't write it down. Tragically, he actually died right there in the toilet, which only made this mysterious formula insanely famous. Ever since that completely bizarre historical moment, countless ambitious alchemists had desperately tried to recreate the test. But here is the brutal truth: every single one of them failed miserably. Now nobody even dared to touch it anymore. Precisely because of that, you and I already know our boy is about to shatter the impossible. So this unsolved formula was literally considered impossible, but now someone is actually claiming they can crack the continuous spatial random intersection formula. Meanwhile, a seriously badass guy puffing on a cigarette with this intensely cool look on his face just has to say it. Interesting. His profile updates fast for us. He is a core member of the Magic Tower, Moon's infamous 13th Destruction Squad Captain Ken. Right next to him, another absolute stunner rocking the exact same uniform as completely, yawning her absolute head off, looking bored out of her mind. Interesting, more like dead boring. Her info pops up too. Vice Captain Heijin Macaron. So these two heavy hitters are just hanging out here in a complete stealth state. And right after, finishing up that massive yawn, Vice Captain Heijin Macaron looks up and gives the scene a very judging side eye. Wait, Captain, is that professor up there seriously a dark magic user? Down below, somebody nearby starts whispering in the oblivious crowd. Hey, do you smell cigarette smoke coming from somewhere? Looking right back at the stage where the two alchemists are frantically writing on the chalkboards, the sharp assessment from Vice Captain Hajin continues. Honestly, the more she thinks about it, the more this whole mission feels like a massive scam. But suddenly, Hajin just glances over at Ken standing right next to her without saying a single word. Awkward silence heavily fills the air. Right after that, feeling totally helpless, she rubs her head, closes her eyes, and sighs. What can you do? Whenever it comes to that old guy, the captain blindly trusts him. But suddenly her eyes snap wide open as she stares straight ahead. Yeah. And not just her Ken. Completely locks onto that exact direction too. Right where Professor Main and Assistant Anorisa are intensely facing off once again. The realization forms super fast in her mind. The entire atmosphere in this hall just shifted completely right, and right on cue the loud voice of the host echoes across the room. All right, the first insanely difficult problem has just been solved. Now looking over at the spot of the golden alchemist Professor Burok Stone Fox. Right now, he looks absolutely stunned by the crazy formulas written right down there. Carefully observing and analyzing every single piece of specific detailed information densely packed onto those two giant chalkboards, he immediately gives his professional take on the insane situation. They look similar, but her approach is on a completely different level entirely. Meanwhile, up in the rafters, Captain Ken is finally starting to form his own thoughts while staring intensely at the exact same board. Wait a second, the assistant's breakdown is actually so much simpler than Professor Main's complicated mess. Plus, the final answer she got is slightly different too. Down on the floor, the hyped host's voice booms out, loud and clear once again. Moving right along to the second impossible problem, both challengers instantly step back up to their chalkboards and start aggressively writing down their formulas. Up in the VIP viewing area, people are really starting to lean in. You can literally see the pure shock and heavy anxiety washing right over all of their rich faces. This is insane. Plenty of elite scholars have actually solved problem number 2 before, but the logic being used right now. First time anyone has ever seen this. A ridiculous formula that normally takes at least 200 lines of heavy math just to barely explain and solve. And somehow, she totally crushed the entire thing using exactly 12 lines. 12. The person everyone in the room is currently losing their minds over is Assistant Anorisa. From a VIP corner, Baek Yunsung is giving off total boss energy. Arms crossed, just watching the chaos. A super mysterious smirk resting on his face. He secretly thinks to himself the crowd's panicked reaction is absolutely perfect. Keeping that confident smirk locked in, place his mental calculations shift to the next phase. Because honestly, the real show is only just beginning. The host's hyped voice echoes out, once more. The third impossible trial is officially underway. Can this legendary third formula and nightmare nobody in history has ever cracked until this exact moment actually be shattered right here today? Both competitors are fiercely focused, rapidly slashing their heavy research notes straight onto the chalkboards. A nervous drop of sweat finally slides down Anarisa's concentrated face. But honestly, Professor Main is looking 10 times more stressed out right now. Both of them suddenly slam their chalk down. Down in the front row, Professor Burok Stone Fox is completely losing it. He drops the ultimate verdict. Did she seriously just pull that off? Look at Professor Main's board. The guy actually cracked the third formula that everyone swore was totally impossible. The results are genuinely mind-blowing. But get this. Even after hearing that massive praise, Professor Main doesn't look happy at all. Actually, instead, he just looks incredibly shocked and super confused. Stone Fox's loud commentary totally proved he did it. But here is the wild part, Assistant Anorisa just dropped something way more impressive. Staring down the terrifying answer hidden over on Anarisa's board, the arrogant Professor Main suddenly starts feeling intensely frustrated and wildly furious. His entire brain goes into absolute overdrive as he stares. What in the world is that insane logic? Meanwhile, Baek Yunsung flashes a deeply satisfied smile to himself. From his spot, he can clearly hear the relentless, frantic whispering spreading through all the people, completely losing their minds around him. How on earth did she come up with an angle like that? Honestly, even staring right at it, I still cannot believe this is real, and then a massive realization hits the entire crowd. For centuries, every single elite alchemist in history treated these 5 impossible formulas as completely separate walls, solving them one by one. But Anorisa, she took a totally different path. She looked at all 5 terrifying equations as one giant puzzle and just integrated the entire solution. And that right there is the brutal difference between a classic genius like Mayan and a monster like Anorisa. As the brutal trial rolls on, Professor Mayan's chalk-holding hand actually starts to shake uncontrollably. His elite processing speed completely short-circuits. He just cannot push his brain any further than this. Wait a minute, that final formula. All right, you and I are about to see some crazy drama. She stares at the blackboard, cursing, realizing there is no space left. And so, she snaps at a nearby host, screaming, "Please bring more boards in here, hurry up." But right then, a very familiar voice echoes through the room, instantly shattering that heavy tension. "I have already solved it." Professor Mayan Tian freezes completely, her eyes widening in absolute shock at the sudden interruption. She stops dead in her tracks, slowly turning her gaze to the side. There stands Aunt Teresa, completely calm, turning away from her own blackboard to look out at the massive crowd below. Aunt Teresa immediately shifts her explanation to the audience, breaking down the complete analysis and the precise reasoning behind the complex non-random spatial interference spell. A brilliant light flashes around her as her calm, steady voice begins to echo loudly across the entire square. That was the complete analysis and explanation of the spatial interference spell. With this massive problem finally solved, the crowd below starts losing their minds. Nobody can contain their sheer excitement anymore. Absolute madness. The screaming and cheering quickly start to drown out every single other sound in the room. People are totally losing it. This is insane, just way too crazy. Am I seriously witnessing a legendary historic moment right here in this place? Ah, I am getting actual chills. This is easily the moment of the century. Hearing all this wild praise, Aunt Teresa stands there and feels a huge wave of relief. Pure joy washes over her, and you can see that genuine confidence finally taking root in her mind. She is actually doing this, completely stepping up. "I actually did it. Thank you. Yusin, this is entirely because of you." Her warm smile is still glowing, but suddenly another dark voice cuts through the cheerful moment. "Aunt Teresa. Aunt Teresa." Standing directly opposite her right now is pure, suffocating darkness radiating straight out of Professor Main Tian. The vibe shifts instantly. Aunt Teresa looks over, eyes wide with sudden panic. Just then, Yusun steps in, his boot hitting the ground right beside her as he reaches a hand out. Meanwhile, the heavy demonic energy pouring out of Professor Main Tian is visibly swelling up bigger and darker by the second. Her twisted voice suddenly echoes, snapping at Aunt Teresa with pure venom, like some twisted confession. She glares and sarcastically asks, "Just how much longer are you planning to break my heart? You altered that stolen thesis and passed it off as your very own work. Are you having fun?" Smelling huge trouble, Yusin knows things are getting dangerous. He immediately steps forward, acting as a human shield for the completely frozen Aunt Teresa behind him. His eyes stay absolute ice cold, assessing the threat, but his brain is working in overdrive. Is this crazy professor seriously about to turn into a dark demon right here? It is way earlier than expected. But honestly, this might actually be better. Watching Professor Main powering up her dark energy, a brilliant new idea suddenly pops right into his head. If she fully transforms into a dark demon in front of this entire crowd, oh man. Unable to hold back her absolute boiling rage right now, the professor screams Aunt Teresa's name again. In response, Aunt Teresa finally glares back, her eyes literally burning with pure indignation. On her end, she is still shaking, heart pounding out of her chest, desperately trying to stay completely calm. Pushing past all those heavily repressed emotions, Aunt Teresa suddenly explodes, screaming at the top of her lungs. "I told you to just admit it." Her shattered confidence finally starts standing up straight again. Gaining momentum, Aunt Teresa unleashes absolute fire. "My thesis is way more brilliant than yours could ever be. Was that flawless presentation right now still not enough proof? How much more of my hard work are you going to steal before you are finally satisfied?" Hearing this brutal call out, the entire crowd of scholars and scientists go completely wide-eyed, instantly tuning in for this heavy drama. Wait, so that major thesis on the red potion earlier actually belonged to her assistant. No wonder it felt off. After acting tough for 5 seconds, Aunt Teresa starts shaking again. Professor, her emotions erupt like a massive volcano, and this time she screams even louder. "You are actually way more clueless than I am." Hearing this wild insult, Yusin stands right next to her, looking totally dumbfounded. Wait, what just happened? That completely frozen expression quickly spreads right over to the captain duo. Ken and Vice Captain Hajin eagerly watch nearby. Now stick with me here. The absolute center of everyone's intense gaze is Professor Main Tian, who is completely stealing the spotlight. To break up this intensely thick and awkward atmosphere, the golden alchemist Wan Sioko loudly clears his throat, crossing his arms and bursting into booming laughter like he is having a blast. "Ha ha ha, fascinating. Today's seminar is actually turning out to be incredibly interesting." At this exact moment, Professor Main Tian finally snaps completely back to reality. Feeling super dizzy, her trembling voice perfectly matches the panic as she realizes she accidentally leaked her demonic aura. Wait, what? She immediately stares down at her slightly trembling hands in pure shock. What exactly did I just do? Her thoughts are totally racing a mile a minute. That was way too dangerous. Now fully aware of her massive slip-up, Professor Main focuses every single ounce of her rage right into her glaring eyes. Taking huge, hasty strides, she marches straight up to Aunt Teresa with massive, killer intent. Aunt Teresa, how dare you? This makes Aunt Teresa visibly shrink back her face, turning completely pale again. But that sudden wave of fear instantly shifts right back to Professor May and Tien. She freezes as she realizes a very familiar figure has calmly stepped up to block her path. Standing right in her face, that person is none other than Yusun. His calm, steady voice cuts through the tension. Professor Mayan, please take a good look at the current situation. Hearing that, Professor Mayan's face turns completely to stone, slowly falling into a state of absolute undeniable shock. She is fully doubting her own reality right now. And just like that, the crazy professor takes the full crushing weight of countless judgmental eyes, staring up from the massive crowd. The elite alchemists, including Wan Xiaoko, remain dead silent, just eagerly waiting to see exactly how this whole dramatic showdown ends, waiting for everyone to finally grasp the real situation. Cornered and panicked, Professor May and Tien sharply turns her head to the side, stammering out a weak defense. Ah no, that is not true at all. Hitting absolute peak desperation, she defensively throws both of her hands up. All right, you and I are jumping right into the drama. She is screaming at the top of her lungs that the girl stole her thesis. But Headmaster Wano has heard enough. The old man sees right through her entire lie. He coldly gives the order to drag her out of the room. The guards immediately step up. Yes, sir. The command is instantly carried out without hesitation. Two monitor spirits step right up and grab Professor Mayan to escort her away, dragging her off to the side. Facing this total disaster, Professor Mayan still tries to struggle and fight back. Ah, no, I am telling you I did nothing wrong. The duo from Annihilation Team 13 just watches silently as she gets dragged away while her annoying voice keeps echoing through the halls. Let me go, release me. Once that massive storm of drama finally passes, Aunt Teresa completely deflates and slumps right down onto the floor, sitting right there in the dirt. All that crushing pressure is finally gone. Phew. Then right in front of her, a hand slowly reaches out. She looks up at that familiar hand with those sparkling eyes of hers. Yu Xion is standing there, flashing an absolutely perfect handsome smile. He looks down at her sitting there and speaks gently. Assistant, you worked really hard today. Hearing those completely heartwarming words of encouragement, Aunt Teresa freezes in absolute shock for a few seconds. Then she breaks into a super bright smile that washes away all her previous worries. Yeah, the golden lights outside make the whole scene look absolutely magical. Now we cut back over to Annihilation Team 13 from the tower. They are currently walking down a corridor. Vice Captain Hajin closes her eyes and casually starts up a totally new conversation out of nowhere. But she gets nowhere with it. Hearing her talk in circles like this, the captain finally catches on to the real point. Captain Sen chimes in. If her emotions exploded that violently back there definitely should have been some sort of dark sign. But the sensors for black magic corruption did not pick up a single thing, which obviously brings up another totally huge question. Vice Captain Hajin points it out. Makes sense, the psychic sensors in the tower are not perfectly absolute anyway. And then a brand new question pops up after glancing back at Yu Xion and Aunt Teresa, who are completely surrounded by all the scholars. Let us pause here, we really need to look at this kid. Is he the high schooler they said was the co-author? She turns to the captain with obvious doubts. She questions her own judgment for a second. He looks pretty cute, does he not? Hearing that nonsense, Sen shoots her a serious side glance. Did you investigate him? He demands. Hajin looks a bit clueless before quickly replying. Yeah, I just got the fresh intel from headquarters. She starts dropping some seriously detailed information about Yu Xion. Before coming to Stella Academy, his hometown was completely destroyed by dark mages. He is a commoner with rock-bottom grades. So how exactly did he get into the S class? Plus he studies at the best magic academy, without even using a single drop of magic. It is super weird. Plus today he actually asked to remove his name. Completely off the paper. She did not expect to dig up this much crazy dirt. Captain Sen just stares calmly straight ahead. Is that so? Keep that in mind. But then his eyes widen in sudden surprise. Up ahead, Yu Xion is looking directly at Sen, locking eyes. Looking 10% focused and 90% completely innocent. Then Yu Xion decides to perfectly ignore him, casually turning his head away. He looks forward and flashes a bright smile. Standing there completely stunned by this, Captain Sen furiously starts to question himself. Wait a minute. Did our eyes just meet right now? Hajin next to me did not notice a single thing. No, that is literally impossible. He stares right at Yu Xion up ahead and keeps thinking. My perception, magic, and my stealth barrier are completely active right now. Did that kid easily pierce straight through them? It must be an illusion. He keeps his intense, unbroken gaze completely locked forward. Sen just stands there in absolute silence for a few seconds. Yu Xion is smiling like that intense eye contact never even happened. Absolutely nothing. Sen is completely speechless and has zero words left to describe this guy. Just pure silence. Well, nothing else to do. After finally confirming Professor Mayan has no dark corruption, Sen turns to leave the area. Let us go, we are officially done here. Hajin casually puts her hands behind her back and follows. I am completely sick of this boring place too. Now we jump scenes. We cut over to a crazy luxurious noble carriage. Inside, a shadowy figure is boiling with pure rage, furiously biting their nails down. This angry person is none other than Professor Mayan from earlier. The heavy string of curses just will not stop coming. Damn it all. If it was not for you, Sion, I never would have been humiliated like this. But then from ahead, someone sitting right in front of her is reading a book. He calmly speaks up. Since it has already come to this point, we have to deal with you, Sion. Calm down. Maine is completely shocked to see this guy suddenly appear here. Her shaking voice gets super dramatic. You are ridden. The mysterious guy slowly opens his blood-red eyes, looking absolutely and totally displeased. Very clearly annoyed. You just caused a massive problem. Giving her a cold, empty stare, our guy quickly snaps his heavy book shut, slamming it shut in his hands. Maine argues back, saying that was not a problem. Professor Maine has this look of heavy surprise. Absolute shock written all over her face. Like, what do you mean? Ridden continues with obvious dissatisfaction, shooting her an angry side glance. He angrily adds on, we almost lost it all. Luckily, the powerful dark pact suppressed it in time. If your emotions back there surged a little more and caused a scene, it could have ruined all our plans. And you and I both know villains hate ruining plans. Having caused a massive crisis, Professor Mason just stood there in shock. I'm sorry, I'm so incredibly sorry is all she can manage to say. Raiden casually tucks his book into a spatial rift. With half-closed eyes, he lets out a heavy sigh. Did you really think that a simple apology would magically fix this entire mess? As a leader, he's incredibly disappointed, and he instantly has to reset his emotions completely. He tells her straight up she's practically lost all her value as a professor here at Stella Academy. Unable to accept this harsh reality, Professor Mason starts screaming desperately, spitting out excuses left and right. No, please listen. I have tons of powerful connections on the plagiarism review board. I can fix this incident. I promise I can still make everything smooth over completely. I haven't been fired yet. Hearing her ramble on endlessly, Raiden just closes his eyes and cuts her off. Stay silent and stand perfectly still. Keeping your head down is absolutely the most useful thing you can do right now. Heavy tension completely takes over. Understood. Right after dropping that warning, he uses teleportation to vanish, leaving a completely flustered Professor Mason behind with a series of demands. Don't move an inch and keep quiet until the commander gives instructions. Left entirely alone, Mason Tyrion clenches her fists as burning resentment completely consumes her. And all that boiling, bitter rage is directed straight at one single person. This absolute disaster is all because of Baek Yunsung. Her face twists into something truly dangerous and incredibly obvious. A sinister new scheme is already hatching in her mind. Flashing back to the two of them right before she was dragged away, the professor sinks deep into her dark thoughts. Just wait. Just you wait a little longer. Yusung's face is now permanently burned into her mind. Meanwhile, we abruptly cut away to a train barreling down the tracks toward an unknown destination. Inside one of the cabins, our main character, Baek Yunsung, sits with his arms crossed, staring intently at assistant Anderisa, who's making a highly complicated expression across from him. Then Yusung casually shifts his gaze aside, as a clever realization creeps into his mind. What a shame. If Professor Mason Tyrion had actually used dark magic during her presentation, it actually could have prevented the catastrophic collapse of the 8th storyline's major plot. I guess every single thing will just play out incredibly smoothly until the plot actually explodes like it's supposed to. Closing his eyes, our main character slowly leans back. Against his seat, his mind still racing with plans. Nothing else I can do right now. Better not rush things. The academic conference wrapped up perfectly, and the resentment branch has been officially triggered. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open with a brand new realization. But there is just one tiny little detail still bugging me. He vividly recalls that exact moment when his gaze instinctively drifted toward a very specific spot. The exact place where Captain Ken and Vice Captain Hajin were standing together, completely cloaked in shadow stealth. Remembering Ken staring right back at him, he solidifies his theory. That was definitely Ken. Let me give you guys some quick context. Here are the extra details. They are a strictly selected, highly elite squad of mages, the absolute top-tier Shadow Mage unit, hailing from the deadly Execution Tower. And even inside this infamous tower, heavily known worldwide for hunting down dark mages and rogue witches, the ruthless commander of the 13th Destruction Unit, their most elite team, is none other than Ken. Yusung's thoughts dive another layer deeper. If I didn't have my sixth sense, I never would have noticed them lurking there until the very end. I can probably guess exactly why those intensely dangerous guys were hiding there. Probably keeping very close tabs on Professor Mason. Regardless of their motives, it would actually be absolutely awesome if we could somehow get actively involved in this. Right as he's thinking this, he suddenly notices his exhausted assistant, Teresa, looking totally spaced out like she literally just woke up. Time for the plot to drop a brand new twist. I'm sorry, but do you have a quick moment? The second those words are spoken, a mysterious figure instantly appears right next to where Teresa is sitting. Caught completely off guard, she blinks in surprise. Who are you? But before he can even properly introduce himself, she's already completely shocked. Wait, could this guy actually be? Standing directly across from her in a sleek, elegant white suit, and the unmistakable pointed ears of the elf race. Holding his hat in his hand, he smoothly takes it off with a surprisingly cheerful expression and greets her warmly. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you all. A glowing system window pops up with his info. Chairman of the Nebula Group, Fian. Alright, you and I need to pause here because this guy's background is totally insane. As the game's chapters heavily progress, the entire worldview naturally expands. And as the original hero of the story, our boy, Flame starts leveling up, plenty of other heavy hitters become massive targets. Among them is the man widely known as the literal heart of the Southern Han Plains, chairman of the Nebula Group, Fian. Thanks to his incredibly broken golden ratio destiny trait, he was literally born to be the wealthiest man alive. Even though he's over 50 and has a daughter, he's still a massive target for many. But not simply because he's just filthy rich or extremely handsome. It is actually because his daughter, the incredibly vicious high society villainess Jillian, is heavily involved. The high elf Jillian totally lives up to her notorious villain title by ruthlessly tormenting the protagonist throughout multiple chapters. Furious gamers actually figured out the ultimate method to completely destroy Jillian's life as much as possible. Their strategy: target the person she loves most, her dad Fian. Seduce and marry the guy and utterly ruin her entire family from the inside. After that overly long introduction, Baek Yunsung lets out a heavy, tired sigh, but his mind is already racing, piecing everything together. You and I might think it is a joke, but everyone else is totally hyped about this dramatic twist. Moving on, our guy is currently staring straight ahead with half-open eyes, looking completely bored out of his mind. He totally expected this to happen, but honestly, he never thought the guy would actually show up here. Thoughts are racing through his head. He knows he needs to make a solid impression during today's chat to set up his future plans. Meanwhile, Pian is flashing a bright smile at the two of them sitting there. Still rocking that polite smile, he kicks things off with his very first question. You must be Alchemist Teresa, right? And this person right here must be the mystery alchemist whose identity has not been revealed yet. If you do not mind, could I please ask for your name? The guy Baek Yunsung is just thinking, yeah, he already saw this coming, but that was a pretty smooth question. He instantly replies, I am Baek Yunsung, a first-year Class S student at Stella Academy. Pian is completely caught off guard by this. Oh, so it turns out, you are actually a student at Stella Academy. It is an absolute pleasure. Reaching right into his coat, Pian closes his eyes and smoothly adds, the real reason I came to see you two today is this. He slides a very carefully prepared document folder straight across the table right in front of them both. He quickly explains exactly what it is. I want to propose an exclusive contract for the new formula from Alchemist, and Teresa specifically for the Nebula Guild. Naturally, the terms are incredibly generous. Would you like to check it out? Now the expression on our guy's face stays totally blank, not surprised at all. But Aunt Teresa, she's absolutely stunned. The second she grabs it, you can practically see the shock. Her hands are shaking so much that the paper is rattling. But the moment she opens it up, her eyes just completely light up with pure excitement and her voice gets super loud. Wow, this includes unlimited support for materials and expert technicians. An amount of money like this. I have honestly never seen anything like it in my life. Her mind instantly starts racing with ideas. With terms like this, I can finally build all those crazy inventions I have always dreamed of making. Baek Yunsung is definitely going to love this. She quickly glances over at him, but our guy is just sitting there completely clueless, having no idea what she wants. Seeing his totally blank reaction, Aunt Teresa actually pauses for a second, before turning back to Pian with a quick request. Excuse me, sir, but would you be able to give me just a little bit more time to think this over? Sensing that she might be hesitant about something, Pian jumps right back in to sweeten the deal while she studies the paper. Are these conditions not good enough for you? If you have any specific demands, please just name them. But Aunt Teresa quickly cuts him off before he can finish. No, it is not that at all. The terms are honestly way too generous. It is just that leaning in she gives a very logical explanation. I really need to discuss this with the co-author of the formula. Sitting right next to her, Baek Yunsung is totally shocked by what she just said. He cannot believe he is actually the main reason holding up this massive deal. He looks so confused right now. Hearing her say this out loud, Pian just lets out a tiny smirk, his tone shifting completely as he replies. Oh, is that so? His own thoughts start running wild. A co-author. He really thought she was just making that up to sound important. Guess not. He stares right at the two of them who are currently smiling brightly. Oh, you really do not need to worry about me. Wait, how is that even possible? PN's inner monologue keeps going. For a kid at his age to solve a magic problem that has been stuck for 300 years, this kid has to be an absolute genius. No doubt about it. But still, no matter how you spin it, he is just a high school student in the end. Making up his mind, PN raises his hand and points it straight at our guy, asking if he wants to read the contract too. PN is secretly thinking to himself, look, even if this kid is a total genius at magic or alchemy when it comes to ruthless business deals, he is still just a clueless kid. Following the offer, Baek Yunsung actually takes the paper and starts reading it super carefully. PN is feeling pretty confident right now, with contract terms. This good, there is absolutely no way he refuses. PN is grinning ear to ear, but then our boy drops the bomb. Yeah, I am gonna decline. He flat out refused. Nobody saw that coming. PN is staring at him in absolute shock, totally lost for words. Eventually, he throws out a massive question. Could you please tell me exactly why? If the terms are not enough for you, I can fix them right now. Pausing his words right there, Baek Yunsung just stares straight ahead. His mind is already 10 steps ahead, breaking down the whole situation. Signing an exclusive contract with the Nebula Guild sounds amazing. But you and I know there is a catch. Even though PN is an absolutely brilliant business genius, he is also crazy, stubborn, and hates sharing anything that belongs to him. If this new alchemy formula gets fully locked down, in his hands alone, he will just mass-produce cheap items for pure profit. That completely ruins the diversity, creativity, and the overall combat performance of all the gear being made. On top of that, because of his insane monopoly, a ton of regular mages would not even be able to access this new equipment. The magical technology would just become a giant cash grab, which would eventually let the evil dark mages easily catch up. In the technology race, actually, he already knows exactly what happens here. He has seen players take this exact story route before. They made a lot of money, but it always led to a really tragic bad ending. Knowing all that, he finally speaks up and adds, honestly, it is not about the terms at all. I just simply do not want to sign an exclusive contract with you. PN starts stammering, totally thrown off. What do you? All right, let's watch our MC closely. He holds the document, face completely unreadable. He casually mentions that this brand new tech, a perfect fusion of magic and alchemy, is going to completely revolutionize not just everyday life, but also the entire process of crafting new equipment for mages. We really want these new technology items in the hands of as many mages as possible. Hearing this massive, ambitious pitch from him, the chairman quickly connects the dots and confirms, you have some incredibly massive dreams and wild ambitions. Having big, lofty dreams is great, but turning those beautiful goals into reality, that takes serious cash. Yusol doesn't miss a single beat, firing back instantly. Funny you mention that. I actually just wrapped up negotiations with several major investors, and you chairman happened to be one of them. The chairman catches on, instantly dropping the most important question. So you actually plan to sign contracts with all of them and me together? If you do that, almost all the sweet terms I offered are going straight out the window. Without a single hint of denial, our guy just closes his eyes, smiles, and confirms. Exactly. And frankly speaking, I absolutely want those incredible conditions of yours. Opening his eyes, his voice drops to a cool, deliberate pace. We're going to elevate this product into an absolute high-end luxury tier. A confident smile blooms on his lips. That is my proposal. With the deal basically locked, the targets are set perfectly. The ultimate goal, supplying standard items for absolutely everyone. But those limited edition luxury goods that are a complete nightmare to manufacture, I'm going to sign an exclusive contract with Nebula Commerce. You and I both know Yusol is out here casually flexing his genius plan to build an elite luxury brand from scratch. This is business at its finest. Even the veteran chairman across the table has to squint in deep thought. That's a total pro for you. Chairman Mian instantly picks up on his master plan. He reaches his arm out, flashing a classic successful CEO smile, and drops a testing question. Brilliant strategy, but will those high-end luxury goods actually manage to sell out there? I would never do anything that could potentially harm my own interests. Knowing exactly what the big boss is worried about, Yusol just gives a slight bow and calmly drops some reassurance. Exactly. Which is why I will not ask you to sign the contract right away. Boom, those cool eyes sharpen with absolute razor-sharp confidence as our boy continues laying out his master plan. In exactly half a year, let's host a massive press conference for our inner circle of investors alongside you, Chairman Mayon. The chairman's face immediately shows a flash of pure surprise. Wait, there's even more, Yusol smoothly continues. If you actually like the product I show you, then please sign an exclusive brand contract with us. Seeing how flawlessly our boy calculated every single step of this deal, the chairman closes his eyes and flashes that familiar knowing smile. Yes, truly incredible. Absolutely brilliant. Aunt Teresa, standing nearby, is already grinning away. She fully understands the partner just eagerly bought into the terms. To officially seal this high-stakes prestige partnership, Chairman Mayan immediately pulls out what looks like a premium business card and says, "This is a magical message slip. My personal contact info is right inside here as well." Yusol reaches out and takes it with a polite nod. "Thank you, sir." A tiny system note pops up letter paper. It is an exclusive item that guarantees any written message reaches its exact target with zero chance of interception. With the massive business meeting completely handled, Mayan tips his stylish hat, flashing one last gentlemanly smile as a goodbye. "All right then. If you will excuse me, I will be taking my leave." As the boss walks out, Yusol's cool mask totally shatters into pure bewilderment. Meanwhile, Aunt Teresa is still casually rocking that mysterious knowing little smirk. He was acting so incredibly cool earlier, but now total panic mode face, completely pale, clutching his chest to check if his heart is still beating or just straight up exploded. His voice shakes. "Oh man, I seriously thought I was going to die from all that anxiety." Seeing her normally composed master suddenly freaking out, Aunt Teresa gets genuinely worried. Wait, is that really how a seasoned master negotiator is supposed to act? Facing her completely bewildered, confused expression, Yusol just groans, "I was legitimately terrified, okay." Hearing his brutally honest, vulnerable confession, Aunt Teresa just bursts into the most natural, genuine laugh, offering up some heartfelt praise. As expected, "You are absolutely amazing out there, Yusol." Getting praised by his assistant feels a bit weird, leaving him totally confused. Seeing his brain literally buffering, she quickly decides to change her tune. "Ah, never mind." He does not press it completely, ignoring her words and shifting his entire attention back to the door the chairman just walked through. A wave of deep thoughts and a massively relieved smile finally wash over his handsome face. "Well, whatever the case, that is one major problem officially solved. Phew, when I get back, I should totally drag the club members out for a massive all-out feast at some ridiculously fancy restaurant." Suddenly, a system prompt pops up. The Magic Science Conference has officially concluded smoothly. Meanwhile, the normal classes back at Stella Academy are running perfectly fine business as usual. Inside the lecture hall, a substitute professor stands confidently at the podium, dropping some unexpected news on the students. "Professor Mayan is currently unwell, so I will be covering his lecture for today." Yusol, rocking his signature intellectual glasses, narrows his eyes as a massive wave of dark realization hits him out of nowhere. So, he really just vanished without a single trace, huh? His thoughts get incredibly heavy and tense as the terrifying, chaotic mental images of Professor Mayan's demonic corruption flash through his mind. If this follows the original game's plot twist, Mayan is going to fully awaken his dark powers by Chapter 8. And if that happens, stick with me because the entire academy is going to face absolutely catastrophic damage. Just how intense will things get in the future because of this massive incident? His eyes grow dead serious. Could this current chapter actually make a comeback way earlier than expected? He just hopes it stays at a level where he can actually hard carry the entire team by himself. He thinks, suddenly realizing something else. Not just men, but Antonissa skipped school today too. Class finally wraps up, and Yusin is now walking down a completely empty hallway. Seems like Antonissa is just chilling somewhere, basically enjoying an early retirement package or something along those lines. He thinks to himself with a little smirk. Right then, a student up ahead suddenly speaks up. Hey, did you catch that crazy rumor?" Yusan immediately tunes into their conversation. "That assistant Antonissa, is she actually the absolute genius who somehow managed to solve that super complex magical theory? You know, that mind-bending puzzle nobody could crack." The chatter between the students just keeps getting louder and more intense. "Yeah, I heard about that. But wait, wasn't there a second co-author involved too? I heard their true identity is being kept as a complete secret. But why would anyone hide something that huge?" Yusan tries his best to play it cool, staring straight ahead as he walks, but the crowd just keeps gossiping. "So weird, do you think the guy is just incredibly ugly or something?" "Ha, maybe so." A little while later, Yusan finally steps outside onto the main campus. But the overthinking hits him hard. Honestly, keeping his identity an absolute secret, as the second author definitely saved him from dealing with unwanted fame at this school. But suddenly his footsteps come to a dead halt. First off, he dropped a tiny hint by borrowing knowledge from those godly glasses, because making sure all the attention and focus stayed on Antonissa was definitely the smartest move he could have played. Pausing in his tracks, Yusin spots something very familiar up ahead in the distance. Ah, target acquired. Wait, isn't that Ma Yusung-san standing right there? Hold up, just look at NL stretching her neck like a total human giraffe looking for him. All right, you and I are about to see this duo back in action. Yusin and NL have finally made their grand return to the scene. The crowd around them gets to watch Yusun staring over at Anil with this slightly awkward, almost shy look on his face. And of course, the uninvited gossip immediately fires up again. She gets top grades in everything and naturally has those absolutely flawless visuals. Isn't that way too overpowered? Wait, is the guy standing next to her actually her crush? Seriously, she looks as pretty as a porcelain doll. Yeah, whatever, she still has a pretty bad personality anyway. Sure, she is gorgeous. But Yusun just stands off to the side with his hands on his hips, wearing a totally resigned expression. Even if the sky falls, these rumor mills will never shut down. There is just zero peace and quiet around here. Trying to grab their attention, he finally calls out, "I am over here," spotting Yusun. Walking up, Ma Yusongsun gives him a massive smile. "Hey Yusun, what is up?" Yusun just casually waves back. "Sorry, did I keep you guys waiting way too long out here?" Anil chimes in right away. "Not really." Then she hits him with the most important question of all. "So what are we eating today? Did you not say you were picking the spot?" Knowing Anil rarely gets to eat anything super fancy because of her pretty tight family budget, Yusun just flashes this super confident smile. His tone turns totally mysterious. "Oh, you will find out once we get there." The scene immediately shifts to some cozy restaurant. Wait, 3 people are sitting at this table but only 2 plates. Someone is being a little stingy today. If I had to guess, this glowing masterpiece is definitely pizza. The delicious smell absolutely fills the entire room with mouthwatering magic. Anil stares with her eyes totally shining, her cheeks turning bright red because she is about to devour an absolutely legendary meal. Meanwhile, Yusun catches himself staring at her undeniably adorable reaction. Honestly, you cannot really blame him. Right now her eyes are completely locked onto that beautiful plate of food. Yusun still cannot look away from her. Naturally, his intense overthinking immediately starts acting up again. Looking back, there was definitely something super weird about how Anil explained things earlier, like how she confidently claimed that whenever you order a pizza, you basically have to drink some weird soup thing first, maybe pickle juice. Realizing this, our guy immediately slides a strange-looking cup straight over to Anil. "Here, have some of this." Anil stares back with perfectly round eyes while a massive wave of pure confusion instantly floods her mind. Huge question marks basically float above her head as panic sets in. What even is this thing and how do I eat it? Anxiety takes over completely. Invisible question marks are just spamming endlessly inside her poor head. Yusun takes one look at her and is utterly speechless mentally, adding a very long string of dots. But honestly, that hopelessly clueless expression on her face makes him pause for a second. Wait, is this literally her very first time ever eating at a pizza joint? He actually asked her out loud. Yeah, it is. Gathering all her courage, Anil finally lifts the mysterious cup to her lips for a taste. Instantly, the most dramatically shocked expression completely takes over her pretty face. Wow, this is amazing. Her cheeks flush bright pink with pure joy. Sitting right across the table, Ma Yu-sung-sun notices he has the exact same cup as Anil. Curiosity takes over, and he takes a quick sip himself. A warm, incredibly comforting sensation spreads through his whole body. Ma Yu-sung-sun immediately turns toward Yusun, sounding deeply impressed. Honestly, man, this actually tastes fantastic. Meanwhile, our guy Yusun just looks back at them completely locked into his usual cold, indifferent expression. But deep down inside his head, he is losing his mind. Take a picture, bro. You have to capture this glorious moment. He is literally just drinking soup, but he looks like a supermodel posing for a Michelin star food magazine cover. Anyway, once the 3 of them finally finish up their appetizers, Yusun casually lifts a massive slice. Up ahead, smiling brightly, he says, "Here, give this a try. Time to eat." You can literally see the anticipation glowing on Anso's face as she quickly grabs her knife and fork, totally ready for battle. Seeing her wield the silverware so formally, Bayusan isn't even surprised. He just closes his eyes and teases her. "Oh man, are you really about to take a knife to a slice of pizza? Seriously, nobody does that." Caught totally off guard by the teasing, Anso just stares blankly at Bayusan, silently waiting for him to explain. Seeing her confusion, our guy immediately demonstrates on the spot. He brings a slice of pizza straight up to his mouth, dropping the absolute perfect explanation, saying that eating it like this just makes it taste way better. Anso watches him, instantly falling right back into pure confusion. Isn't that a little weird? I mean, isn't eating with your hands supposed to be super impolite? Meanwhile, Mayu, sitting right across from them, just bursts into a bright laugh. "Oh, isn't this just the most fun?" And with that, our cool guy Bayusun casually grabs the slice barehanded, finds the perfect angle, and takes a massive, delicious bite. "All right, let's give this a try." Bayusun secretly thinks to himself, you never know until you try. And yep, he's definitely never tasted anything like this before. But whatever, ignoring her previous embarrassment, Anso finally decides to just roll with it. She copies the two guys and directly picks up a slice of pizza with her hands. And then she takes a tentative bite. Her eyes immediately flutter shut to savor the flavor, and her body gives this cute little shiver. This totally catches the attention of the two boys sitting at the table. Anso brings a hand to her cheek, her face radiating this indescribable joy, pure bliss. A rush of sweet, wholesome thoughts immediately floods her mind. Ah, there's this incredible, perfectly gentle sweetness just melting right into every layer of that rich, gooey cheese. And those incredibly fresh bell peppers feel like they're literally dancing on her tongue, just mixing in. A little bit of bell pepper and olive oil could actually create something this insanely special. Not to mention, there's also the perfectly savory bacon and the crisp, sweet crunch of the onions. Everything is blending together perfectly, dancing on her taste buds to create the absolute ultimate symphony of flavor. Seeing his friend completely lost in the sauce and looking so happy, Baek Yunsung immediately speaks up and asks her, "Well, is it any good? Do you like it?" Still completely lost in the flavor, Anso is totally startled by his voice, but then she looks back down at the pizza in her hand. Her face flushes bright red as she softly mutters, "Yeah, it's honestly incredibly delicious." The two guys just look at Anso, both of them flashing these knowing subtle little smirks, and then a few more friendly suggestions and warm casual banter take over the table. "From now on, we definitely need to come here and eat more often. Hey, let me tag along too." "Wait, maybe, oh come on." Suddenly, the scene completely shifts to an open field drenched in the colors of sunset. An unexpected disaster strikes. Out of nowhere, this incredibly bizarre jagged crack rips right through the earth, radiating these eerie glowing beams of light. It's an ominous sign that some terrifying new danger is about to be born into the world. Back at the academy, Flame just leisurely strolls into class when suddenly, someone loudly calls out to her. Her eyes immediately snap over, flashing a brilliantly bright smile. She responds perfectly calmly, but hearing her words, the other girl just completely freezes, looking genuinely bewildered. With that, her friend practically bolts out of there, dropping one last remark. Flame just stands there, watching her fade away before letting out this massive heavy sigh. Her brain immediately goes into overdrive. She probably just went to report the news about Assistant Aunt Teresa finally solving that absolutely brutal magic formula mess. But wait, according to the intel that I actually have, this was all totally set up by that guy Baek Yunsung. His smug silhouette starts hovering right inside her mind again, sending Flame spiraling into a whole new mess of chaotic thoughts. It is clear as day, regression always comes with a heavy price. Almost all of your future memories get wiped, leaving only the major plot twists intact. Did this guy somehow hack his own memory, or is his IQ just literally off the charts? Right in the middle, a Flame loading all this information, a loud crowd is whispering up ahead. But suddenly, this extremely familiar silhouette just casually steps right up and warmly says hello. It is none other than Jeremy Scambin, flashing that absolutely radiant smile of his and instantly striking up a conversation. But seeing Jeremy sticking to her like glue, Flame instantly switches into defense mode. She mutters, "Why are you acting so ridiculous right now? If you're going, do I really have to follow you?" She gives him a flat stare and delivers that ice-cold response. Without missing a single beat, Flame just turns on her heel and walks off, leaving Jeremy standing there with this slightly creepy smile. She is definitely special. The view suddenly pans over to a massive notice board, where the text is clear as day. The students stare up at it while Flame's mind keeps spinning. "All right, you and I are about to get some crucial bonus lore. The Persona Gate, an entirely different dimension forged directly by the terrifying power of dark mages. If they don't manage to completely clear this gate, the moment it spawns, the entire surrounding area instantly becomes a wasteland of death. Not a single living creature could ever survive there. Plus, totally unlike your standard dungeons where you just beat the boss or smash the core to win. To conquer a Persona Gate, players actually have to use their brains to analyze and shatter its hidden rules and deadly tricks." Flame sinks right back into deep thought. She's calculating density, spatial distortion rates, topology, and soul-sealing mechanics. Bottom line, you need a massive brain to understand and memorize thousands of insane rules, plus the skills to back it up with top-tier combat prowess. Honestly, the entire reason they even train magic warriors is just to shut down these crazy Persona Gates. Simply put, this is the absolute most important subject they will ever learn. Her hands instinctively clench into fists if the basic rules hold true. All right, you and I know trouble is brewing in this Persona Gate trial. She couldn't let Busan carry the team alone. Her mind was set. She had to stop it. Massive casualties were not an option. Meanwhile, over at the Ninth Star Tower in Sion Orium, welcome to Cafe Terry's. Princess Hong Bai-yeon and her crew are hanging out the table, totally loaded with tea and sweets. Then a sudden question drops out of nowhere. The other girls immediately start buzzing. Princess Hong Bai-yeon just takes a quiet sip of her tea, totally tuning out the chatter of her friends. But honestly, the fancy cake tastes like total cardboard to her right now. Suddenly, her eyes go completely wide as she overhears some insanely juicy gossip. Ron keeps talking, and the other two girls just stare, their eyes practically popping out of their heads with pure curiosity. And of course, it is true considering Ron's dad literally runs the intelligence agency. But still, a massive question mark hangs in the air. Over here, Princess Hong Bi-yeon slowly sets her teacup down. Her brain is working overtime. How could the Intelligence Bureau not even know who this mysterious student really is? The image of Busan and his assistant Aunt Teresa immediately flashes through her mind. The princess's face suddenly drops, showing real agitation now. Her fingers nervously trace the edge of her cup. Thousands of questions start racing through her head. Why exactly is Busan hiding the truth like this? Is he actually trying to boost his assistant's status on purpose? Wait, you and I both know what she is thinking. A crazy thought suddenly hits her. What if Busan actually has romantic feelings for Aunt Teresa? The second that idea crosses her mind, she abruptly shoots up from her chair, totally startling the girl next to her. Princess Hong Bi-yeon does not even explain. She just turns and storms right out. Her friends are completely clueless. The remaining three just stare at each other in total silence, wondering what on earth just happened. Another question is raised as they watch her speed walk away. Cut to the courtyard. Hong Bi-yeon is practically marching, but then completely out of nowhere, someone steps right into her path. At first, she does not even recognize the silhouette in front of her. Not until a painfully familiar voice echoes through the courtyard. Recognizing her, she responds. Hearing her name drop so casually, Hong Siwa covers her mouth in fake shock. A few lines of system text appear. Fate is seriously twisted, forcing these two, a legitimate heir and an illegitimate child, to become bitter rivals. It is a ruthless game. Her half-sister, Hong Siwa, Adalibit Bion, absolutely despises this woman, pushing those dark, bitter thoughts completely to the side. Princess Bion cuts straight to the chase. Siwa just smirks, her cold eyes practically drilling a hole into her little sister. This specific question makes Bion's heart skip a beat. Are you talking about an ordinary guy, someone who still holds onto that rare chivalry that has practically gone completely extinct in this messed up world? Busan's familiar image instantly flashes through her mind. Seeing Bion's reaction shift so dramatically, Siwa crosses her arms and smirks. Her tone gets even more arrogant, pairing those ice-cold eyes with a painfully mocking smile. Hong Bi-yeon clenches her fists tightly. Siwa's venomous words are seriously starting to tick her off. Acting completely unfazed, Bi-yeon just coldly brushes right past her. Siwa bursts out laughing. Talk about a cold shoulder. But then it looks like Siwa suddenly remembers something else. Tapping her chin, she pauses. Could it be because their eldest sister passed away? Bion's face immediately darkens, her eyes flashing with a deep, completely undeniable sorrow. She just keeps walking. Siwa watches her little sister walk away, feeling a sudden wave of complicated emotion welling up inside. A mix of regret and sadness. Maybe I went a little too far this time. Siwa thinks to herself, maybe it is still too early for her to hear about our older sister. Right on cue, her guard, Siren, appears. Seeing him pop up so suddenly, Siwa looks genuinely surprised. He hands over a classified document file. Siwa grabs it. Oh really? I didn't expect it to be this incredibly easy to find. No crazy digging required at all. Excellent work. So there really is an assignment with this kind of content. Siwa flips open the folder too. Take a look. Reading the first few lines, she cannot hold back a laugh, quickly covering her mouth. Aha, just like a little kid. Anyway, time passes. About 1 minute later, her hands start violently shaking. Siren immediately notices that something is seriously wrong and stares at her in shock. A few literal tears start rolling right down Siwa's cheeks. Siren asks if she is okay. She quickly covers her mouth to muffle a sob. Sensing something is horribly wrong, Siren drops the formalities. Siwa just turns her head away. Wiping away a stray tear, she answers him, completely sinking back into her own deep thoughts. Her intense gaze softens. A gentle smile blooms on her lips. Now let's jump over to another location. The students are all gathered out on the training field. A professor steps up to explain the rules. Hearing the brief, Busan just hides himself in the massive crowd, while everyone whispers non-stop. But right before the real chaos actually kicks off, another thought totally distracts him. Our guy Busan starts overthinking everything again. His mind is a total mess as he casually glances over at his insanely overpowered system panel. Consider it a nice consolation prize for completely faking his way through that last academic presentation. Oh, and by the way, these special glasses have a top-tier gate analysis function built in. He activates it immediately. He's been grinding like an absolute madman over in Yeron's garden, just to buff up those sweet stats. Boston smirks to himself. Perfect. This should be more than enough to survive. The glowing system panel for our boy Busan is looking flawless. Stats read: Strength 2 stars, 61%. Senses 2 stars, 45%. Agility 2 stars, 42%. Stamina 2 stars, 12%. Durability 0 stars, 97%. Mental stamina 1 star, 59%. Remaining mana experience. Skill forward blink level 1. A serious expression crosses his face. Meanwhile, the professor dramatically points his finger straight at the dungeon gate, signaling the start. All right, students, you know what to do. Students heading into gate C7, please step right this way. Flame, the girl standing right next to Yusin, answers back immediately. Yeah, the absolute charm of Yusin is no joke out here, grabbing some serious attention from everyone. You and I can see he is a magnet, and it is not just Flame. A whole lineup of waifus are showing up at once, including Princess Hong Bi-yeon and Yeon. Yusin's mind immediately starts racing. So wait, are these actually going to be the people teaming up with him for this run? This Persona Gate training session is apparently going to be split right into teams. Each squad gets 4 to 18 members. The main catch here is that all the members must sync up perfectly to manage and clear the game together. Yusin keeps his eyes glued to the crowd. He secretly judges the Stella first years, realizing they barely reach second grade levels. Beating a Persona Gate built with 3 danger tiers for their very first actual combat mission honestly looks pretty super tough. No joke at all. The most alarming thing right now is the C7 Persona Gate, where the main event happens. It only holds a max of 16 people. It is a huge bummer that Ma Yuan and Hei Gunriang are missing, but having Flame and Hong Bi-yeon around is pretty solid. Plus, they even have Isel Moon, an absolute heavy carry, so clearing this stage is basically an auto win. There is no way they get a game over. He steps forward, already calculating in his head that he probably will not need to lift a finger for the final boss strategy anyway. With the glowing gate calling out right in front of him, Yusin thinks about his real target, that hidden reward. Those mesmerizing tree petals right over there. Suddenly, the entire scenery shifts in a flash, and Yusin's face shows a hint of total surprise. A brand new system panel pops up right after that. Welcome to HSB. A magnificently grand square suddenly appears out of nowhere, sparkling under the brilliant golden lights. Everyone starts gathering around the massive carpet right in the middle of the hall. Almost instantly, the group with Princess Hong Bi-yeon checks into the exact same area as him. Everyone shifts their gaze around, scanning the situation for a quick second, and then a voice calls out, grabbing all the attention. Hello there. A maid steps up with a highly professional butler vibe, placing her hands behind her back with a beaming smile. I have prepared dresses and shoes for everyone. Wait. Princess Hong Bi-yeon suddenly hears this and instantly frowns, feeling something is totally off. Her voice drops with doubt. A dress, shoes, what is happening? Racing thoughts immediately take over her mind. Has a ballroom ever actually shown up inside a Persona Gate before? This makes no sense. But then, she quickly shakes it off and adjusts her mood. This is no time to get distracted. We need to analyze this Persona Gate and carefully check the guide messages first. Countless super complex and incredibly difficult ancient runes begin glowing on an old scroll, but a heavy sense of worry slowly creeps into the princess's heart. Wait a minute. Are they seriously giving us an insanely complicated and difficult test exactly like this? For a first-year student training session, unbelievable. The maid then steps forward, holding the instruction guide right out towards the entire group. Excuse me, miss, it is almost time for the evening banquet. You must hurry. Princess Hong Bi-yeon still cannot process everything happening right now. The maid approaches her, kindly asking with a bright smile, is something wrong? Hong Bi-yeon blurts out the real issue, her voice full of absolute confusion. How are you able to speak like that? Is that just some pre-programmed phrase from the system? Her thoughts start spinning wildly out of control again. She honestly has no idea if this is a live NPC inside the Persona Gate, or what. She clearly remembers hearing that the people inside these gates created by mages are not supposed to show any kind of independent actions at all, but those words just naturally slip right out of her mouth. Looking at the maid, who is still freely smiling, completely relaxed. Following those shockingly natural words, Hong Bi-yeon's mind starts shaking violently. No. That is just straight up impossible. This is the Stella Academy after all. There is absolutely no way a real Persona Gate would just spawn in here. This must simply be Stella's technology upgrading to a higher level. The bright smiling expression remains perfectly locked on the maid's face. Why would you say such a thing? Princess Hong Bi-yeon quickly changes the subject entirely. Do not worry about it, let us go get the dresses. The maid replies, yes, I understand. With that said, the maid simply walks away, leaving the princess with a deep, thoughtful gaze. The heavy anxiety just keeps piling up inside her. Now you and I might think she is just being paranoid, but this training session definitely feels incredibly weird. It really feels like this is not going to end as an easy game at all. Time flies by like a breeze and a sharp click of heels echoes out. Princess Hong Bai-yeon steps into the light wearing a completely brand new outfit. Her gorgeous platinum hair mixed with pinkish red is now neatly tied up, matching absolutely perfectly with the stunning, luxurious evening gown that she just changed into. Her beauty seems multiplied by 100. She is literally peak perfection. And then her eyes suddenly lock onto the familiar silhouette of a certain someone. None other than Yusan himself, looking incredibly sharp and captivating in a high-class tailored suit. His gaze is also focused somewhere far off in the distance. Princess Hong Bi-yeon subconsciously follows his eyes, her face flushing slightly pink. Honestly, the guy dresses pretty nicely. It actually suits him really well. But then something else totally unexpected interrupts the moment, stealing her attention away. A few blurry memories suddenly flood right back into her mind. Princess, this was submitted by student Yusan as an assignment for a specific class. I heard this is a story deeply connected to that student's past. She takes the document folder, her hand instinctively brushing right over it. All right, let's jump right in. Brushing her hair gently, she mutters, "Is that so?" Skimming the glowing panels, the princess finally catches a crucial clue. Snapping back to reality, Hong Bi-yeon keeps her eyes locked on Yu's soul. Her mind is racing. Could this all be tied to the private data she received about his background a few days ago? Looking at him right now, he just feels completely different. The vibe is totally shifted. He is absolutely nothing like the lazy, yawning commoner from before. And right at that exact moment, Yu's soul actually glances back at her. The princess is caught completely off guard, her thoughts still spiraling deep into his past, his unique night path here at Stella Academy. He is taking it step by step, but his totally clueless, blank expression instantly shatters her serious thoughts. "What are you staring at?" he asks. First time seeing a commoner yawn, Princess Hong Bai-yeon flinches, caught red-handed, but she quickly pulls herself together, regaining her royal composure. Slightly embarrassed, she quickly looks away and stammers, "No, it is nothing." But before things get more awkward, another voice suddenly interrupts them. Looks like everyone has finally gathered right. A mysterious figure casually steps right up to where they are standing. Instantly, all eyes lock onto the newcomer. The entire group goes dead silent watching her. It is a stunning lady with bright red hair, elegantly waving a traditional paper fan in her hand. She casually picks up where she left off. "Listen up. From this moment on, you will all attend the grand ball hosted by Duchess Yen." Then her gaze sharpens, shifting her attention toward a massive nearby wall. Rumor has it that those 4 specific pathways lead straight into the mansion's underground basement. But be warned that basement is a lethal labyrinth packed with traps. And the second you lose your way down there, the real danger begins. The mansion's shadow knights will start their hunt. A deeply mysterious smile spreads across the lady's lips. You rookies have absolutely no other choice. You must rely on pure teamwork, your raw intuition, and everything you have learned so far. Think you can actually pull this off? Yusol, who had been completely silent in the corner this whole time, calmly answers yes, hearing such a rock-solid, confident response from him. The red-haired lady looks visibly surprised, turning entirely toward him. "You look remarkably confident. It is genuinely a pleasure to meet you. That fearless attitude of yours really commands respect. I absolutely love it." Yusol does not even flinch, keeping his completely relaxed and confident vibe as he replies, "Thanks." Watching this incredibly smooth, high-level interaction, the rest of the academy students are absolutely wide-eyed, whispering among themselves in total shock. Wait, what just happened? She is talking just like a real person. Can a basic NPC actually drop raw dialogue like that? The woman's crisp voice echoes again, slicing right through their chaotic chatter. "Well then, I wish you all the best of luck." And just like that, she turns and walks away, leaving behind an incredibly mysterious aura for everyone to stare at. The male students look completely freaked out. They glance at each other, sheer panic written all over their faces. "All right, we should probably get moving." Pure anxiety hangs heavy in the air. They start marching toward the massive gates, bracing for the mission ahead. But right at that moment, another voice calls out, forcing everyone to freeze. They stop and turn. "Hey, guys, wait a second." The one speaking up is Flame. And she is about to drop a very serious question. "Now watch closely. This practical exam, don't you guys feel something is off?" She calmly breaks down the situation with flawless logic. She points out countless suspicious details that are super hard to explain. These NPCs are acting way too realistic for a simple simulation. Plus, I cannot analyze a single piece of data from this persona gate. It is completely blocked, and normally that should never happen. A basic practical exam for first-year students would never be this brutal and mysterious. The male students standing near the front start nodding along. They totally agree with Flame's assessment of the gate. They even start chiming in with their own nervous observations about the current test. Honestly, I felt something was weird too. I can barely understand what is even happening right now. Exactly. That NPC felt way too alive. Seeing the students finally wavering and taking her side, Flame's anxious expression instantly brightens up. She is actually getting through to them. All right, I just need to guide them in this direction. She speaks up again, ready to lead. If you ask me, I think. But suddenly, an interruption. Another voice abruptly cuts her off. Hold on a minute, Flame. Jackie steps forward, arms crossed tight, his face radiating pure disapproval. He glares at her, continuing his thought. You are not seriously trying to tell us that this might be a real live gate, are you? Pure panic flashes across Flame's face. Jackie confidently pushes forward with his own analysis, his tone dripping with absolute certainty and arrogance. This is obviously a scenario perfectly engineered by our professors. Is that not completely obvious? Think about it. Out there in real combat situations, we won't always have the luxury of decoding a persona gate's data. In other words, this exact lack of information is the actual test. Throwing us into a confusing, unanalyzable situation is exactly what they planned. Jackie digs even deeper into his theory, sounding dangerously convincing. Furthermore, Stella Academy produces the most elite magic warriors on the planet. We literally house the absolute best magic knight squad on the entire continent. Do you honestly think they wouldn't notice if a real dangerous persona gate suddenly spawned right in the middle of our school campus? The crowd instantly starts swaying toward Jackie's razor-sharp logic. Oh, is that how it is? That actually makes a lot of sense. While they nod in agreement, heavy dread completely takes over Flame's mind. This is bad. If I just say it is a real persona gate, absolutely nobody will believe me. That is exactly why I tried to just make them feel the strange anomalies, instead of saying it outright. Flame's eyes dart toward Jackie's incredibly smug face. She is totally trapped. What happens next? You and I are about to find out. Yusun watched the whole situation unfold, thinking to himself, is the story really heading down this specific route? Random pieces of information suddenly flashed through his mind. Route E-006, Jackie's Dark Corruption arc. In the original novel, Jackie never even existed, so Flame must be completely confused and basically doomed right now. But this whole scene of Flame blocking the way is actually one of the many branching paths from the game. You and I know this is exactly the kind of dangerous situation where one of the three students is forced to become a sacrifice and get corrupted. A fresh wave of heavy anxiety started building up. Even though he hoped nobody would lose their mind to the corruption, is this predetermined fate really impossible to change? Looking right at the incredibly tragic scene unfolding before him, Yusun let out a heavy sigh. Even if he stepped in to help Flame right here, the final outcome simply would not change at all. If so, then, taking a step back is definitely the smartest choice right now. The two guys stared at each other momentarily, and finally, Jackie actually decided to turn and walk away. No matter what you say, I am leaving. Flame frantically tried to hold him back. What? Wait a second. Jackie turned back, glaring coldly straight at Flame as he replied. Even in this chaotic situation, everything has already been completely arranged by the academy professors here. We just need to handle this calmly. As for you guys, you can just stand around looking clueless and chill. And just like that, Jackie selected a portal and proceeded to teleport away, leaving Flame behind with a look of absolute total helplessness. At this point, the rest of the male students finally started. Looking at each other, pure anxiety visible on every single face, they finally reached their ultimate decision. I think I am going to go in too. I have always been fully prepared for difficult situations exactly like this. Meanwhile, Yusun was still standing on the side with his arms casually crossed, continuing to observe and evaluate the messy situation. Honestly, not a single person was acting systematically at all. His fingers suddenly began twitching just a bit. Anyway, since things have already escalated to this point, the only remaining option is to just advance. A highly mysterious smile faintly appeared on his lips as he also slowly moved forward. While Baek Yunsung was confidently stepping ahead toward the unknown, he suddenly stopped right in his tracks and focused his attention completely on one specific direction. It turned out that the group of male students was crowding together right behind his back. Baek Yunsung immediately directed a question toward them. But why are you guys standing right behind me like that? Everyone started looking incredibly awkward as nervous drops of sweat fell down. It is nothing at all. Seeing so many people sharing the exact same guilty expression, he could only stand there and indifferently sigh with a small hint of thought. Hey, you guys are not planning to just follow me, are you? These little kids always have some kind of scheme. His footsteps once again moved forward. However, he really didn't care much about these petty things anyway. After all, there was absolutely nothing truly important going on right here anyway. A long dark corridor was his next chosen path to travel down. The dim lamps contained some kind of mysterious humming energy source that emitted an eerie purple glow. He suddenly stopped in the dead silence, carefully hearing someone's light footsteps approaching from right behind him. And then his total attention abruptly shifted once again toward the exact direction where a sudden voice just spoke up. What is with this terrifying hallway? The person walking right alongside him was actually Princess Hong Bi-yeon and two other female students. A realization formed in his mind. It seems like everyone has finally arrived. The princess's sharp eyes noticed something intriguing. Ah! All three girls then stepped forward past him, standing right in front of the heavily closed door. A question was immediately asked by him. Where did all the other people go? His eyes glanced downward again. A major realization set in almost instantly. This is exactly as I predicted. It looks like all of us cannot possibly appear here at the exact same time. Analyzing it in more detail, 16 students here were neatly divided into groups of 4. Those 4 pathways will be split among the 4 groups entering them. He then visualized the lingering silhouettes of 2 very familiar friends. It seems like Isil and Flame have been completely transferred to another separate location and formed a group together. His calm gaze then carefully shifted to observe the remaining people right here. With Princess Hong, he honestly never expected to end up in the exact same group as her. The two of them were discussing something. We should move out right now. Yes, Your Highness. But then the proud princess suddenly noticed his steady gaze. A question was immediately thrown his way, her eyes looking just a little bit clueless. What is it? Are you dissatisfied with something right now? He instantly started sweating. No, not at all. Keeping that exact same deadpan expression, the princess added, Oh my god, you are seriously so boring. Ignoring him completely, her gaze quickly shifted away toward a different direction. Instead, the fact that Princess Hong Bi-yeon and Isil were actually separated from each other might actually be a pretty good thing, right? Right at this moment, a look of pure shock replaced his calm expression. No, wait, just a second. He quickly threw his arm out sideways to block everyone from stepping forward. There is something up ahead. A golden light revealed several strange statues, frozen in eerie dancing poses, their haunting shapes looking exactly like decorative mannequins. Get ready, because a massive question erupted from absolutely everyone looking at them. Are those literal mannequins? Princess Hong Bi-yeon did not say a single word, but she flinched just a little bit, and then her entire focused attention immediately zoomed straight ahead. Look over there, there's a large portal inside the room. The 2 girls standing next to the princess quickly voiced their nervous opinions. Will our unlocking magic actually work on that thing? I seriously have some major doubts about that. To be honest, we probably cannot even comprehend how this portal functions. Our skill levels are just way too low to actually do anything useful here. This place is so incredibly dark that it is freaking me out. This situation is difficult. Princess Hong immediately glanced over at him for input. Hey, commoner, have you finally deciphered this crazy portal yet? But his blunt answer was honestly a little bit disappointing. No. The princess's face immediately showed absolute, pure, undeniable disappointment. The disappointment on her face, undeniable. But honestly, are we really crazy for expecting a bit more from a commoner like him? There absolutely had to be something else hiding here. But then absolute shock washes over her as the guy's voice cuts through the silence. He mentions he already has a rough idea of how they can finally escape this horrible place. Caught completely off guard by this sudden confidence, Princess Hong immediately throws a question right back at him. Are you totally serious right now? She asks. But his eyes never even leave the path ahead. He just keeps staring dead straight at those creepy dolls standing in the distance. Yusan just points a finger straight ahead, completely shifting her focus. He tells her that if she looks closely, she can clearly see that every single one of those statues has a totally different pose, but they are all performing the exact same dance. Then he drops the golden question, does she happen to know that dance? Hearing that, her eyes lock instantly onto the figures ahead. The pieces start clicking together in her mind, and the answer suddenly spills right out of her mouth. It is the soul-calling routine of the late Serena. Breaking it down further, this is the exact dance that Serena, unable to handle her own tragic fate, performed right before she tragically passed away. Yusin does not miss a single beat and throws out another question. If that is the case, then she definitely must remember all the movements perfectly, right? Princess Han actually jumps a little. Suddenly realizing exactly what this guy is scheming, she immediately blurts out that there is absolutely no way. Trying to give her a second to cool off, he turns his gaze back to the front, deep in thought. By now, she definitely has to see it. Every single movement of these statues connects in a perfect sequence, but every now and then, there's a totally blank spot in the routine. After giving them enough time to process, he looks over and breaks the silence again. He asks if everyone is finally ready. The other 2 friends step right into the empty spots on the floor and immediately begin matching the dance moves perfectly. Done, me too, they say. Right on cue, Princess Hong steps up and flawlessly executes the missing moves. Yusin watches her closely, his eyes locked onto every step. And then boom, the massive gate swings open perfectly. Cheers instantly erupt from the whole group. They actually did it. They pulled it off. The heavy doors open wide, revealing a pitch-black hallway. but way down at the end, a faint glow pouring in from a brand new area. Without wasting a single second, the group hurries forward, though all eyes quietly shift right back over to Princess Hong once again. As they keep pushing forward, a massive chamber suddenly opens up in front of them. Brilliant golden light bathes the entire room, shining off the rows of knight armor. The suits of armor stand there holding their heavy swords at weird angles, all arranged in totally different spots. Right beneath their feet, you can see these strange, complex patterns. One of the friends immediately points at the floor and speaks up. They figure this room is just like the last. There has to be some hidden meaning behind these armor sets. The other friend quickly chimes in with the exact same thought. So they all agree to step up and carefully inspect every single inch of those metal suits. The group immediately splits up to examine the unmoving knights from every possible angle, but they find absolutely nothing. Zero clues. No matter how hard they stare, nobody can figure out the catch. One complains that they just don't get it. Is the trick completely different this time? Another agrees, saying they cannot spot a single clue out of place. But right then, Princess Hong's gaze snaps over to a completely different corner. She spots Yusong crouched down, running his hands over the weird symbols woven straight into the carpet. She does not hold back and immediately calls him out. "Hey, commoner, what exactly are you doing down there?" After observing for another second, Yusong stands right back up and drops a total bombshell. He figures that all these heavy knight armors are nothing but a cheap trick to deceive their eyes. Now here is where you and I must pay attention. The real clue is the carpet. Everyone is totally thrown off. He calls them over and his explanation makes total sense. He points out that the actual test is the dance steps hidden right here on the rug. If they just look close enough, they can easily spot tiny human figures woven into the fabric, each pulling off a very specific physical motion. He tells them that if they can just piece the moves together, in the absolute perfect order, they will crack this insane puzzle wide open. The two girls drop down to take a hard look at the pattern themselves, squinting intensely before totally backing him up. "Oh wow, you are 100% right," one says. She realizes she actually recognizes the exact routine hidden on the floor. It is the silent tango of Serena. Knowing what to look for, the team scrambles to study the tiny motions carved deep into the fabric. Yusong and Princess Hong stand shoulder to shoulder, staring down hard at the rug. But suddenly, Yusong's face shifts completely. A flash of shock hits him, like he just realized something is wildly wrong here. They fix the sequence and immediately the golden light erupts brighter than before. That classic puzzle-clear chime echoes through the room and the system voice announces success. The massive doors swing wide, exposing a completely brand new tunnel. Without hesitating, Yusong leads the charge straight toward the exit. "All right, guys, let's pick up the pace," he shouts. Meanwhile, Princess Hong is basically burning a hole in the back of his head, deeply evaluating everything about this guy. He's genuinely built different. You and I see it too. She knew he had a sharp mind when he flipped her perspective earlier, but honestly, she never could have guessed it would make this huge of an impact. His puzzle-solving speed is absolutely freakish, tearing through a mysterious dungeon gate that no one could even analyze properly. His stress management, wild strategies, razor-sharp observation, the flawless logic. She has to wonder, is this really the skill level a simple first-year student is supposed to have? Honestly, it feels way more like he has run through a dungeon gate exactly like this, maybe dozens or even hundreds of times before. As they step into the next zone, her racing thoughts just will not stop. Thinking back to before, Yusong even enrolled at the academy. He mentioned his entire hometown got wiped out by dark mages. Breaking her focus, Yusong suddenly mutters something quietly under his breath. It looks like this crazy room is packed with even more stone statues. While he observes, the princess keeps running the mental math on his dark past. He came from some remote, completely isolated village that literally nobody had ever heard of before. Yet somehow it was the front line. You and I are jumping right in. Watching his brutal battles against dark mages, she finally understood why this commoner completely lacked basic academic knowledge but was an absolute genius when it came to real combat strategy. As she continued analyzing him, she realized the truth. He must have survived literal hellscapes fighting off deadly dark mages on the absolute most brutal battlefields in his previous life. Whatever his secret was, it did not matter. He was built completely different from these privileged students. A little chatter started up just ahead of them. He casually ordered them to adjust the weight balance. They immediately agreed. But a look of pure surprise suddenly flashed across Princess Baek Yunsung's face. While every single person around them was trying their absolute hardest just to score high grades, this guy was literally making blind guesses on the test, almost like he wanted everyone to see it. He did not even bother doing his homework, assignments, and his class attitude was terrible. But hold on a second. Looking closely at his strangely handsome face, a completely new thought hit her. Why was he suddenly trying so hard right now? Princess Baek Yunsung frowned deeply. There absolutely had to be a real reason. Did he somehow sense the shift in the air? Baek Yunsung turned around to look at her, casually pointing a finger in her direction to snap her out of it. Hey, why are you just zoning out over there? Get moving. But she suddenly fired back with a question. For him. Tell me the truth, Kamer. He just stared, completely lost. Bai Yun finally laid out her wild suspicion about this specific persona gate. This exam space we are standing in, is it actually real? She waited in dead silence, but the only thing she got was his quiet, heavy stare. Then he just smirked at her. Your eyes have gotten a lot sharper lately. Normally, Princess Bai Yun would never figure out the truth until the bitter end, constantly interfering with the main plotline. But instead of that happening, a quiet smile crossed his face. This was absolute proof. Princess Bai Yun was officially breaking away from her destined path as a villainess. Catching his reaction, the princess narrowed her eyes. What exactly are you smiling at? Nothing, he replied instantly. Meanwhile, the other two teammates were looking around, totally confused. Why isn't the princess coming over here? Did something bad happen? Turning his back to her, our main character finally dropped the heavy truth. Just like you guessed, this entire place is completely real. Her eyes widen in pure shock. You can get hurt and you can absolutely die. If you fail here, this place will synchronize with the outside world. Because of that, I plan on clearing this gate as fast as humanly possible. Princess Bai Yun froze for a second. She knew that fact perfectly. Baek Yunsung only ever moved when he had a serious reason. Biting her lip, she completely refused to accept his help. Like this. Eyes narrowing with sweat dripping down her face, she swore to survive on her own power. Now moving to a completely different scene altogether. Stick with me here. A pitch-black room littered with shattered suits of ancient armor. Flame and Isel were teamed up as partners inside this brutal trial gate. Spotting the two of them walking into the room, someone immediately called out one of their names loudly. Hey, Flame. Flame glanced over as a female student waved frantically. Over here, over here. Flame quickly ran toward the three approaching students. Is everyone still doing all right? Wait, where did your other teammate go? The girl hesitated for a second. Well, and then she dropped the bomb. Jackie just suddenly vanished. Flame's eyes went wide with pure shock. Wait, what? Jackie disappeared. The female student looked around nervously with a stunned expression and quickly explained the insane situation. We literally only made it this far because of Jackie carrying us. But right as we stepped through that final door, she disappeared into thin air. We have searched everywhere, but we just cannot find out where she went. Panic suddenly gripped Flame's chest. Have you guys been looking for a long time? A wild realization hit her. This completely meant that Jackie had somehow cleared this gateway faster than both her and Isel without even taking a single scratch. Then another, totally shocking, piece of information was dropped by the student. But honestly, this is not even the first time she has done this. Flame could barely believe her ears. Wait, seriously. Cutting back to Baek Yunsung, our guy was currently sitting with his arms crossed, eyes closed, leaning against some massive pillar. Suddenly, unexpected footsteps approached him and a voice forced his eyes open. Hey, when exactly did you get here? Seeing Flame walking up to him, he answered calmly. Not too long ago. Flame immediately pressed him on the real issue. Did you happen to see Jackie anywhere? Nope, I haven't seen her. Hearing that blunt answer, Flame looked visibly disappointed. Is that so? She turned and walked away while he just watched her leave. Even without knowing the full details, our main character had already pieced the puzzle together. He knew that he could have stopped Jackie from vanishing if he had just arrived here before she did. But at this point, there was absolutely nothing he could really do about it. Since things had escalated this far, his only option now was helping these heroines wipe this stage completely clean. Cutting over to a secure area inside the Stella Academy, someone's voice suddenly roared in pure panic. What? A literal persona gate actually got mixed into the students' safe training exercise. Professor Lee immediately sprinted toward the testing zone at top speed, dread building up. Absolute shock and raw anxiety twisted the scar on his face. The gate that was supposed to be safe and blue had just mutated into a blood-red nightmare. How in the world did this happen? Isn't Stella Academy's security system supposed to be the absolute best in the entire world? A nearby professor quickly explained as Lee arrived. It looks exactly like someone deliberately tampered with it. All right, you and I are dropping straight into chaos. This completely bypassed Stella Academy's spatial detection system. The anomaly appeared right alongside the sudden formation of the persona gate, avoiding early detection. Security is desperately trying to lock down and reinforce the entire network system, but Mr. Lee violently interrupts the report. Damn it all. Right now, none of that even matters anymore. Suddenly, another voice cuts through the panic. He is right. A heavy presence steps out from the shadows, instantly grabbing the full attention of Mr. Lee. The newcomer shifts the focus entirely. The only thing that actually matters right now is who is trapped inside that persona gate. Someone instantly recognizes the man. Commander Aaron Breakwan, the supreme leader of the Stella Knights, the absolute strongest Knight Order alive. The guy rumored to have drowned dark mages in a literal sea of blood. He rarely ever shows up on the Stella Academy campus. He steps forward, his aura absolutely freezing. What is the current situation? Are the backup rescue teams moving in? The professor stammers back. No, we cannot do that. It looks like the students currently trapped inside are facing a brutally nasty trial. Arn demands more answers. What is the estimated threat level of this persona gate? The grim response comes immediately. Currently estimating a risk level somewhere between 4 and 5. Arn scowls heavily. Estimated. Give me an exact number right now. The professor nervously clutches his documents. Well, it started as a level 4, but the moment the students stepped inside, the difficulty violently spiked up another tier. Arn notes this. Highly unusual, but not impossible. The persona gate is currently emitting fake wavelengths. Bring me the roster of every registered student. The sweating professor, holding the paperwork hastily, hands it over. Here it is. Arn opens it, his eyes scanning every single name. A few Class 1 Rank S students jump out. Baek Yunsung, B. Yeon, Flame, Anil, and Liki. Taking the list and reading those specific names, Arn's eyes narrow into dangerous slits. A level 5 risk persona gate. That means even hardcore veteran mages would need massive preparation just to survive clearing it. And right now, we have first-year rookies who barely hit the power level of Rank 2 or Rank 3 mages. They are completely out of their depth here. Arn's voice turns ice cold. You better go and prepare 16 body bags to collect those students' remains. Hearing this absolutely enrages Mr. Lee, Commander Arn, but the commander has already turned his back. This is simply a guideline for efficient cleanup later. Glancing back with a truly murderous glare, he scoffs. Do not tell me you actually believe those first-year rookies can conquer a genuine level 5 risk persona gate. That is basically like saying an ant could slaughter a tiger, dropping that brutal reality check. Commander Arn vanishes, leaving Mr. Lee drowning in anxiety over his students. He knows betting on this miracle is insanely absurd, but he still desperately hopes the kids make it out alive. Meanwhile, the ominous red gate remains completely unchanged from the outside. Now stick with me here, because inside the gate things are moving. In Flames suddenly look toward a familiar voice calling out, "Hey guys." Jackie jogs back over, looking a bit dusty from the chaos. So this is where you all ended up hiding. He stands there, crossing his arms thoughtfully, while the rest of the group breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you are safe. Why did you just vanish out of nowhere? Not gonna lie, that totally freaked me out. After scanning the room, he pivots toward the center. His serious side takes over. All right, everyone is finally here. The only thing left to do is crush the final boss of this place. While he is deep in thought, something materializes out of thin air, instantly grabbing his absolute attention. Suddenly glaring, red system screens start spamming in front of them. You have entered the Dancing Clock Tower. Descend these stairs to reach the Grand Ballroom. The party has just begun, so please hurry. The entire team immediately shifts their focus toward a massive spiral staircase leading straight down into the darkness. Guess we are heading down into the unknown. But while the rest of the crew focuses entirely on the path ahead, Flame nervously glances up toward the ceiling. She realizes something absolutely terrifying is waiting up there. The image of a monstrous spider flashes into her mind. The very top of this clock tower is the lair of the Grehen Sword Spider Boss, a brutal level 4 risk monster whose 8 massive legs can transform into 8 razor-sharp, killing blades. Flame gulps hard and takes a deep, steadying breath. This thing is insanely dangerous, and she cannot rely on Baek Yunsung forever. Besides, his memory is wiped, meaning he has zero intel on how to beat the Grehen Sword Spider. But since she actually researched that exact terrifying monster beforehand, she decides she is going to have to find a way to hold it back all by herself. Flame quickly shoots a look over at Iz. If Iz and Baek Yunsung team up against the final boss, they might actually clear this dungeon without taking massive casualties. Making up her mind, Flame finally speaks up with pure determination. Guys, wait a second. Just then a sudden voice cuts her off, making her flinch. Hold on. It is Baek Yunsung, his eyes locked onto a dark corner above them. There is something right above our heads. Flame freezes in absolute shock for a second before Baek Yunsung turns around, shattering the heavy silence. You guys head down first. I will scout the area up here and follow you later. Now let's see what happens next. No one argued with his plan. The whole group just kept moving deeper into the dark, led right by Princess Hong trailing slowly behind them. But Flame, she was still completely on edge. She figured Yuan probably had absolutely no clue about that massive sword spider waiting for them. She recalled his confident silhouette from earlier. But could he actually sense that terrifying monster's presence hiding right in that exact spot. No, that was impossible. Don't tell me. She seriously couldn't believe his instincts were actually that sharp, or were his senses really on another level entirely? Well, the guy did manage to deflect that crazy magic attack earlier, and while she stood there second-guessing everything, the rest of the group pushed deeper underground. Suddenly, one of the guys froze in his tracks, clearly noticing something totally off. What was that creepy sound echoing around them? Soon, every single student shared the exact same terrified look on their face. Then Princess Hong finally locked onto exactly where that disturbing noise was coming from. She immediately screamed out a massive warning to the whole group. It was coming from right above them. Everyone snapped their heads up to the ceiling, only to freeze in pure absolute horror when they saw the giant sword spider dropping straight toward them. One student yelled that it was a blade spider, but another guy instantly panicked and corrected him. No, this was a level 4 threat, a great sword spider. Seeing this absolute nightmare appear out of nowhere, Flame started sweating violently. What was happening? And wait, where was Yuan? As she scrambled to think about him, Princess Hong suddenly noticed the commoner. Both of their faces instantly shifted to pure shock as they looked up. Don't tell me. But then out of absolutely nowhere, a foot slammed right down onto the monster's massive back. It was Yuan. He dropped from the high ceiling, stomping the beast down with brutal force. A blinding golden light erupted from his landing, radiating insane energy everywhere. He tightly gripped the Hento sword in his hand, totally ready. Someone below screamed his name in panic as Yuan glanced down at the frozen group below. Without missing a beat, he shouted down to them, "I am staying behind to handle this thing, all of you. Get downstairs right now, hurry." Flame couldn't process what was happening. She stared at him, totally consumed by doubt. Could a guy like him actually take down a boss monster entirely alone? Gritting her teeth, she almost made a reckless decision. Maybe she needed to step up and actually help, support him in this crazy fight. But just then, a cold voice snapped her back to reality. "I don't know what you were thinking, but right now, what we need to do is reach the ballroom immediately, as fast as possible." It was Princess Hong stepping right up to her with complete authority. Before pressing forward into the dark, the princess made sure to throw one last glance backward and added smoothly, "Moving on is honestly the most helpful thing we can do for that commoner right now." Still reeling from his insane entrance, Flame was hit with another wave of pure confusion thanks to the princess's weird reaction. She couldn't help but wonder to herself as she watched Princess Hong's back disappearing into the shadows. Was she actually like this in the original story? Honestly, Flame's growing curiosity about all of this made total sense. Normally, the princess should be violently jealous of his insane combat power, plotting some dark scheme, but instead of acting like a villain, she actually helped him out this time. After that, no one stuck around to get in his way. They finally reached the bottom, throwing the huge double doors wide open. The group walked straight into an entirely new ballroom area. Elegant melodies, piano notes, and sweet music instantly flooded the entire spacious room. The moment they stepped inside, several students gasped in absolute awe. And honestly, you and I would probably react the exact same way. This place was wildly more magnificent than anyone ever expected for a so-called special dance party. The massive crystal chandeliers floating high above them radiated a brilliantly warm light through the air. Masked nobles were gracefully holding hands, dancing together in an atmosphere that felt completely intoxicating and vibrant. A rich red carpet stretched beautifully across every single staircase in the room. It was overwhelmingly glamorous, but just as everyone was soaking in the joyful vibes, the bright lights violently snapped off, pitch black. And just like that, the elegant piano music instantly died out along with it. The entire room fell dead silent. Every single noble stopped moving, waiting quietly like a grand main character was about to make an entrance. And from within the heavy darkness, the slow echoing sound of footsteps approached. Once again, the whole group was left totally bewildered. Princess Hong immediately broke the silence, drawing everyone's attention over. "Someone is walking down those stairs," she whispered. Flame immediately started running through her mental checklist. Could it be the final boss, Duchess Iharan? She mentally warned everyone to stay on high alert. But then the shadows broke and what Flame saw left her completely frozen in shock. Standing right there, perfectly illuminated by a sudden center spotlight, was a familiar face. "Hello everyone, it is so wonderful to meet you all. I am Jackie Aeon." And wait, this was absolutely insane. It was Jackie, the exact same girl who had split off and completely vanished from their group earlier. But her current smile, it looked totally unhinged. Something was deeply wrong here. But in stark contrast to the terrified students, the masked nobles were absolutely going wild with excitement over her arrival. "Duchess, you look absolutely stunning today, please," they cheered. "Just give us one bright smile, I would gladly hand over my entire heart to you." Even though she had read the original web novel front to back, Flame was completely lost. There was no way to predict this twisted storyline. How could this even be happening right now? This insane plot development definitely did not exist anywhere in the original romance novel. In fact, the character of Jackie was never even supposed to exist in the first place. Flame glanced over at Princess Hong's deeply anxious face. For a normal everyday human to somehow become an NPC inside a Persona gate, you and I both know that's literally impossible, and it wasn't like any random NPC could just evolve into the final boss. Looking over at his dead serious expression, there was officially only one way a person could transform into an NPC inside the Persona gate. And that means Jackie is already a full-blown dark mage. Flame bites her lip, finally putting the pieces together. She gets it now. She understands exactly why Baek Yunsung said those bizarre things earlier. This was his subtle way of warning her about the entire situation involving Jackie. But she refuses to just give up like this. Even though she's terrified, her resolve hardens. She is going to bring him back no matter the cost. Looking up, Flame desperately tries reasoning with him. Jackie, if you let that insane power consume you, you are going to mutate into a complete monster, so please, just calm down. But before she can even finish, Jackie totally cuts her off. What a joke. Right now, I am Iron. An incredibly dangerous smirk flashes from right behind the paper fan. He throws a question out, and the brainwashed nobles below immediately answer back. My head is Ehar, my chest is Jackie, my heart is Jackie. His face flushes red in a super unnatural way. He looks completely euphoric, like his entire mind is just violently melting down. Watching this massive disaster, Princess Hong realizes the bitter truth. It is way too late. His mind has already been totally corrupted by that dark magic. Io steps up right beside her, adding, at this point, our absolute only option is clearing this entire gate and force him back to normal. Flame tightly grips her magic staff. She completely understands what needs to happen. The assignment. Yeah, I know. Golden magic intensely bursts out from her staff. Her focus is absolutely locked in. Just hold on. Jackie, I am definitely going to save you to make up for this. A massive red lightning bolt strikes near Jackie. All right, enough talking. Chat time is officially over. Insane magic power explodes wildly around the area, and that completely psychotic smile creeps back onto Jackie's face. Let us get this insane party started. An important system alert aggressively pops up on screen. The main boss battle has begun. The Carnival of Temptation is live. Meanwhile, let's jump over to a totally different scene. Bright green blood splatters across the screen. The great Blade Spider boss just got a massive gash sliced right across its upper abdomen. That is exactly where the gross blood came from. And this brutal hit is all Baek Yunsung's doing, chaining attacks with his flash step. He is dripping sweat, his body completely swamped by heavy exhaustion. Man, this is honestly a nightmare. He quickly analyzes the combat situation. This great Blade Spider boss is really just a side quest. It basically means nothing for officially clearing the gate. However, there are two very big reasons why our guy absolutely has to suffer through this annoying boss fight. He squints his eyes. Reason number one, securing that illusion tree petal stuck right on that massive spider's forehead. But right while he is strategizing, the monster suddenly whips one of its massive razor-sharp legs straight down at his head. Good thing he was ready. He instantly uses flash step, dodging the lethal blow like it is absolutely nothing, leaving the giant spider slamming into empty dirt. And while he is dashing backward, he fluidly tosses out three totally different potions straight toward it. Three distinct colors flying through the air. Orange, that is the spark potion. Green is the slippery slip potion. And the purple oil potion. Boom! The crazy combo reaction triggers instantly. The massive spider gets brutally electrocuted on the spot. Huge violent waves of crackling lightning just blast straight into its armored body, flashing blinding white light everywhere. And here is reason number two. Baek swings his sword with maximum force, charging right at the giant monster's protective energy barrier. In just mere seconds, that incredibly tough shield magically starts to completely shatter into pieces. His ultimate target is locked firmly onto that pink petal on its forehead. His expression shifts drastically as a brand new system window pops up. Hidden strategy to clear Chapter 6, Jackie's Dark Magic Route. Additional recommended system info loads right in. The illusion tree's petal. Absorbing this instantly provides a massive permanent boost to the mental strength stat. It is absolutely an essential item for maximizing cognitive acceleration, that super rare crested glass perception trait, and significantly slowing down mana drain. Bottom line, this thing is absolutely mandatory for his build. And hey, there is actually a pretty fun lore detail hidden here. The Blade Spider violently lunges forward for another brutal strike, while Baek quickly mentally connects the dots. Those illusion tree petals are actually magically linked directly over to the final boss, Duchess Iron. The monster stabs at him again, but he easily flips right over it. He is mostly focused on fighting, but his gamer brain will not stop running. Now you and I might find this crazy, but this ugly Blade Spider is actually Duchess Iron's mutated husband, the former Duke Iron. But honestly, our MC totally does not care about the lore. He skipped those cutscenes. Right now, he is just trying to strategize, and this completely stupid spider keeps interrupting his thoughts. He flashes an intensely annoyed glare, and without hesitation, he just starts spamming flash step to completely reposition himself directly above the monster's giant head. Anyway, from a gaming mechanics perspective, whenever he strikes the barrier protecting that magical petal, the Duchess takes secondary damage over there too, which basically means his whole squad can actually execute their main boss strategies way easier. But even knowing this super broken exploit, Baek is still sweating over one major variable. He just does not know if his attacks will actually sync up at the absolute perfect time. It requires total precision, but then a completely confident smirk spreads right across his face. Whatever. I will just spam attacks on this thing as much as humanly possible, until it finally drops. In every single clash so far, the giant spider took the initiative, but this time, Baek firmly decides to completely flip the script and rush in first. He chains flash, steps back to back, instantly popping up in a brand new massive blind spot. He triggers his teleport skill once more, and just like that, we can only see the blurry after images trailing directly behind him. This triple teleport ability allows him to pull this off completely, turning this battlefield into his own personal stage for a flashy performance. The spider, totally caught off guard, it screeches out this series of bizarre ear-piercing noises. As for our guy, after pulling off that insane stunt, he finally comes to a halt. Alright, if he just stays in this position, he hasn't even had time to think before sheer surprise hits him. His expression instantly shifts to pure shock. Wait, what? The spider below is already moving, completely erratically trailing some weird green ooze right alongside it, and he realizes the problem right away. Did he really just throw way too many slip potions at it? No other choice now. He is forced to dive straight back toward the monster again. When Yusun sees the spider slipping around down there with absolutely nothing to grab onto, a wave of pure panic hits him hard. Damn it, the ballroom is right below. His speed keeps ramping up as gravity pulls him into a crazy free fall. He has to make a split-second decision. Alright, let's think about this logically. He desperately needs to track the exact direction that massive spider is heading toward. Plummeting at insane speeds, he finally catches up to its position. The two of them instantly lock eyes, and a drop of sweat rolls down his face. Gritting his teeth in pure anger, he corrects his aim. His pupils flash with a very unique color. Teleport. Let's rewind to a few minutes ago. Right when the massive system screen popped up, boss battle. The temptation masquerade has officially begun. Right after that system alert, Princess Hong and her entire group instantly gather together, forming up into a solid battle formation. Meanwhile, Jackie casually grabs a handful of her dark black dress. A blood-red melody suddenly kicks in, and the twisted dance from Jackie begins right then and there. All eyes are completely glued to her bizarre movements. With every single step, she takes volatile red lightning sparks out, while a highly unusual magic circle quickly forms right beneath her dancing feet. Then Jackie shifts her footing once again to match her eerie rhythm. The dark red lightning starts to shift direction, forcing everyone to scatter. Everyone get back, but that warning comes a little too late. Instantly, all those crackling bolts of lightning converge on one single spot and blast away. The nobles standing anywhere close are violently thrown backward by the sheer impact. Back with our main group, Princess Hong witnesses that terrifying strike land and immediately turns to check on her team. Is everyone holding up okay? A male student behind her nods. Yes. Meanwhile, Flame is already analyzing the crisis, her worry becoming more obvious by the second. There is zero time to hesitate or second guess here. The time to fight is right now. She immediately pulls out her mystic staff, gripping it tightly as the tip of the staff begins glowing with power. Since their opponent this time around is a deadly dark mage, and while Jackie just keeps flowing through her twisted dance routine up there, incoming fire magic attacks begin to rapidly lock onto her. Noticing the heat, Jackie glances down with a look of pure, utter contempt, and obviously she has the power to back it up. It won't be that easy. Right after those words, a brand new, eerie black magic circle appears out of thin air right in front of her. The blazing fire attacks are completely blocked without her even trying. But the offensive isn't over yet. Isle Moon steps up quickly, forming 3 minor ice circles, shooting massive frozen spikes straight at the boss. The other students aren't just sitting ducks either. They all jump in, launching a barrage of magical attacks together at the target. But unfortunately for them, every single one of those strikes is completely stuffed by those exact same dark magic circles. The students are absolutely stunned. Are you telling me all the magic they just threw at her had literally zero effect? While the crew was busy launching that massive strike, Jackie had already transitioned into her next deadly move. Red lightning forms high up in the sky, sending a jolt of serious panic through the group. Oh no, she is winding up for another attack. Careful. Right at this exact moment, two giant exclamation points flash on screen. By some absolute miracle, Flame manifests a highly complex magic circle right in front of her. Jackie glances over as if she just realized something super interesting. Mimicking the boss's earlier routine, Flame grabs a handful of her own skirt. Out of nowhere, the rhythm of the music starts echoing again. Gripping her staff with a deadpan expression, Flame actually starts dancing to match the room's vibe. Watching her suddenly bust a move, Moon stares at her in absolute disbelief. Flame, why are you dancing right now? But Flame just completely ignores the question, keeping perfect time with her steps. After a brief moment, Flame finally stops. She lowers her gaze, staring dead ahead at her opponent. Following up on the magic circle she formed earlier, Flame instantly unleashes a massive strike. A piercing yellow beam of light grazes right past Jackie. The villain grips her, fan eyes wide in absolute shock, totally frozen as she watches the attack fly by. Seeing the hit land, Flame silently cheers to herself. Perfect. It works exactly like she read in the original web novel. So, with that confirmed, she immediately yells out to the group, "Everyone, you have to dance." Princess Hong and Moon stare at her totally dumbfounded. Flame quickly starts explaining the crazy logic. We already got the system hints in the earlier stages. Here in this specific room, it's not just a magic battle, it's a literal dance-off. We can only trigger our magic skills while we are actively dancing. Princess Hong catches on fast. She finally figures out the real secret. The Duchess Iharan dance cannot be broken by regular magic. Moon connects the dots too. The only dance that can actually counter the quiet Serena tango comes down to one big clue: the famous farewell song of dead Serena. Without hesitation, Princess Hong starts dancing right to the beat. Moon joins the rhythm and the other classmates know this routine too. Glowing musical notes blend perfectly with their graceful movements. And in just moments, wild magic attacks unleash all at once, flying straight toward the target. Then, out of nowhere, she hides her smile behind a fan. Boom. A massive explosion erupts right in front of the whole crowd. The center is Jackie. The music keeps playing, but now it carries a heavy, nervous vibe. Did that huge attack actually work? But then the melody twists, totally changing her expression. Wait a second. As the blood-red music plays, a dark shadow slowly steps right out from the thick explosion smoke. And get this, the song tempo is speeding up big time. Two other classmates notice the exact same creepy detail as Moon. Just look over there. What the heck is that? A foot slowly steps forward. Wait, two extra legs are literally poking out from beneath Jackie and her dress. Her eyes glow a totally demonic red. Someone screams a terrifying warning. Her legs have literally mutated into four of them. Is this real? The charred feet go on their tiptoes again, matching the dance, stepping constantly. Using the crazy fast rhythm of four legs, Jackie quickly forms a brand new, absolutely massive magic circle right behind her back. All right, let us begin this the right way. As Jackie speaks, her face twists into a totally terrifying smirk. Seeing her looking like an actual monster, Flame cannot hold back and screams right at her. Stop it, Jackie. If you keep sinking into the Duchess role, you will literally never be able to return to normal. Jackie snaps right back. Why exactly do you want me to stop now? Just look around. As her dark magic spreads everywhere, the cheering voices of the brainwashed nobles echo endlessly. Jackie a heron, Jackie a heron. Everyone just stands there frozen, watching this total absolute madness unfold. From that moment, the scene is not beautiful anymore. It just looks like a pure nightmare. The nobles keep cheering wildly to the music beat. As expected, you are completely beautiful. You are the very best dancer. Punish those completely foolish challengers. Seeing Flame looking stunned, Jackie adds a few more twisted words. Flame, are you really? This cruel Flame is totally shocked. What? Some old memories flood back along with Jackie and her bitter thoughts. Selfish and truly mean. This is such a sweet and wonderful feeling. You were the only one holding the monopoly. You kept it all for yourself. Flame always had a bright smile. Meanwhile, Jackie just stood on the sidelines feeling totally miserable. And now, all that hidden anger explodes completely. I will never ever let go of this heart and this feeling. More red lightning violently cracks the air. Princess Hong senses the massive mana about to blow and screams a warning. Here it comes, everyone defend yourselves right now. After she says this, Jackie instantly makes her deadly move. Huge energy beams blast straight from the magic circles, firing straight ahead. Luckily, thanks to that quick warning, Princess Hong and Moon throw up their massive protective shields to block the brutal strike. But things go horribly wrong. Another classmate right next to Moon takes a direct hit. Moon spots this awful tragedy happening, but she is completely helpless to stop it. Then, while she is distracted, another deadly magic blast locks onto her position. She does not even have the time to turn around. She literally cannot do a single thing. Now you and I expect the worst here. Moon squeezes her eyes shut, but then she opens them. Nothing hit her. A bright light shines on her confused face. Wait, Hong Bi-yeon. Using her own immense power, the princess stepped right in and forms a giant wall of fire, totally saving Moon from the fatal strike. After blocking it, the fierce princess, Hong frantically turns back. You idiot, why are you just standing there totally spacing out like that? Moon stammers nervously. What? Seeing her still completely dazed, Princess Hong raises her commanding voice. For me, defending against any fire magic is much easier, so let me handle that part. You just focus on blocking all those incoming lightning attacks, right? Now Moon finally gets it. Ah yes, Princess Hong continues issuing orders. You stay behind us and attack when the opening appears. Flame notices this crazy change in the princess. Wait, she is talking to me. In that brief moment, Flame is even more stunned. Huh, what in the world is happening here? In the original story, Hong Bi-yeon totally ruined the team spirit because she was crazy, jealous of Moon. She tried to sabotage their bond, and ultimately it just caused massive damage for everyone. But you and I are seeing a totally different timeline right now. Hong Bi-yeon is actually alright. You and I are about to watch someone read the battlefield perfectly. A massive blood-red energy blast rockets straight toward Princess Hong. Moon throws up a massive ice wall blocking the deadly strike just in time. The princess glances back, clearly startled by the sudden save. While Flame processes the chaos, Moon looks over at Princess Hong. She drops a gentle but totally serious warning right in the middle of battle. Don't drop your guard now. Hearing herself called out like that, the princess instantly scowls. What did you just say to me? Right on cue, Flame pops up behind them ready to back up their attack and defense. She absolutely refuses to be left out of this. I can't lose to those two. With defense sorted, Flame launches her counterattack, summoning a colossal magic circle right behind her back. She unleashes a relentless barrage of golden energy beams forward. But Jackie is ready, throwing up 3 dark magic shields to block everything. Jackie intercepts every single attack Flame throws her way. Useless, she taunts. But wait, Flame is actually smiling through the chaotic showdown. Suddenly, massive lightning bolts scatter, tearing right through Jackie's dark barriers. Another huge explosion erupts, swallowing Jackie up right in the center. Staring at the heavy smoke ahead, that classic question hangs in the air. Is it finally over? Did they actually take her down? Look closely at that smoke, it is way thicker this time. And obviously a terrifying dark silhouette starts rising from the dust again. But this time, the silhouette has horns. Moon spots it first, followed quickly by Princess Hong. That monstrous new appearance is completely chilling. Flame watches as Jackie's voice shifts completely. Her lower body has violently mutated, transforming into a massive, terrifying spider right before their eyes. It looks exactly like the monster from the hallway earlier. Do you hate seeing me happy that much? The noble NPCs are absolutely terrified. The vibe shifts instantly. The crowd is trembling and some are literally sick to their stomachs. Jackie is rapidly losing whatever control she had left. Why won't you just leave me alone? Why? Flame realizes her own actions pushed Jackie to become this horrifying monster in the first place. Flame desperately shouts back, Jackie, it's not like that. Please snap out of it. But Jackie has completely crossed the point of no return. Shut up instantly. A blood-red magic layer forms beneath her, and she isn't done yet. A second massive divine array quickly locks into place. A sickening blood-red hum fills the room, matching the unhinged smile plastered on Jackie's face. Princess Hong stops dead in her tracks, totally stunned. No way. Behind her, Flame shares the exact same horrified look. Staring down this absolute nightmare, their tactical minds go into overdrive. This is at least a tier 5 threat level. Their brains can barely process the sheer danger they are facing right now. What do we do? While staring straight ahead, Flame suddenly jerks her head up, sensing something strange from above. It is like the ceiling itself is practically vibrating. The rumbling noise grows louder and more chaotic by the second. She can't help but ask the obvious question. What on earth is that sound? Moon, sensing what is coming, chimes in while standing near Yusun's spot. Flame flinches, totally caught off guard by her friend's sudden realization. But before they can react, the situation twists again. Jackie screams out in agony as if she just took a massive invisible hit. Princess Hong demands to know what is happening. Flame squints into the distance, completely confused. I have absolutely no idea what is going on here. But it looks like Yusun's intense battle with the Blade Spider boss upstairs is somehow hurting Jackie all the way down here. Jackie violently clutches her head in pain. Flame can't believe it, but the puzzle pieces are clicking together. Don't tell me Yusun actually knew. Did he figure out this weakness and fight that monster completely alone, just to give us a real chance to beat this final boss? Whatever Yusun is doing up there is working, because Jackie grabs her head again, screaming helplessly. They definitely can't let this perfect opening slip. Princess Hong's tone shifts to pure battle mode. This is our chance. With the order given, the three girls prepare to launch their ultimate counterattack. They unleash their strongest magic skills all at once. Hong's fire, Moon's ice, and Flame's intense light dash rapidly across the battlefield. Ice strikes first, instantly freezing the terrifying spider legs solid, and right behind the ice, a massive wave of blazing heat follows up perfectly. Princess Hong's fire completely engulfs the target. Then Flame's light hits as the final blow. A massive explosion rocks the room as the elements collide. The blast blows all the smoke away. Jackie furiously shouts, "Is this all you kids have to show me, you pathetic little brats?" Her absolute rage peaks in an instant. How dare you? But right at that crazy moment, the actual Blade Spider boss suddenly appears. Sensing a horrifying new presence crash into the room, Princess Hong turns around totally stressed out. What in the world is happening now? Flame is just as confused by the chaos. I have no idea. It feels like something massive just dropped straight down from the ceiling. Spotting the familiar monstrous shape, Flame skips a beat in absolute disbelief. No way! Isn't that the Blade Spider boss from upstairs? Falling from that height knocked the giant spider out cold, completely shattering the ballroom floor on impact. The dust clears, revealing the insane destruction. The biggest question echoes through the room. Is that thing actually dead? A male student nearby can't even believe what he is looking at. His entire body trembles as he mutters in pure shock, "This is ridiculous. Yusan is just a first-year student, exactly like the rest of us. Did he seriously hunt down a Tier 4 monster completely alone?" But wait, the spider wasn't the only thing that fell from the ceiling. The student frantically whips around and spots Yusan lying there completely unconscious in a crumpled heap. The entire room just freezes in absolute awe. Before their eyes, that massive spider crashes down exactly where Jackie was standing just a second ago. Stick with me because what happens next is wild. One person steps right up those stairs, one of her closest friends. Flame is actually the very first to approach. She stands there, eyes filled with total sorrow. Jackie is completely crushed under the giant spider, desperately trying to stand. Trembling, she glares right at Flame and demands to know why she is always bothering her. Pure anger twists her expression. She screams that she will never forgive Flame for this. But then a completely different twisted thought crosses her mind. Now you and I can see she is completely losing it. She accuses Flame of using dirty tricks just to win the dance. Because nobody dances better than her, right? She calls Flame pathetic, claiming they are exactly the same. Both eaten by jealousy. Jealous of someone way more beautiful showing up. She lets out a crazy empty laugh, thrilled that she is not alone. In the end, they are exactly the same. But that only makes Flame even sadder as she stares at her old friend. Jackie has completely lost her mind. Noticing Flame staring at her with such intense pity, Jackie confusedly asks what her problem is. Trying to process her own swirling emotions, Flame turns to Moon standing right behind her and asks for a really huge favor. Can Moon summon an ice mirror? Moon quickly says yes. Jackie sees this and smiles, smugly mocking whatever silly trick Flame tries. Because the truth is, she will always be prettier. Following Flame's direct order, Moon immediately creates a massive ice mirror right there. Jackie stares right into the cold reflection. And then she freezes. Half of her face has completely morphed into a disgusting monster. A hideous spider. She literally cannot believe what she is seeing. What even is this? Meanwhile, the male students are checking in. They ask if their friend sitting up is okay. But Jackie's terrified shrieks completely shatter the quiet room. Is this actually her? She accuses Flame of lying, desperately hoping the mirror is just some twisted illusion. Bielson has finally regained consciousness over there too. He rubs his pounding forehead while Jackie keeps screaming her lungs out. She yells that they are all trying to trick her. It is absolutely disgusting, horrific, and sickening. Her cries of pure disgust just keep echoing through the massive room without stopping. She screams even louder, begging them to take that horrible mirror away right now. The noble kids who supported Jackie earlier are paralyzed. They just freeze. Their gorgeous duchess is completely gone. Everyone in the room knows exactly what has to happen next right now. They all lower their heads, leaving Jackie alone in her miserable, furious agony. She hates it. She refuses to accept this reflection. This is simply not her. Jackie's horribly mutated hand trembles as she reaches out for a lifeline. She begs Flame to do literally anything. She cries out for someone to save her, but then her tone suddenly shifts completely. Did Flame really think she would beg? A massive bladed spider leg erupts out of nowhere. Jackie transforms that very same reaching arm right into a lethal weapon. She swings straight at Flame, screaming in pure hatred. She blames Flame for turning her into this hideous monster and yells, "Die." Red and white flames violently clash together, but shockingly, the one who takes massive damage from this brutal exchange is Jackie herself. Something shoots right out from under Flame's feet and totally impales Jackie. Her lifeless eyes instantly shoot wide open in pure shock. In her final moments, she suddenly remembers the simple joy of standing right next to Harry Yang. Jackie is officially beyond all saving. The only way out of this nightmare is through her ultimate sacrifice. Princess Hong's fiery magic suddenly ignites everything around the area. Flame lowers her head, completely crushed by the terrible thing she just had to do. Princess Hong clearly feels the exact same guilt. It is an awful choice. But Flame is undoubtedly suffering the absolute most, fully knowing she was partially responsible for this total disaster. As Jackie's body completely turns to dust and fades away, Flame stands completely still. She whispers a tragic final apology to her friend. She is truly sorry. The very second Jackie finally drops, a massive glowing system notification instantly pops up right in front of them. The tragic tale of the world's most beautiful duchess is over. The Temptation Ballroom has been conquered. Congratulations to the survivors. Meanwhile, right back outside where the teams first entered the gates, a loud announcement suddenly echoes out. Team A6 has returned safely. Their intense simulation practice is officially over and the relieved students step outside. Group B3 has completely finished their brutal training course too. The exhausted cadets gather outside as Mr. Lee instantly barks out a serious command. He orders everyone to evacuate them from the area immediately. Another instructor quickly confirms the order. As everyone leaves, Mr. Lee narrows his anxious eyes at the very last remaining gate in the room. Is gate C7 actually the only one left standing? Suddenly, that terrifying red gate right next to him starts reacting violently. Crazy red lightning starts sparking wildly all over the place, sensing something incredibly dangerous is about to erupt. Mr. Lee quickly spins around. He yells at an assistant that the energy waves are completely destabilizing, ordering them to prepare for the absolute worst. The assistant agrees. But before they can do anything, the gate space just massively expands outward. The horrifying red glow finally starts to fade into absolute nothingness. He stares incredibly hard at this crazy phenomenon. Slowly, a proud smile creeps onto his face. The tiny ants actually defeated the mighty tiger. Everyone is finally out here, except for one single person. That terrifying red gate literally vanishes into thin air right before their eyes. Seeing those kids walk out of a literal death trap is insane. You and I both know what that means. They actually conquered it. A level 5 persona gate, and they are just students. Listen, even seasoned veterans would struggle to survive something like this. Questions kept piling up left and right. Was that kid actually the leader? Arian looked absolutely stunned, totally caught off guard by the unfolding madness. He could hardly believe he just contradicted his own words. Shaking his head, he let out a bitter laugh, mocking himself for even doubting it. All right, let us retreat. Yes, sir. But the action was far from over. Once they stepped outside, Baek Yunsung immediately took charge of the situation. Holding his sword flat across his chest, he spoke up. Reporting in. The mission to conquer the Persona Gate is complete. 16 members participated. 1 casualty. 15 of us have returned safely. Hearing this heavy report, Teacher Lee's expression instantly shifted into absolute devastation. A bitter pill to swallow. They still lost a student. Gathering his composure, the teacher refocused his attention and began issuing rapid orders to everyone. You all did incredibly well. I am calling in a healing mage right now, so everyone needs to fall back and rest up. Yes, sir. But right then, someone else chimed in. Did something happen while I was gone? All right, you and I should pay attention now. Every single head snapped toward that incredibly familiar voice. A new figure had just casually strolled onto the scene, demanding everyone's absolute attention. Oh, seems things got a little chaotic without me, did they not? Baek Yunsung froze for a second, totally thrown off by this sudden, unexpected arrival. It was none other than Elman Eltwin, Stella Academy's principal and a legendary 9th-tier mage. He turned his bright, smiling face straight toward our guy. So are you going to tell me exactly what went down? Cut to Stella Building 1. We are now inside the principal's private office. Yunsung walked down the long corridor right alongside Principal Eltwin. His face was completely blank, hiding a deeply uncomfortable mix of confusion and pure dread. A private one-on-one chat with Elman Eltwin. He thought to himself, you have got to be kidding me. Why am I sweating so much right now? He nervously averted his gaze internally, complaining about how things turned out. This right here is exactly why I never wanted to be the leader. Let us rewind to just before they left the Persona Gate. Princess Hong had gathered everyone together, looking like she had something huge to announce. Would it not make sense to officially appoint a leader to report our situation before we head out? She asked, setting the trap perfectly. Keeping a completely straight face, Yunsung casually pointed his thumb at Isel Moon. How about Isel Moon? The guy had just woken up from passing out, completely bewildered. Isel Moon stared blankly, totally confused by the sudden nomination. But honestly, Hong Beyond and Flame never planned on letting Yunsung dodge the responsibility anyway. They crossed their arms in unison, glaring at him. Commoner, my eyes are wide open. Are you seriously trying to ignore your massive contribution here? Seriously, no matter how you spin it, pushing this off on someone else is just wrong. They were not going to let him slide. A drop of sweat rolled down Isel Moon's face. As if someone flipped a switch in his brain, he nervously added, I mean, I think I am okay. But definitely not leader material right now. Yusun stiffened up his mind, racing as he realized even she was agreeing with his setup. He closed his eyes in pure defeat. And just like that, he was forced into the leader role. What on earth even happened while he was unconscious? Before he could spiral any further, the principal's voice sharply cut through his thoughts, bringing an entirely new and unexpected topic to the table. Is this the third time we have met now? Yusun's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the principal, waiting for the rest. You have grown quite a bit taller since last time, right? He had been so young back then. Utterly confused by this, Yusun froze up again. Huh. What was this guy talking about? While he tried to process it, a flood of old memories hit him. A tiny quiet village getting absolutely decimated. A raging blizzard. Flash, flash, flash. In that desolate, snow-covered wasteland, a much younger Baek Yunsung stood completely alone against the bitter cold. Back then, even with a body completely incapable of channeling proper magic, he kept relentlessly practicing the exact same technique over and over. His one and only move, blink. Suddenly, he glanced sideways as a voice broke through the howling wind. You are incredibly talented. A heavily cloaked figure stepped forward, leaving the young boy absolutely stunned. You have such a fascinating talent. I am going to help you out. I will write you a recommendation letter. Come to my academy and take the entrance exam. I guarantee there will be bonus points waiting. And that mysterious figure, it was none other than Eltwin, Stella Academy's current principal. Now snapping him back to reality, the principal spoke. Listen, you and I know things are getting real here. The principal spoke again. The reason I called you is... Yusun flinched, completely caught off guard. Smiling brightly again, the teacher continued. I am here on behalf of the entire academy to thank you for preventing a massive disaster today. Yusun just sat there deep in thought. It all started with him anyway, but the principal was not finished speaking just yet. I have zero intention of leaking this incident to the public. Of course, if student casualties had been worse, it would be a different story. So thank you. It is all thanks to you. However, there is one detail I need to confirm. Yusun instinctively braced himself for the question. In the blink of an eye, the principal's expression turned terrifyingly cold. Was there some kind of error inside that gate? In that split second, cold sweat started pouring down Baek Yusun's back. That intense glare, no wonder people called him the Dark Witch Killer. He was not even a Dark Witch himself. Caught between hiding the truth and spilling everything, Yusun had to make a really tough call right there. So what do you and I learn here? Sometimes honesty is the only way out. Despite his anxiety, Yusun confessed. Yes, the student who died. Jackie actually showed clear signs of dark magic corruption. Hearing this, the principal's face remained stone cold, showing absolutely zero sympathy for the fallen student. The principal immediately replied to his answer. Is that so? Truly a pity. Being affected by that kind of corruption simply means that those dark emotions were already hiding deep inside your heart from the very beginning, and nobody can resist that. Baesun could clearly feel the truth behind those words. The guy didn't look sorry at all. Before he could even process the situation, the principal brought up an entirely different topic. Oh, look at my terrible memory. Come to think of it, he hadn't even offered our main character a drink yet. The principal turned back around, flashing his signature bright smile. He casually asked what he wanted, coffee or tea. Or do young folks nowadays actually prefer carbonated drinks? Now, you and I might not realize this right away, but from this exact moment on, this was going to be a real conversation, with real stakes. Grasping the hidden meaning behind the choices, Baesun finally stated his decision. He wanted tea. Keeping a completely straight face, he calmly asked if there was a specific tea called Liddy. The principal looked at him, totally curious about the choice, and then immediately flashed a very knowing smile. The answer came right away. He actually had some. He told Baesun to wait. Baesun let out a quiet sigh. Pure luck. After just a little wait, the principal brought out a steaming teacup and placed it right on the table. Liddy tea was a total surprise. Not many people out there even knew about it, and even fewer actually liked the taste. Baesun politely thanked him. Right after that, our guy picked up the teacup and took a slow sip. He tasted the brew, but his face stayed completely blank. Honestly, his inner thoughts completely shattered the fancy mood. Just as he expected, this stuff was absolutely terrible. If you had to compare it to anything back on Earth, it would be just like durian or fermented fish. The taste was wild, but it was strangely addictive in its own way. Sure, a lot of people absolutely hated the stuff. It had this crazy strong smell that totally ruined their appetite, stopping them from even taking a sip. But those who actually loved it, they became totally obsessed. Now the real reason Baesun chose Liddy tea was simple. This private meeting with Eltwin was a massive turning point and a rare opportunity. Flame, who picked coffee, was promised special magic lessons, and Eyes, who went with the carbonated drink, actually achieved a massive magical awakening right there. But this Liddy tea, It was Elman Eltwin's absolute favorite drink in the world. The only real problem here was what came next. Bisan glanced over, waiting for the principal to keep talking about the tea. You see, this drink was exclusively enjoyed by the elf tribe in the western continent decades ago. Honestly, they should have kept the stuff to themselves. But they decided to share it with humans, and that choice brought nothing but absolute tragedy. The entire elf tribe suffered. The brewing recipe was basically wiped from history. The principal smiled, staring down at the warm cup in his hand. This was easily one of the very last cups of Liddy tea left in the entire world. If foolish humans hadn't been so insanely greedy, we could all still be enjoying it today. It was a massive shame. But Busan's next few words hit the principal with an absolute shockwave of pure surprise. Is that really true? That seems super weird to him, because even now he still drank it regularly. Seeing the kid put his teacup down so calmly, the principal practically jumped out of his seat and rushed to ask, "Did he have any more left?" Busan answered instantly. "Nope." Hearing that one word, Elman's face completely dropped. Pure disappointment washed over him. He figured as much. But wait, it was way too early for despair because Busan suddenly cut him off again. He actually knew the secret recipe for Liddy tea. The principal's eyes went completely wide as he stared right at him. And then, the heavy silence shattered completely because the old man just couldn't keep his cool anymore. What was that really true? How on earth did a student get his hands on that lost recipe? Busan realized he spoke a bit too fast and acted confused. Inside, he was sweating. This was actually going to be slightly tough to explain. He couldn't exactly tell the guy he memorized the recipe from a video game. Seeing the principal practically vibrating with pure anticipation, he slowly put on an act. "My late mother actually taught it to me. That's how I know." Looking down with a perfectly crafted expression of gentle sadness, he sold the lie completely. The ultimate sympathy card, the memory of a loving mother. The principal got completely swept up in the emotion and looked super depressed. He instantly apologized, saying he really shouldn't have brought up such painful memories. Busan waved off the fake sadness like a pro. It was totally fine. No need to apologize for that at all. Inside, he was cheering, thank God everything was going perfectly to plan. Regaining his usual calm composure, the principal cleared his throat and got straight back to business. "Then would you seriously consider selling that recipe directly to me? I promise I will pay you incredibly well for it." Elman just couldn't hide his desperation anymore. "But stick with me here, this was the exact moment our guy had been waiting for." Finally, the trap was fully set. He didn't miss a beat. "Actually, there is one specific thing I want from you way more than just money." The principal blinked, totally caught off guard again. "Oh, and what exactly would that be?" Bisan didn't hesitate to drop the absolute bombshell on him. He wanted the principal's legendary space enchantment technique. He just needed the guy's help to use it exactly one time. Completely stunned by this crazy demand, the principal threw another question right back at him. What? Why wouldn't he reconsider that? The Liddy tea recipe was a lost artifact that could easily sell for absolute millions. It was worth a literal fortune. But his space magic technique, it was completely impractical for normal use. Did the kid even understand what he was asking? For here, Busan just sat there completely calm. Oh, he understood perfectly. By combining Elman Eltwin's spatial magic directly with a few other crazy elements, like Antares's insane alchemy techniques, and finally, by topping it all off with a massive mana flask perfectly controlled by an expert spirit mage, he could forge an absolutely mind-blowing multi-dimensional pocket space. It would be the ultimate infinite storage inventory, a legendary domain that could normally only be formed by a master mage who had fully unlocked Tier 8 spatial attributes. And that right there was exactly why nothing like it existed anywhere in this entire world. Alright, you and I both know very few people could ever pull this off. But with the legendary 9th tier mage Elman Eltwin helping, he could create the ultimate high-tier inventory system. He calculates everything in his head, then flashes a bright smile. More than just a handful of coins, he continues. As an alchemist mage, someone who searches for the absolute truth of matter, understanding the core nature of magic and its foundational principles, I consider this the most precious gift of my entire life. So please, master, I am humbly asking for your blessing. Hearing him plead like this over and over, the old man is caught off guard. A soft smile followed by a heavy sigh. With our hero waiting anxiously, the master finally gives his answer. "All right. If this is truly what you desire, then let us make a deal." Hearing this, Han Bian is absolutely thrilled. His joy is impossible to hide. Meanwhile, right around the same time, over at the first tower, the vice principal, Achihin, sits in his chair staring at the person across from him. Clasping his hands together tightly, he finally breaks the silence. "I heard an interesting story. The persona gate you went through so much trouble to open was a failure, right, Raiden?" And just as the vice principal says, the man he is talking to is Professor Raiden from the New Moon Magic Department. The professor slowly closes his eyes and replies, "Yes, I fear the cult leader will be furious if he learns the truth about this." The vice principal casually adjusts his tie, cutting him off completely. "You are being way too stiff, and that is exactly what causes trouble. To be honest, I really do not care that you failed. There are always other ways to get things done." Professor Raiden looks completely indifferent, clearly guessing what comes next. And right under the dangerous gaze of Vice Principal Achihen, Professor Raiden immediately speaks his mind and guesses the plot. "Are you planning to make Professor Ven lose total control?" An incredibly strange silence fills the room. The tense exchange abruptly ends as Professor Raiden prepares to take his leave. "If there is nothing else, I would like to excuse myself now." The massive hallway stretches out as the professor walks away in complete silence. While walking down this corridor, he starts forming a few brand new theories in his head. The only practical reason I was ordered to open that persona gate in the first place was to deal with a few specific highly talented students who might actually attend the upcoming Aslan seminar, even though they intentionally opened up a dangerous gate, with a terrifying level 5 risk far beyond those kids' abilities who could have ever predicted this outcome. Flame Isol, Moon Princess, Adolovit, and even Hong Bi-yeon all managed to walk out completely unharmed. Glancing out the nearby window, his minor calculations begin to add up. Absolutely none of this went according to his original plan. While drowning in this messy sea of thoughts, the professor suddenly snaps his attention to the side, completely caught off guard. Someone is calling out to him. "Professor, it has been a long time." Raiden slowly turns around, greeting him with a polite yet eerie smile. Is none other than the student, Ma Yu-song. The kid simply crosses his arms as he casually continues his sentence. "You know, back when I was little, you felt like a legitimately dangerous beast to me. But now, I barely even recognize you. Acting so perfectly like a normal human being. It is actually kind of funny." Before the professor can even process this insane disrespect, Ma Yu-song drops another massive bomb on him right there. "Honestly, recently my friends were almost badly hurt. Tell me, was this whole thing planned by some slow-burdened old man working behind the scenes?" Hearing those wildly bold words, Professor Raiden immediately snaps his attention back to Ma Yu-song. His face goes completely cold as he glares at the boy. "Even if you are the young master, you need to watch your mouth. Restrain your disrespectful words towards the cult leader. And as for your friends," Ma Yu-song's expression darkens. The professor hits him with one final mocking question. "Are you getting a little too immersed in playing this little student role-play game?" But instantly, Professor Raiden is struck by a terrifying wave of shock. Ma Yu-song speaks again, but his voice completely different from just a second ago. "So it seems your appearance is not the only thing that changed. To dare speak such wildly arrogant and insolent words right to my face." An invisible, utterly crushing pressure suddenly slams down on the professor's body. It is suffocating. He physically grinds his teeth, desperately trying to hold his ground against the overwhelming force. His fearful expression only deepens as cold sweat starts pouring down his face. Just one look at Ma Yu-song's piercing eyes, and you can tell his entire aura has completely transformed. Raiden can literally feel the spirit of a true king radiating from the boy. It is a silent, terrifying warning. Tread very carefully. A dark smirk creeps onto the young master's face. "You old men are incredibly annoying and a massive eyesore. Well then, I will see you around." Ma Yu-song slowly turns and begins walking away. Step by step, the echoing sound of his footsteps gives off this wildly oppressive, unnatural vibe. The professor literally clutches his fist over his racing heart, and the moment Ma Yu-song is completely out of sight, Professor Raiden finally starts gasping for air. He takes a massive deep breath, desperately trying to regain his composure. If this is for the ultimate sake of the Moon Shadow cult, then this humiliation means absolutely nothing. All right, you and I are switching gears now. We cut over to Princess Hong's group hanging out somewhere nearby. Two of her female classmates look super worried as they quickly rush over to speak with her. "Princess, we are so glad you are safe and totally unharmed. We heard the school completely messed up when they set up the persona gate. Is that actually true?" The other girl chimes in. "Seriously, how are they even doing their jobs over there?" Hearing all this chaotic chatter, Princess Hong simply looks down, lost in thought, though completely unsurprised by the rumors. Just as I predicted, she thinks to herself. The normal students have zero clue what really went down. Given the Academy's strict political stance, covering this up makes perfect sense. But right at that exact moment, someone else appears, calling out the princess's name with a voice she cannot ignore. The princess whips her head around to see exactly who is calling her. "Senior," she says as a male student casually approaches her with a bright smile. "Let's check in on Iman Adalek, third-year Academy student." Flashing that bright smile, he immediately strikes up a casual conversation. "No need to be so stiff and formal," he tells her. "Honestly, using all those polite words feels totally awkward." But Princess Hong stays completely calm. The academy has a super strict hierarchy, and she is not breaking it today. Hearing her absolute icy tone, Emin instantly pivots the subject. Haha, well, I'm just incredibly glad you are perfectly safe. I was honestly worried something terrible happened to you. With her usual unreadable expression, the princess gives a painfully short reply. I am fine. Senior does not need to worry. But her inner thoughts, totally different. She knows he is a sly fox. He does not actually care about her safety, he is just protecting his own political power. You see, there are two major factions here. In the Adalovic kingdom, Duke Orc's family backs Princess Hong Si-wei, and the Adalec ducal family is literally the only force strong enough to rival them. And Emon, he happens to be the sole heir to the Atalek family. His endgame, make her the queen and marry her. Realizing his smooth talking isn't working on the icy princess at all, Emon decides to totally change his approach again. Oh, that's right, do you want to play a game of sun chess together? There's an academy tournament coming up soon. Even though Princess Hong Bi-young couldn't care less about playing chess, she still nods along. Yes, let's do that. Seeing his chance to finally get physically closer to the royal Princess Iman suddenly drops an arm around her shoulder and whispers, all right, I'll teach you a special move today. Watch closely and learn. Bi-young flinches at the sudden touch, biting her lip in pure frustration. As she walks slightly behind him while he greets other students up ahead, the princess closes her eyes to think. The bitter, undeniable truth of the matter is, she cannot become queen without a powerful backer like him. If only she possessed absolute strength of her own or even someone with power rivaling the Adalec Duke standing firmly on her side. Right at that exact heavy moment, she suddenly shifts her gaze toward the window. Baek Yunsung. What wild timing! He just happens to be walking right past and catches her attention, but she is forced to quickly snap her eyes back to Emon when he turns around and calls out, Bai-yan, what are you doing back there? Hurry up. Yet the princess still hesitates, her eyes lingering on that exact spot by the window. Looks like he has already gone. Giving up, Princess Hong finally steps away. Yes, I am coming, senior. Now let's switch gears to the guy holding a single petal. It is Yusol. Stopping at a quiet corner, he puts his hands on his hips and inspects it. Let's see, is this enough? Watch closely, guys. The background suddenly turns bright pink and the petal in his hand floats upward as a system panel flashes. Absorb the branch of the charm tree. This is huge. Mental strength boosted by 65% plus a permanent slight increase to charm magic resistance. Let's check his status board. Yusol's stats. Strength 2-star 73%. Senses 2-star 57%. Agility 2-star 42%. And as for his base stamina, 2-star 19%. Endurance 0-star 99%. Mental strength 2-star 24%. Magic power still blank. Seeing these awesome changes, he praises it. Not bad at all. Plus the system drops more news. Project Cleo is gifting a special reward. That gets his attention. He touches his chin, thinking hard. Since I managed to clear a brand new stage, I earned this special reward. Anyway, what should I pick this time around? Should I just grab a growth item? Suddenly, a crazy idea hits him. He asks the system, wait a minute. Is it actually possible for me to get Marican's necklace? The system instantly replies, possible. A massive grin spreads across his face. Perfect. I'll take it. New info pops up. You've received Marican's necklace. The item details immediately flash right onto the screen for him. Marican's necklace. High-grade tier. Description. This legendary necklace was specifically crafted by Marican, an absolutely brilliant future alchemist engineer. He pushed a defensive barrier to its absolute limit just to protect his own life. Special effect. Marican's shield automatically defends against any incoming attacks level 6 or lower. One-time use only. Without a single second of hesitation, our guy immediately slips it around his neck. Shame it's only a one-time use item, but guaranteeing my survival right now is definitely not a bad idea at all. Episode 8 is starting very soon, and I'll have to survive fighting awakened Professor Mason Tyron. Then another notification hits. Artifact Branch of Hatred has officially accumulated 78%. Yusol just smirks at the screen. Perfect. Prep for Mason Tyron is going perfectly smooth. Now you and I get to see him track down Teresa for the final steps. The scene totally shifts to a new location. The International Alchemy Organization. Yusol arrives at the building. He stands before the front desk and a receptionist flashes a polite smile. Welcome to the 13th branch of the Steatite faction. Cordon, the annex, right by Alchemy City's Great Elm. Getting straight to the point, he says, I'm here to see Alchemist Teresa. But her polite smile instantly drops as she delivers the bad news. I'm so sorry you cannot see her right now. All right, you and I know, Uziel was always prepared. Reaching into his coat, he pulled out a letter. He casually handed it over. A direct invitation from Assistant Professor Antares. The receptionist looked completely confused. Her attitude instantly flipped. "Oh my, I am so incredibly sorry. I will guide you right away. Please follow me." Arriving outside Antares' laboratory door, the receptionist politely called out to her. "Professor Antares, your guest is here." Pure silence. Getting no response, the receptionist tried calling out again. "We are coming in." Suddenly, UCL flinched hard. His instincts screamed that something massive was coming. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, unleashing insane pressure. The blast violently knocked the heavy door loose. Miraculously, the door held together. Thick, suffocating smoke poured into the hallway, blinding everyone around them. Luckily, it wasn't a fatal disaster. Our guy Uciel was perfectly fine, speaking up through the haze. Right before the door flew off, he had yanked the receptionist to safety. Still, he seemed concerned. "Well, we almost died just now." Waving the heavy smoke aside, Uciel carefully stepped into the lab. The room was completely clouded over, so he yelled out into the void. "Professor, are you all right?" Immediately, an upbeat voice replied through the smoke. "Oh hey, are you the student named Uziel?" Despite the absolute chaos, Antares was perfectly fine, smiling brightly. "Welcome, I need to show you something." Beside her stood a very familiar figure. It was none other than the gold alchemist Master Stoneforge. Uziel ignored him for a second, focusing on Antares' completely unbothered expression. Did that explosion not faze her? Soon both of their eyes shifted to the gold alchemist. He was hyperfixated on his own bracelet. "Kid, do you see this beauty? It is a shield bracelet." He pointed at a small silver button. Pressing his finger against it, a glowing green energy shield instantly materialized, covering his entire arm completely. The old man was grinning ear to ear, practically vibrating with excitement. Watch what happens next. With just this base state, it already boasts a third-tier defense level. But the show was not over. Yusel braced himself for another shock as the old man continued. "Oh ho, but if we push it again. Look at this, isn't this absolutely incredible? Even with zero magic talent, anyone can use this. Even ordinary humans can deploy this magic shield at least once. It is a total lifesaver. Sure, its defensive power caps at 500, but in a real crisis, this is pure survival." Right before their eyes, the tiny shield expanded to 3 times the size of the man's face. And the craziest part, there wasn't a single magic rune carved anywhere on the metal. Pure engineering. Master Stoneforge was visibly shaken by his own creation. He totally lost his cool, practically shouting, "If we go public with this, the whole world flips upside down, all thanks to genius Antares." He finally turned his crazy eyes toward Yusil. "Wait a minute, you helped design this too, right? Hey kid, why don't you join the big leagues? Come work with me as an official alchemist." Uziel wanted to say yes, but his cold reply left both masters frozen in place. "I wouldn't survive a single day as an alchemist." "Why? Because I don't have any mana." A genius creator with absolutely zero mana. Stoneforge's jaw dropped. "Wait kid, what did you just say?" Nobody in the academy knew his secret yet, but there was no hiding it now. He confessed. "I have a rare congenital condition. My body rejects magic entirely. It is called mana leak syndrome." The gold alchemist pushed his goggles up, staring at the kid like he was completely insane. "What you just said, you cannot be serious." Master Stoneforge looked genuinely horrified by the reality. He trailed off so Antares finished his thought. "Wait, isn't that the curse with a limited lifespan?" UCL took the grim words, calmly looking away as his mind raced. "Yeah, it was bad. Now, you and I know this is a huge problem." But to break them out of their shock, UCL decided to brush it off entirely. "My time is limited, yes, but I am not dying anytime soon. I've already got a solid plan to fix it, so please don't stress over my lifespan." Hearing his confident tone, Antares finally let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. "Ah, thank goodness." To kill the awkward vibe, Uziel extended his hand forward. "Anyway, can I check out that bracelet? Can I see that shield?" Bill Stonefoxer snapped out of his daze. "Huh, oh sure." Taking the silver bracelet, Baek Yunsung immediately pulled out his encyclopedia glasses to take a closer look. Deep inside the core of this item, hidden data and information instantly formed before his eyes. And looking at all this, he realized exactly what he was dealing with. This thing was definitely still in its rough early prototype phase. That meant it had way too many useless and unnecessary parts. Stopping his analysis right there, he looked up at Assistant Antarisa with a bright smile. "Wait, could I possibly borrow your magic soldering pen?" For a second, Antarisa was caught completely off guard by this sudden request, but she didn't actually object to it. "Huh, oh here." Meanwhile, Bill Stonefoxer felt his eyebrow twitching in pure confusion. He had zero idea what our boy was doing, so he immediately fired off a question. "Hey, what exactly are you trying to do?" But his rant was quickly cut short by none other than Assistant Antarisa. She totally trusted Baek Yunsung's vision right now, and she absolutely refused to let anyone interrupt him. "Alright, you and I need to watch this carefully." Back to Baek Yunsung. Getting the magic soldering pen from Antarisa, He slowly and carefully touched the pen to the silver bracelet. Diving straight into that deeply hidden data core, his brilliant mind went to work. Channeling magic through the soldering pen, he wasn't just messing around randomly. Using the incredible power of his encyclopedia glasses, he was carefully engraving the perfect, fully realized future version of this shield. He deleted the original flawed design, meticulously building up a brand new, massively efficient structure that boosted its quality to the extreme. Done. The moment he finished tweaking it, he immediately activated the item to test its power. Boom. A tremendously larger, infinitely stronger shield erupted outward, completely dwarfing the original tiny barrier. Bill Stone. Foxer felt his jaw hit the floor. He desperately scrambled for his measuring glasses to check the actual data output. This is insane. This shouldn't even be physically possible. As everyone watched in pure shock and rising excitement, he read out the completely unbelievable numbers he was seeing. The defense value skyrocketed all the way to 800. The efficiency just jumped by 1.5 times. Seriously, it makes total sense why she called you a co-creator. He screamed this in absolute awe. His face literally flushed red with sheer excitement as his voice echoed through the whole room. Kid, have you ever considered working directly under me? He paused. Actually, scratch that. Not under me, but as my full equal partner. And hey, do not even worry about your lack of magical ability. I can easily assign top alchemists to craft magic shuttles exclusively for you. Now Baek Yunsung definitely appreciated this incredibly generous, life-changing offer. But unfortunately for the old man, it just wasn't his path. Haha, sorry. I have my own personal reasons to keep chasing my dream of becoming a magic warrior. Hearing that, the old guy looked visibly disappointed. Ah, what a shame. But right away, our main character shifted the topic entirely. However, I actually have a major favor to ask. He held up a glowing purple orb, a pure mana vessel. Do you think you could possibly craft a special item using this thing right here? Aunt Teresa gently took the glowing object from him, completely curious. Is it some kind of enchantment? No rush on this, Baek Yunsung casually replied, absolutely ready to blow their minds once again. It is actually pure space magic. Principal Stella already told me she would personally lend a hand with it. Instantly, both adults completely froze in their tracks, entirely speechless. Aunt Teresa somehow managed to speak first. Wait, the principal herself. Meanwhile, Bill Stone Foxer looked like he was losing his mind. Wow. So that crazy old lady actually agreed to help you. You really are an absolute magnet for trouble. But Aunt Teresa was still visibly stressed out and quickly voiced her deep concern regarding the insane request. I really want to help you with this project, but sadly, I just do not think I have the skills to pull it off. I have never once experimented with raw elemental attributes before, but Baek Yunsung already knew that perfectly well. A confident smile naturally spread across his face as he reassured her. I know that. I am definitely not asking you to do this immediately, so relax. You can just take your time and do it slowly as you master your skills. Mentally, he had already calculated the timeline for this. It would probably take a couple of months anyway. After exchanging a few more words, the deal was struck. All right then, just leave the heavy lifting to me. Oh, it is officially time to create a masterpiece. Now let's head back to the classroom at Stella Academy. Isel was sitting quietly at her desk, clearly looking completely lost in thought. Something was definitely bothering her. Very shyly, Isel shifted her gaze all the way over to Baek Yunsung, who was sitting totally spaced out nearby. Watching him openly yawning like he didn't have a care in the world, Isel heavily debated the big question floating in her mind. Should I really ask Yunsung about that situation? However, right before she could finally gather her courage to act, someone else boldly walked up and spoke up in a very familiar tone. Commoner Baek Yunsung looked completely bewildered as Princess Hong suddenly appeared right next to his desk. Staring straight at him, the haughty princess quickly got to the point. I actually have something very important to discuss with you. Are you free right now? From her seat, Isel watched the two of them in total confusion. Important stuff, again, but true to form. Baek Yunsung's extremely casual response came right away. Yeah, sure. It's no big deal. And just like that, Isel watched silently as Princess Hong practically led Baek Yunsung straight out of the classroom. Once the two of them had fully disappeared, Isel was left sinking right back into her quiet gloom. The dark thoughts just kept spiraling out. Whatever they're talking about probably has absolutely nothing to do with me, right? So why do I feel so weird about it? Meanwhile, the two of them, all right, you and I are jumping right in. Walking down the hallway in dead silence, super awkward. Baek Yunsung finally breaks the ice. What did you want to talk about? Princess Hong Bi-yoon stops dead in her tracks to answer him. In the world of alchemy, word is that some brand new alchemy products have just been developed. Right after dropping that, the princess spins around to face him. She stares him down. Gotta admit, he is looking pretty good. Then she cuts to the chase. I heard you co-authored that alchemy report. He pauses for a second to process that. Considering the massive intelligence network of the Autolivet royal family, this makes total sense. It was honestly expected. Keeping his cool Baek Yunsung fires right back at the princess. So what, you want to get a direct connection to that business through me? Looking at her, he can clearly read exactly what she is trying to pull here. Princess Hong Bion crosses her arms, eyes closed with that classic cold noble attitude. I will not deny it, but do not misunderstand. Me. Getting those items matters, sure. But honestly, building a solid connection with someone exactly like you is the real prize here. He completely freezes up at that. Wait, what? His mind starts racing all over again. He definitely did not expect her to think so highly of him. This is completely different from the original story's timeline. So maybe, just maybe, this time around he can actually prevent Princess Hong Bi-yeon from dying. As freezing cold as she acted just a second ago, now the princess is acting super shy. Hey, how about we go grab some food together? But suddenly, right out of nowhere, somebody else rudely interrupts them. Oh, Bi-yeon, is that you? Both of them look over, completely caught off guard. It is none other than third-year student Edmund von Adalek. And man, his expression, along with his tone, makes his annoyance super obvious. You actually turned down my lunch offer? I genuinely wondered if something incredibly important had happened to you. Never expected you to just be hanging out with some pathetic commoner like this. Is that it? Honestly, it breaks my heart. He smiles exactly like a classic villain would. Behind Edmund's icy stare, the three of them just stand there, in dead silence for a really long time. But that tension shatters fast when Baek Yunsung locks eyes and starts putting things together. He instantly recognizes that guy from his time playing the original game. This dude right here, he is an absolute walking death flag, leading Princess Hong Bi-yeon straight to her doom. Judging by Edmund's arrogant attitude just now, it seems he still has zero clue that Baek Yunsung is the actual co-author of that legendary alchemy report. Right at this very second, the princess suddenly speaks up, completely catching him off guard and interrupting his thoughts. He is not some normal commoner. I am planning to establish a connection with the legendary alchemist Anarisa entirely through him, so please stop bothering us right now. However, Edmund von Adalek is not going to let that slide. A wildly dangerous smile flashes across his face. Bi-yeon, do you honestly believe that this commoner has absolutely zero power to actually help you out? Am I not a much better option? Baek Yunsung quietly listens to all this. Blatant disrespect aimed right at him, but his usual pure indifference kicks in. It is honestly pretty funny. Glancing at the princess beside him, his thoughts keep spinning. Yeah, well, he is already used to being treated like dirt, even though he knows this guy is her biggest political backer. Princess Hong Bi-yeon coldly shuts Edmund down anyway without hesitation. What exactly are you trying to say? Here, senior. Seeing the dark expression forming on the princess's face, Baek Yunsung decides he cannot let this drag out any further, so he instantly cuts both of them off right there. All right, whatever. Let us just pretend we never even had any discussion about exchanging those magic items at all. Princess Hong Bi-yeon snaps her head around, completely stunned. What? Meanwhile, Edmund von Adalek looks incredibly satisfied with this outcome. Smart move. The commoner knows his place. But right before walking away, Baek Yunsung drops an absolute bombshell. Oh, by the way, regarding that item business, I will definitely make sure to tell them that Duke Adalek bluntly refused to supply the Autolevic kingdom. Instantly, Edmund's arrogant face goes completely ice cold, but that twisted, dangerous smile remains. Hey, seems like you are getting a little too arrogant. Do you have any idea what happens when a scrawny first-year dares to challenge a third-year senior like me? Baek Yunsung does not even blink. So what? That is honestly not my problem at all. Panicking over this insane direct confrontation, Princess Hong Bi-yeon is thrown into a really tight spot. Commoner, you do realize the hierarchy system at Stella Academy is incredibly strict, right? Besides all that, Edmund is famous for having the most influence out of all the third years. What on earth are you thinking right now? Running your mouth like that? Completely ignoring both of them, Baek Yunsung simply turns his back. Well, I will be going now. Both of them just stare daggers at his retreating back. And right here, you and I get a front row seat to the pure contempt in Edmund's cold eyes. Seriously, how could a nobody first year not know just how terrifying his senior actually is? Oh, it definitely seems to him like I need to make this pathetic guy's school life a whole lot more entertaining. Seeing all of her hard work literally crumble to nothing. Princess Bi-yeon looks absolutely crushed by the loss. Meanwhile, our guy Baek Yunsung is already stepping out into the massive academy courtyard. Walking alone, he is actually feeling pretty bad about it too. Sorry, Bi-yeon. But honestly, if that guy does not get, let's be real, you and I both know Princess Hong is never getting a happy ending if she fails. Obviously, whether she actually claims the throne or if Duke Adalek collapses, death is coming for her either way. It is completely inevitable. Suddenly, our guy's footsteps come to a rapid stop. He shoots a sharp, piercing glare straight off to the side. At the very least, he refuses to let Princess Hong bow down to that absolute garbage. His gaze tracks right toward the crowd of moving students, and way off in the distance, Princess Hong is hiding away in a dark corner. Looking completely defeated, she just face palms hard. She actually starts wondering if she should just throw away absolutely everything connected to her so-called royal pride right now. The reason Mona Latch keeps messing with her is painfully obvious to everyone. The guy probably wants to make perfectly sure she can never stand on her own 2 feet. Once that happens, she will have absolutely zero choice but to completely depend on him. The sheer helplessness just hits way harder when she realizes she is entirely alone out there. Staring down at her trembling fists, the heavy sadness just grows. She really feels like she totally blew a massive opportunity back there. Is she honestly just this useless when it comes to doing things herself? But right then her eyes snap completely wide open like it suddenly clicks. Wait a minute. The very familiar image, and that cocky voice from earlier come rushing right back into her mind. He literally told them that Duke Adalek had directly refused to supply the Adolovit kingdom. Looking back at it, he is literally just a commoner, so why on earth did he speak so boldly? Normally a guy like him should be doing absolutely everything to avoid drawing this kind of attention. But instead of keeping his head down, he went and directly provoked Edmund. She gets a seriously weird feeling about this. Now you and I need to see what happens next. Cut to the nighttime over at the academy dorms. Yusun is sitting right there, lifting something up into the light as he pops open a sleek little delivery box. He breaks into a massive smile. Awesome, it made it here perfectly safe. A 3-tier case sits right in front of him, showing off a bracelet, a necklace, and a really plain-looking ring. Sure, they might just look completely basic right now, but the way they sync up together is actually pretty insane. Yusun just sits there staring at the new gear, getting totally lost in his thoughts. Teresa's prototype items actually shipped out way faster than he even realized. He grabs one, looking totally curious. So let us see what this thing can actually do. Right on cue, a glowing system window pops up in the air. Shield coating necklace. Low to mid-tier rating. The description says it drops a solid protective layer that covers his entire body when equipped. It boosts agility by 11%. Defense goes up by 14%, mana up by 1%. And for the special ability, level 1 body shield at 125 BP plus a 3% damage absorption rate. Yusun just stares at the necklace in his hand, looking absolutely incredibly hyped. This thing is honestly way better than he imagined. Then he checks out the ring sitting in his other hand, and a fresh stat window instantly pops right up on screen. Unknown dagger ring, mid-tier gear. The text states that when activated, this tiny ring literally shifts into a physical dagger, hilt generating a sharp blade made purely out of mana energy. Agility gets a 14% buff, perception goes up by 9. Plus the special, magic dagger skill hits level 3, lasting for 5 minutes. Finally, he moves on to the third and very last piece of gear. The system details. The shield bracelet. Low to mid-tier rating. Once triggered, it instantly morphs into a heavy guard that completely covers his forearm. As for the raw stats, strength is up 7%, defense, 9% mana, 2%. Special function is a level 1 1000 BP shield. He just can't help but praise Teresa while checking out that sweet bracelet. The girl is an absolute genius. She somehow managed to craft a legit mid-tier item right out the gate. He tightly clenches his fist, a huge confident smile spreading across his face. He decides he absolutely has to test this gear out in real combat, so he can send Teresa the data. Plus, he already gave Dr. Hans Gordon a heads up. With all the prep work officially done, it is finally time for him to slowly crush Duke Adalek into absolute dust. Fast forward a few days, and the big second exam is finally rolling around. For this second exam, things are split up into 2 brutal phases: practical combat and pure theory. During the heavy combat phase, their magic proficiency test is scored totally differently depending on the specific element being cast. For example, hardcore lightning magic gets strictly graded based on its maximum voltage and how many chain links it hits. Meanwhile, wind magic is entirely judged based on the sheer explosive force it can generate. When it comes to heavy ice magic, they look at the absolute freezing point and how far the area of effect stretches. Then you have healing, holy light, and all those weird special attributes. There's a ton of crazy stuff to witness today, but the real massive hype is always centered right around the destructive fire attribute. And who else is up but Princess Hong? She watches the other students casually firing off their insane abilities, and Yusun is honestly just blown away. Classic main character energy. Those guys are operating on a completely different level entirely. And then right in front of him, an instructor turns around and calls out, "Yusin, you are up next." Without missing a single beat, his feet step right onto the main testing grounds. The proctor gives the signal telling him to begin. Relying on just one single active ability, Yusan explodes forward from his starting spot, charging straight at a set of tall pillars with massive red buttons mounted on top. By perfectly timing his blink skill, he effortlessly teleports right between the pillars, smashing each red button. His intense focus is completely off the charts. He literally doesn't waste a single movement. He clears every target like it is absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, watching from the corner judge's booth, evaluators are completely stunned. You and I both know why every time we watch this kid move it is an absolute shock. Alright, you and I are seeing something absolutely unbelievable here. Zero delay on that flash step, and he even controlled the direction perfectly. He executed it with flawless precision right on the spot. Truly mind-blowing. The moment Baek stopped moving, the supervisor's announcement finally echoed through the area. Baek Yusil's exam had officially ended, yet there he stood completely alone, staring off into the distance with a totally indifferent expression on his face. He started plotting his next move. With this, he figured he had basically nailed the combat portion of the test. Since he couldn't actually use real magic, he assumed the rest of the physical exam was a total bust. But if he managed to score high enough on the DUMAT, written theory test using his special glasses that would make up for it. Suddenly, Yusil flinched and looked back in pure confusion as someone approached and called his name. "So you're back, Yusil?" A group of students walked right up to him, their faces practically dripping with open mockery. "Word as a freshman like you actually dared to pick a fight with a third-year student. Are you seriously that far gone?" Wow. Even thinking about doing something that reckless as a freshman was totally unimaginable for them. Nobody would dare to cross that line. Staring at this random mob trying to start drama, Yusil's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought it over. So the trouble had finally begun, huh? Was this Asmon's crew? Right on cue, the ringleader got aggressively close to his face and sneered, "Oh, would you just look at this kid? You actually have the nerve to glare at us like that." The guy's face looked absolutely unhinged. Was he not planning on blinking anytime soon? Despite those harsh threats, Yusil stayed perfectly calm, realizing his hunch was dead on. Still, a visible frown quickly formed on his annoyed face. It was honestly pretty annoying dealing with these punks and their incoming beating. Maintaining his intense stare, Yusil just silently glared back at the 12th troublemaker, attempting to casually intimidate him right back into his place. But the guy just let out this totally smug, arrogant laugh, clearly unaffected by the intense stare. Look at this brat. I told you to keep your head down." Baek Yusil completely ignored him even though the insults kept pouring in. "This deadweight is way more arrogant than I thought. A commoner, I even heard a nasty rumor that you don't have any parents, right? If you do not want to die, get on your knees right now, you bastard." Right at that moment, second-year senior Ban Dion walked by and noticed the commotion happening. She glanced over and started putting the pieces together. What was going on? A fight. Since she wasn't far away, Dion quickly realized that mob belonged to the infamous senior Asmon. But more importantly, her eyes locked right onto Yusil standing in the middle of it. Wait a minute, wasn't that the freshman they met back at the Matis cemetery? She remembered hearing his name was Baek Yusil. After putting that thought together, she just confidently put her hands on her hips and called out to them loudly, "What exactly are you guys doing over there?" As she approached, the ringleader glared at Dion and snapped, "Can't you see I am teaching a junior a lesson, so stay out of it." Ban Dion, this punk dared to talk back to a third-year senior. As upperclassmen, properly educating these disrespectful juniors is our absolute duty. Hearing the loud argument, the other bystanders around them finally realized she had joined the intense scene. "Wait, is that Ban Dion? Isn't she that famous elite student from the second-year class S?" Hearing the issue and quickly grasping the situation, Dion turned to look at Yusil in pure surprise. But as she observed him a little more closely, a brand new thought popped into her head. Was Yusil actually planning to kneel? If he was strong enough to defeat a Tier 5 summoner, he should easily be able to handle these guys without breaking a sweat. Why would he just willingly drag himself into this mess? No way. Without a second of hesitation, Dion decided to tweet, "Stop it. No, do not do that." The bully was totally caught off guard by her sudden interference. "What did you say?" Dion closed her eyes and calmly continued. "If it's exactly like you said, a freshman talking back to a third year is no small issue. If this were a military mage squad, that would honestly be viewed as direct treason against a superior officer. So my official suggestion is that we set up a special combat training session, just for the junior." Hearing this wild idea, everyone froze in absolute shock, staring at her with massive questions on their faces. That kind of training requires direct approval from the student council president first. Since she proposed it, Dion decided to handle the details herself. I will personally go get that approval, so make sure you do this properly. Suddenly handed a much more logical excuse to fight, the ringleader broke out into an absolutely flawless, menacing grin. Leaking a bit of real bloodlust, he glared straight at Yusil and added, "Fine by me. That honestly sounds pretty fun, and we have nothing else to do anyway." The mob walked off, leaving them behind. Both of them just stood there watching the guys leave, until it was just the two of them left. "Now watch closely here." Dion spoke up first. "Sorry for interfering, but if I didn't step in they would have never let you off the hook." Yusil stayed completely silent, but his face clearly showed how stunned he was. Did she really think those guys wouldn't let him off the hook? Not getting an answer from him yet, Senior Dion went ahead and shared her own wild theory. Her theory: "You were planning to use that moment of humiliation to launch a massive counterattack, weren't you? Someone smart enough to actually take down a summoner wouldn't just talk back to others without a reason. So there is only one explanation: to finally put an end to Stella's long-standing, ridiculous tradition known as the senior hazing ritual. You actively chose to sacrifice yourself." Yusil just stood there in absolute silence, deeply listening to her, as pure confusion took over his mind. Me? He looked like a guy wondering, who am I and where am I? How did I even end up in this bizarre situation? Anyway, getting back on track, staring at the group that hadn't fully disappeared yet, Dion calmly continued breaking down her intense analysis from earlier. "So what do you and I take from this? But among them, there are some who genuinely have no choice but to follow Asmon. They, all right, you and I are jumping right in. He was basically forced, chained down by his family's strict circumstances. Even if he's totally right, you can't let those people face that kind of punishment." Then a heavy hand firmly drops right onto his shoulder, instantly offering him a much-needed boost of solid encouragement. "So I'm setting the stage for you. Fight however you want. I'll personally go and convince the student council president myself." Hearing this, Baek Yusil immediately senses some serious danger approaching. Sweating bullets, he has absolutely no clue what to do next as a helpless smile stretches awkwardly across his face. What on earth has she been rambling about this whole time? Time moves on in a total blur as these glowing blue magical diagrams are drawn out in vivid detail. It's actually a totally different variation created by some professor. This right here is the Magic Protocol Interpretation exam. Following the prompt, all the students down below frantically start tackling their written tests. Naturally, plenty of them can't hide their loud groans of frustration. Sigh, they don't understand a single thing. Will they even be able to solve this whole thing today? But then, standing out from the struggling crowd, someone actually gets up and completely leaves his assigned seat. It's Baek Yusil. The moment he puts on his encyclopedia glasses, his absolute knowledge easily surpasses even the most forgetful professors combined, so he just casually hands in his paper. The supervisor taking the test from him looks super confused. It's only been 20 minutes, are you seriously giving up on the exam already? How is that even possible? Baek Yusil, already walking away, casually turns back to explain. "Nope, I already solved everything." Sounding completely absurd, the stunned supervisor immediately checks over the answers he submitted. "Wait, what? You mean to tell me that is true?" And just like that, his previous confusion instantly turns into pure absolute panic. This is insane. Tucking his glasses away inside his jacket, Baek Yusil calmly strides forward, completely unfazed. He says, "I didn't study at all, but finishing it feels incredibly refreshing." However, things slowly start getting a little bit complicated when he has to stop and glance over, hearing people whispering about him. "Hey, that's Baek Yusil, isn't it? I heard that crazy freshman actually dared to talk back to Asmon Adalek. Sounds like he's about to get taught a proper lesson, huh?" Standing there frozen, he realizes bad news is brewing again. Looks like the entire school knows by now. His eyes sink. Worse, he has to deal with Vandian stepping up to offer some special training for juniors. Simply put, it's a loophole where seniors wanting to teach a lesson can legally challenge underclassmen directly. A full-on duel. At Stella, seniors are strictly banned from insulting or hitting juniors, but inside the designated training group, seniors can legally punish them under the disguise of a challenge. But honestly, it's just an excuse for upperclassmen to beat down juniors using magic. Because of that, the student council president has to approve it to prevent abuse. However, Class S students actually hold the special privilege to propose it directly to the council. He was just going to kneel and get it over with, yet it spiraled into this mess. Remembering that moment, whatever, might as well kneel fast and go sleep. Walking all the way back to his dorm room, Baek Yusil slowly comes to a firm decision. Since things have already gone this far, he pops open a mysterious box, revealing a very specific item inside that looks exactly like a plush teddy bear. Grabbing it in his hand, a super confident smirk appears on his face. If he can't avoid it, he might as well kick back and enjoy the ride. Meanwhile, over at the Stella Student Council meeting room, Inside, someone reviewing documents suddenly notices a commotion happening right in front. This student, the Stella Student Council President, second-year Class S Elite Miro Baek Yunsung. And just as you and I probably expected, the guy who confronted Baek Yunsung earlier has shown up here looking dead serious. The president immediately cuts to the chase and asks him a quick question. Vandian, what brings you here? Without wasting a single second, Vandian firmly slams a piece of paper right down onto the president's solid desk. But then her voice actually softens up just a little bit. I want to request official approval to open a special training session for a junior. The target Baek Yunsung, the Class S freshman. Hearing this, the president looks visibly surprised as he responds to the sudden request. Ha, I thought you absolutely hated ridiculous stuff like this. Why do it now? Without showing a single shred of emotion on her face, Vandian says, I'm doing it exactly because I hate it. Since this is a serious matter, the president offers a quick warning. I don't know what you're scheming, but no matter how insanely talented they are, a freshman has absolutely zero chance of defeating a second-year student in a fight. The massive gap in real combat experience isn't something raw stats can ever make up for, yet you still want to request opening this training session. Waving the paper in her hand, Vandian breaks into a grin. If you want to know why, just come watch. It'll be fun. Seeing her sudden shift, the president's eyes narrow slightly, letting out a heavy sigh. Seriously, what kind of crazy scheme are you plotting right now? Meanwhile, outside, the sound of someone getting ready to enter echoes through the hall. Oh, student Miro Baek Yunsung, the figure of the supervisor who oversaw Baek Yunsung's test, walks right into the room, tightly gripping a document in his hands. Could you take a look at this report for me? It's a student thesis submission. Recognizing the man instantly, the president politely greets him. Ah, Professor Geron, welcome. Did this exam actually produce a thesis worthy of being sent straight to the academy? However, he subtly hides a tiny bit of lingering dissatisfaction. That one you brought us last time wasn't exactly up to standard, yet you still insisted on pushing it through. Haha, just take a look at it. If he was a little confused before, now he's completely baffled. But then the president realizes exactly why. Wait a minute, isn't this the famous overlay circuit design originally created by the legendary Professor Procus? This is seriously impressive. It completely cut the reverse model resolution loop formula in half and somehow did it using just one. Alright, you and I are looking at pure genius here. Such a simple formula, yet so brilliant. The overlapping circuit was already perfected by countless scholars before, and yet someone actually pushed it even further. You can only call this absolute genius. The chairman just could not wait any longer. His biggest question was very simple: who exactly wrote this? Raising a hand, the professor smiled brightly and replied, it was Cadet Busan. With this level of skill, he really should be invited to the Aslan conference. Ah, right now is not the time. I must report to the vice principal immediately. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room turned strangely quiet. Still holding on to that specific test paper, the chairman stood completely frozen for a long time. Putting these two massive events together around a single student, the chairman finally made his own firm judgment. Busan, you are way more interesting than I thought. Professor Jero grabbed Busan's exam paper and immediately rushed out to find Vice Principal Haydn. You see, teaching a student who could write such an outstanding essay wasn't just about boosting Stella Academy's overall reputation, it was also about his own personal honor and track record. The document was slapped onto the desk. Vice Principal Haydn rested his chin, frowned, and asked, are you actually planning to recommend Cadet Busan for the Aslan conference? Professor Jero answered with obvious joy, yes, exactly as you can. See, this is absolutely incredible. However, Haydn's voice suddenly dropped dangerously low, cutting him off completely. That is going to be extremely difficult and quite troublesome to deal with. Professor Jero was completely stunned. He just subconsciously replied, yes. Haydn adjusted his mood right then and began to explain exactly what he meant. Right now, Stella Academy has so many strong applicants besides that specific student, and especially this year's incoming freshman class. They are highly promising candidates who will absolutely stand out and make huge waves no matter where they go. For any academy, the maximum number of students allowed to attend the Aslan conference, excluding those prestigious individuals who already hold fixed attendance rights, is exactly 2. And you were seriously nominating Busan for that spot, a magic warrior who literally cannot even use basic magic. That is an absolute insult to all real mages. Professor Jero just stood there totally frozen and then closed his eyes tight, bracing for Haydn's next harsh words. If you understand, then you need to leave this room right now. I will absolutely never allow Busan to step foot in Aslan. I understand. Jero slowly walked out of the vice principal's office looking completely exhausted and defeated. Meanwhile, Haydn's frown only grew deeper and more twisted inside the room. Without even glancing at the exam paper on his desk, he directly crushed it in his bare hand. Ha, who would ever let a worthless bug like him enter Aslan? Not happening. With an ice-cold expression on his face, that perfect exam paper was instantly burned into ashes. Time passed quietly, but here is where you and I need to pay attention. The second round of exams finally ended, and the official rankings were finally posted. Bison smoothly blended into the massive crowd standing right in front of the giant results board. He pointed a finger, looking a little clueless, as he muttered, "Let us see here. Ah, I finally found it." After scanning through the massive list of names from the bottom up, Bison was ranked at position 419 in Class S. Staring at it, he actually felt a bit proud even, though that number was painfully low. I placed 419, so I guess I am doing pretty amazing on this ranking board right now even, though I literally scored perfect marks on the written exam. But then his gaze suddenly narrowed and locking intensely onto one specific spot near the top of the board. By the way, who actually took first place this time? Wait, could that really be Mao? The top rankings were revealed: first place Class S Mao, second place Class S Flame, third place, fourth place Class S He Gunriang, fifth place Class S Hong. All the top students were from Class S, which honestly was not surprising at all. But he noticed something else that really started to bother him. Hai Gunriang, the guy who easily secured second place last semester, and yet now he had somehow dropped all the way down to fourth. Could it actually be because Isel, Moon, and Flame focused much harder on their studies than in the original timeline? Right at that moment, Princess Hong's graceful silhouette appeared on the scene, stepping right up beside him without him even noticing as he kept thinking. Since Jackie went down the dark path of a dark mage, the entire dark mage storyline for He Gunriang and Aoang just vanished. Seeing him staring so intensely at the board, Princess Hong suddenly spoke up, asking him a direct question. Are you currently trying to manipulate your own ranking in a very specific way? I think your true intentions are pretty obvious by now. Princess Hong just stood there waiting for an answer, but that seemed almost impossible, given the massive drop of sweat now forming on Bussen's face from her sudden jump scare. This is entirely wild. What is she even talking about? Why is she suddenly here out of nowhere? Is she planning something bad? As if she could literally read his mind, Princess Hong quickly said, however, looking at the fact that you managed to break into the top 600, it seems you are planning to enter the Grand Academy tournament. Hearing this, Bussen faintly realized something, bringing a hand to his chin as he kept thinking. Ah, now that I think about it, there was an event exactly like that. The Academy tournament is a huge event where selected students get to battle it out against top-tier cadets, other prestigious magic academies. After quickly running through these thoughts, he immediately turned to look at the girl who had just spoken and evaluated him. But right then, all he saw was pure shyness, her face glowing bright red as she gently stroked her own hair. The proud princess acting like this. He thought to himself, what is going on here? What is this weird vibe, leaning in closer to her naturally? Busen confidently blurted out the exact thought that just crossed his mind. What was that? Do you have something else you want to tell me, Han? All right, you and I are jumping right back in. Princess Hong Biyon's eyes flew wide open, her face flushing completely red as she looked away, totally pouting. Her fists clenched even tighter, proving just how flustered she really was. Meanwhile, Baek Yunsung stood there looking totally clueless until a sudden question broke the silence. Why would you do that? Did Baek Yunsung really not get it? Princess Hong Biyon narrowed her eyes, pressing him for real answers. Why would you pull something like that against Mon? That guy is seriously influential, and he definitely holds grudges. Honestly, he is probably going to make your life a living nightmare until graduation. Her voice turned dead serious, laying out the harsh reality. Are you really confident you can handle all of this? Seeing Princess Hong Biyon actually worry about him caught Baek Yunsung totally off guard. He just could not take his eyes off her, shifting expressions as her mood changed. And without missing a single beat, he bluntly dropped the truth. No, I really do not think I can handle it. Hearing that absolutely shameless answer, the princess's heart basically stopped. Pure disbelief washed over her while Baek just stood there completely calm. But in his mind, Baek had a point. Rather than dealing with a bunch of arrogant kids 10 years younger picking fights, he would rather crush them and get expelled instead. Now you and I can see the princess is losing it. Her tightly clenched fists were actually trembling. And two questions immediately burst out of her. Then why would you do something like that? What do you even gain from helping me? But instead of giving her a quick answer, Baek let a heavy silence hang in the air. He just kept his eyes completely locked onto hers, building the tension. And only when he finally broke eye contact and looked away did he deliver the answer. That is because I actually value the relationship between us a lot more. Boom. Just like that, Princess Hong Biyon's entire world turned bright pink. Hearing those exact words completely melted her defenses. But knowing he wasn't finished, Baek awkwardly scratched his cheek, looking away again as he added one more thing. Plus, I am definitely not doing this huge favor for free. So once this whole mess is finally over, you have to sign a contract with me to buy a specific item. Hearing this, Princess Hong Bi-yeon looked totally confused, because she knew a basic fact: an item contract could literally be set up and signed absolutely anywhere in this world. It didn't just have to be with a bit. So why pick her? Baek's mind suddenly started racing. Honestly, he knew he couldn't just admit that he wanted to save her and finally give her a happy ending, so he just avoided her gaze again. Well, about that detail, I will just have to tell you later. This massive wave of curiosity left the princess with even more questions, but she realized she could not push it further. So Hong Bi-yeon decided to drop it and switch gears to something else. Alright. By the way, do you have any actual plans prepared for the upcoming training session? For all the rookie cadets. This time, Baek fired right back without hesitation. Yeah, I am definitely going to have to do something about that entire situation. Then came a totally unexpected piece of advice from the princess. You do not need to hold back, you know. Baek just blinked, completely bewildered. Wait, giving me confidence. With her eyes shining super bright, Princess Hong Bi-yeon suddenly found her own absolute confidence and just let it all out. Yeah, you can honestly fight those arrogant seniors pretty well using your own raw abilities. So do not even worry about it. I will do my absolute best to handle all the messy aftermath. Baek dropped a slight sweat drop at that. All right then. Thanks. Deep down, he realized she was genuinely trying her hardest to be thoughtful and help him out. But wait a minute, why on earth did she actually think he was going to win? Anyway, while those two were chatting away, someone was standing right in a hidden corner of the hallway, quietly listening to every single word. And this sneaky eavesdropper was none other than Aswang, the absolute genius of fire magic. She quietly walked away, heading straight over to a specialized training ground. Suddenly, a massive blast of fire exploded sky-high across the area right in the middle of the advanced magic practice room. Aswang was standing right there, pushing through an intense training session under the watchful eye of Professor Hong Jae. He offered a warm smile along with some high praise. Your magical control is genuinely incredible. Meanwhile, Swang might have been lacking in raw firepower, but she easily made up for it with pinpoint flawless control. And because of that, you are definitely going to pass this upcoming exam with flying colors. That precise style works absolutely perfectly when you are fighting against highly perceptive enemies or quietly executing stealth-based covert missions. But his gaze quickly shifted over to the other girl, drawing a direct comparison. Still, your raw firepower just isn't enough. Beside them, Princess Hong Bi-yeon sadly looked down at the floor in complete defeat. The professor immediately turned his nagging frustration onto her. Fire magic. Just how many times do I have to repeat that pure destruction isn't everything, and yet you were somehow ranked #1 for fire attribute compatibility? It is honestly just completely absurd. He ordered her to try it one more time. Meanwhile, Aswang just watched that harsh criticism unfold, and you could see a deep sense of unwilling frustration starting to show on her face. Magical flames continuously ignited, blazing totally out of control. All the training dummies standing right in front of her were instantly consumed by an overwhelming wave of fire. Aswang just kept relentlessly practicing her signature fire magic skills, pushing herself to the absolute limit. Yet that bitter dissatisfaction never left her expression. I lost again this time, she thought. If we are talking about pure effort, I definitely did not lose. So why does it always end up like this? Utterly defeated, she just let her magic wand drop loosely to her side. She stared blankly at the path of destruction she had created ahead. Aswang still could not understand why she just could not secure a win. Anyway, returning to Moon, she suddenly overheard the loud gossip of a few students whispering nearby. Wait, now that I think about it, isn't it happening exactly today? Or not, I am talking about the huge sparring match between the first and second years. We are definitely going to watch, right? Moon kept her own private thoughts entirely focused on that crazy rumor. Could this actually be connected to Baek Yunsung, she wondered, all while bitterly regretting she missed her chance to. She couldn't even chat with Baek Yunsung before Princess Hong dragged him away. A visible sadness washed right over her face. But honestly, that didn't matter right now. She still had classes to attend. And just like that, Moon had to walk away alone, wandering off to somewhere else completely. But deep down, she was seriously hesitating. Until finally, she just stopped right in her tracks. Taking a deep breath, Moon forced a warm smile and gathered her spirits. She finally made it here. But suddenly, something else happened. Moon looked right over at the person next to her who just started chatting. Oh, so you decided to come out here today too? A big question mark hung in the air. Standing there was a smiling girl with brown hair and green eyes. Rumor has it that Baek Yunsung actually likes you. Meet Hari from Class B. She casually sat down, flashing an even brighter smile with a teasing edge. Wait, are you two secretly dating or something? Is that the real reason you came all the way out here today? Moon was already super shy, but hearing that made her entire face turn bright tomato red. No, is totally not like that. From the very start, Moon was stuttering hard. Baek Yunsung and I are not, she just could not force the actual words out. Hari just sat there, her smile never fading as she studied Moon. What a massive surprise. Hari really wondered what she was actually like, especially carrying that heavy title, the trader's daughter. But honestly, isn't she way cuter than anyone would have ever expected her to be? She decided not to push Moon any further on that awkward topic. Instead, Harry suddenly realized she had totally forgotten to do something. Oh wow, this intro is a bit late, huh? I am Harry from Class B. It is super nice to finally meet you. Moon just blinked, completely dazed. Yes, nice to meet you too. But right then, a massive shout of pure shock instantly grabbed their attention. They both snapped their heads toward the noise. You and I are about to see something wild. Down below, Baek Yunsung finally appeared. He stood perfectly still, just casually rocking a huge backpack over his shoulder. The crowd's whispers quickly turned into a massive roaring wave. All eyes were locked right on him. He just looked totally clueless, exactly like Moon. Why the heck are so many people gathered here? And that was not all. Senior Doggo Kwang leaned over the massive stands and shouted right down at him. Hey brave kid, listen up. But please go easy on them. Hearing this completely over-the-top hype, Baek Yunsung just stood there sweating buckets. A crazy thought crossed his mind. Wait a second, wasn't he the guy getting absolutely targeted by these seniors right now? Why should he be the one going easy? Over on the sidelines, Senior Baek Yoon looked strangely calm about the whole situation. She was literally the only one keeping her cool today. Everyone else in the stands was absolutely gloating over this brutal matchup. That arrogant punk Baek Yunsung is finally going to get wrecked today. He is about to learn a lesson he will never forget. Just a commoner acting like the main character serves him right, honestly. Once a high-level senior marks you, it is instantly game over. But right as they mocked him, one of those loudmouth students completely froze. Hearing her favorite guy get trashed, Princess Hong Bi-yeon flipped a switch. She shot them an absolutely freezing death glare that screamed pure danger. The temperature dropped. Her eyes literally promised that one more insult meant she was sending them straight to the afterlife. Do not test her. And wow, that threat worked flawlessly. Once Princess Hong walked past, those two haters instantly curled up in a corner, absolutely shaking in fear. They did not dare make another sound. Just like the rest of the crowd, Hong Bi-yeon was incredibly invested in this upcoming battle. She grabbed the best seat in the house to watch. But thinking about him, her eyes narrowed sharply. A simple commoner could not possibly. Yet she could not look away from how insanely calm Baek Yunsung was down there. A second later, Yunsung locked his focus dead ahead. Standing across from him, his opponent finally broke the silence. Hey kid, you ready? Stick with me because this fight is about to get insane. Second-year student Caliban Kadan shot him a nasty glare. He was basically a Class C fighter sitting right around rank 300 or so. Even though Yunsung was Class S, this guy's pure combat stats were higher. He definitely needed to avoid a direct head-on clash today. Yunsung casually brushed off the intense pressure and answered back. Yeah, I am ready. Hearing that weak confirmation, his opponent smirked hard. Caliban flashed a wickedly dangerous smile. Stubborn till the very end, huh? And just as the tension spiked to an absolute boiling point, a professor stepped right up to moderate this clash. Since everyone is finally here, I will explain the combat rules. This official match will run for exactly 15 minutes. You both will fight until one of you completely collapses. If any clear, lethal danger pops up, threatening a student's life, the spatial control magic of the Stella Dome will automatically shut this entire deathmatch down in a flash. Furthermore, after 15 minutes, either side can simply choose to surrender. The duel will instantly end right there. Alright, enough talk. Let the official battle begin. The horn blasted, and instantly both fighters were teleported straight into a massive green forest. A giant floating digital clock, displaying 4 zeros, kicked off the absolute madness. Caliban looked insanely confident as he whipped out his magic wand. Across from him, Yunsung finally got serious, gripping his light sword tight to shake off the heavy nerves. Back in the stands, Hari glanced at Moon, asking, "Who do you honestly think is taking the win here?" Moon barely hesitated before locking in her answer. Obviously, the senior will win. Senior Caliban actually inherited the Earth attribute after all. Earth elementals boast ridiculously strong defense, and there is no way he breaks it. Alright, let's be real. Bussin isn't exactly the powerhouse type. Harlan totally agrees, breaking down the details. Plus, Earth magic is all about insane terrain control. The more they dominate the battlefield, the wilder their attacks can get right now. Can Busan's sword actually pierce a Tier 3 Earth mage's defenses? It really doesn't look good for our guy right now. Moon predicted this exact thing, but honestly it just makes her even sadder. She sighs heavily. Harlan, you're right about this. There is literally no way Busan wins this match, at least under normal rules. but they still hold on to a tiny shred of faith in him. Back in the arena, Senior Killaben is wearing pure, unadulterated danger right on his smug little face. Today, I'll teach you what true terror actually looks like. Earth territory. But wait, total confusion suddenly hits him. The solid ground beneath him cracks wide open, but the word flash continuously pops up right in front of Busan. His first strategy to fight this guy. Keep his distance plain and simple, and once he creates a safe gap, Busan notices a critical detail. Meanwhile, his angry opponent, Killaban, senses the exact same shift in the air. Instantly, a brand new smirk carves itself onto Busan's focused face. Smile locked in Busan bolts. He runs as far away as possible. Killaban just stands there stunned by the kid's insane speed. What the Harry freezes, staring in absolute disbelief at the match. Wow, running away immediately without even trying to save face. Moon stands beside him and totally agrees. Yeah, it makes sense to me. But honestly, the lingering worry Moon feels for him is definitely still there. Though right now, fleeing might actually be the smartest move. Back to the clash, Killaban aggressively chases. Right after him, his face contorting with rage as he screams out, "Hey, you little punk, get back here right now." Honestly, turning around would be the real shocker. Who in their right mind listens to that and obeys? But once rage builds up, it absolutely needs to be released. Killaban violently grits his teeth, then directly from where he's standing in the arena. 3. Simple green magic circles materialize out of thin air. Flying rocks launch forward. Busan is totally caught off guard by this shift. Before he can react, the attack slams right into the ground ahead. Thick smoke blasts everywhere. The upperclassmen watching from the stands are forced to shove their messy feelings aside and wait in nervous silence, halting his angry steps near a slightly green bush. Killaban smirks again, completely convinced that the heavy attack landed. But you and I know high arrogance just means a much harder face slap. Killaban freezes cold. What is this dangling upside down by its tail right in front of him, swinging back and forth? Is that a weird monkey doll? Absolute confusion completely strips away his sharp battlefield instincts. What the hell? Why is this thing even here? Right when he's totally clueless on what to do next, the two symbols in the toy's hands start clapping together. A sudden, deadly pressure instantly triggers his survival instincts. Boom! A blinding light explosion erupts, forcing the stunned senior to immediately throw his hands up and block. True to his Earth Mage nature, a bright green aura tightly surrounds his entire body. Calivan escapes without a scratch, but that sickening feeling in his gut spikes. Ha, I was almost a goner right there. Thank goodness, I perfectly matched my body weight to the Earth's gravity. But his little self-praise stops mattering the moment his senses catch a bizarre change in the air. A massive shield made of pure earth materializes directly behind his back out of nowhere. Exactly as Calivan predicted, the sharp sound of tearing wind echoes out. Busan appears at that exact spot, unleashing a devastating slash with his glowing blade of light. A nasty cracking sound rings out, but tough luck, the sword totally fails to break through the defense. Calivan spins around with a super arrogant grin, hoisting his magic wand high. Die, he screams. The massive earth wall he built vanishes in a flash. In its place, the terrifying energy of a brand new explosion prepares to blow. Calivan is certain he absolutely will not miss a second time, but Karma is about to brutally adjust his perspective right inside that explosion zone. There is absolutely nothing left there. Not even a single lingering trace of strange energy twisting around in the dust. Empty air. Wait, what? Nothing. Calivan frantically scans his surroundings, sticking his lip out and tossing out a heavy taunt. Hey, freshman brat. Is running away seriously the only trick you have up your sleeve? Was all that talk about knightly spirit just a bunch of empty garbage? Or what? The ultimate humiliation drops yet again when he steps right onto something super weird. Oh my god, his body suddenly reacts. In the craziest way. Seconds ago, he was heavy as a boulder, but now he is literally floating in mid-air. Totally confused, he stammers out. Why is my body so frozen I can't balance? He violently stumbles sideways, his wide eyes immediately locking onto the scene directly in front of him. Crouching far away in a thick bush, Busan watches the whole thing go down. A confident smirk spreads across the kid's face. But to Calivan, that smile looks like pure, unadulterated disrespect. Yeah, is that little punk seriously smiling right now? Channeling every last drop of his mana to cast magic, Calivan aggressively hunches over, gritting his teeth. Earth gravity. His magic wand thrusts forward, aiming exactly where the kid just was. But nope, Busan vanished into thin air again. Beyond frustrated, and basically losing his mind, Calivan frantically glares around the arena to find him. This infuriating kid seriously wants to play peekaboo. Alright, you and I are dropping right into the action. Come out right now. Suddenly, a weird object looking exactly like a tennis ball comes flying in. Spotting the movement, Calivan quickly steps aside. He swings his wand, slicing the object right in half. Don't you dare try any more of these cheap tricks on me. But wait, big mistake. A blinding light suddenly erupts right from the center of the sliced ball. Instead of a deadly explosion, boom is a massive smoke bomb. And what comes with smoke? Serious eye-stinging agony. And just like that, Calivan is temporarily blinded. Tears are falling. Game over, right? Nope. Calivan is still standing right there, though he is definitely looking a bit messy right now. Coughing and choking. Is this actually a tear gas grenade? Even though he has not taken any real physical damage, his attention is completely distracted. He accidentally kicks a small bell rolling on the ground right next to him. He had absolutely no idea it was even there. And then, what happens next is inevitable. A massive flash of light bursts out for everyone to see. But instead of only affecting Calivan in the arena, the blinding flash actually hits all the spectators watching from the outside too. Harry squints, totally confused. What in the world is that? Moon squints his eyes trying to figure it out. It acts just like a flashbang, completely blocking vision and sound for a brief moment. From tear gas, straight into a flash attack. This second-year senior has completely lost his sense of direction now. Meanwhile, Princess Hong, standing quietly over in the corner, pouts her lips, forming her own quick judgment on the match. Well, it is over. If he approaches slowly and delivers the finishing blow right now, that commoner is definitely going to win. But wait, something suddenly changes on the battlefield, making the princess widen her eyes in absolute shock. She stares down at the arena. What is he doing? Down below, Yusiel is calmly pulling out even more round gadgets, getting ready to throw. Bingo! The first gadget smashes right into the side of Calivan's face, instantly twisting his expression in pure agony. And those remaining gadgets, no way they are going to waste. Yusiel rapidly spams his flash step skill, constantly shifting angles to bombard him. From a totally different vantage point, Senior Dako Wang and Senior Bai Yeon are starting to get seriously suspicious. Is he seriously using tear gas again? It looks like there is a weird mix of simple smoke in there. What am I even supposed to say? Honestly, Yusiel's attacks are not exactly dealing fatal damage. Well, I mean, he is slowly chipping away at his opponent. But wait, instead of just tears pouring down his face like before this time around, Calivan is literally drooling too. Cursing out loud is his only way to vent his pure rage. Yusiel, you absolute bastard! Channeling almost all of his remaining mana, Calivan rips a massive chunk of earth right from under his feet, launching himself straight into the sky. Down below, Yusiel is clearly caught off guard by this massive impact. That earlier cursing was not enough. Floating high up, Calivan turns up the volume, screaming his next words. You call this a simple training match? Forget it, I am done playing. I am going to destroy you for real right here, right now. Yusiel knows exactly what is coming next, and honestly looking totally dumbfounded is unavoidable, because this time is finally Yusiel's turn to get caught in a bad spot. A massive green magic circle erupts filled with countless glowing runes, completely locking down the entire arena. From dumbfounded to completely paralyzed, Yusiel freezes perfectly still, a single drop of sweat sliding down his face. But come on, an entire meteor shower is not that way too extreme to use against a first-year student. Calivan is already completely furious, and now he is hearing things that just push him over the edge. Calivan's eyes glow blood red as he angrily grinds his teeth. Are you totally out of your mind? I do not care about the other matches. But you really should not say that. Both Dako Wang and Bai Yeon totally agree, nodding along. Yeah, that makes sense. And when words can no longer fix things, that is when deadly sharp stone pillars start shooting out from the glowing magic circle. Everything is escalating fast. The timer officially begins. A slow, tense countdown. 14 minutes and 47 seconds. 49 seconds. Up in the sky, Calivan raises his wand, arms straight up, preparing to launch a devastating attack. The moment he swings his arm down, pointing his wand straight ahead, he channels every ounce of his massive power and roars. Die. The brutal timer just keeps on running. 14 minutes and 55 seconds. A massive, terrifying meteor shower completely covers the sky, and it is inching closer and closer to Yusiel. Time hits 14 minutes and 57 seconds, yet he is just standing there. He is not even trying to brace himself. No dodging, absolutely zero movement. Not only that, but Yusiel actually looks like he lacks sleep, his eyelids literally drooping shut as the deadly attack falls. Time slowly ticks away. 14 minutes and 58 seconds. 59 seconds. And then the critical 15-minute mark finally hits. A sudden, totally unexpected smile stretches right across Yusiel's face. The exact second those giant earth pillars are mere inches away from crushing him, he calmly raises his hand and casually declares, I forfeit. The moment he says it, everything freezes. Literally. Every single spell is instantly cancelled out and forcefully completely shut down by the arena's safety system. Stelladome's barrier activates. The entire stadium instantly drops into an awkward dead silence, because honestly, not a single person in the crowd can believe he would actually just forfeit at the climax. And you know who the biggest victim is here, Calivan. Think about it. From the absolute beginning, he was the only one constantly getting humiliated. Taking hits, stumbling around, eyes burning from gas, coughing up a lung, just endless waves of pure, absolute frustration. Finally, after a few awkward seconds, Calivan manages to snap back to reality. The robotic system announcement echoes out. Training match is officially over. The simulation ends. Both fighters are pulled back to reality, standing right across from each other. The first-year student of Class SBON has forfeited. Therefore, the official winner is Calivan of Class C52. Calivan is just standing there unable to process reality. Wait, it is really over. But completely. Contrary to his utter shock, UCL feels totally relieved, his body relaxing completely. I finally survived. And honestly, you kind of have to pity Calivan just standing there frozen in disbelief. The system notification chimes out loud and clear. This special training match is officially over. His body is naturally trembling from the sheer intensity, just waiting for that helpless scream of pure frustration to echo across the entire square. What else could he do but accept it? The match is done. And just like almost everyone predicted from the start, the second-year student is crowned the winner. Stepping outside the arena, the chatter from the crowd instantly fires up. Did you see the look on that second-year's face just now? Man, he looked absolutely furious, like he was ready to completely lose his mind out there. Right, I mean, if I were in his shoes, I honestly would have started throwing wild punches everywhere, completely ignoring whatever the actual match results said. You're totally right about that. Because to everyone watching from the stands, it honestly looked like the first-year student had completely crushed that second-year senior. This whole spectacle totally forced Stella's top students to deeply analyze that insane fighting style. But wait, what exactly were those crazy items that Baek Yunsung used in there anyway? Could they be some brand new prototype items developed just for this test? Baek honestly did an amazing job, but my attention was completely hijacked by those weird magical tools instead. Even the senior student Bandagian was totally swept up in all this crazy hype. Is it just because he naturally prefers relying on magic tools, while your standard alchemists usually fight by strictly taking advantage of the surrounding terrain? Baek played this way differently. He actually planned out the exact placement of every single magic tool right from the very start. He pulled it off from start to finish, thanks to his totally insane mobility. He basically created a completely customized and heavily favored combat zone. He did it by casually dropping those items all over his area. Just as we expected, that kid is seriously built different. A total genius. Senior Wang, standing right next to him, suddenly jumps into the conversation with his own thoughts. Oh, didn't Miro Yoon mention that you actually requested to set up this specific training match? So did you actually get the exact results you were hoping for? Baek Yunsung looks around at the crowd again. The results I wanted. Well, right now, those smug second years definitely won't be trying to mess with the first years so easily anymore, right? I mean, even if they are older second years, there's always a very real chance they could actually just lose badly to a lowly first year. The other students keep whispering their own little rumors. Man, I'm just in a terrible mood now. We didn't even get to see that arrogant first-year brat completely humiliated out there. What a total letdown. Yeah, me too. Senior band finally wraps up the conversation. At this rate, I'm guessing this is pretty much the exact outcome I wanted. Honestly, the whole situation around here has just become incredibly interesting. Haha, everything is going perfectly. Alright, you and I are switching over to the Red Falcon Club room where someone just slammed their fist down right onto the desk. That's Edmund Adalek completely clenching his fists with this totally twisted, furious expression. Caliban, you absolutely stupid kid. Meanwhile, just a short distance away, Princess Hong is quietly sitting there reading a newspaper. The headline is all about the genius teaching assistant Antarisa. Star alchemist Antarisa develops groundbreaking new magic engineering tech for the future. But honestly, amidst all these loud outside discussions going on about Baek, Princess Hong is completely lost in her own deep thoughts, replaying flash after flash of that intense battle. Was this really the ultimate outcome of just surrendering so the enemy could take the win? During those 15 minutes of pure dueling, Baek Yunsung didn't even bother swinging his sword properly once. He basically just wanted to humiliate his senior by throwing out all sorts of random magic tools instead. Simply put, this heavily implies that if the guy actually wanted to take the victory, he literally could have won this match at any given second. But nope, he chose not to and intentionally threw the match. The real reason is pretty obvious. It'd be way too weird if a rookie first year casually beat down a second year senior. So wasn't he basically just making a huge statement that pure strength doesn't always solve everything in this world? Princess Hong initially assumed Baek would just rage out and absolutely crush his senior, but honestly she never expected him to disrespect the guy so badly before just tapping out. Seriously speaking, she realizes that kid is honestly just a completely unpredictable commoner. Meanwhile, right in a nearby corner, Edmund and his loyal faction members are still frantically plotting what exactly they should do about Baek Yunsung. So what the heck are the second years doing right now? Didn't I strictly order them to go pull Baek aside for a private little lesson already? Well, honestly, sir, the second years actually haven't dared to lay a single finger on Baek Yunsung privately yet. What? The totally flustered student nervously scratches his face while trying to carefully explain. Contrary to all the rumors, Baek actually greets the upperclassmen super politely and treats them with total respect. One guy said I totally planned to yell at him, but he was so charismatic I accidentally bought him snacks instead. What an absolutely ridiculous situation. What the hell is this? Edmund is completely speechless. He literally cannot believe a single word of this nonsense. Just as they start brainstorming their next shady move, a super urgent voice suddenly calls out from the hallway. Young master, startled by the sudden shout, they both immediately turn to look in the exact same direction. It's one of the loyal servants who followed Edmund to the academy. Seeing her show up right now gives Edmund a seriously bad feeling. What's the matter? She stammers nervously but manages to spit it out. The thing is, I just received an urgent call from the Duke himself. I really think you need to call him back immediately. A magic communication device pops up right where he needs it. Edmund quickly dials the magic connection, his mind racing before it even connects. Oh man, is this actually getting way too out of hand? Why would father be the one calling me first? The line clicks open. He instantly replies, yes, father, it's Edmund. The voice replies, and guys, this is where it gets crazy. Son, I just got a call straight from Alchemy City, from the alchemist. All right, you and I are diving right into the heat of it. The Duke holds up a newspaper completely serious. I just received some extremely vital news. Those elite alchemists working over at the Research Institute have completely halted item transfers to our country, all because Duke Adalek refused them. Do you know anything about this mess? Emin plays dumb immediately. Of course not. Why in the world would I say something like that to the legendary Antarisa alchemy faction? Despite his rapid denial, his father slams the harsh reality right back at him. Well, it is the absolute truth. The co-author of the Delta Enhancement Technique literally confirmed it himself. In a split second, Emin freezes up. Something very strange and terrifying clicks right into place. A co-author. Right now, it barely takes a single moment before sheer absolute panic washes over his entire face. He is completely freaking out. Wait a minute, father. I seriously have no idea. I've never met anyone like that before. But then another wild thought suddenly flashes right into his mind. His heart starts pounding like crazy as a familiar figure appears. Could it actually be Baek Yunsung? For Emin. Right in this moment, a freezing chill shoots down his spine. Sweat literally drips down his terrified face. He can't even form a single word, until a tiny desperate ray of hope finally sparks. Ah, there's an issue, he tells his father directly. Even so, it's totally ridiculous for them to dare reject the great Adolabek kingdom. Father, you know exactly how much massive influence our family holds over the alchemy society, right? Not letting his son finish that thought, the Duke cuts him off with an ice-cold tone. This is a literal scientific and technological revolution. This is a brand new technology that has never existed before in history. They have the insane ability to create objects perfectly equivalent to ancient artifacts. Even the legendary Golden Alchemist is actively conducting joint research right alongside Antarisa. Hearing this, Emin immediately grits his teeth, realizing he is in a lethal trap. The Golden Alchemist too, this mess is so much bigger than he ever thought. His father interrupts his panic. As I said, the country will soon restore its trading system, but the Adalek family name will absolutely not be included. The Duke turns deadly serious about the previous issue. I will ask you one last time. Are you involved in this? Disaster. Emon stays totally silent, and honestly, that silence is more than enough to give a complete answer. Meanwhile, let's cut back over to Princess Hong. The princess looks completely caught off guard when someone calls her name. Princess Hong, can you talk? And who else could it be but Emon Italic? Pure confusion is written all over her face as she replies, yes, senior. With literally no other options left on the table, Emon can only desperately rely on Princess Hong right now. Can you arrange a private meeting with Baek Yunsung for me? She genuinely cannot believe her ears. Emon is actually begging to meet the exact same guy he always treated like absolute garbage. Thinking it over for a second, she narrows her eyes. Yes, I will do that. Now heading south to the eastern ice Hawan, straight to the lower moon plains. An absolutely stunning landscape appears before us. A girl with gorgeous long crimson hair is staring out at the massive open space ahead. This is Jeliel. Keeping her face completely emotionless, she mutters to herself. Land prices are rising. Just then, some random guy comes trembling toward her and drops straight to his knees. Lady Jelliel, please, I am begging you, just this one time. Please show some mercy. Right above his head, a highly unusual number 3 suddenly pops up. Jelliel stares coldly in that direction. She isn't looking at him, but at that floating info board displaying the 3. Now you and I need to see this wild new trait, the value score of everything. This crazy ability lets her look at any living creature, human or object, and see a solid number. The lowest score is 0 and the absolute max is 100. She crouches down near him, but this pathetic guy only scores a 3. That value makes him literally equal to a random street pebble. Then she finally speaks up. See, why did you go so heavily bankrupt? I warned you to never expand into those completely useless business ventures. However, he just grinds his teeth, thinking something totally different. Liar. This whole business venture was absolutely supposed to be a huge success, and you are the one who ruined everything. But clearly the situation is completely beyond saving now. Take him away and bury him. Yes, ma'am. That chilling order echoes out, showing her absolute ruthlessness. The heavily armed guards step in and forcefully drag him away amid his endless screaming. Ah, please spare my life, Lady Jelliel. She casts one final empty look at his pathetic figure. Once his desperate screaming finally fades away, a very specific, deeply satisfied smirk forms on her face. However, that dark smile disappears almost instantly, bringing her right back to her normal stoic vibe. Ah, so boring. Kids these days seriously lack any real willpower. The second she thinks that, a super familiar and warm voice suddenly echoes through the area. Jelliel, are you over there? Flipping her entire mood faster than lightning, Jelliel breaks into a dazzling, radiant smile, her cheeks flushing completely red with excitement. That voice is so different from her previous cold vibe. The arrival of this mysterious figure raises questions, but this special person could be literally no one else but President Million of the massive StarCloud company. My precious daughter, have you been doing well lately? Jelliel rushes over and throws her arms around Melian for a huge hug. Dad, was your trip fun? Her cheeks turn redder. How did the big transaction go? Is everything all right? Looking at his smiling girl, he answers with a happy laugh. It is still in progress. This time, the elite Antarisa alchemy faction developed an insane new item by successfully combining some highly advanced and special magic techniques. Alright, you and I are about to see a real combat video using a brand new alchemy item. Do you want to check it out? She keeps a bright smile on her face, agreeing that it sounds like fun. But deep down, other thoughts are already creeping into her busy mind. Honestly, she wishes she had way more time to just talk with her dad, but she definitely cannot bring herself to say that out loud. He tells her they should head into his room, and she agrees. Stepping inside, a mysterious glowing purple sphere is already emitting a very bright light. Before they actually watch the footage, he gives a quick introduction. The guy in the video is just a first-year student at the famous Stella Academy. He somehow fought and beat a second-year student using that exact item. Hearing her dad say this, Jell is honestly more than a little surprised. An alchemy technique creator and co-author of a major magic art, and he is only a first year, she really starts feeling genuinely curious about him. What kind of crazy genius could this kid possibly be? Her anticipation completely builds up right as the screen finally loads and starts to play the video. She quickly snaps out of her shock. The image of Baek Yunsung appears perfectly clear on the screen. But wait, there is something very strange happening. Looking right through that screen, just like her dad, he actually has a strange question mark floating right over him, hiding his true stats completely. What in the world is going on here? Why can she not see his actual value at all? This has literally never happened to her before. Even when she looked at the powerful emperor of the Skelvan Empire or the king of Adalibet, she could clearly read their exact values with her eyes. There are only two rare cases where a person's value absolutely cannot be measured. She seriously looks closely at her dad to figure this entire mystery out. More accurately, she stares right at that tiny question mark floating there. The first case is when the target is someone you deeply love and care about. She sneaks a quick glance back at the screen showing him. The second case is when someone's true value is hidden so deeply it becomes completely immeasurable. In the video, he looks incredible, holding countless glowing spheres of energy. Realizing her dad has not mentioned his name, yet she is fully hooked and curious. She immediately asks her dad for the guy's real name. He smiles brightly at his daughter and proudly replies that his name is Baek Yunsung. Remember it. He hints that they might even cross paths in the future, and she definitely cannot disappoint her dad. Since he made such a big deal about it, she absolutely has to memorize that name right now. After chatting a little more, she casually asks if he wants to play a quick game of chess. Just one fast game of sun chess before heading out. Tapping her fingers on her hand, she finally breaks away from her deep thoughts about this guy. A hidden value that even she cannot measure. Her expression turns dead serious as she promises herself that she will definitely remember the name Baek Yunsung. Now here is where you and I jump back to Stella Academy. We catch up with Baek Yunsung, who has no idea he is being watched. He is holding a glass cup completely serious while casually drinking some dark liquid. Sitting right across from him, Edmund Adalek is practically sweating from pure nerves. Edmund is visibly awkward and heavily stammering, totally overwhelmed by the heavy tension. Refusing to let any more time go to waste in complete silence, Yusun speaks. He sets his coffee cup down and takes charge of the situation. He bluntly states that since he finished his coffee, he is leaving unless Edmund speaks. Edmund absolutely cannot believe how insanely decisive and straightforward he is being. Panicking, he begs him to wait, not even daring to make any direct eye contact. He starts profusely apologizing, expressing deep regret for everything that happened earlier. He admits it was totally his fault and confesses he feels terrible for looking down on him. He apologizes for mocking him just because he is a commoner. Desperate, he begs Yusun to forget those harsh words and please take back his previous threat. Yusun stays totally indifferent while listening to this pleading. Keeping his face completely locked, his busy mind is already racing with some very deep strategic thoughts. What is this guy doing? Honestly, these pathetic apologies do not even matter to him anyway. But if he wants to avoid that absolutely tragic ending later, he really needs to protect Princess Hong Bai-Yan at all costs. To do that, completely eliminating Edmund's political power is the absolute best move he can make. Setting his plan into motion, he completely shocks Edmund with a ridiculously cold tone. He flat out refuses to help him out or back down so easily. Right now, playing hard to get is definitely the smartest strategy. Edmund stammers nervously, desperately asking what he is supposed to do to fix this giant mess. Well, let's see about that. Baek Yunsung slowly reaches into his jacket. He pulls out something highly unexpected, asking Edmund how this specific arrangement sounds to him. Time for a quick lore drop. This is no ordinary piece of paper. It is a legendary magic contract where anything written becomes an absolute unbreakable reality. Anything drawn on it becomes magically binding. Yusun stares him down and continues, explaining that this is a highly powerful magic oath inscribed directly onto this paper. He challenges the nervous noble to a high-stakes bet. Edmund looks completely confused and terrified. A bet. He desperately asks for a clearer explanation of these terms. The rules are incredibly simple. They are going to play a match of sun chess. If Yusun loses, he will completely take back his previous hostile threat. He will only supply items to the Adalabit kingdom through the Adalek family. Edmund frantically double-checks the strange terms. A game of chess, really. But then Yusun easily drops his massive counter-condition. If he wins, Edmund must hand over his exclusive ticket to the highly prestigious Aslan Magic Seminar. Edmund instantly feels a heavy wave of danger hiding behind those exact words. What Yusun just sits there calmly, watching his opponent panic completely. Yusun asks if that sounds like a fair and reasonable deal to him. Edmund completely loses his mind. Of course it is not fair. The legendary Aslan Seminar. That is a highly exclusive public forum where only members of the most elite prestigious magic families gather together to hold massive academic discussions and share secrets. Only a family with true undeniable prestige in the elite magic world can ever dream of participating in it. And there are exactly 3 strict entry conditions. You must have attended last year and presented an excellent thesis to gain future entry. Or you must have published a groundbreaking article with undeniable worldwide influence. The Aslan Seminar. Securing a transfer pass to attend meant instantly becoming one of this generation's 12 absolute rising stars. Worldwide, it was known as the ultimate battleground where genius mages gathered to furiously prove their absolute superiority. Just participating in the Aslan Seminar and holding that exclusive status proved your undeniable talent. For decades, Duke Adalek's powerful family had attended this exact symposium. It was a crucial foundation for building and maintaining their family's massive political power. And right now, our underdog, Baek Yunsung, was aiming to steal that exact pass, casually tucking the paper away. If you don't want to, then forget it, Baek Yunsung coolly added. But before he could even take 3 casual steps away, a hesitant voice snapped him right back. Wait. Edmund's expression quickly darkened, looking visibly furious. Did you just say soul chess? Hearing that, a slow, incredibly dangerous smirk suddenly crept right across Edmund's arrogant lips. His eyes gleamed with absolute malice. Fine, I'll sign your little contract. We will meet right back here, exact same time tomorrow. Baek Yunsung kept his expression completely neutral, silently knowing he already had his opponent perfectly trapped. A full day quickly passed by leading up to the massive showdown. Fast forward to the next day, and Stella Academy's students had gathered in unbelievably huge crowds. Everyone was absolutely buzzing about one specific event. The wild rumors spread like wildfire across the entire campus. Why are there so many people packed in the cafe today? Someone asked. Senior Edmund is literally betting his Aslan pass in a soul chess match against a freshman. Wait, seriously? All eyes instantly locked onto the back of our freshman Baek Yunsung. Against a senior like Edmund at Stella Academy, who could possibly play soul chess better? Who was this completely fearless junior openly challenging him? Baek Yunsung silently answered the question inside his own head. Yeah, it's me. He exhaled softly, looking away from the massive crowd. Do they honestly think I actually enjoy this stupid game I have? Zero interest in soul chess. But then what? He suddenly jolted as a student eagerly signaled the incoming crowd. Look, they're finally here. Senior Edmund arrived trailing right beside Princess Hong Bai-yeon while another student carried their equipment. Edmund walked with absolute arrogant confidence, acting like he was the absolute star of the show. Baek Yunsung narrowed his eyes. As expected, Edmund had predictably brought Princess Hong Bai-yeon along. Today the princess looked seriously annoyed and the massive crowd's relentless whispering only doubled her obvious irritation. Wow, the princess looks incredibly gorgeous today. Wait, are those two secretly dating or something? A random student practically squealed out loud from the sidelines. Suddenly, a dark, heavy shadow loomed over Baek Yunsung's shoulder. Taking out all her frustration, Princess Hong glared intensely straight at our oblivious freshman. What's her deal? Why is she glaring at me so intensely? Did I do something to make her mad? Baek Yunsung helplessly wondered. Still visibly frustrated, Princess Hong crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and took a seat. Meanwhile, another nervous student carefully set down a massive chessboard, featuring alternating black and white squares. Honestly, up until now, Princess Hong still couldn't figure Baek Yunsung out at all, and today was no different. She felt undeniably anxious. What was Baek Yunsung thinking? Edmund had studied soul chess since he was 5, hailed as a prodigy. He wasn't just Stella Academy's best, almost nobody in the entire Adolve Kingdom could beat him. So why on earth would Baek Yunsung openly challenge Edmund at his own perfect game? He's a complete idiot, Hong thought. Almost reading her mind, Edmund flashed a ridiculously smug smile, glancing at the princess like she was already his one prize before turning that gross grin back to the fateful chess set. Honestly, I was totally shocked when you demanded the Aslan pass as a condition. Edmund smirked confidently, placing his hand on the white pieces. But this actually works out perfectly. Prepare to be completely humiliated. Princess Hong picked up a game piece, a slightly wicked smile, crossing her lips. All right, let the game begin. Before we officially start, let's confirm the stakes one last time, Edmund loudly announced, already absolutely certain of his upcoming guaranteed victory. Listen up. Once you sign a magic contract, breaking the official oath instantly means losing every single drop of your mana. You understand that, right? Baek Yunsung kept his face completely deadpan. Yeah, of course I do. Inwardly, though, he knew he was playing incredibly dirty here. I literally don't possess any mana anyway, he quietly thought to himself. So breaking the vow literally costs me absolutely nothing. Edmund confidently placed his final piece right at the board's sharp center, letting go, and gesturing arrogantly across the table. My pieces are all set in position. You can go first. Baek Yunsung let out a very short, dismissive sigh. Giving up the first move advantage in a bet this incredibly massive, he nonchalantly reached right inside his own uniform jacket. This guy is seriously underestimating me. He casually slid on his trusty encyclopedia glasses, ready to utilize them to the absolute maximum. All right, this is definitely shifting in my favor. At this point, you and I need to quickly go over some basic rules of soul chess. It's played on a massive octagonal board. Players have to draft 20 pieces from a huge pool of 200 types and setting them up strategically on the board. You only move one piece per turn, but unlike normal chess, every single piece and board square holds entirely unique magical attributes and crazy abilities. You have to chain them perfectly to trap the enemy king and secure the win. That's the ultimate goal. Even for Baek Yunsung, a gaming veteran with 10 solid years of intense esports experience, soul chess wasn't exactly easy. But honestly, real PvP combat was way more thrilling than this board game. Baek Yunsung calmly selected the black pieces, his sharp eyes locking dead onto his opponent. Remember, Edmund wasn't just a regular soul chess player, he was a prodigy. He's the undisputed top player at Stella, and that massive arrogance has completely clouded Edmund's judgment. To be completely honest, it's genuinely shocking that he'd actually bet his Aslan conference spot on a crazy game of stellar chess. Why would he risk it all on this specific match? Edmund smirks. What an arrogant little commoner. I'm going to crush you so brutally, you'll never even dare to look my way again. Cutting those arrogant thoughts short, Baek gets the first move priority. He casually sets up his side and says, all right, let's get this started. The moment the match begins, they're pulled into an absolute void. Completely isolated, totally cut off from the outside world. Now Edmund immediately notices the bizarre layout Baek has prepared. It's genuinely shocking, completely unorthodox, and incredibly hard to read. What is this guy planning? It's completely unpredictable. Edmund stares in disbelief. What kind of garbage formation is this? It feels like every single one of Baek's pieces is deliberately positioned to perfectly counter his own strategy. There's absolutely no way this is just some random lucky coincidence, right? Or is it? Edmund thinks. Whatever. A filthy commoner like this kid definitely hasn't played enough stellar chess to actually build up real experience. Baek calmly locks in his starting formation. Thanks for letting me take the very first move, he says casually, shifting his initial piece forward. Don't mind if I do. And boom, just one single move is enough to leave a grandmaster like Edmund completely speechless. Is Baek actually moving his queen right off the bat? Instead of holding back, that crazy kid charges his queen directly into enemy territory. Then Edmund lifts his knight piece. This completely proves it. This kid is an absolute idiot. A smug, overly confident smirk creeps across the arrogant noble's face. He violently slams his white knight straight onto the white square. The very second the piece lands, a totally unexpected wild transformation suddenly begins. Something bizarre is happening. That specific move, no, it's that exact piece. In a flash, it brutally knocks one of Baek's frontline pawns straight backward. With his knight charging ahead, Edmund is absolutely positive he's secured the early advantage. What a total fool. I can't believe this kid actually pushed his own queen into a pure suicide mission right from the start. The piece's hidden stats pop up: Swift Knight. It can aggressively move anywhere across the entire board using its unique mobility skill. On one side, we've got Baek looking deadly serious, while on the other side, Edmund is oozing pure cockiness with every calculated move. His knight violently charges forward again, completely obliterating any enemy pieces standing in its brutal path. Baek's pieces are just getting blown away, literally vanishing into thin air. The knight is absolutely relentless, pushing deeper and deeper. And right now, Edmund completely loses his cool. He can't hide his twisted excitement anymore. He clutches his face, bursting into an absolutely unhinged, trembling fit of laughter. As the crazy laughter fades, his true, ruthless nature finally steps into the light. I honestly can't believe this. I never thought you'd actually play this incredibly recklessly. I could literally end this entire match right now, even before I bother moving on to the next beautiful phase of my glorious symphony. Listen, in this specific match, Edmund Adalek has actually brought out one of his absolute most terrifying and legendary strategic setups to date. It's his personal favorite strategy, the Flame of Destruction. The entire core of this insanely aggressive tactic heavily relies on the flawless, tight-knit coordination of his three swift knights. Step 1. Use their insane mobility to completely disrupt the enemy's lines. Step 2. Well, you and I are watching it. Step 2 is deploying 5 fire pawns to completely dominate map control. This instantly triggers the burning terrain effect, and let me tell you this. Burning terrain is a lethal trap. It heavily drops the defense of anyone weak to fire while massively buffing fire-type damage. If the match actually reaches this stage, Baek is totally finished. That was Edmund's flawless plan anyway. But the very second Baek coldly raises his arm to move and take his next step, Edmund suddenly realizes something is terribly wrong. Wait, the board shouldn't look like this. Out of nowhere, on a random white square, deep inside the Black Faction's territory, a mysterious piece literally spawns in without any warning whatsoever. Edmund stares, finally realizing exactly where his fatal mistake was made. Wait, an invisible pawn. The piece's hidden stats instantly flash on screen. Crimson Chain Trap. This absolutely broken skill creates an inescapable prison within a set range. Any piece caught inside is completely locked down for 5 whole turns. Those 3 unstoppable white knights that were rampaging earlier, bam, they're suddenly locked in glowing red chains just for standing in the same row. Panic instantly hits Edmund. Damn it, my beautiful swift knights. He's sweating now. That stealth effect was definitely supposed to expire after exactly 3 turns. Why is it still active? And guess what? The surprises are far from over, because the system casually drops the next terrifying detail. Invisible pawn trait. The pawn remains totally unseen during the match, and the stealth effect normally ends after 3 turns. However, if the player's queen is sacrificed before this timer expires, the invisibility effect is permanently extended by 7 whole turns. A cold sweat drops down Edmund's face, but then a dangerously arrogant smirk returns. That absolute bastard. He intentionally sacrificed his queen early just to trigger this broken effect. His hands freeze in shock. But whatever. It's fine. That annoying effect is only going to last for 5 more turns anyway. Plus this round, I'm activating my ultimate Burning Land domain. Edmund slams his white piece down in the exact second it lands. Massive flames violently erupt across the entire arena. Burning Land domain activates. It totally strips away 30% of defense for all non-fire units. Meanwhile, fire-type pieces instantly get a ridiculous 200% damage buff. It's the ultimate death trap, entirely designed to melt down an opponent's defense while skyrocketing the user's attack power. Setting this lethal domain up is insanely difficult in a real match, purely because it requires holding down 5 different control points at once. But once it's locked in, the advantage is absolutely crushing. Edmund glares straight across the fiery board at Baek. How do you like that, Baek? My domain is fully active. Next turn, you are completely dead. Meanwhile, Baek just sits there looking incredibly calm. Something feels off. With just one more subtle hand movement, a heavy wave of pure anxiety crashes right into his mind. Edmund stares intensely, completely hooked. He refuses to blink, watching to see what crazy trick is coming next. Another invisible pawn, that cunning bastard. But it doesn't matter what he places on the board, because as the turn passes, the so-called chess genius doesn't even notice Yusil's true strategy. And when that final move finally drops, Edmund completely freezes. A single dumbfounded thought echoes in his mind. He completely missed how that completely ordinary little pawn somehow managed to seize total control over a highly specific spot. A black piece suddenly manifests on a white square, forcefully taking over the inverted terrain. Let's break this down. When you seize a zone while the enemy's terrain is active, you instantly trigger the rare reversal effect. In other words, that scorching hellscape instantly transforms into an absolute frozen wasteland. System-activated ice terrain online, and the raging flames completely vanish. Massive pillars of jagged ice erupt from the board. Edmund's total control over the match is rapidly slipping right through his fingers. With this massive reversal effect, ice elemental damage skyrockets by 200%, and the hidden inversion condition is instantly met. He gets an extra attack turn plus 2 bonus operations, 2 basic pawns, 3 knights, and an entire environment completely neutralized just like that. Edmund desperately tries to calm his racing heart, clinging to his old, arrogant pride. What the actual hell is happening? Did this guy seriously see through his entire master strategy? Edmund rapidly shifts his panicked gaze up to get a closer look at his opponent. No way. Absolutely impossible. This has to be a fluke. But as Usil casually pushes up his glasses, Edmund is forced to face a brutal reality. Usil has him completely trapped in the palm of his hand. The terrifying aura of a true chess monster is finally revealed, leaving Edmund deathly pale, his mouth dropping wide open in pure, uncontrollable shock. Just a coincidence, right? He still has one free white knight left on the board. Come on, wake up. There is no way nobody has him fully cornered. Edmund pitifully clutches his pants in sheer desperation as another cold bead of sweat slowly slides down his face. He bites his lip hard. He has crushed countless tough opponents before. All he needs to do is somehow survive until the very next turn. Because if he does, he can flip this whole board around. Just hold the line and victory is his. He nervously gulps down his fear, but his tense exterior is stiffening up fast. That bright, arrogant confidence he walked in with is completely fading into the dark. I can still win this. But unfortunately, instead of boosting his confidence, crushing despair drags Edmund straight down into an isolated, suffocating mental void. Can he actually beat this guy? Is victory even a real option anymore? Will his turn ever even come back around? Without a single ounce of hesitation, Usil slides his next piece forward. Edmund is visibly shrinking under the immense pressure. It is absolutely pathetic. If Edmund thought he was the boss monster, Usil is basically Saitama right now. Our guy just casually crosses his arms in his chair, flipping on his serious mode. He even tosses a few rare mental compliments toward his completely broken opponent. Honestly, Edmund's tactical skill in this game really isn't bad at all. Actually, he is insanely strong. In this academy, beating Edmund at Sun Chess has always been known as an absolutely brutal final boss challenge. But over 10 long years, crazy veteran players started showing up. And you and I are about to see why Usil is the craziest one of them all. A hardcore veteran who grinded thousands of matches against Edmund's AI, eventually writing the ultimate perfect strategy guide to crush him. So yeah, no point in hiding it anymore. Usil cracks a brilliant smirk. That entire master strategy guide, it is literally downloaded right into his smart glasses right now. In other words, he is playing this match with a massive encyclopedia of cheat codes floating right in front of his eyes. The very next black piece is flawlessly locked onto a black square. But wait, this one looks completely different from the standard pieces. He summons the lightning bishop. It unleashes a massive thunderstorm strike, dealing double the usual damage to any enemy currently trapped in ice. And it gets way worse. If those frozen targets are physically linked together, that attack instantly transforms into deadly chain lightning. Under the piece's hood, a glowing lightning insignia is fully exposed. The fierce crackling yellow hue of wild electricity and raw energy rays violently converge into one spot. The chilling blue ice completely blanking the battlefield is instantly swallowed up by the blinding yellow of thousands of jagged thunderbolts. Edmund is paralyzed in pure silent despair as he watches the brutal massacre unfold. One single strike and every last white piece is completely vaporized. Now, only the dominating black pieces are left standing on the board. All that cold, arrogant swagger from earlier totally gone. Edmund forcefully chokes down his bitter, agonizing pride and is forced to spit out the one truth he never thought he would say. I surrender. Usil smoothly wraps things up with a polite, absolute flex. Well, thank you for the great match. Absolute crushing silence fills the entire room. The chessboard is now just an abyss of pure black. Not even the deepest abyss could possibly match the darkness swallowing Edmund right now. But a split second later, the dead silence is shattered by endless shocked gasps erupting from the surrounding academy students. One of them finally gathers enough courage to shout out loud. Wait, seriously. A group of 3 students aggressively turn to each other in total absolute chaos. Are you completely insane? Did you just see what happened? Did the untouchable senior Edmund actually just lose a match? How is that even physically possible? Was that some kind of insane strategy? Or is this just an elaborate sick joke? Was his tactical genius really that far off the charts? Meanwhile, Edmund just sits there completely paralyzed as a statue, entirely unable to move a single muscle, totally tuning out the roaring crowd around him. For the very first time in his life, he faced an opponent so fiercely cold and relentlessly logical. And that brutal reality completely shattered his massive ego, leaving him totally hollow inside. But wait, it gets worse. Because then the exact absolute nightmare scenario he dreaded most actually unfolds right in front of his eyes. The beautiful Princess Bion is casually chatting and standing right next to our main guy. His racing mind frantically spirals out of control. Did I really just lose? To make things way worse, it was a sun chess duel. Edmund cannot process this humiliating defeat. As the two walk away, his massive sponsor contract is immediately gone. He even lost his precious ticket to the elite Aslan seminar. His hands are visibly shaking as his panicked, terrified thoughts spin completely out of absolute control. What the hell is he supposed to do now, if his strict father finds out about this absolute disaster? Is his privileged life officially over today? Alright, you and I are about to see this go down. The chessboard student notices a crazy shift in senior Edmund's mood. Boom! Edmund slams his fist down hard on the table. Miraculously, the chessboard stays completely intact, but his long-suppressed anger is totally boiling over now. Damn it, absolute garbage. He's cursing up a storm. Because of this terrifying outburst, the other students watching from outside don't even dare to intervene. Their only real option is to just back away and quietly leave before things get dangerously out of hand. Almost instantly, the once crowded space goes completely dead silent. Edmund is just standing there covering his trembling face. What should he do now? Just when total despair threatens to consume him, a familiar voice cuts through the heavy tension. He lifts his head. Yep, he isn't mistaken. Standing right there before him is none other than Princess Han Bayon. Seeing that she finally has his full attention, the princess quickly adjusts her posture and speaks in the calmest, coldest voice possible. I'll try my best to convince that commoner on your behalf, she declares. We'll absolutely secure the business rights for this specific market item today. I'll demand he completely retracts the statement he made about the Duke Adalek family. Edmund is totally stunned. He literally can't believe his own ears. A wild surge of excitement rushes right through him, making him lower his guard completely. Really? Is that actually true? Are you seriously doing this? Thank you so much, Hong Bi-yeon. Seriously, thank you. How could I ever possibly repay you for this massive favor? But right then, her gentle voice suddenly turns sharp, cutting him off completely. Did you just say repay? Listen here. I was born completely destined to sit on the throne as queen. It's an emotional roller coaster. Her mind flashes right back to that incredibly bitter feeling of losing the chess match against Buzun. It has seriously been a really long time since Princess Hong showed such a dangerously sharp expression. So caring for someone who will eventually become my direct vassal is completely natural, she finishes. Princess Hong coldly turns around and walks away. Next stop, Buzun. Left behind, Edmund's voice suddenly drops down to a pathetically quiet whisper. A vassal me. The princess barely makes it down the hallway before a totally agonizing, painful scream tears through the air. Edmund's wail shatters the remaining silence. That's right. In the very beginning, their dynamic was exactly like a king ruling over a vassal. Edmund had constantly used his personal strength to manipulate their bond, desperately trying to change the rules. But now, with the power balance completely broken, they're shoved right back into their original roles. Princess Hong's beautifully confident smile easily melts away all the heavy lingering tension she carried inside. And just like that, the narrative flips. You and I are shifting focus back to our main guy, Buzun. Let's see what he's up to. Wait, Stella Academy actually has a working phone booth. Yep, Buzun is currently inside dialing up the person holding a phone on the other end. Hello there, he casually says. Yes, please immediately suspend every single transaction with the merchants over in Adalovit for at least the next entire month. He grins brightly, clearly pivoting to a completely different strategy now. For the time being, we strictly plan to distribute goods through the royal family's people. Is that doable? The response from the other side comes back super fast. Of course, I can handle that for you. Anything you want, really. Thanks so much, teaching assistant. With his perfectly laid plan finally in motion, he casually hangs up the receiver and steps outside. He stretches his arms wide, taking a massive gulp of fresh, comfortable air. Ah, finally got that done. Luckily, everything wrapped up perfectly safe and sound. But honestly, that ticket to the Aslan event isn't actually super useful right now, is it? So, what exactly should I do next? Anyway, the original protagonist is guaranteed to auto-rank into the 12 rising stars, but right as he's sinking dangerously deep into his own thoughts, somebody totally interrupts him. Commoner. Who else would actually dare to call him something so delightfully arrogant? Obviously, the one and only Princess Hong is still hanging around. Honestly, she was secretly hoping he hadn't wandered off yet. As she confidently struts closer, Bison reaches into his jacket, pulling out a hidden item. Ah, your timing is absolutely perfect. He casually shoves a piece of paper right in her face. Check it out. A brand new contract. Princess Hong's eyes go totally wide in confusion. Holding nothing back, he instantly reveals his massive master plan. The Anthoris faction's goods will exclusively be distributed through the Adalavet royal family for an entire month. How you actually decide to use this massive advantage is completely up to whatever you want to do. Princess Hong fiercely stares down at the brand new contract's details, absolutely soaking in the crazy information. She tightly grips the paper, her heart skipping when he suddenly drops a total buzzkill line. All right, I'm heading out. She absolutely doesn't want him leaving. Gathering every ounce of her royal courage, she desperately speaks up. I owe you a huge debt this time. Her cheeks are glowing a bright red. Her voice drops to a tiny whisper. Thank you. Bison immediately notices this shocking shift in her usual attitude. Feeling a bit flustered, he quickly replies, sure. Yeah. His inner thoughts run wild. Honestly, getting a genuine thank you out of her is incredibly lucky, knowing she can't easily control her messy emotions. The shy princess carefully measures her very next words. Hey, back then you firmly stated that there would definitely be a price for helping me out today. If you just tell me what that price is, I will answer you right this second. Now regarding this specific request, it genuinely looks like Busan hasn't even thought that far ahead. He scratches his cheek awkwardly, looking entirely away from her face. Ah, the price. Honestly, the real price Busan secretly wants is super simple. He locks eyes directly with Princess Hong. The answer is already perfectly clear. Princess Hong Baiyun must never be tainted by pure evil. Instead, she needs to choose the path of light, working side by side with him to craft the absolute best happy ending possible. Now it's the princess's turn to get completely shy, totally unable to look him straight in the eyes. You and I gotta love this tension. Seeing her cute reaction, he buries those heavy feelings deep inside, totally unready to just suddenly blurt out the truth. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in. Using 29 years of life experience, Baek Yunsung just delivered the most flawless textbook response imaginable. Princess Hong Bi-yeon turns around, totally eager to hear his answer. And what does our overpowered main character actually ask for? It is weirdly cute. Just buy me a meal. Wait, what? Rubbing his empty stomach, he smiles with complete innocence. Yep, just treat me to dinner. That is all. I just want to eat until I am completely stuffed on the princess's dime. Bai-yeon is genuinely shocked. She definitely did not expect this kind of price. She freezes in place for a long second. Then a soft, warm smile completely takes over her face and her cheeks immediately flush a bright red. All right then. Just follow me, she says. Next thing we know, Baek Yunsung is stepping into a totally different location. The scenery has completely shifted around him. He definitely traveled here with the royal princess riding in that insanely sleek luxury car parked right over there. It is seriously impossible to ignore. He just stares intensely at that luxury ride, sweating bullets. He remembers that during his entire 10 years of grinding this ridiculous game world to the top, premium cash items were literally everywhere. These in-game cars are so ridiculously luxurious. He seriously cannot stop staring at the expensive metal beast in front of him. Our boy Baek Yunsung is totally spacing out looking at it. Princess Bi-yeon turns back to grab his attention, flashing a super confident smile that literally sparkles. He finally snaps out of it, tearing his eyes away from the car to follow her inside. She brought him all the way out here. What exactly is she planning? Knowing her massive royal bank account, Baek Yunsung is already dreaming of ordering at least 5 of the absolute best dishes available. But reality is about to slap him right in the face. Stepping to the side, Bai-yeon proudly presents a very specific, totally unexpected little restaurant. Jajangmyeon, a simple black bean noodle joint. We are here. Are you surprised? She asks. Oh, he is surprised, all right, but not in a good way. Countless question marks practically pop up over his dumbfounded face. He was just dreaming about a beautiful, high-class, fine dining experience. What about his luxury dinner? Where is the thick cut of premium salmon belly? Where is the expensive caviar? What about the black truffle cream risotto? He is completely and utterly crushed. As they sit down together, the mood at the table is completely divided. One side is glowing with bright, happy energy, while the other is pure despair. Bai-yeon is literally radiating joy, while Baek Yunsung just looks completely depressed. The waiter stands there awkwardly waiting for these two to finally order something off the menu. Despite her glowing aura, the princess's face suddenly turns incredibly serious. She stares at the cheap menu items, clearly unfamiliar with this kind of commoner food. Ah, she spots it. When he asked me out for a meal, I wanted to find the one dish that would make him the absolute happiest, she thinks. Baek Yunsung remembers a past conversation. She had learned that this specific food held a very deep, meaningful connection to his personal backstory and his difficult childhood. Expensive fancy food means absolutely nothing to a guy like Baek Yunsung. Thanks to that little glimpse into his tragic past, she knows exactly what he truly cherishes. She is totally confident she has figured him out. She proudly points directly at the menu. "We will take one of these, please," she tells the waiting server. Zooming in, it is obviously the black bean noodles, but across the table, Baek Yunsung calmly raises his hand to order something completely different from her heartfelt expectations. "Ah, let's get 3 bowls of spicy seafood noodles and a large, sweet and sour pork." Wait, what? Baek Yunsung is completely thrown off by this massive order. He just blinks his wide eyes innocently. What is wrong? Am I not allowed to eat 3 bowls? Nobody, that is definitely not the actual problem here. Baek Yunsung is forced to seriously rethink her entire strategy. Why on earth didn't he order the black bean noodles? Isn't that his most precious childhood memory? Wasn't that the special dish connected to his mother? Then it suddenly hits her like a ton of bricks. She realizes the massive mistake she just made. Of course, why would a commoner write about his mother and cheap noodles in a school assignment? Because it is not a happy memory at all. He hasn't moved on. He still feels massive regret. It hurts because he was never able to repay his mother's kindness when he was just a clueless kid. While she is having this deep realization, the waiter returns. "Your food is here, thank you." The massive pile of spicy noodles and fried pork hits the table. The princess lowers her head, completely overwhelmed with shame for dragging him here. To him, this specific dish isn't some sweet, nostalgic comfort food. Not even close. It is a heavy symbol of trauma and regret. And she completely failed to understand that. She finally realizes this horrible miscalculation, but it is a little bit late. Still, she decides to own up to it immediately. "I am so sorry for taking you to a cheap place like this." But Baek Yunsung is totally clueless. He has absolutely no idea about her internal tragic monologue. "Oh, it is totally fine," he says cheerfully, throwing his hand up with those big, innocent eyes. He just figures her royal wallet must be having a rough day. Life happens, right? But since she is literally a wealthy princess, ordering extra is totally fine. So he casually turns around and waves. "Excuse me, sir, we are definitely going to need another big plate of fried dumplings over here." The waiter just smiles warmly. "The fried dumplings are completely free of charge, sir." "Awesome. Meanwhile, you and I need to check the fallout back at the academy. That legendary chess match between Senior Monitalik and Baek Yunsung. The students who witnessed it have been spreading the story like absolute wildfire. It is everywhere. The rumors are blowing up across the entire campus, spiraling totally out of control. Wait, what? The elite Senior Mon actually lost to a lowly first year. Naturally, everyone wants to know how it happened. And the juicy details are already spilling out thanks to all those nosy students eavesdropping at the cafe. The actual truth is even crazier than the rumor about the apology. The word on the street comes straight from Akin, a loyal vassal of the noble Adalek family. He claims that the arrogant senior only backed down because our boy Baek Yunsung is literally the secret co-developer behind the latest, most advanced alchemy magic technique. Just the idea of an elite noble apologizing to a rookie was wild, but finding out Baek Yunsung co-authored the revolutionary Delta enhancement technique, absolute shockwaves. The entire Stella Academy is completely shaken to its core, and his infamous name isn't just spreading through Akinium anymore, it is about to go global. Even the dark mages are involved. Cut to the first tower, tower number 1. Inside the vice principal's office, Arkadin stands there, arms crossed, showing absolutely zero emotion on his freezing cold face. He thinks the kid is just a massive headache, just a lowly commoner, and to make matters worse, didn't. That very same punk totally ruined Mei and Tyran's master plan. Across the room, a mysterious masked figure finally speaks up, asking the golden question. Should we just take care of this little problem quietly? But Vice Principal Arkadin instantly glares, completely shutting that idea down. Don't be ridiculous. Such nonsense. Listen, if even a single student from Stella Academy goes missing without a trace, this entire place will get turned completely upside down. Handing the right to attend the Aslan conference over to a brat like him. Yeah, it seriously annoys me. But honestly, taking it back from a commoner like him is going to be way easier than snatching it from the powerful Adalek family. We really need to keep our eyes locked on this Baek kid. For now, just keep monitoring him closely. The conversation immediately shifts gears. Arkadin asks the real question. More importantly, what is Professor Mayon's current condition? The masked figure keeps it super brief. She is currently holding back her dark energy using the leader's restriction magic, but honestly, it is going to completely explode at any given second. Arkadin stops to seriously rethink this whole mess. The timing is just terrible right now. The Familia contract signing ceremony is literally right around the corner. If she actually loses her mind and messes with the Spirit King, the fallout is going to be an absolute disaster for everyone involved. Professor Raiden keep a very close eye on Mayon's condition. We can actually use her mental breakdown to totally distract the watchful eyes of Elm Eltwin whenever we need a smokescreen. Professor Raiden gives a slow, serious nod. Understood. With Vice Principal Archidin's final orders locked in, Raiden quietly steps out of the office and heads straight over to the science building. It is a completely dead zone over here, totally empty of students. The lights are all killed, leaving this lab looking creepy and super dark. Glass test tubes are totally shattered across the floor and expensive lab gear, including heavy-duty microscopes, are smashed to pieces in absolute tragic condition. Honestly, only a handful of scattered research papers actually managed to somehow survive. The total wreckage. Standing in the middle of the room, Professor Raiden clenches his fists. He stares down at a dark, shadowy figure on the floor, groaning in pure, unhinged rage. But business is business. This is his assigned mission, so he has to deal with this massive headache right now. Laying right there in front of him is the heavily corrupted form of Professor Mayan Tyran. She can barely even keep herself standing after everything that just went down. Raiden looks at her and thinks, yeah, this is looking genuinely terrible right now. Mayan glares up with these glowing blood-red eyes. She asks, in a super raspy voice, "Did you come here to tell me to wait even longer? If I actually bite my tongue and wait, will I get my old position back?" On the outside, Raiden looks totally calm, but deep down, he is feeling absolutely massive amounts of disgust. It is honestly hilarious. After spending your entire life stealing credit and taking what belongs to other people, you actually have still dream about getting back the high status you claim is yours. What a joke. Still, Raiden decides to show a tiny bit of fake mercy here. Your usefulness has officially expired. The second that massive plagiarism investigation kicks off, you are getting totally stripped of your rank and permanently thrown right out of this academy. Mayan Tyran completely panics. She finally snaps back to reality and raises her voice, practically screaming at him. Then why did Archidin just abandon me here? Raiden just hits her with the cold, hard truth. You are completely corrupted by dark magic now. But as a walking distraction, you can definitely still play that role perfectly. And honestly, that is exactly why you were left behind. Hearing this, Mayan violently trembles, her mind slowly losing the last bit of control. Ha, are you guys really trying to drive me totally insane until I snap, you absolute bastards? Right as Mayan bares her teeth, ready to launch a furious attack, Raiden completely cuts her off without breaking a sweat. Then get out of here and run. Mayan freezes, staring at him in pure shock, completely unable to believe her own ears. What did you say? Suddenly, he tosses a deep blue crystal right onto the carpet, rolling it out towards the west. Head to Eden, Raiden says, turning his back on her. Our allies are hiding out there right now. If you somehow manage to survive long enough to find them, just smash that crystal. It releases a spell that will temporarily pause your dark corruption. Raiden walks over to the stairs, but Mayan's desperate voice instantly stops him in his tracks. Wait. Why are you actually letting me live? Raiden does not even bother looking back. I just really hate watching my own people die. Such completely miserable deaths. Once Raiden is totally out of the picture, Professor Mayan slowly forces herself up, stumbling step by painful step straight toward that tiny blue crystal on the floor. Without hesitating, she snatches the orb up, gripping it tight. She wanders off into the shadows without a clear destination until she suddenly stops, right in front of the Academy's giant annual event board. She stares dead at the schedule, her eyes locking onto what is pinned up there, and more specifically, she sees her very own handwritten notes still stuck to the board. But as she glares at one specific event, her dark magic violently flares up, totally out of her control, spilling out with all of her bottled-up rage. Mayan unleashes these terrifying dark magical claws, her mind twisting deeper into absolute pure villainous madness. How dare they do this to me? Do you honestly think I will just run away after you turn me into a monster? I am going to completely tear everything you love to pieces. And boom, the paper she just ripped apart. It is the schedule for the Familia contract ceremony. Anyway, time flashes forward. Today is the massive day. The Stella Academy students are heading out for their very first off-campus field trip, traveling straight to the cradle of the legendary sacred tree to finally attend the Familia contract ceremony. Huge majestic airships start lifting off into the sky, beginning a totally brand new journey for these rookies. Meanwhile, inside one of the airship cabins, we spot Isol Moonbell kicking back and enjoying a massive meal with a few of her classmates. Sitting right across from her two friends, glance at each other and start gossiping. Oh right, speaking of Baek. You know he was getting totally bullied and chewed out by the seniors for a while, right? Look at him now, absolutely nobody dares to even mess with him anymore. The other friend nods excitedly. Ah, I actually heard about that too. Word is, he is the co-developer of that alchemy magic technique, right? Once that rumor spread around campus, there were actually a handful of tasked upperclassmen who personally came down just to apologize to him. The other students glance over at Isel Moon, whispering, "Hey, Isel Moon, do you know anything about this?" She just holds a piece of cake, replying completely casually, "Nope," but her classmates keep pressing. Is he really connected to Baek Yunsung? Taking a small bite of her cake, Isel Moon drifts into deep thought about him. Is it just her own imagination running wild? She really can't figure out why she feels this growing distance forming between her and Baek Yunsung. Honestly, it leaves her with this really heavy sense of isolation and loneliness. But her classmates, they see it completely differently. One of them smiles warmly and admits, "Honestly, I totally thought Baek Yunsung and Isel Moon were actually dating each other." She hasn't even chewed yet, and Isel Moon violently spits her cake everywhere. Seeing her suddenly panic like that, her friends immediately check on her. "Isel Moon, are you okay? Here, drink some water, thanks." Someone chimes in. Lately, he seems to be getting pretty close with Princess Han Bai-yoon, right? But wait, is it really possible for a royal princess to get seduced by a total commoner? Isel Moon quietly sips her water, just listening to them gossip. But honestly, the way the princess looks at Baek Yunsung these days, it definitely is not normal. This time, Isel Moon starts coughing uncontrollably. Isel Moon, take it easy. Nearby Flame glances over and notices the commotion. Oh, is that Isel Moon? She watches as Isel Moon gets totally surrounded and fussed over by the other students. Flame stops in her tracks, pondering something for a brief second before finally deciding to just keep walking toward her original destination. But honestly, she just can't pull her attention away. Isel Moon seems to be getting along pretty well with everyone. Under normal circumstances, she would normally be sitting out here all alone, probably bickering with Han Bi-yoon right about now. Did something completely shift while I wasn't looking? Is this massive change also entirely because of Baek Yunsung's influence? And speak of the devil, he literally just pops right up. "Hey, can I ask you for a quick favor?" Flame jumps back, totally startled by his sudden appearance. "Ah, you scared me. Who would have expected him to just sneak up on me like this?" Catching her breath, Flame bluntly asks him, "What do you want?" He pulls something out, completely confusing her, as absolute silence takes over the moment. "Grow a flower right here for me." A Hanbarum flower, the gust of wind one. Flame pauses for a second, totally thrown off. A Hanbarum flower? You mean that specific flower that only ever faces one direction? What do you think I am, some kind of automatic flower vending machine? Even while complaining out loud, her hands naturally reach out toward the small box of dirt he is holding. Just a brief moment later, Flame activates her magic and a brilliant teal light focuses perfectly on a single spot. Instantly, right inside that little box, a gorgeous glowing white 5-petaled flower blooms beautifully. Baek Yunsung grins from ear to ear, clearly thrilled to finally get exactly what he wanted. Thanks. Flame just crosses her arms, sensing that something is definitely up. "So, what exactly are you planning to do with this thing anyway?" But right as she asks, Flame vaguely pieces the puzzle together and immediately drops a very direct question right on him. "Hey, do not tell me you are actually planning to go down to the 4th floor. Baek Yunsung looks genuinely surprised that Flame somehow figured out his plan so fast. "Of course I am going down there. Why else would I need this?" Flame totally loses her cool and blurts out a few desperate words. "You better watch your back down there, because if you die..." She abruptly cuts herself off mid-sentence. He just stares at her with a massive question mark floating over his clueless head. Flame realizes she just slipped up big time, quickly snapping her gaze away. "Never mind, it is nothing." But honestly, she feels a bit startled when Baek Yunsung suddenly turns the question on her. "What about you? Are you doing all right?" Panic sets in. "Asking if I am okay. What does that mean?" He packs the magic flower away in his bag, flashing a warm smile. "You just looked a little depressed after our Persona Gate practice." Flame immediately turns her face away to hide it. "That is totally not it, you nosy jerk." But her cheeks are flushing bright red, completely out of her control. "Even if you worry about me, I am absolutely not thanking you." Baek Yunsung just stares back with this gentle, knowing smirk. But wait, far off in the dark corner, someone is secretly watching this entire exchange unfold. "You totally look like you are thanking me right now." "I said I am not. Honestly, you are so annoying." Just give me back my flower." The random male student hiding in the shadows bites his lip, clutching his chest in dramatic agony. "Oh, Flame, why can you never understand my heart?" But right at this exact moment, over by the towering spire, two mysterious figures wearing the 13th Division uniform are staring dead ahead at those glowing lights out in the distance. The current location of Main Taiyan, the legendary figure who vanished under the alias Stella, is completely unknown. But starting today, things are shifting. All the first-year research major students are officially kicking off their intense extracurricular operations. Crescent Moon Tower, the absolute elite division. 13 Commander KN reporting in. Highly classified operations regarding dark magic are going to kick off right there. And there's a massive chance Tan joins the fray. So everyone stay extremely alert. The isolated magical dimension surrounding them both instantly dissolves, carrying all that heavy intel away and dropping them straight back into the endless planes. Now here is a quick lore drop for us. Instant spatial teleportation is actually a highly exclusive technique belonging strictly to the Crescent Moon Tower. It allows for insanely fast travel across massive distances. We are talking about a top-tier magic skill that only the absolute highest-ranking masters in this entire world can even attempt to pull off. Yet despite casting such a legendary spell, these two just casually start walking away without showing a single sign of fatigue or strain whatsoever. And then standing right beside the commander is Vice Commander Hin Macaron, who is currently absolutely whining her head off over that exact intel. Oh, my god, why exactly is the Master of the Ivory Tower so ridiculously obsessed with this Stella person? Commander Kayan frowns, clearly not thrilled with her tone. He completely shifts his stance and seriously barks back. The Master of the Ivory Tower possesses actual prophetic powers, so stop standing around spewing nonsense right now, and just follow me. But how on earth could Vice Commander Hin Macaron handle being talked down to like that? She visibly snaps, unleashing a massive scowl and screaming. We are jumping right back in. Prophecies. Honestly, you and I know over half of them are completely wrong. But Ken stands firm. He refuses to back down, mostly because they managed to solve these massive problems right before the absolute worst disasters can even happen. Or maybe outside forces shut the whole thing down before they even arrive on the scene. Hygiene. Macaron basically gives up right then and there. Glowing light magic sparks directly in his hand. Besides, our fearless captain is totally obsessed with a master of the magic tower. And yeah, it looks like he is in deep trouble too. After hearing that, Ken refuses to let them waste another second arguing. Enough talk, it is time to move. Instantly glowing magic circles start linking together in the air. Boom. The two of them vanish in a single flash. Anyway, getting back to the real story, Stella Academy actually throws way more field trips than anyone expects during their training. They have already set up teleportation gates across 20 different locations designed strictly for airships. One of the absolute biggest hotspots is the cradle of the Heavenly Spirit Tree, which is where the High Elf Kingdom nurtures their sacred flowers. This time, Homeroom Teacher Lee gathers all the top-tier students together in a massive, wide-open area. His voice booms out with serious authority. Listen up, everyone. Right after we attend the anniversary celebration for the World Tree, the Familia signing ceremony will officially kick off tomorrow. Until then, relax and make good use of your free time before we gather. All 12 students shout their agreement at the exact same time. Yes, sir, with no more strict rules holding them back right now. Every single student instantly scatters to do their own thing. And this time around, our focus completely shifts directly over to Flame. She is glancing around like she is searching for something important. Staring up at those bright green leaves, Flame finally lets go of her built-up stress and flashes a soft smile. Being surrounded by all this beautiful nature is honestly giving her some major peace of mind. But then her real target finally shows up the second she shifts her gaze. And who is she locking her eyes on right now? None other than Baek Flame is staring right at him, but this totally clueless guy does not notice her at all. She feels completely let down, but she refuses to walk over. Instead, she just watches his back as he slowly drifts further away. Is he seriously just wandering around all by himself? Because she is so lost in thought, Flame completely misses someone creeping up. Jeremy Skeven flashes a wildly bright smile, glowing with pure confidence. Hello there, Flame. Instantly, her face twists into an annoyed scowl. Oh yeah, she is absolutely furious. She brushes right past him, not even glancing at that handsome grinning face. But Jeremy keeps that same exact expression, totally unfazed even after being brutally ignored like that. Just as Flame is about to walk completely away, Jeremy quickly throws out a line to stop her in her tracks. Aren't you going to show me that cute expression again? Poking the bear when she is already mad, Flame glares back, clearly confused. What are you even talking about? Jeremy takes slow, deliberate steps closer to her. If you have some free time, want to take a little walk with me? Flame stands completely still. I do not have time. An awkward silence drops, but Jeremy quickly reveals his true absolute dark side. He drops the good boy act, looking straight up like a killer who just got denied. He pushes her once again. Why don't you think about it a little more? Flame is totally stunned. She simply cannot believe Jeremy is showing this kind of twisted energy right out in the open. Her instincts immediately scream the exact same thing. This guy is seriously dangerous. He is definitely not just playing some simple game. Now here is where you and I need to watch closely. Right when she feels trapped, someone else suddenly steps in to help. Flame. She cannot believe her eyes when Hei Wang magically appears out of nowhere. He completely blocks Jeremy, saving Flame from this massive mess. Prince, I think that is enough. Are you aware that your actions are incredibly rude and forceful? Jeremy just flashes a highly mocking, arrogant smile. Well, why wouldn't I know that? Whenever Jeremy smiles like that while talking, any normal person would naturally want to look away and run far away from him. But unfortunately for him, intimidation does not work on someone standing at the absolute peak of the magical world as the mighty heir to the magic tower. While these two guys ruthlessly stare each other down, Flame just stands caught in the middle, trying to process it. Oh my god, what kind of insane situation is this? The tension is wild and you can see a dark scheme brewing directly behind Jeremy's creepy expression. Leaving one guy deadly serious and Flame totally confused, Jeremy goes back to normal, casually waving his hand. It seems your little friend here has misunderstood something, so I think I will just head back for today. I will catch you guys next time. Alright, and with that, Jeremy completely walks off, leaving the two of them standing there. Even though this whole messy situation seems to have cooled down just fine, Flame completely senses something horribly wrong. Right after he leaves, she instantly snaps, raising her voice with heavy blame at the raid guy who stayed behind. Hey Wang, what in the world were you thinking just now? Actually daring to block Jeremy's path like that? Do you honestly think making enemies with the Jeremy Skiven family is a smart move? Hei Wang does not seem to care about her frustrated scolding at all. Stick with me here, this gets wild. Flame, you are the one who needs to be super careful. The prince is incredibly dangerous. If he wants something, he will not hesitate to do whatever it takes to get his hands on it. And right now, you are the ultimate prize he wants most. Flame actually knows that better than anyone else. So right now, her mind is racing to figure out her next survival move. However, a totally different Hei Wang's latest words leave her completely baffled. Did she actually trust this guy? Flame honestly couldn't wrap her head around what was happening right now. Hei Wang repeats those strange words. But this time, Flame fires back, demanding to know what he means. Suddenly, an intense wave of dizziness hits Hang. Reeling from the sudden vertigo, he abruptly turns his back and tries to rush away. Sorry, I misspoke, he mutters. Flame just stares. Huh. Flame stares after him, completely bewildered and full of suspicion. Seriously, what is his deal? Meanwhile, Hang suddenly realizes that his own body is rapidly losing control to something incredibly strange. He grabs his forehead in agony, collapsing onto one knee. Seeing this, Flame instantly knows that things are bad. She urgently calls out his name. Rushing over with genuine concern, she asks if he's all right. But Hang immediately throws his hand up to stop her. Fighting through the splitting headache, he forces himself up and keeps walking. I'm fine. Yeah, right. Flame isn't buying that for a second. What does he mean he's fine? As he stumbles away just like the others before him, Flame desperately tries to stop him. Wait a minute, Hang, but it's no use. As he vanishes into the distance, Flame is left standing there completely clueless about what just happened. A heavy wave of unease washes over her, making her already terrible mood feel so much worse. Something is seriously wrong here. Dragging his failing body, Hang ducks into a dark, empty alleyway, desperate to avoid drawing any attention from the passing crowds. He slumps heavily against the cold brick wall. Barely able to keep himself upright, his mind races to analyze the situation. Since when did these unknown symptoms get this incredibly severe? His vision starts blurring fast. Damn it. If this keeps up, how is he supposed to actually finish the Familia contract ritual? Just as the panic sets in, Hang violently flinches. A painfully familiar voice suddenly echoes out. Oh, who do we have here? Even though Hang had only heard that creepy tone a handful of times before, there was absolutely no mistaking it. Turning his heavy head slowly, his absolute worst fear is confirmed. It's Professor Main. With half his face totally hidden beneath a dark hood, he practically blends right into the alley's shadows. Professor Main steps closer, catching Hang completely off guard. You know, I was just asking myself where my precious seed wandered off to. Turns out it was right here all along. A sinister smile forms. Perfect timing. I honestly didn't expect the corruption to progress this fast. Pure panic floods Hang's system at those chilling words. Professor, what the hell are you talking about? Main simply reaches forward, pure dark magic swirling around his hand. The danger level just spiked off the charts. Now don't resist, because from this moment on you are nothing but my puppet. Does Hang even realize how doomed he is? Desperately, he tries to force his body awake, screaming internally. Stay back, but his consciousness is already fading to black. Warm memories of standing there talking and laughing with Flame flash before his eyes. Those bright moments try to anchor his mind, but slowly they dissolve, swallowed whole by the creeping darkness, leaving behind only a final image of Flame breaking down in despair. Now let's take a look at the massive twin towers of the Elf Kingdom. A long-eared elf stands nervously in front of a massive ornate door. This is Orena, the loyal aide to the elf queen. He raises his hand and knocks. Your Majesty, if you refuse to attend this birthday ceremony, the Elder Council is going to make things incredibly difficult for us. Their true goal is to seize full control over the gate leading to the sacred tree's garden. Inside, the elf queen, Siren, timidly clutches a mysterious object wrapped in blue cloth tightly to her chest. After agonizing over it for a long moment, she finally answers, I know. I'll be out shortly. You may leave now. Orenhel lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Yes, Your Majesty. His footsteps quickly fade away, leaving behind a painfully heavy silence in the queen's chambers. A long moment passes before she finally turns around, a heavy shawl already draped entirely over her head. A depressing thought hits her. When was the last time she actually felt free to just be herself? Even with her body completely hidden like this, she can only maintain it for a single hour. She adds another veil to conceal her face entirely. But none of these layers can hide the deep sorrow resting in her eyes. Please just let things go smoothly today. Taking a breath, Siren finally steps out, a small royal entourage trailing right behind her. The elf queen makes her grand entrance amidst falling white petals, and instantly, her fully concealed identity gives her this incredibly mysterious, almost abstract beauty. The elves lining the path immediately bow in deep reverence as their revered queen graces them with her presence. The massive trailing shawl flows behind her, honestly looking just like an elegant wedding dress, sweeping gently over the beautiful flowers. Her next royal duty is slowly crossing an ancient wooden bridge, and she only comes to a stop when a brilliantly glowing white spring appears right in front of her. Siorin stares silently into the flowing water. All right, that's done. The prayer is over. She's almost in the clear. Now she just needs to quietly head back the way she came. But of course, things never go that smoothly. Suddenly, a terrifying heavy pressure crashes down directly onto her body, and right then, the shadowy figure of an academy student locks onto her gaze, boring straight into her mind. This dark aura is completely hidden from everyone else, but there's zero doubt here. That's pure dark magic. She shifts her gaze slightly toward the hidden threat. Some insanely powerful dark magic user has successfully sneaked into this sacred territory. But here is the crazy part you need to see. The Elf Queen is literally the only person who can sense this lethal presence. Everyone else is just standing around completely oblivious, playing their ceremonial roles. Saren's eyes sharpen instantly. A deep sinking anxiety begins to take root as she quickly tries to assess the situation. Judging by the knight's totally calm reactions, she really is the only one detecting this terrifying dark magic. Alright, you and I are back. During the World Tree's grand ceremony, the Elf King gets absolutely zero divine guidance. But he definitely can't just sit back and let a dark mage invade the sacred heavenly flower forest. His fists clenched tight. It's game time. He has to step up personally. Meanwhile, Siren shifts her viewing angle, keeping a close eye on the Elf Kingdom. Down on the main road, we see Flame frantically searching for something. A drop of sweat falls and we know exactly what she's doing. She noticed Hejiang acting super weird and chased him. But where did he go? Flame scans the area, completely losing his trail. But then, bam, from a dark alley, a deep, heavy voice calls her name out. Flame jumps startled. The guy stepping out, it's exactly who she's looking for. But a terrifying, crushing pressure starts leaking from his body. Flame mutters in shock. Huh. Hejiang, her heart hammers in her chest. Her pupils dilate like crazy as she tries to process this. Is this awful, suffocating aura actually dark magic? From the shadows, you can see Hejiang's eyes completely changing. A deep pitch black void completely swallows up the whites of his eyes. Damn it. She has no idea what is actually happening here. Luckily, the dark corruption taking over Hejiang isn't fully complete yet. If she acts right now, she can snap him back to normal. Without hesitating, Flame screams at the guy standing right in front of her. Hey, snap out of it. She tells Hejiang to calm down. All these dark, twisted emotions he's feeling right now, they aren't really his at all. He hates losing, right? So he can't lose to this dark magic. Hejiang just stands there in dead silence. Instead, his body just slumps forward. Suddenly, this awful, continuous thudding sound echoes out, and then we literally see the dark pressure physically expanding. The dark aura spreads even thicker. Flame can't shake off the intense stress. Honestly, it's getting worse by the second. Just as expected, Hejiang locks his dead eyes on Flame. He finally asks the question. Why are you avoiding me? Flame immediately stammers. Huh, what do you mean? The situation is spiraling out of control so fast, making Flame's face turn completely pale with fear. She takes a slow step back, trying to secure an escape route. But suddenly, the creeping darkness fully reveals exactly what he's been hiding. Do you hate me? Am I not trustworthy? Looking totally frantic, her eyes wide with shock, Flame shoots back a decisive answer. No, please don't think like that, but suddenly a blazing white light mixed with purple flares up right from behind her back. That awful, indescribable thudding sound instantly rushes back into her ears, and just like that, the dark magic is fully overflowing. A strike, just like black lightning, slams down, triggering a massive, predictable explosion. That flashing light from earlier. Now watch this. Someone dashes in at blinding speed, completely shielding Flame from the explosion. Blinking through the dust, she quickly tries to focus her eyes to see who just saved her. And the absolute biggest shock. It's a familiar academy student standing there. She yells out his name in pure disbelief. Ma Yu-sung. With those glowing red eyes, he slowly turns toward Flame and asks, "Are you all right?" Instead of answering his actual question, Flame brings up something else. That black lightning. Ma Yu-sung just smirks and cuts her off, quickly apologizing. "Just forget you saw that." Right in front of them, He Jiang's body sways violently, staring down at the dirt. Ma Yu-sung gets totally serious. "Hey, why weren't you fighting back? You almost died just now." Flame answers so calmly. "I tried to fix this by talking." Ma Yu-sung shoots her a look of pure, utter disbelief. Talking? Is she actually serious? He's even more mind-blown when she doubles down on the crazy idea. Yeah, talking. She doesn't explain her logic, but her eyes literally avoid looking directly at Ma Yu-sung. Inside, her mind is racing. See, in the original story, the character Isol Moon literally just used dialogue to purify countless dark monsters. They literally called her the Confessing Saintess, so she figured, hey, maybe she could actually bring He Jiang back from the edge too. But with her current abilities, can she really not save anyone at all? Ma Yu-sung realizes she's completely done explaining herself, so he shifts his gaze back to the guy turning into a dark demon right before them. "I don't know what your plan is, but you gotta fight first. Can you do it?" Flame bites her lip, hard a drop of nervous sweat sliding down her face. She finally pulls out her magic staff, ready to use it as a real weapon. "Yeah, I can do this." A thought explodes in her mind. She absolutely won't let him die like Jackie. She will save him. You and I know this is crazy. Flame has no idea how she got here, but hey, fighting beside the main character definitely helps her odds. Ma Yu-sung possesses literal main character power. On the flip side, standing right in front of them, He Jiang is completely swallowed by dark magic. One of his hands has literally mutated into a demon claw, his face twisted and terrifyingly dark. Not wanting to be caught off guard, Ma Yu-sung's wand fires off a blinding beam of light, or rather fiercely bright lightning bolts. From where he stands, he literally teleports right in front of Flame's eyes, fully taking control of the crazy fight. Insane magic power builds up, getting denser by the second. Instead of charging straight in, Ma Yu-sung rides up the wall, reappearing right above the totally corrupted He Jiang. His energy is flawless. Massive lightning chains explode outward as he unleashes his magic. His wand points straight down. Hei Wang draws power from the earth. Those innocent-looking green vines around them, they completely transform, locking straight onto their target like homing missiles. A massive surprise hits fast. The fully corrupted Hei Wang just stares right up at that incoming attack path with dead eyes. And right at that exact spot, a massive shockwave erupts. Dust and debris blind everyone, moving one step faster than Yu-sung. Hei Wang easily slips right behind his back. Yu-sung flashes pure surprise, but he instantly counters. Still, it ends in a stalemate as he dodges right back to the front. Flame, standing beneath the creeping white smoke. You and I can see both fighters gearing up to crash into each other again, absolute madness. But being left out of the fight, Flame is not happy about it. She starts chanting, launching a powerful binding light-based magic to lock him down. Countless beams of light blast toward Hei Wang with zero blind spots. The whole momentum of this battle just shifted right into Flame and Yu-sung's favor. The magic staff shakes in her hands, but Flame grips it tight. Hei Wang struggles hard to break out of her blinding control, his voice automatically calling out a name. Flame seizes the chance. Yu-sung literally teleports, appearing right behind him in a flash. A blazing fire-covered fist gets summoned. Yu-sung's pupils shrink as he brings the absolute hammer down. The fiery fist collides, sparking a massive shockwave that directly sends Hei Wang flying back incredibly far. The two heroes regroup, immediately getting ready for whatever comes next. And of course, staying completely serious is absolutely necessary right now. Just ahead, Hei Wang stays sitting exactly where he landed. The impact shattered the walls behind him, and the heavy pain makes him groan out loud. Flame spots the opening immediately. She turns to Yu-sung, practically shouting without words. "This is it. This is our chance to finish this." But Yu-sung totally shuts that down. It is not over yet. He refuses to look away, keeping his intense gaze locked forward. Flame quickly follows his line of sight. You can feel the panic starting to build up in her chest. She honestly cannot believe how fast things are going from bad to worse right in front of them. Right now, his bones are cracking and twisting in a sickening, unnatural way. Haewang stands back up, but that pitch-black aura means he is barely human anymore. A long, dark horn sprouts from his head, absolute proof of the twisted black magic consuming him. Flame screams his name, desperately trying to snap Haewang out of this dark state, but it is completely useless. Instead, the dread just keeps piling up by the second. This is getting way too serious. The dark corruption has already spread so fast. Someone blurts out a desperate warning. Yunsung, this is way too dangerous. Get back right now. But before she can even finish that sentence, the corrupted Haewang literally teleports right on top of them without making a single sound. His massive hand instantly clamps straight down over Yunsung's face. In a split second of total shock, massive power explodes. Haewang just flings his arm and Yunsung gets launched away like a ragdoll, smashing into the ruins and kicking up a huge dust cloud. Now, instead of screaming for Haewang like before, Flame pivots. She yells out Yunsung's name. The poor girl never expected things to go off the rails this fast. She freezes for a second, her heart racing like crazy as a massive, black shadow completely covers her face. Let's pause right here. He clearly remembers there were two enemies. He swatted away the first guy, and the only one left standing is Flame. Those glowing red eyes lock right onto her. Helpless against this insane monster, Flame's eyes just scream pure, unfiltered panic. It seems the corrupted Haewang can actually sense that fear. He struggles, barely managing to choke out the name Flame, but right as they stare each other down, Yunsung comes rushing back into the picture with a blazing fire punch. His crazy magic power and savage mood haven't dropped a single bit. But Haewang, he doesn't even flinch. He just stands there, tanking the flaming strike right on his body as it explodes. Flame watches, completely stunned, barely able to speak. He really just took that hit. Yunsung locks onto him, but a cold drop of sweat rolls down his face. Because that powerful fist is literally planted right on Haewang's face, doing absolutely zero damage. And then those terrifying red eyes snap open again. We can finally see the massive power gap right here. Moving with horrifying speed, the corrupted hand shoots out and grabs Yunsung straight by the throat. Yunsung had absolutely zero time to even react. With a crushing grip, Haewang easily lifts Yunsung right off the ground. At this point, after casting all that binding magic earlier, Flame is completely tapped out. All she can do is scream. Yunsung bites his lip hard as the danger level skyrockets. If things keep going down this dark path, Haewang is really going to snap his neck. Flame knows her current strength is totally useless here. There is literally no way for her to force Haewang to let him go. What is she supposed to do now? The corrupted monster just holds his grip steady, letting the dark energy flow. But deep inside, a tiny flicker of his real consciousness somehow recognizes him. Yunsung. His grip suddenly tightens even more. Yunsung immediately starts gasping for air, his face completely distorting in pain. But suddenly, Haewang's actual voice breaks through. I can win. I finally beat you, Yunsung. A creepy, twisted smile forms on his lips. But before he can finish the thought, Yunsung completely ruins the villain's big moment. He spits out a completely bizarre question. Wait, something feels off here. That simple phrase makes Haewang completely freeze up. He pauses his killing blow, looking genuinely confused, his shadowy face like an anime villain whose script just broke. What? Standing on the sidelines, Flame immediately catches onto this weird shift. She notices there is a tiny moment of humanity returning to Haewang's expression. He hesitated, didn't he? A spark of determination hits her hard. She gears up, fully prepared to strike. But right now, the corrupted Haewang senses both Yunsung's weird calm and Flame's sudden magic buildup. Reacting perfectly, his free hand shoots out toward her. Flame's casting gets completely interrupted, freezing her in place. Yunsung's expression drops into two pure ice, his piercing eyes narrowing down to absolute daggers. I seriously thought you were the only one living in a world like mine. But ultimately, you're just. Is that all? So disappointing. Haewang's killing intent suddenly erupts, heavy and completely suffocating. He isn't afraid to speak up, but his facial expression is twisting even more violently than before. Yunsung absolutely has to win. Let you and me jump back in time, middle school, first year spring. Back then, Haewang is just 14 years old. A trace of total innocence still shows on his face. He stands there completely stunned. He looks so much younger, facing Yunsung, who is also 14. Annoyed by the other boy's super relaxed vibe, Haewang scowls and drops his voice cold. Fight me in a duel. Right now. Yunsung freezes up, a sweat drop forming as he gets completely confused. Trying to brush off the awkwardness, Yunsung looks around to see if anyone is standing nearby. Seeing it is just the two of them, he lightly asks the obvious question. Wait, are you seriously talking to me right now? Why do you suddenly want to fight? Haewang doesn't even blink as he answers. I simply cannot accept the fact that you are ranked directly above me. So let's fight to make the rankings absolutely clear. That triggers a super rare look of surprise from Yusung. Make the rankings clear. Well, honestly, that is exactly what he wants too. A bright smile spreads across his face. All right, let's give it a shot. With the challenge officially accepted, the two of them decide to use the school's training ground for their epic showdown. Yusung casually glances down at his solid black magic wand. So this is going to be a magic duel. He tests the wand out to see how it feels. Finding it perfectly fine, he smiles broadly. Okay, then you can attack first. Standing opposite to him, Haewang of the noble clan looks dead serious. What kind of sloppy stance is that? Haewang squints his eyes. Is this guy really a genius? Ever since birth as the heir to the Round Tower, Haewang had started studying. He had learned complex magic, training endlessly every single day just to become the absolute best magic warrior around. And yet, looking at the fresh new student rankings, Yusung took first place. Haewang was stuck right there in second. The sheer existence of a genius like Yusung struck Haewang's pride like a lightning bolt. His complete attention gets pulled away as another classmate loudly calls out, "Hey Yusung, let's head out together." "All right, let's go then," Yusung cheerfully replies to the guy. Is that really the famous Yusung? But the more Haewang quietly observed him, the more he found the top student's actual behavior incredibly disappointing to watch. The guy just read weird books that had nothing to do with their magical studies, wasting precious time every single day without making any real effort. Haewang absolutely couldn't accept it. How could this lazy slacker be better than him? He furiously decided he needed to prove one very important thing to everyone, that his brutal hard work was not useless. However, the final duel results were totally bleak. The magic wand clattered to the ground. Haewang stood there, losing his mind, trapped in pure disbelief. He genuinely couldn't believe it. Did he actually just lose to this guy? And Yusung didn't even have a single scratch or a speck of dust on him. Opposite to his usual goofy vibe, Yusung was totally focused. But once he won, he happily strolled right up to Haewang. Oh, did I actually win? By the way, this whole magic duel thing is really fun. Placing a friendly hand on his rival's shoulder, he squinted and laughed. Thanks to you, this was a blast. Let's totally do this again next time. And just like that, he walked away, not even waiting for Haewang to say a single word. Haewang's fists clenched intensely tight. Why did he lose? Why the hell did he lose to someone who didn't even try or study at all? Is this what a true genius is? He slowly bent down and picked up his wand. He convinced himself it was just a practice issue. If he pushed harder, he could win. From that day onward, Haewang relentlessly trained his body and mind, until he had zero energy left. He trained and trained and trained some more. But somehow, the frustrating results still didn't change even a little bit. Haewang completely lost his spirit. It was absolutely ridiculous. This was a direct duel he practically begged for right after breaking down and analyzing every spell Yusung possessed. He couldn't believe it. The reality was that the massive power gap between them was just that insane. In that moment, Yusung reached his hand out toward the defeated Haewang. With genuine respect, he smiled and said, "Man, this time was way more fun than the last one, am I? Right, let's do even better next time." Haewang quietly listened to those words. Pausing for a second, he thought it over, changing his bitter mindset. The two rivals finally shook hands, sharing a small promise. "Next time I will definitely beat you." Haha, I'm really looking forward to it. Haewang was forced to admit that Yusung was a born genius. Even so, he absolutely refused to give up, determined to prove that all of his grueling effort wasn't totally meaningless. He swore that one day he would crush Yusung in combat. And now the great Yusung is finally right in his hands. That memory pulls you and me right back to the dark magic corrupted Haewang in the present. This time I can win. He thought he had it. Is that really true though? Yusung flashes a massive smile immediately, reading that desperate expression on his rival's face. Wow, you already completely lost yourself by drowning in dark magic. That's seriously so disappointing. You know, Haewang, I actually trained insanely hard just so I could fight you. The corrupted Haewang just stares blankly. He trained digging through old memories. Yusung continues. Do you remember? Back when we were doing our training inside that dungeon, we actually fought on totally equal footing. Honestly, I was pretty shocked back then too. It turns out I'm actually a super competitive guy myself. After that, for the very first time, I started a serious training routine. I've been eagerly waiting to get a real rematch with you ever since. Haewang starts getting massively confused. He had never beaten him even once. Now was supposed to be his golden chance. But then things escalate way further, as a terrifyingly cold voice escapes from Yusung's lips. Then kill me. Go ahead and use that dark power to pierce a hole straight through my heart. Enjoy the cheap victory you always wanted, and then live with the regret because this will be the final match we ever have. Hit with endless provocations, and realizing what that victory would mean, Haiwang snaps out of it. The true light finally returns to his eyes as a brilliant flame ignites. Outside the battlefield, everyone is just holding their breath for that crucial moment. Meanwhile, Yusong narrows his eyes quietly, waiting for his opening. Suddenly, the dark mark on his neck fades. The corrupted Hui Gang has finally dropped Yusong. Getting his human sanity back, he looks down completely miserable. "I won't kill you right now," he mutters. "Winning against you in this messed up state basically ruins all my hard work." Hearing this, Flame is absolutely thrilled. Thank God. Hui Gang's emotions are actually back to normal. And honestly, you and I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. We can still save him. But wait, everything instantly goes south. A massive crushing magical pressure slams down right where the three of them are standing. The corrupted aura around Hui Gang flares up. He groans totally overwhelmed. Yu Xing isn't looking much better either. Flame squints through the heavy dust, her heart sinking. This raw power. She quickly shifts her gaze. Someone is talking. Oh my. Heavy footsteps echo out. It's a girl dripping in all-black gear, rocking gold hoop earrings and striking red-brown hair. The vice commander holds her magic wand, speaking with zero panic. "I am not Mei in Tai." It's Hyjin Macaron just casually standing there with her weapon. She isn't even attacking yet, she naturally projects this absolute bone-crushing pressure. It is so insanely heavy that Flame literally cannot move a single muscle. It feels like raw gravity is grinding her down, forcing her right to her knees. Struggling to breathe, Flame squints vaguely, recognizing who this monster actually is. She remembers her from the original novel. This is the vice commander of the 13th Black Star Squad, Hyjin Macaron. And that horrible realization means one thing. At that exact second, heavier, terrifying footsteps start approaching. Hyjin turns her head, flashing her classic empty-headed look as she casually starts complaining about the situation. Well, it looks like that stupid prophecy was totally wrong. The commander just clenches his fists and steps forward, his face completely frozen like a block of ice. His expression doesn't shift an inch, but his deep voice rumbles out. "Quit talking nonsense." Hyjin burns that scary face into her memory as he walks past. Her worst fears are instantly confirmed. The main boss guy has finally entered the chat. It is the commander of the 13th Black Star Squad himself, Ken. The two heavy hitters stand side by side. They stare directly at the corrupted Hui Gang and the guy who just fought him, Yusong. Without speaking a word, Ken silently triggers a tracking spell, scanning the area for any unique dark energy. Honestly, Hyjin's gravity magic is absolutely flawless right now. Just pure suppression. She has completely locked down their movement. Ken observes them and quietly mutters. The dark energy wave is so insanely faint it is almost unbelievable, yet somehow it still managed to erupt with such terrifying, monstrous power. Hyjin just nods along to his assessment. Yep, exactly. So how are we planning to handle this? Ken gives a slight nod, rips open a spatial tier, and pulls out his wand. His ice-cold tone confirms it. They are executing the target right here. The target Ken is aiming at the corrupted student who just barely regained his sanity. This leaves Hui Gang, Yusong, and Flame stuck in an absolute nightmare. They are completely stunned by his ruthless, zero-hesitation approach. Even Hyjin feels like something is slightly off about this extreme rush, so she immediately objects. "Kill him right now. This is just the early stage. Shouldn't we observe him a little longer?" But before she can even finish that thought, Ken firmly shuts her down. He holds his ground completely. If he can erupt with this much power at just his current level, think about the future. Once he completely loses control, the fallout will be an utter disaster. Executing him right now is the only correct choice. And honestly, Ken isn't entirely wrong. Anyone who gets infected by dark magic and corrupted once is basically a ticking time bomb. They can easily fall back into darkness a second time, or even a third time. Even if they get temporarily purified, the deeply planted seeds of that dark corruption will still remain buried inside them. Now stick with me here because this logic is brutal. Eventually, they will be controlled by dark magic again and cause mass slaughters. So once Ken decides, there is zero room for hesitation. The execution must happen instantly. But ironically enough, one stubborn guy refuses to accept this messed up ending. Stop right there. Hyjin immediately turns her attention toward the defiant voice. Oh wow. While the commanders were busy chatting, Yusong has scraped together his very last ounce of strength. He manages to stagger to his feet, leaving the vice commander genuinely speechless. How is a random first-year student enduring this insane level of crushing gravity? Oh wait, this kid is Yusang from Stella Academy. The #1 top freshman really is built completely different. But despite his insane willpower, Hyjin's expression goes pitch black. Her eyes turn sharp and uncomfortable, glaring at him like cold daggers. Instantly, Yusang feels an entirely new terrifying wave of pressure. The force crashes down on his battered body far worse than before. He barely lifted himself up, but Hyjin simply snaps her fingers, violently crushing him back down. He slams into the dirt again. She is absolutely ruthless, showing zero pity. Just lie there a bit longer, kid. You really shouldn't interrupt a lady at work. The absolute power gap here is just way too massive. Yusan is practically eating dirt right now, completely pinned against the broken ground. Even with the heavy gravity spell no longer crushing her, Flame still cannot relax. She aggressively grits her teeth, realizing an even more terrifying hidden truth. This is bad. Yusong's current condition is a massive red flag. Even though recent events have drifted totally off script from the original novel, she knows that magic he just used was definitely dark magic. If this dragging fight continues and Yu Xiang is forced to burn through all of his blue magic defense, his dark magic will be exposed right in front of these ruthless commanders. And once that happens, his fate will be exactly like Hui Gang's, judged and executed on the spot. Flame furiously bites her lip, forcing her paralyzed body to resist. She grips her black wand as if she is holding onto her very last shred of hope. She cannot afford to lose both of her friends right here. Please just move. The crushing guilt tightly chokes her chest. They both have bright futures ahead. They still have so much hope, but time is up. Ken raises his deadly wand, aiming the glowing tip straight at the top of Hui Gang's bowed head. It is over. Hui Gang seems to have completely accepted his dark fate, but Flame desperately prays for a miracle. She squeezes her eyes tightly shut, her heart screaming. Somebody please save him. Wild magic violently swirls at the tip of the commander's wand. Ken doesn't hesitate for a single second. Just die. Dark Mage, hold on. Kane stops his attack right there. A familiar voice just interrupted the chaos and he turns toward the sound. His eyes change instantly. Can he really turn this situation around? He was just a side character in the original game. It is Baek. He remembers him vaguely, but that face is unmistakable. Let's rewind 10 minutes. Baek was just standing in a food stall, gently petting an elf kid's head. He was only there to buy some food, but the kid was way too cute to ignore. He pets the kid a little longer. Before leaving, he smiles warmly. Have a great day with your sales. The stall owner happily accepts the kind words. Thank you. But he barely walks a few steps before a familiar system ping echoes right through his mind. 2 urgent alerts pop up. A massive variable just triggered in episode 8. Hei Wang's dark magic corruption is starting early. Baek completely freezes and shouts out loud. What confusion hits him like a total storm, shattering everything he knew. How is this happening? Didn't the dark magic arc already end earlier? In the original game timeline, there were only 3 students affected by Professor Mayon's dark magic plus Flame. Hei Wang's corruption has a 99% chance of triggering a massive, bad end. Insane difficulty. Absolute worst-case scenario. And it is starting right now. Baek hesitates for exactly 1 second, then immediately shoves the food he just bought toward another elf. Here, this is super good, take it. The elf is super surprised, but takes the food anyway. As he sprints off, Baek makes his choice. He absolutely cannot let this bad ending happen. No way. So back to the present, you and I can see the crushing pressure destroying Hei Wang. Flame suddenly breathes a huge sigh of relief. Help arrived. 5 pairs of eyes from every direction instantly lock onto one single target. Baek just showed up and he is already frantically assessing the chaotic scene. He is panting hard, worried sick about his classmate. Thank goodness. But wait, what can he even do? Kane stands there, completely freezing cold. Heijin gets the hint. She flashes a thin smile and steps forward. Understood, leave the kid to me. Her magic wand looks like a miniature scythe. Her light footsteps click against the floor before she stops at the perfect distance. Her voice is dripping with a cheerful tone that feels totally creepy. Sister is going to show you a gorgeous illusion. Heijin activates her power. This special illusion spell she casts is an extremely high-tier magic technique that can seriously damage a target's brain. An invisible wave of brutal energy instantly crashes right down onto Baek, but absolutely nothing happens. When 2 special forces collide, they just cancel out. The magic completely fizzles out into nothing. A black cat casually walks by. Heijin goes wide-eyed and mutters to herself, "Wait, it didn't hit." Refusing to believe it, she waves her wand again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It looks like she is whipping the air. This time there is a tiny effect, but it just makes Baek look at her with this absolutely deadpan stare. Like, what is she even doing? Heijin immediately turns back to her superior in total confusion. Hey, Commander, I think that kid is immune to my illusions. Kane does not buy it at all. His voice drips with sarcasm. Stop joking around. Actually do your job properly. Heijin frowns, fighting to stay calm. I am being totally serious right now. She takes a closer look. Backs. Posture is stiff as a board. He is not disoriented at all. Heijin quickly analyzes the situation. Basic illusion magic is supposed to mess with an opponent's internal mana. She scrambles their energy flow, which triggers intense mental hallucinations. Things like making them feel insane gravity, crushing down on their bodies. But wait, why? Can't she sense even a single drop of mana inside this kid's body? It makes zero sense. Trying to illusion him feels like trying to put a joint lock on a literal slime. Heijin frowns even deeper. Her magic is S-class at the bare minimum. So what kind of insane ability does this kid have? Giving up, she actually decides to step back. Right at that moment, Kane steps forward. His voice is ice cold. Please step aside. The vice commander immediately moves out of his way, her wand still fully drawn. Kane turns his terrifying gaze on Baek and demands his identity. Baek answers without missing a beat. First year, S-class student at Stella Academy Magic Combat Department, but Kane is definitely not satisfied with that answer. His eyes narrowed dangerously. No. I mean, your real identity. Baek looks genuinely confused, a bunch of question marks flashing in his head. My real identity, didn't I literally just say who I am? Seeing that Baek will not drop a secret alias, Kane frowns slightly. Fine. Seems you cannot tell me. Unable to pry any more information out of him, Kane cuts straight to the chase. I do not care why you infiltrated this academy, and I won't interfere with your mission, but you will not interfere with ours either. Baek lifts his head, staring straight into the deadly killer's eyes. His voice drops perfectly. That might be a problem. You guys are planning to kill that student, right? Kane doesn't deny it. His killing intent flares up even heavier. That is right. We will kill him. Even corrupted by dark magic, Hei Wang clearly feels that freezing declaration. And now Baek is trapped. You and I know he can't win this. If they fight right now, he wouldn't even survive 5 seconds. He would absolutely die. But despite all of that, he draws his sword and takes a step forward. Saving this classmate is worth risking. His own life. He cannot lose him here. You just said you were going to kill my classmate, so I literally have zero reason to look the other way. Kane calmly repeats the truth. If you fight us, you will die. But Baek has his own crazy plan. He looks bizarrely calm. Well then, should I make a little noise and stir things up? I am pretty confident even if I die. Alright, let's dive in. Kane finally realizes the kid standing right in front of him is definitely no ordinary student. He stays silent for a second before asking straight up, "What do you want?" Baek takes a deep breath, revealing his true goal. Just give her one chance to purify him. Kane glances over at Heijang, shooting it down coldly. It is useless. Even if you purify the dark magic, his emotions will never come back. Baek grips his sword, standing firm. One try is enough. He knows her magic can actually restore those completely shattered emotions back to normal. Flame stands right beside him, dripping with cold sweat, feeling totally torn. She doubts his crazy claim, and she definitely doubts her own power. Can she actually pull this off? But honestly, the bigger question here is whether Kane will even risk it. What if the purification fails? Kane asks. Baek fires back without missing a single beat. I will back off immediately. For Kane, that is really not a bad deal. At the very least, it avoids a messy fight with someone who easily shattered Haijin's illusions. It keeps things quiet and lets them leave on their own. So taking a step back right now is definitely the smartest play. He reaches his cold conclusion. Fine. But if you break your word, I will give you the most agonizing death imaginable, even if it causes a massive uproar. Standing right there, Haijin is absolutely stunned, hearing his squad captain actually agree to something like this. Captain, but Kane doesn't hesitate for a single second, snapping his order. Haijin dropped the illusion before actually following through with it. Haijin carefully asks if they can actually trust this kid's word. The captain's answer is pure ice. If it turns out to be a lie, killing the brat later works too. Kane slams his heavy staff into the ground. Haijin just nods in agreement and retracts his magic. Both Ma Yu-sung and Heijang are instantly freed, gasping hard for air. Flame feels the pressure drop, but she is still completely exhausted. Barely opening her eyes, she sees Baek already kneeling in front of her, asking straight up, "You know exactly what state Heijang is in, right? If it's you, you can bring him back to normal." Flame drops her head, zero confidence left, whispering a sad apology, because she thinks she is too weak. But Baek strikes right at her old trauma. Are you going to let what happened to Jackie repeat itself? That single line shakes Flame to her core. Her eyes tremble, and then Baek drops a reassuring smile. Just help Heijang. You can do this. If anyone else said it, she wouldn't buy it. But Baek's words hit differently. She grips her staff super tight, finally gathering her resolve, and steps right up to Heijang. She silently trusts that if Baek believes in her, she really must have the power. She quickly tells everyone to back up. Now watch this. When she is ready, dark memories flood and golden magic explodes, and her willpower totally surges. This time, she refuses to be helpless. Her eyes snap open. A massive magic circle forms, angel wings literally manifest, blending pure hope with mana. A heavenly voice echoes and blinding light erupts. Hajin asks in absolute shock, Captain, is that real light magic? Kayan doesn't look away. Yeah, and it's incredibly pure. But that girl doesn't belong to the Holy Church. This sheer level of power is practically on par with a saintess. He suddenly remembers a wild rumor about a new Stella student wielding true angel-class light magic. It has to be that exact girl. And now that brilliant light completely engulfs Heijang, tearing right through the darkness, Kayan just keeps thinking using angelic power and actually destroying a dark magic seed are two totally different things. At best, she might just suppress the corruption temporarily. But suddenly, his eyes go wide in pure shock. The agonizing clash of opposing elements makes Heijang violently tremble. But then a rough cough breaks out and the toxic dark aura fades completely. His consciousness returns. Heijang stares at his own hands. Before he can even process it, Flame chokes back tears. Thank God you're back. Right after she instantly collapses from mana drain. Heijang panics and lunges forward, but Kayan's staff is already pressed against his throat. Inspect him. Instantly, the two groups split up. Ma Yusung and Baek grab Flame while Kayan and Hajin inspect Heijang. A tense moment later, Hajin makes his call. He is completely normal. Exactly like someone who was never corrupted. It honestly feels like the dark emotions were forcibly implanted then utterly wiped out. Looks like the host is pretty strong. Captain, what's our move? Kayan takes a step back and stands up straight, looking completely helpless. Hajin quietly tries to process his own chaotic emotions. It's totally obvious that they're usually composed. Captain has fallen into a rare state of total confusion. Makes sense, honestly. Up until today, he always firmly believed that once you get corrupted, there is absolutely no cure. That's why he ruthlessly executed every single one of them. Yet, here he is watching these crazy kids completely erase that darkness right in front of his eyes. Flame, I'm so sorry. I'm perfectly fine. Aren't you worried about me? A gentle voice chimes in, carrying a bright smile. You and I can literally feel the heavy tension between them finally warming up. Right before she actually leaves, the girl even shoots Baek a playful wink, laughing as she calls out, Anyway, you little brats, I guess I'll catch you all later. Honestly, who she's talking to is debatable, but Baek just offers a bitter, defeated smile. Yeah, I really don't want to see you guys ever again. You know. After all the chaos wraps up, night falls completely, blanketing the entire spirit world. The pale, freezing moonlight shines down on a lonely corner of an empty street where a solitary figure walks quietly through the dead silence. Luckily, it's not the strict Professor Tai, but Sirin, the elegant fairy queen. Even though she's completely alone, an unexplainable, deeply confusing feeling keeps welling up right inside her chest. She explicitly tracked down the dark magic wave she just felt, yet this place is bizarrely spotless. There's absolutely nothing left behind here. Looking for a single trace, Siren stares down at her hands, takes a deep breath, and steps right into the exact spot where that dark magic erupted, closing her eyes. She spreads her palms and whispers for the wind to bring back the memories. Instantly, a faint nostalgic scent rushes in, completely flooding her mind. But wait, all she sees are shattered black and white fragments. It is like someone intentionally wiped the area clean with magic. And once memories are erased, even high-tier spells struggle to bring them back. But Siren Hoa is the absolute greatest magic master alive. She completely refuses to be stopped by such a trivial trick. Watch this. Tiny specks of light start swaying gently in the night sky. She calls out again, this time using her authority as the fairy king, commanding the wind, the earth, and the rocks to whisper the truth of what really happened here. And honestly, even though those memories were hidden incredibly well, she still manages to catch a few blurry fragments. The most obvious detail, a shadowy figure wearing the Stella Academy uniform. The face is completely blurred out, but right at that moment, a very familiar scent suddenly hits her senses. It is a scent that even if she forgot the entire world, she could never forget. The scent of Heno Lee. But wait a second, did Heno Lee not already pass away peacefully in her secret garden? Could someone have actually broken into that sacred place? And could that same intruder be the person standing right here? As the memory stream starts breaking apart, a sharp pain spikes in her head. Serene is forced to stop, but a completely terrifying theory has already formed in her mind. The person who entered the secret garden, the one who stole the heart of Heno Lee, and the one who wiped this memory clean. They are likely the exact same person. Clenching her fists, she pushes down her raging anger, swearing that she will definitely make that villain pay the ultimate price. We cut to the very next morning. The dark magic has been completely purified, and Heijang is resting peacefully right here in the Flower Paradise Hospital. He opens his eyes and immediately sees Flame sitting by his bed, casually peeling an apple with a warm smile. Oh, you're finally awake. Heijang looks around in total confusion, asking where he is. Flame gently tells him that this is the hospital, asking if he remembers anything at all. Heijang only has blurry memories of the fight. Flame sighs in pure relief, hands him the fruit plate, and explains she reported everything to Professor Hanwon Lee. She also asked Ma Yusong Jang and Buson to keep things quiet, telling him to just rest up since his magical after effects have not completely faded away yet. Hagang simply nods and agrees to everything. This totally surprises Flame, who jokingly asks why he is being so obedient today, before standing up with a bright smile saying she has to get to class. But before leaving, she turns back and tells him to treat her to a massive meal once he gets out since he is totally loaded. Hagang watches her walk away and softly calls out her name. Flame. She turns back, but he just swallows the words he really wanted to say, simply shaking his head instead. Flame bursts into laughter, teasing him for leaving her in suspense before she finally steps right out of the room. Tomorrow morning, when you get out, you are definitely buying me food. I am going to eat until I drop, so you better prepare your wallet. Got it. She leaves Hagang lying there, his heart giving a tiny flutter. Yeah, you can look forward to it. Meanwhile, Flame is still flashing that incredibly bright, beautiful smile, acting as if all the dark pain has finally been left behind them. A very gentle smile crosses his face as he sits there entirely alone in the quiet, peaceful hospital room. But you know that absolute silence makes him unconsciously glance right over at the nice fruit plate that Flame prepared for him. All of the slices are cut so perfectly and neatly. Not eating them after she did all that work would be a total crime. He pops a piece into his mouth, the sweetness spreading out. Yeah, that is seriously good. But moving past Hagang's little moment, everyone else has some major business to handle right now. Instructor Lee has fully gathered up the entire student body. With a cold expression, his strict voice rings out loud and clear. From this moment on, all of you will step into the roots of the heaven tree to establish your divine covenants. This area is a special subspace, and the environment inside is completely different from our normal reality. You all have exactly 1 week to complete this. Your exploration range stops at floor 3. The 4th floor is completely sealed off by a barrier, so do not even think about getting close to it. I wish you the best of luck. After that incredibly heavy threatening command, the students start lining up and stepping right through the gate. Episode 7, the familiar contract ceremony officially begins. As soon as they step inside the massive space of the heaven tree, Busan looks completely dazed for a second before his expression shifts, his cheeks turning bright red. Right in front of him is an endless, stunning green landscape stretching forever. But this is not just your normal forest green. If I had to describe it simply, it is an entirely new world that is completely filled with this wild glowing blue light, with every single plant radiating its own unique aura. Little creatures that look just like fireflies are hovering all around them in the air, creating a truly magical and vivid picture. After walking just a little bit further into the zone, a massive question mark pops into his head. Down by his feet, there is this sparkling, glowing green liquid on the ground. He crouches down gently, touching it with one finger. The feeling is actually not scary at all. This might just be a level 7 spirit beast. See, spirit beasts are ranked by stars. The absolute lowest is 7 and the highest is 1. The closer they are to a true divine beast, the more insane their power becomes. But forming a contract with them also gets infinitely harder. This is honestly such a headache. Even the top Stella Academy students can only reduce the taming difficulty by about 5% each year. But anyway, that is not really his problem right now. The road ahead is super long, so he just needs to take his time. But you see, whenever Baek flashes that creepy little smile, it usually signals that something seriously bad is about to happen. We cut back outside for a second, right to the exact entrance where all the students are trying to establish their covenants. 2 heavy guards are currently standing watch. Once the coast is completely clear, they quietly start talking to each other. It looks like all the students have already made it inside, so should we close the main barrier now? The second guard is about to nod, but then he suddenly raises a hand to stop him. Wait, footsteps echoing in the dark. A shadow slowly creeping toward them. Looks like you, and I have another player entering the game. Person who hasn't stepped inside yet. They're hiding their identity, but that walk, strangely familiar. Actually, let's just call it what it is, a brand new threat, quietly making their entrance. And just as expected, the mysterious figure is none other than Main Tyran. Catching those 2 elf guards completely off guard, she makes her move. Fast, clean, and absolutely chilling. One guard gets wiped out in a flash. The other guy doesn't even have time to process what's happening before dark magic spills from her palm like a toxic fog. After a seriously brutal interrogation, the final guard finally drops to the floor, dead eyes still wide open in terror. Main Tyran just smirks, her eyes flashing with pure, twisted amusement. Oh, this is going to be fun. Cutting over to the 1st floor of the World Tree Roots, a massive glowing green sanctuary unfolds right in front of Hong Bai-yeon's squad. It literally looks like stepping straight into a living fairy tale. The rest of the team is totally mesmerized by the magical scenery, but Han Bi-yeon, she does not care at all. Why? Because there's not a single spirit beast here strong enough to even catch her attention. She turns to her squad, voice dead serious. We're heading to floor 2. Her blonde teammate immediately agrees. While the whole crew gets hyped up following Princess Han Bi-yeon toward the second floor entrance, Jackie is just quietly dragging herself along in the back looking completely exhausted. Her breathing is crazy, heavy eyes half shut like she's about to pass out. Jackie starts wondering why. Her body is failing her right now. Stomach twisting, dizzy, and her vision is just fading to black. She simply can't take it anymore. She collapses right onto the dirt. The other students instantly panic and rush over. Han Bi-yeon freezes at the shouting, turning back to ask, is something wrong with you, princess? She's looking super pale, but literally just a minute ago she was totally fine. Rumor has it, if your spirit-beast connection is weak, even a tiny bit of ambient pressure is enough to completely wreck your physical stamina. Is it Jackie suffering from that right now? Han Bi-yeon narrows her eyes and makes a quick call. We rest here, conserve our rations and recover. Grab some water, eat some chocolate, then we move. Without another word, she turns her back. Jackie flinches and speaks up. Wait, I'm totally fine. We can keep pushing forward right now. But before she can even finish, Han Bi-yeon coldly shuts her down. Enough. Just follow my orders. Rushing ahead only to collapse when it actually matters. Yeah, I'd rather avoid that. Another girl immediately backs her up. She's right. Jackie, the princess already gave the command. Jackie drops her gaze, her eyes heavy with complete embarrassment and guilt. She mutters a quiet yes, while the group breaks out their cooking gear. Meanwhile, Jackie just slumps back against a massive tree. Clenching her fists, she cannot figure out why her body is betraying her like this. The whole Spirit Beast contract event was what she had been waiting for her entire life. She trained her heart out right up until stepping inside the world tree. And yet, right now, she can barely breathe. Her head is spinning, and she's totally spiraling. Stick with me here, we're getting a glimpse into her past. 3 elite mages are standing right in front of her. Such an unbelievable talent. This child has the pure potential to become an absolute legend. Her magic abilities are staggering. Jackie is going to make waves even at Stella Academy. Wait a second, is she flashing back to her own childhood? Or is this just a fever dream? A woman in a dark cloak walks up, flashing a warm smile. Jackie, you are quite literally the ultimate fire prodigy of the century. With this kind of insane natural talent, you'll command flames like they're just an extension of your body. Trust me, you are destined to become an unrivaled mage at Stella Academy. The younger version of Jackie lights up eagerly asking, are you serious? But the woman's voice turns dead cold. Of course. Assuming you don't count me. Boom, memory over. Jackie snaps awake. Heart pounding. What was that? A forgotten nightmare. Before she can process it, Han Bi-yeon's sharp voice cuts through. Break is over. We're moving. Out now. Yes, princess. The crew scrambles to pack their gear and hit the trail. Jackie forces her shaky, exhausted legs to stand back up. A black-haired girl looks over, clearly worried. Hey, are you feeling any better? Can you walk? Jackie nods. Yeah, I'll be fine. She slowly trails behind the group. But get this, nobody realizes the exact spot she was just sitting on is quietly rotting away, completely corrupted. A silent alarm that something terrible is coming. Jumping up to the second floor of the World Tree, the team's food supply is running super low. Because of that, Han Bi-yeon's squad splits up to hunt for wild game. Meanwhile, Jackie drops a stray beast with a single hit, its agonizing scream echoing through the ancient trees. She stares down at her prey, realizing her body actually feels way better. Even her magical focus is completely dialed in, and sharper than before. If she keeps this up, she might actually have enough juice to land a contract with a massive Tier 5 spirit beast. Guys, look over there, a red deer, someone shouts. I read about these. If you sign a contract with one, your fire magic gets a massive elemental boost. Wait, is that thing seriously? 6 stars. Oh snap, it's walking right toward us. From the back of the group, Jackie watches, thinking, okay, it's not Tier 5, but a 6-star beast is still amazing. But suddenly, her eyes go wide. The majestic deer walks right past everyone, heading straight for Han Bi-yeon, happily nudging her cheek like she's already its master. The rest of the squad watches, absolutely burning with jealousy and total awe. A high-tier beast offering a contract on its own. Insane. Princess, are you actually going to accept it? Now watch what happens next. Han Bi-yeon gently pets the deer but completely shakes her head. No. This isn't what I came for. We are pushing deeper. The team immediately, loud and clear, a rare divine beast actively seeking her out. Now that's the pure class of the Adolovid Empire's princess. Honestly, do we even need to say it? That's just the blessing of fire right there. Asawang tightens her grip on her scepter. The fire's blessing. The very next day, down on the third floor, a massive explosion absolutely rips through the forest. Hong Baiyon's team just completely wiped out a Tier 5 spirit beast. Man, the heavy atmosphere down here is seriously terrifying. If the third floor is this wild, you and I can only guess how insane the fourth floor gets. Stop talking, nobody goes down there and comes back alive. Anyway, which is exactly why they completely sealed off the fourth floor. Princess, we probably shouldn't head north. Hong Biyun simply asks them, what is over there anyway? Is it dangerous? Because the barrier blocking the fourth floor is right there. Hong Biyun stays totally silent for a second before finally deciding. We will set up camp right here today and start searching for suitable divine beasts. Understood. Meanwhile, looking in a completely different direction, Aswang is out hunting totally alone. The third floor is home to divine beasts, tier 5 and below. I absolutely need to form a contract with a seriously strong one. 1 full hour passes, complete failure. 2 whole hours go by and it is still a total failure. This really starts making her doubt herself. Why do all these divine beasts just avoid me on sight, right? At that exact moment, happy cheers suddenly ring out. Princess, I just successfully formed a contract with a 6-star divine beast. I am completely done too. As time goes on, pretty much every single member of the group manages to successfully form a contract except for Aswang and Hong Bian. But honestly, Hong Bian is not rushing at all because she has already rejected a ton of divine beasts. Aswang, though, nothing even wants to get close to her. Fighting through total emotional chaos, she desperately tries to calm herself down. Aswang, do not panic, you still have plenty of time. There has to be a perfect match out there. Suddenly, shape catches her eye. A white-furred wolf is quietly drinking water right by the lake. Wait, isn't that a silver-maned wolf? That is a literal 5-star divine beast. Up until now, almost no freshman at Stella Academy has ever managed to form a contract with a tier 5 divine beast. If she can actually pull this off, I will absolutely get the respect I deserve. Thinking that Aswang slowly creeps closer, completely leaning in to look totally friendly. Hey there, little guy. Do you want to form a cool contract with me? The silver-maned wolf lowers its head, takes a quick sniff, and instantly lets out a vicious roar. Panicking Aswang falls flat onto the dirt, her eyes completely filled with absolute shock. Deep down, that same old painful question starts echoing louder than it ever has before. Why does every single divine beast reject me so harshly? Right as her life flashes before her eyes, a massive fireball suddenly rips through the air out of nowhere. Moving at blinding speed, it completely blocks the white wolf's deadly strike aimed right at Aswang. And honestly, that split-second impact is the only thing that snaps her back to reality. Aswang immediately whips her head toward where that epic fireball just launched from. And there she is. Princess Hong Bi-yan is already standing right there, firmly blocking the path. And yeah, that insane attack just now, that was 100% cast by her. Talk about some cruel irony here. The one person she is so deeply jealous of, the girl she constantly desperately wants to surpass, is actually the one saving her life right now. The silver-maned wolf also locks eyes on the princess, stepping into the scene. It lets out a piercing howl before slowly prowling straight toward Hong Bi-yan. Fully knowing how incredibly dangerous this beast is, Aswang, not even caring that she could easily become the target again, desperately screams out a warning, "Princess, please watch out for that thing." But then watch this closely. The fierce white wolf completely drops down, fully bowing at Hong Bi-yan's feet, exactly like some deeply loyal puppy. Watching this unfold hits Aswang with a seriously massive mental shock. Her eyes completely lose their spark, her whole mind violently shaking. This just makes zero sense. There is absolutely no way. Even a massive tier 5 spirit beast is lowering its head and entirely submitting to the princess, the one person she has literally always viewed as her ultimate rival. That deep burning frustration inside her just keeps piling up bit by painful bit, and at this point, she physically cannot hide it anymore. Before she even truly realizes the dark shift happening inside her own mind, Aswang glares straight at Hong Bi-yan and slowly asks, "So princess, are you finally going to form a contract this time?" Casually petting the white wolf on its head, Hong Bi-yan just calmly answers back, "No, I completely refuse it. I will track down the exact divine beast that I actually want myself." Those careless words echo heavily inside Aswang's brain. Raw jealousy totally erupts like a violent tidal wave, practically swallowing her entire soul whole. Hong Bi-yan has absolutely no clue what is happening behind her. She just gently apologizes to the white wolf, calmly telling it to go out and find its true master. And right at that moment, Aswang's voice speaks up again, and man, she sounds completely different now. This is honestly so funny. Hong Bi-yan turns around looking totally confused, only to see Aswang's entire body practically erupting in black flames, looking exactly like a dark game boss. Straight out of a corrupted shadow realm, her usual happy voice is completely gone now. In its place, just pure raw inferiority and a violently exploding wave of absolute anger. All her frustration pushed to the absolute breaking point. I cannot even manage to get close to a single divine beast. And yet you get the luxury of being totally picky about which spirit beast you want to contract. Because you already have everything handed to you, you just want to flex your overwhelming power, right? Han Ba-yeon instantly recognizes that toxic dark aura. This is the ultimate sign of dark magical corruption. With every single passing second, the violently swelling dark mana and those twisted flames around Azuang just keep burning so much brighter. All those deeply hidden negative emotions she locked away, they are being forcefully amplified to the absolute maximum. It is not fair. It is so totally unfair. None of this is fair at all. Why is the world always so incredibly unfair to me? Like, this Azuang's pupils aggressively shrink down. The dark magic has completely taken away her sanity now. I have poured literally so much blood and sweat into this, and yet I get absolutely nothing that I ever wanted. It is just a massive joke. Finally, every single emotion she has is entirely swallowed up by raw inferiority, bitter envy, and endless jealousy. Azuang furiously screams out, practically shaking the air, "Stop looking down on me and mocking me." Boom! Dark fire violently erupts like a crazy active volcano, wildly spreading everywhere, sweeping away everything in sight. Let's see how she handles this. Han Ba-yeon immediately throws up a magic barrier, but this dark raw power... Alright, stick with me. The sheer power of this dark corruption is absolutely terrifying. She has to pump out massive mana just to keep her shield standing. Boom. A massive explosion completely swallows everything in sight, sending a massive pillar of fire shooting straight into the sky. When the shockwave finally clears the surrounding forest, within 20 meters, is completely reduced to ash. The ground is just covered in pitch-black scorch marks. Suddenly, a tiny spark catches right onto the edge of her clothes. Han Ba-yeon just casually flicks her hand and the flame instantly vanishes, leaving nothing but a tiny black speck. But she knows exactly what is happening here. That tiny burn is absolutely nothing compared to the massive danger she is about to face. Totally calm and collected, she quickly scans the area from top to bottom. You and I know exactly what this means. The dark corruption is completely taking over. But there is one way to stop it, basically beating her, completely unconscious. But they are way too close to the 4th floor barrier right now. A full-blown fight would definitely trigger that massive shield just behind them. So in a wild situation like this, what exactly would that commoner guy do? She thinks about it for a second, and then finally, she remembers Yeon. A tiny smile flashes across her lips. Is she making fun of herself or someone else? It is hard to say. Right after that, Han Ba-yeon decides to try the exact same persuasion trick Flame used before. Shuang, do not do something you are going to deeply regret later. If you let this dark corruption keep spreading, you will absolutely never be human again. Hearing those words, Shuang just bursts into loud laughter. Ha ha, even right now, you still think you are totally above me. Well, I guess that makes perfect sense. Because you are the absolute princess of the Adolevit Empire. The gods literally chose you. The deep pain of someone with completely average talent like me. Even if I died and came back to life, you would never understand it. Han Ba-yeon just stands there quietly, listening to every word. She knows that showing real empathy is the fastest way to reach someone consumed by dark corruption. Once Shuang finally stops yelling, the princess just slightly narrows her piercing eyes. You can see this incredibly heavy sadness hiding right in her gaze. Shuang, just listen to my story for a second, okay? Brushing her hair back, Shuang does not even bother looking at her. She just coldly snaps back. Are you about to give me another boring lecture? Whether she actually wants to listen or not, Han Ba-yeon slowly starts talking. You already know this, but a princess of the Adolevit Empire, she does not eventually become the absolute ruler, has no choice but to die. That basically means just to keep myself breathing, I was forced to completely eliminate every single one of my own siblings. I had to learn that brutal, twisted reality of the royal throne when I was only 7 years old. I heard you had an amazingly happy childhood where everyone loved you. Honestly, when I found that out, I was incredibly jealous. Because not only was I never loved, but I was completely cast aside. Even my very own mother, the woman who went through the pain of childbirth, expected absolutely nothing. Just to even reach for that royal throne. Do you have any idea how much I had to completely sacrifice? Hearing that raw pain in the princess's voice, Shuang actually feels a tiny bit guilty, but because of the dark corruption twisting her mind, that bitter jealousy instantly flares right back up. Just being born into the royal bloodline is already an insanely huge privilege for you. But before she can even finish complaining, Han Ba-yeon coldly cuts her right off. I drank solid fire instead of water. I swallowed flames instead of actual food. I even had to bathe inside a raging, roaring inferno. My skin was constantly blistering, oozing, and itching so badly that I practically lost my mind. And even if I chugged freezing water right after those deep internal burns, just made the raw burning agony so much worse. I cannot even taste a single thing anymore because my tongue went completely numb years ago. That blazing fire is my ultimate most powerful weapon, but it is also my worst, most deeply terrifying nightmare. When you are facing someone consumed by dark magic, ripping open your own deep scars is honestly the absolute best way to drag them back from the darkness. Now watch this closely. Ah Shuang has completely dropped all that crazy arrogant attitude from earlier. Instead, she is standing there looking totally lost and confused, hearing about the brutal, agonizing life of the exact same girl she deeply hated, harshly envied, and secretly deeply admired as messing with her head. Suddenly, she just screams out in pure panic, "Liar, it is all just wild lies. Who do you actually think would ever believe that garbage? How could any normal human survive something so absolutely horrific? Do not even try using your twisted, pathetic little fake stories to make me pity you. It is completely useless." But right after that, she immediately has to swallow her own bitter words. Because Hong Bai-yeon does not waste time arguing. She proves it physically. Whoosh! Hong Bai-yeon casually sparks up a tiny little flame right on the very tip of her index finger and slowly leans forward. She opens her mouth, brings the blazing fire closer, and actually sticks her tongue right out to lick the intense flame dancing on her finger. Watching this absolute madness, Ah Shuang screams out in pure terror. "What on earth are you doing?" Sizzle. Suddenly, Ah Shuang's entire grip on reality is totally shattered. The bright flame vanishes, but Han Bion's tongue is completely unharmed. There is not even a single tiny blister, looking like absolutely nothing even happened here. As a trained magic user, Ah Shuang, just like everyone else, knows the hard truth. Even the absolute greatest fire mages can still be horribly burned by their own spells. The strongest water mages can still easily drown, so fire mages can naturally be roasted alive by their own flames too. Seeing Hong Bian do something that completely insane feels basically exactly like a freezing bucket of freezing cold water smashed straight into her face, violently snapping her back to reality. Realizing her crazy little demonstration actually worked, Hong Bai-yeon keeps right on talking, following her plan perfectly. "Ah Shuang, do you honestly still think all this power is some kind of magical blessing? Since I was tiny, I was forced to train through absolute agony, all just to boost my elemental compatibility. While I was suffering through that, I literally prayed that dying would honestly be so much easier. So I am warning you, do not ever mention words like blessing or pure talent to me again, because I was so jealous of you, someone who never had a miserable childhood like I did." Thinking about it now, she just wanted to burst into tears. Princess Chloe had buried her own deep jealousy behind a smile as bright as the sun, and now standing right across from her, Ashley finally saw the truth. For the very first time, Ashley had to confront those dark, twisted emotions she had buried so deeply inside her own heart. She honestly never realized it. All this time, she just assumed everything Princess Chloe had was handed to her on a silver platter, completely natural, an absolute genius at fire magic, someone who always had the attention of all the most important people, someone who was constantly Asian, loved by the fire spirits. Ashley never once stopped to think about the heavy price Chloe paid behind the scenes for all of that. The magic wand hit the ground. Tears streamed down Ashley's face as she completely broke down. Her voice choked up, caught between heavy sobs and pure shame. "I am so sorry. I am truly sorry, Princess." Seeing that Ashley had finally let her walls down and returned to the girl she used to be, Princess Chloe gave a gentle, satisfied smile. Right then, the rest of the team came rushing over in a total panic. The massive explosion and the intense battle noises from earlier had terrified everyone. "We definitely heard an explosion over here. Princess, where in the world are you?" Seeing her entire team frantically searching for her, Chloe called out loud and clear, "I am right over here." Her blonde teammate, hearing her idol's voice, basically lit up like a festival. "Thank goodness we finally found you," she rushed over. "Princess, what on earth just happened out here?" Looking at Ashley, who had her eyes squeezed shut like she was waiting for a death sentence, Chloe actually softened up. For a moment, she couldn't even speak. After all, the dark magic inside Ashley's body had completely vanished. Suddenly, Chloe's mind drifted back to her intense fight with Jackie inside the Persona Gate. If this was the old her, she probably would have instantly attacked and locked Ashley down without a second thought. But now, was this crazy change in her personality really because of that commoner's influence? Hiding her usual arrogant attitude, Princess Chloe simply told the team to take good care of Ashley, claiming she hadn't fully recovered from her illness yet. Hearing this, Ashley just sat there, completely stunned, stammering as she asked about her punishment. The rest of the team exchanged weird looks. Seriously, what kind of massive secret were these two hiding? Ignoring all the confused stares from the group, Chloe kept her cool. With a voice that was cold but surprisingly forgiving, she gave Ashley a warning. "No matter what anyone else says, you are still a ridiculously talented mage. I am not going to ruin your life over one single minor mistake like this, but do not think I am letting you off the hook for free either. From now on, you pledge your absolute loyalty to me. That is how you repay your debt." Ashley snapped her head up, her eyes totally red and overflowing with tears. The princess wasn't going to report her. She was actually accepting her. And right in that exact moment, a tiny seed of absolute unbreakable loyalty was planted deep inside her heart. The more respect she felt, the more Ashley hated herself for ever plotting against someone so incredibly noble. It was pure guilt. But right before things got too emotional, crack, a deafening, shattering sound literally tore the air apart. Ashley's pupils shrank in pure, unfiltered terror. She desperately screamed out, "Princess, get out of the way right now." Wait, what? Before anyone could even process what was happening, the magical barrier, leading straight to the fourth floor, ripped wide open. An absolutely terrifying suction force exploded outward violently, dragging every single thing around them right into the void. Now let's cut over to the third floor. Flame was completely flying solo, walking straight into the danger zone without a single teammate. But hey, her luck was insane. She actually found the Radiant Spirit, the absolute perfect beast for someone with the light attribute. A massive win. Half an hour later, running purely on that main character energy, Flame successfully sealed the contract. Right now, she was just happily strolling along, whistling a tune and skipping around. She was practically walking on air, beyond thrilled that she just snagged a contract with a spirit that was almost at the fourth tier. Super lucky, and it barely took any time at all. A sudden thought crossed her mind though. Just because you sign a contract doesn't mean you can instantly summon a spirit whenever you want. Still, linking up with a light spirit would massively boost her spellcasting speed and power up all her light magic. Either way, her main objective for the day was completely finished. Time to just relax and enjoy the rest of the trip, right? Well, about exactly 10 minutes after making that peaceful decision, Flame suddenly stumbled right into Isla and Mason, just sitting there casually chatting. Both of them totally froze the second Flame walked into the area. The atmosphere instantly turned incredibly awkward. Seriously, it felt like a badly edited scene from a painfully cringy movie. Flame quickly tried to fix her attitude, sounding a weird mix of excited and totally embarrassed. "Hey, Isla, Mason. Wow, it is super awkward running into you guys out here." Mason just smirked and shot back. "It is no big deal. Just a crazy coincidence running into each other in a place like this." Hearing that, Flame's nosy side instantly kicked into high gear. Her eyes practically lit up like a hardcore paparazzi about to get the absolute biggest scoop ever. "Ahem. So why exactly are you two out here?" Isla awkwardly waved her hands. "I was honestly just passing by and completely bumped into him." Mason just laughed out loud. "Yeah, I am honestly just killing time." Hearing their excuses, Flame decided not to push it. After all, according to the original story plot, Mason physically couldn't bond with any spirits because of his unique character setup. It made total sense, so him just wandering around the zone to waste time was completely expected. And Isla really did just randomly stumble into him out here. They literally just sat down for a quick chat. Putting the pieces together, Flame smiled warmly. "Well, whatever the reason, it is great seeing you. You. Mind if I join you for a meal?" Boom, boom, boom. A massive explosion suddenly erupts just a short distance away. The massive shockwave violently shakes the entire forest. I immediately senses something is horribly wrong, clenching her hands tight in pure anxiety. This dark aura, Flame being a true master of light magic, naturally understands the grim situation right away. It is absolutely unmistakable. That is raw black magic. But wait, why? You and I know this insane event definitely was not in the original novel's plot, yet these wildly unpredictable variables just keep crashing down. Thinking about this, Flame can only secretly blame herself. After all, this is not the first, nor the second time she has faced an unscripted disaster. While Flame is still busy kicking herself over it, Ma Yu-sung, Seon suddenly jumps up rapidly, casting leap spells without saying a single word. Watching Ma Yu-sung Seon soar straight up into the sky, Flame completely freezes in shock. She is genuinely stunned that someone as cold as him would ever show such a deadly serious expression. She bites her lip hard, silently making a vow to stop the dark mage from ruining the divine beast contract ceremony. "Io, let us head out right now." Yeah, at the explosion's core, as the thick dust finally clears, Princess Hong Bi-yeon and her group are faintly seen, collapsed on the ruined ground. Everything around them is reduced to absolute ashes, looking exactly like the aftermath of an incredibly brutal war. Cough, cough. Cough. Hong Bi-yeon violently coughs, desperately forcing herself to sit up, only to realize someone is completely pinning her down. Feeling the life force inside, her friend rapidly fading away by the second, Hong Bi-yeon screams out in pure despair. "Hang in there, wake up right now." But she has totally passed out, completely unable to respond. Hong Bi-yeon hurriedly lays her down, and instantly she feels an overwhelming wave of black magic violently spreading at a speed you can actually see. The massive fourth-floor barrier, the exact magical seal designed specifically to lock away highly dangerous monsters, is shattering, and right out of those glowing cracks, a bizarre dolphin-like creature entirely covered in terrifying dark black sparks slowly floats right up, straight into the sky. Its entire body is completely covered in bizarre glowing red runes, while blasting an eardrum-shattering ultrasonic wave that aggressively echoes across the entire forest. Enter the level 4 Ice Fire Dolphin. Deep down, Hong Bai-yeon feels a totally indescribable rush of dark dread. She simply cannot understand why. The legendary divine beast she searched so long for is now completely corrupted by dark magic. But if left alone, it will definitely lose total control and brutally slaughter absolutely everyone here. Just as Hong Bai-yeon desperately raises her magic staff to cast a powerful fire spell, an insane twist abruptly goes down. Countless massive boulders rain down from the sky, viciously slamming into the dolphin. Right after that, glowing chains of pure holy light out of literally nowhere suddenly appear, tightly binding the wild ice-fire dolphin. High up in the sky, Ma Yusong violently drops in like an absolute hero. He brings a blazing, fiery fist, diving straight into its massive body, brutally slamming the beast right into the ground and sending rocks exploding absolutely everywhere. Hong Bai-yeon is totally blown away by his sudden epic entrance, and a huge burning question instantly pops into her shocked mind. Just why is Ma Yusong even here right now? But right after that, an even crazier sight makes Hong Bai-yeon open her eyes wide in pure total shock. The blazing, divine light radiating from the tight chains actually begins to burn away the dark magic on the ice-fire dolphin. And honestly, it really looks like it has never felt this relaxed before. Its eyes slowly close, deeply sinking into a perfectly peaceful sleep. Well, just as we all probably guess, there is literally only one person in this entire world who can purify black magic. That person is Flame, the ultimate transmigrated female lead of this crazy novel. Not long after the ice-fire dolphin smoothly reverts back to its true original form, Flame steps right up to gently pet it, softly whispering, "It is okay now, I have completely healed you." The ice-fire dolphin happily shows its deep gratitude and then very quickly flies far away. After that, Flame and Io turn around to check on Hong Bai-yeon. Coincidentally, she is staring right back at them too. Flame takes the initiative and speaks first. "Princess, what in the world actually happened here?" Hong Bai-yeon, totally clinging to her sundry pride, angrily snaps right back. "You are asking me, who am I supposed to ask?" Out of absolutely nowhere, a terrifying explosion completely shattered the fourth-floor barrier's magic seal to pieces, and from that giant crack, a wildly corrupted divine beast crawled right out and brutally attacked us. Crack, crack. The glowing red barrier totally blocking the fourth floor suddenly shatters into a million pieces. A toxic wave of black gas violently pours out, carrying a brutally cold, deeply bone-chilling dark aura that gives literally everyone present massive goosebumps. Every single eye instantly snaps toward the broken barrier, and stepping right out of the shadows, a totally mysterious, cloaked figure slowly walks into the light. Their creepy voice rings out, echoing with a deeply sick, twisted sense of pure excitement. Ahem, well, nothing but familiar faces here. Not just Class A trash, but 4 elite students from the S-Class too. Wow, my luck today is genuinely just off the charts. Instantly recognizing the owner of that terrifying voice, Hong Bai-yeon simply cannot believe her eyes, sharply gasping out loud. "Why is it you, Professor Mayan?" Tira and Io, standing right in the back, anxiously shouts out as well. Why is Professor Mayan showing up here of all places? Flame is already completely petrified. Great, yet another insane variable that never existed in the original novel has shown up. Ma Yusong's intense eyes flash with a deeply serious, heavy glare. Summoning his main weapon, he silently runs the math. Could the highly prestigious professor of the elite Stella Academy actually be a secretly hidden dark mage? And what about that incredibly terrifying mana pressure? The professor smirks. "I originally planned to save this premium treat until the very end, but if such a perfectly delicious meal is served right in front of me, there is zero reason to refuse. Well then, let us get this ultimate party started right now, shall we?" Stick with me here, because after those twisted words, a bizarre demon horn violently erupts from her head. Her smile instantly warps. Corrupted, wild, and completely insane, dark demonic energy explodes violently, swallowing everything within a 4-meter radius. Meanwhile, a few hours earlier, Yuson stands right before the barrier leading to the 4th floor. Thanks to his intense training inside the spirit garden, the divine beasts reacted well to his high compatibility rate. This made his journey up to this point surprisingly smooth. But from the 4th floor onward, things definitely won't be a walk in the park anymore. He can only hope to retrieve the divine beast's heart without getting himself killed. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts. The entire space shakes violently, When Yusun finally opens his eyes, he's teleported to the fourth floor. It's a breathtaking space bathed in pink like a fairy realm, but then glowing red eyes pierce through the thick bushes. Before he even has a second to process what's happening, a killer wild boar charges straight at our main character, its massive jaws flashing razor-sharp fangs. Yusun is slightly startled, but that's literally it. He calmly draws his Tavon sword, getting ready to cast his magic. How can a mere level 3 danger threat release such an insanely strong aura? The monsters on this floor are definitely on a whole different level. Flash, step, swish. One perfectly precise slash tears right through its massive body. The wild boar can't even defend itself, crashing heavily into the dirt, dead before it even realizes. Let's be real, you and I know this guy is no joke. The Tavon sword definitely shouldn't be able to pierce that kind of crazy defense. Luckily, he brought along the special equipment crafted by Aunt Teresa. Even though it's just a consumable item that only lasts for 5 minutes, that's more than enough. He needs to get out of here quickly, before other monsters are attracted to the smell of blood. Here on the fourth floor, the spatial anomalies easily make intruders lose their sense of direction, getting them completely lost. However, he had Flame help grow the Wind Return flower, a rare plant that possesses an absolute directional attribute. It acts exactly like a compass prepared specifically for this worst-case scenario. As long as he holds on to that flower which always points east, he won't have to worry about getting lost. Alright, he needs to wrap this up fast and clear the fourth floor. Not long after, Yusun blasts through a bunch of other dangerous monsters. He can feel that the exact thing he's searching for is about to appear. Suddenly, a crystal-clear, incredibly enchanting melody rings out from up ahead. Yusun slowly approaches the mysterious sound. The dense forest gradually parts, revealing an absolutely stunning beauty, with long waterfall-like white hair gracefully floating right in the middle of midair, softly humming an unknown tune. In that very instant, the entire space feels like it's vibrating. The whole world gets dyed in a vivid pink hue, while Yusun feels completely weightless, as if he's soaring straight up into the sky. She is one of the 12 Divine Moon's Red Lotus Spring March. Spotting someone approaching, she smirks. Humph, a mere human, why would you come to this incredibly remote place? Her peerless, beautiful face is essentially the exact ideal type he's always pictured, in his mind making his heart race like crazy, but he desperately forces himself to hold onto his sanity. Within the magical energy of Red Lotus Spring March lies a terrifying charm ability. This appearance is just a fake shell specifically built to lure her clueless prey right into a deadly trap. He absolutely cannot fall for it. Placing the guiding flower down, Yusun tells himself he has to instantly purify the magical energy currently invading his body. Anyone else would have surrendered ages ago, but he can pull this off. Why? Because his body inherently can't absorb mana. Taking a deep breath, our main character tenses up, using pure willpower to aggressively push back the invading mana right out of his system. Yusun's senses instantly become razor-sharp. The space surrounding Red Lotus Spring March actually begins to warp and twist, shattering just like a broken mirror. The surrounding scenery slowly returns to its true gritty reality. Yusun heavily ponders to himself. It seems his mental strength still isn't enough to force her true form out. But hey, at least with this much level of resistance, he can totally avoid getting his mind completely manipulated. On the flip side, Red Lotus Spring March elegantly touches down on the ground, her voice laced with genuine surprise. Oh ho, a human who can actually resist my charm. If it were ordinary men, they would have rushed at me like a pack of starving wolves. Seems like you've recognized my true identity. So then, what exactly is your purpose for traveling all this way just to find me? Our main character doesn't beat around the bush at all. I came here to search for the heart of the divine beast. She frowns. Does that mean you intend to slaughter a divine beast and steal its heart? Not at all. I don't have the intention nor the power to kill a divine beast. I just want to find a heart that was lost by its owner. From the tomb of the divine beasts hidden deep within this space. Hearing him mention the tomb of the divine beasts, the expression on her face suddenly darkens. There is no heart there. He stays firm. But I absolutely have to find it, she asks. Why? Yusun reaches into his pocket. He figures there's no need to give a super long speech about heavenly spirits' conditions right now, nor does he need to explain his breathing technique training. Now here's where you and I see his genius. He just needs to pull out the token and use a perfectly moral excuse to strike right at her compassion. He holds the token up high. To save my best friend. And sure enough, that innocent gaze and raw sincerity successfully fool one of the 12 divine moons. She reveals a brief flash of sympathy, softly saying, "It's just that. A pathetic little mortal daring to covet such a divine treasure." Hearing those exact words, Siyun was secretly laughing his absolute head off. Oh man, she fell right into his trap. Out of all the 12 lunar gods, the goddess Red Lotus was known as the one who cared the absolute most about the divine beasts. I mean, she literally poured all her divine energy into creating this exact space, just to keep those creatures safe on the fourth floor. Seon's eyes practically lit up. If he claimed he was rescuing a divine beast, she would absolutely hand over a beast's heart. So that is why she muttered, "No wonder I caught that faint scent lingering around you." It honestly felt so strange. Who would have guessed a mere human could share such a deep binding connection with a divine being? And then she laughed, covered her mouth and giggled in this incredibly annoying way, clearly imagining some totally twisted and dark scenario right there. Our guy was so mad he almost coughed up blood. Literally all he did was breathe the same air as the heavenly spirit. Her wild imagination was honestly working overtime. But even though he was super annoyed, Sion put on a fake begging face. "So can I get that heart right now?" But totally wrecking his plan, she just dropped her guard, let out a heavy sigh and shook her head. "I just cannot put my faith in humanity ever again. We used to bond with so many humans back in the day. And our reward, nothing but the most bitter betrayal." Seon refused to just take that lying down. He started to argue back, But before he could even finish his sentence, Red Lotus shut him down completely. "Were you about to claim that you are somehow different? Please. I am so sick and tired of hearing those exact words. My ears are literally bleeding." Sion totally expected this quest to be hard, but he never guessed it would be this brutal. In the original storyline, whenever someone actually managed to conquer a lunar god, they got to inherit their crazy powers. But here's the catch, every single god had completely different rules for passing the test. For Red Lotus, a player needed wildly high base stats, an absolutely flawless compatibility rating with divine beasts, and an iron mind, plus some kind of mental willpower that finally satisfies her high standards. Honestly, looking at his current weak stats, he was miles away from making the cut. His original plan was never to win her over anyway, but if he walked out of here without that divine beast heart too, then he would literally be the most useless player ever. Realizing this, Sion pressed a hand right to his chest and spoke with pure sincerity. "My friend is right on the edge of death. Please save her." Red Lotus just narrowed her eyes at him, clearly trying to read his mind. She was checking to see if he was spinning another human lie. Finding zero deception, she actually softened up just a bit and slowly answered, "Well, unless you can truly prove you have the right to stand beside a divine beast." Sensing a tiny sliver of hope, our main guy jumped in. "How exactly do I prove myself to you?" Red Lotus flashed this incredibly mysterious, almost dangerous smile. "Oh, it is actually quite simple. Just show me that you are fully willing to throw away your own life for a beast." That insane condition instantly made Sion freeze up. His entire face just dropped. Wait a second, something felt totally wrong here. Throwing his life away was a massive leap. The whole point of this quest was to save someone else, right? But surviving the game himself had to be priority number one. Cold sweat started dripping down his forehead. He valued his own life way too much to just toss it aside. Meanwhile, Red Lotus was just standing there quietly waiting for his answer, and then out of nowhere, she broke the silence. "Forget it. I refuse to let my beasts waste their precious feelings on humanity again. Your mortal lives are completely fleeting, yet your greed has zero limits. Any beast stupid enough to partner up with you mortals always ends up getting deeply scarred in the end." Sion just looked down. He seriously did not expect to get rejected so brutally fast. Maybe chasing down a lunar god was a terrible idea from the very start. No, wait. The real trick here was to stay persistent. He just needed to keep showing his face and slowly grind out those favorability points. Sure, she totally hated his guts right now. But eventually, all this hard work was going to pay off. For now, though, he definitely had to find an alternate route to that beast's heart. While Sion stood there deep in thought, a ton of flashing blood-red system windows completely flooded his vision. Warning, major warning. Because of your massive interference in the main plot, a catastrophic butterfly effect has been triggered. Chapter 8. The Dark Mage Invasion event has been forced to start way ahead of schedule and is now merging with your current chapter. Quest difficulty is skyrocketing. But guys, it gets worse. The next alert flashed onto the screen showing a terrifying dragon graphic that almost gave Sion a heart attack. Chapters 7 through 8. The Divine Beast Pack ceremony combined with a lethal Dark Mage invasion. Sion just stood there completely frozen, his jaw on the floor, stumbling backward in pure shock. What was happening? And right at that exact second, both of them felt an incredibly heavy, toxic dark magic spilling up from the third floor. Red Lotus was totally stunned. This insane pressure, did those filthy dark mages actually breach her sacred sanctuary? Whoever this enemy was, they were definitely not some low-level dark magic user. Based on that aura alone, their threat level had to be class 6 or even higher. Her hands started shaking with pure rage. A dark mage was literally standing on her third floor. It was completely unacceptable, but with her current limited power, there was no way she could fight him off. To protect her precious beasts, Red Lotus had completely drained her divine energy building this safe zone on the fourth floor. But the harsh price was her own freedom. She was permanently locked in this beautiful prison. Ah, I hear it. All right, you and I are about to witness absolute chaos. The divine beasts wail, totally consumed by that dark magic. Right then, Yusin interrupts her panic. Where exactly are they located? Huh. What I need you to show me the way. I cannot sense their exact positions like you do. She sighs. It is totally useless. With your current level, how can you? Even stop it, our main character yells back at her. We are completely out of time here, just give me the coordinates. She completely freezes at his intense attitude. After a quick internal struggle, she finally caves and points the way for him. Over there, that is where the dark magic corrupts my precious children. Yusin nods. Thank you. Gripping that ancient artifact branch tightly, in his right hand, our hero dashes without a single second of hesitation. Deep down, he prays like crazy. Damn it all. Please do not let me be too late. We cut to the third floor. The forest, completely devastated. Scorched earth everywhere. Princess Hong Hong Bai Yun and her group are already knocked out cold. Worse, even the elite S-class squad, including Ma Yusun and Hong Baizhen, have totally collapsed. Over here, Flame coughs up a massive mouthful of blood. She drops to her knees, panting, her eyes completely filled with pure despair as she glares at Mei and Tyron. The villainess chuckles coldly. You brats actually surprise me. You are just teenagers, yet you pack such insane power. I am craving that incredible energy so badly it is literally driving me insane. She raises her hand. Dark magic instantly gathers together. A terrifying black hole erupts, radiating this absolutely devastating aura across the room. Mayan Tyron throws her head back and laughs like a maniac. Come on, brilliant seeds of Stella Academy, obediently merge your bodies and become one with me. Immediately, pitch black magic engulfs the entire area in a sickening blood-red glow. At this terrifying rate, every single divine beast here will be corrupted by her twisted spell. Watching this horrific scene unfold, Flame feels her heart completely drop. It really is game over. She does not even have an ounce of strength left to lift a finger. Her body is done. Combat capabilities, 0. The escape route, totally cut off. Is she seriously going to die in this miserable place? But then, suddenly, a glowing system window pops up. The special effect from the American pendant activates. It guarantees absolute protection against any magical attack, from tier 6 and below just one single time. Instantly, a blinding holy light explodes from the item, perfectly blocking the incoming darkness. Flame starts losing focus, her body swaying gently like a leaf in the wind, but her soft voice carries a tiny bit of joy. Honestly, this guy is unbelievable. Boom. The holy light completely shreds Mei and Tyron's destructive magic, restoring brief peace to this battered battlefield. The hero always arrives at the absolute last second, and the guy wielding that artifact, yep, it is Yusin, showing up right when things are practically on fire. Classic move. The Markham pendant completely shatters into dust. It was a powerful artifact that could only be used exactly one single time, but Yusin does not even care about the loss. The only thing that matters, he made it in time. Thank goodness no one has actually died yet. But let's be real, this whole disaster happened because he messed with the original storyline too much. Provoking. Main Tyron exposing how she stole Anne Teresis's invention at the alchemy convention. All those choices dragged the main cast into this massive danger. They are severely injured because of him. Anyway, there is 0 chance of any outside rescue right now. No backup is coming for them. If they want to survive and leave this place alive, defeating Tyron is the only option. Just then, Ma Yusin steps forward. Yusin, he calls out. Yusin flinches, looking super worried. Ma Yusong, are you alright? Ma Yusong gives a bitter smile. I look completely trashed. Yet you still ask that. Listen, right now, it is just you and me who can still fight. We have to make a desperate gamble. But the impossible question is, how do they even pull that off? Ma Yusin stares ahead as the thick fog quickly rolls away, revealing Tyron marching right toward them. Now you and I know facing her head-on with just pure strength means they will absolutely suffer a massive defeat. Yusin drops his heavy backpack, pulls out the twisted artifact, and holds it high. I actually have a crazy plan, he says confidently. But we literally only get one shot at this. System prompt, resentment branch. Grade high tier. Description: over the passage of time, bitter hatred never fades. It only grows way stronger. Special ability. 1. The very first physical strike will curse the opponent with a resentment status. 2. The second strike triggers a massive resentment explosion. This blast deals absolutely fatal, unblockable damage to any creature that possesses a dark attribute. 3. The power of this grudge stacks up every single day, hitting its absolute maximum limit after 3 long months of waiting. 4. If the target ranks tier 6 or above, the total damage gets slashed right in half. Oh, and it can only be triggered once. Ma Yusun smirks. I get exactly what you want. Alright, I will act as the bait and force her to leave a wide open gap. Hearing that, Yusun twitches. He practically knows what kind of suicidal stunt his buddy is about to pull. Suddenly, from inside the heavy mist, Main Tyran's mocking voice echoes out, "I was wondering who managed to block my magic. Turns out it is just the little student Yusin. Even at this hopeless stage, you stubbornly want to stand in my way." Yusin stares her down, dead serious. "That is exactly right. I am going to stop you right here." "Haha, I admire your guts. Honestly, with my power, the prey I crave the absolute most is your kind." Main Tyran opens her jaw, blasting a massive world-ending beam of pure destructive energy straight toward our desperate heroes. "Alright, watch this." Right when it looks like game over, Ma Yusong dashes forward. He throws up a massive magic shield to block the incoming attack, and then boom! A deafening explosion rips through the air, sending massive shockwaves tearing across the battlefield. Everything in its path is completely wiped out. As the heavy dust finally clears, Sion slowly opens his eyes. What he sees standing right in front of him is a sight that would make anyone completely forget how to breathe. The thick dark magic pressure radiating off Ma Yusong is absolutely insane. It just shattered the rank 6 limit. He has completely crossed over to the dark side. He awakens in his ultimate form, a full-blown dark mage. It makes you wonder what kind of heavy price he actually paid behind the scenes for this power. The girl's magic wand clatters to the ground. Tears stream down her face as she completely breaks down, her voice trembling with intense shame and raw emotion. Through her heavy sobs, she manages to choke out an apology. "I am so incredibly sorry, Princess." Seeing that the girl had finally snapped out of it and returned to her normal self, Princess Hong Bi-yeon flashes a highly satisfied smile. But right at that exact moment, Ma Yusong suddenly blurs into a dark phantom. He launches himself straight at Main Tyran at crazy speeds. Watching this, Yusion is totally stunned. He can't believe Yusion actually transformed into a dark demon here, right in the middle of everything. This is actually one of his absolute best skills, the dark demon body. It allows him to seamlessly swap between human and full-on dark demon mode. Now, usually Yuson absolutely despises having to rely on this twisted power. He avoids it. But the enemy they are facing today, definitely not your average boss. If he keeps holding his best cards back, there is zero chance they walk out alive. Professor Main Tyran is clearly shocked that an elite S-class student is secretly a dark demon, but she quickly snaps back to reality, calmly gathering massive dark energy. She focuses all that dark magic straight into her fist. "Hold it right there," she screams. The second she says it, a gigantic beam of pure shadow blasts forward. The blast completely swallows Yusong whole. Thinking she just secured an easy victory, Main Tyran flashes a deeply smug, totally unhinged smile. Her eyes are filled with pure madness, total bloodlust. But wait, out of nowhere, Yusong uses instant teleportation. He flashes right into her personal space. Massive amounts of dark energy rapidly surge into his hand, and boom, he delivers a brutal supersonic punch directly to Main Tyran's face. Before she even has a split second to process the strike, the sickening crunch of bone and a miserable scream echo out. Standing far back, Yusion literally cannot even track Yusion's movements with his bare eyes. He has no idea how he landed that hit. Yusion's eyes light up with pure respect. You really can't underestimate a rank 6 dark demon. Absolutely wild power. But here's the crazy part: even with all that strength, Main Tyran is still overpowering him. In this demon state, Yusong's raw stats are probably sitting around the level of a rank 4 mage. But if he combines that with dark domination, that insane skill allows you to completely suppress any other dark demon. With that, his power could easily explode way past his normal limits. Right now, both of our guys are staring straight ahead, totally locked into the deadly fight. The thick fog quickly rolls away. Suddenly, a monstrous wave of magic energy erupts outward, making both of their hearts pound like crazy. Their sixth sense screams danger, and they instantly launch themselves backward. Bam! Something massive smashes directly into the exact spot where they were just standing a second ago. A massive shockwave ripples through the forest. Cold sweat drips down Yu Seon's face. Right now, there is only one chilling thought echoing inside his head. This is way too crazy. Way too terrifying. Honestly, we are looking at a complete nightmare here. The tide of this battle is shifting fast and not in their favor. Things are going downhill quickly. Those 4 massive dark spikes, that is the professor's main weapon for Phase 2 of this boss fight. They hold all of her intense dark magic. Even a tiny scratch from one of those could easily be fatal. Yusion's brain is working in absolute overdrive right now. He has to dodge those brutal strikes first. Otherwise, he'll never get close enough to her. Right now, he is holding the branch of resentment. This thing has been hoarding dark grudges for 3 solid months. Plus, the professor's main target of intense hatred is actually him. So even if Yusong uses his ultimate move, it honestly won't do much damage. That basically means that while Yusong is busy acting as the heavy tank, Keeping her distracted, Yu Sion has to use that cursed branch himself. It is literally their only shot at taking this boss out right here, right now. Our main character keeps dodging these lethal strikes, calculating his next move. He realizes that even Yu Song, who went all out and tapped into his ultimate, Dark Demon body, still can't break through her defenses. There's only one play left. He has to somehow force her to change targets. He needs her to look at him. A barrage of deadly dark spikes rains down, but he barely dodges them. Using that quick opening, Yu Song steps back to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Yu Sion starts chucking explosive alchemy flasks straight at the professor. She shrieks in pure rage as the explosive blasts rock her. The potions explode directly against her armor. Right as she gears up for a lethal counterattack, Yu Sion's totally arrogant mocking voice cuts through the smoke. Is that seriously all you've got? Not quite enough to kill me, Professor Mayan. Her eyes snap toward him, deadly and furious. What did you say? Yu Sion doesn't stop. He keeps poking the bear. All that incredible dark magic flowing through you, and this is the best you can do. Honestly, you're pretty pathetic. Absolute trash talk. Internally, he knows he absolutely has to pull all her aggro onto him. It's the only way to give Yu Song the split second he needs to trigger his dark domination skill. Hearing this, Main Tyran gets so furious she actually starts laughing. She flashes an evil smirk. Oh, Yu Sion, you little brat. You honestly think those cheap insults will bait me? That childish little trick won't work on me at all. Yu Sion just shrugs his shoulders and fires back. Oh, then no wonder Assistant Anteresa completely wiped the floor with you earlier. Boom, right in the sore spot. Her eyes ignite with absolute terrifying killing intent. She unleashes a massive barrage of dark bullets straight at him, screaming at the top of her lungs. Fine, if you want to die that badly, then I'll gladly send you straight to hell. And you guys, the boss totally took the bait. Yu Sion starts spamming his flash, step dodging wildly across the battlefield. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. From a distance, Ma Yu Songsun watches everything unfold. He realizes Yu Sun is intentionally provoking Tyran, desperately pulling all her deadly attention. But here's the thing, Yu Sun is the one actually holding the trump card to defeat Tyran. So why is he acting like bait? Then it suddenly hits him. Ma Yu Songsun tightly clenches his fists. That's it, Yu Sun is risking everything to buy him time. Right at that very moment, Tyran instantly throws up a massive defensive barrier. This completely blocks the dark domination skill from activating. Ma Yu Songsun's eyes flash with pure, unyielding determination. He absolutely cannot afford to fail this time. Meanwhile, Yu Sun is barely dodging wave after wave of lethal strikes by mere inches. Damn it, this is getting incredibly rough for him right now. He doesn't get a single second to breathe, as his mental energy drains rapidly. Dodging these brutal attacks becomes harder and harder, and with every dodge, more fresh cuts appear all over his body. What started out as tiny scratches quickly turn into massive, severe wounds. He needs to stop the bleeding instantly. Despite possessing physical stats and reaction speeds way beyond a normal mage, he still can't conjure a protective shield, leaving his body totally exposed. Those deep wounds are draining his stamina incredibly fast. Suddenly, a massive coordinated attack explodes from 7 different directions, all aiming ruthlessly straight for Yu Sun's head. Panicking, he immediately summons the Void Sword, wildly slashing out a wind-tearing arc to block the deadly strike. But the sheer level gap is just way too massive. The blade shatters instantly into pieces and gets blasted right out of his grip. Yu Sun's eyes go wide. Complete shock. He can't believe that with his current strength, he can't even block a basic everyday attack from Madame Tyran. Not even a single one. Tyran screams in absolute sadistic joy. It's all over for you, Yu Sun. High above in the air, countless streams of pure dark energy gather. They crash down at once, radiating pure, suffocating death. Facing this terrifying, absolute worst-case scenario, Yu Sun is completely cornered, entirely out of options. He grinds his teeth, desperately praying for a miracle, and clearly the heavens hear his plea. Ma Yu Songsan has been waiting for this exact perfect split second for ages. Boom! From the sky, a terrifying blast of black lightning utterly slams down. A massive explosion rips through the air, violently blasting rocks and debris absolutely everywhere. The huge shockwave is so incredibly intense it sends Yu Sun tumbling across the dirt multiple times before he finally stabilizes himself. Then silent, dark magic drops. It blankets the entire area, instantly forming a cold, gloomy, and chilling domain. Through the heavy silence, Yu Sun clearly hears Tyran letting out an agonizing scream. Yes, in his mind he knows they succeeded. She just completely fell right into Ma Yu Songsun's dark domination trap. From here, things should finally get a little easier. Right now, Ma Yu Songsun is entirely engulfed in dark fire, viciously choking Tyran by the neck. He glares directly into her soul with blood-red, terrifying eyes. The exact second their bodies made physical contact, the absolute final condition needed to fully activate the dark domination skill was completely met. Checkmate. Instantly, every ounce of magic inside Tyron's body freezes completely solid. She completely loses all her strength to fight back, her limbs totally going utterly numb. Now she's just like a helpless fish on a chopping block, completely at their mercy. Seizing this perfect window, our main guy sprints toward her. Without any hesitation, he yanks the branch of resentment straight out of his pocket. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, right as he's about to touch her. Tyron's utterly crazy resentment-filled voice violently echoes out. Damn it, damn it. One annoying brat after another. You totally detestable, pathetic little scumbags. Ma Yu Song-sen, wait, no, that can't be you. Even though I have absolutely no idea what sick trick you used to suddenly gain this ridiculous power. I, Madam Tyron, will absolutely never surrender to your pathetic garbage little tricks. As soon as those vicious words leave her venomous mouth, 4 insanely sharp spikes violently shoot out, piercing straight toward his throat. The impact violently blasts his entire body far away, sending him crashing hard into the dirt. He lands right behind a charging Yusen. Our main character looks over in sheer terror, seeing Ma Yu Song-sen lying there completely motionless and unconscious. He can't hold back. Ma Yu Song-sen. He screams at the top of his lungs. Right after that, an aggressive storm of dark attacks viciously pours down. Yusen dodges frantically, completely stunned. He never expected Tyron to break out of the Dark Domination's absolute control this incredibly fast. But then he instantly notices something crucial about her movements. Now you and I need to watch closely. The speed of those black spikes is noticeably slower now. This is his one and only shot. While the lingering aftershocks of the dark control are still working, Yusen charges straight at her. He has to get close. But suddenly, she breaks out laughing, giggling like an absolute psychopath. The massive reserves of dark magic inside her body violently erupt all at once. 3 pitch-black spikes shoot out toward him, moving at absolute supersonic speed. Then 4 more explode right up from underneath the ground, aiming straight for Yusen's head. Tyron is absolutely thrilled. She laughs loudly. You fell right into my trap, Yusen. Now pay with your life. In this life or death split second, a wild thought flashes in his mind. He really didn't want to resort to using this specific skill, but at this point, he literally has 0 options left. The Soul Breath technique activates. Third form unleashes. Senses massively boosted by 147%. The Divine Beast's corruption rate immediately starts amplifying, thanks to their current massive terrain advantage. The amplification efficiency skyrockets. The beast's corruption level is climbing insanely fast, and he only has 15 seconds of duration left on the clock. During this, his sensory perception and his reaction speed both get boosted to an absolutely abnormal god-tier level. It honestly feels like the entire world around him just completely slowed down. Thanks to this insane buff, every single strike aimed at his head, shoulders, legs, waist, and stomach can simply be dodged. Evaded with absolute ridiculous ease, instantly Yusen leaps forward, closing the distance right into Tyron's face. Her pupils aggressively shrink in pure fear at his insane speed. What on earth is happening right now? Yusen aggressively raises the branch of resentment high into the air and coldly declares that everything is finally over. Madame Tyron just refuses to accept this. Being defeated by the exact annoying little brat she absolutely despises the most. Never. Out of pure rage, she frantically manipulates her dark magic, driving countless insanely sharp black spikes right through Yusen's shoulders and calves. But even in the middle of all this, alright, let's jump right in. Main Tyron was laughing like a complete maniac. I finally caught you, she screamed, but Yusen just used flash step to grab the falling tree branch, driving it straight through her dark heart. She froze, completely stunned. Ding. The system locked onto the target of pure hatred. Her state of hatred hit its absolute peak and then just completely exploded. Right after that, Main Tyron let out an agonizing, ear-piercing scream. All those terrifying black crystal vines just stopped in their tracks and quickly dissolved into thin air. She looked down in absolute panic, staring at her own failing body. She gritted her teeth, cursing him while pushing out every last drop of her dark magic. You little brat. I will absolutely take your miserable life, she roared with pure spite, directing all her toxic rage straight at Yusen. But honestly, all that chaotic emotion couldn't even make him flinch. Yusen just stood there, looking at her with total pity. Main Tyron stared at her shattered dark crystals with a look of pure horror on her face. Grimacing, she reached her trembling right hand out toward. Crack, crack, crack. But before she could even do a single thing, her right arm just started melting away. A second later, her entire body exploded right on the spot. Game over. The branch of hatred, having done its job, lost all its unique power. Ding system. Alert. Episodes 7 and 8 cleared. Divine Beast contract and Dark Mage invasion complete. You have guided the story toward the most perfect ending for the Stella project and will now receive a special bonus reward. You'd think our main guy would be jumping for joy right now, but instead, he just collapsed straight onto the ground, letting out a massive sigh of relief. Everything was finally over. but probably due to the side effects of his brand new skill, a heavy wave of exhaustion hit him instantly. Even so, no matter what went down, Yusun was the one who defeated the terrifying enemy and managed to save the entire main cast. It looked like he could finally get a little bit of well-deserved rest now. Not too long after the guardian spirit Hong Chun rushed over, sensing that the dark evil had completely vanished and seeing the young boy she once thought could never possibly defeat that demon now lying on the ground. A very complex wave of emotion flashed right through her ancient eyes. She gently helped him up and spoke slowly. I am so sorry. This was all my fault due to my own meaningless stubbornness. When I saw you panicking, I assumed the worst. But it wasn't because you lacked the faith to prove your bravery. No, it was simply because you didn't have a single way to show it to me. To protect your own faith, you were totally willing to throw your life on the line for a divine beast. It's absolutely incredible that a human like you even exists in this world. To repay your raw, genuine sincerity, I will grant you the divine beast's heart. Thanks to this legendary item, the heart of the deity that you want to protect so badly will be able to beat just one more time. Even though my current strength is fading fast, I want to sincerely thank you for fiercely protecting my precious children. Oh, young man, after carefully placing the glowing divine beast's heart right into our main hero's hands, the great guardian spirit Hong Chun completely vanished into a soft cloud of mist. After that epic moment, thanks to Seoren leading the way, they finally tracked down the dark mage's traces. The completely exhausted spirits were rescued, and the elite spirit knights deployed immediately. All the terrified freshmen of Stella Academy were safely escorted out of the danger zone without an issue. A few students got hurt while clashing with the corrupted divine beast, but no one was in critical condition, thankfully. The brave group of students who directly fought against the evil mind Tyrann also managed to survive and keep their lives. Heejun and Iseul-moon, after checking that the freshmen were perfectly stable, were actually walking around normally, leaving the teachers staring at them in total shock. On top of that, the level 5 Divine Beast contract process was fully completed before the rescue operations even wrapped up. As for Mei Wu and Yusun, both of them had to be urgently transferred right back to Stella Academy for emergency comprehensive medical treatment. Back at the clinic, the attending Dr. John, who was officially assigned to Yusun's serious case, received some absolutely shocking news from the nurse while checking his vitals. Is what you're saying actually true? He asked. Nurse Choi nodded her head, firmly confirming it once again. That student Yusun seems to completely possess a mana-leaking physique. Looking closely at the medical chart, Dr. Reborn could barely believe his own eyes. Wow. I never thought I'd ever see this legendary physical condition with my own 2 eyes in my lifetime. It's basically a myth. Nurse Choi couldn't help but ask the obvious question. How on earth did he manage to step foot inside Stella Academy with a broken body like that? In the academic world, everyone knows that if you have a physique that can't hold mana, studying magic is practically impossible. And here's where you and I realize the massive stakes. However, it doesn't mean absolute zero hope, but any effort they make is usually seen as totally useless, like trying to pour water into a completely bottomless bucket. Reborn sighed deeply, gently rubbing his temples. It seems like this crazy kid has turned those supposedly hopeless efforts into something truly valuable. Yusun, an S-class student of the elite Stella Academy. The absolute maximum lifespan of someone carrying that cursed physique is normally no more than 20 years total. This kid's remaining time left on this earth is just a mere 2 short years. So, why did he still choose to spend those precious few days grinding away in a classroom? That alone is more than enough to prove exactly how dedicated he really is to this magical academic path. Even though in my official role as a doctor, I honestly can't extend this brave boy's failing life. As someone who walked this road before him, I absolutely must support that unbreakable will. Thinking this over, Dr. Reborn turned around and seriously warned Nurse Choi. Keep this completely between us. She nodded. Understood. What happens next? We'll find out. All right, let's dive back in. Scene shifts to late at night. Walking home, Nurse Choi suddenly spots a mysterious figure standing right in her path. Are you Nurse Choi? Startled, she immediately takes 2 steps back. Her guard goes way up. Who's there? She demands as someone steps out of the darkness. It is Hong Bi-yeon's older sister Hong Siwa stepping into the light with her bodyguard. She wants a private little chat. Cut to early the very next morning. Inside Ma Yu-sungsun and Byuzo's hospital room, Iseul-moon sits quietly in the corner peeling an apple. She is just looking for a tiny bit of comfort while her 2 friends remain completely unconscious in their beds. Her eyes drop. She is just lost in random thoughts, trying to kill some time. It has already been 3 long days. Suddenly, she remembers what Flame told her before. He said if she just sat by the hospital bed and peeled an apple, he would definitely wake up. Yeah, right. Flame is such a liar. Today was actually supposed to be their gourmet club's meeting day. The whole club only has 3 members, but with 2 of them lying flat out on these hospital beds, How are they supposed to meet? Right at that moment, the door swings wide open. Heavy heels click across the floor, getting closer and closer. Moon feels her stomach drop. A freezing chill runs straight down her spine. She whips around. The second she sees exactly who just walked in, her pupils shrink in pure shock. Her lips tremble. Her palms are instantly drenched in cold sweat. The woman standing there is none other than Hong Bi-yeon's older sister, Hong Siwa Adulavit. She is the exact same person who forcefully pinned the awful label of humanity's traitor right onto her father's name. And yes, the very woman who took his life. Deep inside Moon's chest, a massive surge of pure rage boils up. She desperately wants to kill this woman right here, right now. She wants to rip her heart out exactly like her poor father had to suffer through. But she absolutely cannot do it. The crushing weight on Moon's shoulders feels like a massive boulder, making thick blue veins bulge violently around her eyes. She is completely helpless, doing nothing but glaring hard at her enemy. Meanwhile, Hong Siwa has definitely taken notice of Moon standing there. The woman leans in. Her tone sounds weirdly friendly, but it carries an insanely cold, chilling edge. Well, now I was just wondering who was inside. Never expected to bump into an old acquaintance here. She laughs. The teacher's daughter has grown up quite beautiful, hasn't she? Maybe later. You would like to marry into my family. Moon barely forces her mouth open. Every single word drips with absolute venom. What exactly is your purpose? For coming here, Hong Siwa casually flips her hair back. She acts like she has absolutely zero clue what Moon means. Visiting sick patients really does not require any special reason, does it? I just dropped by to check on the brave heroes who saved my younger sister's life. Then she completely pauses for a brief second. Her eyes and that fake smile instantly turn as deadly as a viper. Or do I seriously need to beg permission from the daughter of humanity's biggest traitor just to be here? That sentence hits like a brutal knife shoved straight into her chest. Moon's face immediately twists up in pure, unadulterated rage. Her hands clench into tight fists. In the blink of an eye, a freezing hostile aura erupts, completely swallowing up the entire hospital room. But staring down this ticking time bomb, Hong Siwa stays flawlessly calm. She just lightly brushes some invisible dust off her sleeve. Her tone is totally indifferent. If you do not want to wreck this room, you had better control that hot little temper of yours. Though honestly, looking at it, you seem pretty tight with these brats. Makes total sense, I guess. If you just keep clinging to two genius kids like them, you are bound to scrape up some leftover benefits. Moon presses her lips tight. For a solid moment, she just does not know how to fight back. Hong Siwa spots her pained expression and actually laughs out loud. If you claim to be Yeon's friend, then I am sure you are fully aware of his little secret, right? Moon completely freezes at the question. A dark, terrifying sense of anxiety suddenly begins to creep into her mind. Wait, what secret? Hearing her confusion, the corners of Hong Siwa's mouth twist up into a truly nasty, mocking grin. Calling yourselves super close friends, she says, and yet you are completely blind to his reality. That Hong Bi-yeon kid is literally at death's door. Those words hit the room like a massive thunderbolt. Moon's face goes totally stiff. Every ounce of light completely vanishes from her eyes. Hong Siwa just keeps going, her voice super steady, almost like she is gossiping about the weather. Surely you have heard the dark rumors, right? About a very specific curse innate physical constitution, she whispers. One that absolutely cannot store any mana in the body. The victim drops dead the second they turn 20. He is the unlucky fool carrying that horribly cursed constitution. No way. That is just straight up impossible. Moon absolutely refuses to believe that any of this is actually true, because Yeon is literally a genius among geniuses. He is a guy who uses teleportation, which is notoriously the most insanely difficult magic to control in all of history. How could a prodigy like him suffer from a condition where he cannot even store mana? It makes no sense. Hong Siwa. Now here is where it gets crazy. She just tosses down those medical files, trying to crush Moon's last sliver of hope that this is all some cruel joke by the woman who dragged her entire family into the abyss. Sounds completely absurd, right? But it is the undeniable truth. Staring right at a broken Moon, Hong Siwa slowly steps closer, that wicked grin still glued to her face. Your friendship. It is just your own sad delusion. He never actually opened his mouth to tell you a single one of his secrets, from his dying body to everything else. And honestly, the terrifying villain is not wrong. She did not lie about a single thing. Moon realizes she has received so much protection and guidance from Yeon over time, yet in harsh reality she knows absolutely nothing about the guy at all. She has no idea where his hometown is, no clue who his parents are, and no concept of how he has lived his life. Hong Siwa takes another step closer, totally aiming to deliver the brutal finishing blow. So seriously, do not stand there putting on this fake act of being his closest friend anymore. You were already cast aside, so just accept your lowly status and stay down. A pathetic failure like you bouncing around everywhere is getting on my nerves. Enough. Stop right there. Hearing that sharp, unmistakable tone, both Hong Siwa and Isel freeze in their tracks. Startled by that totally familiar voice, the two girls immediately turn toward the doorway. And there she is. Hong Biyan is standing right there. She casually holds a simple fruit basket in her hands. An official royal princess of the Adelovit family, yet here you are completely bullying a commoner student. Acting like this is totally pathetic and completely lacks class. Besides, you graduated from this academy ages ago. Why in the world are you still wearing that Stella Academy uniform anyway? Hong Siwa simply narrows her cold eyes. Did you seriously just use that tone with your older sister? You've got some nerve. Or rather, I should call you a straight-up traitor. If this was the old Hong Bi-yeon, she probably would have completely lost her cool right here. But now, things are different. Ba-yin's eyes turn absolute ice and her voice cuts like a physical blade. Someone who stole a position that rightfully belonged to the deceased really has the nerve to speak up. I am also a royal princess. I am a legitimate heir and I am completely qualified to take the throne. Hong Siwa's eyes widen in genuine shock. She cannot believe the little sister who used to tremble in fear every single time they met is actually launching a massive counterattack right now. Suddenly, Isel, who has stayed totally quiet this entire time, finally speaks up. You are the one who is being completely shameless right here. Even though I honestly still know very little about our guy Baek Yunsung, I would never stoop so low as to act like you. Bragging so proudly about private information you only dug up by creeping around and investigating him. Look, if we are truly friends, I will patiently wait until Yu's soul is ready to voluntarily share his private matters himself. As soon as she drops that absolute truth bomb, Hong Siwa just stares at her with this bizarre expression. Meanwhile, Bi-yeon actually feels a tiny sting in her own heart. Why? Because even she herself has never truly understood Yu's soul's inner thoughts either. Suddenly, Siwa just smirks. She casually turns her back to leave the room, throwing out a final. Well, I suppose we can look at it that way. You kids these days are just endlessly overflowing with so much passionate energy, are you not? I seriously hope that the next time we cross paths you manage to keep that exact same arrogant attitude. Alright then, I will be taking my leave. Boom, she slams the door entirely shut. She actually left. Wait, is she really gone? Isel mutters with a totally confused expression, carefully peeking outside the room, just to confirm if Hong Sihua has actually left the area. Meanwhile, Bi-yeon quietly sets her little fruit basket down onto the nearby table. She shoots one last fleeting glance at Yu Sol's deeply sleeping face before abruptly excusing herself from the room. Isel, running purely on sheer instinct, just murmurs, a soft agreement. Just like 30 minutes ago, with absolutely nobody else left in the room, Isel once again sinks completely into that heavy, quiet atmosphere. It is totally suffocating. She honestly cannot comprehend what in the world is even happening right now. Talk about a massive headache. But then a loud yawn echoes through the room. Isel quickly spins around. Our main character, Baek Yunsung, is finally awake. Rubbing his tired head, he immediately asks Isel what exactly happened and why everyone was being so incredibly loud. Stick with me here. Fast forward to the dead of night at the Stella Academy dorms. Right now, our guy is casually munching on an apple, trying to digest all the crazy information he missed while knocked out completely cold. He honestly cannot believe he was asleep for 3 whole days straight. Back then, Ma Yusong completely ignored all the heavy interrogations. He only asked Yusol to keep a tight lid on his secret ability to transform into a dark mage whenever he wants. Anyway, finally taking down Mayan Tyran is a huge win. But seriously, using that extremely rare skill put an absolutely insane amount of pressure on his physical body. I definitely need to train way harder from now on. Oh wait, he almost forgot. The system actually mentioned a juicy reward. Without missing a single beat, Yusol eagerly pops open his character status window. Player, Yusol. Base strength, sitting at 2 stars, 89%. Senses, 98%. Agility, 30%. Stamina, 98%. Endurance, 1 star, 30%. His legendary flash ability finally reached level 1. Divine Breath, level 3. Mana Leak, level 3. And the Blessing of the Spring Moon Goddess hits level 1. His eyes shoot completely wide open in total disbelief. Every single one of his core stats has seen a massive jump. But the thing that truly shocks Yusol the most is something entirely different. His infamous Mana Leak trait has somehow leveled up to 3, pairing perfectly with the rare blessing from one of the legendary 12 moon gods. The system text flashes. Mana Leak level 3 now boosts his mental power by an insane 90%. Plus, object sensing allows him to consume mental energy just to read the hidden past memories of specific objects. Telepathy lets him burn mental power to directly transmit or even receive the raw will of other people. Psychological empathy drains mental focus to perfectly predict an opponent's physical movements. And finally, mental shield burns mental strength to completely block incoming psychological attacks. This is absolutely insane. How in the world does the spring moon goddess's blessing actually manage to boost his stats this dramatically? It seems like being completely bedridden and recovering in the hospital for 3 whole days was entirely because of this exact upgrade process. While he was completely knocked out, the spring moon goddess actually blessed him with a normal human body. Gaining the direct approval of the spring moon goddess is supposed to be absolutely impossible. In other words, getting this divine blessing is the ultimate undeniable proof that Yusol's heroic actions truly managed to touch her divine heart. If that is actually true, then maybe I already received the main item too. He desperately rips open the box holding his previously worn, battle-torn clothes. Inside a strange, perfect sphere, pulsing with pure, brilliant pink energy, appears right before his eyes. Seeing that glowing orb, Yusol literally cannot contain his massive surge of absolute excitement. The heart of the divine beast, all that brutal, life-threatening grinding over the past few days, has finally paid off beautifully. Haha, the ultimate dream actually became a reality. Thanks to this insanely rare item, you and I both know the massive problem regarding the heavenly spirit lip phenol will finally be solved. Alright, watch this. He decides to accept immediately, especially since there's an extra reward. A system chime rings out rewarding him for guiding the story in the most ideal direction possible. The Starlight Project promises a massive bonus reward. But Yusun's heart, which was practically melting from sheer joy just a second ago, suddenly turns ice cold. Why? Because he has absolutely no clue which one to pick. Until now, Yusun has relied entirely on defensive gear, meaning his offensive power is seriously lacking. He used to think that was perfectly fine, nobody is completely flawless, right? But surviving that brutal clash against Mayan Tiring completely changed his mind. Yusun realized he needs a much better strategy, and raw attack power is exactly what he desperately needs right now. The system will definitely reject any old gear he used before, so his best bet is adding a mana concentration skill to completely make up for his frustrating mana-leaking body. The system stays dead silent for a moment. Then ding! The mana concentration skill is successfully grafted onto his leaky mana trait. Instantly, Yusun's entire body erupts in a blinding golden light. He can actually feel his previously broken mana-leaking physique shifting, meaning he can finally hold onto a specific amount of mana in certain parts of his body. Normally, the fatal flaw of mana leakage means a person's body absolutely cannot store power. The mana simply evaporates into the atmosphere. But thanks to this shiny new concentration skill, Yusun can actively funnel all of that escaping mana right into specific spots without worrying about it bleeding out everywhere. Suddenly, a brilliant question flashes through his mind. If he can do that, what exactly would happen? The answer is obvious. If he manipulates the escaping mana and forcefully channels every single drop of it directly into his fist, all that pent-up energy will detonate with absolutely terrifying, overwhelming, destructive force. Yusun gets so ridiculously hyped, his heart races. Now he just needs to return the heart to the heavenly spirit and learn how to master his leaky physique from her. Soon he will possess an absolutely unheard of level of offensive firepower. Honestly, just thinking about that insane potential makes Yusun practically vibrate with pure excitement. This weekend is going to be incredibly fun, haha. Meanwhile, on a lush green mountain swept by a gentle breeze, the formidable leader of the 13th Division finally returns to the Crescent Moon Tower, after spending a notoriously long time waiting for the elusive Tower Master. From the outside, this place totally looks like your average run-of-the-mill wooden cabin, hidden deep in the mountain woods. But the second Kane pushes the door open, the entire space warps. The interior suddenly reveals a breathtakingly grand aristocratic castle. The tile floor is mapped with intricate patterns, and standing right in the center is a striking blonde man dressed entirely in elegant white. This man is none other than the legendary Tower Master. He casually speaks up, "So you have arrived?" Kane stands across from him and respectfully replies, "Are you still keeping that youthful appearance?" "I have no choice. I completely forgot my actual age anyway." Kane quickly pivots right to the main topic. Just as you predicted, a dangerous dark mage appeared at the Heavenly Flower Wonderland. Surprisingly, it was actually a student from Stella Academy, and that corrupted student was literally purified by another skilled student. Halo slowly turns around, his voice dropping slightly. "I see. And instead of wiping out the dark mage, you stood by and let a student save his friend." Kine nods. "Yes. Are you mad? A dark mage is supposed to be annihilated. You are the one who taught me that strict rule." The master maintains a perfectly calm composure, gazing up at the starry night sky. "Times have changed, Kane, so our methods must evolve too. My old teachings cannot possibly remain right forever. Soon after you left the heavenly flower wonderland, Main Tyran showed up fully transformed into a dark mage. Kyan is visibly shocked by this insane news. His pupils shrink violently in disbelief, and his hands instantly clench into tight fists. Tower Master Halo's soothing voice rings out again. You seriously do not need to panic. The entire situation is already completely resolved. Do not blame yourself for missing it. Honestly, the fact I failed to warn you is completely my fault. To be perfectly honest, I cannot actually predict what the future holds anymore. Everything is currently obscured by a thick, mysterious fog, making it impossible to see clearly. Kane looks genuinely anxious. Wait, isn't that actually an incredibly serious problem? Halo just shakes his head and chuckles softly. If you put too much blind faith in what you foresee, you lose your sharp edge and totally stop thinking on your feet. Honestly, not being able to perfectly foresee every little detail of the future actually makes everything way more exciting. Listening to the Tower Master's twisted logic, Kane inexplicably feels a heavy, ominous sense of unease washing over him. He is just about to speak, but Halo's very next sentence completely freezes him in place. Yusin, that young kid you ran into earlier. He is the one who decisively defeated Main. Kane completely scowls, his mind racing. It was actually that kid. Sure enough, that young student absolutely possesses some bizarre, unimaginable power. As if easily reading Kane's turbulent thoughts, Halo calmly responds, "It is honestly not what you were thinking. That boy is genuinely just a 17-year-old student. He just happens to be hiding an absurd amount of dark secrets, that is all." Ken is floored. That is impossible. It makes zero sense. There is no way a normal 17-year-old student could independently take down a massive level 6 dark mage. Kane, some things in this world just violently defy all logic and imagination. So honestly, you should not even try to understand them. But Tower Master, before Kane can even finish his sentence, Halo completely vanishes. The surrounding space sharply shifts back abruptly, leaving Kane totally alone on that peaceful mountain. He silently stares up at the sky, his mind an absolute chaotic mess. Is he just supposed to accept everything? Now you and I need to see what is happening at Principal Elm Eltwin's tower. After crushing a deadly level 6 dark mage, the crazy rumors about these elite class freshmen instantly erupts into a massive worldwide trending topic. Seriously, it is undeniably mind-blowing that mere first-year students from Stella Academy managed to successfully defeat lethal dark mages, not just once, but twice. Because of this wild feat, they have officially grabbed the entire world's undivided attention. Let's kick this off. Global peace. Yeah, it didn't last long at all. A major newspaper just dropped an absolute bombshell, bringing a shocking truth completely into the open. The true identity of that dark mage, none other than Stella Academy's very own professor. The great alchemist Main Tyran had been totally corrupted by dark magic. This massive scandal absolutely rocked the entire academic world to its core. Reading the news, Stella Academy's principal quietly sets the paper down in heavy silence. The Spirit King Florin looks right at the man sitting across from her. "I never expected you to keep a secret like this," she says. Principal Elm Elwyn just calmly sips his tea. "Obviously, we hide what we can. But with much bigger threats coming our way, the truth had to spill. We simply could not hide it forever." Florin frowns, clearly confused. "What exactly do you mean by that?" Elm Elwyn nods slowly. "Exactly what I said. The corrupted forces out there have already dug deep into human society. It is utterly disgusting, but unfortunately, even Stella Academy is not safe from them. So everyone needs to stay on high alert right now. The future is completely unpredictable." Florin, however, has an entirely different suspicion brewing in her mind. For a while now, she has been connecting the dots. Someone capable of killing a literal god. Someone possessing a soul completely twisted by utter darkness. A soul even darker than the god-slaying dark mage. Someone wearing a Stella Academy uniform who was actually spotted right where the demonic beast went down. Someone carrying the distinct scent of the heavenly spirit ale. If all of these insane clues are actually pointing toward the exact same person, then the monster who murdered Heavenly Spirit Ale is probably hiding right inside Stella Academy. And if that is the truth, the great mage Elm Elwyn should have known. He should have easily sensed the terrifying presence of such an evil soul nearby. That is, unless the legendary magic hiding techniques of Stella Academy were involved. If the killer concealed their mana so perfectly that even Elm Elwyn could not detect a thing, then one terrifying possibility remains completely on the table. Ale's killer might actually possess raw power on par with the great mage himself. And who knows what kind of traces might still be left behind. There must be some clue Ale left before she died. Florin silently swears to herself right then and there. She is going to hunt this killer down. Alright, let's jump straight to the weekend. Our main character Baek Yunsung finally tracks down Ale's hidden garden. Seeing her sitting there alone, looking so sad, he steps forward. He throws out a cheerful greeting. Hey, long time no see, holding up okay. But before he can even finish his sentence, she snaps right back at him. She is visibly angry. Oh, you finally decided to show up. Where the heck did you disappear to for so long? Have you honestly completely forgotten about me? Speak up right now. How have you been? Answer me. I am waiting. This absolute barrage of angry questions leaves poor Baek Yunsung completely and utterly speechless. He actually winces a bit. All right, my ears are ringing now. But still, he smiles warmly at her. You waited a long time, right? Well, I finally brought the divine beast's heart back. And with that, he pulls the glowing item right out. The second it appears, it immediately floats into the air. It hovers for a second before shooting straight into the statue. The exact moment the heart is absorbed, Ael's stone statue suddenly erupts with a blinding light. The flash is so intense, Baek Yunsung has to shield his eyes. When it fades, a perfectly real human body has formed. The girl is absolutely thrilled. She stares down at her brand new physical form. How long has it been? I am actually moving. This is incredible, but her pure excitement does not last long. Getting right back to business, she suddenly dashes forward and wraps him in a massive hug. Thank you so much for saving me. Baek Yunsung simply smiles back. Yeah, I am just glad it worked. But then he notices something wrong. Her arm is slowly fading away. He frowns, clearly concerned, but she just grips him tighter. Her voice drops low. This heart is not strong enough yet. My body is hitting its limit, so we have to hurry. Saying that, she pulls away. She shoves a fresh set of clothes right into his hands. Put these on and equip that necklace I gave you earlier. Without a second thought, Baek Yunsung moves. He throws on the disguise and clips the necklace. Standing there, he looks exactly like a high-tier spirit. She nods in approval. All right, now, I am going to take you straight to the hidden sanctuary where my friend is resting. He nods. Understood. But right at that exact moment, someone else steps out from the shadows. Baek Yunsung spins around, absolutely stunned. A human presence that is completely impossible. Besides me, how the heck could anyone else even enter this sealed space? And then the system chimes in. Warning, the passive trait, Lustful Attraction Curse, has been fully activated. A delicate figure steps right into his line of sight, but the system is not done. Notification, the Divine Spring Lotus Blessing has activated. You are now completely immune to all charming effects. Baek Yunsung lets out a massive sigh of relief. Without that blessing, things would have gotten seriously out of hand. That attraction curse is no joke at all. Who is this mysterious intruder? It is Seorin. Let's rewind the clock 10 minutes. Seorin was casually taking a quiet walk right through the spirit garden. She seemed to be looking for something specific. Glancing around, she sighed. It has been a while. Back when Ael was alive, I used to come here constantly. The glowing leaves and branches gently sway with every single step she takes. Stopping for a moment, Seorin looks down at a blooming flower right beside her. She reaches out to gently touch the petals. You guys have protected this place perfectly. Then, a thought hits her. Since nobody else is around right now, it should be totally fine to take my mask off, right? Sliding it down, she finally reveals her stunning spirit face. She lets out a very tired sigh. Seriously, how long has it actually been since I showed my real face outside? She continues wandering through this magical, nostalgic space, admiring how absolutely nothing has changed. But then she stops dead in her tracks. Closing her eyes, she feels an incredibly familiar pulse of energy wash over the area. Her eyes snap wide open. Ael is actually still alive. Without hesitating for even a second, she sprints toward the source of the magic. But halfway there, she completely freezes up. Wait a minute. Someone else is here. Pure panic flashes across her face. What exactly is that guy trying to do? Snapping back to the present, Baek Yunsung senses the danger. The ground right beneath his feet starts to violently warp. Seorin thrusts her hand forward, and a massive burst of intense light instantly swallows him whole. All right, guys, watch this. In a flash, bus completely vanishes. That sudden disappearance leaves Ael totally stunned. She immediately turns, calling out a name. Seorin. Seeing her friend standing there in the flesh, Seorin tears up with intense emotion. Without hesitating, she rushes forward. She pulls her into a massive hug. Ael, how did you even wake up? Ael softly answers. That boy finally found the heart. Seorin is secretly shocked. That kid actually saved her life. I'm so happy to see you again. I missed you too. But then right after that, Ael suddenly starts losing her balance. She just manages to whisper, I am so sleepy, let me rest. Then she collapses right into the arms of Seorin. Catching her, Seorin frowns. The heart probably has not fully adapted yet. Touching her own cheek, Seorin suddenly realizes something absolutely huge. She is not wearing her mask. Oh no, my face is completely exposed. Remembering how that boy looked at her, she just freezes. He actually saw her real face but totally brushed it off. Impossible. Is that guy actually immune to the curse? Her eyes slowly fill with pure absolute determination. I have to find him. He might be the only one who can face me directly. Meanwhile, in a completely different dimension, inside a bizarre forest, a miserable scream echoes out. Busil clutches his head in absolute frustration. Man, if you were kicking me out, at least drop me somewhere decent. But a second later, all that anger completely vanishes, because right in front of him sits a very strange cave. Walking deep inside the darkness, he spots a lit torch every few steps. Busil mutters to himself, I only stepped in here to hide out for a bit. But wait. This looks exactly like the spot El Fanel mentioned. I really should have asked her for more details. But who could have predicted that Spirit King Florin would literally show up right then? Just thinking about her breathtaking beauty, Bucel completely believes that even without the curse, absolutely anyone would fall for. Regardless of age or gender, that insane beauty would totally captivate them. But at the same time, our guy is feeling pretty incredibly lucky. He has the 12 gods' blessing. Otherwise, he would definitely be a drooling, lovesick fool throwing himself at her right now. Just imagining that makes it a total disaster. Speaking of which, possessing the legendary blessing of the Red Lotus Spring means he should be able to completely cancel out Spirit King Florin and her curse. However, with his current power level, that is basically impossible. He cannot even get close. You and I know he needs to handle urgent matters first. Pushing the door open, he steps inside and suddenly a system notification rings out. He can already feel El Fanel lingering around here. Even though the place looks incredibly ancient, everything is actually way more normal than he ever expected. But suddenly something catches his eye. Oh wow, this sword is absolutely beautiful. There is a bizarre energy radiating right off the glowing blade. The moment he tries to touch it, a barrier blocks him. I definitely need to demand answers from El Fanel about this later, but honestly, his top priority right now is researching the magic leaking physique. If he digs through these old bookshelves, he might actually find a massive clue. Let us see here. Ah, found it, The Magic Leaking Physique by author Ha Du-young. People born with this exact condition are incredibly rare to find. Only one appears in a whole generation. But ironically enough, the author themselves was actually the one cursed with this exact tragic physical condition. History books clearly state that anyone carrying this horrible condition drops dead by the age of 20, and the author totally thought they were not an exception either. Yet somehow they survived the impossible and lived past 40. Even though the Grim Reaper was knocking on their door, they wrote, if only I had figured this out sooner, my lifespan could have been completely extended. The magic leaking physique is an incurable disease that baffles modern medicine, alchemy, and even high-tier magic. People like us who want to survive this deadly curse have to become insanely powerful against all odds. With so little time left, the author found the courage to face death itself and even dared to challenge the absolute rulers standing at the very peak of humanity. Flipping to the next page, Busil intensely focuses on the incredible experience that this legendary senior perfectly laid out there. It is a technique for absorbing magic through full-body breathing. But seriously, how do you even breathe magic through your entire physical body anyway? It comes down to a mental technique. Keeping the mind completely pure, harmonizing perfectly with heaven and earth, and calmly accepting every shift in reality. Finishing the book, Busil gets super hyped. So this right here is the true core of the breathing method. It was a mental technique all along. To put it bluntly, it just massively boosts the speed of magic circulating through his blood vessels to keep him alive. Now it makes sense why brutal physical training literally did nothing. The scene cuts to a graveyard, the final silent resting place strictly reserved for the Adalovit royal family. Countless grand tombstones are scattered everywhere, but there is only one specific grave that actually connects directly to the cold and mysterious Hong Baiyon. Placing fresh orchids on it, Hong Baiyon speaks with chilling detachment. Listen closely, she says, there is zero time left. We execute the plan right now. Distant memories suddenly flood back to the lavish royal palace of the Adalovit Empire. A panicked, desperate voice of an anxious servant rings out loudly. Princess Hong Baiyon. Where in the world did Princess Hong Baiyon run off to this time? She has to be wandering around the palace somewhere. Divide up and search now. Hiding quietly behind a massive stone pillar, a young Hong Baiyon wears dark clothes, carefully covering up the painful burn marks over her body. Sneaking into a quiet forest, young Hong Baiyon stares blankly at her own miserable reflection rippling in the lake. The more she looks, angrier she gets. Throwing a rock into the water, she curls up instinctively, looking exactly like a small, terrified fawn wounded in the freezing winter. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rustles through the nearby bushes. While Hong Baiyon watches in pure astonishment, her older sister steps right out into view. Hong Arenalvit smiles brightly, her gorgeous silver-red hair flowing freely in the wind. Caught you, Hong Baiyon. I was really wondering where you ran off to. Where are you going? Hiding out here. Everyone's been frantically looking for you. Hong Baiyon took a few steps back, her eyes filled with pure dread as she whispered, "Don't." Aaron tilted her head, confused. "Don't what? Don't come any closer." And just like that, Hong Baiyon sprinted away into the shadows. leaving Aaron completely stunned. Hong Bi-yeon, wait, don't run. At first, Hong Bi-yeon assumed her older sister's kindness was just some fake temporary pity. But the very next day, Aaron found her again, flashing that exact same radiant smile. And it didn't stop there. Day after day, she kept checking in. Hong Bi-yeon, I brought you a gift. Things might be tough right now, but let's push through this together, okay? She was relentlessly supportive. See, Hong Bi-yeon's body was basically falling apart from her brutal fire compatibility training, and the only person who stayed by her side through that literal hell, her older sister. But back then, Hong Bi-yeon was so entirely consumed by her own toxic self-hatred and crushing inferiority complex that she just couldn't accept that warmth. What pushed through together, don't make me laugh. How could you ever understand the agonizing pain I'm going through right now? I don't even want to look at you anymore. Just leave me alone. Hong Bi-yeon had fully convinced herself that Aaron was only acting out of cheap pity. That is, until one fateful day. A doctor broke the news the eldest princess wouldn't survive the year. They needed to prepare for the worst. It was a total shock. Hong Bi-yeon suddenly realized her big sister had been silently suffering from a completely incurable terminal disease this entire time, an illness that was literally burning her body from the inside out. It was the most brutal, unforgiving curse tied to the Adelovit bloodline. In that single heartbreaking moment, Hong Bi-yeon's love and respect for her older sister completely skyrocketed. She finally opened her eyes to the devastating truth. Aaron was enduring the exact same fiery agony as she was. Actually, it was infinitely worse. Aaron lay there on her bed, terribly pale and fragile, completely trapped indoors as flames randomly erupted within her. Then, hearing those familiar footsteps approach her room, she turned weakly. Is that you, Hong Bi-yeon? Hong Bi-yeon held back her tears. Yeah, it's me. I actually brought a little gift for you this time. Aaron gently accepted the flower, and her pale face instantly lit up with that same beautiful smile. Thank you so much, my precious little Hong Bi-yeon. Hong Bi-yeon cherished that smile so much that for the first time ever she pushed her limits for someone else. She risked absolutely everything to see, hear, and experience the world just so she could bring those stories back to Aaron. Every single precious second they spent together made Hong Bi-yeon feel like she was finally truly alive. But of course, you and I know that kind of pure happiness never lasts long. The joy was short-lived. In the end, her beloved sister couldn't defeat that vicious curse, tragically crumbling away into nothing but ash. Hong Bi-yeon learned the hard way that losing the person you love hurts 10,000 times worse than literally swallowing fire. Aaron Adolovit, the girl who faded away like fragile petals scattering in the wind. Hong Bi-yeon swore she would never ever go through that agonizing heartbreak again. Now, here's what you and I need to know. The royal family holds a legendary generational artifact called the Fire Spirit Flower. Legend says that just catching a single whiff of its scent forces the fire god to possess your body, the ultimate price. You lose all your existing magic, and if you can't control that divine flame, it erupts, burning so violently it could wipe out an entire nation. Because of that catastrophic risk, it was strictly banned. But on the flip side, successfully hosting the fire god also guarantees access to an absolute, infinite supply of raw mana right inside your body. Sure, there's zero absolute guarantee that the Fire Spirit Flower will permanently cure her massive mana-leaking condition. But right now, it is her one and only sliver of hope. Currently, this overpowered flower is heavily sealed, deep inside the royal palace, and only the Adelovit king has the clearance to even get near it. Because of that, she promised herself. Hong Bi-yeon clenched her fists so hard, her nails dug straight into her palms. Blood dripped down drop by drop while her eyes burned with pure, unbroken resolve. Before Yuzeo's life fades away, I will absolutely become the queen. Meanwhile, shifting over to a totally secret room, we've got Yuseo struggling to test out the cultivation technique that Senior Master created. Honestly, the entry barrier is insanely high. He was completely lost. Where to focus force when inhaling, what exact image to picture, how to relax on the exhale, how to even feel nature. It was a nightmare. Long story short, he spent the entire day repeating those confusing motions. He drew a special magic circle on the floor, struck weird yoga poses, and basically made a total fool of himself, trying every trick in the book. But guess what? After pulling an all-nighter, the system triggered. The Supreme Spirit Art skill was finally created. Hearing that glorious notification, Yuseo cheered like a madman. Yes, it actually worked. The Supreme Spirit Art, a breathing technique based on the fierce clash and harmony of yin and yang absorbing raw nature energy. When activated, your bloodstream's mana circulation rate massively spikes. This boost scales entirely with the user's mastery level. Plus, depending on your current environment, it can infuse your mana with 5-element attributes. This incredible art can even absorb other breathing styles by following the profound laws of yin-yang and the 5 elements. God's Breath is currently level 1, but custom skills like this can be instantly tweaked at any time. to safely amplify or compress its overall power. The God's Breath skill is officially classified as a subordinate ability, perfectly linking right under the mighty ancient divine art. Ding, Supreme Spirit art has been heavily reinforced. So God's Breath really got permanently registered as a sub-skill for the Supreme Spirit art. Wow. Even though he can't spam it due to Divine Beast corruption, the massive boost to his mana circulation is undeniably huge. With this, you and I both know his cultivation speed is going to completely skyrocket. Memories of those brutal, bloody battles. Alright, you and I are back. Memories rush in and Busil feels completely confident. He won't be helpless, like in that brutal fight against the demonized Tyran. Suddenly, something clicks in his mind. He has a few crazy ideas to test with his brand new skills, so why wait? No hesitation, our boy Busil sits down, perfectly still, and takes a breath. Natural energy instantly swirls right around his body. Without missing a beat, Busil opens up his status window to check his mana leakage constitution. Let's look at these wild stats. Mana leakage hits level 3. Strength enhancement at 8% plus 17. Agility boost sits at 12% plus 29%. Senses enhanced by 20 plus 25%. Sixth Sense activates by directly draining the user's mental energy. It lets him feel mana fluctuations within a 24-meter radius. Cognitive acceleration also triggers, automatically turning on whenever he faces real danger. Then there's magic concentration. He gathers all the inhaled mana into one single point and gets ready to release it. Blood mana circulation is at 3 plus 6%. Absolute madness. He's barely taking his first baby steps, yet these stats have already skyrocketed this insanely fast, but he refuses to stop here. Even with his lungs burning like fire, tears welling up and cold sweat completely soaking his trembling body, Busil pushes through. He stands up and activates the Tivon blade. Back in Ether World, Tivon was a magic sword that converted the leak mana from his specific constitution directly into deadly blade aura. Because his raw power was still way too weak back then, he constantly had to combine it with alchemy items crafted by Aunt Teresa. But at the end of the day, those temporary support gadgets still could never handle level 5 dark mages. Relying on them way too much actually prevented him from wielding the Tavon's sword to its absolute fullest, actively making him weaker. But what if he could somehow channel the massively enhanced power of the Supreme Spirit art directly into Tavon itself? The main goal is simple: push the energy through his right hand, holding Tavon past his fingertips and straight into the blade. He essentially needs to bind magic concentration to this specific magic sword. It's totally possible. The character Busil in the Ether World game absolutely pulled this off. Even as an S-Master swordsman without a specialized magic sword, that guy was an absolute genius in swordsmanship who could easily fire aura blasts totally barehanded. Sizzle sizzle. Suddenly, right at the tip of the Tavon blade, the glowing shape of a brilliant golden sword burns intensely like a dying sun. A blinding flash of terminal lucidity flares up in the room, but then it just completely vanishes. Cough, cough, cough. A horrifying wave of pain makes Busil's entire mind spin. For a brief second, his chest feels exactly like someone brutally stabbed him. He finally drops Tivon, rolls across the hard floor, and collapses onto one knee while coughing up a total storm, just as expected. Trying to focus on the Supreme Spirit art while using magic concentration is simply way too much for his body to handle right now. But hey, it's definitely not impossible. Even for just a fleeting second, the true shape of that golden blade actually appeared. Although, wielding both the Supreme Spirit art and magic concentration demands insane focus, our MC knows that with steady hardcore training, he will master it completely one day. He realizes his journey has absolutely no shortcuts. He just has to follow the exact path left by the respected senior Hadarian and silently keep pushing forward no matter what. Now you and I need to shift our focus over to the Heavenly Flower Fairy Realm, the home of the Elf King. This grand white castle has been totally abandoned for a long time because King Florin has been completely hiding deep within the ancient mountains. Even from that ancient hideout tucked under the mountain peaks, she can still somehow manage to perform most of her duties. That includes her massive royal task of linking the world tree to the fairy race. But obviously, there are still quite a few things she simply cannot do remotely. That means someone absolutely must act as the king's official proxy at the White Castle. Her royal assistant, High Elf Orenha, is currently discussing some major decisions regarding Stella with her. To handle the recent Dark Mage invasion incident, she calmly declares that she has decided to give a massive reward to the Stella students, but because of this terrible curse clinging to her, she won't be showing her face in front of everyone. So she asks him to attend the ceremony in her place. Orina bows deeply and respectfully replies, "Yes, Your Majesty." She sighs, saying she's so lucky to have him there. Orenha humbly waves his hands. Serving his beloved monarch is simply a given. Florin softly speaks up. Not at all. Thanks to you, I can actually accomplish so much. Orenha's eyes lower slightly, his usually calm voice laced with rare, genuine emotion as he thanks her. Suddenly, remembering the heavenly spirit is about to wake up, Florin stands, smiles brightly, and says, well then, I'll be going now. Seeing her rush off, Orenha gets curious and asks if she has some urgent business to handle. She tells him not to worry, it's just a personal matter. I understand. Have a safe trip, Your Majesty. The heavy doors click shut, leaving Orenha totally alone inside the massive room. Suddenly, he leans back into his chair, his face blushing bright red like a high schooler in love. Wow, finally getting private time. After months, and it's already over. But here's what you and I need to know. This guy has stronger resistance to her curse than anyone. She spoke directly to him, his heart supposedly never skipped a single beat. Even so, she still believed it was much safer to keep her face hidden. The real reason Orenha became the king's proxy wasn't just his insane talent. It was because he was the absolute only person who could breathe the same air and chat face-to-face with her like a completely normal human being. To her, this guy basically acted as a calming, powerful tranquilizer. For someone like Florin who couldn't meet or interact with a single soul, these tiny fleeting moments of simple conversation were her ultimate source of happiness. But wait, little did she know, Oren had actually fallen completely under her magical curse from the very beginning. All right, you and I need to go way back. It started as a tiny accident born entirely from Orenha's pure curiosity. Florin usually handled all her daily routines, even her bathing, completely out of sight inside the ancient castle. But as awful luck would have it, on that specific day, the castle's entire plumbing system just completely broke down. Under a bright moonlit night, she literally had no other choice but to sneak out to the lake to bathe, hiding from everyone's prying eyes. That day, right by the lake, the very first thing Florin did was take off her mask. She just soaked in the cool breeze brushing against her skin for a long moment. Suddenly, feeling like someone was watching her from the shadows, she quickly stood up on high alert. But luckily enough, it was literally just a wild animal passing by. Back then and even now, Florin had absolutely no idea that the real owner of that the guy who heard she was out from the whispers of the wind and showed up just to catch a single glimpse of her, was a young Orenha. Watching from the other side, using his unique ability to see for thousands of miles, he captured her whole face in his sights from the very first second. And the exact moment she started to suspect something was off, he instantly hid in the shadows so he wouldn't get caught. Completely by accident, he became the one who stole a look at her true beauty. Orenha remembers that day perfectly. Maybe even the cold moonlit night couldn't look away from a beauty so stunning it could literally ruin entire kingdoms. Her stark white hair, looking like snowy mountain peaks, reflected the cold light and gave off an absolutely magical blue glow. And those eyes, like they held thousands of stars, way more beautiful than anything else up in the night sky. Since that day, not a single second went by where he could forget Florin's face. Sometimes she would just casually say to Orenha out of pure habit, if anyone actually sees my face, they'll all be cursed and die. At first, he had absolutely no idea what she really meant, but now he finally gets it. She's so wildly gorgeous that just one look is enough to make someone fatally lovesick. That was the real curse. And if that curse is actually real, he's definitely already been hit hard by it, because standing right in front of her, he completely loses control over his own wildly beating heart. But honestly, it's totally fine, because the way to cure this lovesickness is actually super simple. You only get lovesick when you fall hard for someone but can't be with them. So, all he needs is to make her his. Then it wouldn't be a sickness anymore, right? It would just turn into a deep, intensely passionate romance instead. That absolutely perfect kind of love, spending a whole lifetime devoted to just one person. But trying the normal way was completely useless. He spent decades putting in the hard work to win Florin's heart, but she absolutely never looked at him as a real man. Now, it looks like there aren't many options left on the table. So what if the entire elf forest gets completely corrupted by dark magic? Doesn't matter. The world tree burns down to ashes. Totally fine. Even if his whole race falls into darkness, he doesn't care at all. As long as he can make her look only at him. As long as he can make her love him. Orenha is fully confident he's ready to do literally anything. Brushing off those wild thoughts, Orenha finally stands up. He remembers her mood when she mentioned her personal business, and an idea flashes in his head. Personal business, always so sensitive to her emotional shifts and private life. Orenha very easily guesses what is actually going on. Is Her Majesty really still searching for the heavenly spirit killer now? That is actually a pretty interesting task for him. Honestly, whether that Lepole spirit thing is dead or alive, he couldn't care less. But if he actually tracks down that god killer, wouldn't her gaze hold just a little bit more affection for him? Of course, tracking down someone that even Florin couldn't find is definitely not an easy job. The Stella Academy going to some human magic school is a total pain in the neck, but just to see her smile again, he'd gladly do absolutely anything. A few days later at Stella Academy, the reward ceremony for taking down the demon Mayan Tyrann is being held on a pretty small scale. They specifically kept it small, skipping the massive school assembly this time just to avoid any annoying, overly formal rituals. High-ranking figures from the Stella Magic Knights, the Board of Directors, and the Masters of the Magic Towers are all here, along with the Magic Research Society. Not just them, reporters from the Magic Daily and reps from other Magic Towers showed up too. So yeah, you and I can tell this is a massive honor for the first-year students, the ones getting rewarded. Ma Yu-song, Sion, and Buzil are leading the pack, followed closely by Flame, Isol, Moon, Hong Bion, and the rest of her faction's members. Even though Ma Yu-song, Sion, and Buzil were the ones who directly finished off the dark magic user, the others risking their lives to stall the enemy before the real fight even began was officially recognized as well. Because of that, they're all receiving these incredibly prestigious medals of honor. A female mage from the Magic Council finally speaks up. The Heavenly Spirit Tree has decided to award medals to all the involved students. And right here, Assistant Orenha will hand them out on behalf of the Elf King. Now let the medal ceremony officially begin. First-year Class S student Ma Yu-sung, we present you with this award, hoping you become a shining example for all the other students. The second she finishes, camera flashes explode everywhere. Orenha just hands over the medal that has. All right, you and I are jumping right in. He thinks the Heavenly Spirit Tree mark is all that matters. He has to show the Dark Mages that the bond between humans and elves is still perfectly fine. Congratulations, Orenha says flatly, casually pinning the medal on him. Ma Yu-sanjin just nods with this super cold smile. Thank you, sir. But in that exact second, Orenha feels an absolute chilling dread radiating right off the kid. He double takes, but no, it just feels like a totally normal student, maybe just a bit stronger than the rest of his class. Seriously annoying. Orenha is not thrilled that his elite senses are overreacting to some random low-level student like this. He forces his face to stay totally blank. If the cameras catch him scowling and the World Tree elders see it, yeah, that would be bad. She might actually end up hating him for it. Next up, Class S first-year student Baek Yunsung. Same exact routine. He calmly congratulates him, but the literal moment he reaches out to pin the medal, a crazy aura just erupts from our main character's entire body. Orenha gets instant goosebumps. What the heck is this? There is zero mistake here. That is absolutely the aura of the Heavenly Spirit, Elful Florin's oldest friend. He nervously glances around the room, panicking, but it looks like he is the only pureblood spirit who actually senses it. Makes sense. These lower-class humans have no clue how to sense divine beast auras. Is there a problem, Assistant? A female mage from the board asks him. No, nothing at all. He lies right to her face. Orenha quickly pulls himself together, forces a smile, and pins the shiny medal right onto Baek Yunsung. And then his brain just goes into absolute overdrive. Why the heck is he feeling Elful's unique energy radiating off this random student? Could this kid actually be the one who murdered Elfel? Wait, that makes total sense. From the very beginning, two students taking down a level 6 dark mage was basically impossible. But if this guy has the power to hide a corrupted soul, then crushing a level 6 and sneaking into Stella Academy would be an absolute cakewalk. Looking at the situation and the witnesses, every single piece fits perfectly. Baek Yunsung is the culprit. He killed the Heavenly Spirit Elful, the very same one that Florin is desperately searching for right now, completely blinded by rage. If he rips off this fake mask and hands him over to Her Majesty, she is going to be thrilled. He might even win her affection with this. But wait, you and I know he cannot rush this. Right now, there is zero hard proof. Plus, instead of just turning him in, immediately quietly building a massive trap and triggering it all at once would be way more effective. Once Florin's hatred grows just a bit deeper, when her anxiety hits an absolute breaking point, and she literally cannot hold back her emotions anymore. That is the golden opportunity. Either way, she is definitely going to just retreat to that ancient castle deep in the primordial mountains. Her info about the outside world will be totally cut off, and with his heavy influence covering the entire White Castle, Orenha has to use superhuman willpower just to keep his lips from trembling. He wants to scream from pure excitement. Oh yeah, just wait for it. He will expose his true identity. Meanwhile, Baek Yunsung has absolutely no clue about this crazy master plan. He is literally just chatting with Ma Yu-sanjin and Isol Moon about what they should eat. Time just flies by. 2 whole months since they first enrolled at Stella. Right around now, the first-year students are actually getting some new subjects added. Professor Petal Rose is teaching the Divine Beast class. She's a bit on the plump side, basically looking like your totally average middle-aged neighbor. But her warm signature smile instantly makes a really solid impression on all the students. Alright class, today we are getting to know our adorable divine beasts. Yes, professor. But it does not take long for them to face a super harsh and chaotic reality. Ah, what do you even want? So annoying, I said we play like this. Why do you keep acting up? 1 second you want this, the next you want that. How am I supposed to live? Angry shouts from frustrated students echo from every single direction. Since you can only see your own divine beast, it creates this hilariously awkward scene of everyone just screaming into completely empty air. Right then, a super helpless voice rings out. Come on, please, just listen to my commands. Turns out that is Isel Moon. Yeah, she is not doing much better either. Cheep, cheep, cheep. A tiny blue sparrow tilts its head, clearly annoyed and completely refusing to cooperate. Purium, are you seriously going to keep doing this? Cheep. Just as she gives up, Professor Petal, Rose walks over and smiles warmly. Oh my goodness, it looks like Isel Moon is struggling here. Your spirit beast is actually the ice lightning bird, right? These birds are famous for being super sensitive and incredibly picky. Because of that, making a contract with them is insanely hard. There has to be a very special reason this ice lightning bird actually formed a contract with you. So honestly, if you just open your heart and try to understand it, you two will definitely get closer. Isel Moon rubs her chin, totally confused. Would that really work? Professor Petal Rose laughs out loud, her voice full of absolute confidence. Of course, it will just trust me on this. And at the moment your bond with your divine beast hits its absolute peak, she finishes talking and summons her white-maned wolf. That beast is incredibly happy, immediately rubbing against her like a giant puppy. Professor Petal Rose continues, you can even summon your beast directly and fight right alongside them just like this. When that time finally comes, believe me, your divine beast becomes your ultimate reliable ally, always by your side. So open your heart and keep trying. Hearing this, A's face just completely lights up. She excitedly replies, yes, Professor. But honestly, despite that little moment, the two of them still couldn't get any closer to each other. A sadly wonders to herself, will she ever be able to summon a divine beast and fight alongside it? Later, while strolling down the academy hallway, a random conversation suddenly grabs her attention. Wow, look at this. They are literally all over the front pages again. That's Ma Yusungul and Busel right back. Then I honestly thought my life was over. Yeah, seriously, if it wasn't for those two guys, we totally would have died. Ace immediately realizes what they are talking about. It has to be another huge article praising those heroes. After the Divine Beast contract ceremony wrapped up, the epic story of two Stella students taking down a dark mage spread everywhere, like wildfire. But of course, Busel is just being his usual self. He basically doesn't care about the fame at all, pushing all the credit onto others. Like a true silent hero, she tightly clenches her fists. What would Busel do in a situation like this? He would probably just calmly listen to her, saying he believes in her just like before. But no, she cannot keep relying on him forever. She cannot just blindly accept Busel's help every time. Lowering her head, Ace makes a firm, quiet resolution to herself. She has to do it herself. Later that afternoon, Professor Lihan makes a huge announcement. Starting today, practical magic combat training will be added as a strictly mandatory subject for everyone. Now you and I know this isn't just because of that crazy incident. If you want to survive as a magic warrior, there will absolutely come a time when you cannot avoid throwing down in battle against other warriors, especially those dangerous dark mages. He heavily emphasizes that during any serious duel against a fellow mage, the most important detail isn't just throwing around raw, explosive magic. It is all about using the perfectly suited spells for maximum efficiency, entirely depending on timing and the specific situation. For example, magic fired directly from your body packs incredible range and raw destructive power, but your opponent can easily react while you chant. On the flip side, targeted magic that spawns right at a specific coordinate might have a much shorter range and slightly weaker power, but dodging it with normal physical reflexes is nearly impossible, especially since the exact range of these targeted spells can heavily vary depending on the elemental attribute. Because of this, you constantly have to adjust your spacing with the enemy mid-fight and force the battle's flow into your absolute favor. In other words, since every single elemental attribute has its very own unique strike zone that changes once you escape their range, the absolute core fundamental of magic combat is dragging the enemy directly into your own designated strike zone. He pauses for a dramatic beat. Suddenly, a wooden dummy is summoned right into the room. Lion intensely emphasizes that the practice dummy. They are looking at only spams, level 2 targeted magic, and it constantly faces forward. With just 2 simple defensive shields, they absolutely must rush directly into the dummy's blind spot and stay safe for 30 seconds, or just try to survive inside its attack range for 10. Hearing this, the elite students are absolutely shaken. Pure tension flashes across their faces. Wait, what? Survive inside its deadly range? for 10 whole seconds with just 2 weak shields. That is practically impossible, so the first shield must be sacrificed just to figure out the elemental attribute and attack pattern of the dummy. Then the second shield must pinpoint the exact strike zone of that targeted magic, before finally diving straight into its blind spot. Basically, way easier said than done. And so under the professor's strict, watchful eye, the brutal practical exam officially kicks off. Million failed. Aiden also failed. Next up, Onryang. The absolute second the command drops, massive jagged ice spikes erupt from the solid ground. In just a split second of hesitation, a lightning-fast spike shatters right through the shield. Professor Lian's cold voice rings out. Onryang failed. Just like that, an absolute massacre. Most of the elite S-class students participating completely fail, but a tiny ray of hope finally shines. Peng Herring passed. Ma Yusong passed. But honestly, Professor Lian does not look very satisfied with this outcome, simply because both of them cowardly chose the blind spot instead of enduring inside the dummy's attack range. Man, normal human reaction speeds are genuinely just not fast enough to clear this insane trial. The activation speed of a level 2 targeted spell is precisely 0.1 seconds. To dodge that, you cannot just read the mana flow, you have to shatter human physical limits entirely. Next up, Busel. Standing right in front of the deadly wooden dummy, he takes a deep breath, focusing his mind as much as possible. Up until now, he had always fought by relying on his sharp sixth sense to safely dodge completely outside a targeted spell's range. But after acquiring the Supreme Spirit Art, his sixth sense has become ridiculously strong. Why not take this exact opportunity to test it out? Could he actually react and dodge incoming magic using his sixth sense while standing right inside the strike zone? The intense trial finally begins. The absolute second Lian's command drops, the lifeless dummy snaps straight into lethal combat mode. A terrifying, chilling sensation shoots straight down his spine. Busel instantly pivots sideways, taking one clean step to dodge. Boom, a violently distorted purple orb suddenly spawns, right in midair, then vanishes. Holy crap, that wasn't a normal elemental attribute, was that literal spatial magic, the kind of magic that is even rarer than the legendary light attribute. Come on, it's just a wooden dummy, does it really need to be this overpowered? But there is absolutely no time to overthink this. Busel instantly locks in, channeling his Supreme Spirit Art to the absolute max while desperately, "Alright, you and I are about to witness something insane." He reads the ambient mana. Whoosh, boom, attacks barely miss his shoulder, knee, and arm. Right side, neck, and waist, destructive orbs blast past his vital spots one after another. Busel simply shifts his footwork, sliding effortlessly to the thick left and right to dodge every single strike. He is not just trying to look cool here, it is because his Supreme Spirit Art is not fully mastered enough to maintain while running. But honestly, that is more than enough. Just 30 centimeters from the wooden dummy, his entire body suddenly erupts with a brilliant golden aura. He channels all his mana directly into his blade. But right at the climax, Professor Li Han's voice completely shuts it down. Busel passes the test. He awkwardly misses the dummy, looking at the professor with total confusion. Wait, what? It is already over. On the other side, Li Han stares at him in absolute disbelief. He mutters that in all his years, this is the very first time he has seen a kid with such monstrous, absurd talent. Hearing this, every single person in the room nods their heads in total agreement. It is no exaggeration to say Busel has the strongest physique and the fastest reaction time in Class S, but having a technique test end so abruptly feels a little disappointing. Busel shoots a pleading look straight at Professor Li Han. You can practically read his mind right now, saying, "I want to practice a few more times, can I not just train a little bit longer?" But Professor Li Han ruthlessly and coldly rejects him. No means no, step back. Wow, so stingy. A few days later, deep inside a mysterious spiritual mental space, an angelic blonde woman constantly calls out Flame's name. She emphasizes her words clearly. Remember this well, Flame. No matter what kind of crazy thing happens out there, we will protect you. Startled, Flame opens her eyes, rubbing her throbbing head like it was hit with a giant hammer. Was it that strange dream again? She does not know why, but ever since using her angelic power to stop Hari from turning to darkness, she occasionally dreams of angels appearing and whispering right into her ear. But wait, what exactly were they saying to her in that weird dream? Something about asking her to go with them. Suddenly, a voice interrupts her racing thoughts. "Flame, what are you doing? Is it not time to get to the next class?" She replies that she is coming. Whatever it was, just a dream anyway. Scene shifts to the training grounds. Professor Li Han stands before the students to make a big announcement. Today they are having a live combat practice match between Class S and Class A. Busel and Yusuk step onto the platform. The moment the announcement ends, all eyes lock onto the two fighters. Everyone is hyped up to watch this incredibly exciting matchup. Professor Li Han's voice booms out, ordering both sides to equip their staves and begin the duel. Instantly, Yusuke raises his magic wand and chants a spell. Oh, blue waves rise up. In the blink of an eye, a massive surging tidal wave violently materializes out of nowhere. The crowd below gasps. Wow, is that not Tier 3 magic? That Class A guy is pulling out his trump card, right from the very start. Ruthless tactic. But wait, why is Buzil just standing there motionless? Seeing this, Yusuke laughs coldly to himself. Did he really defeat a level 6 dark mage without magic or sword skills? Stick with me, we are about to find out if that is true. Bragging should have limits. He thinks, since the staff inheritance ceremony, I have hated your guts. Buzil, I am going to make you lose face. Crash down, oh raging waters. Facing the devastating attack rushing right at him, Buzil just stands completely still, intensely focusing his mind to execute the supreme spirit art. Once ready, he opens his eyes and chains multiple short-distance teleports, easily dodging the enemy's Tier 3 magic attack. Yusuke sees this and smirks provocatively. Is teleporting to dodge like a street rat the only trick you actually know how to use? Die Water, Dragon Blast, Teleport, and another teleport. Buzil easily weaves and dodges through the chaotic strikes, but a smug smile quickly appears on Yusuke's face. His arrogant laughter echoes across the entire arena. You have already fallen right into my target range, Buzil. Just as he says, that 3 magic circles surround Buzil from 3 different sides, but everything is still going exactly to plan. Buzil uses a highly unconventional and wild movement to dodge. The magic circles fire water bullets that hit absolutely nothing but air. This instantly leaves even Professor Li Han completely shocked. A veteran with decades of combat experience is stunned, so imagine how the clueless students with 0 real combat experience are feeling right about now. Yusuke's eyes are wide with pure disbelief. How is this even possible? Did that lowly commoner kid actually manage to completely dodge all of his target-locked magic attacks? Then how about this? A massive, violently swirling orb of water appears in the air. He screams at the top of his lungs. Let me see how you block this one. But he is dead wrong. The one who needs to figure out how to block is actually him. A single sword slash flashes by at the speed of light, splitting the giant water orb cleanly in 2. Buzil stands in a striking stance. His sword transforms into a blinding blade of light. Space itself seems to freeze. Even when the water orb explodes and every single raindrop falls, soaking his clothes, Yusuke still has no idea how he just lost. Professor Li Han's majestic voice echoes out across the silent arena. Combat practice is over. Both sides, please retract your staves. The crowd below erupts like a disturbed beehive. Did everyone just see that? Buzil just cast magic. That was absolutely incredible. It looks like the rumors of him defeating a level 6 dark mage are actually 100% true. Professor Li Han continues, calling Jeremy and Mayu to the platform next. Flame watches, thinking solemnly. During the previous combat practice, he did nothing. Is he planning to go public now? Makes sense. Even Mentiron is being hunted down, so there is really no reason to hide his true power anymore. Bustle, that skill earlier was ridiculously cool. Ah, thanks. Someone stares intensely at him from afar. We are in for a wild ride. Flame figured what Buzil really needed to keep secret wasn't his actual power, but his knowledge of the future. While she was totally lost in her own thoughts, a deafening glass-shattering crash echoed out. Flame spun right around and boom, a massive glowing golden spear had just slammed violently into the arena floor. The combat drill was officially over. Both sides retract your staffs. The crowd went wild. Less than a minute in and it's already over. Crown Prince Jeremy is built different. Excited whispers from the students instantly erupted all across the arena. After wiping the floor with his opponent like it was absolutely nothing, Jeremy flashed this blinding smile and waved enthusiastically right at Flame. Oh. Jeremy's perfectly crafted, innocent little greeting was designed to make anyone who dared ignore him look like a completely horrible person. Flame absolutely hated it. She immediately turned her back on him, walking away to call out to Becky. Hey, old man. Not a bad fight out there today. The male lead's face instantly scrunched up in pure annoyance. Huh, who are you calling an old man? Flame just joked right back. Who else would I be talking to here? Meanwhile, back down on the arena floor, Jeremy was still staring straight at her, but his friendly smile had turned completely ice cold. That Buzil kid again. He really didn't want to play dirty, but he was left with 0 options. Let's fast forward to midnight, shall we? Everyone in the dorm room was deeply asleep except for 1 or 2, who just couldn't settle down. Flame sighed heavily. She was way too tired, complaining about still attending school at her age. She sleepily rubbed her dark, heavy eyes, literally dragging her feet toward her bed. But as she passed by her roommate's spot, she stopped, totally confused. Lamuka. Why aren't you asleep yet? Lamuka jumped in total panic, her hands fiercely gripping a small letter. Flame noticed it instantly and just had to ask. What is that thing? A love letter for your secret boyfriend. Caught red-handed, Lamuka started stammering out a panicked denial. No, it's really not what you think. Flame quickly cut her off, sounding exactly like a seasoned pro. Since when are you dating, and you didn't even tell your own roommate? I'm honestly hurt. Swallowing hard, Lamuka finally gathered every single ounce of her courage and looked up. Flame, I actually have a huge favor. The scene cuts straight to the boys' dorm room S109. Flame stood outside, aggressively knocking on the door. Hey, is there anybody actually in there? I've got something for you, come out. She was so annoyed, flashing back to Lamuka begging her just minutes ago. I'm way too embarrassed. Please deliver it for me. Fine, I'll handle it. This was honestly driving her crazy. Why was she acting as an errand boy for middle school romance? Kids these days were honestly so ridiculous. She didn't even tell her who this letter was actually for. The secretive vibe was just beyond annoying. But right at that exact moment, the target of this little drama finally appeared. The door swung open, and the guy greeted her with a completely blinding smile. Hey there, Flame. Did you call? For me? Flame instantly turned to stone. She slowly looked up, her eyes wide with pure, unfiltered disbelief. She honestly never imagined that the secret recipient of this love letter was Crown Prince Jeremy. The guy looked super polite, totally aristocratic, and perfectly gentle with women. But beneath all that, you and I both know, his shiny exterior hides a truly vicious villain, the absolute menace to the story's female lead. What's that? A love letter for me? Flame instantly shut that down. No way. My roommate just asked me to deliver this to you. Job's done, so I'm getting out of here. She aggressively shoved the letter right into his hands, spun around, and practically sprinted back to her dorm. Staring down at the letter Flame had just handed him, Jeremy's face twisted into this super creepy smirk. He shot a cold glance toward a dark corner. You can come out now. A male student, carefully holding a glowing magic crystal ball, slowly stepped out of the shadows. He walked over and respectfully handed it straight to Jeremy. Did you get the pictures? Every single one is right here, sir. Jeremy grabbed the crystal, looking incredibly satisfied. These candid shots actually look pretty good. Inside the glowing orb, crystal clear footage of Flame in her pajamas, standing outside his dorm room, talking to Jeremy and slipping a letter right into his hands. The very next morning, she headed to class just like usual. But barely halfway there, Flame started noticing all these intensely weird glares from the other students. Why is the vibe completely off today? Suddenly, out of nowhere, another girl aggressively shoulder-checked Flame right in the hallway. The girl didn't even try to apologize. Instead, she just smirked and started heavily mocking her. Oh wow, maybe you should actually open your eyes when you walk. Then she scoffed. But I guess that makes sense. If you keep staring at the dirt, how could you possibly see what's right in front of you? Right? Flame's blood instantly boiled. Without hesitating, she grabbed the girl by the collar and slammed her with a brutal direct headbutt. Zero mercy. The bully shrieked, clutching her fast, swelling forehead. You absolute psycho. What the heck is wrong with you? But Flame totally wasn't holding back either. You want to eat another one of those? The girl panicked. You're actually insane. How does absolute trash like you end up as Crown Prince Jeremy's new girlfriend anyway? Hearing those exact words echo through the hallway honestly just made our MC's rage completely skyrocket. Hey, try saying that just one more time. She cracked her knuckles loudly, totally ready to beat the living daylights out of everyone standing right there. Whose girlfriend did you just say I was? A few hours later, back in the safety of the girls' dorm, Flame stared down at the printed candid photos spread across her desk. Completely speechless, she grabbed her head and screamed in pure frustration. What is this madness? How are these fake dating pictures already spreading literally everywhere in the academy? After totally losing her mind for a minute, she took a deep breath. Okay, stay calm. Calm down. I don't even need to investigate. I know exactly who did this. But to go this far, stick with me, because how she escapes this completely unhinged setup is honestly gonna be wild. Meanwhile, back in class, alright everyone, that's it for today's lesson. The bell finally rang and students started packing up their bags. Our girl Flame was just trying to head back to her dorm after class, but then a warm, undeniably masculine voice called out from behind. Flame. Damn it, the guy was clinging to her like an absolute leech. Jeremy approached with that gentle gaze and a blindingly bright smile while Flame stood there, completely frozen. He asked, "Want to grab dinner with me?" Almost instantly, the crowd around them erupted into absolutely massive over-the-top reactions. Look at that, Prince Jeremy is personally inviting her. Wait, so those wild rumors were actually true? I really cannot believe the Crown Prince and her actually have that kind of relationship. Flame's mind raced. Sure enough, this was exactly his plan all along. She realized that even if she fiercely denied it, Jeremy would just manipulate public opinion however he wanted. Running away was completely useless now. In difficult trap moments exactly like this one, She only had one option left. After racking her brain to break out of this mess, Flame suddenly remembered a romance webtoon she had read before. "Hey, do you honestly think I want to have dinner with you?" Jeremy just smiled, completely expecting that reaction. "Ah, I am so sorry about that. I guess I was being a bit insensitive. With so many people staring, you must be feeling incredibly pressured right now. I will head outside first." But before Jeremy could even turn to leave, Flame pushed forward with her master plan. "Why are you acting like the two of us are somehow super close or something? I actually already have a boyfriend." That single sentence struck like a massive lightning bolt from a clear sky. The bright smile that was always plastered on Jeremy's face instantly vanished, replaced by a look of absolute pure disbelief. The reaction from the crowd around them was pretty much exactly the same. The female students, who had been boiling over with emotions from cheering for romance to practically seeing red with intense, bitter jealousy, suddenly went completely dead silent. "The boyfriend I am dating right now is..." She sounded super cool, but internally Flame's brain was working at absolute maximum capacity, desperately scanning the male students to see who she could actually drag into this mess at such a critical, high-stakes moment. And right then, one very familiar name flashed right into her mind. Baek Yunsung. Completely thrown off guard, Jeremy instinctively blurted out, "Wait, who exactly is your boyfriend?" Those wild words dropped like an absolute earth-shattering bomb, instantly shocking the entire room into frozen silence. Princess Hong, Bai Yon, and Isol practically short-circuited. Meanwhile, others looked totally serious, trying to figure out if this wild claim was actually true. And Ha Wan Ryang, who secretly had a massive crush on her, was so shocked his jaw totally dropped. Seeing that sheer, unadulterated panic completely covering Jeremy's face, Flame knew her crazy gamble was working. Riding that momentum, she pulled out a love letter and kept pushing. "About yesterday, when I went to your room, I was literally just dropping off my roommate's love letter. Otherwise, why on earth would someone who already has a boyfriend like me ever have a reason to hang around outside your door? I am heading out now. I actually have a dinner date." Having dropped that bombshell, she just tossed the letter right back at him and quickly escaped the classroom without even looking back once. Instantly, the entire room completely sank into a totally deadly silence. Nobody except the main cast even dared to breathe or whisper, absolutely terrified of offending the future ruler of the mighty Jeremy Skeevan Empire. A few tense moments passed. Everyone thought Jeremy was about to completely explode, but instead an incredibly twisted, weird smile crept across his face. As expected, I really cannot win you over that easily. Flame, if you were just some normal girl, you would have totally fallen right into my trap by now. Yet she managed to dodge everything and escape so flawlessly. Honestly, that was exactly why Jeremy started feeling even more incredibly thrilled. He was completely obsessed with the massive rush of finally catching something so perfectly untouchable. Wouldn't breaking her right now be absolutely amazing? His chest was burning with a boiling toxic heat. He wanted to instantly tear everything apart, gouge some eyes out, and brutally murder that absolute bastard Baek Yunsung right on the spot. Wait, wanting to kill him. Why did he suddenly have such dark feelings? In that brief moment, Jeremy truly could not understand his own twisted emotions, but honestly, he didn't really care. Fast forward, and the scene completely shifts to a super luxurious high-end restaurant late that evening, right on the streets of Acanium. Baek Yunsung honestly thought he had misheard her, so he asked again. "So what exactly am I to you?" Flame replied with a totally flustered face. "My boyfriend." Baek Yunsung was so completely stunned by this that he entirely forgot to put his spoon into his mouth. "Wait, what? How did it even turn out like this?" Well, basically. This was just a totally unavoidable emergency situation." Baek Yunsung slowly and silently brought the delicious piece of steak to his mouth. He figured this was probably because of those wild rumors spreading around school yesterday. Honestly, if playing along helps her totally dodge Jeremy's chaotic storyline and that guaranteed 99% chance of hitting a bad ending, it was completely worth the trouble. "All right, fine. I will help you out until the end." "Oh, thank you so much. To repay you, I will definitely buy you a lot of meals from now on." "But why exactly did you choose me?" That. Flame's eyes nervously dropped. She stared at Baek Yunsung frantically, wondering, if I tell him that the very first person I thought of was actually him, wouldn't that sound way too weird? Catching herself, our girl. Flame quickly grabbed the closest random excuse. "Honestly, I just felt way too awkward dragging Ha Won Ryang into this mess." "Ah, what an incredibly cute reason. Hey boss, let me order some more food." "Wait, hey, anyway, I really am sorry for pulling you into all this." Baek Yunsung innocently looked up. "Sorry for what?" "Well, for the fact that you..." "Ah, never mind. Why are you killing the mood like that?" Flame stayed completely silent. She tightened her fists, her mind racing with intense calculations. Baek Yunsung regressed to the past solely because of Isel. She was the absolute only reason he threw away his entire life to rewind time. But wait, if Isel misunderstands things just because I forcefully drag him right into this massive mess, then what happens? I knew all of that, yet I still asked for his help. Doesn't that basically make me the awful third wheel interfering in his grand romance with Isel? But wait just a second. What if the real reason he actually agreed to play the role of my fake boyfriend is because this? Let's jump right back in. What if this is a grand master plan to protect Iso from Jeremy? After all, Jeremy originally had a massive obsession with Iso. Could this actually be the pure devotion of someone who threw away literally everything, regressing back through time just for the person he truly loves? Absolutely epic. After completely overthinking the entire situation, Flame decides to order some extra healthy food for our main guy. Eat up and get your strength back, old man. Baek Yunsung instantly chokes on his food. Hey, this is already way too much. Stop ordering more right now. And I told you a million times to stop calling me an old man. So after a long discussion with Flame, our main guy Baek Yunsung agrees to play her fake boyfriend for an entire month. Then the very next day during combat magic practice, for absolutely no logical reason, our boy is suddenly forced into a sparring match against Princess Hong Bi-yeon, and she is looking incredibly mad today. What did he even do wrong? Right after that, during the actual practical combat magic test, Baek Yunsung still cannot figure out exactly why he gets paired up with a completely murderous Hong Bi-yeon. Her entire body just erupts in absolutely fierce flames, bringing along this terrifying, overwhelmingly heavy pressure. Suffocating and completely intense, Baek Yunsung is totally panicking, desperately wondering what on earth is happening here. Her expression today looks absolutely terrible and completely furious. Is he just being way too sensitive right now? Hong Bi-yeon lets out a heavy sigh, complete annoyance flashing clearly across her face, even though he has absolutely no idea why. She mutters that today she really just wants to smash magic right into his stupid face. Baek Yunsung nervously asks, "Hey, what is going on?" But before he can even finish his sentence, the second princess cuts him off entirely. "Things will not be as easy as our very last match, you absolute show-off." His eyes go totally wide in pure confusion, watching these massive sparks of fire slowly start appearing around her. Wait, what? And then in just a single blink, countless massive fireballs instantly blanket the entire sky. The arena temperature completely skyrockets to an absolutely suffocating heat level. Hong Bi-yeon narrows her intense eyes, totally determined to crush the guy standing right in front of her. Without any warning, she blasts everything straight toward Baek Yunsung, who is just standing there completely dazed. A truly massive explosion totally engulfs the whole arena in roaring red flames. The terrified audience down below breaks into a cold sweat in fear. This looks genuinely terrifying. Hong Bi-yeon narrows her eyes, hyper-focused on the destruction. But right as the heavy explosion drops down, Baek Yunsung uses his blink skill, escaping the blast zone at the absolute last second. He lets out a huge sigh of relief. Man, he almost got totally wiped out right there. But that relief does not last long because the very next attack is already here. Hong Bi-yeon summons another massive ball of fire, floating right in midair, aiming directly at his exact landing spot and firing, and she is nowhere near done. The absolute deafening sounds of constant explosions echo across the entire battlefield, completely drowning out Baek Yunsung as he screams in pure panic while desperately trying to dodge. Meanwhile, Flame watches the insane battle closely and thinks to herself, wow, these raging flames are seriously no joke today. What exactly did our guy do to make her this incredibly angry? Suddenly, some super loud cheering from the sidelines grabs her full attention. "Let us go, princess. You got this. Tear him apart." She looks over at Ma Yusong and Isel, who are both hyping up the princess, and asks what they are even doing. Ma Yusong just flashes a totally bright smile and casually replies back, "What does it look like? We are simply cheering our hearts out right now." Total confusion completely takes over Flame as she tries to analyze the logic here. Wait, are they not in the very same club? Shouldn't their friendship be solid? Nope. Hiding right behind that cheerful smile of his is absolute pure, murderous bloodlust. He totally wants him dead. Then Flame shifts her intense gaze right over to Isel. "Hey, do not tell me you are also openly siding with Princess Hong Bi-yeon on this one." Hearing that, Isel immediately jumps and starts stammering her nervous defense. "I am strictly just standing here completely observing." "Yeah, sure you are." Ma Yuseong takes this perfect chance to scream at the absolute top of his lungs. "Haha, knock him out cold, princess." Meanwhile, back on the brutal arena floor, Baek Yunsung is heavily gasping for air. Her attack speed is ridiculously fast, and there are just way too many spells flying at him. If he just had 10 seconds, no, even 5 little seconds, he could gather enough magic to completely blast all of this away. but the roaring red fire continues to violently blaze out, of control in every single direction. Massive pillars of wildfire keep erupting straight from the ground, ready to roast him alive if he simply drops his guard. On top of that, an absolute barrage of flaming arrows comes violently raining down from every possible angle. One tiny slip-up means turning into actual ashes. And then, a towering gigantic firewall completely blocks off his only exit. Baek Yunsung's eyes go wide as he desperately tries to calculate an escape. Damn it, his retreat is totally sealed off. Before he can even formulate a backup plan, he suddenly feels his footstep on something really weird. He quickly shoots his intense gaze downward, but the second he finally realizes what it is way too late. Game absolutely over. He knows this bad feeling. Did this princess seriously plant magic hidden ground traps too? The thought barely finishes crossing his mind before a massive explosion completely swallows the floor. Baek Yunsung screams out in absolute hilarious despair. "Ah, I surrender." I raise both my hands and totally surrender. The thick, heavy smoke slowly starts to clear, revealing an absolutely destroyed arena floor, completely obliterated by Hong Bi-yun's absolute onslaught. Baek Yunsung is literally flat on his back, almost roasted to a crisp with zero dignity left. The combat practice officially concludes, and the absolute victory goes to Princess Hong Bi-yun. But honestly, even her face looks completely stunned and totally confused right now. Wait, what, I won? Did I seriously just win this entire match? Baek Yunsung manages a weak smile, thinking to himself, wow, he actually almost died just now. If this was not simply a basic class exercise, he would be 6 feet under by now. Now you and I are about to see something wild. He glances over at the princess and starts analyzing. Hong Bi-yun herself clearly hasn't fully realized it, but the insane power output she just displayed completely touched the tier 4 level. It really looks like his special creative thinking combat training is actually paying off big time. The crazy results are absolutely undeniable. The class professor slowly walks over to him and asks if he is holding up okay. Okay, how could he possibly be okay, professor? I feel like I just crawled back from the dead, she groans. Well, with your mouth running that fast, you probably don't need the infirmary. Are you kidding? If I drop dead, I'm haunting you forever as a ghost. She gets a sigh. Just go down to the medical wing already. Excuse me, Hong Bi-yun says, slowly stepping off the arena floor. Immediately, a massive crowd of fangirls swarms around her. Oh, princess. You are absolute perfection. We totally knew our princess would crush that Busan guy without breaking a sweat. He didn't even stand a chance. The girls cheer, but Aeon notices something completely off. Princess, you just won the match, so why do you look so miserable? Hong Bi-yun lets out a massive exhausted sigh. Isn't it obvious just looking at it? That guy went completely out of his way to throw the match. Think about it. Before this, that commoner literally used his pure sword skills to completely shatter a massive tier 3 magic spell. But today he refused to even draw his blade a single time. He just blindly ran around the arena and then quickly surrendered to me. Wait, now that I think about it. Back during our dungeon training, he did the exact same thing. He absolutely refused to use his real power. He just threw out the bare minimum effort to handle me. Her fist clenches tight in pure frustration. Was he always just holding back against her? Why does she always make him hold back? But Aeon suddenly jumps in. Hold on, princess. What if there is actually a different reason? Didn't Busan openly declare that he wants to follow the path of a true knight? I remember reading about this in some dusty old history book. Classic knights from ancient times always showed absolute respect and completely pampered elegant ladies. Hearing this ridiculous theory, Bijin immediately fires back her defense. Hearing that, Hong Bi-yun immediately asks back, but he still beats the other girls to a pulp. That is exactly why it proves that he only holds back against those he recognizes as genuine ladies, right? Hearing that logic, Bijin quickly spins around to walk away. You are just spouting pure nonsense. Everyone is dismissed. But despite the tough act, her face flushes bright red. Our princess is totally flustered. Catching that shy, embarrassed expression, Aeon can't help but burst into loud laughter. Well, no matter how you try to slice it, princess, our princess is still the absolute prettiest girl here. Let's head home. The story then skips straight into the highly anticipated weekend break. Now you and I are about to witness something rare. Bison actually asked Ma Yusongseon and Isol Moon for time off to hang out privately with Flame. I'm really sorry guys, but I actually have a date this weekend, so I will have to skip the club. Hemph, is that so? Guess we have no choice. So what do normal high schoolers even do on dates anyway? Isn't the standard routine just grabbing a quick bite to eat together? Just a meal and done right, trying to act like a mature adult. Our guy finally arrives at Ano's beautiful quiet garden area. Suddenly, a tiny girl with bright blue hair appears right in front of him, flashing a massive smile. Hey, why did your entire body shrink down? She just laughs it off playfully. Oh, don't worry about it. I will completely recover my normal size soon enough. How long is soon? Probably just a single millennium or so. Busen chuckles. Wow, so fast. But wait, I actually know a trick to drastically speed up that recovery. A faster method. What kind of trick is that? A super sly, mischievous smile spreads across her tiny face. It is simple. You and I just need to form a divine beast contract.